As a PhD in physics, the first thing I did after crossing over to a barren immortal cultivation dynasty was to initiate an industrial revolution. However, the officials claimed that this was a cunning trick that would ruin the country. The emperor was even more disappointed in me, saying that I was damaging the royal reputation and ordered me to go to the fief. But what no one expected was that I managed the fief meticulously, where not only could spiritual energy be liquefied, but spiritual plants were classified and planted in an orderly manner. And even talisman paper could be mass-produced. Several years later, when the officials visited, they even thought this place was the immortal realm, the prince's residence of the Tianyu divine dynasty. Third brother, I'm almost drained. The girl's eyes were filled with resentment, as if her body had been hollowed out. Nonsense, how could a girl be drained? But I really have nothing left. Then you should take a break for a while, and come back again later. Humph, stinky third brother, just know how to bully little seven. I frowned, lost in thought. The main components of air are oxygen and hydrogen. No, there's also spiritual energy. The liquefaction temperature of oxygen is minus 183 degrees. What would be the liquefaction temperature of spiritual energy? I was eager to try. Little seven, let's try again. Compress the temperature to minus 148 degrees. Shao Qi looked helpless. Third brother, although I have the Xianbing physique, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. The temperature you're talking about can probably only be achieved at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, I do know a powerful ice attribute cultivator at the nascent soul stage. I raised an eyebrow. Shao Qi, if you can bring this powerful cultivator here, I'll make you an ice cream cake. Shao Qi swallowed. Third brother, then it's a deal. The chief eunuch Li Zhengchun shook his head upon seeing the three big characters laboratory on the plaque. As a prince, not striving for progress, indulging in luxury and waste, truly a misfortune for the divine dynasty. Your Highness the third prince, you haven't attended court for half a year. His Majesty has decreed that you must attend today's grand court meeting, which happens once every 6 months. If you do not, you will be confined in the ancestral temple for 3 months. After hearing this, I had no choice but to follow the chief eunuch to the court. In the Tianyu Divine Dynasty Court, Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has a report to present. Please speak, my minister. Your Majesty, the 9 major spiritual veins of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty have been exhausted for 5 years, leading to a significant reduction in the production of spiritual rice and medicinal herbs across the land. Moreover, some areas have nearly zero harvests, and the output of spiritual stone mines has decreased by 80%, with tax revenue plummeting by 90%. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War has a matter to report. Please speak, my minister. Your Majesty, the soldiers at the border have not received their salaries for 4 years. If this continues, I fear there will be a risk of rebellion. Prime Minister Tang Ling sighed. Your Majesty, the officials have also not received their salaries for 3 years. The Emperor of Tianyu did not respond, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. The establishment of the divine dynasty relied on the spiritual veins, but now that the 9 major spiritual veins have simultaneously dried up, the divine dynasty is deteriorating, and it only needs an opportunity for a great change in the world. The divine dynasty has lasted for over 30,000 years, with 35 emperors, and if it were to collapse in his hands, how could Qin Wentian face his ancestors? The official Wei Zhang stepped forward with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I impeach the third Prince Qinyu. Impeaching me? I sighed inwardly, feeling inexplicably puzzled, and continued to think about the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Your Majesty, in the past 6 months, His Highness the Third Prince has spent a total of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in the Ministry of Revenue, just to indulge in strange skills and tricks. Spirit stones are divided into inferior, superior, and top-grade spirit stones, with an exchange ratio of 10:1 for each grade. A chi refining stage cultivator earns only a few hundred inferior spirit stones a year. This is an enormous amount of spirit stones. Emperor Tianyu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Qin Yu, is this true? In response to Father Emperor, I admitted it calmly. Research is inherently costly, and 100,000 top-grade spirit stones barely lay the foundation for scientific research. Wei Zhang snorted coldly. He did not expect this defeated prince to show no remorse and to admit it as a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Tianyu said, as a royal descendant, not thinking of the country but wasting the national treasury on strange skills and tricks, I sentence you to a month of confinement in the ancestral temple. What? Wei Zhang eyes wide, face closed in January. What is the difference between this and scratching an itch? Your Majesty, Minister, Father. Wei Zhang's face was livid. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet. The third prince had gotten the better of him? Qinyu broke down and shouted like he had been wronged by the heavens. Father's confinement for a month is also too long. Can it be changed to a day? A month in confinement. What about his research? The 100 officials froze, and the next second there was a cacophony of noise in the courtroom. Wasting 100,000 extreme spirit stones from the national treasury and confining him for a month is already against the law of the land. The voice of ministerial dissatisfaction was loud and clear. Poof, Wei Zhang snorted. He was also exasperated by Qin Yu. Third Prince, you're such a fool, treating the law of the land as nothing? Do you still have the divine dynasty and the world's living beings in your eyes? Wei Zhang's words were indignant. He even dared to dislike the emperor of Tianyu. Would he show mercy to a royal son's mouth? Chapter 2 Liquefaction of Aura. What's the point of spending a mere 100,000 extreme spirit stones? The third prince has such a big mouth. A mere 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Wei Zhang's voice was loud and clear, as if he had heard some kind of joke. Do you know how much the border generals are paid? How much the 100 officials are paid? And how much the people's harvest is in a year? As the imperial prince of the divine dynasty, you actually said that it didn't cost a mere 100,000 extreme spirit stones. What's the difference between you and that royal prince who doesn't eat meat or mincemeat in the eyes of the people? Generals at the refining stage of the border pass. Monthly salary of 10 inferior spirit stones at the initial stage, 20 in the middle stage, 40 in the late stage, and 80 at the peak. And after that, for every major realm raised, the benefits go up tenfold, and doubled for a minor realm. That is, 100 at the early foundation establishment stage, 1,000 at the early Jindan stage, 10,000 at the early Yuanying stage, and 100,000 at the early transformation of God stage. However, after the Jindan stage it is distributed in medium-grade spirit stones, Yuanying is distributed in top-grade spirit stones, and the transformation of God stage is distributed in extreme-grade spirit stones. The salaries of the 100 officials are 80% of those of border generals of equal strength. The people's harvest. Wei Zhang interrupted Qin Yu's reply. He didn't expect Qin Yu to be so clear about this. Since the third prince knows about the salaries of the generals and the 100 officials, do you know how many generals can be supported by 100,000 extreme spirit stones? Taking the early stage of foundation establishment as an example, an annual salary of 1,200 spirit stones can support more than 83,000 generals. Chancellor Tang Ling sighed and said, Third Prince, you have indeed gone too far. As soon as Li Jin, who looked like a tower of iron, the secretary of the Ministry of War, heard this, his muscles bulged, almost bursting his court dress. He didn't expect that 100,000 extreme spirit stones could actually feed so many generals, and he was also furious. What a loser. What do you make the border generals who haven't been paid for several years think? The minister of the Ministry of Justice is even more angry. Had been in charge of the 100 officials' personnel changes, but since the suspension of salary, the officials underneath him more and more impatient. The previous respect for him respectfully small officials, but also began to give him a face. But he could not do anything about it because the officials under him would resign and stage a show of suing for old age if they were slightly dissatisfied. The household secretary Luo and I, silent and secretly complained. The third prince repeatedly promised, as long as the success immediately can earn a lot of spirit stone, he is to help it to hide. Now it seems he is a complete idiot. After the chastisement of the third prince, he will be the next one. The minister of the household is apprehensive in his heart, and he does not know when Wei Zhang, the mad dog, will bite him. The 100 officials rallied together and attacked, and Qin Yu was like a vent for the 100 officials who had worked for nothing for several years to vent their anger. Silence. What's the point of making noise above the court hall? Emperor Tianyu uttered a rebuke, and the pressure of the peak of the god transformation stage covered the court hall. It's finally quiet. Qin Yu spat in a small voice. Qin Yu does not think about the suffering of the people and wastes the national treasury. He is punished to face the wall for 3 years and temporarily take away the identity of the emperor to wait for the future. Emperor Tianyu sighed lightly. His heart could not bear it. The divine dynasty was already in crisis. He must calm the anger of the 100 officials. Father Emperor, wait. Qin Yu stretches out a finger and proudly says, 100,000 extreme spirit stones is just a matter of giving me a month's time. I will return 1 million extreme spirit stones to the treasury. If I can't do it, I would like to go to the border with the body of a sinner and work for the divine dynasty to pay back these 100,000 extreme spirit stones. The prince status was still useful to him and could not be given up for the time being. Making 1 million extreme spirit stones in a month? Third prince, your joke isn't funny. Wei Zhang picked up the conversation. Nonsense. Emperor Tianyu rebuked. The Tianyu divine dynasty was being spied on by the four directions, and now that the border was in crisis, it was not the time to fool around. What's 1 million extreme spirit stones? Give me 10 years and I can bring the decaying and impoverished heavenly feather divine dynasty back to life and become the most prosperous and flourishing divine dynasty in the eastern state. Qin Yu's spirited voice echoed in the courtroom. Ha ha. Wei Zheng laughed out loud. Today he was also considered to have his eyes opened by Qin Yu. 10 years had allowed the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty to become the most prosperous divine dynasty in the eastern state. The 100 officials first laughed, and after a moment's thought they became furious. He had made the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty the #1 divine dynasty in the eastern state for 10 years. Wouldn't he be saying that this current dynasty full of people were all trash? Who does not know that the divine dynasty has been in decline for several years, and is no longer able to return to the heavens with the power of man? And no one in the court is able to solve the problem. Your Highness the Third Prince, the courtroom is not a street where you can speak out and act recklessly. Couldn't His Highness the Third Prince revive the 9 spirit veins? His Highness the Third Prince doesn't have much talent or cultivation, but this bragging skill is very high. Emperor Tian Yu's face was ugly. The decline of the divine dynasty, he, the emperor, was the first person responsible for it. Doesn't it mean that even he is a person who can't, although he favors Qin Yu, but above the courtroom gibberish disgraced the face of the royal family, so that he is difficult to suppress the anger in his heart. Qin Yu stood proudly. The basic industry of aura liquefaction had been prepared. As long as the liquefaction temperature was determined, then spirit stones would no longer be a nuisance, and the divine dynasty would usher in a great explosion of spirit stone production capacity. Shut up and kneel down for me. Terrifying pressure filled the air. Emperor Tian Yu was furious, probably because of the favor he had been receiving all along, making Qin Yu start to forget that there was no one else in sight. You said that it would only take 10 years to make the divine dynasty prosperous and strong, and that it would be the strongest in the eastern state. So tell me what you have in mind. Under the pressure Qin Yu knelt on both knees. His body trembled, and there was blood flowing out from between his mouth and nose. Qin Yu raised his head against the pressure and spoke with difficulty. Father, my son did not exaggerate. Give me some time. I will prove it. Poof. Emperor Tian Yu snorted coldly. Qin Yu face bitter, full of civil and military do not believe in him even if, cannot imagine even always love him father also do not believe in him. Since you are so powerful, there is a domain name in the northwest for Gonlong, the most barren place in the divine dynasty. I will appoint you as the king of Gon to see if you can change the barren face and become prosperous and strong. Set off within 3 days. The 100 officials coldly looked at Qin Yu, and none of them uttered a sound. Father, third brother was confused for a moment. Please take back your order. Crown Prince Qin Ming hurriedly advised. Gonlong is located in the northwestern part of the country. The aura is scarce and the environment is harsh. What's the difference between this and a dispatch? Retreat. Emperor Qin was mentally exhausted, did not pay attention to the prince's admonition. The court will continue. Will only make Qin Yu more heavenly. Anger is just. Third brother, you're confused. How can you talk nonsense above the court? The crown prince's face crumpled in anxiety. After Emperor Tian Yu left, the pressure on Qin Yu's body disappeared. Just go. Since no one in the divine dynasty believed in him, he might as well go to Gonlong to develop on his own. Don't worry, big brother. Third brother will make Gonlong prosperous and strong, Qin Yu said and ran away. He still had to go back to see if the seventh sister had brought back any ice attribute powerhouses from the Yuaning stage. The 8-year-old 8th prince's small mouth muttered, if third brother goes to the border, will I have no ice cream to eat? Crown Prince, big brother. I still have spirit stones. It's the New Year's money given by mother consort. I'll take them all to third brother. Can third brother not go? Qin Yu jogged all the way to the laboratory. What about going to Gainan? He wasn't worried at all. Instead he was happy to be at ease. In the capital of the country he still had to be subjected to others. When he went to Gonlong he was the little emperor. Qin Yu was not a local but from the blue planet, and in his previous life, he was famous. The reason for this was that he had earned a doctorate in physics at the age of 20 and was known as the second Akshay Venkatesh. Unfortunately, just when he was ready to devote himself to scientific research and wanted to enhance his reputation name through his products, not the name of a genius. Alas, don't mention it. It's all in the past, and it's crossed over anyway. Panel. Although he can't cultivate, it's good that he has a golden finger. Name Qin Yu. Cultivation, early foundation establishment 55 of 100. Dynasty luck value, 0 points. Technology made bicycles, looms, phonographs. Tip, the dynasty's chi luck value can be converted into cultivation. Hint, the identity of a prince can transform 10% of the value of chi, and the identity of a sealed king can transform 50%. The identity of a prince can be transformed by 80%. The emperor's identity is transformed by 100%. The original body's talent belonged to the lower middle level, but with the help of the divine dynasty's resources, he had also achieved the early stage of foundation establishment at an age of less than 20. Qin Yu possessed the memories of his predecessor, but he didn't know how to cultivate, especially what kind of secret techniques. For a blue star person who had never been exposed to it, it was simply incomprehensible. I don't know if Shao-Chi has found a Yuaning powerhouse yet, but the liquefaction of the aura can be a matter of I can make Gonlong prosperous and strong in a short period of time. Qin Yu took out his communication jade pendant. 7. Have you found anyone yet? The ice cream cake Sango is ready. The junk jade pendant was not convenient at all. Even if it couldn't communicate all the time, there was also a very high delay. It would take a while for the opposite side to receive the message sent from this side. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Yuer was just confused for a moment and was just babbling. Sent to Gonlong? How can Yuer get used to it? I'm also infuriated. Yuer put down his bold words above the courtroom. Earning 1 million extreme spirit stones a month, and 10 years to make the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, the most prosperous and wealthy divine dynasty in the eastern state. Isn't that hitting the 100 officials and me in the face? 1 million extreme spirit stone even I cannot come out. Feather child how to come out. Spirit veins dry up the decline of the imperial dynasty. The country from top to bottom are empty-handed. The people's fat and cream cannot be scraped out. Not to mention 10 years to make the divine dynasty #1 in the eastern prefecture. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty hasn't been able to become the strongest for tens of thousands of years, so how can he do it? The 9 spirit veins of the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty radiated across the country, and the impact of the spirit vein depletion was so great that all the dependent industries fell apart, and a large number of Divine Dynasty cultivators left. Qin Yu's birth mother was gifted with an outstanding face, and was the daughter of the Dacian Emperor and the Holy Virgin of the Eastern Wasteland. But unfortunately, because of his accident, the Qin Emperor has always felt guilty, and Qin Yu, as the legacy heir, has always been favored by the Qin Emperor. But now, it is also angry on the heart. Good at the critical moment sealed Qin Yu as the king of Gon, did not relegate to the common people? Even if Gonlong Baron as the king of a domain, will not live too bitter. 100,000 extreme spirit stones were nothing before the spirit veins were depleted. But 100,000 extreme spirit stones in the current divine dynasty were deadly. Fair also caused the 100 officials anger. If he stayed in the royal capital 100 officials will not be able to tolerate him. It would be better to send his factions sealed out. Ugh! With a sigh, Emperor Qin took a step from his chambers, and his figure had appeared above the imperial city. There was still a sliver of expectation left in his heart, hoping that Qin Yu was not talking nonsense, but really had a method. Emperor Qin's divine sense swept through the imperial capital and found an icy cold aura. What's 7 doing with Old Man Ice? Chapter 3, An Unannounced Visit by Emperor Qin. Ice Old Man Ice attribute Yuaning Stage Peak Cultivator. A strength is unfathomable. Is Shao-Chi's master. Long-term residence in the Tianyu Imperial City. No one knows the origin. Only know that all year round alone. Master hurry. Third brother is an acute person. He must be waiting impatiently. Shao-Chi pulled Old Man Ice and hurried towards the laboratory. The direction Shao-Chi went to is where Fair is. Could it be that Old Man Ice has something to do with Fair's nonsense? Emperor Qin's figure disappeared. Greetings to Emperor Qin. Old Man Ice was wearing a tattered hemp garment. His body was stooped like an old man in his 70s or 80s who was about to rot. Old Man Ice suddenly bowed his hand towards the void. Has father come? Why don't I see it? Shao-Chi looked around and found no sign of Emperor Qin. Farewell Old Man Ice. You're only one step away from the transformation god realm. Emperor Qin's voice came out and his figure suddenly appeared behind the duo. Father. Shao-Chi trotted over and pulled on Emperor Qin's arm to be pampered. I'm sorry for your majesty's concern. The old man has long ceased to care whether his cultivation is refined or not. Teaching little 7 well is considered to be the old man's only thought. Old Man Ice looked at Shao-Chi lovingly. The lively Shao-Chi made his life less bitter. 7. Are you getting ready to go to your third brother? Father, how did you know? 7 asked in amazement. He clearly hadn't said anything about it. Old Man Ice. I have something to explain to my daughter today. Your Majesty bids farewell. Old Man Ice left with a sense of humor. Master G. 7 was in a hurry. She still had to take her master to Sango. She hadn't gotten her ice cream cake yet. Qin Huang's face changed, and his face was almost the same as Old Man Ice's melancholic aura. Only his body was more upright. Father Emperor, what are you doing? Shao-Chi had both of her hands behind her back and looked at Emperor Qin curiously. I'll go with you to see Yuer, but don't reveal my identity. Emperor Qin instructed. Shao-Chi's nature is simple and lively. It is easy to talk out of turn. Shao-Chi muttered in her heart. What kind of medicine is in father's gourd that he wants to secretly visit third brother? Has third brother made some mistake? Qin Yu moved a small horse zipper and sat at the entrance of the laboratory. Looking blearily at the door, time was running out. In 3 days he would be going to Gonlong, but up to now he was still unsure of the temperature at which the aura liquefied. When it came to Gonlong, where would he find a peak ice elemental infant stage that also happened to be strong in the ice attribute? Third brother. 7's voice was already echoing in the corridor before the man appeared. You're finally here. 7th sister. Is this the ice attribute powerhouse you're looking for? Xinyu had not seen Old Man Ice before. Shao Qi nodded and squeezed his eyebrows at Xinyu. Xinyu was now preoccupied with knowing the exact temperature of the liquefaction of the aura. His mind was on Qin Huang, and he completely failed to notice Shao Qi's hints. Late generation Xinyu. I have met senior. Strength was honored in the Middle Element continent, and one still needed to respectfully address a senior to a top-level powerhouse in the Yuaning realm, not to mention the fact that it's still a request. What is the third prince's business? Shao Qi hastily dragged the old man over to me. Senior, come with me. You'll know soon. Qin Yu led Qin Huang into the laboratory. Although Emperor Qin had heard about it for a long time, it was still the first time he had entered Qin Yu's laboratory, and in his opinion, Qin Yu was just playing around with some strange skills and tricks, and was not yet worthy of his attention. Inside the lab, all kinds of artifacts that Emperor Qin had never seen before, glazed covers that emitted a strong light, and flat, smooth metal. Qin Huang took his hand on it and pinched it. A sense of coldness came out. The toughness and hardness of the metal was good. It was only stronger but not weaker than the standardized weapons used by the generals in the Qi practicing stage nowadays. Only that there were no engraved spell patterns. Third Prince, I heard that you put down your boasts today above the courtroom that you would earn 1 million extreme spirit stones within a month and make the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty the #1 in the Eastern State within 10 years? Senior is well informed. Yet there is this matter. Qin Yu did not avoiding it. Today all the 100 officials are present in the courtroom. It is impossible to keep the news. And the peak of the Yuaning stage is considered a strong person in the Sky Feather God. So it is not surprising that he knows about it. 1 million extreme spirit stones is not a small amount. And the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty hasn't been #1 in the Eastern continent even for tens of thousands of years. The third prince is exaggerating a bit. Senior didn't exaggerate. 1 million extreme goods is only 1 million extreme goods. If I want to earn 10 million extreme spirit stones in January, it's only a snap of my fingers. As for being #1 in the Eastern continent, Senior is also confident. Third prince has such a big mouth. The old man would like to see how you earn so many spirit stones as well as being #1 in the Eastern state. Qin Yu waved his hand. Senior will just wait and see. Okay, I'm not going to listen to you bragging about what today is about. Qin Yu pointed at the metal hut in front of him and said, Senior, can you exert your ice attribute secret technique with all your might to lower the temperature inside the house? There is also a temperature monitor next to the house. This is why. Emperor Qin was puzzled. Could this be the bottom line of his bold statement? It's inconvenient to tell you that it's a matter of confidentiality, so I'm sorry to trouble you. Senior, Qin Yu placed the collected high concentration of aura inside the small room. Emperor Qin frowned, not knowing what Qin Yu really wanted to do, but nevertheless decided to cooperate with him to complete the play. Although Qin Huang wasn't majoring in ice attribute, but with his peak transformation spirit stage strength, he wouldn't be inferior to Old Man Ice in performing ice attribute feats. Emperor Qin's breath shook as a terrifying cold aura emanated from his body, and a silky cold aura quickly appeared in the small room. Qin Yu stared at the temperature gauge dead on. Emperor Qin merely shook down his breath and the temperature dropped to -60 degrees. There's drama. Qin Yu looked at the temperature gauge excitedly. With Emperor Qin's outburst, the air in the room rapidly became lower, and ice slag formed on top of the walls. Across the hut, Qin Yu have felt a chill coming out. The temperature gauge has come to 100 degrees below zero. Elder, give it more power. The temperature isn't cold enough. Qin Yu spoke through the small hole. This is not enough? Any cultivator below Jindan at this temperature could instantly freeze into an ice sculpture. Emperor Qin became more and more curious about what Qin Yu wanted to do. 1,000 miles of ice. Emperor Qin burst out, ready to strike with all his might. He just didn't know if this small house could resist him. A large amount of terrifying cold aura appeared, and Emperor Qin's hair froze into strands of ice. Qin Yu looked at the temperature gauge excitedly. It was 145, 146, 148 below zero. Overlapping with the temperature he thought it would be. The walls of the small room were now freezing cold. Qin Yu looked at the ground through the small hole. There were hints of liquid flowing on the ground. Qin Yu was so excited that he wanted to scream. Emperor Qin kept exploding, almost to his limit. Solidify. Quickly solidify. Qin Yu stared dead at the spiritual liquid on the ground. Finally the spirit liquid on the ground began to solidify, and soon became a white crystal. It's done. Qin Yu jumped up violently and let out a loud laugh, excitedly tapping the table. Qin Yu looked towards the temperature gauge -160 degrees. Qin Yu brought a black sarong to cover the temperature gauge. This is a core secret. Even if Shao Qi called it in, it cannot be trusted. Senior's row. Emperor Qin gasped for air, going all out for the first time since he took charge of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty 18 years ago. Can Senior help me bring out the small white particles on the ground? The temperature inside had yet to drop. Qin Yu might become an ice sculpture in a few seconds if he went in now. There were quite a few small particles on the ground. Qin Huang picked up the white particles and said in surprise, "This is a spirit stone? Why would there be spirit stones?" He could be sure that the ground was empty when he came in, and there were definitely no spirit stone particles. Qin Huang's eyes suddenly widened, his heart shook tremendously. Could it be that you knew how to make spirit stones? Sky feather spirit vein depletion. In a few years will be degraded into the mortal land. The collapse of the divine dynasty is inevitable. The cultivator cultivation needs spiritual qi. Without spiritual qi there will be no cultivator. Emperor Qin could not hide his joy, and was forced to suppress it again. His current identity was Old Man Ice. Nope. Emperor Qin's emotions suddenly sank. His cultivation at the peak of the transformation god stage had only produced a few spirit stone pellets with his full strength. It's not working. Chapter 4, Hot and Cold Life. Disappointment flowed from Emperor Qin's eyes, and the remaining glimmer of hope in his heart was dashed. Many thanks, Senior. What happened today is something that Senior owes Senior a favor that will be repaid in the coming day. Qin Yu's eyebrows were filled with excitement as he cupped his fists to Qin Huang. Qin Huang nodded, depressed, and laughed glumly. The upright figure became stooped, as if it was the same as the Old Man of Ice. What the hell? Qin Yu realized that Old Man Ice's eyes were bleak, just like an old man who had lost hope. Could it be that this had hollowed him out? Third brother, my ice cream cake. 7 licked her tongue. Mindless. All she knew was that the mission was complete and she could eat ice cream cake. It's inside my room. Go get it yourself. Qin Yu affectionately touched Xiao Qi's head. It would be hard to see it in the future. 7 ran out with joy. Ice cream cake was one of his favorites and iced milk tea he loved to drink. Within 3 days, he needed to leave the imperial city to travel to Ganlong, which was said to be a punishment was actually no different from being a vassal. Just a barren area. Qin Yu's eyes were gloomy. His predecessor's cultivation went off the rails. He crossed over, and his father, mother, and the crown prince, and the other imperial princesses were all around him. He likes this royal family with feelings, but unfortunately, the spiritual veins are drying up and the divine dynasty will fall. So he would have liked to use what he learned to restore the divine dynasty, but the upfront investment is too great for the already declining divine dynasty to come up with. Coupled with old-fashioned ideas, 100 officials blocked it. In the view of the 100 officials, researching something that didn't enhance combat was no different from a strange skill. It was not as important as building a few magic weapons to enhance their strength. No one in the whole dynasty supports it. Only the minister of the household is good at fooling around. Unfortunately, in his thoughts, Qin Yu returned to the mansion. His Highness has returned. The guards at the gate joyfully shouted into the mansion. Soon, the 2 maids ran out joyfully. Your Highness, the 7th princess just went inside your room again to get some delicious food. Xiar, I'm leaving the imperial city. Qin Yu spoke in a low tone. Although he was the 2nd emperor when he went to Ganlong, there was still some reluctance after living here for so long. Wherever your Highness goes, we will go. Half-Summer and Yuzhu said without hesitation. They had decided to follow His Highness forever from the day they were rescued by Qin Yu. Since half a year ago, Qin Yu also often researched some strange and weird food to share with the maids and guards in the mansion. Without the lofty stance of the prince, even the salaries of the guards and maids have been raised by a lot. His character had long been unanimously recognized by the underlings in the mansion. Xiar, you go and tell the people in the mansion that you will set off for Ganlong in 3 days. Those who are willing to go with me are welcome. If not, I will ask father to transfer them to other post places. Today everyone is off for the day, so let them go home. Ganon is remote, and it will be difficult to return from this trip. Once he agrees to continue to follow him, it will mean leaving his home. He knew the pain of being uprooted from his home and away from his family and friends, so he wasn't willing to force himself on the maids and guards inside the mansion. Ganon? That was the most barren place in the heavenly feathered divine dynasty, with a thin aura of yellow sand. Why does your Highness suddenly want to go to Ganlong? Chief of Guards Chen Wen and Deputy Chief of Guards Li Wenhao were surprised at the same time. I don't know. No matter where, as long as your Highness goes, Yuzhu will follow. Please also ask Servant Chen to inform the guards under you. Yuzhu and Hafsia did not ask the reason. In their hearts, as long as His Highness was there, home was there. The guards and maids in the mansion were unusually surprised when they heard the news that the 3rd prince was favored all over the dynasty. Confused you are. What has gone long, don't you know? His Highness the 3rd prince has treated me well. I would like to follow him. Chen Wen's eyes were firm, and after explaining to the 500 guards under his hand, he returned home. Your father still has some weight in the court, and with the 3rd prince gone, it's just as likely that he'll be able to give you some kind of good assignment. The 3rd prince has fallen out of favor and is no longer the former 3rd prince. Mother Chen advised bitterly that the former 3rd prince was highly favored by Emperor Qin, but the 3rd prince after the great dynasty was sent to Ganlong and was no longer a good lord. Mother, my mind is made up. After Chen Wen knelt and bowed, he got up and left. He could not leave his post for too long as the head guard of the imperial prince's residence. Confused you? Mother Chen's exasperated voice echoed in his ears, but Chen Wen's gaze was firm. He believed that the third prince would never stop at Ganlong. Squire. At the entrance of the third prince's residence, the 800 guards were divided into two pairs. One pair of about 500 people, and the other pair of about 300 people, had already been waiting for Chen Wen for a long time. Chen Wen didn't ask any questions, but only spoke faintly. Those who are willing to follow His Highness, follow me into the mansion. The third prince had not been mean to everyone, and he believed that not everyone would be ungrateful. A square of 500 people followed behind Chen Wen without a word. Servantly, are we really not going? Silly you. What is Ganon? Don't you know? Ganlong's aura is thin. How are you going to cultivate? Do you expect the third prince to send you spirit stones? The divine dynasty is in decline that there are still spirit stones, coupled with the fact that the third prince has angered His Majesty because of the incident of the great dynasty meeting, causing His Majesty to be angered by the dislike of the 100 officials. Naturally there will not be any help from the divine dynasty. Wealthy couple Dharma land. Wealth comes first. With enough resources, a pig can also cultivate with success. Following the third prince is to cut off one's own future. Some people in the group wavered, and when they heard Li Wenhao's words, they immediately decided not to follow the third prince. A group of maids surrounded Hafsia Yuzu. Sister Xiaer, Sister Yuer, we are all willing to follow His Highness the third prince. 3 days later, dozens of wagons on wagons loaded with goods, hundreds of soldiers, and a group of maids and maids packed their bags. There were loved ones on the side of the road saying goodbye. Brainless thing, go to Ganon and don't come back. Many soldiers were chastised by their parents at home as to why they were dead set on following an unpopular prince to Ganlong. Can be in the prince's residence as a guard. Family more or less have some relationship. Find a messenger is not difficult. What's more, the strength of the third prince guards are not weak. Basically a clear color of the foundation stage guards. Chen Wen is the existence of the Jindan stage. The 100 officials were on both sides of the street, coldly looking at Qin Yu, and none of them made a sound. A guy who cheated the treasury and wasn't relegated to the common people is already a royal favor. These days the secretary of the Ministry of the Household was also impeached by Wei Zhang. Actually gullible 3 prince. Lost his hat not to mention was taken down the prison. Cannot live out is still a matter of opinion. After 3 days of fermentation, the people of the imperial city also knew what the third prince had done and stood on both sides of the street. With the wagon going, a royal prince is actually traveling in a carriage and doesn't even have a flying boat. Many officials sneered. See, I wasn't wrong. The third prince actually went out on a carriage. What other resources are there for us to cultivate when we go to Ganlong? Li Wenhao said to the 300 soldiers around him. It's still Director Li who has foresight. A group of soldiers patted their asses. If this were to go to Ganlong, with no aura and no spiritual weapons, it would only be difficult to advance in cultivation by an inch. Thief. Curses continued to ring out as the carriage traveled to the center of the people. The divine dynasty is in decline, surrounded by foreign enemies, and there are actually national traitors. 100,000 extreme spirit stones was astronomical in the eyes of the people, and the larger the number the greater their anger. Go to hell. All sorts of rotten eggs and rotten cabbages flew at Qin Yu's carriage from all directions. Even the guards and maids were not spared, and in their eyes the group were also accomplices in the abuse. Wei Zhang coldly watched this scene. Impeachment of a prince. His Qingliu's name will be unshakable, and he will be famous for 1,000 years. The crown prince and a group of royal princes and sons were being rushed into a frenzy within the palace. Big brother, why doesn't father let us go to see off third brother? Could it be that bloodline brothers? We are not even qualified to go and give them a lift. They also know that Qin Yu cheated the treasury, which is a great crime, but as blood brothers, they should go to see the last side. 7 was teary-eyed, tears welling up in her eyes. Sango hadn't even told her that he was going to Ganon. The 8th prince, who was only 8 years old, patted Shao Qi's shoulder. 7th imperial sister, will he come back? 3rd brother? Over the imperial city. Emperor Qin shook his head. Cheating the treasury is a big crime, or at this time when the treasury is empty, the 100 officials and people cannot tolerate him. Your Highness, this group of unruly people are also too licentious, Halfsummer said with dissatisfaction. The outside of the carriage was stained with rotten eggs, and the stench spread inside the carriage. Never mind. Only a patriotic citizen would be hostile to me, proving that he still has the heavenly feathered divine dynasty in his heart. Qin Yu had remembered a person. Someone called him a traitor. He did not anger but smiled, because he felt that the next generation will no longer be a slavish person. When he returned to the imperial city again, he wanted the people to line the streets and all the officials to welcome him. We believe that your highness is never one of those who defraud the treasury. Qin Yu is a little embarrassed. Indeed, It is considered to be from where the minister of the household. He made some gadgets. Fooled the minister of the household. I feel sorry for the minister of the household. And I don't know how he's doing. The minister of the household is not weak. But it is a pity that the brain is too simple. I hope he will not blame me. Your Highness is traveling a long way. The trip will take more than 2 months. You have suffered. No matter. We are all cultivators, not ordinary people. This distance is nothing. Qin Yu waved his hand. Not caring. The Foundation can already fly with a sword. It's just that it's a long way to travel. The Foundation's range is not enough, as well as too much luggage. After leaving the Imperial City, Qin Yu instructed Chen Wen, clean up the eggs, rotten vegetable leaves on the carriage. The Emperor cannot be covered with fishy odor, but the face of them also have no way to fight back. Can only let the people send some dissatisfaction. How is the process of relocating industries around the world going? Your Highness, the workshops have been instructed to travel to Ganlong 3 days ago, and should be ready to go straight into service by the time we arrive. The third prince has coveted 100,000 extreme spirit stones. If we rob him and go far away, it will be enough to support the 3 of us to cultivate to the god transformation stage. So when the time comes, why would we be afraid of the colorful monks of the Wanshi temple? Chapter 5, Robbery. In that case, Auntie will immediately go and chop up that third prince. As the eldest of the 3 spoke, the pair of jades on his chest shook violently, making it impossible to open his eyes. Big sister, don't be in a hurry. This place is too close to the Imperial City. Wait until we are far away from the Imperial City before making a move. At the foot of the Imperial City, if they made a move, Emperor Qin, who was at the peak of the transformation god, would appear in an instant to take their lives. Oh, well then, listen to the second sister. Big sister can be so stupid. She doesn't even understand such a simple truth. Snap. Big sister slapped Lao San on the head. Third sister, bold enough to dare to laugh at big sister. Big sister, I was wrong. The oldest rubbed his head and muttered. Just know how to bully the smallest with the biggest. Qin Yu glanced back. The divine dynasty was in decline, but the Imperial City was still crowded and prosperous as a dream. Some people were paper drunk in it. Get lost. What are you still looking at? Thief of the country, you won't come back for the rest of your life. A large group of people rushed out from the Imperial City. Go, 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 Qin Yu hurriedly urged. The carriage had just been cleaned, but it could not be left to smell fishy everywhere again. These people are also too reckless. After watching the pursuing people being left behind, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, we should teach these unruly people a lesson. Qin Yu was also infuriated and thought that he should teach them a lesson. Didn't you just spend 100,000 extreme spirit stones? How dare you chuck me 10 miles? A bunch of unruly people. Sooner or later, you will regret what you have done today. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was at the bottom of the list in the eastern state, with only 99 domains. But each domain was larger in area than the Blue Star in his previous life. The horse pulling the cart was an inferior blood dragon horse, not fast enough to travel only 4,000 kilometers per day. This trip to the Ganlong domain would require crossing the Weaving Star domain, a distance of 240,000 kilometers, and would take 2 months for a single foot journey. Your Highness, we have already left the Qin Emperor domain and entered the boundaries of the Star Weaving domain, arriving at Flourishing Star City in an hour, Chen Wen said as he arched his hand outside the carriage. Aha! Qin Yu stretched his back. A beautiful sleep made him feel refreshed. Your Highness, you slept for 3 days since you got on the bus. Half Summer and Yuzhu covered their mouths. They hadn't seen one who could sleep so well. What do you guys know? This Highness has been researching day and night for the past half a year, but it has exhausted me and I need to take a good rest. Half Summer and Yuzhu were dressed in purple tulle. Their delicate figures were concave and convex, and their fronts were even more layered, and their skin was as fair as sheep's fat jade. Previously, he had been so focused on solving the spirit stone crisis that he hadn't paid attention to the pretty girl beside him. Sin. Half Summer Yuzu was only 15 or 16 years old. How could she have such thoughts? Qin Yu shook his head. He was too much of a no-no. Purple sure does rhyme. Xiar, you or follow me off the bus for a walk. Carriage in the official road above the gallop. The official road width of 16 meters 4 lanes. The good thing is that long-term maintenance of even dirt roads. The road surface is also very smooth. Few mud pits appear. You can do it. This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Qin Emperor domain. 2 hours ago we would have already left on the Flourishing Star City teleportation array. Teleportation arrays were expensive and very few cultivators used them. But as long as they grabbed Qin Yu's 100,000 extreme spirit stones, it didn't matter if they spent a little. Good. Auntie has wanted to do it for a long time now. These damned royal children wantonly squandering spirit stones. They really deserve to die. Qin Yu stepped out of the carriage. It was the first time he had stepped out of the Qin Emperor domain, even if he had no impression of the outer regions in his memory. So many spirit fields, what a beautiful scenery. Half-Summer and Yuju looked at the spiritual fields on both sides of the official road with glowing eyes. They had not seen spiritual fields since they grew up in the palace. The breeze was blowing, the tool was close to the body, and there was a hidden scenery blowing up. Shinyu nodded. The scenery was indeed good. It's all that's left of the landscape. All wheat and no grain. Just fodder. A teenager stood up from the spirit field's field canopies, his eyes bitter and helpless. How come it grows seedlings and not valleys? Half Moon asked curiously. Because there is no aura. The teenager's tone was sad in its helplessness. How do you call it? It was the first time Yu had met a valley farmer from the immortal cultivation realm, and he could see from the teenager's eyes his deep love for the spiritual fields. Tang Lin of the Tang clan of prosperous Star City. The teenager arched his hand. Yu was dressed in fancy clothes, and he couldn't see through the strength of the hundreds of guards around him, so he should be the son of some big family, and Tang Lin didn't dare to be slow. Yu looked confused. It's just a small family. It's normal for the male to have never heard of it. The young man was the heir of a small immortal cultivation family in prosperous Star City, and the family's main source of income was the spiritual field near the spiritual vein. But nowadays, they don't bear grain, so they have to cut seedlings for material. If we don't produce any more valleys in 3 months, we'll have to cut and plant mortal valleys, and by then it's only a matter of time before our Tang family degenerates into a mortal family. Maybe leave the heavenly feathered divine dynasty and go to another country to start over. The teenager was sad. It was rare to bump into a fellow outsider, and took Yu as an object of confidences. I grew up in prosperous Star City, inside the spirit field. I can't bear to leave. I don't want to become a backwoods person. And this was just a microcosm of the state of the heavenly feather imperial dynasty. The farther away from the Qin emperor domain, the thinner the aura became. Ugh. A group of soldiers lamented that they had been living deep in the palace for a long time and were not able to directly experience the effects of the drying up of the spiritual veins on the people of the world. Spirit vein depletion. I'm sure there will be a solution. Yu smiled and said, why be so pessimistic? Emperor Qin is wise and valiant, and still in his prime will not sit back and wait for death. Saying this makes me angry. A few days ago there was news from the court that the third prince had squandered 100,000 extreme spirit stones in his greed. The teenager was extremely resentful, muttering at the corner of his mouth. Even the prince is a thief. Can this emperor still be trusted? Ahem. Yu coughed twice in embarrassment. I've heard that your highness, the third prince, that it was to solve the spirit vein crisis that he borrowed the national treasury's spirit stones for his research. Yu felt that he still had to right himself. Chenwen was furious and ready to teach this unruly person a lesson. The world is foolish. How can they know that His Royal Highness the third prince's ambition of the swan? Yu raised his hand. Gesture Chenwen not to be impulsive. It was perfectly normal for the people to curse the court when their lives were not as good as they wanted, and he used to do so occasionally. Poof. The young Tang Lin was a bit uptight and didn't care about Yu's identity. Solving the spirit vein problem. He's a waste of a prince. Can he solve the problems plaguing the entire divine dynasty? Squandering 100,000 extreme spirit stones and not having anything substantial up to now is clearly an opportunity to make money and cheat the treasury. As a prince, enjoying endless resources, yet he's only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and I've heard that before he was even a teenager. The third prince was hanging out in the land of fireworks. Ahem. Yu coughed a few more times. The point was that he had no way to refute it yet, because it was all true. These were all half a year ago. The third prince hasn't gone flower hunting for half a year. Half-Summer Jade Bamboo crossed her arms and retorted. Half a year ago when they were saved by the third prince, they hadn't seen Yu go to the land of fireworks. Only 2 points between the laboratory and the mansion. Who knows if I played too much and hurt my body? Tang Lin shook his head and said, the third prince is a thief the whole world knows. You'd better not explain. Right. Third prince. Chapter 6 Robbery becomes a job. The 3 Jindan realm female cultivators, descending from the sky, stared at Yu with deep affection, as if they had seen a supreme treasure, their eyes almost drawn. The woman on the right side of the dress boldly, revealing a large white gully, wearing a short skirt just above the hip, black light hidden. The woman in the center, wearing a long plain dress that reached to her calves, was gentle and dignified looking. One person on the left side was sweet looking, as if she was a girl next door, but her chest was majestic, like a peak rising from the ground. Chenwen was like an enemy. He was only in the middle Jindan stage, and each of the 3 realms opposite him was above him. What a person! Chenwen swallowed his saliva and drew his top-grade spiritual artifact, the green rainbow sword, to guard in front of Yu. Weapon grades were categorized into magic weapon, spirit weapon, treasure weapon, holy weapon, immortal weapon, and emperor weapon. and each grade was further divided into lower, middle, and upper extreme grades. Hundreds of Foundation establishment guards, all of them holding top-grade magic weapons silver light swords surrounded Chinyu. Tang Lin's face pulled. He was the third prince? It's over. It's over. I just called him a punk and said he stole from the treasury. Tang Lin was so flustered that his entire body shook. Chinyu was not something he could mess with even if he was relegated to Gonlong. The world's spirit veins have collapsed. The divine dynasty's cultivators can't make ends meet, and countless people have been forced to leave their homes. But you're coveting the divine dynasty's spirit stones. So today, our three sisters are going to find you to ask for a statement on behalf of the people of the world, worthy of being the second sister. You can talk about robbery in a refreshing way. Ha ha. Chinyu smiled calmly. Don't be nervous. They're looking for the third prince. I'm not the third prince. I'm the eighth prince. Tang Lin's trembling body stopped, patted his chest, and let out a long breath. Fortunately, put your fart. We've been following you since the Imperial City. It's true that you're a waste. You don't even dare to recognize your identity. The short-skirted woman sneered. He couldn't look at this kind of man the most. Ha ha. Well, I'm the third prince. I can't believe that I can actually have the three of you follow me all the way. It's truly an honor for my highness. Tang Lin put down the heart, and then accelerated. Really offended the third prince. I am dead. Cut the crap. We're not here to be your guards. Robbery. Hand over all the spirit stones you've been coveting. The short-skirted woman was straightforward in nature and didn't want to beat around the bush and waste time. That's right. Quickly hand over all the spirit stones. The female cultivator with gully breasts clenched her fists and said, Do it. The plain-clothed woman said in a cold voice. Having already made her move, she was going to have to fight a quick battle. Protect your highness. Beacon tipping. The short-skirted woman droned, and several fire palms of more than 10 meters in size appeared around her. The palm of fire descended from the sky, covering Chinyu in it as a terrifying hilarity swept through, and the wheat in the spiritual field burned. It's peak Jindan. Protect your highness. Your highness. I've already notified Flourishing Star City. Let's head inside the city. Shenwen was panicked in his heart, but his face was calm and collected. Attacking the Imperial Prince. That's a great offense for all 9 clans. Humph. Let's talk about it when we can be found. The plain-clothed woman snorted coldly, the terrifying aura of a late Jindan stage emanating. The Great Wall of Sword Chi. Shenwen drew out his top-grade spirit weapon, the green rainbow sword, and swung it out. Sword Chi surging wildly to form a wall of Chi. Boom. More than a dozen meters of firepalm and the sword Chi collided together. The firepalm exploded in all directions, and the spattered flames landed on top of the valley sapling and ignited a blazing fire. So strong, worthy of being at the peak of Jindan. Shenwen sighed darkly. He was known as the Chen family's once-in-a-century sword Dao pride, and even had the top-grade spiritual weapon Qinghong sword to add to it. But he still couldn't cut through the fire palm. Your highness, are you alright? Half-summering Yuju blocked in front of Qin Yu's person with a human wall. I'm fine. Humph. I'm sure there's a lot of greed in ink. Actually, even one of the guards is using a top-grade spirit weapon. He, a Jindan perfection, was only using a mid-grade spirit weapon, the Imperial Fire Silk Sleeve. The short-skirted woman raised her hand again, and the huge palm of fire condensed once again. The spirit stone today he was bound to win. With 100,000 extreme spirit stones, only then would there be a chance to seek revenge on the joyful temple. Terrifying flames filled the air. The heat scorched the earth, and the guards were sweating profusely, but none of them flinched. Wait, I'll give you the spirit stones. Chinyu spoke out to stop it. With just one person striking out and presenting an overwhelming advantage, and 2 women watching from the side, they had no chance of winning. Your highness, the last general is still here and will never let them succeed. Shenwen said hurriedly. There's no need. It's just spirit stones. So what if I give it to them? This highness doesn't lack spirit stones. What a big mouth. The fire palm dispersed. They were only aiming to rob, not hurt anyone. Robbing the third prince might get them wanted. Killing him would only attract the divine dynasty. Here, Shinyu threw out his storage ring. Count on you to be quick. The short-skirted woman caught the storage ring with one hand. Second sister. Third sister. The spirit stones have arrived. Shenwen felt guilty, as a guard, but watched his highness being robbed of his storage ring. It's just a few hundred spirit stones. No need to blame yourself. Shinyu patted Shenwen on the shoulder. Hundreds of dollars? Isn't it 100,000 spirit stones? Shenwen froze for a moment. Bastard. You dare to trick me. The short-skirted woman was furious, and the temperature in the air began to rise. Actually lying to us? You bastard. The girl next door, too, crossed her arms ready to teach Chinyu a lesson. Nonsense. Where did his highness lie to you? There are only a few hundred spirit stones inside the storage ring, and you're still saying that you're not lying to us. The short-skirted woman threw back the storage ring as soon as she could. A total of a few hundred pieces. Still all of them were of low to medium quality. Your Highness, be careful. Raging women were the most terrifying. Chenwen had seen it countless times at home. His old man was scared to death at all times. I've spent all the spirit stones. This is the only one left, Xinyu said with a sincere face. Could it be that if you have spirit stones you would keep them and not spend them? The short-skirted woman's anger faded. It's fine. Put away the spirit weapon. I'll talk to them. Xinyu signaled Chenwen that there was no hurry. Yes, Your Highness. And even if I didn't spend it, the Divine Dynasty won't let me swallow this 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Xinyu waved his hand. Even if my father is willing, the 100 officials won't agree. Second sister. Is that right? Second sister. Then we have labored in vain. The plainclothed woman's expression was ugly. Being pushed too hard by the monks of the Wanshi temple during this period of time had caused her thinking to deviate. Robbing the emperor? This time the heavenly feathered Divine Dynasty couldn't stay, and there were no funds to go far away from home. Xinyu laughed. Riding the tiger. Right, old sister. Spirit stones are actually the easiest thing to get, so why bother robbing? Follow this Highness and you'll have endless amounts of spirit stones to spend. Humph. What are you bragging about? You don't even have a chance to cheat spirit stones without being in the Imperial Dynasty. That's right. Men only cheat and brag. The little sister next door's boobs jiggled. A stark contrast to her tiny body. Fine branches bear fruit. What fine branch? The girl next door asked exasperatedly when she heard Xinyu mutter. Nothing. No more nonsense with him. We need to leave the Skyfeather Imperial Dynasty quickly. The plainclothed woman said anxiously. Robbing a prince was a felony. Wait a minute. Aren't the three of you just begging for spirit stones? I have plenty of them. As long as you give me your effectiveness, I'll compensate you 10 times the equivalent pay. You're a pauper. Where would you have spirit stones for us? The girl next door had a disbelieving face. Not now, but in a month's time I will. The three of them left without saying a word, and a month later they would have been caught, only to become human Dan. I can make a heavenly oath. Ganlong was remote and the folk were simple. So many people who had committed great crimes fled Ganlong, and it was safer to have a few powerful guards around. Soldiers of the Jindan realm at the border. 1,000 lower spirit stones at the early stage, 2,000 at the middle stage, 4,000 at the late stage, and 8,000 at the peak, converted to extreme spirit stones as 1, 2, 4, and 8. How about I give you $80 a month for the woman in the short skirt and $40 a month for the other two? Chapter 7 Star City. Really? 80 extreme spirit stones, that's 960 a year, which is a lot of income for the Jindan stage. A gentleman's word is his bond. But where did you get the spirit stones? It can't be that you want to seize the opportunity to take revenge on us, the plainclothed woman said warily. Of course not. If I can't pay the spirit stones after January, you guys can leave on your own, and I'll pretend that today's matter never happened. 10 times the amount of spirit stones. All three were a bit moved. I may make an oath of the heavenly Tao. Xinyu raised his hand and said, after you make the oath, the three of us sisters will follow you. But in the future, we shall have the right to leave at any time. And you shall not restrict our freedom, the plainclothed woman said cautiously. Of course, I'm always democratic. Xinyu raised his hand and stood down as a meditative sensation set up. So this is the heavenly oath. Much more useful than signing a contract. All right, all of you, put your weapons away. You're on your own now. Chenwen is like a dream. Just now was the enemy how to become their own people. A group of guards looked at the three. The three were stunningly beautiful. It could be said that they each had their own style, and many of the guards secretly rejoiced that they were blessed on the road. That's not right, second sister. We came here to rob. Now how did we turn into a part-time job? The little sister next door had an afterthought. That's right, we're here to rob. The short-skirted woman didn't like to listen to others, but once she thought about the 80 extreme spirit stones per month, she suppressed the idea. He's a royal son. Follow him and that group of monks will have something to worry about, the plain-clothed woman murmured. Half-summer Yuzu looked at the three, rising a sense of crisis. The three are either small and delicate, or mature and stable, or sexy and hot. On the contrary, the two of them, humph. It's a blessing you've cultivated in several lifetimes to be able to follow His Highness. Half-summer snorted coldly, with a flavor of declaring sovereignty. Siar, we are all on our own. Be polite. I still don't know how to address the three of you. Mujo Ton. The short-skirted woman was the first to speak. Fan Baden. Shasta. Chinyu after three people explained. Also no sexy hot as the big sister is Wood Botong. Mature and stable as the second sister Fong Bao Ting. Neighboring little sister old 3 Xia C-Suite. Gao Lucheng, the lord of flourishing Star City, was speeding at a height of 10, 000 meters when he received a transmission from Chen Wen 10 minutes ago, saying that someone was trying to kill the third prince. Although he couldn't look at this corrupt third prince, he was still a prince, and once he died in the region of prosperous Star City, this little life of his would come to an end. The aura of the early Yuaning stage was undisguised, and the ground demonic beasts all prostrated themselves on the ground, fearing that they would be noticed by the Yuaning stage powerhouse. The flames are sky high. Oops. I'm flourishing Star City Lord Gao Licheng. If you dare to injure the third prince, this city lord will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Gao Licheng's voice carried tens of kilometers in the sky, like the roar of a fighter jet resounding through the clouds. Tang Lin was trembling, not for fear of death but for fear of implicating the Tang family. Looking at the spirit rice land that was ablaze, Qin Yu called Tang Lin. Tang Lin heard Qin Yu call himself, so frightened that he fluttered and knelt on the ground. Third prince, forgive me. The little people have eyes and do not recognize him to Tai. Just ghostly nonsense. What you're saying is the truth. So what's the offense? I did take 100,000 extreme spirit stones, and I haven't helped the divine dynasty yet. Chen Wen picked up Tang Lin at Qin Yu's gesture. The burning of the spirit seedling is due to me, but the spirit seedling can't knit a grain. So if it burns, so I won't compensate you. But this highness is giving you a chance. I can see that you like to grow spirit rice. I'm going to set up a spirit rice cultivation base in Ganlong. You can come to me anytime. A spiritual rice cultivation base? That's something. There was also the fact that Ganlong's aura was thin, making it fundamentally unsuitable for growing spiritual rice. But Tang Lin didn't dare to say these words. Boom! The high-altitude speeding high city lord slammed into the ground with a bang, and a large crater appeared on the ground as sand and dirt flew. Greetings to His Highness the Third Prince. I was unable to arrive in time, so Your Highness has been frightened. The micro-minister will immediately go after the outlaw and will surely thwart him. High City Lord gritted his teeth and said. Fong Baoting looked at Qin Yu nervously. The Yuaning stage was going to deal with them. None of the three could escape. Mu Shouton Xia Si Tian was in a relaxed mood. They were now followers of the third prince. This city lord should not dare to make a move against them. It's just a misunderstanding. It's getting late, enter the city as early as possible. Qin Yu played a sloppy game and snubbed the matter. Yes, Your Highness. Since Qin Yu had said that it was a misunderstanding, he naturally had no reason to look deeper. This was his way of being a minister. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Your Highness, please. Gao Licheng led the way in front, acting as Qin Yu's escort. Bring him along as well. Qin Yu pointed at Tang Lin. Twilight falls, a dark curtain hangs, and stars twinkle in the darkness. It was dark when they entered the prosperous city. There was no curfew in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Star City's nightlights are bright, quite a human fireworks gas, although not as good as the Imperial City, can be in the Weaving Star domain. Prosperity can enter the top 3. Lord Gao's explosive shout spread over tens of kilometers, and the people of the city knew that the third prince had arrived in prosperous Star City. Both sides of the street were filled with people. No one saluted, just looked at the traveling caravan with expressionless faces. The vermilion door stinks of wine and meat. The road has frozen bones. How many teenagers are unable to cultivate because they don't have spirit stones to fulfill their dreams of longevity? Yet some people squander them lavishly. The voice pierced through the carriage and reached everyone's ears. The Divine Dynasty was vast, with 99 domains and tens of billions of subjects. There weren't a lot of gifted teenagers and young girls, but unfortunately, resources were limited. Your Highness, Half Summer's jade feet looked at Qin Yu, wanting to comfort him. Having been subjected to a lot of cynicism along the way, how many people can withstand this kind of aggravation? It's okay. The three sisters looked at the angry people, and immediately had an immediate feeling of a pearl in the sky, but they had already gotten on the pirate ship, so they could only take one step and see what would happen. My son has medium talent, and his dream since childhood was to join the Skyfeather Army and serve the Divine Dynasty, but a year ago the Skyfeather Army said that it had limited resources and was unable to train them. I haven't seen my son smile in a year before. I won't say anything. The Divine Dynasty is difficult and I understand that, but I can't understand 100,000 extreme spirit stones being stolen by a royal prince. Whether or not his son enrolls in the Heavenly Feather Army is none of my highness's business. Half Summer huffed and was about to go out. Don't make a sound and just pass. Qin Yu stopped Hafsia. Yuju fetched dessert. Your Highness, have some dessert. As far as Qin Yu knew, medium talent was considered good in 5 years, and could completely enter the Skyfeather Army. But it was a pity that the resources of the Divine Dynasty had shrunk tenfold, and the corresponding recruitment of the Skyfeather Army had also sharply decreased. You can go to other small sect powers and cultivate as well. Hafsia was puzzled. Qin Yu shook his head. The spirit vein rippled across the country, all without exception, all needing to scrimp and save. The people didn't make any noise. they just quietly watched the carriage leave. And every now and then someone recounted their story. We won't stay overnight in the city, so we'll travel overnight and arrive at Ganlong as soon as possible, Xinyu said in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness, Shenwen informed the front line to cross the city without leaving. Your Highness, the dinner has been prepared, Gao Lichang whispered outside the carriage. No, this is a long way to Ganlong, so I'll be traveling all night. Your Highness, but are these people disturbing your mood? I will immediately blow this group of people away. Xinyu blocked the High City Lord. The caravan left Prosperity City under the indifference of the people. Your Highness, the last general has something to report. Chapter 8, The Holy Wu Dynasty. Chen spread out the map. Your Highness, I found a shortcut. If we take Divine Sword City, the border of the sacred martial god dynasty, we can shorten the journey and arrive at Ganlong in just a month. Divine Sword City, the border of the sacred martial god dynasty, looked like a sword sticking straight into the territory of the Heavenly Feather God dynasty from the map. This was a disgrace for the Heavenly Feather Divine dynasty, but unfortunately, the strength of the Holy Martial Divine dynasty was ranked in the top 3 in the Eastern continent, and it was not something that the Heavenly Feather Divine dynasty could compare to, so they could only eat this humiliation. This is too dangerous, Your Highness. Tian Yu and Saint Martial are hostile. Yu Zhu had read a lot of canonical books and knew the situation of the two countries. I heard that the city lord of Divine Sword City is supporting the 5th prince of the Holy Martial God dynasty? Xin Yu murmured. Just go through Divine Sword City, Xin Yu said without thinking. Time is short and it's worth the risk to save a month. Shenwen wondered who the Divine Sword City lord supported and what they had to do with passing through the floating clouds. Your Highness, Yu Zhu was anxious, worried that Xin Yu did not know the situation of the two countries and made a hasty decision. Don't worry, Xin Yu patted Hafsia's head. Have faith in Your Highness. Departure. Yes, Your Highness, Shenwen somewhat regretted opening his mouth. Passing through Floating Cloud City, the slightest mistake would erupt into conflict. 5 days later, a team of wagons approached the city. Divine Sword City was located in the middle of the sword, and could be said to be deep in the hinterland of the Heavenly Feather Divine dynasty. The city wall was tens of meters high, with an aisle on the wall that could accommodate 2 carriages to pass through, and aura cannons and war god crossbows were lined up in order on the wall. The aura cannon could inflict damage on Yuaning stage cultivators, and the war god crossbow could blast the Jindan realm. In order to defend this piece of land, the sacred martial divine dynasty had consumed quite a lot. It's someone from the Sky Feather Divine dynasty. Soldiers on the wall spotted the caravan from afar, and the breaking cannon and war god Nu aimed at the wagons. The 3rd prince of the Sky Feather Imperial dynasty is passing through here. Please make it easier, Shenwen shouted from under the city wall. Divine Sword City Lord Shangwan Liren coldly looked at Shenwen under the city wall. It's really rare that the Heavenly Feather Divine dynasty would actually go Divine Sword City. Let them in. There's no reason to turn away a guest when he arrives. The white-clothed youth next to Shangwan Liren laughed lightly. Let them into the city. Various Chamber of Commerce stores in the city were carried out along the streets, and the pedestrians on the road were dressed in various silk treasure clothes. Almost every one of the cultivators held magic weapons, and flying boats swept through the air from time to time. I heard it's the 3rd prince of the Sky Feather Divine dynasty. Ha ha, the hallowed emperor's son actually travels in a carriage. It's a real laugh to say it. TSK, 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 the one used by the prince's personal guards is only a mere top-grade magic weapon. The silver light sword. The jeers were unmasked. The guards rose up with red faces. The silver light sword was already good. After all, there were many soldiers. It was impossible to provide all of them with extremely high-quality magic weapons. The paladin soldiers shook the extremely high-grade magic weapon Qingping sword in their hands, their eyes filled with contempt. But they were only border soldiers. The sacred martial god dynasty is so rich. Even the soldiers at the borders use extremely high-quality magic weapons. Hafsia's tone was sour. The sacred martial god dynasty's territory is rich in ores and there are many weapon refiners. It is their pillar industry, and all countries have purchased weapons from the sacred martial god dynasty, Xin Yu said indifferently, not feeling strange about this. Coming to a completely strange world, intelligence is the first thing you need to get hold of, and neighboring countries are naturally the focus of attention. The Divine Sword City Lord didn't stop him. Instead he intentionally let the news spread. The convergence of the people is growing. Whether it was the people or the soldiers, all of them were arrogant and had a sense of superiority on their faces. Ha ha, the Heavenly Feather Divine dynasty is already poor like this. It is very rare to see the prince traveling in a carriage. Which time the imperial prince of the Holy Martial God dynasty traveled was not a whole fleet of various luxurious flying boats, followed by escorting flying boats. Alas, don't you know that the spirit veins of the Heavenly Feather Divine dynasty have dried up, and now spirit stones can be precious to them? How much the flying boats consume there are also can't afford to use Mocking noises continued, each trying to find a sense of superiority from this third prince. The guards' faces were blue, but they could only endure in someone else's territory. Shanwen was silent. This humiliation had him on the verge of storming out. The three Muzhotong sisters didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they had been poor and stable, and had been mocked quite a bit. Your Highness, these damn sacred marshals, deliberately taking us on a detour through the city just to see us laugh. Shanwen whispered angrily beside the carriage. Calm down, Qinyu advised. Your Highness, my subordinate really wants to split them with a knife. Shanwen was already on the verge of going berserk. Gentlemen, the city lord has an invitation. Didn't we already walk here? Why didn't we stop just now? Shanwen asked in a low voice. Ha ha, this is not to bring you honored guests to enjoy the local customs of Floating Cloud City. A silhouette suddenly appeared as Floating Cloud City Lord Shangguan Liren laughed loudly. Humph. Shanwen sneered. Shangguan Liren couldn't wait to see the angry expression on the face of the third prince of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. The people are simple. This highness likes it very much. I hope that in the future I can still see the same customs as today. Half-summer jade bamboo lifted the curtain left and right. Shangguan Liren's laughter came to a halt and passed onto Qinyu's face. To be so humiliated and still be able to be light-hearted. It was worthy of being a black-hearted prince who could covet 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Upstairs please, Shangguan Liren casually said, not putting Qinyu in his eyes in the slightest. Is this the hospitality of the sacred martial arts? Shanwen said with dissatisfaction. If you insult him, you can't insult his highness. What kind of gift do you want? Shangguan Liren's terrifying aura of the late Yuaning stage filled the air and appeared. Shenwen was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of scarlet blood floated up in his throat. Shenwen bit his tongue and forced the blood back, staring dead at Shangguan Liren. The 500 guards sheathed their silver light swords. In front of the people of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, they could tolerate it, but they couldn't tolerate it in the sacred martial. The Lord dishonors the subject. Your Highness cannot be treated with such contempt. Qinyu's face was icy cold. Lord Shangguan City injuring my subordinates, treating his highness as if he doesn't exist? Ha ha, do you exist or not? You are not clear? Ask the 100 officials of Tianyu people when you exist. It was no secret that Qinyu had been relegated to Gonlong for his greed for spirit stones, and their spies had long since received the information. Now, immediately, apologize and make amends to my subordinates and I can pretend this never happened. What are you now? And how dare you instruct me? Shangguan Liren didn't care at all. A relegated prince was just that. Shangguan Liren walked upstairs without looking back, dropping a sentence. Come up if you want to get out of the city. You can only be the only one. If others dare to come up, don't blame me for being merciless. The news that Saint Martial wanted to make a move against the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was no longer a secret, so why would he need to be polite to a downtrodden prince? Qinyu's face was like cold frost as he raised his leg and followed. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. My subordinate is fine. Shanwen stopped Qinyu. Consolidate your injuries first, and His Highness will have that old piker come down to personally apologize to you. The besieging crowd laughed out loud, only thinking that Qinyu was impotent and furious. Qinyu ascended alone. Your Highness, Your Highness. Shenwen's emotional injuries failed to stabilize, and a mouthful of fishy taste surfaced in his throat. Your Highness, why would you risk your life for me? You're still so angry. Brother Feather. Sacred Heartitis. Chapter 9. Not much ability. Temper is not small. A beautiful figure slowly walked out from behind the screen. The woman was wearing a green palace dress, enchanting and moving charming bones, a skimming and a movement to show all the charming and moving. A lone man and a widow sharing a room, and dressed so enchantingly. Aren't you afraid that Emperor Xingwu will break your legs? Qinyu pretended to be contemplative. What are you babbling about? She's my royal sister. Fifth Prince Sacred Heart Yen stood up and roared angrily. Qinyu pretended to be surprised. You don't even spare your royal sister. Sacred Heart Yen, you're really something. I'll tell Emperor Sacred Martial to break your sinful bond. Sharp-tongued. The sixth princess Sheng Hanyu coldly said. The third prince continues to show off his tongue, and I'm afraid that his idea of traveling to Ganlong through Divine Sword City is only going to come to naught. Not only will I pass through Divine Sword City today, but I will also make that dog at your door make amends to my subordinate. Xinyu deliberately amplified his voice so that Shangguan Liren outside the door could hear him. Shangguan Liren sneered. You're in for a treat later. Ha ha. Sacred Heart Yen laughed out loud. You won't have lost your mind, right? This isn't the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. No one will listen to you. Wasn't it just that I made you drink some golden holy water when you were a child, as to hold such a grudge until now? Shut up. Sacred Heart Yen furiously stopped Xinyu. This bastard at the age of 5 or 6 years old, relying on his age to be older than him, was actually forced by him to drink that when he and the Sacred Martial Emperor were on a mission to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. I didn't know any better when I was a kid, and when I look back on it as an adult, it's just a strange shame. I'll give you one more chance. Have the dog at the door compensate my subordinates and then immediately send me out of the city. It won't be so cheap later. Yu did not want to waste words. You won't be able to leave today. You'd better obediently stay in Divine Sword City. Sacred Heart Yen laughed coldly. An enemy prince actually sent himself to the door. Wouldn't the heavens be helping him? With Yu in his hands, the battle to seize the throne could still add 30% to his victory rate. Now that the conditions have changed, add another 10,000 extreme spirit stones or I'm not leaving yet. Fifth brother, this fellow has been relegated. I'm only afraid that she's already gone crazy. It's better to just lock her up. The palace-suited woman's eyes were not kind. This asshole had just actually revealed their secret. 20,000 extreme spirit stones, Yu said unhurriedly. The Shangwan Liren in the doorway sneered. What a crazy prince. No wonder he was relegated to a remote and barren place like Ganlong. Shangwan City Lord, take him down. Sacred Heart Yen also didn't want to waste time with a deranged person. As long as Yu was captured, not only would he be able to strike down the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, but he would also be able to make the Heavenly Feather Army cower in fear. Yes, Your Highness. Shangwan Liren pushed open the door and looked at Yu with a cold smile. Oops, a small black box suddenly fell from Yu's hand. A golden shield instantly appeared in Sacred Heart Yen's hand. Do you want to die with me? Sacred Heart Yen looked at Yu warily. You really are still as timid as when you were a child. A little scare and you're scared. This is just an ordinary mortal weapon. Catch him and teach him a hard lesson for me. Sacred Heart Yen burst into fury. Yu actually used a mortal weapon with no aura fluctuation to scare him, and also let him make a fool of himself in public. It is really hard to solve the hatred of this breath without reporting it. Fifth brother, you're so annoying. I've told you that I'm not in a position to do so today, and you still want to dominate me. The sacred martial dynasty was founded on martial arts, and fifth brother also wants to fight in blood. Come on, imperial sister. Nasty fifth brother. If you want to come, my sister will let you take the dry path. The black box resounded with a familiar voice. Shangwan Liren froze in place. The old face a red emotion, or young people playflowers. This dry road is what is the meaning? This could involve a secret royal favor. And he tried to pretend he hadn't heard it, but it was too late. Shangwan Liru had a bitter look on his face. This won't be gagged. Yu picked up the black box and paused the recording. The recording was too revealing and exciting. He was worried that some people would not be able to stand it. The fifth prince is also a bloodthirsty man. He likes to fight in blood. This highness admires him. Yu's bloodbath words were deliberately bitten very hard. Sixth Princess Shang Xianxiao stared at the black box in Yu's hands in panic. If this box was leaked out, what face would they have as human beings? And they would even be purged by their father. Quickly seize his magic weapon. With a wave of Shangwan Li's hand, before Yu could react in any way, the black box in his hand had already disappeared and appeared in Sacred Heart Yan's hand. It was a hot potato, and Shangwan Liren didn't even want to stick it. Boom! The little black box was thrown to the ground in pieces. Sacred Heart Yan's face was hideous, despicable villain. Actually spying on the sacred martial imperial city. Now that you don't have a handle, I'm going to make your life worse than death. Shenwen felt the waves of spiritual energy upstairs and was so worried that he completely forgot about his injuries. Hafsia Yuzu was ready to charge on at any moment. Once there's a disturbance later, we'll head towards the city gates. Fong Baoting transmitted her voice. The three sisters had only agreed to work part-time, and when it came to a matter of life and death, they naturally ran when they could. We just reached an agreement. Would it be a bit unseemly to run away now? Mu Shoutong was a little embarrassed. Going out so cannot talk about Jianghu righteousness. Divine Sword City Lord is a late-stage yuaning. We still have a chance of survival if we run. Staying is just a way to die. Fong Baoting knew that this big sister of his was a male character. A bit of Jianghu chi might try to be brave. Listen to the second sister. Xia Sishan did not say anything. She went wherever her big sister and second sister went. Oops, another small black box appeared in Yu's hand. Phew, Shangwan Liren did not give Yu the chance to turn on the recording and instantly rolled the small black box away. You like it? Take it. Yu's storage ring flashed and dozens of small black boxes fell all over the ground. You step horse in the end, how much more? Sacred Heart Yen mentality collapsed, broken mouth cursed. This bastard in the end, how many recordings? And this broken box, no spirit wave more. Even the lower grade magic weapon cannot be counted as something as how to record his voice. Going out is too urgent, plus the storage ring space is limited. There are still many that have not been brought out. There should still be hundreds of thousands of units, Yu said uncaringly. This thing was cheaply built at less than one lower grade spirit stone, and Yu had produced quite a few of them in the beginning. Shang Xianxiao looked at the small black boxes all over the floor, and felt that heaven and earth were spinning. It was over. Her and fifth brother's secret was exposed. Shangwan Liren wasn't in the mood to get his hands dirty, and there was too much of this stuff to grab. You're crazy, actually planting eavesdropping spells in the holy martial god dynasty. Are you trying to start a war between the two countries? There are actually hundreds of thousands of units. Doesn't it mean that the entire Xingwu imperial dynasty may be monitored, which is a great secret can enhance his military achievements? It's well known that the sacred martial divine dynasty wants to make a move against the heavenly feather divine dynasty. Do you think that the people of heavenly feather don't know about it? Qin Yu disliked back. In order to preserve the heavenly feather divine dynasty which was surrounded by wolves, he had not been busy these half a year for nothing. What do you want? Sacred Heart Yen thought for a second. Once his secret was exposed, that would be the end of it. And this matter couldn't be reported yet. 30,000 extreme spirit stones. In addition, this dog apologizes to my subordinates. Rubbish. You have repeatedly insulted me. Do you still think this is the heavenly feather divine dynasty? Shangwan Liren was exasperated by Qin Yu's mouthful of a dog. He was a late-stage Yuaning powerhouse. How could he be insulted? Not convinced? You bite me. Qin Yu sneered. Although Shangwan Liren was angry, he still collected his temper. He had invested too much in the fifth prince, and now it was already a matter of glory and loss. City Lord Shangwan, the fifth prince, signaled him not to be impulsive. If the fifth prince's reputation was ruined, he would also completely lose his chances, and his chances of breaking away from the border and returning to the imperial court were all in the fifth prince. His talent was limited. The peak of Yuaning might be his limit. Only when the fifth prince became the emperor and he borrowed the luck of the country would he have the chance to let him peek into the god transformation realm. Didn't you just say 20,000 extreme spirit stones? 40,000 extreme spirit stones. Qin Yu raised the price once more. 40,000 extreme spirit stones. You sold me to see if you can raise that number. At most 2,000 extreme spirit stones. This is all that His Highness can come up with. The holy martial god dynasty's annual tax was only 30 million extreme spirit stones. So how could he, a royal prince, come up with 40,000 extreme spirit stones? Forget it. You'd better lock me up. Gonlong's Thai place is only not as good as this place. Qin Yu self-consciously lifted the teapot in front of Sacred Heart Yen and started drinking it into his mouth. Fifth brother, Shang Xianxiao said with worry. If this thing leaks out, we'll both be finished. 4,000. 8,000. Also, I'll have the Shangwan city lord give an apology. But you must swear not to let this secret leak out. If you don't agree, then the fish will die. The big deal is that I'll go far away. But you must die before me before that. Deal. Qin Yu put down the teapot. And can't push people too hard. That is, the fifth prince has an idea about the throne, and can still squeeze a little. Oof. Sacred Heart Yen coldly grunted, not expecting that this day when he was a child, he didn't get his revenge, but instead, he was pitched 8,000 extreme spirit stones. I see those flying boats outside. Nice try. That's divine dynasty property. I can't move it either. No, forget it. I'm not staying. Pay up and apologize. Chapter 10, Apologizing. Servant Chen. Let's rush up and take His Highness away. Half-Summer was really relieved. Good. Chen drew his green rainbow sword. Brothers, charge up and take His Highness out of the city. Yes. None of the 500 guards were afraid. The momentum is good. But what waves can a mere 500 people create? Arrest them, the city guard lieutenant said disdainfully. From the moment the caravan entered the city guards were surrounding them, and the order had been given from above to keep the third prince as a guest. Sure enough, the wolves are ambitious and want to work against His Highness. Shenwen looked at the vast, up to thousands of city guards, and he knew that the sacred martial god dynasty had bad intentions from the moment they let them into the city. It's all my fault. If I hadn't told your highness about some shortcut, it wouldn't have come to this. Shenwen blamed himself. She knew since half a year of adulthood, often to the housemaid's hush, but also often organized tea parties, banquets, and the brothers underneath to mingle. He had never seen a royal son like this before. He was ready to die. Servant Chen, prepare to strike. The first salary hasn't even been collected yet, and you have to sell your life. Mu Zhoutong had the feeling of being on a pirate ship. Stop it all. Who told you to be rude to your honored guests? Sacred Heart Yan's angry voice came out from the drum tower. The city guard commander was dumbfounded. Wasn't it you who said that you wanted to keep your honored guest permanent? Xinyu was the first to emerge from the drum tower with a smile on his face. Your Highness, Hafsia Yuzhu spoke out at the same time, and they were both ready to rush in. Put away all your swords. Shangwan City Lord is a top powerhouse at the late Yuaning stage. Are you guys trying to make a nuisance of yourselves? Seeing that Xinyu was fine, the group of people put their hearts down and half-sheathed their weapons in their hands. Shangwan Liren was extremely reluctant, his hallowed late Yuaning stage powerhouse apologizing to a Jindan stage. Lord Shangwan City, a small intolerance can lead to chaos. It is still not you. This colorful ghost, The Shangguan Liren also did not expect that this guy, Sacred Heart Yen, actually played so flowery, but already on board. Now get off the boat. The other princes will not accept him as a wallflower. The royal family values loyalty above ability. Shangguan Liren reluctantly walked over to Chunwan. Chenwan held his sword in one hand by his side, fearing that the bastard would suddenly strike and harm his highness. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry, I just didn't manage to collect my breath in a moment of conflict. Ha! Chenwan was dumbfounded. A late-stage Yuaning powerhouse apologizing to him? One of the people said with a puzzled face. Am I not awake? Why did Shangguan City Lord apologize to a Yuaning stage? Lord Shangguan City, what are you doing? The people watching from afar were puzzled. How could a city lord of the sacred martial god dynasty apologize to a Jindan guard of the heavenly feather god dynasty? Qin Yu twisted his head to look at Sacred Heart Yen. Sacred Heart Yen reluctantly threw out his storage ring. These could be his savings for many years, but once the recording was leaked, he would have nothing left. Thank your highness Xin Yen for the spirit stones. We'll leave you here. Qin Yu waved his hand with his storage ring. Actually giving back spirit stones? Is this fifth prince on the wrong medication? This bastard must have done it on purpose. Sacred Heart Yan's face was ugly. Shangguan Liren looked at Qin Yu's back with killing intent in his eyes. See how many more years you can be arrogant. Fifth brother, should we secretly find someone to finish him off? No. Although Qin Yu has been relegated, I don't believe that Emperor Qin would be completely unconcerned about this precious son of his. Sacred Heart Yen had heard his father say something about the story of Qin Yu's mother. So Sacred Heart Yen had initially wanted to leave Qin Yu behind to make the heavenly feather divine dynasty throw in the towel, so that he could successfully seize the throne. As for killing Qin Yu, he hadn't thought about it. He didn't want to be attached to a peak transformation spirit stage powerhouse. Your Highness, the humble servant takes his leave. Shangguan Liren now felt strange looking at Shang Xinyan and Shang Xianxiao. Shangguan City Lord, you should know what to say and what not to say. I understand. Feeling the strange color of Shangguan Liren's eyes, Sacred Heart Yen was even more angry. Stealing the chicken did not work. What the hell is this asshole's little black box? Someone put out the word that the third prince of the heavenly feather divine dynasty and I had a good talk, and that this prince is sponsoring 8,000 extreme spirit stones for him to help him build Gonlong. Fifth brother, now won't that bastard be even more loathed by the heavenly feather divine dynasty, the 100 officials and the people, to take office as a fiefdom and actually accept sponsorship from an enemy country? Wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the heavenly feather divine dynasty to say so? That's not something we should worry about. Sacred Heart Yen laughed out loud, finally feeling better in his heart. Fifth brother, sister is hungry. Shang Xianxiao lightly floated her hair, her eyes flooding with water. Sacred Heart Yen looked apathetic. Fifth brother will immediately use the stem hole and feed your sister. Your Highness, that city lord actually obediently apologized. You're too powerful. Hafsia had a face of adoration. Thank you, Your Highness. Chenwen bowed and saluted. You are my subordinate. No one can bully you. Certainly His Highness. Your Highness will not bully your subordinates. Chenwen smiled. This guy is good, I like it. Does what he says he's going to do, and has a heart for his subordinates. After leaving Divine Sword City, another few thousand miles would bring us into the Gonlong territory. One day later, Your Highness, we have entered Gonlong. Qin Yu lifted the curtain. The outside world is sparsely populated. The land is barren, and the concentration of aura is even more than he has ever seen in his life. The barrenness was visible to the eye, and a sense of desolation could be felt just by being at the border of Gonlong. The Chang flute has no need to complain about the willow. The spring breeze does not pass through the Jade Gate. Only when he personally came to Gonlong in the Great Northwest did Qin Yu realize that desolation was not a mere adjective. Why does the Chang flute need to complain about the willow? The spring breeze does not cross the Jade Gate Pass. Yuzhu had read quite a few poems, but these two lines made her feel perfectly integrated with the desolate Northwest, as if the desolate Great Northwest was right in front of her eyes. Yuzhu took out a pen and paper and jotted down the astonishingly beautiful poem. The concentration of spiritual chi here only fails to reach even a first-grade spiritual land. Mu Zhoutong spat out. Her cultivation would regress instead of advancing if she didn't use spirit stones here. The concentration of aura is divided into 10 classes, with the first class being the lowest and the 10th class being the highest. It's the first time I've seen a place that can't even reach a first-rate spirit concentration. Mu Zhoutong couldn't help but spit out one after another. In the Qin Emperor domain, even in the wild, that spirit concentration was at least a first grade. Here, it actually wasn't even a first grade. Not having a second-rate concentration of aura meant that it was difficult to even give birth to a foundation establishment stage. Jade Bamboo explained. Before the spirit vein was depleted, Gonlong's aura could barely reach the second grade, but after the spirit vein was depleted, the concentration of Gonlong's aura, which was already far away from the spirit vein, was not as good as it was day by day, and in a short while it was possible that it would be wheeled into the mortal land. Sister Yuju, you know so much. Hafsia remembers that Yuju entered the mansion with her. She hadn't heard of her coming to Ganlong. Sister Hafsia, I read all of this in a book. Hafsia nodded darkly. She would have to read more in the future as well. The place where Qinyu is going to arrive is in the border city of Beiwang City in the northern part of Ganlong. The caravan goes all the way to the north. Along the way, it passes by a few small cities where there are very few cultivators, and the people are wearing hemp clothes and straw shoes. It's also too poor. Your Highness, can it really be developed here? I didn't see many trees along the way. It was basically barren land. Of course you can. With spirit stones all of this can be changed. Aura is the source of life in the immortal cultivation world. With aura dead wood can spring, and dry land can grow onions. Your Highness, you are about to arrive at Northwatch City in an hour. Northwatch City was the #1 city in the Ganlong domain, across the river from the sacred martial imperial dynasty. The first heavenly feather divine dynasty emperor established Northwatch City as a defense against the sacred martial dynasty, and it gradually developed into the first city of Ganlong. The city's resident population was 10 million, which could only be ranked at the end of the population within the capitals of the various domains of the Heavenly Feather Imperial City, and was not even comparable to the second-tier cities of some of the prosperous domains. City Lord, His Highness the Third Prince is only an hour away from Northwatch City. Should we go out of the city to greet him? This fool, greedy and stupid, actually accepting spirit stones from sacred martial Imperial City. Northwatch City Lord Shan Yuqing was furious when he heard the report. Whether it is the Qin Emperor or the year was known as the first beauty of the great Qian 9 princesses, which is not a natural talent Jieyan, the crown of the eastern continent. How to give birth to such a stupid hanging thing? Pick up my ass. Let them do it themselves. This general can't afford to lose this man. Chapter 11, Murder. This city lord is also too ignorant of the rules, actually not coming out to greet His Highness. Shen Wen cursed indignantly. There's no need to stick to the small stuff. Just go straight to the Gon King's house. By the way, have all the supporting industries arrived yet? They had taken a shortcut and were a month ahead of schedule, and there was no telling where these supporting industrial facilities had arrived. Your Highness, most of them are still on their way. The refrigeration spells you explained. My subordinates had them transported using flying boats. They should be delivered in the next 2 days. Shenwen didn't say that he still owed a sum of spirit stones for using the flying boat. Stop. Hundreds of meters away from the caravan, a girl in hemp clothes, probably 14 or 15 years old, was being chased by a group of people. The girl was holding a white jade bottle in her hand. Her expression was exhausted. Her body staggered. Her feet were floating. Obviously her physical energy had been exhausted. The scar-faced man at the head of the group, seeing that the distance between them and the girl was less than 200 meters, grabbed a fist-sized rock and threw it violently. The stone brought up a whistling sound. Boom! The girl's back was hit by the stone. Her body fell out, and blood flowed out of the girl's mouth and nose. Martyr! I've finally caught you. This is a mid-first grade elixir. Your half-dead old man deserves to eat such a good elixir. The scar-faced man kicked the girl in the abdomen. The girl's body was kicked out a dozen meters, a mouthful of blood after spitting out from her mouth, but she still held the white vial in her arms with death. The scar-faced man walked over, ready to take his medicine. They'd been eyeing the little girl for a while, and knew that the kid's old man at home was sick and needed pills. The little girl begged for medicine several times without success and began to think of ways to steal it. They wouldn't dare steal anything, but they'd still dare rob a little girl. Please don't take my medicine. Without it my father will die. Tears flowed from the corner of the little girl's eyes. Her face was covered in thick dust, and blood continued to flow from her mouth and nose. However, she still held the white vial in her arms with a deadly grip. Boom! The scar-faced man punched the girl in the back, and the immense pain caused her body to go limp and the white vial in her hand to slip. Ha ha! Scarface brother, or you're still smart. This elixir came really cheap. The scar-faced man picked up the white vial and raised his fist ready to settle the little girl. After all, robbing a little girl would not be a good reputation to spread. The girl's body went limp and she could only close her eyes silently. Father, my daughter is incapable. Murdering and seizing treasures in broad daylight, or robbing a little girl. Does no one in Northwatch City control you? Shinyu's voice was icy cold. He knew that the immortal cultivation world was cruel, but children were his bottom line. At the same time Shinyu's voice sounded, Chenwen's knife sheath was already on the scar-faced man's neck. The cultivation of the Jingdan stage was unleashed and the scar-faced man, who was still in the chi refining stage, trembled. Senior, spare my life. It's this kid who stole something. I'm only helping to recover it. The scar-faced man hurriedly explained, afraid that Chenwen would chop off his head. Recovering something? I can understand. But to actually lay a painful hand on a little girl, Does the law of the heavenly feather divine dynasty give you this right? Qin Yu questioned with less anger. The scar-faced man froze. How did he know any laws? Northwatch City had always been a city of the weak and the strong, and killing people in the street was the norm. The girl closed her eyes and waited to die, not waiting for Scarface's fist, but hearing Scarface's pleas for mercy. My father went to the Flaming Mountain to collect flints in order for me to enter the Jade Spring sect and was poisoned by fire. Only the ice condensation pill can save him. The girl's voice was small, but it reached Qin Yu's ears. How much is this potion? I'll give it for her. Qin Yu sighed as he lamented the depletion of the spirit veins, and the effects caused had already begun to show. No money. I didn't know it was actually to save her father. If I had known I would have sent her. The scar-faced man said with great righteousness. Look, if you had said so earlier, I would have given you this elixir a long time ago. The scar-faced man placed the medicine next to the girl and glared at her with fierce eyes for a few moments. Get lost. A few people were like Amnesty, hating why they couldn't use their third leg. The girl wanted to expose Scarface's lies, but she didn't dare because she didn't know if they would be retaliated against. Wait a minute. Qin Yu suddenly called out to the scar-faced few, who had fierce faces and did not look like they were open for business. You said you were recovering the elixir. How do you prove that the elixir is yours? Your Excellency is joking. How does this need to be proved? If it's not ours, how would we mind our own business? And the girl has admitted to the theft. The scar-faced man piled on the smile, trying to look more natural. Qin Yu smiled. You said this is your medicine, so do you know what kind of elixir is inside? Back to my lord. It's a first-grade middle-ranked ice condensation pill, the scar-faced man said confidently. They had been staring for a few days and knew that the little girl's goal was the ice condensation dan. Qin Yu opened the mouth of the bottle and said in a cold voice, I'm asking you once what kind of elixir it is. My lord. I know this elixir clearly. It's the ice condensation pill. The scar-faced man forced himself to be calm. You guys are seeing the little girl stealing the elixir and then seeing that she is weak and wants to kill and take the treasure, right? As Qin Yu's words fell, Chen Wen's knife once again rested on the heads of several people. These guys don't look good at first glance. Injustice. I'm really recovering my things. Scarface was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Yeah, we're just recovering what's ours. A few others chimed in on their knees. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is this the ice condensation pill? A thumbnail-sized snow-white elixir rolled out. Kill them all. If it was a direct fight between cultivators, he could still pretend he didn't see it. But it was actually against a mortal girl. Must kill. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty expressly forbids that cultivators shall not strike at mortals without reason. This is the red line of the Divine Dynasty that no one shall touch. So it would be a pure valley pill? Several people stared wide-eyed. Scarface was furious. You waste of space? You stole a rescue pill after stinging it for a few days. The rescue pill was an introductory pill within the elixir. No entry. Low value. The girl heard that what she had spent days stealing was actually the Pathfinder pill. Tears brushed his eyes. Father, my daughter can't do anything right. The scar-faced man said anxiously. We're from the Bai Yun gang. You can't kill me. Kill. Chen Wen's hand rose up and several heads rolled on the ground. Your Highness, her injuries are too severe. I'm afraid she won't survive. The punch to the back injured the girl's internal organs. Fetch a heart protector and give it to him. Heart protecting pill, third grade high grade pill. Worth a lot of money. Used for healing injuries at the Jindan stage. Yes, Your Highness. Yuju did not make a sound. His own highness had always been equal to life, and would not be able to spare a third grade elixir just because the girl was just an ordinary person. Jade Bamboo took out an elixir that was snow-white in color and the size of a dragon's eye. The girl reached out and stopped Yuju. I can't use such a good potion. Can I beg you to give me an ice condensation pill? The girl struggled to get up, completely ignoring the pain brought by her body. Ready to kneel down and beg Chinyu. Come on, eat the medicine first. His Highness will give it to you. Yuju forced the elixir into the girl's mouth. The heart-protecting pill's potency was mild. Even ordinary people could take it, and it did no harm to the body. The remaining potency would be digested in the limbs and bones. The girl's body recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Yuju gave her an ice condensation pill. Yes, Your Highness. It seems that the law and order in Northwatch City isn't very good, Chinyu said softly. Your Highness, as Gonlong's spiritual chi is thin, and it's adjacent to the border of the sacred martial imperial dynasty, some vicious villains would roam into Northwatch City. That's why the law and order has been bad, Yuju explained. Because of Chinyu's arrival, all the great clans of Northwatch City gathered together. If the third prince is crowned king of Gon, doesn't that mean that Gonlong's interests will need to be shared out partially? Milky brats, not yet valued by the emperor. Good to hear is called to be divided into Gonwang. Bad to hear is not just sent to the border. Ha ha, tribal leader Wang has a point. I've heard that it's already outside of Northwatch, and so far a family has no strength to visit. Chapter 12, A Hard and Chaotic Border Town. Your Highness, it seems that not only has the city lord forgotten the rules of the divine dynasty, but even the various sects and powers, and the great families have forgotten the rules as well. Surprisingly, no one came to greet them. Shanwen was disgruntled. The accompanying soldiers had thought that when they arrived at the border Northwatch city, they were also heavenly officials descending to the earth, and high friends from all sides, and now there was actually no one to come to greet them. Although Qin Yu disliked red tape, this clearly carried contempt and rudeness. Northwatch is still lacking a bit of rules and needs to be reorganized. Outside the city gates, this is a royal son of heavenly splendor. Is the city lord really not coming to greet him? Aren't you afraid you'll be blamed? A few soldiers were apprehensive. The deposed prince still towered over them, or the Gamlong clan king. The feudal kings of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty were extremely powerful and had the right to manage their fiefdoms. Military power to form 3 escort armies of 10,000 men each. Although the city lord was assigned by the central government, the vassal king was above the city lord after all. There are legal and economic advantages. Sort of a king of a kingdom within a kingdom. What are you afraid of? The city lord said to just let them enter the city on their own. And if something goes wrong, there are people above who will take care of it. Rong Lu, the captain of the city guards, said disdainfully, none of the major forces of the city lord took care of Qin Yu, and this gone king is an empty shell in name only. It's clear that it's a royal privilege to cheat the treasury and not be beheaded. Rong Lu has been in the army for many years and can only be a captain. But these royals are not just a good bit of reincarnation, and they can still be alive after making a big mistake, which is the apex that is difficult for countless people to reach. The establishment of human troops of the Tian Yu Divine Dynasty is as follows. 5 people as a troop have a troop commander. 2.5 as a shur have a shur commander. 5 shur as a team have a captain. And 2 teams as a canton have a centurion. The 5 cantons were set up as curves. The 2 curves were set up as departments. The 5 departments were set up as battalions. And the 2 battalions were set up as armies. Rong Lu didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards these privileged classes. A few soldiers guarding the city, listening to the words of Rong Lu, is still apprehensive. Rong Lu has the city master as the background. They can be nothing, is the local grassroots origin. The convoy traveled under the city gates. A few soldiers guarding the city immediately opened the city gates. Looking at the face of Chen Wen, a few people did not dare to interrogate. Rong Lu, who had just been arrogant, also carefully stood on the side, completely losing the prestige he had just shown. A few soldiers guarding the city didn't say anything. It's normal to have one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Northwatch City is quite a bit larger, barely a second-tier city, and the people of the city have long known about Qin Yu's deportation. Tian Yu's summoning Jade Pendant. Although the delay was high, it was still quite a bit faster than a human's speed. Although the city lord's office and the major clan forces, the great families and clans had not arrived, there were quite a number of people who had converged. Most of the people had dry skin and waxy faces. This is due to the climate of hope, not a physical cause. Most of the people of Gamlong are simple and straightforward in character. Most of the people are dressed as hemp clothes, mixed in the crowd of scarce cultivators, wearing only ordinary material, and most of the hands are held in the lower order magic weapons, and even more empty-handed. Qin Yu likes such a simple place with simple people. Asterisk 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 Nima. Put. A rotten egg hit Chen Wen squarely on the forehead, and a fishy odor emanated out, like a long stinking egg left on purpose. Corrupt officials. 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Gamlong's current tax revenue for a year is only a few thousand extreme spirit stones. This asshole a coveted 100,000. It is unforgivable to the people of Gamlong. Beat him to death. The crowd surged and many jumped at the chance. The people of Gamlong are overflowing with ferocity, and many of them are armed with hoes and sickles and kitchen knives. Search. Chen Wen's green rainbow sword was sheathed, and his Jindan stage cultivation radiated. The 3 Mu Zhoutong sisters also exuded Jindan stage pressure, and the rioting people were forced back. A bit too simple. Qin Yu retracted what he had just said. Tell them to off and cut down anyone who comes near. To deal with these unruly people, it is necessary to apply a thunderbolt beforehand. Death to those who come near. Chen Wen loudly scolded. The people are densely packed, and God knows what will happen once they are in disarray. What should we do? Didn't we say that the 3rd prince wouldn't do anything to the people? A month ago, after being scolded so badly by the people of the Divine Dynasty, he chased them outside the city and just ran away in disgrace. As long as it caused the people to riot, the reputation of Qin Yu and the others would be infamous. Unpopular vassals are best for major powers. Although Qin Yu's reputation was already stinky, it would have been better if he was even stinkier. making it impossible for people to get close to him. Be a good boy and be a transparent vassal king. Greedy for the divine dynasty's spirit stones and accepting funding from an enemy country. You're also worthy of being the king of Gone. We, the people of Gone Long, don't recognize you as a king. We don't recognize you as a king. Get the hell back. The people were mobilized by those who had the will to do so. The double buff of stealing the country and selling the country is enough to make the people hate Qingyu to the bone. Your Highness, I think that these people are being deliberately agitated by someone. Chen Wen realized something was wrong. Someone in the crowd seemed to be deliberately channeling the people's anger. Not far away, there were people of the Xingwu imperial dynasty wearing satin and fancy clothes, looking at this scene with a snicker. North Hope City was across the river from South Mu City of the sacred martial imperial dynasty, and some acts of commerce were inevitable. The third prince of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is now fast becoming the laughingstock of the Eastern continent. It's known throughout the sacred martial dynasty. Not only the sacred martial dynasty, the entire Eastern continent is almost aware of the third prince's great name. Ha ha! What a bright sight! Many cultivators from South Mu City had crossed the river on purpose just to see the scenery that belonged uniquely to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Such a view cannot be missed. You're right, Lord Hill City. Inside the City Lord's mansion, South Mu City City Lord Bu Wenchuan's divine sense was released outwardly, enveloping Northwatch City. Bei Wenchuan couldn't be happier. After years of confronting Shan Yuqing across the river, today is the happiest day for him. Luckily, the deadbeat came over as a visit, for which he paid some interest by agreeing to reduce the overduty. Northwatch is materially poor and the people are poor. South Mu City is a city rich in material goods. The people are rich. The average income is more than 10 times higher than North Hope City. North Hope City's economy is all supported by South Mu City. Being able to see this scene, earning less spirit stones was rather profitable for him. Shan Yuqing's face is embarrassed. The South Mu City tariff is getting higher every year, and Northwatch people's living materials and cultivators' cultivation materials are really getting scarce. The spiritual veins are drying up and even the prosperous heavy domains are also lacking in materials, and the ones that are distributed to Northwatch City are even less. For the sake of profit, Shan Yuqing risked being looked at as a joke and allowed Bei Wenchuan to arrive at Northwatch City in the name of a visit. Ugh! Shan Yuqing was internally bitter. How long could the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty last? He had been living in this land for hundreds of years. Never thought that this day would come. Zhou Tong doesn't need to suppress her temper today. Xin Yu's faint voice came out. After all, Chen Wen had grown up in the imperial city and had no experience in dealing with unruly people. Get the hell out of my way. Bunch of assholes. Do you want to die? Mu Zhoutong was surrounded by a group of people, greatly annoyed. Not Xin Yu not allowed to do anything. She had already packed this group of people. A huge fire palm emerged in the sky, and a terrifying heat wave swept through. She had a fiery temperament, and after rushing for so long and being surrounded by a group of people, she had long since ignited his fire. The heat wave swept over the people, and there were many ordinary people among the people, who could not withstand it, and they scattered and fled. A bunch of cheap skins. If I don't give you some color, you won't be able to find the north. Mu Zhoutong's mouth was still cursing. Do you want to make a move against the people? A voice came from the crowd. Mu Zhoutong locked onto the target directly. It was a few Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. A few cultivators were so alarmed by his lock that they turned around and tried to run. The long, snow-white legs crossed in the air, and several Foundation Establishment cultivators, before they could react, were mentioned in the air. Let go. Do you want to rely on violence to block the long mouths of the people of the world? A few monks tried to move out of the way of the great righteousness, but how could Mu Zhoutong understand this? Pat pat pat. Loud slaps rang out. My teeth. Bring it back. Xin Yu wanted to see who had sent out the people. These monks were obviously not spontaneous. Chapter 13, A Visit. Seeing that they were caught, several cultivators instantly bit through their poison sacs and died of poison. In the eyes of the people, they were killed by Arctong. Indeed, he is an evil prince, actually conniving at evil people committing murder in the street. The people are angry. With this kind of greedy and evil prince, I'm afraid there will be no good life in the future. I should have known that I would have followed the first wave of people who left and gone to the sacred martial dynasty. The spiritual veins of the Tianyu divine dynasty had dried up, and many people with strength had already run to the sacred martial imperial dynasty. Most of the people who stayed were those who were unwilling to leave, or were so weak that the sacred martial dynasty was unwilling to accept them. The people of Northwatch City were in a state of confusion, and everyone was worried that under Qin Yu's rule, the people would not be able to live. Many people were determined to escape from the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, and it just so happened that the Sacred Martial Imperial Dynasty would be coming to collect another batch of people in half a month, so this was their chance. Ha ha, indulging in evil is worthy of being the Heavenly Feather Emperor's son. a model for my generation. When Bieshwan laughed out loud. Humph. You can leave after watching. Don't forget our agreement. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Starting tomorrow the export tax of the Holy Martial God Dynasty will be halved. Take your time and don't see me off. Shan Yuqing's tone was unkind. This disgrace was all thanks to Qinyu. What's the panic? I heard that the third prince even took 8,000 pieces of extreme sponsorship from the fifth prince of my dynasty. If you, Northwatch City, need sponsorship, I can do the same. When Bieshwan looked at Shan Yuqing meaningfully, a peak Yuaning is a not insignificant battle force. Even in the sacred martial dynasty, it was considered a powerful party. Roll. Call me anytime you want to. After when Bieshwan finished speaking, his figure directly disappeared. The methods of the Yuaning stage are mysterious and unpredictable, and shifting is just a small path. Without the people around, the road instantly cleared up quite a bit, and the caravan drove towards the Gan Wangfu. Donlong hadn't had a feudal king for thousands of years, and the royal residence had previously been occupied by the city lord, and no one had said anything about the remote location. After all, it was deserted if it wasn't used. Now that Qinyu had arrived, Shan Yuqing moved out early. If we say that we do not receive the driver, we can still say that the official business is prosperous. If we occupy the royal residence is the crime of treason. Gan Wangfu has an area of tens of thousands of square meters, but the building is old, and apart from a taste of history, it does not see the luxury belonging to the king. This royal residence is too old and tattered. Fang Jiutong was mouthy and didn't worry about fearing that Qinyu would hear. Just make do with what you have for now. In the future, this place will be even more luxurious than the palace, Qinyu said with a smile as he stood in front of the gate of the royal residence. Just blow it off. How many spirit stones can you earn in a year in this place? Fang Jiutong had already begun to doubt that Qinyu would be able to pay his salary on time. After all, there were quite a lot of food and salary arrears throughout the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. If they didn't know that Qinyu had just gotten 8,000 extreme spirit stones from Sacred Heart Yen, the three of them would have run away long ago. The bastards. Hafsia jogged over in a sexual hurry. Your Highness, there isn't even any furniture inside the royal residence. Only a bunch of empty rooms. Half-Summer was about to cry with anger. These people were also bullying people too much. His own Highness had just come to Northwatch City, and these people dared to give a downward spiral. Qinyu did not make a sound. Northwatch City's city lord. It seems that after living on the border for a long time, he thought that he had made a great achievement and forgot that he needed to respect the imperial power. Chen 1. Send someone to tell the Northwatch City lord that if he doesn't arrive before nightfall, then he doesn't need to arrive in the future. Yes, Your Highness. He was still nominally King Gon, the superior of the Northwatch City lord. Qinyu had an easygoing nature, but he wasn't weak to be bullied. Qinyu surveyed inside the royal residence. The area was not small. Only the style was ancient and the building had been corroded over a long period of time. There was a slight decay. Ganlong was a tough environment, and it was not bad for the last Gan king to build a royal residence of this size. Your Highness, there is someone visiting, Chen Wen said with an arch. Oh, Qinyu was curious that there were people willing to visit him in his current situation. He had gone to the opposite side of the people. Numerous people were so determined to thwart him. The people had just been forced back by the blaze, and there were quite a few people cursing him from a distance. Insulting the prince is a major offense, but the people collectively curse, that's fine. It's the Jade Xian sect and the White family. As far as I know, this Jade Spring sect is a first-class sect that refines array discs, and the strongest person in the clan is just a Jindan stage strength. The White family is even weaker, can only be considered a second-rate family. A second-rate family in refining weapons, and the strongest person is at the foundation establishment stage. In addition to the 10 great divine dynasties in the eastern continent, there are also 99 dynasties below that are dependent on the divine dynasties, and there are also principalities under the dynasties, numbering nearly 1,000. Sect power from high to low. Holy Land, Transcendent Sect, Top Sect, First, Second and Third-rate Sect. Family power is divided in the same way as clan power. Your Highness, this kind of small power subordinates send them away. The district's first and second-rate power is not worthy of the palace's reception. Let them in. Do you think the third prince will receive us? I heard that the third prince is incredibly greedy, even accepting spirit stones from the sacred martial dynasty. Jade Spring sect patriarch Yu Yongping muttered. He won't ask for a lion's share. Yu Yongping was still very apprehensive. There were no forces in the whole city to greet or visit. All of them wanted to empty Qinyu. Yu Yongping, who had been in Northwatch City for many years, naturally knew what these great clans and great sects thought. Unclear. Bai Jia had a cold face. Although the Bai family was a first-class family, now that the spiritual veins had dried up and all the forces were strapped for cash, the sales of array discs were poor. The Bai family also rented a few refining mountains. signed for a 100-year period, now for more than 50 years. Thereby family could no longer take out the spirit stones. If they continued like this, the family would be completely emptied out. Not even the spirit stones to cultivate their juniors. Bai Jie felt that Qin Yu's arrival was a heavenly opportunity. Originally, with the strength of his first-class family, he could not climb up to an imperial prince. But now the opportunity had come. Lord Chen, these are the furniture and household items that I prepared for Third Highness's initial arrival in Northwatch City. I thought it might be useful, so I took the liberty of bringing them. I hope Third Prince will forgive me. When Bai Jie saw Chen Wen come out, he jogged forward with a smile at the corner of his mouth and handed over the list with both hands. Wagons loaded with furniture appeared from street corners by the hundreds. Well, have a heart. Just now His Highness was talking about buying furniture, and immediately someone delivered it. I Chao, Jade Spring Sect Patriarch Yu Yongping cursed. Damn you. You have a heavy heart. Good thing I'm not so bad. Lord Chen, Your Highness first arrived in Northwatch City, thought the house was lacking in playing subordinates. I purposely took 100 people from the gate for Your Highness, to sweep the courtyard. 100 female cultivators, dressed in crisp, thin clothing, neatly appeared from another street corner with a clap of Yu Yongping's hand. Aha! His Highness has said that you are to come with me. Since His Highness agreed to let them in, this gift was naturally accepted. His Highness is an adult and needs to be prepared in advance for both men and women. The two men looked at each other. Old thing. Hafsia found a stool from somewhere. Qin Yu sat inside the courtyard. Yu Yongping, Bai Jie. See Your Highness. The two men curtsied. The Tianyu divine dynasty does not believe in kneeling rites. After all, most of the people who can become officials are cultivators. The entire Northwatch City sees me as a snake and scorpion and avoids me. You guys actually dare to come. Aren't you afraid of being ostracized? Your Highness has arrived. How could the Bai family not pay their respects? As for others to think so, let them be. The Bai family is only loyal to the court, loyal to Your Highness. Qin Yu was the only chance for the Bai family. It didn't matter even if they offended other forces. These words were already equivalent to expressing loyalty and defection. The White family now has only two choices: to go for broke or go far away. Yu Yongping glanced at the White family playing so big. The reason he came to visit was just a figure of good karma. And even if the other forces had a problem with it, he could still find a reasonable excuse. After all, when the emperor arrived, he, a small sect, should visit as a matter of course. Patriarch Bai is right. Your Highness driving to is the clan of Northwatch City. You should pay a visit as a matter of course. Qin Yu heard the meaning. If something comes up, I'll find you guys. Thank you, Your Highness. The two were ecstatic and respectfully exited the royal residence. Something to find them meant that the third prince accepted them. Northwatch City was unfamiliar to Qin Yu. It was better to have a few helpers. As for the first and second class, there was not much difference to him. The Bai family ate their words and actually went behind our backs to visit the third prince. The four great families of Northwatch City, Zhao, Qian, Sun and Li, the four top-tier family patriarchs were gathered together. And below them were still 12 first-class family powers. Northwatch City's only transcendent power, the Acacia sect, as well as 4 top-tier sects were gathered together, with 10 other first-class sects below them. As for the second and third streams, they are not eligible to participate. Chapter 14, The First Spirit Stone Machine. All the major clans and families had plotted in advance, preparing to give Qin Yu a hard time and inciting the people to isolate him. The worldly clans did not cooperate. The people were disgusted, and with the few hundred people he had brought with him, what kind of wind and waves could he stir up? But now there are traitors. The Zhao family patriarch said contemptuously. It's just a first-rate clan and a second-rate family. What can the third prince set off? First-rate clans, at most, had 1 or 2 early Jindan stages, and second-rate clans had a few foundation establishment stages, which were useless to the entire Northwatch City. Patriarch Zhao laughed softly, finding a chance to hammer them. I heard that the refining mountain rented by the Bai family is still owned by the Li family? The Li family lord said in a cold voice. The Bai family has not paid the rent for 2 years. It's time to ask them for it. The 4 great families held most of the industries in Northwatch City, and once Qin Yu intervened and entered, their interests were bound to be divided by a large portion, which was unacceptable to the great families. Fang Baoting, who had been poking around the Gone Wangfu for 2 days for information, was about to report to Qin Yu. Your Highness, after 2 days of understanding, coupled with the information provided by the White family, my subordinates have already probed into the major forces of Northwatch City. Fang Baoting's late Jindan cultivation was properly a top-level powerhouse in Northwatch City, and it was naturally not a problem to spy on intelligence. Fang Pating has a stable and meticulous nature, which is very suitable for spying. Your Highness, Northwatch City had a resident population of 15 million people 5 years ago, and now there are only about 12 million people. and 3 million people have gone to other domains or to the sacred martial imperial dynasty and other countries in the past 5 years. The Heavenly Feather Army stationed in Northwatch City consists of 60,000 men who are at the mercy of the city lord. There is a transcendent sect, the Acacia sect, which has almost all female disciples within its ranks. The 4 top sects are the Violet Light sect for refining weapons, the Danxia sect for refining pills, the Red Star sect for refining talismans, and the Extreme Intense Sword sect, which focuses on sword arts. The families are divided into Zhao Qian, Sun, and Li, with the Sun family dominating, all of which are top families. There are also the 10 Great Chambers of Commerce, Jinyu Pavilion, Xuanwu Building, Wanbao Building, and the first Chamber of Commerce in the world. Fang Baoting spent 2 days checking out all the big and small forces in Northwatch. As far as I know, there are sects and clans fueling this people's riot. Acacia sect, Xinyu Divine Fellowship for many years. I cannot imagine that I actually saw a living. Really jelly ah. Is this female disciple of the Acacia sect really as seductive and charming as the legends say? Your Highness, these clan families are behaving badly and need to be hammered before they can do so. Xinyu wanted to enter the drift. Which man can resist the temptation of the Acacia sect? He thought about it for 2 lifetimes ah. Your Highness, Fang Baoting raised her voice. Ahem. Xinyu smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I just thought of something important. Lustful embryo. Fang Jiutong looked at Xinyu's lustful look and knew that he must have heard the name of the Acacia sect and thought about it. Big sister. Why do all these men like those things? Xia Sidian asked dully. Who knows? Everyone likes to hole up. What's so great about that stuff? It's just rubbing a few times. Xinyu could not cultivate, and sat in the courtyard for the past 2 days, waiting for the refrigeration spells to be delivered. The maids had already cleaned out the king's mansion, and with the furniture sent by Zhiye, the king's mansion had the appearance of a human dwelling. The maid who cleaned the health for 2 days spat out, this place is also too bad. I thought that after coming out it was the royal maid. The local clan forces will at least be respectful, but this is now even a health to clean themselves. Moreover, Xinyu was disheveled when he came to Ganlong and stayed inside the courtyard for 2 days, which was completely different from His Highness who was busy all day long. Many of the soldiers inside the guards were also quite vocal, being scolded all the way over. No one would feel good. It was not easy to travel 10,000 miles to the fiefdom, and even if the people were disrespectful to them, the various sect powers also treated them as transparent. Northwatch City's aura was so thin that none of them were able to cultivate properly anymore, and their cultivation was even showing signs of regression. The path of cultivation was not progressive. 1 step behind, 1 step behind, and soon they would be left behind by their peers. But now Xinyu was still doing nothing and would only sit in a daze. Your Highness, the refrigeration spells have arrived. Hafsia trotted over with a bright smile on her face. Half Summer's cultivation level was even higher than Xinyu's. Middle stage of foundation establishment, and in the recent month, the lack of spiritual energy had almost dropped her to early stage of foundation establishment, but she didn't care. It's finally here. The implementation of the plan all requires spirit stones as a foundation. Xinyu jumped up in a flash and quickly ran towards the backyard. The 3 of them, Half Summer, Yu Zhu, and Chen Wen, immediately followed. The 3 Fang Jiutong sisters also followed. They were also curious as to what could make Xinyu so excited. Ha ha, it's finally here. Xinyu hugged the refrigeration magic weapon and exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, I'll have an endless supply of spirit stones to spend. You won't be poor and crazy. Fang Jiutong was straightforward in nature and subconsciously spoke up. It's not that I'm poor and crazy. It's that I'm too rich and have more spirit stones than I can spend. I think you're just crazy. An inferior magic weapon. You still want to rely on this to make money. It would be nice to earn a few inferior spirit stones. Hanxia crossed her arms and glared at Mu Jiutong, actually not believing His Highness. You don't believe me? I don't believe it. It's a complete fool's errand to think of earning endless spirit stones even with a mere lower grade magic weapon. Inferior magic weapons are worthless. Xia Sidian had a look of contempt. Fang Baoting calmly analyzed. Your Highness Xinyu, if this is the source of your self-confidence, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lower grade magic weapons aren't worth much, and you're using quite a lot of materials for this magic weapon. The cost isn't low either. The price of magic weapons was only between 300 and 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, and most of the lower grade magic weapons were priced between these 500 and 1,000. And a chi refining stage could get their hands on one even if they saved up for a few years. Moreover, Xinyu, this box magic weapon, obviously does not have attack and defense attributes. The probability is that it is an auxiliary Lostrong. The price is even lower. I'll make a bet with you. If this spell earns 100 extreme spirit stones, you'll take the heavenly Tao oath of allegiance to me for 10 years. If not, I'll give you 8,000 extreme pieces and let you leave on your own. 100 extreme spirit stones would be 100,000 lower grade spirit stones, which would be able to buy an extreme spirit weapon. The third prince is so big-headed, wanting to earn 100 extreme spirit stones with a lower grade magic weapon. The always calm Fong Bao couldn't help but say, "Dare to bet." The battle force of 2 late Jindan stages and 1 peak Jindan was currently Qin Yu's highest battle force. "Your Highness," Chen Wen spoke out to persuade, 8,000 extreme spirit stones, but Qin Yu's only asset. There were many more places to spend spirit stones in the future. The half-summer Yuzhu also rushed to advise, "Your Highness, do not be impulsive." They thought it was Qin Yu's competitive spirit that was at work. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth rose. "Have unconditional faith in your Highness." Chen Wen's trio also shut their mouths when they saw how confident Qin Yu was. As subordinates they could mention ideas but not opinions. "Yes, let alone 10 years. Even if it's 100 years we'll bet with you," Fong Baoting replied without hesitation. If they could really earn 100 extreme spirit stones with a lower grade magic weapon, Qin Yu would drive them away, and they would all be dead set on staying. What kind of exaggerated profit is this? The lower grade magic weapon that Qin Yu displayed. The material is simple, basically can be said to be mortal iron. The cost is only 10 lower grade spirit stones, plus the array disc inside is estimated to be less than 100 lower grade spirit stones, 100 to 100,000, but 1,000 times. This profit can make countless cultivators rush. 10 years is enough. I don't like to tie people down. After 10 years, the Jindan stage will be of little use to him, and it is all up to his own volition whether he wants to leave or stay. With aura liquefaction, the main difficulty is determining the temperature minimum for aura liquefaction. The magic weapon was shaped a bit like a rural blower, with a huge round opening in front, designed by Qin Yu to suck in air. In the middle was the cooling array plate and driving spells, and after the aura had been liquefied and solidified, it would fall from the tail to the inside of the reserve bin. The outside box was simple enough for an introductory refiner to refine, requiring only a few runes to be inscribed. The design is simple, and the core points are temperature control, refrigeration array panels and driving spells. The cost of the shell is only 4 or 5 lower grade spirit stones. The drive spells plus the temperature control spells cost 40, and the array disc 40. Of course this is the cost price, not counting labor. Lower grade magic weapon materials weren't expensive, but a refiner would charge a price of 100 lower grade spirit stones for labor to refine a lower grade magic weapon. Alchemists are rare and honorable, and they charge a lot for a single strike. However, the spirit stone machine is simple to refine, and those who have just started with a little bit of weapon refining foundation can refine it. A lower grade magic weapon. Magic weapon refiner needs a week, but this spirit stone machine one day is enough. The crafting fee was only 20 lower grade spirit stones, which was 1/5 of a lower grade magic weapon. Simple to make and inexpensive. But how do you prevent theft? Qin Yu knows that there is no such thing as patents and intellectual property rights in the Eastern continent. Chapter 15, Winning the Bet. The function of this thing is too earth-shattering, so the three of you make a heavenly oath not to spread it out. Chen 1. Half Summer. Jade Bamboo. 3 people's loyalty. Qin Yu is trustworthy, but the 3 people who were cheated by his high salary cannot be completely trusted. Playing God. It's just a lower grade magic weapon. Fong Jiutong's face was full of disdain. She felt that this thing couldn't even be considered a lower grade magic weapon. That's it. Think we haven't seen the world. Xia Sidian lifted her chin upwards with a haughty face. We are Jindan stage, and we use spirit weapons. Although it was only a medium grade spiritual weapon. Okay, let's make a vow. Fong Baoting was also curious as to what could make a dynasty's prince, now the king of a domain, value it so highly. It had nothing to do with the 8,000 extreme spirit stones. It was just that she was purely curious. Second sister, you believe him, Xia Sidian and Mu Jiutong said in unison. If you don't believe me, there are 8,000 spirit stones you can take. You're honest. The 3 made a vow. Chen 1. Half Summer, and Yuzhu were also curious as to what could make his highness hold it in such high regard. Although they trusted Qin Yu, they also felt that it was a bit unrealistic to earn 100 extreme spirit stones with an inferior magic weapon. Several people were inwardly apprehensive. If they lost, not only would they lose 3 Jindan combatants, even the 8,000 extreme spirit stones had to be handed over. Most of the soldiers' cultivation had already begun to regress, and the fact that the hearts of the people had not begun to be in turmoil now was because Qin Yu still had 8,000 extreme spirit stones, regardless of the fact that they were pledging allegiance to Qin Yu. No one was willing to break their cultivation path. For Eastern state cultivators, becoming a Taoist is something bigger than heaven. A formation disc surfaced in Qin Yu's hand, which was originally from the prince's residence, and I heard that it was left behind by his mother whom he had never met, and was taken out by him, which could isolate the prying of divine sense below the peak of the transformation spirit stage. There is a primary holy formation engraved on it. The 8 directions isolation formation. The array plate is about the same width as the mill, but only 10 centimeters high. The golden runes on top of the array plate were densely covered with golden lines all over the array. The lines were complex and dazzled others. The array plate and weapon level are the same. Spell formation disc, spirit formation disc, treasure formation disc, holy formation disc. Chinyu placed the array disc on the ground. Boom! The golden ribbon runes rose up to the sky, instantly enveloping the entire king's mansion. The golden runes were like fluttering strips of cloth, continuously integrating into the underground of the royal mansion, and the millstone disappeared. The breath of the entire royal residence was isolated, and in the eyes of those below the peak of the goddess of transformation stage, the royal residence was now a blank slate, devoid of any aura of life, as if it was a void of existence. What the hell? 10,000 meters above. An old man of the transformation spirit looked at the royal residence below in surprise. Chinyu's aura was covered, and no matter how much his divine sense swept, there was nothingness below. The old man was a member of the Dragon Protection Pavilion of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, and had been sent out by Emperor Qin to protect Chinyu. But now Chinyu's aura had disappeared directly under his nose. The old man's figure appeared in the sky above the royal residence. It's actually a sacred formation disc. It seems that His Majesty still can't rest assured about His Highness the Third Prince. If the Feather Holy Maiden, who had already left, knew that his son had actually been relegated to Gonlong. Ugh, too bad it's so indisputable. The old man sighed as his figure disappeared. He was just ordered to protect Gonlong. He needed to go back to resume his orders. No matter how much Shan Yuqing disliked Chinyu, he knew the difference between Chinyu's safety and security. You mean he extorted 8,000 extreme spirit stones from the Holy Martial Emperor with a kind of small black box? Yes, Your Majesty, the small box, and no spiritual power wave more. Is the ordinary mortal artifacts actually can receive sound? The genus Marvelous counts as a ghostly work. The old man got one from somewhere and studied it for almost a month, but he didn't find out how it was refined. There were also sound-retaining stones in the eastern state that could contain sound, a kind of weapon refining material that could contain human voices after refining. However, although this sound retention stone was only an auxiliary medium magic weapon, the price was enough to require 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a price that could buy a top-grade magic weapon. Good stuff. The cost shouldn't be low either. Emperor Qin played with the small black box. The old man scratched his nose. Your Majesty will give it to you if you like it. Then thank you, Elder Huang. Emperor Qin smiled gladly. Huang Lao's face twitched as he silently excused himself. The refrigeration drive actuator has been completed and the temperature is regulated to -160 degrees below zero, with -145 degrees below zero being the liquefaction temperature and -160 degrees below zero being the solidification temperature. Refrigeration drive spells. Array discs. Chinyu has been developed in advance, because the strength of the problem has not been studied to liquefy the minimum temperature. Because of the cost of the array disc that is restricted cold, the area that can be cooled is limited, and the temperature does not reach more than 100 degrees below zero. Chinyu had successively improved the box so that it could isolate the temperature. Plus the drive spells were able to maintain a low temperature of over 100 degrees. After the array disc and drive spells were installed, Chinyu also set a start button outside the box. Just need to press the drive spells will drive the array disc to run. Reduce the temperature inside the box to -160 degrees. There is a temperature control next to the box, and this is also controlled by a small phallic device, which is kind of technically difficult. Looking at it that way, it was just an unimpressive lower-grade magic weapon, albeit one that was made up of multiple parts. Arctong knocked, and the box deflated directly between them. What are you doing? This is the only one I have prepared. Don't knock it down for me. Chinyu touched the deflated place. Luckily it was just the tin that was deflated and didn't hurt the rune. Humph. It deflated with a light knock. Junk magic weapon. Garbage spells. Shasta's suite echoed like a repeater. Whether it's trash or not, you'll know later. Chinyu didn't have any nonsense and pressed the button box. The magic weapon inside his body started to run. Hoo-hoo. The air intake is like a vortex frantically sucking in large amounts of air. Northwatch City, because it was adjacent to the Sacred Martial Dynasty, had aura from the Sacred Martial Dynasty overflowing over, counting as a first-grade aura concentration. But the concentration was still not high. Boom boom. The Spirit Stone Machine made a mechanical-like roar and absorbed air frantically. Spirit Stone Machine, this is the name Chinyu just thought of. That's it? It was useless. Not even an auxiliary magic weapon. And even the suction power was too small. Not even a child could blow it. Chinyu stood at the tail of the Spirit Stone Machine, his eyes staring at the exit with a gravely deadpan. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Chinyu's face became increasingly ugly. Did it fail? It can't be. He's missing the last step after all this research. The crowd looked at Qin Yu's face and roughly guessed the result. They should have lost. 2 hours later, after it got dark, there were still no spirit stones falling out. There's no use in waiting. This is a trash magic weapon that can only suck wind. Willing to bet 8,000 extreme spirit stones. Arctong extended his palm and asked for the betting money. Hafsia looked downcast. She didn't believe that His Highness would lose. What are you panicking about? It will take time for the spell to test its effects for the first time. Hafsia runs over and pounds, kicks the end of the erasure machine. The rear end deflated straight away. It's all because of this broken magic weapon. Letting His Highness down. Hafsia vented this dissatisfaction in his heart. Qin Yu was lost in thought as to which part of the process had gone wrong. It shouldn't be he had already projected many times. And the array disc and driving magic weapon had been improved many times. How could it have failed? It's a win for us even if you break it. Fang Jiutong and the girls felt that Qin Yu was nice and didn't have the stance of a royal family and were willing to follow him. But without the spirit stones they couldn't cultivate. That was a no-no. Slip. The sound of a hard object sliding off rang out. Inside the deflated tail storage slot, white irregular concretions fell. Chapter 16, The First Pile of Spirit Stones. The sound of white concretions sliding down interrupted Qin Yu's thoughts. Attracted by the sound of slipping, Hafsia bent her small waist to pick up the oddly shaped pile of irregular white concretions, the size of 2 fists, from inside the storage slot. This is a spirit stone? Hafsia was confused with a bit of surprise as to why spirit stones appeared inside this spell. When His Highness assembled the magic weapon just now, they had witnessed the entire process and did not see any spirit stones being put in. Your Highness, this is a spirit stone. Could it be that this magic weapon can create spirit stones? Hafsia, who had returned to her senses, suddenly exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Qin Yu was startled by her cry. Spirit stones Qin Yu naturally saw, which proved that his research had not failed. You can design a spirit stone block slot in it and let him fall out again every time he fills it. Instead of the irregular curd that it is now. It really is a spirit stone. Shenwen moved closer to take a look. It's still a very high-quality top-grade spirit stone. This pile can be split into 4 top-grade spirit stones. Shenwen spoke with a tremor in his voice. A lower-grade magic weapon could create upper-grade spirit stones? If this were to spread out, he didn't dare to think of exactly what kind of reaction it would cause. Only that the 10 great divine dynasties of the eastern state would be thrown into a riot, and the countries would start wars over it. The transcendent 10 holy lands would also come down personally, and no one could resist this temptation. Shenwen's body had begun to tremble, as if he had seen something extraordinary. The existence of this thing had exceeded his imagination. Having read countless canonical books with rich knowledge reserves, the always calm Yuju also looked like she had seen some great terror at this moment. She began to familiarize herself with ancient books at the age of 3, and because she had the ability to forget everything, her knowledge base was not even inferior to some old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. At this moment she was awakened, as if she had seen the rise of Tianyu, and the endless wars, because he knew so much. Yuju knew how much of an impact this spell would have once it became popular. Some ancient being will be stirred. Hafsia was ecstatic. Such a pile of spirit stones in 2 hours. Wouldn't it mean that His Highness won the bet? Half-Summer is simple-minded. Cannot think of so many things? Only know that His Highness won the bet. He did not lose. Fang Baoting froze on the spot, wanting to speak, as if she had been strangled. As a late Jindan stage or half a casual cultivator, he knew too much about the eastern state, and he thought of countless possibilities the instant the spirit stone fell. It's not just a pile of top-grade spirit stones. What's so great about it? It's not enough for 100 extreme spirit stones. That's right, the bet is still won by us. The childish, small and delicate Xia Xitian said happily. Fang Baoting skimmed her eyes. She felt that the others were right. The saying that big boobs have no brain does have a basis. She had 2 others with her. One with big boobs and one with big boobs and a temper. Nope, eldest sister Arcton realized it afterward. That's almost 4 top-grade spirit stones in only 2 hours. 12 hours a day. Doesn't that mean we can refine 24 top-grade spirit stones? A year is 8,760, which translates to 876 extreme spirit stones. 10 years, 100 years, that's a lot. Although this magic weapon was made of average materials, it should still have no problem running for 100 years. That would be 876,000 top-grade spirit stones, which translated to 87,600 extreme spirit stones. Hoo-hoo! Fang Jiutong was breathing heavily. Her face was pale, and her big white rabbit began to shake following her breathing. Xia Xitian heard Arctong's calculations and exclaimed in shock. Wouldn't that mean that this lower-grade magic weapon is worth tens of thousands of extreme spirit stones? Xia Xianshan thought about it. The previous her only earned 1 extreme spirit stone a month, and only 12 a year. but now with this lower-grade magic weapon, she earns several hundred a year. A few flush looks at Chinyu, the person in question, trying to see a little something on his face, but Chinyu looked calm as if he was thinking about something. The research was successful and it was time for mass production. The 500 soldiers he brought with him were all at the foundation establishment stage, and only needed to be simply taught the basic refining techniques to be able to refine this simply crafted spirit stone machine as well. One person could refine 1 unit a day. 500 people would be 500 units a day, which would be 15,000 units a month. Chinyu nodded. This low production is a bit low, but limited manpower can only be so. No way. Your Highness, why don't you have any reaction at all? Shenwen's heart is about to jump out. Chinyu still looks as if he is thinking and does not care. If this were to be spread back to the divine dynasty, it could trigger a 10-magnitude earthquake, and the eyes of the 100 officials would burst. The people, not to mention welcoming them, went at least 100 miles out of the city to greet them. His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, may even make you the crown prince. Decided. Change the spirit stone slot. The standard size of a spirit stone was half a fist, a common specification in the eastern state. It was also to facilitate transactions. Half a fist-sized spirit stone is too small. Chinyu doesn't like it. Make it the size of a brick well. The unit of currency can't be too single either. Too many is a pain to count. It was decided that it would be the size of a slab, with the portion made to be 10 times the size of a standard spirit stone, so that the spirit stone can be cultivated. It is not bad to use it to repair the house. Ah, diversified functions. Greetings, Your Highness. Fang Baoting pulled Zhou Tong and Si Tian half-kneeling. She knew why she had to make the heaven and earth oath first. Once such a divine object was leaked, the impact caused would be too great. As long as they could hug Chinyu's thigh, they might really have endless spirit stones to spend. It just so happens that there is no one available under Chinyu right now, and the strongest is just an early Jindan stage Chenwen. This is their chance. Before Zhou Tong and Si Tian had reacted from their shock, they were already pulled to half-kneel by Baoting. Tian Yu was not known for kneeling, and half-kneeling was only performed when showing the intention of allegiance. Get up. This Highness still has the same words. After 10 years you may leave on your own. Your salaries will remain the same, at 10 times the amount. But of course this is only the initial period, and I will set the exact salaries when I find the time. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had a single salary, which was a monthly salary, and lacked incentives and a system of rewards and punishments. This is detrimental to the development of the Divine Dynasty. What performance incentives, holiday incentives, internal benefits, housing subsidies, conversation subsidies, job subsidies, year-end awards, 5 insurance and 1 gold are not available. These benefits must be added, but not now, when the time is right to implement them later. Chenwen, belonging. Chenwen's voice is loud, high-pitched and full of energy. Chenwen has a bright future. If Li Wenhao knows about this, I do not know if he will not be able to sleep. The most important thing in cultivation is resources, and it is said that with enough resources, even a pig can take off. He, Chenwen, was more than a star, better than a pig. Lead the brothers of the escort. Prepare to refine the spirit stone machine. Remember that everyone involved must take the heavenly Tao oath. Right now he's weak and can't expose the existence of the spirit stone machine yet. Subordinate obeyed. Chenwen was spirited, his eyes sparkling. He had known that His Highness would not stop at Gonlong. Arctong you 3 are responsible for secrecy and security, forbidding anyone from prying into the spirit stone machine. Subordinate obeyed. The 3 Arctong sisters returned in unison. Chinyu knew that Fang Jiutong just didn't like to think. It didn't mean he was stupid. On the contrary, it was the dull and cute Xia Si Tian. Chinyu felt that she really wasn't too smart in the brain, and he didn't know how she had cultivated to the late Jindan stage. Yu Zhu, you're smart and clever. You're steady. You'll be in charge of the logistics. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness. What about me? Hafsia looked at everyone with a mission. She was the only one who didn't have anything going on. Your mission is the most important. Chinyu stroked her head affectionately. Really? The innocent half-summer jumped up at once. Taking care of His Highness, this task is more important than producing magic weapons. Oh, the perky to the end. Hafsia beamed. What? You're not satisfied with serving His Highness? Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied, as long as I can follow Your Highness in anything. If it wasn't for Chinyu, she would have been bought away by those old guys to become a woman to be toyed with. Chinyu was her heaven. The first industrial revolution has begun, and increasing productivity is only the first step. Go ahead and build the spirit stone machine as soon as possible. Tamagotchi left thoughtfully. What did the first industrial revolution mean? Yuju took notes as she walked. Chenwen has long been shocked out of his mind. Completely did not listen to what Chinyu said about the industrial revolution. He's in charge of R&D. As for production, It's definitely up to the people below him. Grab some talent and you may not even have to do the research when the time comes. Shinyu's hard work in his previous life to learn exhausted him, and the result was cool without practical exercises. And in this life he preferred to be a salted fish. By the way, I don't know if the spirit stone machine has any effect on the country's fortunes, so you can exchange for cultivation, right? After calling away half summer, Shinyu found a secret room. Chapter 17, Jindan Stage. Name Shinyu. Cultivation, Early Foundation Establishment 55 of 100. Dynasty Luck Value, 10,000 points. Technological Achievements, Bicycle, Loom, Phonograph. Tip, the dynasty's chi luck value can be converted into cultivation. Hint, the identity of a prince can transform 10% of the value of chi. And the identity of a sealed king can transform 50%. The identity of a prince can be transformed by 80%. The emperor's identity is transformed by 100%. Ha. Not bad for the most crucial thing of the Industrial Revolution. It's only just been developed and it's got 10,000 chi value. Shinyu let out a loud laugh. He wouldn't be able to cultivate, only rely on his chi luck value. Right now I'm Kingon, which is the status of a sealed king, and I can transform 50% of my chi value. 50% of 10,000 points is 5,000 points. Redeem them all. What was most important in the Eastern continent, of course, was strength. Cultivation, Early Foundation Establishment 100 of 100. Middle Foundation Establishment 200 of 200. Late Foundation 400 of 400. Foundation Building Complete 800 of 800. Whether or not to spend 3,000 points to upgrade into a Heavenly Dao Golden Pill. A line of prompts appears on the panel. Rise. As the imperial son of the Divine Dynasty, Shinyu naturally knew that the Golden Pill had 16 golden lines, and that the extreme Heavenly Dao Golden Pill, Jindan, is divided into heaven and earth, and then into the lower, middle and upper extremes, the 4 realms and the 16 pints. Early Heavenly Dao Jindan 545 of 1000. Shinyu's cultivation soared wildly, directly breaking through a large realm, breaking through from the early stage of Foundation Establishment to the early stage of Jindan. The breakthrough point of the Jindan stage is also too high. It's actually 10 times higher than the early stage of Foundation Establishment. There was also this Heavenly Dao Golden Pill. He had a total of 5,000 points, and one Heavenly Dao Golden Pill cost him 3,000 chi value. In the future, there would be Yuaning, Transformation of God, Refining the Void, and other realms, so how much chi luck value would one have to earn before it would be enough? Ha. With these, let's see who dares to call me a waste of resources. Shan 1, who is known as a genius, is only at the early stage of Jindan when he is 25, while I am already at the early stage of Jindan when I am only 18. Forget it, if people really knew that he had broken through to the early Jindan stage in one day, there was no telling how many cultivators would be attracted to him, and he would be in danger then. Above the Qin Emperor Domain's imperial city, a golden golden dragon prostrated above the imperial palace. The golden dragon was half dead and shriveled. The Chi-Luck golden dragon was already less than 20 zhang in length, but 5 years ago, the Chi-Luck golden dragon was 100 zhang long, majestic, and could seriously injure a peak transformation god with a single strike. Emperor Qin looked at the weakening golden dragon of Qi. A sense of guilt rose in his heart. Was he really fit to be the lord of this divine dynasty? He succeeded to the throne for 18 years, and his chi was getting worse by the day. Once the Chi golden dragon fell below 10 feet, whether it was a divine dynasty or a holy land, there would no longer be any scruples, and one would be able to act cheaply against the divine dynasty without worrying about being backfired by the Chi. The Chi of the divine dynasty is born from the faith of the people, and the national strength is reflected in the fact that the stronger the golden dragon is, the stronger the blessing to the people of the world. And the cultivation of the cultivators who have the official position of the divine dynasty is also smoother. But the decline of Qi will also backfire on those who possess official positions. Once the divine dynasty was broken, all the cultivators who were blessed by the Qi would lose a great deal of their strength. The 100 officials were worried, and they all watched the golden dragon of luck that was entering its twilight years. Aang! A dragon's roar shook the sky. The golden dragon of Qi luck rose into the air and hovered over the imperial city. The golden dragon, which had just shriveled up as if it was a late old man, had its eyes glowing with golden light and its body expanding. Emperor Qin looked at this scene in shock. Why would the golden dragon of luck suddenly go berserk? Is there a change in the divine dynasty? Emperor Qin is worried. The Qi is subtle and incomparable. It can sense the rise and fall of divine dynasties, and powerful Qi golden dragons can even awaken spiritual intelligence. The 100 officials palpitated. Could it be that the golden dragon of luck was still going to get smaller? Prime Minister Tangling, sullen as ever. Who can save Tianyu? Could it be that there are thieves again? Wei Zhang said to himself, the more critical the situation, the more we must beware of those who steal the country and sell it. The 20-foot Chi-Luck golden dragon, like a balloon, steeply grew in size, and the golden scales on its body were incomparably divine, exuding radiant golden light. Aang! The golden dragon regained its composure with a keening sound. The 100 officials immediately felt their bodies relax, and that feeling of being backslidden by their chi at any moment disappeared. The golden dragon returned to peace, but the royal capital exploded. Who is helping my heavenly feather divine dynasty? An official cried out in ambush, and for the first time in 5 years, the golden dragon of chi became stronger. The 100 officials will immediately come to the heavenly feather great hall to discuss important matters. Emperor Qin's voice was resounding throughout the city. As you wish. The 100 officials were on the hoof, and no time was more exciting for them than now. Someone is secretly helping the divine dynasty. Who is this person? No need to salute. Everything is simple. The Qin emperor is not formal, and things are urgent. The Chi-Luck golden dragon becoming stronger proved that there was somewhere or someone in the heavenly feather divine dynasty that could enhance the heavenly feather divine dynasty's national luck. The national fortune is mysterious and unpredictable and can perceive all things. A beggar discovers a spiritual vein, and the golden dragon of Chi-Luck senses it and increases its Chi-Luck accordingly. With an overwhelmingly powerful person joining the team, the golden dragon of Chi would also sense it and make changes accordingly. Your Majesty, the golden dragon having a feeling proves that there is a new turnaround in Tianyu. As long as we find the reason why the national fortune has become stronger, Tianyu's recovery will be just around the corner. Prime Minister Tang Ling said immediately, I second the motion. Big Jet Wei Zhang also seconded the motion. Good. Then, as the Prime Minister said, let all places probe and report in the name of auspiciousness to see what the cause is. Emperor Qin felt the pressure on his body ease up after a long time. The survival of 10 billion living beings was on his body, weighing him down. The minister of the household in the heavenly prison felt the sense of oppression on his body weaken. Is there a new hope for the divine dynasty? I'm also old and foolish for actually trusting the third prince. LOL. Sick and desperate. The minister of the household laughed to himself. But the goal that the third prince had promised half a year ago was really grandiose. How nice if it was true. How the minister of the household wanted everything Qin Yu said to be realized one day. That's still a divine dynasty. It's just like a fairy palace in the sky. He didn't regret it. He was already old. A peak Yuaning stage cultivation could only live for 800 years. He was already 790 years old. Unless the Chi-Luck golden dragon grew to 1,000 feet and gave birth to a spirit to bestow blessings on him, he would have a chance to break through to the god transformation realm. Or else 10 years later would be the day he would sit down and die. Satisfied, Qin Yu walked out of the secret room. The sea of Qi in his abdomen had transformed into 16 golden Dan. The cultivation breath can actually change automatically. Great. Qin Yu was worried that breaking through overnight would easily cause others to be alerted. So this was good. He controlled his cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He had been stuck at the early stage of foundation establishment for quite a long time, and a sudden breakthrough made sense. All hands gather. Shenwen walked with a dragon's stride, like he had won a battle and was ready to be crowned. The guards were all listless, wondering if they had made the right decision to follow His Highness. Servant Chen is here. Zhang San, do you think that if I mention returning to the imperial capital now, will Servant Chen think that I am an ungrateful person? Alright Li Si, come all the way. At least work for a few years before you leave. Your Highness won't say anything then, Zhang San casually advised. In fact, he also wanted to go, but thought about it or endure. A year or two of time he still can afford to spend. Okay, I'll listen to you. Did Servant Chen find a Taoist couple? Or did he pick up a heavenly treasure to be so happy today? Because of Qin Yu's influence, Shenwen got along harmoniously with the people under his hand on weekdays, and many of the guards joked about it. Hey, heavenly material treasure? What kind of bull **** is that? Right now, even if a superb spiritual weapon is thrown in front of me, I would have to think about whether or not to pick it up. Shenwen's mouth was extremely loud and already had the arrogant air of a thug. Ha ha. The guards laughed, all thinking that Shenwen was joking. Alright, Sergeant Chen, stop bragging. Let's talk about the important matters of the gathering. Extremely high-quality spirit weapons are worth a lot. The prices were basically above 1,000 extreme spirit stones. Peak Jindan stage powerhouses used it sparingly, and most of them were used by the Yuaning stage. Before saying that, all of you make a heavenly oath that not a single word of what you have heard today can be divulged, including next of kin. Shenwen suddenly became serious. The spirit stone machine is a matter of great importance and must be known by a reliable person. Some people thought Shenwen was still joking, but they saw Shenwen's serious face. Can Servant Chen tell us some generalizations? No. Shenwen balked. Not a single word can be known without taking an oath. Chen Wen's expression was cold as he meticulously carried out Qin Yu's request. You will be given 10 minutes to think about whether or not you wish to take the heavenly oath. The heavenly Tao oath was something that many people avoided like scorpions, and once violated would be killed by heavenly thunder. Now start the clock. Chapter 18, Mass Production. I am willing to make an oath. Zhang San did not hesitate to raise his hand immediately. The need to make an oath was definitely confidential, which meant entering the core circle of His Highness. Although the third prince was relegated to Ganlong, Grandpa had said that the third prince would definitely not remain in Ganlong. Zhang San, there's a chance you won't even be able to leave in a few years like this, Li Si whispered. Li Si, I've decided not to go. My grandfather is old. My father's cultivation is not high. I won't be able to go far back to the imperial city, so I might as well go down the same road as your highness. Li Si's mind drifted. His family's background was not high, and the prospect of going back would not be very high. Zhang San, I, Li Si, will accompany you. Good buddy. I am also willing to take an oath. Chen Wen looked at Zhang San Li Si and silently memorized the two. Ganlong's aura is thin, which is not good for cultivation. Many people followed along with a passion, and seeing the hard conditions and the uncertainty of the future, hearts have begun to loosen. Someone needs to take the lead at this time. I am also willing. As Zhang San and Li Si took the lead, there was a flurry of hands raised and voices raised. They've come all this way. And His Highness didn't even say anything about suffering, so they're in a position to say anything about suffering. In the end, there were only 5 who were not willing to take the oath. The 5 of you can remain as guards, or you can choose to leave. Chen Wen was not surprised. There are a lot of people inside the royal prince's personal guards whose family lineage is not bad, and there are also sons of big families, and these 5 people are the ones with the deepest backgrounds among them. The 5 people were Guangbo, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua, Kong Zhou and Chui Tang from the top family background. Chui Tang took the lead and said, Servant Chen, the 5 of us are willing to follow your highness to Ganlong, but we didn't realize that this place is so barren, and we still want to pursue immortality. But we, the 5 of us, will not leave now. When His Highness is firmly established in Ganlong, the 5 of us will go and ask His Highness to resign. Chen Wen nodded. How there was no spirit stone machine for the 5 of them, leaving was a better option. But that was before the spirit stone machine came out. But the 5 were still part of a sentient group that just had their own pursuits. Yes, His Highness will understand you. Now all 5 of you get out. I'm going to announce things next. Subordinate. Excuse me. The 5 walked out of the courtyard. A few people took 1 step forward and 1 step back. Qin Yu often mingled with them, getting along well with the guards and having a good relationship. But they didn't want to be like this, wasting their best years of cultivation. Chen Wen had what Qin Yu had given him. The control stone that controlled the 8 directions isolation formation. The control stone emits a golden light. Golden ribbons swam around the royal residence, enveloping their small courtyard. The 5 felt the disappearance with a heavy heart. The choices you make today will be the wisest choices of your lives. Chen Wen played dumb. Servant Chen, you're not kidding. What chance could Ganlong have? Or is this life the greatest? Chen Wen held his head high and was as imposing as a rainbow. It is not an exaggeration to say that your genealogy will start with you from the beginning of the page, and the opening of the clan is no longer a legend. Chen Wen had already learned from those of His Highness that the first batch of people who were willing to follow him were to be focused on being trained to become the backbone of those who could lead a party on their own, as long as the link with the spirit stone machine. In the future, the spirit stone is naturally not a shortage of spirit stones. With the spirit stone, even if the descendants do not give strength, smashing can also be able to smash a top family. The crowd was silent. Most people don't believe it. After the congregation has taken their vows, Chen Wen led the crowd to the backyard. The spirit stone machine had been prepared long ago, and this was the sample that His Highness had prepared for them as a reference. This is the greatest chance in your lives. Chen Wen gently stroked the spirit stone machine, even more gently than he had done with his green rainbow sword. An inferior magic weapon? Servant Chen, the chance you're talking about wouldn't be this lower grade magic weapon. The crowd was disappointed. A lower grade magic weapon was easily available to them. That's it. Disappointment passed through the eyes of the group of people, thinking that they had discovered some large spirit stone mine, or rare iron, or that they needed to keep secret, but it turned out to be just a lower grade magic weapon. Chen Wen didn't have any nonsense to start the spirit stone machine. Producing spirit stones was too unbelievable. No one would believe it if they said it. Only seeing it with their own eyes could make them believe it. The flowing aura of the backyard, which had been absorbed once, filled up once more. The spirit stone machine rumbled. A group of people are even more disappointed. The magic weapon that can only suck the wind is given to them for nothing. Zhang San also doubted his decision. Could following His Highness really work? Grandpa wouldn't lie to him. Would he? The group quietly looked at the spirit stone machine that had been making loud noises. Shenwen did not make a sound, neither did they. Just like that, a group of people stared at a spirit stone machine for a full hour. Slippery. The sound of a hard object sliding off rang out. It was like heavenly music in Chen Wen's ears. Chen Wen excitedly picked up an irregular pile of spirit stones. Even if you've already seen it once, it's still exciting to see it again. The 494 guards, in unison, looked towards the white solidified object in Chen Wen's hands. It's a spirit stone, Zhang San roared, breathing heavily. What? It's a spirit stone? Chen Wen threw the white object. It's really a spirit stone, or a top-grade spirit stone. This spell can create spirit stones? Heavens! A lower-grade magic weapon created a top-grade spirit stone. Hundreds of people's breathing became louder as they scrambled to look at the fist-sized, ugly-shaped spirit stone. Chen Wen's nostrils rose. This kind of surprise couldn't be borne by them alone. Silence, as His Highness's own soldiers. Don't make a show of not having seen the world. Chen Wen pretended to scold, but in actuality, his heart was more than happy. Your Highness said that Gonlong is only a first-grade spirit land. If you go to a second-grade, third-grade spirit land, you can still create extreme spirit stones. Extreme spirit stones. Oh my god. Extremely high-quality spirit stones that are used by Yuaning and Transformation God Realm powerhouses for cultivation. Most of their group of foundation builders were just using medium-grade spirit stones to cultivate. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the purer the aura is, the greater the benefits to cultivation. Zhang San was thrilled beyond belief. He was the first to reply and would surely be reused. And they had already seen Servant Chen, smiling at him several times. Li Si was even trembling. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I didn't go back, or I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Your next task is to refine magic weapons. Promise to get the job done. Hundreds of people returned excitedly, their voices echoing in the royal residence. Chen Wen deliberately put away the 8 directions isolation town isolation sound function. The 5 people outside the door heard the sound and felt empty inside. The 5 of them were the strongest 5 besides Chen Wen. They were all clear peak foundation establishment, but now they could only become fringe people. Do any of you know how to smith? I will. Zhang San hastily reached out. But I only know a little bit of the skins. Zhang San was a bit embarrassed. He often went to the street smithy workshop as an hour to do odd jobs and learned a bit of the skins. Knowing a little bit of skin is enough. This spell is simple to refine. Yeah, we don't know how to refine weapons. The guards were overwhelmed by joy and remembered that they didn't know how to refine weapons. So what if you don't know how? A magic weapon that can build spirit stones, even if you learn to refine it right away. That's right. We learned to refine weapons, that is. Chen Wen divided the people into 4 groups, incidentally drawing Zhang San out to manage the progress of the crowd. Zhang San was the only one in the group who knew a bit of the basics, and was the first one to be able to independently refine a weapon and learn 4 parts. One group refined drive spells, one group refined temperature control spells, and the other group refined refrigeration array discs. Each of the 3 groups had 150 people. For the rest, form a group to refine the outer box. Although it was simple, to a group of people who hadn't learned to refine weapons or carve array discs at all, they were also confused. Not a single piece of output in the first week. It took the beginning of the second week to produce the first unit. The guards of each clan are now able to work independently on the parts they are responsible for. One could be refined in a day, and assembled it would be 150 units a day. By the end of the second week, the backyard had been piled high with spirit stone machines, 1,050 of them. After a week of successive refining, the group was still in high spirits, and as their proficiency increased, each of them was already able to refine 2 parts. Third week capacity 2,100 units, capacity of 2,600 units in the 4th week, 5th week capacity of 3,000 units, 5-week capacity of 875 units. The backyard didn't used to fit, and quite a few houses were overflowing. Even machines that they considered treasures at first were overlapped. The materials in hand had also run out, and the crowd had to stop. Chen Wen looked at these spirit stone machines with satisfaction and hoofed it to Qinyu to report. Chapter 19 Operationalization. Bao Ting, the Acacia sect has inquired about this. Your Highness, this is the 35th time you've asked me about the Acacia sect. The Acacia sect is full of shameless demonesses. Fong Bao Ting was helpless. Qinyu this more than a month. Never cultivate. Either teasing the half-summer jade bamboo, or ask him about the information of the Acacia sect, because the worship generated by the spirit stone machine was dying out. The key is never practiced. But Qinyu cultivation actually broke through again to the late stage of foundation establishment. Chen Wen trotted over, his expression switching from arrogance to joy. Your Highness, we already have 8,750 spirit stone machines. Should we put them into use? And the raw materials have been consumed and need to be replenished. Then suspend production. Lay out all the machines all together. And take the 8-sided isolation array disk from the mansion. As long as you don't give birth, there are no secrets in the royal household. Try to get as close to the sacred martial dynasty as possible. The aura is more dense. It's your highness. Chenwen also meant exactly the same thing. Spiritual veins have the right of attribution, but aura does not have the right of attribution. Aura is circulating just like air. Chenwen led 494 soldiers and began laying spirit stone machines along the border. Everyone is on high alert. This is a sharp weapon that can stir the world. The 3 Fang Jiutong sisters maintained security on the side, and as the array plate was activated, a curtain of light appeared. Your Highness, you've been lying down for over a month. Do you want to go for a walk? Half-Summer suggested. The previous Qin Yu was busy all day, but after coming to Ganlong he lay around all day, and now he hasn't even gone out to see Northwatch City. Halfsia feared that the people's disgust had taken a mental toll on his highness. Ugh! Qin Yu got up from the eunuch's chair. This life is so cozy. There are dainty maidservants to wait on him, and he doesn't need to cultivate to raise his cultivation level. Go out there. Production is going to stop without the raw materials. Thousands of spirit stone machines. This just got there. Yes, your highness. Halfsia, Yuju, let's go. Qin Yu was dressed in a white Taoist robe, and with his astonishingly beautiful face, he was like a full-fledged immortal descending into the world. Halfsia looked at it with a glazed look in her eyes. Your highness is so handsome. The gate of the royal residence opened, and white clothes fluttered in the wind. Finally out comes this corrupt official. The royal palace is located in the northern part of the city and is very busy. Just as soon as I opened the door there were people pointing. It's been over a month since he came, and he hasn't gone out of the royal residence even once, so it seems that he knows to keep a face. That's right, to embezzle so many spirit stones and still be a vassal king. This world really isn't fair. These people actually don't salute when they see your highness. A bunch of unruly people. Humph. Still has the face to go out. If I did, I would have died of old age inside. When City Lord Shan Yuqing learned of the news, the first thing he did was to start mocking it. Those who had been secretly observing for a long time took out their communication jade pendants and notified the forces behind them. The Zhao family lord said in a cold voice, wouldn't it be better to be his deep palace prince? The Li Jiazhu family head smiled. After all, it is King Gan. Gan Long, he is the first person. This is to start wanting to meddle in the affairs of Northwatch City, right? I've just arrived and I've heard that Prince Gan's own soldiers want to leave because of the aura problem. It seems like the spirit stones are stretched thin and they want to make a profit. That depends on whether or not he has that ability. The Zhao family lord's tone was disdainful. A person who was coldly rejected by the Qin emperor and detested by the 100 officials and hated by the people could not be so easily deducted from his hands. The emperor's son also has only a few Jindan stage guards. The people's heart, strength, and background have nothing. How to fight with their deep-rooted family clan for many years. Your highness, where have we been? Half-Summer's eyes kept drifting around, but Northwatch City was like the countryside compared to the bustling imperial capital, and she lost interest after a while. The passing people looked at Qin Yu from time to time. No one saluted, but no one had the urge to hit him either. More than a month's time had already acclimatized the people's minds to the fact that there was such a person as Qin Yu in Northwatch City. I've already notified the Bai family master, and it should be on its way here. Qin Yu was not familiar with Northwatch City and still needed a guide. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged-looking Bai Jie trotted over. Greetings, your highness. I don't know what your highness wants from Jie. Bai Jie was accompanied by a 16 or 17-year-old, youthful and beautiful girl. She has a fleshy red goose-egg face. Under the eyebrows are glittering light phoenix eyes. Flowing hair. A closer look at this person is the city and the country. Don't be rude. I'm looking for you today because I just want to buy a batch of refining materials. This one beside you is. This is my daughter Bai Yue. Quickly pay your respects to your highness. The first time Bai Jie visited, he saw Qin Yu surrounded by several beautiful women and thought that the third prince should be good at this. For the sake of the Bai family, Jie even dragged his favorite young daughter over with him. This is a rare opportunity. After all, it is just a visit. In fact, Bai Jie heart has no idea. I cannot imagine that his highness actually really summoned him. This is the Bai family's opportunity. Bai Yue reluctantly said. Yue has met your highness. The voice revealed a stubbornness in its clarity. Halfsia looked at it and sighed darkly. What a pretty girl, secretly touching her cheeks. Although Qin Yu had been in Ganlong for more than a month, he had never completed the vassal ceremony, so Bai Jie was still called his highness. When Qin Yu completes the vassal ceremony, he will need to be called prince. With a haggard face, family master Bai is overworked. Your highness is concerned. It's just something trivial. Bai Jie had been suppressed by all the great clans of Northwatch City in a joint effort since his visit to Qin Yu. The Li family is even asking for rent. The Bai family has had a bad refining business for the past few years, and the clan is short of spirit stones. So where are the spirit stones to give rent? It's not because of you, Bai Yue said in a thin voice. Because of me? That's why. Your Highness, forgive me. My daughter's angry words need not be taken seriously. Bai Jie hurriedly made amends. The Bai family's hard-won opportunity could not be lost like this. Bai Yue, young girl nature, was asked by Qin Yu, blurted out. Because father visited you, are sidelined by other families. Bai Jie said nervously. Your Highness, forgive me, my daughter's naughty mouth is not covered. Pa! Bai Jie slapped Bai Yue's face. Still not quick enough to make amends to His Highness. The White family doesn't have to be like this. Young people are straight talking. It's understandable. It's better to look at the weapon refining materials first. Qin Yu had been a man for 2 lifetimes, so he naturally wouldn't bother with a girl, and besides, he really didn't have a good reputation. Thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity. I wonder what materials Your Highness needs. Black stone iron, white metaphysical iron, sky sand, lower grade disc of law. The black stone iron was mainly used for the box, and the white metaphysical iron in sky sand, that was used for driving the spells and temperature control spells. Your Highness, these things are found in almost every store. Even the Bai family has accumulated quite a bit of black stone iron and white xian iron. This stuff is cheap and is the main raw material for refining magic weapons. Over the past few years, because fewer and fewer people were looking for the Bai family to buy magic weapons, the accumulated black stone iron and white xian iron had piled up. How much do you have in your house? There should be 10,000 tons of blackstone iron alone. Blackstone iron was used to refine lower-grade magic weapons, but most people wouldn't choose blackstone iron because the quality was so poor that it would be easily damaged in battle. It's more about building farming tools, and some household items. The shell of the spirit stone machine was not small. One was 50 pounds, and 1 ton could be refined for 40 units. You can build 400,000 units out of 10,000 tons, 400,000 units. And his own guards only produce 3,000 a month, which works out to be enough for 11 years. Show me. Chapter 20, You Cursed Me. It's Your Highness. Bai Jie had wanted to persuade Qin Yu to find a random store to buy some. After all, black ironstone was not a good material and could be found everywhere. But the fact that the emperor himself was present was enough to show the importance Qin Yu placed on the Bai family. Bai Jie knew how to pull in the carriage. Your Highness, please, the White House. Where did that bastard Bai Jie go to hide? I repeat. Pay back the money immediately or don't blame the Li family for not remembering old feelings. Didn't we agree to a 6-month grace period before? Why did the Li family go back on their word? Before that, forget it. Now that the Li family is short of money, of course they have to collect the debt. The butler of Li's house gave an order. Give me a beating. A second-rate family had no resistance in front of a top-tier family. Just a single early Jindan stage Li house steward had suppressed the entire Bai family from lifting their heads. The people of the Li family are ruthless, either disabled or injured. No one in the Bai family was spared from the people of the Bai family and the Bai family maids and guards. Why did the family head go to visit the third prince and suffer such a catastrophe for the Bai family? Everyone in the Bai family knew that the ostracization of the clans and the Li family's outburst were all caused by Bai Jie's visit to Qin Yu. Many people had already resented Bai Jie, who had dragged the family into the abyss. All stop. Bai Li, the eldest son of the Bai family, yelled. The White family will pay you back for the Black Stone Mountain. No! The Black Stone Mountain is the foundation of the Bai family. Your father is inviting trouble for nothing. You still want to give away your ancestral foundation as well. Can't give it to Black Rock Mountain. Many people looked at Bai Li with hatred. All because of the two of them, father and son. Bai family master. Your house is quite lively. You can hear shouting from so far away. Hafsia said curiously as she heard the wail coming out of White Power. No good. It must be the Li family coming to collect debts again. Bai Jie's eyes were flustered. Worried that the Li family would be unfavorable to the Bai family. The Li family had been coming for a month straight, one time more aggressive than the other. Go ahead. Qin Yu could see Bai Jie's panic. Thank you, Your Highness. Bai Jie and Bai Yue flew towards the Bai family with their swords. From far away in the air, he saw the miserable scene of the White family. The two of them urged their spiritual energy to quickly fly towards the White House. Bai Jie's face turned white. The Li family made a move against them? I never imagined that my family would be in such trouble when I left the house. Bai Jie's eyes were red, but he could only suppress the hatred in his heart due to the huge gap with the Li family. Steward Li, coming to the door in broad daylight and injuring someone. Where have you put Tian Yu's laws? Bai Jie's red face was like a furious lion. The Alchemy Mountain was owned by the Bai family back then, and was seized by the Li family by trickery, and in turn rented to the Bai family at a sky-high price. Oof. Steward Li did not put Bai Jie in his eyes. A late stage of foundation establishment is just a thing. He can be destroyed by lifting his hand. If it wasn't for the rules of Northwatch City, it would be hard to say if the Bai family would still exist. It's only natural to repay debts, but the Bai family has been dragging their feet again and again. I suspect that you have money that you don't pay back and are deliberately reneging on the debt, so I had no choice but to take action. Even if the third prince is here today, he has no reason to stop me. Yeah. Shin Yu's voice entered through the door. You mean you can do whatever you want as long as people owe you money? Who? The rat who hides his head. Steward Lee's Jindan stage cultivation. A sweep of his divine sense sensed. Outside the door at the late stage of foundation establishment. Shin Yu. Ha ha. A piece of trash in the late stage of foundation establishment. How dare you learn from others to stand out? Steward Lee let out a loud laugh. Get out of here. When I get pissed off, I'll even take you with me. Bold. Dare to insult His Highness. High treason. Shall be punished by 3 clans. Hafsia chided loudly, her face grim unlike her usual playful face. Shin Yu was dressed in white. Half-Summers and Yuccas are on either side. The third prince. Steward Lee's body trembled. Tens of thousands of years of imperial power was deeply rooted, and had long since penetrated into the heart of every Tianyu person. I just called the emperor a rat and a waste. Finished. Kneel down, Jade Bamboo bellowed in a cold voice. Steward Lee had long since lost all 6 gods and knelt on the ground under a drink. The Lee family's people called me a rat and a waste. It seems that the Lee family is quite dissatisfied with my heavenly feather dynasty. Hafsia, notify the city guards. It's your highness. I wouldn't dare. I just mistakenly thought that outside the door were rats who were standing up for their own families. Then you are not still scolding His Highness. The little man didn't. Aha. As Shin Yu blared. The oppressive feeling from the heavens path Jindan caused Steward Lee's soul to tremble and he was unable to speak. Shan Yucheng appeared overhead. Half-Summer transmits that someone insulted and threatened the prince. Mountain Jade Cost didn't want to pay attention to Chinyu, but when it came to safety and security, then he had to step in. Although he couldn't look at Chinyu couldn't afford to have anything happen to him in Northwatch City. The pressure of the peak Yuaning stage instantly enveloped the entire Bai family, and everyone was gazed upon as if by a fierce beast. The only 3 people who felt nothing were Chinyu. Hoof. Shan Yuchun let out a muffled grunt. Butler Lee spat out a mouthful of blood. And the Lee family's beaters even directly died violently. Mountain Jade City didn't meet the salute and just hovered high above the sky. Seeing this highness, the Mountain City Lord doesn't see the courtesy. Shin Yu's face was icy cold. Indulging the people, emptying the royal palace and not paying homage to the new king. Each one was a provocation to him. When you are qualified to make me pay my respects, I will naturally do so. Shan Yucheng's tone was not condescending. I'm going to say it for the last time. You worship or you don't. No worship. If you want me to worship, unless I am pleased with my heart, I will not worship even if Emperor Qin is present. What's more, it's one that cheats the treasury and receives sponsorship from the enemy country is even less worthy of his Shan Yucheng's worship. Good. After 3 months, this highness will make you cry and wait outside my residence. Big talk. Mountain Yucheng eyes contempt. Really is a. This is being angry out of the head well. What is the offense for insulting the prince? Great disrespect, death, and the execution of 3 clans. A capital offense, punishable by death. Housekeeper Lee's legs went limp. Lord Mountain City, unjustly accused. I made an unintentional mistake. Didn't realize that it was Third Highness outside the door. Shan Yucheng's eyes swept out, and a murderous aura made Butler Lee nearly urinate. This person is a steward of the Lee house. This highness suspects that someone from the Lee house instructed him to deliberately insult this highness. Lord Mountain City, you know what to do. Shan Yucheng snorted coldly and disappeared with Steward Lee. Insulting the prince is a major offense. It's a slight against the royal family. Even if he was looking down on Chinyu, as the lord of Tianyu City, he needed to maintain the dignity of the royal family. Pass the word that the city guards are assembled. The Lee family insults the royal family. Their crime is punishable. Mountain Jade City didn't use the Heavenly Feather Army. That was only mobilized to defend against foreign enemies. And the 8,000 city guards of the Lee family in the district were enough. 8,000 city guards, flying on swords from the city lord's mansion, flew towards the Lee family in a vast manner. The millions of people in Northwatch City were all attracted by the dark crowd in the sky. By family master, can you take a look at your family's black stone iron? Bai Jie returned to his senses. Thinking about what Steward Lee had just said, he scolded the person who had stood up for the Bai family. And His Highness Qin Yu said a sentence. That is still talking about me well. The Bai family's opportunity has come, and after this alone let's see who still dares to oppress the Bai family. Your Highness, please. The black stone iron and white shen iron are in the warehouse. Bai Jie's body bent slightly. Bai Limu watched the scene dumbfounded. Just now he was worried about his clan and had to agree to compensate Blackstone Mountain. In the twinkling of an eye, he needed to worry about the safety of the Li family. Bai Yue looked at Qin Yu's back and trotted to follow. Shan Yucheng had already led 8,000 city guards and hovered over the Li mansion. The old ancestor of the Li clan, who was in the middle stage of yuaning, shouted across the sky from Mountain Jade City, "Lord City Lord, what is the meaning of this? Why are you surrounding the Li clan?" Chapter 21, Buying a Blank House. The people of the Li family insulted the emperor's son and were executed according to the law for 3 clans. Shan Yucheng's voice echoed over the Li mansion. How is this possible? Even if the people of my Li family had eaten bear heart and leopard guts, they wouldn't dare to insult the emperor. Shan Yucheng threw Steward Li down. This isn't the Li housekeeper. This person insulted the third prince in public. His crime is punishable. The expression of the Li family's Yuan-ing elder ancestor was stagnant. This idiot. Qin Yu in the waist. That is also the royal family cannot be insulted in public. Butler Li's bones were crushed by Shan Yucheng, paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. And in the White House, he was a different person. I don't believe that Steward Li would insult the imperial prince. Lord City Lord can prove it. Evidence. Shan Yucheng sneered, and the third prince identified in public to be in evidence. Shan Yucheng acted thunder and lightning. The Li family in North Hope City still evil. He has long wanted to get rid of. Just suffering from no reason. Arrest all of the Li family, and kill those who resist. At Shan Yucheng's command, the 8,000 city guards rushed down in black. Wait, Butler Li is just an underling of the Li family. Even if we have to involve the 3 clans, my Li family is not a member of the 3 clans. A butler is just a housekeeper. There is no harm in discarding it. Anyway, it has been ruined. There is no value. The third prince has said that he suspects that your Li family ordered this. And even if you don't have a tri-racial relationship, you're still in a master-servant relationship. Shan Yucheng had managed to seize the opportunity with great difficulty, so he would not let it go easily. The face of the Li family's Yuaning was unsightly. This was an ironclad desire to lay hands on the Li family. Mountain Jade City had come suddenly, and the Li family's heavenly pride hadn't even been able to send it out. So once the war started, the casualties were bound to be high. The Li family is willing to cooperate with Lord City Lord's investigation. All men do not resist. The Li family also has connections in the courtroom. The words of the housekeeper cannot be determined by the Li family's crime, but once you resist, you really become a rebel. With the words of the Li family's Yuan-ing old patriarch, thousands of core members of the Li family were captured. As for the underlings, the prison couldn't hold them. Take it all back. The city lord led the city guards and arrested the entire Li family for insulting the third prince. The whole city shook. Arresting the entire clan because an underling insulted the prince put everyone in Northwatch City at risk. The other 3 top families, Zhao, Qian, and Calculus, gathered together. It's said that a new official has 3 fires, but this approach of the third prince is too clumsy. He'll only go to the opposite side of the world with all the great families this way. I've already sent the message back to the imperial capital. It won't be long before there's a response. Even though Qin Yu was a gone-long domain vassal king, he wasn't wantonly offending the great clans of the world, which would make the already unstable heavenly feather divine dynasty even more fluctuating. Shan Yucheng also knew that with this, it was impossible to bring down a several thousand-year-old family. He just wanted to extinguish the arrogance of the Li family, and in the meantime, knock the mountain to shake the tiger. The person in question, Qin Yu, was following Bai Jie to the warehouse, and he didn't put the Li family on his mind. He never cared about scolding a few sentences, and from the time he went to the great court, the words he was scolded were written on paper that could spread over the entire royal residence. Bai Jie opened the door of the warehouse, and the black stone iron piled up into a small mountain pile was introduced to his eyes. White Shen iron was stacked on the other side, and the quantity was several times less. It's probably only about 2,000 tons. Your Highness, to solve the Bai family's crisis, how many materials do you want? Just ask. The Bai family has no reservations. Black stone iron stock of the entire North Hope City. The White family dares to say the first, no one dares to say the second. The root of their family, Black Stone Mountain, produced black stone iron. And the refining business had decreased drastically in the past few years, and the mined ore was piled up and unsold. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that you couldn't even afford to pay the rent. Although Qin Yu knows that black stone iron is cheap, but does not know the specific price. Hare asked, how much does the price of black stone iron on the market at Caddy? Back to your highness. Black stone iron is easy to mine and there are quite a few stocks. 100 pounds is sold for 8 lower grade spirit stones. White Shen iron is a bit more expensive. 2 lower grade spirit stones per Caddy. Pretty much. Qin Yu remembered that his box shell weighed 50 pounds and cost only 4 or 5 spirit stones. Driving the spells and temperature control spells cost about 15 pounds of white Shen iron, costing 30. However, The driving spells and the temperature control spells still needed sky sand to assist in refining them. And the sky sand also needed to cost a portion of it. I'll take all of these. The body of Bai Yue, who was following behind, was indeed not a good person. And the good feelings that had just risen disappeared. What kind of good person could be the one who embezzled 100,000 extremely high-grade spirit stones? Your Highness, take them all. Bai Jie swallowed his saliva. This was the Bai family's accumulation for several years, but Xinyu had just solved the Bai family's crisis. In order to make the third prince think more highly of the Bai family, Bai Jie gritted his teeth. Jie will immediately arrange for His Highness to be sent to the mansion. Calculate how many spirit stones. This Highness will purchase them at double the market price. From the moment the spirit stone machine began to operate, spirit stones became worthless in Xinyu's eyes. Just the first batch of 8,760 spirit stone machines were able to create him 210,000 top-grade spirit stones every day. Bai Jie thought he had heard wrong. It's not about whoring, it's about acquiring. Your Highness is joking. It's just a bit of low-ranked weapon refining materials. The Bai family is willing to give it to Your Highness. Xinyu waved his hand. His Highness is not in the habit of whoring for nothing and never takes advantage of small advantages. Going forward, he would have more and more spirit stones and would have to consume them out and enliven the market economy to do so. Okay, you're not going to try to refute what I said. Listen to Your Highness. Tamagotchi, do the math. 100 pounds of blackstone iron and 8 lower grade spirit stones. 1 meal is 160 pieces. 10,000 tons is 1,600,000 lower grade spirit stones. White basalt is 2 pieces per caddy. A meal is 4,000 pieces. 2,000 tons is 8 million lower grade spirit stones. That still makes the White family a wealthy family. The Bai family was a refining family, and refiners generally didn't have low incomes. And this was the stock that had been accumulated for 4 or 5 years. 9,600,000 lower grade spirit stones, which translates to 9,600 extreme grade spirit stones. According to Your Highness's statement of buying twice as much, that's 19,200 extreme grade spirit stones. Xinyu smiled awkwardly. He only had 8,000 extreme spirit stones on him. The spirit stone machine has just been laid out, and that revenue hasn't been generated yet. I didn't realize that even the original purchase price was still quite a bit off. I'll pay you 8,000 extreme spirit stones first, and you can just come to the royal residence to find Yu Zhu for the rest. Yu Zhu nodded. Your Highness is joking. 8,000 extreme spirit stones are all for the Bai family to take advantage of. The rest is not necessary. His Highness never goes back on what he says. Just come to the royal residence to get it when you have time. Listen to Your Highness. Although Bai Jie verbally agreed, he wasn't prepared to actually go and get it. Everyone knew that the third prince's 8,000 extreme spirit stones were still given by the fifth prince of the sacred martial imperial dynasty. If he went, wouldn't he be slapping His Highness Xinyu in the face? Your Highness, the guards have summoned the arrival of the people from the Taichou Holy Land. The Holy Land of the beginning? Searching his memory, Xinyu thought about it. His father found him a cheap master, the Holy Lord of the Taichou Holy Land. And when he came of age he would worship the door wall into being, and become the 8th personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Taichou. But he had been an adult for more than half a year, and he hadn't seen the Taichou Holy Land come, so now he suddenly came. It's just that, after all, it's the future master, so it's better to go back and meet him. Chapter 22, The Holy Land of the Beginning. In the main hall of the Gong Wangfu, there was a man and a woman sitting above the main seat. The two of them had a proud expression, as if they were the masters of the royal residence. The two were, respectively, the 6th prodisciple of the Holy Lord of the Taichou, Cha Chu Xue, at the peak of Jindan, and the 7th prodisciple, Wu Zian, at the middle stage of Jindan. Yuck! It's awful. Wu Zian spat the tea on the ground and threw out the teacup in his hand. Wu Zian was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, with veins protruding from his face and fierce eyes. A royal palace treats its honored guests with this kind of tea? Immortal elder, rest assured. The royal residence was established not long ago, and many things are not yet ready, Catalyst Tang respectfully explained. Now there were only 5 of their guards and a group of maids up and down the royal palace. Everyone else has gone out. They can only be received by them. These two immortals, both of them were Sacred Lord's personal heirlooms, their status equal to that of a divine dynasty's prince, coupled with the fact that they were His Highness Qinyu's future senior brothers and sisters. The hypnotic Tang several people were already carefully waiting on them. Dog slave, get to the side. Tell Qinyu to come back immediately. We don't have time to keep waiting. Catalyst Tang several people's faces were blue. Several of them were the sons of large families. Although they worked as guards for the third prince, they had never been rebuked like this before. Even more so, they had never been called a lackey. A royal prince, living in a place that smells of decay. What bad luck! Cha Chushua lightly covered her nose with her hand. her dislike undisguised. A few of the hypnotic Tang people were red in the face. The two were too bratty, as if they disdained everything about the royal family, kind of like they were deliberately looking for trouble. Your Highness, you'll be going to the Holy Land of Taichu to cultivate? Half-Summer asked apprehensively. If Qin Yu went to the Holy Land of Taichu, could she and Yu Zhu still go? According to the custom of the Eastern continent, a disciple is required to cultivate with a master. But Qin Yu was dumbfounded by all these gung fu secrets. Just like watching a scum study high math and calculus, everyone did not recognize each other. He would be exposed sooner or later if he went. He had to find a way to refuse to go to the Holy Land. And better yet, it would be better to disown him as a disciple. Anyway, it was already past the time that was promised. Go, why don't you go? Cultivating in a Holy Land is something that has always been a dream of His Highness. Qin Yu teased Hafsia. Ah, a slump flashed out of the corner of Hafsia's eye. Even the steady Yuju showed panic, as if she had never thought of this before. Hold on tight, don't keep people waiting. Qin Yu flew at high speed with his imperial sword. It seems that His Highness really wants to go to the Holy Land. I heard that the third prince is 18 years old and is still in the early stages of foundation establishment. No wonder Master doesn't want to accept this disciple. As a royal prince with endless resources, even a pig wouldn't have to be only at the early stage of foundation establishment. For grassroots cultivators, at the age of 18 to build the foundation, one can say a glorious lintel, a small heavenly pride of 10 miles and 8 villages. But when placed in the identity of the divine dynasty's royal son, one could only say that it was a waste. Wu Ziyan came from a mortal family. Although talented but lack of resources, cultivation progress is not as good as those big family children. It wasn't until he was taken under the Taochu Holy Lord's tutelage and didn't lack resources that he began to surge forward. The humiliation that was once there was finally cathartic. Qin Yu was the biggest second generation of the heavenly feathered divine dynasty, but his cultivation level actually pulled the crotch so much, causing Wu Ziyan to develop a great sense of superiority. Cha Chu Shui explained. According to Master, it was His Majesty the Qin Emperor who promised that as long as he took in the third prince he would be willing to give the sacred ground 500,000 extreme spirit stones benefits every year. But right now, the heavenly feathered divine dynasty simply can't come up with 500,000 extreme spirit stones. So naturally, Master will not accept this third prince at the early stage of foundation establishment. It turns out that you wanted to spend spirit stones to buy a position, but it's a pity that not only are you unable to take out spirit stones now, you've even been relegated to this barren land. The two of them spoke eloquently, not paying the slightest attention to the several people who were urging Tang to the side. They were acting on behalf of their master. This time, to retire this disciple, Taichu Holy Lord Strength Merit, in the Eastern continent is a dignified figure. Accepting Qin Yu this waste material is not a disgrace. You're the ones who are trash. My Highness is just thick and thin and hasn't been practicing seriously. When Catalyst Tang heard the two men's words, he knew that they had come to humiliate His Highness, and his anger immediately rose. Being humiliated in front of their own Highness, how could they turn a deaf ear? His Highness said that the king's residence will not see any guests today, so you'd better get out. Bold lackey, how dare you disrespect me? Wu Ziyan struck out with a palm. Hypnotic Tang didn't have any power to fight back as his body flew from the hall to the door. The king's house commits murder. Kill. Guang Bo, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua, and Kong Zhou all struck out at the same time. Against the heavens, a bunch of lackeys dare to make a move against the Holy Lord's own heirloom. Cha Chu Shui droned out, terrifying majesty erupting from the seemingly soft bodies. Cha Chu Shui just exploded her aura and the four of them were as if they were locked by a ferocious beast. Boom! Spiritual energy gathered, a terrifying palm-intent appeared. The hall collapsed, and the four men were knocked out, falling to the ground alive or dead. The pro-transmission must not be dishonored. Cha Chu Shui's tone was calm, but revealed an undoubted feeling. The hall of the wooden structure of the royal mansion is in a mess, but the only two people around Cha Chu Shui and Wu Ziyan are immaculate. Attracted by the sound of the collapse, the subordinates of the royal residence all rushed to the hall. Rushed the guards. A small maid trotted over and hurriedly helped Hypnotic Tang up. The rest have gone to help. Fainted Guang Bo, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua, Kong Zhou. 4 people. This putrid-smelling house should have been destroyed long ago. Cha Chu Shui got up and a clean path appeared ahead of the clutter. As for injuring a few guards, it was no different in her eyes than crushing a few ants. She wore a light green long skirt, elegant and cold, just like a heavenly fairy, dusty and unclassified. Ha ha, long time no see. Before Qin Yu's person arrived, the laughter used to come out in advance. It's embarrassing to keep customers waiting. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling person. Still have to discuss with this master teacher, whom I've never met, about not going to the Holy Land to practice, hanging a name or something. Surely the attitude should be good. Why does it smell like blood? Qin Yu at the doorway frowned. the Chinyu who had condensed the heaven's path extreme Jindan. His five senses had long been countless times stronger. Humph. The third prince is really making us wait. Chinyu had just appeared, and Wu Ziyan could not wait to sneer out. After all, there weren't many chances to mock the imperial prince of the divine dynasty, and it was rare to see an imperial prince who had been deposed. Looking at the collapsed hall, woundedly hyperventilating, Chinyu said in a gloomy tone, "The royal residence was destroyed by you, and my people were injured by you. The district's lackeys don't know about honor and disrespect. They actually dared to disrespect us, but it's just a matter of teaching them a lesson in advance. You're from the Taichou Holy Land? I'm the Taichou Holy Lord's own seventh disciple, Wu Ziyan, and this is my senior sister, Cha Chu Xue. Who gave you permission to hurt my people? The house is ruined, he doesn't care, but these people who are willing to go far with him to gone long. Chinyu himself can't afford to curse twice. He doesn't care about holy ground. We are delivering a letter to you in the name of our master, so don't come over to greet us. I'm asking you again, who gave you permission to hurt my people?" Chinyu's tone was icy cold, as if he was a hungry lion. "What reason do you need to injure a few lackeys? Even if you kill them, so what?" Wu Ziyan disdainfully said. "Taichou Holy Land is weak and strong, not to mention the lackeys, even if the inner disciples, by the pro-disciples to kill can only recognize their own bad luck. And do I not need a reason to beat you all to death?" "Ha ha." Wu Ziyan laughed out loud, as if he had heard some great joke. "With you, this early-stage foundation establishment waste." Chinyu's name was now famous in the Eastern Prefecture, and his greed for 100,000 extreme spirit stones had long been spread by those who were interested. The country's decline, coupled with the great greed of the emperor, is enough to shake the nation's fortunes. Chapter 23, The First Strike. Wu Ziyan laughed openly. There was sarcasm in his eyes. Mocking these high and mighty sons of the royal family gave him inner satisfaction. "Your Highness, don't be impulsive. This person is a Jindan stage powerhouse." The corners of Cui Tang's eyes were slightly moist, and Chinyu didn't know that the Taichou Holy Land had come to withdraw him from school. There was still no hesitation to stand up for him. "A small guard. Do you hear me? I'm a Jindan stage. I hadn't looked closely just now, but I never imagined that the third prince had already broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. With your strength at the late stage of foundation establishment, you don't want to make a move against me." Wu Ziyan was conspiratorial, trying to spur Chinyu into action. As the sacred lord's personal heirloom, his status was higher than that of a deposed prince. The heavenly Tao golden Dan in his body rotated, and the aura around him seemed to be attracted to the black hole. Wu Ziyan was not angry, but rather happy that a foundation establishment actually did dare to make a move against him. It was Chinyu who made the first move, and he had a name for his division. "Don't hurt your life," Cha Chu Xue said lightly, "although it is a relegated prince, but after all, it is the Tianyu royal family, and the current Qin emperor is still in his prime. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm just teaching him a lesson and letting him lie down for a few months." "Your Highness." Catalyst Tang tried to stop Chinyu despite his injuries. If Chinyu was beaten, he would lose the face of the heavenly feather divine dynasty. The half-summer Yuzu was also worried about Chinyu being injured. "Don't come over. My people who are besides me also who are not allowed to fight. The Holy Lord's personal disciple is no exception." The people of the royal family were in a frenzy. Who wouldn't want to follow such a highness? Hypnotic Tang was gulped down and ghosted to a halt. "Don't worry, I won't take the life of your waste of a highness. I'll just make it difficult for him to move around." Boom. Chinyu catalyzed the imperial clan's merit law Haoren Jingqi decision. This is the top level of the heavenly order. For the Qin clan's imperial clan only to cultivate the merit law, there were a total of 9 layers of the Haoyan Jingqi decree. And it was a pity that the heavenly feather divine dynasty had been established for 30,000 years and had never heard of anyone reaching the 9th layer. The current Qin emperor, with his outstanding talent, was only at the 6th level. Chinyu's Hao Ranzhang Qi resolve from his previous life had just stepped into the 2nd level of the realm. A vast aura of righteousness erupted from Chinyu's body. His black hair like a waterfall. Wu Ziyan froze for a moment and hurriedly returned to his senses, actually being shocked by Chinyu's aura. Chinyu exudes righteousness. Is just when the world of great Confucianism? Wu Ziyan in the side is like a villain. A hint of ruthlessness flashed out of the corner of Wu Ziyan's eyes. "When you are lying on the ground like a dead dog, I hope you still have this momentum." Wanderingly, Cha Chu Xue, her eyes were grave. The peaked Jindan actually felt a dangerous aura from Chinyu. This was impossible. How could the district's late stage of foundation establishment make her think this way? Catalyst Tang looked at this scene with horror. Your Highness was really in the late stage of foundation establishment. Why did it make him, a peak foundation establishment, feel so small in himself? The secret art of the beginning. Wu Ziyan transformed his hand into a palm as his body entered the metaphysical realm, and he had comprehended the palm intent. The higher Qin Yu stood, the worse he would fall if he defeated him later. Wu Ziyan leaped up, his body as light as a white crane, meteor catching the moon. A palm wind struck out from Wu Ziyan's hand, his breath as terrifying as a meteor falling into the sun, and the collapsed halls shattered wood flew. Not good. This palm is too terrifying. Your Highness is only afraid that it will be difficult to resist. Catalyst Tang was worried. Vast starlight. The heavenly Tao golden pill vibrated, emitting gusts of golden light, rendering Qin Yu's spiritual energy with a layer of golden light. Boom! The palm wind and the vast chi clashed together. As the gale raged, a group of maids wrapped their arms around the fainted few with deadly force, and all of them were unable to open their eyes. Pass! The gale dispersed and a crash sounded. Catalyst Tang panicked and searched for Qin Yu's voice. If Qin Yu was injured because he stood up for him, how should he face the rest of the mansion? Your Highness! Catalyst Tang's voice carried a tremor as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The source of the crashing sound was actually the mid-Jindan stage Wu Ziyan. Wu Ziyan spat out blood from his mouth as his body was blown away into the collapsed ruins behind him. The current Wu Ziyan was in a sorry state. All of his just now divine energy was gone. His body was limp and his eyes were wide as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Safe and sound. Chachushue was the only one who saw the battle clearly, and her heart had long since set off waves of shock. There was actually golden spiritual energy present within Qin Yu's spiritual energy. As a personal disciple of the Sacred Lord, Chachushue had heard that only a supreme celestial pride who had formed the heavenly Tao golden pill would have golden spiritual energy appear in their spiritual energy. Moreover, Qin Yu was only at the foundation stage. Chachushue subconsciously struck out, wanting to know how exactly Qin Yu did it. You also want to make a move. This Highness does not have the habit of not hitting women. On the contrary, women I hit harder. Chachushue stopped. She only came to deliver a message for her master. Not to fight. We're here just to deliver a message. We have no intention of fighting you. Now that my senior brother has also been injured by you, both sides are considered even. He injured 5 of my men, and 4 of them are even unconscious. So you're saying it's even? Don't you know how to count? It's just a few lackeys, and they're worthy of being compared to my senior brother. Chachushue laughed coldly. Peak Jindan and Mid Jindan were not on the same level. Where did the thieves come from, daring to injure His Highness Qin Yu? The 3 Fang Zhou Tong sisters were originally escorting the production of the Spirit Stone machine, but someone in the mansion sent a message that someone was trying to injure Qin Yu. The 3 of them hurried back with all their might, ignoring their aura depletion. Although Qin Yu was very lazy, always waking up only at sunrise and not cultivating, but having developed a Spirit Stone machine that was even more magical than a divine artifact, the 3 had long recognized Qin Yu as His Highness. Arcton didn't pause for a second when he saw Chachushue with a murderous face, boldly bellowing. The green dragon probes its claws. Fang Zhoutong used his hand as a claw and attacked Chachushue's chest straight away. He wanted to crush her little buns. Chachushue faintly raised her palm and struck out. A mere casual palm was considerably more powerful than Wu Zi's safety strike. Fang Zhoutong was forced back by the palm wind. Big sister, we've come to your aid. Fang Baoting and Xia Sighting struck out at the same time. Qin Yu felt the Jindan trembling and realized that it actually had a humanized joy. Qin Yu's spiritual energy turned again. Against the early Jindan stage Wu Ziyan he didn't use even 3 points of his spiritual energy. Chachushue inexplicably had a palpitation when she felt Qin Yu's gaze. Stop. I told you we're just here to deliver a message. We don't want to fight you. 2 late Jindan stages, a peak Jindan, and a bizarre Qin Yu. Moreover, the golden aura is too mysterious. Chachushue needs to go back and report to her master. Don't get caught in the gutter. You hurt my men. Do you want to take over with a sentence of delivering a letter? There is nothing so easy in the world. What do you want? Pay out. It was impossible for him to beat and kill the personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning, and right now he was still nominally the senior brother of these 2. This is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones enough. Chachushue waved her hand and a small pile of snow-white top-grade spirit stones appeared. This amount of spirit stones? Are you sending out beggars? Foundation establishment cultivators earn less than 100 top-grade spirit stones a year, and these are already enough for them to gain for a few years. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My people are more than 100 top-grade spirit stones a month, 10,000 at least, or we'll have a fight, and it's up to whoever wins. Qin Yu was aggressive, and now that they were 4 against 1, the advantage was with him. Fine, I'll give you 10,000. I hope you don't regret it. Qin Yu was offending the Tai Chu Holy Land. My Highness, never regret. Chachushue waved her hand and another pile of top-grade spirit stones appeared. Worthy of being the Holy Lord's own spirit stone is more than enough. Wu Ziyan's body was limp, unable to move, just like a dog that ate rat poison. Chachushue took out an elixir and stuffed it into Wu Ziyan's mouth. then took out a small flying boat and brought Wu Zian on board. Here's a letter for you from the master. Cha Chushue laughed softly. If Jinyu read the letter and knew that he had been retired, I don't know what his reaction would be. Rip. Jinyu took the envelope without saying a word and directly tore it in half. Looking at the attitudes of the two men, Jinyu knew that nothing good would be written in the letter. You, Bai Chushue exclaimed. This is the Holy Lord giving you a letter. Which is so. If the disciple's character is so bad, the Holy Lord is no better. What can we do about this? Although she knew that what was written inside the envelope was a refusal to accept Jinyu as a disciple, now that the envelope was torn, she could not convey it verbally. Forget it, let's go back to the Holy Land to report to Master first. Just add some fuel to the fire when the time comes. Hypnotic Tang let out a laugh and fainted with both eyes. Take this spirit stone and distribute it to the injured brothers. This is the cost of the tonic. Jinyu did not intend to ask for it, nor could he see it. 3 days later, Hypnotic Tang several people woke up. Chapter 24. Chui Tang returns to his heart. The personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Taichu, his strength was also a top-notch existence amongst his peers. What's more, the realm is even higher than Chui Tang by a big realm. And catalyzing Tang fainted for 3 days before waking up with a slap. The remaining 4 have even remained unconscious to this day. Don't worry, I've already given them the Yuan recovery pill, Jade Bamboo comforted. Yuju had read medical books and had a little knowledge of healing diseases and injuries. Plus there was no physician in the mansion, so he had to be the one to do it. Thanks a lot, Miss Yuju. Don't thank me. You've had a girl looking after you for the last few days. Chui Tang's face blushed slightly. He knew who Yuju was talking about. A few of them. They'll wake up this afternoon. So I'll leave without anything else. Right. Yuju suddenly folded back. This is the cost of the tonics that His Highness has asked for you. So the few of you can split it up and go buy some high-grade pills to stabilize your injuries. His Highness also said that he can only do so much with his limited strength right now, and that no one will be able to bully you guys after he's stronger. Yuju finished speaking and left without looking back. Chui Tang's eyes were red, slapping himself in the face. I'm too much of a no-gooder. Several of Chui Tang's men had long indicated their thoughts of leaving, but His Highness still regarded them as brothers. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like something he wasn't, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes as he felt guilty inside. Chui Tang sat withered next to a few people, waiting for them to awaken. Toward the end of the afternoon, Guang Bo, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua, and Kong Zhou woke up one after another. Ahem. A few people just woke up and started coughing violently. Cha Chushue's poem shocked them out of their internal injuries. I'm afraid that without 2 months is not resting well. Trey, you guys so here. Chui Tang had a bitter look on his face. Several brothers. I'm not going to go back. I've decided to follow your highness all my life. Although he is a son of the Chui family, but the Chui family does not lack him alone. And he is not a Chui family heirloom. Go back and what can be done? Also need that cultivation road can go a little further. But which is how? For the sake of such His Highness Jinyu, what's wrong with sacrificing a little bit of the future? Several people passed out early, unaware of what was happening behind them. Trey Ten spoke word for word about what happened back there. Jinyu stood up for them, going so far as to make a move against the sacred lord's own disciple. It's me. We're also not things. We are also willing to follow your highness for the rest of our lives. A man will die for a friend who understands him. Not to mention a highness who had to stand up for them regardless of their safety, and who had fought hard against Jindan with his foundation stage. This is the cost of the tonics that His Highness recovered for us. Chui Tang blamed himself for feeling shameless and was too embarrassed to look at the spirit stones in his storage. Irobo picked it up and probed it. Man, that's a lot of spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was not a small amount for them. A peak foundation establishment soldier's monthly salary is 800 lower-grade spirit stones, 9,600 a year, which is equivalent to 96 pieces of upper-grade spirit stones. $10,000 is enough for them to work for 100 years. Splitting it into 5 is enough for 20 years. How much fuss can there be? Kong Zhou snatched it, and the divine sense swept the tone with a trembling voice. That's at least 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Your Highness gave us all these spirit stones. He didn't leave a single one behind. As the party that stayed until the end, Chui Tang knew that Jinyu had asked for a total of 10,000 top-quality products, and now all of them were given to a few of them. I thought it would be good enough to give $200 each. But I can't believe His Highness didn't leave a single piece. Trey Tan is better at blaming himself. Your Highness has a heart to illuminate the moon, but it has shown on these broken gutters of his that want to run away. I'm going to find His Highness. Chui Tang got up and prepared to go find Jinyu immediately. We'll go with you. Jinyu is leisurely sunbathing in the front yard, not yet aware that several men have secretly promised him their lives. Yu Jiu, Chui Tang, Kong Zhou, a few better yet. Much better, Your Highness. They should all be awake. That's good. Get someone to buy a few third grade. No, buy a few fourth grade pills for him to take. Don't leave a hidden disease behind. It's your highness. The spirit stones began to be harvested one after another in the past few days. And every day was more than 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was really somehow spent, because Qin Yu's spirit stone machine was designed to be a 10-in-1. This size was as big as an ordinary brick. That's over $20,000 a day. Around 500 pieces per cubic meter. Every day around 40% of spirit stones were sent to the backyard storehouse. There's no place to put this for a while longer. We'll have to spend it somehow. When Shui Tang's few people heard Qin Yu's words at the door, they suddenly stopped, unable to control their tears from flowing downwards. A royal prince, who was always concerned about their health, not to mention that he actually wanted to buy them fourth grade pills. The fourth grade was an elixir taken at the yuaning stage, which was worth a lot of money. So how could their district guards take a fourth grade elixir? Your Highness. A few of Traiton's men appeared from the doorway crying. Qin Yu stood up from the eunuch's chair in a flash. Assholes, who dares to bully the sick? You guys tell me who bullied you. Bullying the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled. He, Qin Yu, disdained it the most, and could not imagine that it actually happened in the mansion. Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding. No one is bullying us. It was a few of us who were too moved and cried tears of joy, Shui Tang hurriedly explained. Several people explained why and said that they would follow Qin Yu to the death. Qin Yu is secretly happy. I really am very charismatic. It just so happens that there's a shortage of people these days, and these are second only to Chunwan. It just so happens there's something going on lately. The ceremony of proclaiming the king was to be held within 3 months, and now almost 40 days had passed. Although he didn't care about the red tape, the heavenly feather divine dynasty traditions still had to be followed. Build a high platform to worship heaven and earth. Guests from all parties are invited to attend the festival. This was a rule that had been established when the heavenly feather divine dynasty was founded, and as a vassal king was the king of a domain. These were essential. If you want Qin Yu to say how gone long is barren, there is nothing to sacrifice. Qin Yu thought about Kong Zhou came from the Kong family. This Kong family is quite proficient in this sacrificial rituals and other doorways. Kong Zhou, you take him Ozhua. Gong Chao and you three will be in charge of the king's sealing ritual. Make sure to do it in style. Sealing the king's sacrifice. This was no small matter. He had grown up with his ears open and was all too familiar with these sacrificial rituals. Kong Zhou said excitedly, yes, Your Highness, I can also play for them. Shui Tang also wanted to contribute. Your Highness, I can do the same. Although Guangbo did not understand etiquette, he could still help out. Not you too. I have a more important task for you. The vassal king has the right to build an army and can recruit as many men as he wants. Yu Zhu said, Your Highness, the vassal king can build 3 escort armies of 10,000 each, for a total of 30,000 men. Only 30,000? A little bit less. Also want to build a 3 million army. It just so happens that the army is a big spender. Otherwise how can this spirit stone be spent? Your Highness can only be 30,000. More than 30,000 is against the law. Alright then, let's recruit 30,000 first. Too many at once and not enough manpower to manage it. Shui Tang, Guangbo, you two are in charge of recruiting the army, aiming for 30,000 people. It's Your Highness, recruiting soldiers and horses. This is more than a sacrifice. After all, the words of the vassal king in addition to their own strength, under the hands of the soldiers and horses is also very important. All go down. The holy land of the beginning. Cha Chushui tells of her experience in the Gan Wangfu. Ignorant little child. How dare you tear up this seat's letter? The primordial Saint Lord was furious. Thunder rolled over the Holy Land. If it wasn't for this kid being special, the Holy Lord of Taichu would have definitely slapped him to death. Since he doesn't want to give him decency, you guys take one of my divine sense detachments over there, and this seat will tell him in person. Refusing to accept Qin Yu. This matter was bound to have an impact on Qin Yu as well as Emperor Qin. Considering Emperor Qin, the Taichu Holy Land had wanted to write a letter to give them some face. But now it seemed that there was no need for that. The reason why he agreed to accept Qin Yu in the first place was also because Emperor Qin promised to give 1 million of extreme spirit stones, and only then did he reluctantly agree to do so. But now that the sky feather spirit vein had dried up, not to mention 1 million extreme spirit stones, even if 100,000 extreme spirit stones, cannot afford to take out. In that case this disciple he naturally didn't want. A waste, who had also become a poor man, also wanted to use the Taichu immortal pool to wash his bones and marrow. The Holy Lord of Taichu sneered. You guys rushed to go on the day of the vassal king's sacrifice. Yes, master. Wu Ziyan recovered quite a bit from his injuries, and he knew that his master was intentionally embarrassing Qin Yu. Qin Yu was lying on the eunuch chair, thinking about the direction of Gong Long's development. Spirit stone machines are like textile machines that increase capacity, but it takes a place to prosper. That alone is too slow. The development should be balanced, so as to achieve the blossoming of 100 flowers. Your Highness. Half-Summer peeled the purple and gold grapes and put them into Qin Yu's mouth. At first he rejected this futile behavior, but the clothes and food smelled so good that he was attacked. If the outside world saw it, they would have to accuse Qin Yu of being a loser. The third-level spirit fruit, purple gold grapes, which could enhance the cultivation speed of the third level of the foundation establishment stage, was consumed by him as an after-dinner fruit. Your Highness, the sky sand and auxiliary materials have been acquired, so we can continue refining. Yu Ju whispered. There were only 8,760 spirit stone machines now, with a production capacity of 200,000 top-grade spirit stones a day, which was still far from His Highness's goal. Go and buy a few more array discs to shroud the royal residence, a few defense, attack, and confusion discs. Also, have the personal guards all come back to give birth, and the 3 Arctong sisters will just stand guard there. With a saint-level array disc, there was no way for a transformation god to get in. The 8 directions isolation formation could not just isolate the breath. Chui Tang brought Guangbo to the busiest street in Northwatch City. Chapter 25, Building Higher Walls and Gathering More Food. 30,000 people. The minimum requirement is all late-stage Qi practicing. Can this recruit people? Hirobo has no confidence. Although there are a lot of Qi refining stage cultivators, there are not many late Qi refining stage cultivators, and it is hard to say whether there are 30,000 late Qi refining stage cultivators in a place like North Hope City. Let's start by recruiting as Your Highness commands. Chui Tang set up a sign on the busy Wangqing Street. The Gon Palace is recruiting soldiers for the late stage of Qi cultivation. His Highness requested that the festival be held in a grand manner, but the funds for this haven't been given yet. So excited I forgot to ask for money. The 3 of them, Kong Zhou, had just combined their efforts and were ready to go to Qin Yu to ask for funds, to wind up, so also have to 30,000 upper grade spirit stones. After all, it is the royal family sacrifice. The altar, the offerings. There is also a need to feast on guests. $30,000. Kong Zhou felt a bit reluctant. With the current economic situation of the royal family, would it be too much of a stretch to spend 30,000 upper grade spirit stones on just one sacrifice? Racier machine shop? Kong Tang came to the backyard and was told that Qin Yu had gone to the spirit stone machine plant in the backyard. He knows about the backyard. But what the hell is this spirit stone machine plant? Kong Zhou came to the door of the backyard with doubts. Qin Yu is still the first time to come to the plant to inspect the work. A group of people working feverishly. Although the hard work, but no one said anything. Because Qin Yu had set a labor fee of 100 lower grade spirit stones for every unit they produced. Knowing that when this thing was taken outside, the labor fee could only be charged at 25 times the pay made one of them dry. Most of them were at mid-foundation establishment cultivation. And a mid-foundation establishment spirit stone salary was only 200 lower grade spirit stones a month. But now there were 100 lower grade spirit stones for just refining one machine. Cyclic refining, their speed had increased by several times. On average, one person could refine 2 units a day. Even if a FA strong level refiner only refined 1 unit a day, it can produce 1,000 spirit stone machines a day. Every 7 days go the spirit stones and lay them out. Remember not to attract attention. It's Your Highness. Chen Wen returned. Zhang San and Li Si followed behind Chen Wen. Everyone has worked hard. Raising his hand, he offered his condolences to the hard-working guards. No hard work. A day earns the previous month's worth of spirit stones, and not a single one of them cries out for hard work. It's like someone who earns 3,000 a month suddenly earning a small 100,000 a month. Even if they are tired, they are still happy. Good job. I heard that the work was organized by you too. Qin Yu looked at Zhang San and Li Si. It's all thanks to Your Highness for researching such a divine weapon. We're just doing unskilled work based on what we've done. Zhang San said humbly. It's also your ability to keep production organized. Qin Yu did not begrudge his compliments, which were more exciting than criticism. Zhang San, from now on, you are the factory director of the Lingshi machine factory, and your treatment is twice the average income of everyone. Li Si, the deputy factory director, is treated 1.5 times. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhang San. Li Si replied excitedly. Didn't he stay for just such an opportunity? Now a guard, refining 2 units a day to earn 200 spirit stones. A month is 6,000 spirit stones. He took the average of 2 times is not a spirit stone over 10,000. Li Si is also excited beyond measure. 1.5 times a month, nearly 9,000 spirit stones. Then before the monthly salary of 200. Up almost 45 times. Do a good job, and His Highness will not treat you poorly. Yes. Everyone shouted back. Suddenly multiplying their income by dozens of times is not something they've ever thought about in their lives. These were his personal soldiers, and their talents were not bad, but it was a pity that they had to work hard as their manpower was limited right now. Xinyu was not prepared to let them keep practicing the spirit stone machine. These were his most loyal squad, and he was prepared to train them well. Your Highness, Kong Zhou seeks an audience. Chen Wen's eyes flashed with an imperceptible look. Kong Zhou Chuitang was one of his 5 centurions, but in the end none of them stayed. He didn't react on the surface, but in his heart he was always reluctant. He didn't want to let a few people miss their chance, but he was first and foremost His Highness's head of the personal guard and had to sift through the uncertainty. Let him in. Ha! Your Highness, Kong Zhou and the others didn't make an oath. How can they be allowed to enter the backyard? It's okay, let them in. It's just as well to come in and make it up. Chen Wen was still unaware that several people from Kong Zhou had already sought out Xinyu to show their loyalty. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Wen secretly rejoiced. When they came in and knew the secret, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to, and they would be considered forced to accept the opportunity. Kong Zhou, Mo Zhua, and Gong Chao followed behind Chen Wen and walked into the backyard. Into the eyes of a group of people are working feverishly refining magic weapons. A few people like Lu wandering Jiafu General, that which are curious. Well, that's His Highness's secret. It looks so ordinary. Lower grade magic weapons. They couldn't look at them. And they couldn't earn a few dollars from lower grade magic weapons. A few confused little eyes drifted everywhere. Your Highness, the King's sealing sacrifice has been calculated by my subordinates, and in order to do it in a scenic manner, it needs to cost at least 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Considering that the royal family is now in financial distress, scaling down some of the unnecessary expenses would require at least 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Kong Zhou was apprehensive in his heart. 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Would His Highness think that he wanted to use the opportunity to covet spirit stones? How much? Xinyu's voice was a bit loud. Kong Zhou heard Xinyu's surprised voice and felt that he might have overreported. Back to Your Highness. The sacrifices can also be used in a more ordinary way. 15,000 upper-grade spirit stones can also be done. Oof. Xinyu hummed lightly. What did the Kong boat sacrifice demand that I tell you? Kong Zhou wiped the sweat. The clever woman is difficult to cook without rice. 15,000 is already the minimum requirement. The successive generations of sealing the king's sacrificial expenses are above this. Your Highness, 15,000 top-grade spirit stones can't be any less, or else the sacrifice will be effective. The 3 words worse Kong Zhou didn't say. I said it's a matter of spirit stones. Well, I said it should be graceful. 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones to run a sacrifice. Where can it be graceful? Xinyu's tone was dissatisfied. These guys were not sharp in spending money. Ha! It's not too much. It's too little. But how many spirit stones can the royal family have? Xinyu thought about the barrenness of Ling and the serious loss of talent. So if he wanted to attract talent, a scenic sacrifice was definitely indispensable. How about this? I'll give you a budget of 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. You watch the build. And if it's not enough, ask me for it. Xinyu left after he finished speaking. He was just coming to see the state of spirit stone machine production. His lab is almost set up. Consider researching new products as well. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Kong Zhou thought that he had heard wrongly and just wanted to ask for confirmation but realized that Xinyu had already left. Your Highness just said 1 million upper-grade spirit stones? Kong Zhou looked down at Gong Chao Mo Zhua and asked suspiciously. His Highness did say that he would need 1 million top-grade spirit stones. But the royal family has so many spirit stones. Gong Chaomao left the whole process and heard every word clearly. Now that you have seen the spirit stone machine, make an oath. Chen Wen smiled evilly and didn't directly tell the inside story. Chapter 26, The First Unrecruitment. Make a vow? What oath? The 3 of them, Kong Zhou, were puzzled. Refining an inferior artifact was just a matter of refining an inferior artifact. And there was still a need to make an oath? Stand first. I'll explain it to you afterward. Although Kong Zhou and the 3 of them were doubtful, they still listened to Chen Wendy and made their vows. The squire can speak now. The 3 of them were also curious as to what secret it was that they had to take an oath before they could tell. Chen Wen looked for the spirit stone machine. Saying more is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. 2 hours later, the 3 of them, Kong Zhou, stared dumbfounded at the spirit stones in front of them. Now you know why you need to make an oath first. Kong Zhou reacted to why His Highness was disgruntled just now. It's like a billionaire birthday party. Let you scenery hit the office. But you said to find a small restaurant to cope with it. This is sure to upset the rich man. Is 1 million top-grade spirit stones a bit less? After seeing the spirit stone machine, he suddenly expanded. Thinking that spirit stones were nothing more than that. Even 1 million upper-grade spirit stones didn't seem like a huge amount anymore. Backyard. Hafsia was bitter. Having spent almost 2 weeks inside the lab since His Highness visited the Spirit Stone Machine Factory, no one eats the grapes she peels. Yuju was still reading as usual, as if there was nothing else to keep her occupied but reading. Miss Yuju, this week's Spirit Stones are placed there. After Chen Wen escorted a batch of Spirit Stone machines over, he brought back the previous week's Spirit Stones. Tomatsu frowned longingly. The first batch of 8,760 Spirit Stone machines. 7,000 Spirit Stone machines are now being produced every week, and another 14,000 have been delivered in the past 2 weeks. The 7,000 units sent over in the first week were the original 8,760, producing over 2,647,000 Spirit Stones in 1 week. It will be increased later at a capacity of 1,117,000 per week, and the king's house will still need to be inhabited. Plus, the Spirit Stone machine was produced in the backyard again, so I don't know where to put so many Spirit Stones. Let's put it inside the empty compartment for now. This can't go on like this. A huge warehouse needs to be prepared for this. Just as Chen Wen left, Xinyu appeared from inside the lab. The lab was improvised right next to his chambers. Talisman paper is a cultivator tracing runes on a specially refined yellow talisman. If the template is changed in advance and then in a photocopying manner, can it be made possible to mass-produce talisman paper? Xinyu had already been wondering if this method was feasible for the past half a month. The writing of the runes of the runic paper is difficult and is concerned with a single stroke. Quite a few rune stones were often engraved halfway through, and then the previous work was abandoned because the energy was exhausted. There are many types of talisman paper: attack, defense, auxiliary and so on. The price difference between the raw materials of talisman paper and the finished product was more than 10 times, which was caused by the underneath success rate of the talisman maker. The average rune master's success rate was only 20%, and the stronger ones could go up to 30 or 40. Xinyu felt as if his brain had become a pile of mush, so why not just find a talisman master to carve a few templates and try it out? No amount of thinking is better than action. Your Highness, Half-Summer trotted over excitedly. Xinyu hadn't come out for half a month. Your Highness, there are not enough warehouses in the royal residence. Yuer intends to build a warehouse at the back of the royal residence. Jade will see to it. If anyone was the most loyal, it would probably be Half-Summer, but she wasn't as reliable as Yuju. Xinyu changed his clothes and prepared to go out to find a few talisman masters. He didn't even talk about rune templates. He couldn't even draw the lowest priced rune paper. Like a little girl, Hafsia was excited at the idea of going out. The entrance to the royal residence. Trent took a step and retracted it. Guangbua, do you think that if His Highness knows that we've only recruited a dozen people in half a month, will His Highness think that the two of us are trash? The sign has been up for half a month and very few people have asked about it. As far as the people who are here now, they are still here because they are strapped for cash and want some kind of errand. Xinyu's people didn't even look at him. One was because in the past few years, there had been a great loss of cultivators, and another was because Xinyu had a bad reputation. The people don't scold Xinyu or all quality, let alone help Xinyu to do things. Old Chui, now that we can't complete the task, report it to His Highness in time. His Highness will only think that we are less capable, but if we don't report it, that would be deceiving His Highness. Okay. Chui Teng came from the Chui family. Chui family is a world of books. Even as a guard for a few years, still retains the bookish indecisiveness. Guangbua has a straightforward nature and only knows that yes means yes and no means no. Chui Teng, how many Guangbo soldiers have been recruited? Xinyu had just gone out the door when he saw a constipated-looking Chui Teng. Chui Teng has failed to live up to your highness's expectations. In half a month's time Chui Teng has only recruited a dozen people. Chui Teng confessed. A dozen? Xinyu knew that he had a bad reputation and had difficulty recruiting, and the salary offered was 2 tiers higher than the border soldiers after the 3-month probationary period had been regularized. There shouldn't be only a dozen people even if they are running for money. Show me how you recruit. Runesmith first put on hold for a while. No soldiers in his hands, he is not even hardened. Xinyu followed Hypnotic Tang to Bay Wine Street where they were recruiting people. Only a few words were written on a sign. The Gone Palace is recruiting soldiers for the late stage of Qi cultivation. Xinyu held his forehead. A face of helplessness. You recruiting people to write a sign well. Even the basic treatment is not written. Not to mention the big cake. Salary can be written 2,000 to 10,000. Make some gimmicks to attract people. It's not a sign. Traitan looked puzzled. Recruitment in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was all like this, and writing a sign was already considered okay. After all, the income of a Heavenly Feather soldier could be higher than that of a casual cultivator and some sect disciples. Most of the time, the sign doesn't even need to be written. Just put the word out and there are plenty of people to sign up. How many people come to inquire about it in a day like this? Xinyu curious. Such a sign really will come well. About 20 or 30 people a day. You guys didn't say the salaries were raised by 2 tiers. Said it but they don't believe it. Chui Tang was helpless. And the treatment of being 2 tiers higher than the border soldiers attracted many people. But in the end, these people shook their heads and all left, not believing that the third prince would honor his salary. Do not say the people. Even Chui Tang are not quite believe. Even the dynasty is owed a few years' salary. The king's house what poor like he cannot know. Having been here for more than a month and not even having a family clan to set up. Naturally there was no entry. It's a good thing to do. Get the people to play a little game that is, and they'll believe it. Chui Tang was puzzled. Could he gain the people's trust by playing games? You listen to what I say and do it. Xinyu whispered in Chui Tang's ear. Chui Tang would be skeptical, not knowing what kind of medicine His Highness was selling, but he still wrote up. Come one, come all, look up. Just by playing a small game, you'll be able to earn 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chui Tang had 1,000 top-grade spirit stones piled up in front of him. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. 1,000 years of drying for the foundation establishment stage alone was not a small attraction to even the Yuaning stage. As soon as the spirit stones appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. It was a great attraction to the passing crowd. That's true. Chapter 27, you can win 1,000 spirit stones by guessing the size? The bustling Beiwang Street was not only filled with casual cultivators and ordinary people, but also quite a few disciples from all the major sect clans. Hundreds of casual cultivators and disciples of all the major clan families were attracted by the spirit stones. Qin Yu surveyed the men and women, young and old, Qi practitioner, foundation establishment, and Jindan stage. Jade Bamboo whispered beside Qin Yu. Your Highness, the one wearing the prosperous star costume is the Red Star Sect's talisman master. The person in the lead is named Feng Fei. I heard that he's a genius talisman master of the Red Star Sect. He's just being overwhelmed by his senior brother in terms of cultivation. Qin Yu looked at it without moving. Can you really take away spirit stones by playing a game? The lead female disciple of the Danxia sect questioned. It must be a lie. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones is not a small amount. The Red Star sect disciple concurred. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones were enough for a person to cultivate to the Jindan stage. None of the clan disciples believed it, while the family disciples looked on with cold eyes. The 4 families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were in the same breath. And what happened to the Li family was still fresh in their minds. Thousands of people from the Li family are still inside the city lord's mansion prison. Qin Yu smiled without answering and said to himself, the game is very simple. I have a dice in my hand. All you need to do is guess the size of the dice. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. You can sign up now, and those who haven't can't play in the game. His Highness did not say a word about recruiting soldiers. Can this recruit soldiers? Chui Tang Guanghua looked at each other face to face. The last person to win will receive 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Senior sister Miao, should we sign up and try? The other 2 female disciples of the Danxia sect transmitted their voices. No, it's so impossible for this trashy prince to spare 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Miao Chunru vetoed without even thinking about it. The Red Star sect disciples were also transmitting their voices privately. Senior brother Fong, it's just a guess on the size of the dice. Should we bet on it? The Red Star sect disciple was moved to give it a try. Feng Fei vetoed. There is no pie in the sky that falls for nothing. The third prince must have a plan for this move. We must not act rashly. The cause of the Li family has been rumored after the past few days. Who knows what Qin Yu wants to do? Listen to senior brother. Red Star sect disciple Qi Hui suppressed his thoughts, but he still retained a trace of hope in his heart. What if it was true? No one from the big clans made a sound or participated. They were all worried about taking the spirit stones and sending the family to the prison. I'll sign up. A ragged early-stage foundation establishment loose cultivator opened his mouth and said, these 2 years spirit stones were getting harder and harder to earn. If it wasn't for his family, he would have been ready to go far away from home. I'll sign up too. A young lad of 17 or 18 raised his hand. He wasn't very talented and none of the major sects would accept him, but cultivation was his dream. What if it was true? I'll play the game too. The woman in the sewing linen clothes hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth and hastened to make amends. Forgive me, sir. The little child doesn't know any better. The woman looked at Qin Yu in fear and trepidation. The law and order in Northwatch City was chaotic, and no one would stand up for her even if a bottom feeder like him was killed in the street. He was just a street sweeper on Northwatch Street and had to take care of the girl while working because her husband had died a few years before. He didn't know who Qin Yu was, but he didn't even dare to think about a top-grade spirit stone, and even a piece of lower-grade spirit stone was beyond his reach. As long as you sign up, no matter how old or young you are, the little girl can participate since she signed up. The woman didn't dare to refute Qin Yu, and could only hold the little girl in a deadly embrace for fear that the little girl would speak out of turn. The little girl looked at the nervous woman and knew she had said the wrong thing. barely terrified and nervous. Any more sign-ups? I'll sign up. Puanchi pushed through the crowd and said in a loud voice. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you just participate in a game to win or lose. A few people's costumes are the same as the Danxia sect's Miaochuanrua few people. It was just like a Danxia sect disciple. Miaochuanrua sneered. Puanchi, this idiot actually believed in this ridiculous game. Angela Po and her had always been opposites, and she didn't mind laughing at her afterward. The crowd was silent. No one believed that guessing the dice would earn them 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and just thought that Chinyu was just playing around. Someone shook their head and looked at the four like they were idiots. Enrollment closed. Chinyu shook the Civ Cup. You can start guessing. Great, the base-building casual cultivator said casually. I'm guessing big too, the boy said decisively as well. Little girl, guess big or small. The little girl said timidly. Little. Junior Yuraki followed up. Chinyu opened the Civ Cup and the dice were 2 points on the front. Congratulations, the two girls have successfully advanced to the second round. The casual man and the youth, without much reaction of grief after losing, calmly stepped aside. The two of you don't seem to care much about winning or losing, it seems. The loose cultivator man shook his head, full of concern, and said, it's just a matter of being bored and participating in the fun. I don't really believe that the one who wins in the end will really be able to get the spirit stones. The youth also answered the same, just holding on to the boredom of attending. The two had no hope to begin with and would not lose heart if they failed. Chinyu still did not respond, as if he had acquiesced to the words of the two. Two girls, it's just the two of you now. I'll continue to pick small. Puanchi raised her hand, her mood relaxed, completely free of the nervousness of being betting on 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Then the little girl can only choose the big one. Chinyu shook the Civ Cup. Before I open the lid, I'll give you guys a chance to choose. Choosing to withdraw now will allow you to directly take away 10 top-grade spirit stones. Just give it up immediately? Puanji inquired. With her peak foundation establishment cultivation, the spirit stones given by the clan were only 5 or 6 top-grade spirit stones a year, and 10 was her income for 2 years. Immediately, Chinyu responded with a smile. The woman was terrified. 10 top-grade spirit stones were more expensive than the lives of her mother and daughter, and she didn't dare to voice out her choice of spirit stones. Then I'll choose 10 top-grade spirit stones, Puanchi said decisively, a sensible smile on her face. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. She wouldn't dare to think about it. Only the patriarch and a few elders inside the clan could afford it. Such a huge amount of money would so fall into his hands. Yuju gave her 10 top-grade spirit stones. Yuju pulled out 10 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to Puanchi. Puanchi's eyes widened as she looked at the 10 spirit stones handed over and screamed, really give it? Okay, now the little girl automatically wins. Chinyu lifted the lid. 3 points small. It's a pity that you should have been the winner, Chinyu said regretfully. Little girl, now this 1,000 top-grade spirit stones are yours. Yuju give the spirit stone to the little girl. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, piled into small white piles, were plainly placed in front of the woman and the little girl. No way. Are you for real? That's 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Why don't I participate? I really missed the great chance of heaven. The crowd let out a roar. Just guessing a size and earning 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? And the process was so easy that the little girl even guessed just once. The casual man and boy, who had just been calm, completely lost the calmness they had just shown. The casual man slapped himself violently. Why didn't he just guess small? That's 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The youngster's face was ironic. He had missed an opportunity to fulfill his dream, and it had been so easy to miss. Puanchi's face turned pale. She guessed it. This 1,000 top-grade spirit stones should be hers. Puanchi looked at the 10 spirit stones in her hand and lost her mind. What the hell am I doing? She regretted why she had given up, and just now she was complacent that she had made the right choice. The woman was holding a child, looking at the scene in disbelief. She was just a mortal sweeping the floor. Spirit stones had nothing to do with her. She would be satisfied with a few pieces of broken silver. Puff! The woman knelt on the ground at once. Shinyu gave her did not dare to want. The pie man is not guilty of harboring a crime. Sir, I'm just a street sweeper. I don't dare to accept spirit stones from you. The woman looked at the spirit stones in front of her like a snake or scorpion. Are you guys worried about safety? Don't worry, I'll take care of that worry for you. Shinyu looked towards the city lord's houseguards in the crowd. Tell Shan Yuqing that if there are any problems with the safety of their mother and daughter, His Highness will personally settle the score with him. It's your highness. Chinyu is the superior of Mountain Jade City, and it is reasonable for Chinyu to be accountable when a human life is lost. The Mountain Jade City, which was already not looking at Chinyu, would not give Chinyu this opportunity. Hearing Chinyu's promise and the city lord's soldiers' reply, the women suddenly had a dreamlike feeling. Just a child's casual remark made her go from a sweeping mortal to having wealth comparable to that of a Jindan stage cultivator? Thank you, Your Excellency. The woman brought the little girl to kowtow to Chinyu. In the future, you cannot have to sweep the streets. And the age of the little girl is 5 or 6 years old. Find a private school to go to school. I will. The woman was in tears. Her daughter was her psychological support after her husband's death. Your Highness. The crowd reacted to the fact that His Highness, who had just been addressed by the soldiers of the city lord's mansion, could be the only His Highness in Northwatch City. Someone took a closer look. Is this the money-grubbing third prince? She knew that day in a carriage. Many people have not seen. The great families also because of the Li family, painted Chinyu painting. No one saluted. After all, last time they threw rotten eggs and chased after the caravan. Northwatch Street was abuzz. The third prince is out spreading his wealth. Your Highness, does the game continue? No one mentioned Chinyu's embezzlement. They all wanted him to continue the game. Once you're rich, and there's someone in charge of security, everyone thinks they're going to be the lucky one. A large group of people enviously looked at the woman sweeping the floor. With 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, life would be considered changed. Chapter 28, Luring the King into the Jar. The crowd on Northwatch Street was abuzz with people from nearby streets. Crowd after crowd surrounded outside Chinyu. The game continues. The prize is still 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yuju took out 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and rearranged them in front of him. With the experience of the last time, none of those who had just witnessed the passing could resist the temptation. Danxia sect. Red Star sect's disciples looked at their own senior brothers and sisters with resentment. Just now if they had signed up maybe, that 1,000 top-grade spirit stones would have been theirs. Miao Chunro kept her mouth shut and was prepared to taunt Puanchi afterward, but now she felt like a clown. Hearing Chinyu say that the game continues, she was the first to speak out. Your Highness Chinyu, I'll sign up. Your Highness the Third Prince, I'll sign up as well. The Red Star sect disciple raised his hands high and pushed through the crowd to the very front. Lord Gon, I sign up. Because the crowd was so large, the soldiers of the city lord's office who had come over to maintain law and order gulped, raised his hand to sign up as well. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was enough to change their fate. The city lord's mansion city guard lieutenant, Ma Haoxuan in the middle stage of Yuaning was looking over the street in the north. The next moment appeared in front of the crowd. Your Highness Chinyu, I don't know if Mordecai can participate. Ma Haoxuan opened his mouth and asked. After all, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was his half-year salary, was a considerable amount of wealth for him. Of course, Chinyu smiled, a strange look flashing in his eyes. The royal family lacks high-end combat power, but there are too many people, so in order not to waste time, I can only choose 10 people to participate. In order for everyone to put more passion into the game, I've decided to raise the spirit stones to 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Jade Bamboo once again took 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones and laid them out. The crowd of onlookers completely boiled over. And even City Guard Lieutenant Ma Haoxuan gulped. That's already a year's salary for him. In addition to cultivation expenses and raising the family's children, there wasn't much left in a year. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones was undoubtedly a considerable amount of money for him. The children of the family who had just stood by coldly also raised their hands. We don't have a big grudge against the third prince either, so why bother with spirit stones? I feel the same way. I see that the third prince is becoming more and more gracious. We are all subjects of the imperial dynasty. Ma Haoxuan looked at Chinyu confidently. He believed that Chinyu would give him this face to choose him. Chinyu pointed at the Red Star sect Feng Fei. Feng Fei was ecstatic. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Once he got them, he wouldn't have to worry about the resources to cultivate to the peak of Jindan. Thank you, Your Highness Chinyu. Chinyu pointed at the Danxia sect disciple next to Miao Chuanruo. Thank you, Your Highness Chinyu. Chinyu pointed his fingers randomly. And except for the Red Star sect disciples who he had deliberately looked for, the others were all random. 10 players lined up in order. Ma Haoxuan's face was a bit unsettled. Not only did Chinyu not choose him, but one of the city guards didn't choose him either. He even picked his family's children, not even the city guards. The soldiers of the city guards were emotionally dissatisfied, knowing that they had helped Chinyu deal with the Li family. All 10 were confident that they must be the lucky one. This time it's still guessing the size, and the winner advances. Chinyu took out the Civ Cup. Actually, guessing the number of points can determine the winner faster. But that sense of fallout where there are only 2 outcomes and guessing wrong only makes it feel like it's only a little bit worse can be even more of a head-scratcher. Chinyu shook the Civ Cup. 6 guess big. 4 guess small. Feel free to choose the size as long as it's not a tiebreaker. 5 points big. I'm sorry, you're out. Chinyu looked at the 4 with regret. The 4 of them looked instantly downcast, with chagrin sprinting in their eyes. They had just clearly wanted to pick the big one. The size of the person chosen goes back and forth inside the head and can give the impression that I clearly want to pick another comer. As for the victorious ones, they were all celebratory. Those who had advanced included Fong Fei of the Red Star sect, the female disciples of the Danxia sect, and the children of the Qian family, as well as a bearded loose cannon, a young woman in a cool and dusty dress, and travelers in out-of-town attire. Now I'll give you guys a choice. As long as you quit, you can receive 10 top-grade spirit stones. The young woman was instantly shaken. 10 upper-grade spirit stones could redeem her from having to do the skin business. Your Highness, my youngest daughter is willing to withdraw. The loose cultivator thought about it. 10 top-grade spirit stones was also a huge amount of money for him, and also raised his hand to withdraw. After receiving the spirit stone, the dusty woman hurriedly left, glancing back at Qinyu before leaving. The loose cultivator received the spirit stone and disappeared into North Watch Street under the envious gaze of the crowd. The traveler's eyes hesitated, but when he thought of the 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, he chose to continue. Fong Fei, a female disciple of the Danxia sect and a child of the Qian family, had come for the 2,000 top-grade spirit stones in the beginning, and no one had chosen to give up. The sieve shook. A few people once again began to state their choices. This time the crowd was a lot more cautious. They were only 2 sizes away from 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fong Fong was breathing heavily. With this amount of spirit stones, his cultivation would be able to surpass his senior brother who had been suppressing him. He would also be able to buy a large amount of materials and continue to improve his talisman engraving level. Miao Chunru murmured, "Don't hit it. Don't hit it." If her senior sister got 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, it wouldn't take long for her cultivation to surpass it, and then how could she instruct her senior sister to work? Small, having already seen large in the last round, there was a greater chance of small coming out this time, and the traveler decisively chose small. I'll pick small as well. The Chen family's children wandered from side to side and finally chose one. I'll pick small then. Fong Fei thought about it. There were already 2 candidates for small. Even if he won, there would still be 2 rounds. It could be that once the small was won, 2 people could be eliminated. If the Danxia sect also picked the small, I'll pick big too. The female disciple of the Danxia sect purely felt the need for balance, so she picked a large. Pick the small one. The travelers and the children of the Qian family shouted, and the flavor of battle arose in each other's eyes. Fong Fei and the female disciples of the Danxia sect were as petrified as stone. He couldn't believe that he just missed out with 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Out. Qinyu lifted the lid and it was still a 5. It's big. Chosen. The female disciple of the Danxia sect covered her chest, feeling like her heart was going to jump out. The crowd of onlookers were also made to stumble with emotions by Qinyu. 5 again. How can it be 5 again? The 2 were lost in thought, trying to guess again. Congratulations to both of you, and on to the tiebreaker. It's all because your highness chose me that I had the opportunity to come this far. Fong Fei's tone was tinged with respect, and it had been reversed from the disdain at the beginning. After all, this one in front of him would immediately give him 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. After Fong Fei chose big and the female disciples of the Danxia sect chose small, Qinyu spoke again. For those who choose to withdraw this time, I can give 200 top-grade spirit stones. It's more provocative to have choices and then miss them. Chagrin and regret. Ah. The 2 of them fell into contemplation. 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ah. What a great fortune this was. Fong Fei's gaze was firm. Your Highness Qinyu, I choose to continue. Danxia sect female disciple. The face is difficult. 200 upper-grade spirit stones. He is actually a bit moved. But if he gave up, Fong Fei would automatically get 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't he lose out? And in case it opens up small, wouldn't she be a sizable cutie? Your Highness Qinyu, I also choose to continue. Fong Fei's heart trembled for a moment. Sure enough, he still wanted 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chapter 29 City Guards Smashed by Spirit Stones. The answer is revealed below. The crowd deadpans at the Civ Cup. This was a Civ Cup that could determine the ownership of 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Some people were breathing heavily as if they were participants. It's small. Qinyu didn't sell out this time and directly opened the lid. A little bit of a manifestation in the air. Congratulations. The 2,000 top-grade spirit stones are now yours. You can say a few brief words and make a winning statement. The female disciple of the Danxia sect was in a trance and ghostly walked next to Qinyu. I just came out with my senior sister to acquire alchemy herbs. I didn't think I'd win 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. I feel like I'm dreaming. Alright, take away the spirit stone that belongs to you. This isn't a dream, it's real. Qinyu handed over the spirit stone. Just coming out to buy a medicinal herb and earning 2,000 spirit stones. Why don't I have this luck? I'm on North Watch Street every day, and I'm surprised this good thing didn't fall into my lap. Okay, game over. Qinyu waved his hand. It's over. It's also true that this kind of game can't happen every day. You'll never run into this kind of opportunity again. Can your highness Qin Yu have another game? I haven't played yet. That's it. Let's do it again. Qin Yu looked at this scene and was in a happy mood. If the crowd didn't react, he didn't spend 3,000 top-grade spirit stones for nothing. Do you all enjoy playing this game? Qin Yu deliberately asked. Love it. Of course I do. Asterisk. Don't like games like this. Since everyone likes it, for the next 35 days, every 7th day, a trivia game will be held. Each time the winner, he or she gets a spirit stone. The last game creates an ultimate prize. Lost in thought, Fang Fei heard Qin Yu say there was a continuation of the game and made up his mind to come back next time. Ma Haoxuan, the captain of the city guards, was angry in his heart, but he didn't show it. Now that the results are appearing, they are also ready to leave. By Qin Yu choosing someone, he would never be able to choose in his life. Captain Ma, please wait. Your Highness, what else do you command? Ma Haoxuan's tone was already somewhat impatient. Next I'm going to place the ultimate prize, on North Watch Street, and I wonder if Colonel Ma can serve as an escort. Don't worry, Your Highness. Bei Wang Street is very close to the city lord's mansion. No one dares to rob anything here, and the last general is busy with his official duties, so he can't stay in Bei Wang Street all the time. It's a pity. It looks like we'll have to go find someone else. Originally I was thinking of hiring Colonel Ma for 1,000 upper grade spirit stones per day. After all, this is a job outside of official duties. How much? Ma Haoxuan subconsciously voiced out. It's not much. 1,000 top grade spirit stones a day. It's a pity that Colonel Ma is busy with his official duties. Qin Yu feigned a sigh and turned his head away, leaving behind a dumbfounded Ma Haoxuan. Meanwhile, Trey Ten appeared pushing a large cart wrapped in black cloth, in order to make everyone more enthusiastic to participate in the game. This Highness thought it would be a good idea to first show the ultimate prize to everyone. Playing a small game can give 2,000 upper grade spirit stones. Will the ultimate prize be 5,000 upper grade spirit stones? I think it's more than that. At least 10,000 top grade spirit stones. Sand. Qin Yu lifted the black cloth with one hand. White flowering spirit stones piled up like mountains, covering an area close to 20 squares. The bombarding crowd stopped instantly, staring dumbfounded at the pile of spirit stones in front of them. This is 100,000 top grade spirit stones, the ultimate final prize. For the next 35 days I will place him on North Watch Street, and having seen today's game, you should know that every one of you has the potential to be his master. Countless people are caught up in the fantasy. Your Highness. No. Ma Haoxuan voiced out to stop it. The temptation of 100,000 top grade spirit stones was too great. No Yuaning stage could withstand such temptation. Has Captain Ma agreed to escort everyone to the ultimate prize? Qin Yu couldn't answer the question. Ma Haoxuan was smiling. 1,000 top grade spirit stones a day. 35 days is 35,000. He has to work for 175 years. There's no way to mess with a spirit stone. Your Highness is originally the Prince of Northwatch City, and if you have any orders Haoxuan will follow them. It won't affect Captain Ma's other official duties, right? Qin Yu asked with concern. Don't worry, Your Highness. There are still quite a few capable people in the city guards, not to mention the fact that ordering for Your Highness is an official duty, and it's also guarding for the people who have every chance of getting a spirit stone. I'm sure Lord City Lord won't say anything. In that case it will be hard for Colonel Ma. In addition, Colonel Ma has limited energy alone. The city guard brothers who are maintaining law and order today, if they don't mind they can also come along. Of course they won't be allowed to do it for nothing. They will be paid according to the 10 upper grade spirit stones per day. Haoxuan thanked Your Highness on behalf of the brothers. Well, all disperse. The game continues in 7 days. The crowd was still staring at the pile of spirit stones with a deadly stare, fearing that someone would snatch them away. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Let's go back. Half-summer Tamagotchi. Your Highness, we haven't recruited yet. Should we try it while there are so many people? No. The recruitment of soldiers will not be allowed to rise in advance in front of the people in the future. Hyungtung doesn't understand. He's not going to confess. Your Highness, the direction we're heading back to is the royal residence. Didn't you say you were looking for a talisman master? Hafsia asked curiously. Yuju vaguely knew what Qin Yu was manipulating, but she didn't know exactly what he was doing. Already found it. It's going to take a little excitement to get them to do their job willingly. Excitement? Hafsia couldn't figure it out, so she just didn't think about it. After dark, the crowd on Northwatch Street increased rather than decreased, and a dense crowd converged on Northwatch Street. And what Qin Yu did became the talk of countless people. The news quickly spread from Northwatch City. Some people wondered why on earth Qin Yu did that. Some felt that Qin Yu had embezzled a lot of spirit stones and wanted to give them out in exchange for the people's forgiveness. This matter made the remaining 3 great clans nervous. not knowing what Qin Yu was plotting. His move should be to gather the hearts of the people, the Zhao family lord said after pondering for a long time. We can't let him go so smoothly. Once he succeeds in gathering the hearts of the people, he'll free up his hands to deal with us, and then we'll have to give up our interests or even compromise. For the four great clans, it didn't matter if the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was destroyed, as long as the clans prospered. The big deal is to go far away from home. With the Spirit Stones, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a new township? How should we organize him? If we imitate his game well, the Chen family head said worriedly. Imitation? How? That's 100,000 upper-grade Spirit Stones. How can you and my families take it out unless we smash the pot? The Sun family head said helplessly. Although they were a 1,000-year-old family, they were consumed by the clansmen within the clan and had high expenses. The three heads of the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families looked at each other. Imitation can't imitate. Trying to discredit it, and others are handing out money and can't find a way to break through. It's hard to say it's stolen money and people shouldn't take it. But don't tease. The cultivation of the road. Killing people and goods are the norm, not to mention just a small embezzlement. No one will take it seriously. Several clans, feeling powerless at once, had the feeling of being dumbfounded by the Spirit Stones. City Lord Shan Yuqing picked up the teacup and took a sip with a dumbfounded look on his face, completely oblivious to the fact that the tea was still hot. But this point of temperature peak yuaning stage, he could not even burn the skin of his mouth. He was puzzled as to what Qin Yu was trying to do, giving away white Spirit Stones just like that. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few private soldiers? 100,000 tops was his salary for 10 years, and now that the Divine Dynasty was in decline, he hadn't gotten his salary for a few years. He was vaguely moved, but thinking that he had already offended Qin Yu, he suppressed his thoughts. He was so proud of his body that he could not bow down for 3 buckets of rice. Qin Yu returned to the royal residence. Several people from Kongzhou were already waiting at the door. Your Highness, I have already planned out the general flow of the sacrifice, and I need you to look over it and see if there are any improvements that need to be made. Chapter 30 Ritual Process. Kongzhou handed over the sacrificial charter. The sacrifices of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty were mainly to ancestors in heaven and earth, and there was no such thing as sacrifices to gods. Seal the king's sacrifice. It can also be described as an ancestral festival. Qin Yu took the charter, and unlike the imagined ancient sacrifices, the process was not complicated. A pilgrimage by the congregation, followed by a dinner will suffice. No way. How to show off his grandeur when the process is so simple? Qin Yu decided to add some feudal draws to the eastern continent. Not a single one of them is missing. Music, cannon firing, drumming, bell ringing, dust whisking, incense offering, and the 3 dedications. And then there's the most annoying pass-along, quote-unquote. Qin Yu added to the charter, the culture of sacrifice in the former world. Kongzhou was dumbfounded and didn't know what Qin Yu had written. Qin Yu explained the general content. Kongzhou was enlightened. Your Highness, wouldn't that be too trivial? It would take quite a bit of time, wouldn't it? It's better to be cumbersome in sacrificing to our ancestors. It represents our respect for them. It's Your Highness. Kongzhou excused himself. Although what Qin Yu said about the process being cumbersome, Kongzhou felt that it made sense. Sacrificial ceremonies were not rare, and being cumbersome was justified. After Kongzhou left, Qin Yu continued to study the mysteries of talisman paper. Inscribing the rune paper on the rune paper could explode all kinds of power. The research difficulty was no less than the liquefaction of the aura, and it was hard to see the results without a few months' time. Qin Yu sighed. If only he had a few trainees, he would let them do all the dirty work and provide the ideas himself. 7 days later, Qin Yu came out of the customs with a gray head, but he worked out some doorways. A rune was a medium that could store a rune master's spiritual energy and mental energy in a rune. When the rune is triggered, it can be instantly energized. Just develop a printer. But how do printers get filled with psychic energy and the mysterious and unfathomable power of the spirit? Qin Yu was clueless and could only study it slowly. Ha ha, Your Highness, you look like a big fancy cat. Yu Zhu laughed out loud, took out a set of clean clothes for Qin Yu to change into, and took a wrung-out towel to wipe Qin Yu's face. Xiar, I just need to use my spiritual energy to shock it and this dust will dissipate. There's no need to wipe your face. Are you plotting against this Highness? Qin Yu snorted and laughed. Your Highness, you're just talking nonsense. Xiar just doesn't want to see Your Highness dirty. Half-Summer's small face was red, and a pinch could pinch out water. Get Jade, we're going to play a game. Catalyzing Tang waited outside the door early, and now without recruiting Trent, Tang does not know what to do except for cultivation. North Look Street had long been crowded with people, and even the people of South Mu City of the Holy Martial God Dynasty across the river had been attracted over. Because of the congestion in the streets, even temporary imperial swords in the air were allowed. The great cities of the human race, generally prohibit flying with imperial swords, but today the special event is special. There are too many people. Palace Qinyu has come down. As Qinyu appeared, countless people looked at him. Some wiped their tired eyes, ecstasy in their eyes. Finally here. Since that day, many have not taken a step away these 7 days. I was afraid that if I went out, I would never be able to enter Northwatch Street again. It seems that everyone enjoys playing the game. In order to return everyone's enthusiasm, I'll be holding more minigames today so that more people will have the chance to get spirit stones. Your Highness Qinyu is mighty. Although the crowd was crowded, it still gave way to Qinyu, Feng Fei of the Red Star sect, followed by a large group of disciples in the same attire as him. The Danxia sect had a much larger number. After all, their sect was, after all, a real person who had benefited from it. The female disciple of the Danxia sect who had obtained 2,000 top-grade spirit stones was surrounded by a large group of fellow disciples, and had just become the core of the group. When there is money, there will be people attached to try to get a piece of the pie. When there are more people, power rises and power is given. Although the Eastern continent preached that strength was honored, there were still some basic rules that had to be followed in the open. The Violet Light sect, which was also one of the 4 top sects, and the Extreme Intense Sword sect also had disciples appear, as well as out-of-town visitors in a variety of costumes. Of course it also included a large number of the people of the Holy Martial God dynasty. Qinyu didn't expel them. Instead he was happy to see it happen. A place needs people to thrive, and it's naturally better to attract a few geniuses. I don't know if the Acacia sect has come yet. Your Highness, basically all the major forces of Northwatch City have come, as well as the second city of Ganlong, Fengyang City. Smaller cities come more often. Near Northwatch Street, hundreds of thousands of people are now gathered, and the streets next to it are filled. Many people could not even see where Qinyu was and could only listen to the news outside. Captain Ma has worked hard, and so have all the brothers of the city guard. Jade pay them for this week. It's only been a week? Ma Haoxuan felt that he was a bit unable to keep up with Qinyu's brain circuits. Normally it's paid out monthly, or upon completion of a task. A full 7,000 top-grade spirit stones were handed over to Ma Haoxuan right in front of everyone's eyes. There were also 10 guards each with 70 upper-grade spirit stones as well. Ma Haoxuan excitedly took it, his mouth wanting to speak. Qinyu was always observing Ma Haoxuan's every move and naturally saw the scene. Colonel Ma sugar-coated, how much longer can you resist? The city guards were even more wide-eyed, unable to believe that what Captain Ma said was true. There were a lot more city guards maintaining law and order today than last time, with close to half of the city guards out. Not on the same scale as the number of 10-man squads last time. A group of people inside the city guards were not feeling it, and more people were gathering on Northwatch Street. They had also been sent out to maintain law and order for a few days, but they didn't have a single spirit stone. The 10 of them had merely arrived a few days first, and they had a full 700 spirit stones. Qinyu also knew that, but he wasn't prepared to give it. Being active doesn't reflect the specific value of something. It's like licking a dog, giving as much as you can and always being belittled by women. While the game goes on, giving spirit stones in public naturally served another purpose besides displaying financial power. This time Qinyu had prepared as many as 5 or 6 types of games. Guessing, poker, pai gao, and even prepared a carousel for the raffle. A large amount of spirit stones were flowing like water. Each game was tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones slid outward as if Qinyu had endless spirit stones in his hands. The raffle is even selected a full 1,000. And the amount of spirit stones on the raffle carousel is different depending on the size of the square. There are pieces, tens, hundreds, and more draws can be thousands. A large number of people got rich, and some others made a small fortune. It's like scratching off. If there was only $1 million jackpot and not even a small prize, it would be much less attractive to people. After all, jackpots are small odds. Well, game over. We'll see you in 7 days. Feng Fei of the Red Star sect and quite a few disciples of the sect were selected. Some won and some didn't. As for Feng Fei, still missed. He was secretly chagrined. Am I so unlucky? I don't believe it. I'm sure I'll win once. Your Highness Qinyu. Ma Haoxuan arched his hand and saluted. Your Highness, now that the crowd is mixed in Northwatch City, for the sake of your safety, let the last general escort you back to your residence. With pleasure. Qinyu's tone was indifferent. A hint of disappointment flashed under Ma Haoxuan's eyes, having thought that he, a Yuaning stage cultivator, might be able to make Qinyu think. Able to. Under Ma Haoxuan's escort, Qinyu returned to the mansion peacefully. Ma Haoxuan excused himself and left, his heart always feeling bad. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones a day. Such an income allowed Ma Haoxuan to see the opportunity to go further. Glancing back at the royal residence, Ma Haoxuan left. 7 days, 7 days and 7 days. Soon came the last of the 7-day mini-sweepstakes. Chapter 31. Xinyu appeared from inside the lab, taking the half-summer jade bamboo with him. He urged the four of them, Tang Guangbua, to head to North Watch Street. Crowds were surging on North Watch Street, and the ground was densely packed. There were even more cultivators in the sky with imperial swords. A few games down the line, huge amounts of spirit stones were sent out from Qinyu's hands. Each time, it was a few thousand top-grade spirit stones, and several times it was as much as tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. The crowd automatically dodged away, making way for Qinyu. This is the Golden Master, no one dares to stop the way. Fang Fei's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who fought all night. Time and time again, I've been chosen, and time again, I've missed the final step. He felt both lucky and unlucky, like someone was playing him on purpose. Ma Haoshuan walked behind Qinyu respectfully, looking around vigilantly. As long as anyone dared to approach Qinyu, they would be chided by him. The 10-man squad of the city guards blocked a path in front of Qinyu. City Lord Shan Yucheng's heart was not in a good mood. These bastards were city guards, not Qinyu's private soldiers. But what's the difference between that and a private soldier now? Luckily it was only a mere 10 people. If there were more, he wouldn't have been able to stand it. Hand out the spirit stones. The first thing Qinyu did whenever he arrived was to give out spirit stones to Ma Haoshuan and the 10-man squad. Ma Haoshuan bent halfway at the waist and respectfully received the 7,000 top-grade spirit stones. This scene was in the eyes of the crowd, but none of them said that he was a sycophantic villain who had lost the strong bones of a Yuan Ing. This spirit stone is also too good to earn. Just how many spirit stones does His Highness Qinyu have? Guarding the spiritual stone pile for a bit. Still not far from the city lord's mansion, looking north at the center of the city. Who doesn't want to die dare to come here to rob the spirit stone? Not to mention the 60,000 Skyfeather army stationed outside the city. The city guard array makes people daunted. What's the difference between 7,000 top-quality spirit stones per week and picking them up for nothing? Oof. The soldiers of the city guards maintaining law and order, all of them had ugly faces. The same job. Everyone was maintaining law and order and protecting the spirit stones. But what right did the 10 of them have to 10 top-grade spirit stones per day? The 8,000 men of the city guards were almost out in force, all keeping the peace, but now they didn't have a single hair on their head. Many people had become dissatisfied with Qinyu. The spirit stones that the third prince has been coveting should be almost squandered. At this rate, I don't think there's much left. Relying on money to buy people's hearts and minds. Once he runs out of money, he'll only fall even further. The three family heads of Zhao, Qian, and Sun were also observing the scene from a short distance away. I'm just afraid it won't be long before I have to go out on the streets and beg for food. Ha ha. A royal prince who wants to eat is something I've never seen before. The three family heads, transmitting their voices to each other, were all looking forward to the day when they would see Qinyu go bankrupt. Well, the game continues. The rules of the game are simple this time. Military postures are set, and victory goes to whoever lasts to the end. Participants are not allowed to use their cultivation and need to participate as mortals. Qinyu admired those soldiers' willpower in his previous life. He stood up for half an hour and his body was sore, just so that those who cultivated immortality could also experience it. More than standing time, which no one can do. I can stand still for 3 days. No, I can stand for 5. Standing this action is nothing for strong cultivators. Even if you don't use cultivation, 3 or 5 days is not a handful. Fang Fei was far from the only one with crimson eyes down below. Only he was the most maniacal. They had watched others take the spirit stones many times, and this time they had to succeed. There is no limit to the number of places available for this one, so feel free to attend. That means all of you can participate together. But there is only one winner who can take away today's 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The crowd was thrilled beyond belief. The previous times the game was played, the single prize was at most 3,000. This time it went straight up to 10,000. I'm going to talk about the rules of military stereotyping, so those who don't want to participate can leave. There was a commotion from the airborne imperial swords, who had no standing. I thought I had a good spot, but I didn't think I would not be able to attend the game. A group full of people looking for a place to land. A dense crowd of people stood above the street. The three heads of the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families silently retreated. The three of them had already sent out their younger generation in advance even though they weren't attending. 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones is also a significant amount of spirit stones for the family. So why not just stand for a bit? Game on. Anyone who moves from now on is out. Captain Ma keeps an eye on them and clears them out as soon as anyone breaks the rules. It's your highness. Half an hour passed, and no one actually moved. Xinyu smiled. It seems that the body are not bad. If his former life military training classmates has long been sighing, poor physical quality has to faint, talk has to be disqualifying. Bodies hit straight, hunched over disqualified. Xinyu said as he walked through the crowd. There was a moment without paying attention to the mountain jade into the divine stone sense swept, and found that hundreds of thousands of people actually did not move at all, and even the sound of speech was not there. You know that even the heavenly feather army couldn't make it this far. With a wave of Mahouxuan's hand, some fingers shook and bodies bent as they were cleared away. Keep your legs together, feet together and toes aligned. Look straight ahead with your eyes, arms down and fingers bent. With Qinyu's command, hundreds of thousands of people followed the command and moved together. The order is forbidden. Qinyu walked among the crowd. When Bieshuan, the city lord of South Mu City, looked across the river and shook inwardly. When did a game get hundreds of thousands of people to execute the requirements so perfectly? Immortal cultivators fought with the heavens and people. Wanting this group of people to settle down was harder than climbing up to the sky. But now, hundreds of thousands of people, not even training but have reached the point of order. If the sacred martial army could make it this far, their combat power could still be raised by more than 5 tiers. 2 hours later, more than 100,000 mortals were basically defeated and left North Watch Street in dismay. 2/3 of the cultivators remained. For mortals to last 2 hours is already considered good. Damn, the body is so sore. After not using spiritual energy, cultivators with slightly weaker strength also began to experience numbness in their bodies. If it starts to go up in intensity, Xinyu smiled sinisterly. It sent shivers down the spine of those who participated. Hypnotized Tang to remove the plank. Mahouxuan waved his hand. Countless wooden boards flew out and landed on the heads of the crowd. Plank fallers fail. The sound of falling boards rang out from time to time. Xinyu finally experienced the joy of being an instructor. A smile overflowing on his face. You guys stand around for a while. I'm going to do a little work. And Captain Ma, keep a good eye on it. But don't let anything slip through the cracks. Don't worry, Your Highness. No one will be able to fish in the water under my nose. Half-Summer fetched the tie-shirt chair and Xinyu lay down on it, grunting in comfort. That's a nice lie down. Many people subconsciously turned to look at him. As a result, he was eliminated outright by Mahouxuan. Time passes by. Fong Fei, who hadn't slept in over a month, was in a trance, without using his spiritual power, then resisting with his mortal body. He could barely even withstand this drowsiness. Fong Fei bit through his tongue with a fierce determination and lifted his spirits. Chapter 32, The Strong-Willed White-Eyed Fellow Taoist. Day 2. The numbers plummeted to 100,000 people, standing stiffly for a day and a night without using spiritual energy, purely physical strength. Many people can't top it and quit voluntarily or quit because the hat falls off their head. 50,000 on the 3rd day, 20,000 people on the 4th day. There are still 3 days to go before the ritual ceremony. Kong Zhou walked through the crowd. The festival had already been prepared, and the invitations for the guests from all parties had been sent out. But His Highness is actually still playing the game. The sacrificial ceremony cannot be missed. Kong Zhou had to rush to inform Qinyu. Your Highness, there are only 3 days until the sacrificial ceremony. At this rate I'm afraid we won't be able to determine the winner in 7 days. Kong Zhou worried about missing the time and said worriedly, got it. Let's let them split the difference within today. Qinyu had thought about people who cultivated immortals and whose physical qualities far exceeded those of normal people. But he hadn't expected it to exceed by so much. His purpose had been achieved and there was no point in continuing. Trey Ten drugged them hard. Dozens of carriages wrapped in black cloth appeared from all directions. Raindrops fall from the sky. Your Highness, this rain is so sticky. Like sugar water. A curtain of light covered the sky above Qinyu. And Mahouxuan didn't forget to take care of Qinyu while raining down. The black curtain was pulled back and countless bees flew out from inside the screen cage. The remaining 20,000 people shuddered. Playing so hard. Qinyu applauded and praised. Everyone's willpower is beyond my imagination. So in order to quickly determine the winner, I hope this gift will be enjoyed by everyone. The rest of them kept cursing in their minds. You call this a gift? The bees are the farmer's home peaks, and no toxicity abounds in honey. Dozens of carloads of bees were released. It's a good thing I conceded early. Otherwise it would have been much harder. That's just it. It's a good thing I twitched and jerked the board off. The remaining 20,000 bees crawled all over. Only 1/5 of the remaining female cultivators let out a large number of screams as the bees on their spiritually vibrating bodies were shaken to death. It tickles. A large number of cultivators, who could not help but clasp their faces with their hands, eventually lost their qualifications. This wave brushed off 10,000 people, leaving 10,000 left. It's too hard. This Highness can't bear to do it. Those who quit now can take away a top-grade spirit stone as a participation prize for you. A top-grade spirit stone was also 10 months of salary for a soldier at the early stage of chi practicing. I quit. I'm out too. The person who exited just happened to take a step, and the next moment fell straight to the ground. Standing motionless for long periods of time numbed their bodies. I'm numb. Dummies can use psychic powers. Right. The cultivator who fell down. The feeling of spiritual energy flowing body tingling disappeared. This time, a full 5,000 people chose to withdraw. Many of them were already at the limit of their bodies. Even if they didn't voluntarily withdraw, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So it would be better to take a top-grade spirit stone. Most of the remaining 5,000 people were strong at the foundation establishment stage, and there were quite a few Jindan as well, leaving a dozen people at the chi practicing stage. As for the foundation establishment Jindan stage powerhouses, most of them came from all over the world, and among them, there were even hundreds of nationals of the sacred martial god dynasty. Persistence doesn't always pay off. Giving up must be awesome. Shinyu's eyes roamed around and found that no one chose to give up. It was also a top-grade spirit stone, which did not have too much appeal to the foundation establishment stage. These guys may resist not use spiritual power to stand motionless for 4 days. Look at that chi practicing stage Taoist. I've been watching him since the second day. By now on the 4th day he hasn't even blinked an eyelid. Impressive indeed. I was watching him too. That said, why was he rolling his eyes? They seem to be dry. I don't know. Maybe it's his personal habit. The remaining dozen or so chi practicing stages were undoubtedly the most noticeable, with the scruffy man who rolled his eyes and didn't move at all attracting the majority of people's attention. The strongest of the foundation establishment Dan, when they heard that there was actually a chi practicing stage present, they also gritted their teeth. If they lost to the chi practicing stage, where would they put their faces? The Red Star sect, the Danxia sect, the Violet Light sect, the Extreme Intense Sword sect, the major clans, and the small and medium-sized forces all had people remaining in the field. Why has the Acacia sect, as the transcendent sect of Northwatch City, never shown up? Shinyu looked forward to a long time, but this Acacia sect is like a group of housewives. Immediately 3 months have passed. He has not seen a single person. Your Highness, it is rumored that the Acacia sect has internal problems, and half a year ago, the mountain gates were closed, allowing no one to enter or leave. Yuju had naturally learned about the Acacia sect when she was gathering intelligence. Shinyu murmured, looking for a chance to visit the Harmony sect. I've heard that the Acacia sect is a simple sect, with living rooms, kitchens, courtyards, and wildernesses where you can practice. Shinyu loved learning and was thirsty for this knowledge. Trent, get on the intensity. Most of the rest were a group of old men. Shinyu was not very interested, and as his purpose had almost been achieved, there was no point in continuing. It's your Highness. Hypnotic Tang clapped his hands. Dozens of pink gauze-covered carriages appeared on both sides of the street. A pair of snow-white jade feet appeared from under the curtain. Follow the jade foot online until the route does not appear to be covered in any way. The curtain flicked open and the woman in a pink translucent corset with a sheer veil over it looked around shyly. The woman was slightly thinly dressed, her muscles as white and red as fresh apples. Total. Drooling and gulping sounds were heard. It's the head girl of Spring Wind House, Miss Rinqing. Miss Rinqing's cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, and I heard that she was born with a charming bone, so not many men can resist. Can't resist. I've fallen in love with him. Dozens of carriages opened at the same time. A group of warblers got down from the carriage, all dressed thin and sexy. You step out, Ma Haoxuan said as he pointed at a foundation establishment man. Captain Ma, I didn't move. The man hurriedly screamed. Eyes straight ahead. You've got your eyes straight ahead. It's not just a drift. And you, Ma Haoxuan ordered hundreds of people in a row. Although Renqing girl has also seen a big scene. From time to time the whole system stems, but in front of hundreds of thousands of people he is still the first time. You can't go out in the field in the future. The remaining dozens of women gathered around Renqing. The next moment began to dance. But then again, you happen to be next to someone who is participating in the race. So you have to turn your head to see it. That man can hold out without looking. And if he doesn't, it's definitely not normal. Just about any man young or old has become a crotch-staring cat, and it's a solemn sight to behold. Who said that? Look at that white-eyed chi practicing Taoist. He's not moved in the slightest. Many of the foundation establishment stage cultivators had already taken the white-eyed cultivators of the chi practicing stage and used the term Dao friend. This person has a strong will. His future achievements are unlimited. If I had half the firm will of fellow Taoist white eyes, perhaps I would have already broken through the Jindan stage. The name of the white-eyed Taoist began to circulate through the crowd. Miao Chunru did not move at all, completely unmoved by the female sex, but when she thought that there was actually a strong enemy in the chi practicing stage, she could not help but feel a panic in her heart. Ever since her senior sister obtained 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, the senior brothers and sisters who usually followed her around all abandoned her, and she became a loner. Miao Chunru secretly gritted her teeth. A little to get back she lost. Puanchi was right next to Miao Chunro, and her withdrawal last time had made her secretly determined to stick it out this time. Chapter 33, The 1,000-Year-Old Man. The disciples of the Violet Light sect and the Extreme Intense Sword sect secretly grumbled as they were instructed by the elders of the sect before they left the house. If Danxia sect can get the prize money, you guys have to get it too. The Red Star sect disciples, even though they didn't get the prize money, have arrived at the final round many times, so you guys can't lose the face of the sect. If they lose face, they won't be able to go back and have a good time. But the first couple times they were picked one, and that one was also eliminated in the first round. Another 1,000 or so didn't make it past the aroma and twisted their heads to be eliminated. The lure of the seemingly spiritual stones was greater than the beauty. The headliner of Spring House still can't attract everyone. There are 3,000 left. The only one left in the chi practicing stage is White-Eyed Taoist Friend. The others were not able to hold back under the temptation of their natural winks. Only on the heavy hitters, plucking nose hairs. This is the nightmare of the military standing people. 1 cries in pain, 2 old tears, 3 can only give up. Ah! What are you doing? The female disciple of the Extreme Intense Sword sect, being tweezed deep into her nostrils, instantly collapsed her psychological defenses. This is a test. You are eliminated, Mahaushwan said full of concern. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't it be so simple? Pulling out nose hairs is also a test. The female disciple found it hard to accept that there was no such thing as plucking someone's nose hair. Cut. Fong Fei laughed coldly. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention pulling out the nose hairs, pulling out all the hairs on my body. What's the harm? The female disciple of the Extreme Intense Sword, almost subconsciously, moved. Extreme E-Sword sect senior sister Guan Lanrua faced disdain. The people of the Sword sect to fight with people. Missing arms and legs is a common thing. The area of a few nose hairs is not enough to worry about. As a young generation heavenly pride, his strength had already broken through the middle Jindan stage, and he was the first person of the 4th generation of the Extreme Intense Sword sect. Unfortunately, the resources of the Extreme Intense Sword sect were limited, and the ones that were distributed to her were extremely limited compared to her contemporaries, although they were more. With this 100,000 extreme upper grade, it wouldn't be long before she would be able to break through to Yuaning. Ah! Guan Lanrua's nose twitched and tears stayed in her eyes. Out loud elimination. Ma Haoxuan walked towards the next one with no expression on his face. Guan Roland's eyes were ashamed, and it was too humiliating to make a noise in front of everyone. How could the third prince come up with such a disgusting solution? Ah! The voices rose and fell. The Extreme Intense Sword sect all eliminated. Almost no one can lean on 3 roots and not move. The Violet Light sect disciple's body unexpectedly shook as he looked at the approaching Ma Haoxuan. It was really the screams in front of them that were so scary. Give up! The disciples of the Violet Light sect decisively withdrew. Miao Chunru fought hard against 3 of them, but unfortunately, she still couldn't help but sneeze. Personnel were eliminated in a frenzy. Players who haven't plucked their nose hairs yet, and who quit now, can claim away 10 top-grade spirit stones. Quit. In an instant 4,000 withdrew from over 3,900 people, leaving only a handful of dozens of people in front of them, but every top, or 10 top-quality spirit stones is more practical. It's not bad to have 10, after all. It's only a few days standing, and it'll take me most of the year to turn that 10. Many cultivators comforted themselves. $50. *******. I should have known to hold out for a while. It went up to $50 in one go. A loss. I'll back off. A few pondered the choice for a moment. $50 would be enough to cover their expenses, and sticking around might not get them anything. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is really rich and generous, spending almost hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones this handful of months. The South Mu City Lord spoke. Lord City Lord. Even though the third prince has coveted 100,000 extreme spirit stones, I'm afraid that the spirit stones will soon reach the bottom according to this spending method. No longer see the bottom of the ghost. According to the news he got, Qin Yu inked the spirit stone. A lot of them were spent by him to play with strange skills. Looks like the third prince secretly hid some of it. Exit again after a few. The field was left with the white-eyed Taoist, Fong Fei, 2 loose cultivators, 2 players from the Holy Martial God Dynasty, and the small city lord from Ganlong. 7 in all. All 7 were unusually determined. From his storage ring, Catalyst Tang pulled out a golden nettle branch with its roots wrapped up by Catalyst Tang. Hoo-hoo! A ragged exhalation sounded. Oh my god, it's golden nettles. Nettles are toxic to the point that under accumulation, they change their body color, with the beginner version being cyan, the intermediate version being white, the advanced version being red, and the ultimate version being gold. If this was touched, Even a Yuaning stage powerhouse would have to wail in bed for 2 days. The good thing is that nettles only sting and itch. They don't hurt. Even if a mortal can only top it off without any physical harm. The few people who had just quit felt they had made too good a decision. Being touched by him, it was impossible for a Yuaning stage powerhouse to stand still. The 7 men were in a cold sweat. Spirit stones were important, but the feeling of being in pain was not something everyone could bear. The 2 loose cultivators decisively withdrew. They were just poor, but not to this extent. A traveling cultivator said, "None of the 7 of them can resist the golden nettles. I once traveled to the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. I've personally seen a strong person in the late Yuaning stage rolling on the ground after being hit with golden nettles, even scratching his skin." They both made the right choice. The woman cultivator's words reached the ears of several people, and the 2 players from the Holy Martial God Dynasty were startled. They were at the Jindan stage. Or forget it. Gone long, the small city lord, also decisively withdrew. Eventually there were 2 left. Fellow white-eyed Taoist, Red Star sect genius house master Fong Fei. This is already the 4th time that senior brother Fong has entered the final duel, isn't it? More than like the 5th time. If it isn't the Red Star sect's 1,000-year-old dick. Because Fong Fei had killed the final round many times but failed to win once again, he was teased as a 1,000-year-old. The sound of the crowd's discussion made Fong Fei invincible. "I'm not a millennial dick." He gritted his teeth, determined that he wouldn't move even if it hurt like hell. "Gentlemen, are you really not going to back off? It's a loss if you wait for it to stick to your body and then back off." Qin Yu persuaded bitterly. "Fellow Daoist White Eyes is really powerful. Not even batting an eyelid by now. This person has a strong will. The first time I've seen it in my life. By the way, do any of you know him?" A bunch of people shook their heads. Could it be from out of town? Looked like a beggar asking for food at the city gates. Nonsense. White-eyed Taoist friend is strong-willed and has the posture of pursuing the great Tao. How could he be a beggar? The one who opened his mouth was a small cultivator at the early stage of qi refining, and he didn't dare to speak when he was disliked by a Jindan powerhouse. Trey Ten took hold of the root of the wrapped nettle and stepped over it cautiously, fearing that he might get stuck. "Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry." Hypnotic Tang finished sweeping the nettle branch toward Fong Fei's arm. "It's over. This is the end of regret. The poison will kick in 5 seconds." Brows furrowed as if unwilling to see this scene. Cui Tang obediently swept over the white-eyed Daoist as well. The white-eyed man's face was stoic, as if he had just been blown by the wind. Hypnotic Tang thought he had just missed it and swept again. Still no response. Terrifying as hell. White-eyed Taoist friend. Can be recorded in the annals of the Eastern continent? This is the first in history to be touched by golden nettles, and then have no reaction. Fong Fei was already sweating profusely at this moment, as if he had been caught in the rain, bean-sized sweat sliding down the side of his cheeks. Fong Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if his little arm was being stabbed with a million needles. As the venom traveled through his body, the sensation swam through his entire body. Burning tingling sensation in every inch of skin. The onlookers covered their bodies as if the pain was transmitted to them. Puff. Fong Fei fell down with both eyes narrowed. "Quickly go and help it up. This is a genius rune master, don't break it," is one of his game goals. At Qin Yu's urging, Catalyst Tang jogged over and helped Fong Fei up, giving him an antidote in the process. Fong Fei woke up after Quitendu had a few threads of spiritual energy. "Many thanks, Your Highness Qin Yu." Fong Fei arched his hand. The antidote to golden nettle required the 5th grade elixir 100 turns transitional poison pill. The 5th grade Dan was exclusive to the God transformation stage and was worth tens of thousands of top grade spirit stones, no less valuable than today's prizes. Just a show of hands. No need to be polite. Qin Yu's tone was indifferent. Hypnotic Tang Bellyache just now was worried about breaking it, and now the tone is cold. Fong Fei bowed his head and lost again. Qin Yu patted Fong Fei on the shoulder. Chapter 34, You're not my man. You've lost again. Or you might as well stop playing. Qin Yu laughed meaningfully. "No way. I'll always win one," Fong Fei said obstinately. Qin Yu did not move to look at it. The gambler really gets more addicted the more he is persuaded. It's not impossible for your side to get him to continue and maybe stop. It's not impossible for you to get him to stop gambling. The ultimate prize must be mine. Fong Fei had a firm gaze, believing that the failures in front of him were all building up his qi. "Keep up the good work then." Hooked. Looks like there's a giveaway. A few tens of thousands of spirit stones were not a bad thing to spend. Fellow Taoist White Eyes remains unresponsive. "It's the first time in my life that I've seen someone who can remain unmoved under the golden nettles." That traveler who had seen the Yuaning stage being tortured looked at the white-eyed Taoist friend in shock, finding it hard to believe that a qi refining stage was actually stronger than the Yuaning stage's willpower. All the cultivators stood in awe, silently gazing at the white-eyed Taoist. "Fellow Taoist, you may go up to the stage to receive your reward." Ma Haoshuan also admired this kind of ruthless person. Addressing a Taoist of the Qi refining stage. Really powerful. Feng Fei is convinced. Only those who had experienced it would know that kind of pain. As if the soul was being stabbed by needles. But this person did not move at all. It's not unfair to lose to such. Fellow Taoist. You can claim your prize now, Ma Haoxuan shouted again when he saw that the white-eyed Taoist did not respond. The more I look like a beggar at the city gates. Don't be talking nonsense. There's no way that white-eyed Taoist friend is a beggar, the man next to him said with dissatisfaction. Xinyu smiled and signaled Cui Tang. Cui Tang walked over to White Eyes and whispered, White Eyes is open for dinner. The scruffy man, who had been rolling his eyes, snapped out of it. Dinner's on where dinner's on. Ah, that hurts. The white-eyed man rolled on the ground. Cui Tang took out the pills and gave them to him. The rolling man only stopped. Go up and claim your prize. You've won, Trent urged. It's that beggar at the city gates. I heard that after he fell asleep. He didn't even wake up after a few pieces of meat were torn off by wild dogs, except to call him for dinner. Nuts. Actually lost to a sleepy beggar. No wonder he kept rolling his eyes. He was asleep. Feng Fei's face is green. This beggar is not afraid of pain at all. But the drowsiness overpowers the pain. Xinyu smiled. It felt good to operate in the dark. This talent was still something he came across by chance. According to White Eyes, he grew up like to sleep. Asleep is a few days. His parents thought he had a disease. At the age of 3 years old Ran abandoned him, which more than 20 years never cultivated him. Every time he slept and woke up his cultivation would go up a few points. And after 20 years, he was now at the peak of Qi practice. When Xinyu heard this, he took him in. The beggar staggered past Feng Fei and smiled at him. The smile turned his face from green to black. The white-eyed man received the spirit stone. His face was full of smiles. He just listened to Emperor Xinyu come down to take a nap. But he never imagined that he had won 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. From now on, you can sleep when you want and eat when you want. I'll make sure I win the last game. Feng Fei put down his bold words and turned to leave. Return to the sect. Feng Fei led a large group of Red Star sect disciples and left with great vigor. He needed to get some rest and prepare for the game in 3 days. Wait, Xinyu called out to Feng Fei. The location of the ultimate jackpot game in 3 days will not be on North Watch Street. With more and more people attending, His Highness has decided to set the location of the game at Shidai Mountain outside of the city. At that time, in addition to the final prize of 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, there will also be 5 10,000 spirit stone prizes set up, as well as 50,000 spirit prizes, 500 spirit prizes, and 5,000 10 spirit prizes. The grand prize is a total of 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Everyone is welcome to participate. The crowd falls silent. Not to mention the current Northwatch city. Even before the spirit veins dried up, the tax revenue for a year was only a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Your Highness is mighty. King Gon is mighty. The neatly harmonized shouts resounded through the sky, echoing in Northwatch City and crossing the river to reach South Mu City. The people are in a complete frenzy, constantly watching those around them get rich, making them feel like they will be next. The news spread out quickly. Throughout the Gonlong domain, cultivators from cities large and small began to rush to Northwatch City. Ha ha, the third prince has gone mad. After this game, he will be the first clan king to go bankrupt. The 3 heads of the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families were happier than anyone else, and a Gon Wang without a spirit stone in his hand was even less of a threat to them. Let's go to the North Table Mountain. Xinyu was ready to go and see how well the ritual site was set up. Your Highness, wait. Hundreds of city guards blocked Xinyu's path. What is it that you are looking for, this Highness? Xinyu's tone was silent, with an appearance that he did not place them in his eyes. However, in the eyes of the city guards, it was not a good taste. Obviously Xinyu was kind and generous to that 10-person squad. Your Highness, we are all maintaining order in guarding your Highness's Spirit Stone Grand Prize. So why do the 10 of them have 10 top-grade Spirit Stones per day while we have nothing? It is not a matter of scarcity but of unevenness. They all did the same work, but the 10 of them were earning a lot of money, while he was getting nothing. Look at my memory. You were made up 300 Spirit Stones for each of them. Xinyu slapped his head as if he didn't remember together. The city guards were overjoyed. His Highness was indeed generous. A mouthful of 300 top-grade Spirit Stones per person. Jade took the Spirit Stone as she was about to hand it over to the city guards. Wait, Xinyu suddenly voiced a stop, his tone unkind. Why should this Highness give you Spirit Stones? It is your duty to guard the order. Who has heard of doing your share of the work and having to give Spirit Stones? The city guard in the lead saw the Spirit Stones that were about to come into his hands being withdrawn, and said in desperation, but the 10 of them are also duty-bound. Poof. Xinyu snorted coldly. The 10 of them are the ones who offered to help His Highness guard the Spirit Stones. So they are His Highness's people, and it's reasonable for me to give the Spirit Stones. Are you my people? Qin flung his sleeves and left after saying that, leaving a group of city guards staring at each other in disbelief. The lower part of the North Platform Mountain was cut off by an isolation formation, making it impossible for anyone to peek at the top of the mountain. Kong Zhou felt that since it was going to be shocking, of course he couldn't show it in advance. It was at the same time that Qin Yu was visiting the sacrificial site, Skyfeather Divine Dynasty Imperial City. The Qiluk Golden Dragon had become 30 feet since that day. It began to gradually get bigger and bigger, and now it was 35 feet, like a young dragon that was constantly growing and full of vigor. Still haven't found the reason for the revival of the Qiluk Golden Dragon well? Emperor Qin asked as he knocked on the dragon chair. Prime Minister Tang Ling returned. Back to your majesty. Investigations have been launched everywhere and no anomalies have been found. Your majesty. Perhaps it's some supreme master who has joined the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Wei Zhang spoke up. Emperor Qin shook his head. The eastern continent's aura was thin and its resources were limited, far inferior to the northern region, western lands, and the south. The strongest people were at the peak of the Transformation God, and once they had broken through to the Transformation God, they needed to leave. Otherwise, the vast resources required by a powerhouse above a Transformation God would be enough to drag down a divine dynasty. That's just it. Since the Golden Dragon of Luck is growing, it proves that it's beneficial to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, so there's no need to deliberately search for it. Emperor Qin believed that an absolutely extraordinary object that could increase the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty's fortune by a huge amount would show up sooner or later. Third Prince, the Feast of the King will be held in the next few days, and the secretaries of love feel who would be most appropriate to go. As a vassal king, Qin Yu's ancestor sacrifice ceremony, the court naturally sends people to congratulate him. The ministers looked at each other in disbelief, and not a single one of them uttered a word. Qin Yu's reputation was now infamous, and with the remoteness of Ganlong, there was no willingness to go. Father, my son is willing to go. As an elder brother, it is only logical and reasonable for the third brother to establish himself, so I need to go and congratulate him as well. Prince Qin Ming volunteered to help. Qin Ming has always felt the need to pamper and care for his younger siblings as an elder brother, but Qin Yu was relegated to Ganlong. He could not do anything about it, for which he blamed himself for many days. Ganlong is located in the northwest. There are too many lawless and evil cultivators with chaotic jurisprudence. Your Highness should not take risks with your 1,000 gold body, Wei Zhang admonished. What Dr. Wei said is very true. How could His Highness the Crown Prince go to that barren land of Ganlong? Wei Zhang has been in the courtroom for a while since he impeached Qin Yu, and every time he speaks, there are officials who agree with him. Then, Wei Qing thinks, who is the right person to go? Emperor Qin's voice came out quietly. Chapter 35, Congratulation from all sides. Wei Zhang did not notice the difference in Emperor Qin's tone. I think it is sufficient to send officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies to congratulate him. In all the generations, when a king was crowned to offer sacrifices, he also sent officials from the Ministry of Rites to visit him. Your Majesty, why don't we let the Minister of Household, Luo and I, take the blame and go to congratulate the court on our behalf? Chancellor Tang Ling spoke up. This old brother, for Tian Yu dedication for hundreds of years, old still inside the prison, Tang Ling in the heart. Prime Minister, Shangshu Luo made a big mistake. Just congratulating him on his behalf can't cancel it out. Wei Zheng hastily retorted. Luo and I is sent to Ganlong for his crimes. Emperor Qin changed his words. Ganlong was adjacent to the sacred martial dynasty, and having the old Shangshu there would not be a great help to Qin Yu. Some thoughtful courtiers could see that Emperor Qin was intentionally sending strong men to Qin Yu. Luo and I old Shangshu, although only the Yuaning stage, but in the peak of the Yuaning stage stayed for hundreds of years, in the same class inside the top fighting force. In addition to the transformation of the god, very few people are his opponent. In addition to the imperial court, the city lords of the various domains also set out one after another. Even though life was difficult in the domains after the spiritual veins had dried up, and they abhorred what Qin Yu had done, but for the king's sealing sacrifice, the city lords of their domains were required to travel to congratulate them according to the usual practice. A corrupt and corrupted prince is worthy of us traveling to congratulate him. Marina City of the Kangxiu Sea domain. City Lord Ma Ruizhi said in dissatisfaction. Kangxiu Sea is adjacent to the East China Sea, and Marina City is even built by the sea. With the rich marine resources of the East China Sea, the waters of Kang District have always been the second richest domain after the Qinhuan domain. Even if the veins were depleted, there was the rich sea resources of the East Sea, which had already shown signs of surpassing the Qinhuan domain to become the #1 rich domain. Who made him a royal son? Not only does he have a good father but also a good mother. Marina City's neighbor, Dishui City Lord Yu Shao, was also very dissatisfied and said in a conspiratorial manner, they had dedicated their entire lives to Tian Yu, and they were just city lords. But Qinyu had made a big mistake and was still a vassal king. The city lords of the various domains cursed as they walked. Those spirit stones could be the taxes paid by the various domains. Spiritual veins are drying up and people's livelihoods are withering. Nowadays, when taxes are collected, there are clashes and casualties when they move. But it was squandered by Qinyu's greed. It was difficult for the city lords of the various domains to say anything good about Qinyu. The various dynasties that were dependent on the heavenly feather divine dynasty had also sent representatives to prepare for Qinyu's king sealing ritual. All parties began to run to Ganon. 7th Imperial Sister. Do we really have to go find third brother? If Father Emperor finds out, we'll get beaten up. The 8th prince said sincerely. He didn't want to be beaten up. Don't be afraid, 8th brother. Even if we beat you up, we won't beat you to death. When we find third brother, but there are countless delicious food. Take a beating or a gourmet meal, your choice. 7 clasped her hands to her chest and skimmed the corner of her Idahachi. The 8th prince's eyes rolled as he thought of all the delicious food, and he had yet to drink the happy water that third brother had mentioned. A beating is a beating. A tiger can't kill a child. Father can't beat me to death. 7th Imperial Sister. Let's go find third brother. The corner of Shao-Chi's mouth flashed with a touch of smugness. East window will say that it is the 8th brother who wants to go. Third brother always says that I'm stupid. I'm obviously ice smart. Emperor Qin looked at the two who had sneaked out of the city and sighed without stopping them. Old man Ice, who hadn't stepped out of the Imperial City for many years, went out of the Imperial City after a long time. If my daughter hadn't died, she'd be a big, beautiful woman in a pavilion by now. Old man Ice sighed with emotion as his figure disappeared. When there was still one day to go before the king sealing ritual, the Marina City Lord and Great Water City Lord, who were the first to depart, had already arrived at Northwatch City in their flying boats. Go tell the soldiers at the gates that Marina City, Great Water City has arrived. Reporting to the City Lord, there is no one at the gates. No one? How could there be no one at the city gates of the capital of Ganlong? Marina City Lord Ma Ruiji's divine sense swept the city gates and found them empty. Not even a single guarding soldier. He was instantly exasperated. Go in and take a look, and ask the Northwatch City Lord what the hell he's doing. This is a border city. The city gates are unguarded. Negligence has reached this point. A group of people entered the city gates, along the street to see a piece of depression. Stores closed, not to mention, the streets are not even pedestrians. The Marina City Lord, the Great Water City Lord's face changed drastically. Could it be that something has happened to Northwatch City? The two of them looked at each other and didn't care about the forbidden air as they flew into the city to release their divine sense. The divine sense kept spreading, but the city was still empty. The two were getting nervous. Could it be that the Holy Martial God Dynasty had made a move against Northwatch City? Who dares to release divine sense in Northwatch City? A scolding voice came out from the city lord's mansion. A terrifying aura enveloped the two. Maru Ji, Yu Shao, why are you two releasing your divine sense in the city? Shan Yuqing's voice came out. Why are you releasing your divine sense? The two were also exasperated and laughing. Maru Ji questioned. Why has Bei Wang City been reduced to an empty city? And where have all the people in the city gone? Mountain Jade City, you better give a reasonable explanation. The two of them had their swords drawn. If Shan Yuqing dared to victimize the people, the two of them would risk their lives to behead Shan Yuqing today. Northwatch is a city of tens of millions of people. This asshole, how dare he? So many people disappeared into thin air, and Shan Yuqing could not be blamed. Oh, you mean these people? Shan Yuqing's tone revealed a wave of dissatisfaction in its blandness. They all left the city and went to the northern Table Mountain. Hakutazen? This is not the place where the third prince was crowned king and sacrificed. Can this corrupt prince have such a calling power to get millions of people to go together for the king sealing ritual? And this sacrifice has to be tomorrow. Two city lords. My humble servant was sent by His Highness to receive the city lords. I hope to apologize for my late arrival. Emozwa arched his hand and apologized. Kongzhou's original preparation process was to let His Highness receive the guests in the city and then go to Beitai Mountain together. But the temple went to visit the North Table Mountain. The 2 days did not leave. Said Kongzhou built the altar almost fire. To remodel. Even the people of the city are all out of town. Now in Northwatch City. Apart from Shan Yuqing, it was estimated that he couldn't find a few living people. He was the only one who was allowed to come after Kongzhou felt there was something wrong and asked His Highness for instructions. Just you alone. Knowing that nothing had happened to the people in the city, the two city lords dropped their hearts. But then they were upset. They were at least city lords. And they actually sent a guard to receive them. Oof. The two men grunted coldly. The third prince is so big. Even if he doesn't greet them personally, he actually doesn't even understand basic etiquette. As capital city lords, they governed the small and medium-sized city lords below them, and were nominally said to be the lords of a domain. It was only right that Qinyu should welcome them. not to mention that they were guests who had traveled from afar. Emozwa laughed bitterly. He was a Peak Foundation establishment guard who never thought that he would one day have to receive the high and mighty capital city lord. Lord City Lords, the restaurant has been arranged. You will stay for the night, and when the rest of the city lords arrive tomorrow, my humble servant will take all of you Lord City Lords on a pass to the North Terrace. The two city lords who were already dissatisfied with Chinyu had faces as black as pots of ash. Fine. Tomorrow I'll be looking for King Dawn to get a statement. The anger of the two men was on the verge of exploding. No need. We can just stay in a flying boat. We can't afford an inn. Emozwa did not block, but instead, he was glad that the inns in North Hope City are now many, but there are no waiters. The innkeeper and the youngest two are all out of town. Outside of the city, Taicho Sacred Lord's personal disciples, Cha Chu Shue, Wu Zian came to the ground in a row. He collided with the furious Marina City's Great Water City Lord, but did not know each other. Emozwa turned around and prepared to go to a city gate, where a flying boat also arrived. Senior sister, if you tell the third prince in front of everyone that master doesn't accept him as a disciple, I'm only afraid he'll never have the face to see anyone again. Wu Zian was harboring a grudge against Chinyu for injuring him that day, and could finally use this to vent his hatred. The two entered the city. Chapter 36, A Small Gift. The two men were wide-eyed. Where are the people? Originally very prosperous. People come and go at the entrance of the city. A depressed, a shadow of a person is not. Only the autumn wind sweeping down the leaves. Cha Chushue and Wu Zian looked at each other, thinking that they had come to the wrong place. The two of them ran down the street towards the Gone Wangfu. Could never see a single person. Holy, is Northwatch City haunted? The two of them looked at the closed doors of the Gone Wangfu and realized that there was still no one there. What about sister? Look around and see if there are any living people. Cha Chushue doesn't believe that there would be no one in the huge Beiwang city. The city lords of each domain, one after another, arrived at Northwatch City. Seeing the empty Northwatch City was first a moment of shock, followed by violent anger. Emozwa kept compensating for the smile. He couldn't afford to mess with any of these city lords. Your Highness has offended so many city lords. How will it end then? Emozwa was worried in his heart, but His Highness was not worried at all and said that they would not be angry. But now more than angry, one of them stormed out and almost beat him up. The affiliated kingdoms of Skyfeather also arrived one after another in the evening. Emozwa felt totally deflated after receiving the guests. Hokutai Mountain. Chinyu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Your Highness has heard that Northwatch City is in chaos, with hundreds of forces clamoring for your word. I will give them a satisfactory account. Chinyu waved his hand. Inform them to be on time tomorrow morning. The North Platform Mountain was still isolated by the formation, and the outside world was unable to pry into it. At this time, under the North Platform Mountain, the dense crowd could not see the head at a glance. It was also the wide area of the North Terrace Mountain. Otherwise it couldn't even stand so many people. Chinyu's prizes were lucrative and could easily be several thousand or tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, which was too much of a temptation for the people of Northwatch City. Getting spirit stones just by playing a game had never been seen before in the history of the Eastern continent, and the attraction to them could be imagined. Dawn cuts through the break of dawn. A new day begins. In front of the crowd, piled on top of a high platform, were dozens of piles of spirit stones. Each pile has a sign on it. Grand prize, first prize, second prize. The people in the Eastern continent didn't know what it meant, but the amount of spirit stones in each pile was different, and everyone knew that the higher the number the better. The grand prize is the 100,000 top quality spirit stones. Go get a cloth to cover the spirit stone. Chinyu commanded. There's a lot of townspeople coming later. Can't show off too much. Boom boom. The end of the horizon. There were flying boats that covered the sky and came speeding in, stirring up the clouds. The word Marina was engraved on the hull of the flying boat. Pink waves of energy covered the ship. As the second city of Tianyu, Marina City was economically developed, rich in resources by the sea, and the people were wealthy. The flying boats were also the most luxurious. The Marina City Lord stood at the forefront of the flying boat, his face gloomy. The more he thought about this night, the more angry he became. Later, he would let Chinyu know what would happen if he offended him. Marina City was followed by Great Water City. What's all this blackness? The Marina City Lord saw the vast crowd at the bottom of the North Platform Mountain from afar. The Marina City Lord has arrived. The Marina City Lord was shocked when he got closer. This dense mass was actually people. Was the third prince's appeal so terrifying that he had actually recruited the people of the city? He had operated in Marina for hundreds of years, but he couldn't make it this far, calling on the people of the city. How long has the third prince been here? Just 3 months. 3 months passed in the Eastern continent with the snap of a finger. Many of the city lords have not even smoothed out their local affairs yet. Shocked as he was, the Marina City Lord was still prepared to lash out. Blending in the crowd, Wu Ziyan sneered. Yesterday he and his senior sister, or from the mouth of these city lords, Xinyu was already at the northern terrace mountain and had sent a personal guard to greet them right there. And today these city lords were ready to find Xinyu to ask for a claim. Being claimed by hundreds of city lords and kingdoms, this scene made Wu Ziyan happy just thinking about it. This time there's Xinyu to see, being approached by his own city lord for trouble. I'm afraid it's only going to be difficult to start this sacrifice today. When he's cornered by the forces, we'll add fuel to the fire by stepping in and informing him about being rejected by the master. Cha Chu Shue sneered. Listen to sister. The great clans of Northwatch City had also received the news and were ready to watch Qin Yu's jokes. Zhao, Qian, and Sun family heads couldn't be happier when they saw the Marina City Lord who suppressed his anger. Welcome, welcome. I hope you'll pardon me for being late in receiving the driver. Qin Yu at the foot of the mountain greeted him with a smile. Poof. The Marina City Lord raised his eyebrows and coldly grunted. Ready to lash out. You're tearing. Qin Yu shouted with a wave of his hand. Men, send up the gifts. A gift? Guests also have gifts. It's not always the guests who give gifts. The Marina City Lord had also prepared a generous gift, but the events of yesterday made him not want to take it out. Lord City Lord. This is a small token of appreciation from His Highness. Shenwen handed over a storage ring. Shenwen's heart is still beating the drum. Just with a small gift, can dispel the fire of the city lords. Today's sacrificial ceremony, Xinyu called back all the personal guards of the production machine, and the three sisters who looked after the spirit stone production. Oh. Nope, I'm going to have to ask him for a statement. The Marina City Lord once again put his displeasure on his face. Xin Yu's sudden gift almost made him disrupt his plans. What marvelous gift could a poor gain and give? The Marina City Lord's face twitched as his divine sense swept through it. Ha ha! The Marina City Lord laughed loudly. The third prince is polite. No, it's time to call Prince Gon. Prince Gon is busy with his affairs. We'll just come on our own. It's hard for such a big man to get lost. Wu Ziyan was puzzled as to what was going on. Where's the talk of getting a statement? Dasui City Lord just got off the flying boat. His feet stumbled. Did not say to find Xinyu to claim it. What was this joyful smile of the Marina City Lord? The Dishui City Lord snorted. It seemed that Ma Ruiji, who had always been blistering and unafraid of power, had also lost his temper in front of the third prince. The Lord of Ojui City looked serious. It seems that it is still up to me. Wu Ziyan's heart was greatly relieved when he saw the serious Dasui City Lord. It's unlikely that every single one of them will be bought by a small gift from you. Your Highness Qinyu, I have a matter that I need a reasonable explanation from you, the Great Water City Lord said as he walked. Lord Ojui City, this is a small gift that His Highness has prepared for you. The Lord of Dasui City scoffed. As a city lord controlling a domain, he had nothing, and a small gift was trying to buy him off. With a sweep of divine sense, the Great Water City Lord coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem, as renowned as you are, Your Highness Qinyu is truly a talented man. Quite a bit like His Majesty back then. The serious Dasui City Lord laughed out loud. This scene made the people on the side look on in awe, speculating on what kind of gift His Highness had prepared. Wu Ziyan was even more exasperated and gnashed his teeth. Can these assholes have a little bit of temperament and be bought by a small gift? Each of the city lords in the back came in with a huff and stood to the side with a smile on their faces. There wasn't even a stool, and they were still all smiles. Chen Wen and his personal guards were also curious as to what kind of gift could make these people fill their faces with smiles. It was the first time that the three sisters had seen that these high and mighty city lords were so nice to talk to. Aside from the city lords who couldn't get away because of their official duties, a total of 70-odd city lords were present, as well as the affiliated major kingdoms, and the large and small forces of Gonlong City. There are so many people now. The time is right. Senior brother, it's time to step up. Wu Ziyan sneered. Yes, senior sister. Chapter 37, Matriarchal Forces. The forces of all parties have arrived. This time is most able to let Qinyu down. Borrowing the mouths of the guests will not take long for the news to spread throughout the heavily feathered divine dynasty. The Taichu sacred lands have come hand in hand to congratulate His Highness Qinyu. Cha Chuxue and Wu Ziyan walked out from the crowd. Blasted out. Qinyu didn't hesitate. He didn't care who it was if he committed murder in his residence. The three Fang Jiutong siblings instantly struck out. And Ma Haoshuan didn't hesitate. The Holy Land was unattainable, but His Highness had said that it was a military order, and he only needed to carry it out. Wait, Cha Chuxue hurriedly voiced out. She didn't expect Qinyu, this bastard, to be so decisive and show no mercy in the face of the people of the Holy Land. This time we are here on behalf of our master. On behalf of the Taichu sacred land. You're not afraid to cross swords with the Taichu sacred land, Cha Chuxue threatened. The major city lords had just received Qin Yu's small gift and had also taken a liking to him. There has been much admonition. Your Highness Qin Yu, the Taichu sacred land is powerful and should not be messed with. The Marina city lord also persuaded. Your Highness, even if it was the heavenly feather divine dynasty in its heyday, it wouldn't dare to cross swords with the Taichu sacred ground, so no matter what the grudge is, it's still better to leave a line on it. The holy lord of the Taichu accepted Qin Yu, and it was only after Emperor Qin promised heavy benefits that the holy lord of the Taichu reluctantly agreed to accept him, blatantly blowing away a disciple of the Taichu sacred ground on such an occasion. This grudge was a clear-cut one. So what if it's the holy land of Taichu? Blow me out? Qin Yu was full of concern. Qin Yu, don't forget that you still have a master-disciple agreement with your master. The crowd clammed up, not knowing this inside out. After all, Emperor Qin had gone through the back door and allowed the Taichu sacred lord to accept Qin Yu. So naturally, he hadn't made a big deal out of it. Few people knew about this. Do it! Qin Yu was already impatient. On that day, Half-Summer was worried that he would offend the holy lord of Taichu and picked up the envelope that Qin Yu had torn in half, and the contents of the letter were already known to Qin Yu. Now naturally, he didn't care. This master who wanted to abandon him. Ma Haoxuan's yuaning came out of his body, and his mighty pressure pushed straight at the two Chachushue. At the Jindan stage and yuaning stage, the difference in strength was like a rift in the sky. Even the pride of heaven, Chachushue, could not resist, and the two of them quickly retreated backward. Qin Yu, this is what you forced me to do. Please descend. Master, Chachushue had the gift of the holy lord of Taichou's divine sense split on her, which came in handy at this moment. A terrifying black shadow appeared from Chachushue. Black shadows blotted out the sunlight, and suffocating pressure swept across the northern stage. Even though the Saint Lord of the Primordial was only a doppelganger, his facial appearance was clear in appearance. With a face full of white mane and a pair of Dan Phoenix eyes, he appeared gloomy. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginnings cultivation was out of this world, and his strength had long since arrived at the half-step refined void realm. Even if it was only a divine consciousness division, it still had the strength of a late stage of transformation. Chachu clasped his hands together and his face was full of grievances. Reporting to Master. Today, His Highness Qin Yu held a king's sealing ritual. We, senior siblings and brothers, came here specifically to congratulate you on your order. But His Highness Qin Yu couldn't help but banish us. Even more so, he let out a bold statement that what can a mere Taichu Holy Land do to me? Can there be such a thing? The Saint Primordial Lord looked at Qin Yuchi, his tone unkind with questioning. There is. Qin Yu Wei was unafraid. Ignorant little child. This seat gives you a chance. Kowtow 3 times to this seat, and then allow a compensation of spirit stones, and this seat will reveal this matter. What kind of thing are you that you are also worthy of me? His Highness, kowtowing to you. Qin Yu sneered. From the moment he knew the purpose of the Taichu sacred lord, Qin Yu had no intention of giving him face. Unbridled. Do you think Qin Wendian can still protect you? The current heavenly feather divine dynasty is nothing but a building that will fall. The holy lord of the beginning of the heavens was furious, actually being chided in public by an ignorant child, saying that he was something. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since anyone had spoken to him much. The holy lord of the beginning raised his hand, and the fearful pressure was like a pillar of heaven pressing down on him. Ma Haoxuan, Shan Wen, and Feng Jiutong, who were protecting Qin Yu's body, instantly bled from their 7 orifices. The half-summer jade bamboo stared at the terrifying pressure and settled in front of Qin Yu. The 500 personal guards still drew their swords, knowing that they would not be defeated. The Marina City Lord knew that he wasn't a match for the Taichu Sacred Lord, but this was the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, and not only was Qin Yu the Emperor's son, but he had also given him a small gift. Holy Lord Taichu, you want to make a move against my dynasty's imperial son in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? The 70 or so Yuaning stage city lords also questioned each other one after another. They're mainly looking at the big picture. The word is not looking at the small gifts. Taichu sneered. Now he could squarely refuse to accept Qin Yu and not be told that he was doing it because the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty couldn't get any spirit stones. Qin Yu doesn't distinguish between honor and inferiority and has no regard for his teacher. The agreement between Emperor Qin and this seat back then is null and void. You don't deserve to be my disciple. Didn't you just want to reject me from becoming your disciple the last time you sent a letter? Why do you have to speak in such a grandiose manner? Qin Yu did not give the Holy Lord of Taichu the slightest bit of face. You, Saint Primordial Lord gasped. Didn't he say that he tore up the envelope? It seems like the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is determined to be an enemy of Taichu. Then this day, I'd like to see if these Yuaning wastes can be preserved. Stop. Shan Yucheng stopped the Holy Lord of Taichu. Although he couldn't look at Qin Yu, he couldn't let it go. Get lost. No one can stop me today. Saint Primordial Lord Taichu struck Flying Mountain Yucheng with a chapter. Like a cannonball, Shan Yucheng disappeared from view. Today, not to mention the district city lord, even if Qin Wendian was here, he would still have to teach this ignorant child who didn't know the heights of heaven. Wu Ziyan was overjoyed and had better slap Qin Yu to death. Zhao, Qian, and Sun families, see this scene, not to mention how happy, if Qin Yu died, North Hope City can return to the original situation. Li Jiadao is now still in jail. The court side of the network has been ineffective. Straight said to be deliberately suppressed. Boom! The words of the Holy Lord of the beginning fell. The void trembled and a terrifying aura filled the air. Millions of people shivered and looked at the sky in horror. Ripples rippled through the calm air. The Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth was also attracted to the sudden scene. Hundreds of city lords watched warily, being held open by the cracks in the void that were constantly being held open in the air. A giant flying boat, 1,000 meters long, sailed out of the crack. The word Diqian was engraved on top of the flying boat. Just 2 words exuded a terrifying pressure that made people not dare to look directly at it. The top 3 ranked top divine dynasties in the eastern continent. The Diqian divine dynasty. At the head of the flying boat, a middle-aged man with black hair like a waterfall and a pair of vertical pupils like a dragon eagle looked straight ahead. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 3 young people, 2 women and 1 man. Old piker, you dare to touch my nephew. This marshal will immediately send troops to Taichu. Terrifying pressure erupted from the middle-aged man, pushing straight towards the Taichu sacred lord. It's Grand Marshal Qian Longhu of the Great Qian dynasty. The Marina City lord spoke. Shan Yucheng, who had been sent flying tens of kilometers, had his qi and blood churning, his 7 orifices bleeding, and dozens of bones broken. With just a casual slap from the Taichu Holy Lord, he was nearly killed, but he had to rush back. Qin Yu couldn't die. If he died, the Qin Emperor would surely fall into madness, and then Tian Yu would surely fall into war. Nephew? Qin Yu was at a loss. The nephew cannot be me, right? Chapter 38, the first person of the side lineage. The eagle-eyed man's breath collided with the Holy Lord of Taichu. Black clouds pressed down on the city. Even the sunlight dimmed a bit. The Great Qian Divine Dynasty wants to stand up for the Heavenly Feathered Divine Dynasty? Holy Lord Taichu questioned. The declining Heavenly Feather was being stared at by countless people, and to step forward now was tantamount to standing against the Eastern continent. Tian Yu is not worthy of this marshal's presence. I have come today to congratulate my nephew. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning knows that Qin Yu's birth mother is the Great Qian imperial daughter, but therefore the Great Qian also broke with Tian Yu, and could not imagine that he would actually stand up for this descendant. The Holy Lord of the Beginning of the earth was only an alter ego, and he couldn't do anything about the peak of Qian Longhu's transformation spirit. You can't keep protecting him, can you? This seat will settle the score with him sooner or later. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Lord of Taichu brought away the 2 of them. Cha Chu Shue Wu Ziyan. As soon as the Holy Lord of Taichu left, the people at the bottom of the mountain slowed down from the immense pressure. Although the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning had released his might, he didn't dare to harm the common people. There were as many as tens of millions of people here, with a large number of mortals mixed in, and once he caused too many mortals to die. Even if the Taichu sacred lord was powerful, there would be no place for him to stay, not to kill mortals on a large scale. This was a consensus that had been reached in the Eastern continent for countless years. Violators will be executed together. This is the heavenly oath made by the ancestors of each divine dynasty. Unworthy thing, actually became a vassal. Greetings Marshal Qian. The great city lords of Tian Yu arched their hands. Qian Longhu was the marshal of the Great Qian dynasty and the vanguard general to defend against the demon clan of the northern region. The major city lords watched Qian Longhu teach Qin Yu a lesson without uttering a word. Qian Longhu had been dealing with the demon race for many years and had a strong and fiery character, and would strike at the drop of a hat. Besides, it was only natural for an uncle to teach his nephew a lesson, so they couldn't say much. Qin Yu looked embarrassed, listening to the man's tone as his uncle, but he did not say see even heard of it. It seems that Qin Wendian didn't tell you about me, and it's also this damned bastard that caused my sister. Just don't mention it. Qin Yu didn't say anything. His uncle scolded his father. It was really not good for him, a junior, to interrupt. I heard that you've arrived in Ganlong, and your grandpa was worried about your lack of resources. So he sent me over to deliver some spirit stones to you. Uncle, actually I don't lack spirit stones. Although Qin Yu felt strange to call out the bloodline connection and Qian Longhu's heartfelt concern, it still made Qin Yu call out. And it's a big leg up. Now that we've offended the Holy Lord of Taichu, we still need Uncle to give my nephew a hard time. I've heard about your situation. How many spirit stones can you have? Qian Longhu had a disdainful look on his face, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of people carried boxes down from the flying boat. There were all sorts of precious spiritual herbs, pills, and weapons, worth a total of 300. 000 to 400. 000 top grade spirit stones. Come here and say hello to your cousin. Qianlonghu has one son and two daughters. The oldest son is half a year younger than Qinyu, and the other two daughters are 2 years younger and 4 years younger. Greetings, cousin. The trio's tone was flat, a hint of disdain flashing from the corner of their eyes. The heavenly feather divine dynasty was already at the bottom of the list in the eastern continent, and now the spirit veins were still depleted. And this cousin of his was relegated to this kind of bird ***** place. It was just a poor relative in the eyes of the three, and if it wasn't for their royal grandfather suddenly talking about it, they wouldn't have known there was a cousin. Xinyu thought of the first meeting, and this cheap uncle also helped him a great deal. How also have to give the cousin a meet it? Like he could see Qinyu's thoughts. Qianlonghu interrupted. Let's make the sacrifice first, and then catch up after the ceremony. It was good that he hadn't prepared a gift in his haste, so he'd wait until the sacrifice was over. Uncle Luo hasn't arrived yet? Shao Qi propped one elbow on the edge of the flying boat, her palm propping up her face. The seventh princess is almost here, Luo Shangshu said helplessly. Having asked no less than 100 times in the past 2 days, they would have made it on time, but they hit a storm surge halfway through. If it wasn't for Old Man Ice in the shadows stepping in to help, they would have been blown away by the storm currents by now. I want to see third brother so much. Seven hasn't seen third brother in 3 months. Shao Qi had a despondent look on her face as she looked at the yellow sand that filled the ground below the flying boat. Is this the kind of place Sango lives in? Not even flowers or plants. The northwest is desolate and covered with the gobi. Lot didn't think he'd die one day in the desolate northwest, where the Qin emperor had ordered him not to return. He didn't have many years left to live, which meant he was going to die in a foreign land. I only hope that before I die, I will be able to see the glorious world that your highness feather has spoken of. Everyone can cultivate immortality without worrying about resources. Starting a schoolhouse with free instruction and enrollment for all who are gifted. His Highness, Qin Yu, also promised that he would be the first principal and his name would go down in history. Locke shuddered and smiled, but now he was just a sentenced prisoner. Everyone could cultivate immortality. How far would the heavenly feather divine dynasty grow? This kind of sight only existed in the vaguely recorded ancient age. In the ancient times, there was an abundance of aura, and everyone cultivated as long as they had the talent to do so. But the aura suddenly thinned out one day, and this history is not recorded, as if it disappeared out of thin air. When Luo and I was young, he had explored the reason for the thinning of the aura, and he always felt like it was man-made. Unfortunately, for various reasons, he did not continue to explore, and this had always been an unsolved mystery in his heart. There it is, so many people, Seven exclaimed happily as she pointed at Beitai Mountain. Seventh sister, are we going to see third brother? Will there be ice cream? The eighth prince licked his tongue. He hadn't had ice cream in months. There's not only ice cream, but also happy water, and milk tea. Shao Qi pinched the eighth prince's chubby little face and said excitedly. The eighth prince wiped his saliva. He had never eaten happy water milk tea, but he felt delicious once he heard the name. Locke thought about how nice it was to be young. On the day of departure, he didn't notice the two, and it was only the next day that the two little ones came out from inside the cabin. It was also unknown what means had been used to avoid probing. At this point in time, the guest gift-giving session had already begun at the bottom of the North Terrace Hill. The people at the bottom of the mountain roared with excitement, having forgotten the scene of trembling under the mighty pressure of the Holy Lord of Taichu just now. After all, after the ceremony comes the raffle. Immediately, thousands of people will win, and there are a lot of big prizes among them. Once they win the lottery, they will have the opportunity to cultivate immortality and change class. The city lords immediately felt less comfortable as they had a bad impression of Qinyu and everyone had prepared a thin gift. Now Qinyu came up with a generous little gift, so how could they take it? It's just a matter of adding this little gift to the mix, otherwise it's really too shabby. The major city lords sent private messages and all agreed to send small gifts along with the ones they had prepared. That's good, the anger wasn't taken out and the gift was returned. A group of city lords felt trapped by Qinyu. That's all. The third prince had originally been sent to Gonlong, and was only afraid that he didn't have many spirit stones in his hand, so it was considered that he was helping the poor. The storage ring was 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, and it was important to know that most of these city lords were at the early to middle stage of yuaning. Their yearly salary is only 1,000. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qinyu came up to send them 1 or 2 years of salary, and then the big anger also subsided. Not to mention just not to greet, scold them a few sentences can be. The salutation is complete. Except for the generous gift of Qianlonghu, the value of the other ones is not high, so it can be said that the gift is light. The following is the start of the raffle. With Qin Yu's announcement, tens of millions of people let out a heaven-shaking roar. Isn't that why they got here early? A raffle? Many city lords were at a loss. Was there a process of raffling for the king's sealing ritual? Chapter 39, The Joy of Sweepstakes. Phew. The black cloth on the pile of spirit stones was ripped away. Piles and piles of spirit stones of different sizes were placed on the elevated platform that was set up. Ho ho ho. Even though they had already seen it, seeing it again was still inspiring. And the people were shouting and clamoring. Qian Longwu frowned. He had led the army for many years with extraordinary means, and the soldiers under his hand had not been so worshipful and crazy about him. If the soldiers on the battlefield had this kind of insanity, the overall combat power could be increased by another 50%. This is no longer a simple call to arms. The great city lords looked mesmerized. There are quite a few city lords with prestige and appeal, and there are very few that might make the people worship and go crazy. Qin Yu's palm pressed down and the clamoring crowd was instantly silenced. It's like a 100-meter-high ocean wave that turns into an ancient lake. It seems that the military test is still bearing fruit, and the idea of obedience has been tentatively implanted inside the minds of the people. Qin Yu was satisfied. Today's recruiting should go off without a hitch. The prizes are already known to everyone. In order for everyone to have a chance to win a spirit stone, this is conducted in the form of a lottery. 1 chance per person. It's all about luck. 100 huge raffle boxes were lined up. The box contained slips of paper with prizes written on them. Could it be that these spirit stones are all prizes? The great water city lord swallowed his saliva. The pile with the most had 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yes, only if you draw a slip of paper with the 3 words of the special prize written on it, you can take away 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The breathing of the great city lords became ragged. No wonder the people were seething. Even they, the city lords, would find it hard to resist the temptation of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. And all it takes is to draw the winning note. Qin Yu is ready to embezzle the spirit stone. In this way back to the people. The major city lords had changed their opinion of Qin Yu quite a bit, and a teenager who made a few mistakes could be forgiven. Mostly they want to participate too. A city lord inquired. Can we also participate? Yeah, can we join in? Not only was the city lord moved, even the representatives of the major kingdoms were moved. They were also ministers of the court inside their kingdoms. But 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was an existence that was out of their reach. Some large and small clan families had already mingled in the crowd. Of course, anyone can attend. The more people who participate, the better, and the number of prizes stays the same anyway. Only 1 note can be touched per person. Now start lining up. 500 personal guards, each responsible for 2 boxes. Ha ha, I hit it. Some people are so ecstatic to see their note written in 4 big letters that they think they've hit the jackpot. Come over here and cash in your winnings. Chen Wen was in charge of the prize distribution. Chen Wen took the note. Thanks for the patronage. You missed this one. Thanks for the patronage means next time. People who thought they had won the lottery fell from heaven to the bottom in one fell swoop. Ha ha. The group laughed at this oops and prayed that they wouldn't win the lottery thanks to patronage. Mine is thanks for the patronage. Mine too. The person who drew the thank you patronage broke down and cried. I don't want to patronize. The words thank you for your patronage spread like a spell through the crowd and everyone avoided them. Sango. Sango. 7 waved her arms excitedly from the flying boat. What a hoot. Is this gone long? It was the first time 7 had seen so many people gathered together at the same time. 7th sister. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised that this guy who liked to stick to himself every day had actually come to Gone Long. If there was anyone that Qin Yu liked the most, the 7th sister was undoubtedly one of them. Sango. Xiaoqi jumped off the flying boat and ran over to jump on Qin Yu in one go. 3rd brother. Xiaoqi misses you. After saying this, she rubbed Qin Yu's cheek affectionately. Is it because you miss me? Or because you want to eat good food? Hey, all want to. Okay, come on down. Hafsia looked enviously at 7. He too wanted to hang on to his highness like this. 7th sister. The 8th prince's eyes showed innocence. How was he going to get down this high? Did 7th sister forget about him? Luo and I let out a laugh. It's good to be young. Lifting the 8th prince, he fell from the flying boat. Ha ha, I won the 3rd prize. A chi refining stage cultivator let out a wild laugh and ran towards Chen Wen with the note. Lord Chen, the chi refining stage cultivator, carefully handed over the note. Well, it's the 3rd prize, 100 top-grade spirit stones. Take it. The chi refining cultivator trembled as he received 100 top-grade spirit stones. Aha! The chi refining cultivator suddenly cried out and bowed towards Qin Yu. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. He was an early-stage chi refining casual cultivator who actually had a chance to get 100 top-grade spirit stones in his life. He was working as a junior inside a restaurant. Only 4 or 5 lower-grade spirit stones a month. With this amount of spirit stones, his son and daughter might be able to break through the foundation establishment and no longer be the lowest tier. I also won the fourth prize. Immortal laughed out loud. A kiss on the note. Although the fourth prize was only 10 top-grade spirit stones, it was a huge amount of money for a mortal like him. He'll never make that much in his life. Every single one of the winners yelled and screamed as if they were saying goodbye to their past lives. But some people are happy and some people are sad. Out of tens of millions of people, only 5,000 or so may win the lottery. A winning rate of 5 out of 10,000. Not to be outdone, this is an opportunity for the underclass who have never seen hope, because these winners are the ones he knows in his life. It makes him believe that he has a chance of winning the lottery as well. I'll go draw one to try as well. The Marina City Lord was eager to give it a try. This was the first time he had seen this mode of lottery. The Marina City Lord stepped right in and took one. The note was folded. Come on. A group of city lords gathered around, wanting to see if Marina City Lord had won the lottery. The note opens. Thanks for the patronage. The Marina City Lord's face fell for a moment. I hate those 4 words. It's really fair and just. Even the Marina City Lord didn't win. Many of the people saw the scene and respected Chin Yu even more. A group of city lords, representatives of the kingdom, ran over and drew a slip of paper. All of them are thank you for your patronage. A group of city lords, representatives of the kingdom's faces collapsed and cursed. Damn, thanks for the patronage. The raffle continued with a steady stream of prizes being drawn. I'm first prize. Finally the first prize. The 10,000 Spirit Stones Grand Prize came out. It was eldest brother Red Spirit from the Red Star sect. Red Spirit was excited, sharing the joy to his fellow disciples. Not far away, Red Faye's face turned blue as he looked at the thank you favors in his hand. There was a sudden burst of heaven and earth. Why? Not only was eldest brother pressing him in cultivation, he was even pressing him in the draw. As hard as your own failures are, your friend's successes are even harder to accept. Or the big brother who had been holding him down. Red Faye's face was ashen. This was the last game. His reputation as a millennial dick sat in stone. He is the biggest loser of all. Senior brother, you won well. Red Spirit kills and kills. Hit the jackpot and still ask Red Faye. Red Faye's reputation of being second in every game had long spread throughout the Red Star sect. Looking at Chiffy's face, Chilling knew he hadn't hit it. It's okay. I'm kind of second here. Red Spirit shook the first prize note and said deliberately. Chapter 40, the grand prize is out. Shifuyu couldn't take the excitement and ran off to sulk by himself. The Red Spirit having 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones meant that there would be no lack of resources in the short term, and the gap between them would grow wider and wider. Although he was known as a genius talisman master, after all, he hadn't practiced for a long time, and he hadn't been able to catch up with Red Spirit. The person who won the prize sneaks away. Those who didn't win were lost in thought and looked behind them. It was slightly more restful to see that there were many others who didn't win. Patriarch, would it be a bit of a fool's errand to expect to rely on winning the lottery to renew the clan's life? Other than this, do you have any other methods, master? The old man turned his head away when he heard this. If he could earn spirit stones, why would he shamelessly give up his position as the patriarch? The two whispered to the crowd at the raffle. The one who was called patriarch was a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, and the one who was called master was an old man in his 60s or 70s. The teenager was angry at the thought of it. The clan was bankrupt and looking to close its doors, but his master didn't want the clan to be broken in his hands, and lied that he had suffered a Taoist injury when he was young and was about to be immortalized. He passed on the position of patriarch to him. He took over the patriarch's position in grief, but his own master was getting more and more spirited, which was half the way to a Tao injury. Eventually it became impossible to hide the truth. Now the two of them were talking about each other. One called patriarch and the other master. Stop bragging and smoke. The personal guard impatiently drew a note and tossed it to the teenage patriarch. The teenage sovereign still wanted to touch it himself, but the impatient look on his personal guard's face made him pick up the note and walk away. What's so mean? The teenage patriarch muttered a mouthful and carefully opened the note. If he couldn't win the prize, he couldn't think of any other way to earn spirit stones. Thanks for the patronage. Damn, the lottery is really unreliable. The teenage patriarch threw the note away in indignation. The old man walked over and said in a serious tone, young people don't think about getting something for nothing. You've lost all the money on the road over here. The old man calmly opened the note. Grand prize. Ah, the old man suddenly yelled, staring at the note with wide eyes. I won the special prize. Everyone looked at the old man, who hastily covered his mouth and sighed in a bad way, but subconscious excitement made him growl accidentally. The teenage patriarch, with a hand, snatched the note and looked at it. It really was the special prize. The young patriarch and the old man's master received the storage rings filled with spirit stones. The body couldn't stop shaking. Really give it? A representative of the kingdom said curiously. Some small prizes were just given, but that was 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. That can still be false. Your Highness is a man of one word. Fair and just, never cheating. Chen Wen arrogantly returned. There was a wail as the grand prize was drawn. The rest of the first and second prizes were drawn one after another. Some people laughed loudly, others lost their minds. How difficult it is to change class. Such a chance they might not come across in their lifetime. Cui Tang looked at the disoriented crowd, but in his heart, he was thinking about recruiting. His Highness said that he recruited with the help of the game, but now that the game is over, he hasn't even said anything about recruiting. Ahem. Qin Yu lightened his voice. This game will end everywhere. Congratulations to all of you who won. Your Highness Qin Yu, there will be this game again in the future. Right. Your Highness Qin Yu, will it be held again in the future? Those who did not win the lottery looked at Qin Yu with anticipation in their eyes. Winning a prize once was tantamount to a chance, safer than risking their lives to go to a dangerous and desperate place to collect heavenly treasures. No one wants to hang their head on the waistband of their pants. The game is over. Hundreds of people blew me, but also a game to spend hundreds of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. And how many people can organize such a game? Wasted. Qian Longhu said in exasperation. Hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones could raise an army with a strong fighting force. What's the difference between playing a game and spending it out of pocket? The major city lords also had this feeling. Although it was Qin Yu's original intention that might be good, it was indeed a bit too wasteful to play like this. The current heavenly feather divine dynasty was extremely short of spirit stones. Qin Yu looked at the gloomy people and smiled wryly. However, in the future, such activities will be organized from time to time within the royal residence. Really? Of course it's true. His Highness never lies. But they're not from the royal family. I'm so envious that the Gone Palace can have such a highness. Countless people looked at the personal guards with undisguised envy in their eyes. The 500 personal guards were suddenly stared at by so many people. With envy, at once felt a sense of pride. Starting from the imperial city out, either scolded or thrown eggs. In Ganlong is to cause a riot, almost beaten. At this moment they had a feeling of raising their eyebrows, and sure enough, His Highness would not let them down. One by one, they raised their heads and looked condescendingly at the people who had insulted and thrown rotten eggs at them in the first place. I remember that His Highness, Qin Yu, was recruiting some time ago, right on Northwatch Street. Really fake. Of course it's true. There was something the man didn't say. He had despised it at the time, saying that the Gone Wangfu would never be able to recruit soldiers. And now he was actually starting to envy the people who entered the Gone Wangfu. Your Highness Qin Yu, are you still recruiting now? My humble self also has the strength of an early stage of foundation establishment. The establishment of the royal house is limited, and this Highness has not asked for a long time, so I don't know if the recruitment is full. Those of you who have ideas can ask my personal guards. Trent, back to your Highness. Still recruiting, however, the quota is limited to the foundation stage. Cui Tang was drumming in his heart. But he hadn't even recruited by practicing Qi before. Take it if you're willing to come. As Qin Yu's words fell, the crowd fell into a frenzy. Me. I'm in the Tsukiji stage. Inside the tens of millions of people, there were quite a few strong people of the foundation building Dan mixed in, frantically surging towards Cui Tang, fearing that if they were late, the spots would be gone. Thousands of cultivators rushed over, and Cui Tang subconsciously took a few steps back. Your Highness, truly a man of God. It's not so much about not being able to recruit as it is about not having enough places anymore. Qian Longhu had been in charge of soldiers for many years, and it was the first time he had seen countless strong foundation establishment people who were desperately trying to enroll for the qualification of being a soldier. The armies of the eastern state countries were still mainly practicing Qi. There were all foundation establishment stage armies, but they were the elite of each country and were limited in number. The city lords were also human savants, and immediately saw that Qin Yu was using the game to arouse people's desires. The severely injured Shan Yuqing did not approach Qin Yu, and he was the one who was the most shocked. He knew that when Qin Yu first came to Northwatch City 3 months ago, he was spurned by the people, and even caused a riot that made the people rise up and attack him. Recruiting he naturally knew, and half a month had only fooled a few fools from the poor countryside. But now a game has not only made the people who hate him no longer hate him. What's more, the people of Northwatch City all praised him for being fair and just in giving the people hope. There was also a steady stream of people willing to defect to him. The scramble to sign up for the army was the first time in his life that he'd seen it, and it was all because of a mere game. Shan Yuqing felt as if he had misjudged someone. The major city lords who could control a domain were also human beings, and naturally saw the doorway of Qin Yu's game. The eyes that looked at Qin Yu changed. Worthy of being the guy who could fool the minister of the household and embezzle 100,000 extreme spirit stones, The old schemes and underhanded tricks are just aplenty. It's just too wasteful. Hundreds of thousands of upper spirit stones is not a small amount. Yu ignored it. Hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones were just a drizzle. I hope they don't bite their tongues later. Begin the mountain climbing ritual. After the raffle was over, Kong Zhou let out a shout. The curtain of light that had been enveloping the northern platform mountain slowly opened. According to the rules of the festival, they needed to hike from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Just as the light curtain opens, a group of city lords stared in disbelief, and some of them kept rubbing their eyes, thinking that they had misread the situation. Trenchant. Chapter 41, Trenchless. This. The Marina City Lord shivered and spoke. The second city of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, in charge of the Marina City Lord whose prosperity was second only to that of the Imperial City. What luxurious scene had he not seen before? But he was still too stunned to speak. A road that stretched from the bottom of the mountain to the top was paved with spirit stone tiles. It was as big as a brick, clear of top-grade spirit stone bricks. A spirit stone brick, looking at the size, was almost equivalent to the size of 10 standard spirit stones. It was important to know that the Yuaning stage salary was settled in terms of top-quality spirit stones, and now his salary was being laid under his feet. It's as if a person making $3,000 a month stepped on a road paved with $100 bills. And early Yuaning's monthly salary was only 100 top-grade spirit stones, but now a single step was paved with close to 100 top-grade spirit bricks. One step is 10 months of his salary. From the bottom to the top of the mountain, 1,000 meters high Beitai Mountain, according to 9 steps per meter, is not more than 9,000 steps. The steps are his salary for 500 years. No wonder hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, not even blinking, and this compared to hundreds of thousands of hera. The reaction of the major city lords was even worse than that of the Marina City Lords. Waste. These are all top-grade spirit stones. How many spirit stones must this road be paved with? The Great Water City Lord asked with wide eyes. Not much more than 9 million upper-grade spirit stones, Yu added with a smile. It's only 9 million top-grade spirit stones. What the hell are you talking about? The Lord of Ojui City felt bad about his heart and had some difficulty breathing. Shenlonghu had just thought that Yu's comment about not liking spirit stones was a good face-saving scene, but now it seemed to be telling the truth. 9 million top-grade spirit stones was also an astronomical amount to him, followed by a man and 2 women behind Shenlonghu. Feel their worldview exploded. Is not good Tianyu poor Ganlong Baron well. The kingdom's representative sneaked off to the side and began to use the communication jade pendant to send messages to the countries. The Sky Feather Divine Dynasty's spiritual veins had dried up and tax revenues had plummeted. And many of the affiliated kingdoms had begun to waver on whether or not they would continue to attach themselves to the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty. Some have even contacted their next home. The representatives of various countries were not calm at the sight of this scene. To be able to take a few million top-grade spirit stones, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was definitely not as difficult as it appeared. The curtain of light dispersed completely. The people at the bottom of the mountain also saw this scene, and the cultivators scrambling to enroll stopped, drooling and swallowing. It's like a hitman who suddenly sees that the mysterious big country that collects over $20 trillion in taxes a year is now putting $2 trillion in big bills in front of them. The thrill was 100 times more exciting than their first adult. The cultivators who had just been watching, thinking that they would lose their freedom if they joined the Gon Wangfu, desperately squeezed in Chui Tang's direction. If they couldn't join the Gon Palace today, they would be worse than dead. The number of people was huge, and there were quite a few scouts from various countries among them, all secretly using communication jade pendants and starting to pass on news. Third brother, how did you become so rich? Did you steal the treasury spirit stones again? Shao Qi was skeptical. The treasury is not as rich as your third brother. No one refuted this statement. The current Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty treasury, the spirit-eating rats were starving to death. Start climbing, Yu said indifferently. Plain and simple pretending makes sense. Buying some valuable rarities doesn't come as strong as this excitement. It's like $1 billion gold brick padded pathway, and $1 billion antique vase. Obviously the former is more mind-blowing. The group started hiking. Yu walked at the front, followed by Qianlonghu, the major city lords, and the representatives of various countries in turn. 1,000 steps were a leg up for the city lord, but they walked carefully. Each step could be close to their salary for the majority of the year. Yu took a step onto the last step, appeared above the mountaintop. Qianlonghu followed closely behind. The spirit stone steps. The shock given to him was indeed not small, but he had also seen the world and quickly regained his composure. Qianlonghu stopped just as he was about to take that final step. Qianlonghu's eyes looked straight ahead. Uncle's so not going? Yu asked knowingly. Nephew, will this be too wasteful? Qianlonghu had a face of flesh pain. Can't help but pain is too appalling. he still saw it for the first time. Stopped like that, the man behind him asked, disgruntled as he was stuck halfway up the hill. Qian Longhu paused for a moment and also felt that it was inappropriate, stepping up the steps to make way. Every one of the latter year's men did so, pausing and silently getting out of the way. And at this time the news from the scouts of the various countries had been sent back to the various countries. The scouts used the communication jade pendant, although there was a delay, but they had set up a relay station. It didn't take long for them to reach the ears of the top brass of each country. Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. The Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty ranks second to last in the Eastern continent, only one place higher than the Skyfeather Divine Dynasty. The two countries have been allied for thousands of years, and have long since penetrated the hearts of the countries of the Eastern continent. Now that Skyfeather was in decline, they were not having a good time. Inside the Yunmeng Grand Hall, the 100 officials stood in a neat arrangement. On top of the throne, a beautiful woman knit her brows lightly. A golden dress, embroidered with dragons and gold threads of the sash showed her thin waist, green silk like a waterfall naturally hanging down, head wearing a golden crown, white face can be broken, vaguely visible under her eyes faint green sadness. This woman is the Cloud Dream Queen, Dream Aoyu. Ever since the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty began to decline 5 years ago, the countries had begun to move, and as an ally of Heavenly Feather, Yun Meng had suffered greatly. Tianyu has looked for Yun Meng to borrow a lot of spirit stones over the years, and Meng Aoyu has borrowed a lot in the spirit of alliance. But now, in this situation, there was only no possibility of recovering this spirit stone. Report. A breathy voice sounded outside the temple. Come in, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Feather Scouts are here to report. Meng Aoyu flashed a trace of panic. The scouts were so flustered. Could it be that the countries had made a move against Tianyu? This flash of panic from Meng Aoyu was fleeting and did not go unnoticed. The third prince of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, who padded his path with 10 million spirit stones in the Gone Long domain, suspects that the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty has not declined. Got it. Stand down. Dream Aoyu's heart set off waves, wanting to sing a song, but as an empress she needed to maintain her majesty at all times. Meng Aoyu knocked on the handle of the dragon chair. How credible do you all feel this matter is? Back to Your Majesty. It is known to all countries that Emperor Tianyu embezzled 100,000 extreme spirit stones, but 10 million upper-grade spirit stones are bound to be impossible. It's probably just a crust of lower-grade spirit stones. Skyfeather is surrounded by wolves and tries to use this to paralyze the sight and make the nations think that he is not in decline. It's not unlike a sick wolf with teeth and claws. Not only did the ally Yun Meng not believe it, the other countries were skeptical as well. And now the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was still able to come up with 10 million top-quality spirit stones. But let the scouts keep checking. Golden Crow Divine Dynasty. The Great Hall of the Golden Crow. Chapter 42 Countries of the Eastern Continent. The Secretary of the Household Department of the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty, Du Shang, laughed out loud. Ha ha, the current Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty's annual income is only 1 million extreme spirit stones, so I don't need to think about this news to know that it's false. Du Shang was always concerned about the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, which was now in a spirit stone crisis everywhere because of the drying up of the spirit veins and the scarcity of spirit stones. 9 million top-grade spirit stones to pave the way? No kidding. With 9 million top-grade spirit stones, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty wouldn't just stand by and watch, as various places were plunged into a spirit stone crisis. What the Du Shangshu said is reasonable. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is trying to use this to cover up its own decline. And it's not taking the major divine kingdoms too seriously, but it's just being poor and crazy and treating countries like little cuties. Who would believe Tianyu's poor acting? Above the court hall of the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty, the 100 officials competed in mockery, and wanton laughter filled the air. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor sat in his position, dressed in a golden treasure coat, his face cold. Upon hearing this news, even the Golden Crow Divine Emperor with a serious expression couldn't help but smile. The Golden Crow Divine Dynasty was the first divine dynasty in the Eastern continent, with a land area that accounted for almost 1/3 of the Eastern continent. It occupies the most fertile center of the land, with rich spiritual energy and abundant resources, and countless powerful people under its rule. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had a lack of resources, which didn't attract much to the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. But the Golden Crow royal family had had an extreme preference for land since the beginning of time. It liked to constantly expand the country's territory. The declining Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had naturally aroused the covetousness of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, and the territory could be a few points larger after occupying Heavenly Feather. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor naturally wouldn't believe that Tianyu would be able to take out 9 million top-quality spirit stones. This kind of tactic was a bit too stupid. Qin Wendian really was a political idiot. At this rate, Tianyu's territory would sooner or later be pocketed by the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty. All the countries in the eastern continent, all the great holy places had received the news. Sacred Martial Dynasty. When did the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty start liking to treat people like idiots? Wanting to use the deposed prince to show extravagance and waste as a way to show that the Heavenly Feather Kingdom is still in full bloom? The Sacred Martial Imperial Dynasty bordered the territory of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, and they were the most aware of Heavenly Feather's situation. A river is the difference between heaven and earth. The people of Saint Wu lived in abundance. Cultivation resources were abundant, and magic weapons were available to almost everyone. Sky Feather Divine Dynasty. This is the end of the road. The 100 officials of the Sacred Martial God Dynasty were excited, and Tianyu and Sacred Martial were considered to be feuds because of the various conflicts that had accumulated due to their territories bordering each other. The two sides have long been irreconcilable, and there is constant friction across the border. The Holy Martial God sneered at the fifth prince. That bastard Chinyu sold him and it wasn't worth it. 9 million upper-grade spirit stones. No one in or out of the Sacred Martial Dynasty believed it, and it reinforced the fact that Heavenly Feather was in decline. Golden light flashed in the eyes of all the major imperial princes, and they all felt that the time was ripe for them to start competing for the position of the crown prince. When the divine emperor of the great Qian Divine Dynasty, Qian Long Tian, received the news, he cursed a fool. Sooner or later, Tianyu was brought into the abyss by Qin Wentian. I don't know what kind of tactics this idiot used to actually trick his daughter. The Holy Lord of the Beginning received the news and said even more disdainfully, but it's just the end of the line. If Tianyu really wanted to be broad-minded, a worship fee of 1 million extreme spirit stones wouldn't be out of reach. The reason why the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning had delayed accepting Qinyu into the sect was because Qin Wentian had never honored the worship fee. Although the Taichou Holy Land was powerful, it also needed spirit stones, and all the major holy lands had industries. Only the Taichou Holy Land had a mixed industry. The main source of income was the Taichou Immortal Pool, and the main customers were the weekly gifted royal family members of the major divine dynasties. Without a spirit stone, the poor and destitute Heavenly Feather Emperor's son would not be admitted into the door of the Holy Lord of the Taichou. The Holy Lord of the Beginning didn't take it seriously and continued to cultivate, but his heart was always uneasy, always feeling that something was lost. In the meantime, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty also received the news. The third prince took 9 million top-grade spirit stones to pad the path. Do you not take us for idiots? Wei Zhang opened his mouth in anger, scolding Jin Han, the black-clothed guards commander in charge of intelligence, to the point of turning blue. The third prince has only coveted 100,000 extreme spirit stones, which translates to 1 million top-grade spirit stones. So how can he take out 9 million top-grade spirit stones? The ministers of the ministries rose up in a group, and they felt that it was Jin Han who had failed to protect his subordinates, and had actually sent back such absurd information. Jin Han was disliked and moved to anger. Nowadays the intelligence agents were becoming more and more unreliable. Qin Wentian sat on top of his throne without saying a word. He hoped it was true, but he knew Tianyu's situation by heart. 9 million top-grade spirit stones. Even the current treasury couldn't take them out. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, which had no more than 1 million extreme spirit stones in revenue a year, had long been unable to make ends meet, and the salaries of the 100 officials and generals had been in arrears for several years. The matter was omitted. Qin Wentian didn't want to waste time on this matter. The priority was to find out a way to allow the Qilek Golden Dragon to recover. Hokutai Mountain. Xinyu looked at the shocked crowd and couldn't be happier in his heart. He still didn't know that the news of the northern platform mountain had already spread to all the major divine pilgrimage sanctuaries in the eastern continent. North Terrace Hill. The representatives of the major city lord kingdoms all had their eyes wide open as they watched the scene in front of them. Your Highness Qinyu, would this be too extravagant? It's just a sacrifice, the Marina City Lord admonished. Sacrifices of pigs, cows and sheep carved from spirit stones, as well as spirit stone sedan chair, spirit stone carriage and so on, densely placed on top of the altar. Although the spirit brick pavement moves the eye, the spirit bricks can be snapped up again. However, the offerings need to be burned and destroyed after the sacrifice in order to pray to the ancestors. It also means that it all goes to waste. Densely dotted with spirit stone carvings, the sizes of which were all built with reference to the physical object. This piece of offering cost at least tens of millions of upper-grade spirit stones. Compared to this, paving a road with spirit bricks was nothing more than a hair's breadth. Your Highness Qinyu's move is too wasteful. It must not be done. The great city lords persuaded. That is, Your Highness Qinyu, there is a scarcity of spirit stones all over Tianyu right now. How much of a livelihood problem can this solve? Qian Longhu also persuaded. Spirit stones are hard to come by and should not be wasted. The eastern continent's aura was not as good as the other three continents. The spirit veins were scarce, and the spirit stone mines that were born were scarce. It's just a mere 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. It's not a waste. The current Chinyu Spirit Stone machine was able to bring in 8.5 million top-grade spirit stone revenue every week alone, and was still increasing at a rate of 1 million per week. If it wasn't for the limited time, he would have been prepared to use hundreds of millions of spirit stones for the sacrifice. A mere 10 million upper-grade spirit stones, not to mention the great city lords. Even the lords of the divine dynasties of various countries would find it hard to say even a single word out of the district. 10 million top-grade spirit stones was a terrifying amount of money no matter where it was placed. A group of city lords choked on those two words, not knowing how to answer. Is there such a big difference between people? To them, the special prize of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was already a considerable amount of spirit stones. A powerhouse at the god transformation stage would also need to earn 7 or 8 years, not to mention a bunch of their Yuaning stage city lords. Your Highness, Qin Yu, where did you earn so many spirit stones from? That's the question on everyone's mind. Qin Yu's reputation for ink greed spread throughout the eastern continent. But that's only how much. It's just a mere 100,000 extreme spirit stones. A mere 100,000 extreme spirit stones. A group of people felt like they had drifted, actually using the word district. However, when compared to the financial power that Qin Yu had displayed today, 100,000 extreme spirit stones could only be considered as a district. Kong Zhou was also shocked at first, but he had already adapted after watching for a few days, and now that he saw the others shocked, his heart was inexplicably painful. Now a group of city lords are starting to envy the Gan Wangfu's people. His Highness Qin Yu is so generous. Surely he won't treat his subordinates poorly, right? The Marina City Lord nudged the arc boy next to him and asked, what is the geometry of your salary in the Gan Palace? Chapter 43, you're a Jindan. Your salary is higher than my yuaning. Fong Jiutong froze for a moment, but she, who had always been straightforward, blurted out, a monthly salary of 800 upper-grade spirit stones, and a post allowance of 800 upper-grade spirit stones per month. Normal Jindan peak monthly salary is only 80, but Qin Yu gives 10 times. As for the post subsidy, it is added temporarily. After all, they are responsible for more and more machines. How much? The Marina City Lord thought that he had heard wrongly. He was a peak yuaning, and he only had 800 top-grade spirit stones per month. A mere Jindan peak with a monthly salary of 1,600 top-grade spirit stones. Fong Jiutong skimmed and said with slight dissatisfaction, 1,600 per month. I heard that His Highness, Qin Yu, is also prepared to give year-end awards and performance bonuses and whatnot. By then there should be 2,000 or 3,000 a month. The various benefits that Qin Yu had been talking about were delayed, causing Fong Jiutong to be a bit upset. It always feels like you've been given a big pie and you've never been able to eat it. Marina City Lord breath almost did not come on. A Jindan stage of 2,000 or 3,000 upper-grade spirit stone per month is not satisfied. Then he this yuaning stage and what is a thing? The Marina City Lord immediately experienced a huge heart drop. It's like someone who was far less competent being paid more than you. Arcton's voice wasn't small and many people heard it. A group of city lords looked at each other, always feeling bad. Their spirit stones, which hadn't been paid out for several years, would have starved to death if it weren't for a bit of extra money. The representatives of the kingdom were even less savory. Their salaries were not comparable to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, and the gap was even greater. The representatives of the major kingdoms were all at the yuaning stage, and their monthly salaries were at half the level of the Tianyu yuaning stage. Calculating in this way, one of their hallowed yuaning, actually only a quarter of His Highness Qin Yu, a Jindan under his hand. Jiutong's salary is a bit low now. After some time, I will adjust your salaries. Qin Yu was embarrassed. After all, this welfare system had not been implemented. As the first batch to defect to Qin Yu, he naturally would not treat them poorly. But lately, things have been too mixed up and the staff is unstable. So this welfare system has not been finalized. Not a Jindan stage. 1,600 top-grade spirit stones per month. And you actually think it's too little? The face of the representative of the kingdom drooped with a feeling of being humiliated. If they had 1,600 top-grade spirit stones per month, they could the dynasty until it was destroyed. Doesn't your Highness Qin Yu know that 1,600 top-grade spirit stones are perfectly capable of recruiting a yuaning stage powerhouse? There are a lot of casual cultivators in the eastern continent, and they can recruit a group of yuaning, so why waste money on the Jindan stage? It's a reflection of everyone's heart. A group of distractions. Being able to spend tens of millions of upper-grade spirit stones calculated as if spending 16,000 to hire a Jindan wasn't an uncommon thing. Xian Longhu, who had led the army for many years and had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but hold his forehead. A Jindan monthly salary of 16,000. If Fei Longhui followed this specification, he would have been emptied of his family's money long ago. As for the Qianlonghu children who had just resented and felt that Qin Yu was a poor relative, they had long been unable to speak. The eyes that looked at Qin Yu changed. Was cousin Qin Yu just about to give them a meet and greet gift? As if he was stopped by pops. The old Shangshu Luoni's heart had long since set off shock waves. Could it be that His Highness Qin Yu had succeeded? How else would one earn so many spirit stones? Locke's eyes, dull, were suddenly full of vigor. Your Highness, Luo and I looked towards Qin Yu. His eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Yu smiled gently and raised his eyebrows. Locke is old, but has the dreams of a young man. Qin Yu's basic industry was very successful without Locke. The old man with the dream. The corner of Locke's mouth rose. Really successful. Well, when promised a bright future, is not really a chance to realize. Locke suddenly didn't want to die. He wanted to live to see that day. But he only has 10 years of life left. The sacrifice continues. The rituals that had been modified by Qin Yu were tedious and long. It took a couple hours to finish. The group of people watching froze. It's amazing that there are so many paths to sacrifice. As the sacrifice was completed, a large number of spirit stone offerings were incinerated by the flames. The spirit stone liquid followed the top of the north platform and began to flow down the mountain. It's spirit liquid, a sharp-eyed cultivator said as he pointed at the flowing spiritual liquid. Nobody move. The sanctity of the sacrifice is not to be offended. 8,000 city guards, with firm eyes, were bent on maintaining order. After the light curtain of the north platform mountain dispersed, even those who hadn't climbed the mountain saw everything at the top of the mountain. Both the people and the city guards were greatly shocked. Qin Yu, who had completed the ritual, walked down from the north platform hill. The sacrifice is just a ritual and a tool to show off his wealth. See your highness. The neat voices of the 8,000 city guards resounded on the northern stage. Each one was in a half-kneeling position. In the sky feather that doesn't do the kneeling ritual, this represents allegiance. What are you guys doing? Qin Yu asked suspiciously. Your highness, we all want to follow you. Please give us a chance. Not interested, Qin Yu said with disinterest. As you can see, there are countless people who want to join the Gon Palace now. So why should I accept you? Yeah, why should we be charged? The 8,000 city guards were in deep thought. They were just city guards, not even elite. The Gon Wangfu, which countless people were rushing to join, had no right to accept them. Countless people watched the scene silently, and no one made a sound. 8,000 city guards are willing to serve, and no one will give up that force. However, Qin Yu's refusal was reasonable and wealthy, with a sacrifice costing more than 20 million top-grade spirit stones. You can't recruit what you want to recruit. Qianlonghu, as a leader for many years, was the first time he had seen that a group of people wanted to be loyal from the bottom of their hearts. Ma Haoshuan, the former lieutenant of the city guards, knew what Qin Yu wanted, but he couldn't say it. If they can comprehend it, they get this chance to soar. I, Shuo Shuai, make a heavenly oath today to serve His Highness Qin Yu alone in this life. One of the two major school inspectors and lieutenants of the city guards on the table suddenly raised his hand to make a heavenly oath. The rest of the city guards followed. Ma Haoshuan's heart was ecstatic. Worthy of being the school inspection lieutenant who had been with him the longest, he quickly understood what His Highness Qin Yu needed. Now that's a shortcut to life for his old group of brothers. Qin Yu looked at Ma Haoshuan. Ma Haoshuan hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Your Highness, I didn't say anything. I have always respected the wishes of individuals, and since you have all chosen to serve me, then this Highness will take you. The sullen and apprehensive city guards howled loudly. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. Through a game, he has changed the hearts of the people of North Hope City, and now he is the one who speaks the truth. The reputation of fairness and atmosphere was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Military recruitment was also completed. The 8,000 city guards had also been in his plans for a long time. Shan Yucheng has disrespected him many times, and subduing the city guards and overriding Shan Yucheng is only the first step. The Skyfeather army may not be mobilized during non-war time, and without the city guards, Shan Yucheng, the city lord, will become a bare-knuckle commander. Brothers are fortunate. All the successes this time are due to your fortunate efforts, Qin Yu said to the several hundred personal guards. If they hadn't been fortunate enough to refine spirit stones, there would have been spirit stones for him to squander, not to mention the lavish sacrifices. Even the game can't go on. Tomorrow, this Highness will organize a celebration banquet for you, Qin Yu said to the personal guards. Chapter 44, Shock of Nations. Spirit Stone Machine Leaks. The people dispersed after the sacrifice. The city lords and representatives of the kingdoms also began their return journey. In the meantime, Spirit Stone Machine Placement Point, an array stone suddenly produced a crack, and the area it enveloped shrank by a tenth. A dozen Spirit Stone machines were exposed. The cultivator in the sky who was holding a wine pot in his hand and drinking heavily looked towards the earth that was covered in yellow sand in a daze. Suddenly a dozen spirit stone machines caught his attention. He. There can still be demonic beasts in this hellhole. It's just the right time to hit them for wine. The cultivator was half drunk, and with a hefty smile, he drove the wine gourd under his seat towards the ground. On the flying boat, the Marina City Lord said with a focused expression, "It won't be long before Gonlong becomes prosperous. Although His Highness Qin Yu has countless spirit stones, the people are still poor. How prosperous?" The Great Water City Lord shook his head, not looking favorably on Gonlong. The Marina City Lord explained, "The spirit stones that His Highness Qin Yu has sent to the people this time around also amounted to hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. And these people will also purchase supplies in addition to what they need for their cultivation. The spirit stones will then flow through the people, thus stimulating the economy." The ability of the Marina City Lord to run a city that was second only to the Imperial City in terms of prosperity should not be underestimated. The Lord of Oizu's city didn't understand economics, but still didn't favor Gainan. A large city with a population of 10 million and a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones couldn't make any waves. And spirit stones are both currency and consumables, and will be consumed in constant trading. As the crowd laughed, news of the sacrifice spread, taking 10 million top-grade spirit stones as a sacrifice. This kind of wasteful behavior was something that no one in the entire Eastern continent had ever done. It's like several $100 million setting off fireworks and just hearing a loud noise. And the news began to spread to the nations. How is it possible? 9 million top-grade spirit stones to pave the road. 10 million top-grade spirit stones to offer sacrifices. Where did the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty get so many spirit stones? As the people of the Holy Martial God Dynasty also received the news. The Holy Martial God Dynasty's Martial Wind City was the closest city to Tianyu besides Nanmu City. Listen to the Wind Tower. A young man inside the tavern immediately snorted when he heard this piece of news. "I just visited Northwatch City half a year ago, and I know these news are false as soon as I hear them." It was only half a year ago that the man had gone to Northwatch to pick up his cousin's family and had seen the barrenness of Northwatch with his own eyes. Cousin concurred. "Cousin is right. I left from Northwatch City. How could I not know the situation in Northwatch City? The current Northwatch City is only lacking in spirit stones, and the cultivators are unable to fulfill their cultivation. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty doesn't even go to dogs. Compared to the Holy Martial Divine Dynasty, it's simply a poor countryside. Same Divine Dynasty. Tianyu is so bad. Ha ha. Luckily, with the help of my cousin's family, our Sima clan had the opportunity to come to the sacred Martial God Dynasty. Otherwise, we would still have to stay in the backward and impoverished Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty and end up as a mortal family. From immortal to mortal, no one can withstand this psychological fall. Many of the Tianyu people had moved their families. The sacred martial man from listening to the Wind Tower's vanity was greatly satisfied when he heard that the Heavenly Feathers themselves were disparaging the Heavenly Feathers Divine Dynasty. Tianyu is nothing more than the end of the Eastern continent. How can he be compared to Saint Martial? Being able to join the Holy Martial God Dynasty is considered your family's chance. The Holy Martial isn't something anyone can join. Serve the Holy Martial well. Most of the diners inside the restaurant were no more than cheap practicing cultivators. But one by one, they raised their heads as if they felt that their status was even more honorable than the Miss Wang family of a second-rate family. There weren't a lot of people who had left Skyfeather, and many of them had migrated with their clans. Inside Hearing Wind City, there were hundreds of thousands of people from Tianyu. These people have also heard the news. Impossible. Even if the third prince drained Northwatch City dry, he wouldn't be able to obtain this much spirit stones. Many Tianyu people didn't believe the rumor. Didn't they leave Tianyu because of the slow progress in cultivation due to the thinness of aura, as well as the lack of spirit stones, and now they were told that the country was rich? How could they accept this? The Holy Martial God Dynasty meeting hadn't dispersed yet. The sounds of discussion were almost all about the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. The more Skyfeather bluffs, the worse their decline proves to be. Your Majesty, the Microminister feels that the plan can be activated. Prime Minister Gong Si of the Holy Martial God Dynasty proposed. Sacred Martial and Tianyu had a long-standing grudge, and now that the Tianyu Divine Dynasty was in decline, it was the right time to take revenge. What the Prime Minister said is reasonable. Tianyu's decline has become a certainty, so it's better to strike before it's too late and still be able to occupy more benefits. The Holy Martial God Dynasty had long regarded Tianyu as a lamb to be slaughtered. It was just a matter of seeing when to strike. The fifth prince was agitated, the joy on his face undisguised. This bastard Qin Yu had extorted 8,000 extreme spirit stones from him, almost emptying his family fortune, and as long as his father ordered him, he would be the first to attack Northwatch City. There is no hurry in this matter. I have my own decision. The Holy Martial God Emperor stopped the discussion of the courtiers. A sick tiger is also a tiger, and a little inattention may break the teeth of those who covet its flesh. Although the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was in economic decline and people's livelihoods were withering, after all, it had been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and the people's hearts were still available. Many people were still willing to fight for their country, and the only way to take down the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty at the smallest possible cost was to make it fall into civil unrest. And when the people held a grudge against the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, report, the scouts that just showed up. Once again, Your Majesty, news has come from Northwatch City that 3rd Prince Qin Yu's ancestor used 10 million top-grade spirit stones as offerings during his sacrifice, reporting false information. Do you know what will happen? 5th Prince Sacred Heartyan said angrily. Who doesn't know what kind of bird Skyfeather is? Your Highness the 5th Prince. My subordinate doesn't dare to speak nonsense. This news was witnessed by 10 million people, and there were quite a few people from South Mu City who were there to see it with their own eyes. Could it be true? Sacred Heartyan looked up to the Sacred Martial Emperor above him. Ask South Mu City Lord B. Wenchuan. Emperor Saint Martial's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, which was quickly put away again. Could it be that Qin Wendian still has a backhand? A few tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones were enough to support a large-scale battle. Although Qin Wendian didn't have any means of governing, he wasn't an idiot to waste tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones like this. Putting up the spirit stones and giving everyone a direct look over them would serve just as well to demonstrate the power of the nation, and it would be completely useless to burn them in sacrifice. The Holy Martial God Emperor was bewildered and could no longer figure out the intention behind this. Prime Minister Gongxi's face was blue. The Divine Dynasty had means of communication that could quickly contact all major cities, and he received a reply from Bei Wenchuan. The courtiers knew by looking at the Prime Minister's face that the news was probably true. The ministers did not look good either. 10 million top-quality spirit stones for sacrifices. Even the Holy Martial Dynasty could not afford to spare them. The strength of the Xingwu royal dynasty in the eastern continent, ranked 3rd. The age of 30 million extreme spirit stones, can spend a lot of places. The 100 officials and soldiers' salaries alone were nearly twice as high as those of Tianyu. Spending that much on a sacrifice isn't so much a give or take anymore. It's kind of stupid. Even the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty, which had an annual income of 50 million extreme spirit stones, would not be so extravagant as to spend tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones to organize a king's sealing ritual. A divine dynasty with abundant financial resources is not easy to take down, and Tianyu's military isn't weak. It's not just a rich embroidered pillow. Go find out where exactly the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty got the spirit stones. It's His Majesty. The lively assembly of the court instantly became subdued after receiving the news. The soldier who had delivered the message stood apprehensively. The atmosphere seemed to have changed since he walked in the door. The Holy Martial God Emperor flashed and disappeared into the Grand Hall. Qin Wendian, as the Emperor of Tianyu, is sheltered by his qi. In order to kill him one must need to break the dynasty's qi first. Chapter 45, Wei Zheng's face. Tianyu's decline is doomed. A little spirit stone won't change anything. A voice came from the light screen. Not to mention a mere tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Even if it's tens of millions of extreme spirit stones, what's wrong with that? The spirit veins of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty ripple across the entire country. It's just lingering for a while. Emperor Xingwu exited the secret room. Confirmed news has also begun to circulate among the people inside the listening tower. Latest news. It's true that Tianyu spent tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones to pave the roads and make sacrifices. No way. The Wang family's young lady voiced a retort. Didn't she know what kind of bird Tianyu was? Northwatch City is poor and shabby, so it could be true. Cousin needn't pay any attention to it. Miss Wan's cousin disdainfully said. It's true. His Majesty Saint Martial has confirmed the news. The millions of people in Northwatch City witnessed it all together. Aren't you from Northwatch City? You can contact your relatives in Northwatch City and confirm it. A well-informed diner spoke up. Miss Wang took out her communication jade pendant. Martial Wind City was not far from Northwatch City. Miss Wang soon received a reply. So, is the news true? The restaurant diners were also curious, knowing that their superiority was based on Tianyu's poverty. It's true. I contacted several of my relatives and friends and they all said that they saw it with their own eyes, and that His Highness, the 3rd Prince, even distributed hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones by playing the game. Miss Wang didn't want to believe that they had just left and their hometown had started handing out gold bars. The diners of the restaurant were in deep thought. It would be nice if the Holy Martial God Dynasty didn't want the people's spirit stones, let alone handing them out. A group of people's sense of superiority suddenly suffered a heavy blow. The Minister of Household of the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty couldn't stop laughing. He had just laughed the loudest, saying that the news from the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was false. But now the news was confirmed to be true. Being punched in the face just a few hours before and after made him feel a little down. It was a good thing that there were quite a few other officials in the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty who mocked, and this time the entire court was slapped in the face. Even the Golden Crow Divine Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud just now. No one mentioned it though, it was all treated as if it had never happened. Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. Yunmeng Empress Mengao almost jumped 3 feet in the air. As an ally. Of course it's best when the ally gives. The current Tianyu attracted the vast majority of the firepower of the countries in the Electric East continent, so that the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty could be safe and sound. Once Tianyu arrived down, Yunmeng would be the new one under siege. Empress Yunmeng decided that she would pay a visit to Emperor Qin to find out how low Tianyu was. Queen Yunmeng disappeared into the imperial city. As one of the few peak transformation god powerhouses in the eastern continent, the entire eastern continent could be said to come and go as she pleased for her. Half an hour later, Empress Yunmeng appeared in the Skyfeather Imperial City. Qin Wentian's figure appeared. The two god transformation realm powerhouses were 10,000 meters up in the air, looking at each other across the sky. Fellow Daoist questioning heaven, please redeem yourself for this hasty visit. Empress Cloud Dream said indifferently. It is an honor for this emperor to have a visit from fellow Daoist AOU. I wonder what fellow Daoist AOU is about. I heard that the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty used 10 million spirit stones to pave the road, 10 million spirit stones to offer sacrifices, and the extravagance is incomparable to show the Divine Dynasty's heritage, so I've come here to congratulate Heavenly Feather on its continued luster. Mengao also wanted to know if the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was just beating its face against the wall. Emperor Qin's face showed embarrassment. This fake news has already spread to the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. Spirit stones paving the road is nothing more than a rumor. Fellow Daoist AOU doesn't need to pay attention to it. Mengao froze for a moment. He had thought that Qin Shi would say that it was only a small amount of spirit stones. It was also thought that Qin Wendian would release the mist and admit that it was a swollen face, but shrugging it off as a rumor had never really occurred to her. After all, the entire eastern continent was about to know. Fellow Daoist questioning heaven, this news has spread all over the eastern continent. Millions of people have witnessed it, and now you still don't recognize that this is not treating this emperor as an ally. Mengao was a little angry. Playing people is not this way. Millions of people witnessed it? Qin Wendian was confused. This is not a piece of false information. Black Clothes Guard's commander Jin Han was also therefore sprayed by Wei Zhang that his intelligence was becoming less and less reliable. Fellow Daoist AOU means that this news is true. Not only 9 million spirit stones to pave the road, but also 10 million spirit stones as offerings? Still pretending. Could it be that as the Emperor of Tianyu, you still don't know about this matter? Mengao felt that Qin Wentian's acting skills were getting better and better. A far cry from the rumored politically inept Heavenly Feather Emperor. Fellow Daoist AOU. This emperor still has important matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you for now, and afterwards, this emperor will come to the door to apologize. Qin Wendian didn't want to talk nonsense with Mengao right now. This matter was actually true. Even his allies knew about it. And he, the Emperor of Heavenly Feathers, thought it was fake news. Alright, this emperor will take his leave. Mengao tone upset, did not explore the truth even if, but also was taught a lesson. If he hadn't been an ally, he would have had to question who he learned this acting from today. Mengao gave a glance full of deep meaning, then disappeared over the imperial city. He really didn't know. No, he knew, but thought it was fake news. After all, how could Ganlong's hellish place have 9 million top-quality spirit stones to pave the way? As for the spirit stone sacrifice, he really does not know. The treasury of Tianyu is empty. If he knew that he must not whip Qin Yu to death, the white spirit stones just turned into dust. Go to court. Qin Wentian's voice was transmitted to the ears of the ministers. How to go to the court again? Not just a short time after the court. Wei Zhang was puzzled. Most of the cultivation god dynasty's pilgrimage meetings were once every 3 days, and there was often a shortage of people. They are both vassals and monks needing to practice. It is inevitable that you will encounter long periods of closure. It was only under the aegis of the Divine Dynasty's qi that they did not need to cultivate hard, counting it as a benefit of being a vassal. There were only about a dozen attendees at this one. The Prime Minister, as well as the ministers of the ministries, and the Dukes of State. Dear ministers, I have just gotten news of Ganlong. Not false but true. Wei Zhang frowned and spoke. Your Majesty is talking about the matter of paving the road with 9 million top-grade spirit stones. Exactly. Exempt. The ministers of state were frozen. Where did your Majesty's news come from? And how did Ganlong's land come up with 9 million top-grade spirit stones? His Highness Qin Yu is greedy for a little bit of spirit stones, but with 9 million top-grade spirit stones, he categorically can't take them out. Wei Zhang remained unconvinced. Qin Wendian ignored Wei Zhang's skepticism and opened his mouth to inquire. Did Jin Han receive intelligence from Ganlong regarding the sacrifice? Back to your majesty. I am worried about being told that the intelligence agents are unreliable. So I am in the process of confirming the authenticity of the information. Jin Han glanced at Wei Zhang as he finished speaking. But City Lord Ma Yucheng has been slow to reply. There is a delay in the pass-through Jade Pendant, and only a fixed pass-through array in each major city can communicate from time to time. I don't know if Ma Yucheng wasn't in town and never wrote back to Jin Han. To avoid being sprayed, he also chose to seek confirmation before reporting it. Try contacting the other city lords. There were quite a few city lords attending this meeting. It's His Majesty. Jin Han left the Great Hall and turned to go running towards the contact room. Emperor Qin looked at Wei Zhang with an unpleasant face. Although he didn't believe it at first, Wei Zhang, this bastard, opened his mouth to question, affecting his judgment. Wei Zhang remained upright. He would not believe this ridiculous news. Your Majesty, Lord Ma City has written back. Jin Han had just returned to the communication room when news from Northwatch City came through. Chapter 46, The Tough-Talking Wei Zhang. Is the message true? Back to your Majesty. The news is true. Lord Ma has just written. Jin Han looked at Wei Zhang with a smug expression. This asshole sprayed him with unreliable intelligence in front of all the officials in the courtroom, and let him down. It's true? Qin Wentian was perplexed. His own family knew his own business. The other divine dynasties were not clear. Could he still not be clear? The treasury of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was so empty that it could starve a spirit-eating rat to death. Salaries have been in arrears for several years, not to mention taking spirit stones to Qinyu. Where did Feather's spirit stones come from? Qin Wentian recalled. That day, Qinyu's grandiose words of earning 100,000 extreme spirit stones in a month, and making the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty the strongest in the Eastern continent in 10 years. Did Feather not exaggerate? Qin Wentian stood up violently from the dragon chair. Perhaps the source of the Qi-Lut golden dragon becoming stronger was Qinyu. Wei Zhang, who disliked the sky and the earth, was stared at by Jin Han with a somewhat unnatural expression. This ridiculous news is actually true? If His Highness Qinyu had tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, why would he bother to embezzle that measly 100,000 extreme spirit stones? Prime Minister Tangling, and the various ministers, and the Duke of State were all wide-eyed. I can't believe my ears that this ridiculous news is actually true. 9 million top-grade spirit stones to pave the way, 10 million top-grade spirit stones to sacrifice, totaling 2 million extreme spirit stones. That's twice as much as Skyfeather's tax revenue this year. Where did the third prince get such a large amount of spirit stones from? Li Jin, the secretary of the Ministry of War, whose muscles bulged like a railroad tower, said admiringly, His Highness, the third prince, arrived in Ganlong for only a mere 3 months or so, and earned 20 million upper spirit stones. Doesn't it mean that what the third prince said in the beginning was not false? Li Jin cultivated at the peak of the Transformation God realm, and was one of the 3 peaks of the Transformation God realm alongside Prime Minister Qin Huang. Li Jin's cultivation was the best of the bunch, but his personality was big and bold, without the slightest bit of urbanity. Oops, blood loss. Li Jin slapped his thigh and said, if His Highness the third prince hadn't left, wouldn't that mean that these spirit stones could be incorporated into the national treasury? And wouldn't the spirit stone crisis be solved? With the spirit stones, the Ministry of War would not have to default on the soldiers' salaries and keep them on edge. Yes, if it wasn't for certain spammers in the first place, these spirit stones would be the treasuries now. Duan Ji, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, opened his mouth and said, with the spirit stone to the 100 officials to open the salary, this minister of the Ministry of Justice waits to be a little harder, and do not have to move by the bottom of the small officials to throw the face. Regaining the glory of the Ministry of Justice is fast becoming a demon in the heart of Duan. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it was the first time that he, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, had been such a wimp. Unfortunately, the third prince had now gone to Ganlong and completed the king sealing ritual. Clan kings don't need to, handing over spirit stones to the treasury. The Minister of Justice was remorseful that an opportunity had been lost in vain. Why didn't you give the third prince a chance in the first place? But it was just a month. Qin Wentian also looked at Wei Zhang. The crowd looked at Wei Zhang in unison. This person was the instigator of the current situation. Wei Zhang stammered. Your Highness Qinyu, where did you get so many spirit stones? Yeah, where does His Highness Qinyu have so many spirit stones? Even if he empties Ganlong, he does not have so many spirit stones. Wei Zhang hardened his waist after he figured it out. Your Majesty, and all of your colleagues, do you know what 20 million top-grade spirit stones need to represent? Even when Sky Feather was at its peak, it would have taken 20 domains to need to come up with this tax. And Ganlong, as a poverty-stricken domain ranked at the bottom of the Sky Feather rankings, can't even pay its taxes most of the time. 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Where did they come from? Could it be that it flew over from the sacred martial imperial dynasty? Wei Zhang became more and more agitated as he spoke. Gone Long is remote. The source of the information has yet to be verified. Not to mention that Shan Yuqing has been at the border for many years, so his side of the story is not enough to be believed. Seeing is believing. Shan Yuqing is rigorous in his work, not someone who would talk nonsense. Tang Ling spoke up. Lord Mountain City has been on the border for hundreds of years. Who knows if he's the same as he was back then? People change. Wei Zhang arched his hand and said, I ask your majesty to make a clear judgment. A few dukes of state, upon hearing this, felt that Wei Zhang had a point. 20 million top-grade spirit stones for a mere 3 months was indeed too ostentatious. What Dr. Wei said is reasonable, and you can't jump to conclusions based on the words of one family alone. Qin Wendian kept his face cold and didn't make a sound. The news had spread to the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty, and the Cloud Dream Empress is still distorting the truth even after she is logged in. And he didn't believe that Shan Yuqing wouldn't be bull ******* ting. With what Wei Qing has said, the news is false, Emperor Qin said in a low tone. Back to your majesty. In my opinion this news cannot be true. Empress Yunmeng has just paid a visit and told me about this matter. Do you mean that Empress Yunmeng had enough to eat and traveled so far to give me false news? Wei Zhang's face stared, not knowing that there was still this. The Cloud Dream Empress was at the peak of the transformation god realm. So naturally, it wasn't something he could spy on the whereabouts of. Together with the fact that Empress Cloud Dream had the Qila to protect her body, her strength was even far above that of her class. Is it also false that the 10 million people of Gamlong witnessed it together? Qin Wendian questioned in a cold voice. Your Majesty, I still don't want to believe this is true. Wei Zhang's waist remained straight. As long as he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe this ridiculous news. Poof. Qin Wendian snorted coldly. Go to the communication room. Without saying a word, Qin Wendian led the way outside. Wei Zhan was being obstinate, so it was the perfect opportunity to knock him around a bit. Jinhan contacted the major city lords and told them to tell Dr. Wei about the process of the sacrifice. It's your highness. Jinhan had also been unhappy with Wei Zhang for a long time, and the asshole often caught people and sprayed them violently. Finally, a chance to get the drop on him. The calm room array lit up and the comms went through. Fixed communication array. Can do real-time communication. Price is not expensive, but also only the large cities in various domains. Lord Jean. I wonder what the purpose of contacting Marina City is. Voices rang out, and the Marina City Lord's voice came out. Greetings, Lord Horse City Lord. It is His Majesty who seeks you out today for some inquiries. Greetings, Your Majesty, Marina City Lord. A respectful voice rang out. There is no need to be polite. I only want to know the process of your participation in the Ewer ritual. It's His Majesty. The Marina City Lord was at a loss as to how asking for information came to him. According to the rules, these news should be reported by the various city masters' offices, which are responsible for reporting. Mountain Yuqing even intelligence do not know timely report well. This city master when not too competent. Maru Aji bellyache. This person is also too irresponsible. No wonder there was no one at the city gate in the first place. Northwatch City Lord's Mansion. Shan Yuqing returned inside the City Lord's Mansion with his injured body in his arms. At the gate of the City Lord's Mansion, it was empty, not even a guard. Walking into the mansion, apart from a few maids and underlings, there wasn't even a single guard. Shan Yuqing smiled bitterly. Not a single one of the 8,000 was left behind. Without manpower, the entire City Lord's Mansion had almost come to a standstill, with no one to deal with all the major issues. Didn't even get a contact from Kingham. Shan Yuqing still didn't know that he was being belabored by the Marina City Lord. The Marina City Lord also didn't know that Shan Yuqing had become a bare-bones commander. Your Majesty, the Marina City Lord began by entering the city and telling Qin Wendian about the process. You mean there wasn't even a single person in the city when you entered? Chapter 47, The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty attacks with all their nests. Yes, sire. The city is empty. Then where have all the people in the city gone? Qin Wendian asked. A large city of 10 million people is actually empty. Tang Ling was shocked. Even His Majesty might not be able to call the people of a city. People's hearts are different. Not to mention a large city of 10 million people. Not everyone will listen to the court. The Marina City Lord let out a laugh and said. The humble servant was also alarmed at first and thought that there had been an accident and that an enemy had invaded and occupied Northwatch City. It was still His Highness Qin Yu's subordinates who appeared and told the micro-minister that the people of the city were all a day ahead of schedule and had gone to attend the feudal king's ritual. At that time, I was even more surprised than Your Majesty, when the king sealing sacrifice was able to get the people of the entire city to participate spontaneously. The Marina City Lord, the more he spoke, the more excited he became. It wasn't until the next day that the micro-minister realized the reason. I was also convinced by the means of His Highness Chinyu. With just one sweepstakes, the people's hearts were won over and countless people were willingly driven. Countless people are clamoring to join the royal family. The only imperfection is that halfway through, the Holy Lord of Taichu openly proposed to refuse to accept His Highness Chinyu as a disciple. And after being angrily disliked by His Highness Chinyu, he became enraged and tried to strike out to injure His Highness Chinyu. It's a good thing that Marshal Chen Longhu of the Great Qin Divine Dynasty appeared in time to stop Holy Lord Taichu. The Marina City Lord now had palpitations in his heart. The wrath of the Holy Lord was equal to the wrath of a divine emperor. The average person would have been scared out of their wits long ago, but His Highness Chinyu was only at the foundation establishment cultivation level, yet he was not afraid in the slightest. That's one reason why Maru Eiji admired it. There is courage and resourcefulness. Courage can face the Holy Lord directly, and strategy can gather the hearts of the people. Your Highness, the third prince, this is a case of not making a sound, facing the Holy Lord without fear, and manipulating people's hearts with games, worthy of being His Majesty's son, Tang Ling praised. This experience was like a novel, so even Tang Ling couldn't help but praise it. Corrupt prince, disliked by the people, became the people's beloved king simply by virtue of a game. His Royal Highness the third prince is so smart. How did he come up with this idea? Li Jin, the Minister of War, felt unbelievable, like listening to heavenly books. Hundreds of people are forbidden at the drop of a hat, and it's only a game to their credit. It is important to realize that army soldiers, who want to get to this point, need to be trained for months to constantly instill obedience to orders to be able to achieve this result. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice is even more impressed. He comes in and is always refuted by the people below him, and he wants to know how Chinyu makes people listen to him based on a game. The spirit stones spent on the sacrifices are all real. Where did Your Highness Chinyu get so many spirit stones from? Tang Ling was puzzled. This subordinate doesn't know. The Marina City Lord returned. How did he know the source of His Highness Chinyu's spirit stones? He had originally thought that they were given by the Divine Dynasty, but now it seemed that even the Divine Dynasty was unaware of it. The few state princes who had just attached themselves to Wei Zhang looked at Wei Zhang with displeasure. It's all because the asshole was tough-talking and found a set of words to say that even they went off the deep end. Stand down. Qin Wentian's voice was flat, yet it contained a monstrous anger. Originally, Qin Wentian's anger towards Wei Zhang dissipated quite a bit when he heard someone praise Chinyu so much. It also had a much better impression of the Marina City Lord. But when he heard that the Holy Lord of the Taichu was disrespectful for his old age, he actually made a move against Fire. A monstrous killing intent filled the air. Wei Zhang was startled and thought that Emperor Qin was displeased with him. Your Majesty, this matter is so outrageous that I didn't expect it to be true, Wei Zhang warily explained. Qin Wendian was in no mood to pay any attention to Wei Zhang as the Golden Dragon of Qi fluttered over the imperial city. The Golden Dragon of Qi Luck was all startled. Emperor Qin was really angry. Your Majesty, Dr. Wei's questioning is justified and not a big mistake. I hope Your Majesty will rest his anger. Tang Ling pleaded, arching his hand to beg for mercy. This bastard Wei Zhang, although he had offended a lot of people, the Divine Dynasty also needed such a courtier who dared to be righteous and persistent. Your Majesty, calm down. The ministers of state have begged for mercy. Your Majesty, it is imperative that we first figure out how exactly His Highness Chinyu earned these tens of millions of spirit stones. Maybe it can help the Divine Dynasty get through the crisis, Tang Ling admonished. Qin Wendian ignored Tang Ling as his figure disappeared into the Great Hall. Not good, Your Majesty. This is to find the Holy Lord of Taichu to settle the score. Tang Ling thought about it. With Qin Wentian's character and his favoritism towards Chinyu, the fact that the Holy Lord of the Taichu disregarded his face and bullied the small with the big was bound to make Emperor Qin furious. He was also surprised by what His Highness the Third Prince had done, as well as the barbarian Wei Zhang influencing his judgment. Follow it. Tang Ling disappeared into the main hall with all the ministers and princes. Qin Wendian stood in the sky above the imperial city as a terrifying aura filled the city. A Qiluk golden dragon wrapped around Qin Wendian. A low keening sound was emitted. Why does His Majesty emanate an aura? And the aura contains a monstrous anger. The powerful people within the imperial city walked up the street in droves, looking toward Qin Wendian, who was entwined by the golden dragon of Qi. What has angered His Majesty? A courtier vocalized an inquiry from the ground. The old dog of Taichu bullied the small with the big and injured my Tianyu imperial son, Ben. From today onwards, the Taichu Holy Land is included in the list of Tianyu's enemies. After Qin Wendian finished speaking, he flew towards the Taichu sacred land. A golden shadow of light slashed through the air, and a terrifying aura swept across the land. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. The Taichu Saint Lord was halfway to the refined void realm, and he didn't dare to imagine the risks involved when he made a move on Yuer. Once something happened to Feather, what would he do to face his mother? Tangling sighed out a bad sigh and followed closely behind. The dozen or so people in the Great Hall all followed. The transformations of a dozen or so God transformation realm powerhouses turned into streams of light that continuously streaked across the sky. Good guts. Does the Taichu sacred ground bully me into not having anyone in Heavenly Feather? And the hallowed sacred lord actually doesn't have the cheek to make a move on his juniors. Dozens of auras of the God transformation realm appeared in the Imperial City and disappeared into streams of light. Hundreds of Yuaning stage powerhouses didn't react as well as the harmonized God realm powerhouses, but they quickly followed. Dozens of God transformation realm powerhouses were followed by hundreds of Yuaning stage, countless cultivators along the way. Seeing this scene thought that the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was preparing for war. Otherwise why would the strongest members of the Divine Dynasty have almost poured out? Wherever they pass, countless living beings are not trembling. Just one Yuaning stage cultivation strength can open a sect, occupy the Mountain King let alone hundreds. Just passing by the breath emitted will deter countless living beings. Many of the Foundation establishment Jindan stage cultivators thought that the Divine Dynasty was going to start an all-out war. After all, a few hundred of them at a time. Even the Holy Land is almost considered to be a nest, right? This kind of spectacle had not been seen in the Eastern continent for thousands of years. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had been in decline for only a few years, and its battle power still existed. So any Divine Dynasty that went up against it would end up losing both of them. The closest Holy Martial God Dynasty directly entered a state of war readiness. Countless powerful people in seclusion were woken up. What? You're saying that Heavenly Feather is pouring in to go to war with the Divine Dynasty? The terrifying aura alarmed the countries of the Eastern continent. Is Tianyu going to go all-out war? That Divine Dynasty has angered the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Strong people from various countries had moved to witness the Divine Dynasty battle. Although Tianyu ranked at the bottom of the Eastern continent Divine Dynasties, a Tianyu that was out in full force was enough to cause the remaining 9 Divine Dynasties to panic. Sky Feather Divine Dynasty, what gives him the right? Chapter 48, Attacking the Holy Land of Taichu. A group of powerhouses couldn't figure out when the bottom-ranked Tianyu had become so strong. Between the various Divine Dynasties, Tianyu had always been in a weak position, and many times was the one who suffered and was bullied. Aside from the sacred martial Divine Dynasty, everyone in the Divine Dynasties that had a gap with the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty were in danger. Fearing that Tianyu would lose his mind and come to attack them, the Holy Lord of the beginning of the heavens had been in seclusion since he received his first intelligence. It was not yet known that the news of Qin Yu's spirit stone sacrifice had been confirmed. As for whether striking out at Qin Yu would incur the wrath of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, the Holy Lord of the beginning of the heavens didn't put it on his mind. As long as Tianyu wasn't stupid, he wouldn't come to mess with him. The Taichu sacred ground, for the sake of a deposed prince. Not to mention the fact that the current Tianyu had long been unable to protect himself. Qin Wendian and his group soon entered the millions of mountains in the southwest of the eastern continent. The Taichu sacred land was located in the middle of the millions of mountains in the southwest, and the 10 largest peaks among them were where the Taichu sacred land was located. Each one of them towered over the clouds, hundreds of thousands of feet high, and the tallest of them was 1,000,000 feet high, with mountains that connected to heaven and earth and seemed to reach the sky. The mountain is surrounded by immortal mist, a 10,000-foot waterfall, like the Milky Way hanging down. Buildings are clumped and stretched out on Peak Hill, the highest place on the magnificent atmosphere of the Great Hall towering over. Its plaque written on the word Taichu. It was different from the prosperity of the Divine Dynasty, which was full of earthly flavors. The sanctuary is magnificent and beautiful, with cranes flying by from time to time, like a heaven on earth. It is a place to which countless cultivators aspire. The powerful Taichu Holy Land, moreover, occupies the southern mountains with pleasant scenery, rich spiritual qi, and abundant heavenly materials and treasures. The latest news is that the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, instead of attacking the world enemy Saint Martial Divine Dynasty, has headed directly to the southern mountains. The southern mountains? Isn't that the territory of the Taichu Holy Land? Could it be that the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty wants to deal with the Taichu Sacred Land? The powerhouses of the great Divine Dynasty's Holy Lands transmitted their voices to each other. Right behind Qin Wentian's hundreds of people, powerful people from various countries also trailed behind. Old dog Taichu, get the hell out of here, Qin Wentian bellowed. Roars mixed with the anger of a peak transformation spirit filled the Holy Land of Taichou. A peaceful mountain fairyland was instantly scattered by 100 beasts and chaos reigned. The Taichou Grand Formation activated on its own, and waves of white energy rose up, enveloping the Taichou Sacred Immortal Mountain. It's really looking for the Holy Land of Taichu. When did the Taichu Holy Land mess with the Skyfeather Divine Dynasty? The Cloud Dream Empress appeared and didn't go far after being evicted by Qin Wendian. It wasn't long before she saw Qin Wendian rushing up into the sky, and she followed out of curiosity. This ally was also too careless, having just drawn the attention of the eastern continent by virtue of the sacrifice, and in the blink of an eye once again set off an earthquake in the eastern continent. He actually brought a strong member of the divine dynasty to call for battle at the entrance of the mountain of the Holy Land of the Taichu. Manhwa didn't want to get involved, but once something happened to Tianyu, it would have a great impact on the Cloud Dream divine dynasty. No matter what, let's wait and see what happens first and hope that Qin Wendian doesn't make a big deal out of it. The Holy Martial God Emperor was the first to be startled and appeared one after another. The Holy Martial God Emperor had a smile on his face. As long as the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty and the Taichu Sacred Land went to war, in the end, regardless of the victory or defeat, Heavenly Feather would be greatly injured, and Saint Martial would sit back and reap the benefits. Saint Wu has been planning for many years. All that is lacking is a moment. As long as he took down Tianyu, his reputation would reach the extreme. Among the ranking of emperors of the Sacred Martial God Dynasty, it was at the top of the list. Put, Xiong Jianmu, the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, spat out a mouthful of blood as he was at the critical juncture of his seclusion. But suddenly an explosive sound echoed inside the Holy Land, a terrifying sonic boom that even entered his chamber. Grand Elder Xiong Jianmu's eyes were gloomy and his killing intent boiled. To cut someone off from the path is like killing a parent. This is a life and death feud. How dare you? Who dares to come to the Taichu Holy Land in clamor? Xiong Jianmu, the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sacred Lands, rose up in the air and faced Qin Wendian across the sky. Xiong Jianmu's eyes were fierce as if he wanted to kill Qin Wendian. With the appearance of Xiong Jianmu, one after another powerful person from the Taichu Holy Land appeared from the cave and flew high into the sky. The Taichu Sacred Ground recruited talented disciples from all over the world, taking the elite route, and their high-end battle power was quite a bit stronger than that of Tianyu. Close to 50 God transformation stage powerhouses and thousands of Yuaning stage powerhouses flew high into the sky. There was quite a difference in strength on the Tianyu side. Qin Wendian, why have you come to the Taichu Sacred Land to clamor? The Taichu Sacred Lord voiced out a question. The Holy Land of the beginning wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. His strength was even a half-step in refined void, and Qin Wendian was nearly a mere peak harmonized god. Even if there was a national fortune to add to it, it couldn't help him. What's more, how many layers of Heavenly Feather's national fortune are left now? Old dog, you have lived for thousands of years. You actually shamelessly took action against your juniors. You took action against my son. I will naturally come to you for a statement. Qin Wendian opened his mouth to say old dog. The Holy Lord of the Taichu actually struck out at Emperor Qin's son. He's too shameless. It was already a consensus that the strongest people in the Eastern continent would not make a move against the late generation. Otherwise, if the strongest people of each family at the God Transformation realm were to strike out at their juniors, the talent of the juniors of each country would have long been broken. Even within the people watching the battle, there were quite a few people who wouldn't live to see this. No wonder Emperor Qin is so enraged, bringing top Tianyu powerhouses to crusade against the Taichu Sacred Ground. Who wouldn't be angry in this situation? The family heir was attacked and killed by the old man. If the father is indifferent, is not a waste of time. The eldest elder is even more difficult. It's because you're an asshole to provoke people's little ones. Now, because Emperor Qin hid his door, the fruits of his constant seclusion had been undone and he had suffered a backlash. The Grand Elder glanced at the Holy Lord of the Taichu, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The Holy Lord of the beginning coldly snorted. Your son doesn't know respect. Tearing up the letters sent by this seat, not to mention the fact that this seat's own disciples went to congratulate him and had to blow them out. What's more, he spoke out of turn and disrespected this seat. This seat is just helping you teach him a lesson. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning stood proudly, merely lecturing an ignorant junior. The third prince is the Prince of Tianyu. Why do you need to lecture him? Tang Ling disliked him back. Qin Yu was a member of the Heavenly Feather Imperial family, so he could not be taught a lesson by an outsider. Besides, it's just a word on your side. Who can prove the truth of it? You only said that you tore up the letters and blasted away the disciples, but what was the reason? I don't believe that His Highness, the third prince, would do these things for no reason. Tang Ling, as the Heavenly Feather Chancellor with a lively mind, pointed out that what the Holy Lord of the Taichu had said was merely taken out of context. It makes sense. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning only spoke of the effect, but not the cause. Qin Wentian's aura grew thicker. He didn't care about the cause and effect. He only knew that this old dog made a move to injure Qin Yu. Qin Yu was his scales. Boom! Qin Wentian directly struck out. A golden palm blasted out, transforming into a size of thousands of meters. Qin Wentian, the Holy Lord of Taichu, was shocked and furious. This bastard really dares to make a move. Is he not afraid of the Taichu Holy Land's retaliation? The primordial Saint Lord hurriedly made a move to block it, but his palm still blasted against the clan protection formation. The moment of impact, the mountains of the Taichou Holy Land shook, rocks rolled down, and the houses and caves shook violently, hundreds of thousands of disciples fleeing in haste. The onlookers, moreover, did not expect Qin Wendian to suddenly strike. Although Tianyu is weak, Emperor Qin is still domineering and still dares to take the lead in the face of a stronger Holy Land. Emperor Qin was the #1 heavenly pride of male cultivators in the eastern continent back then. Some of the older cultivators opened their mouths. Empress Cloud Dream was helpless. Sure enough, it's still a big deal. Once it's done, there's no room for maneuver for either side. This was the Taichou Holy Land, and its strength was far above that of Tianyu. Qin Wendian, do you want to pull the heavenly feather divine dynasty into the abyss? The Holy Lord of the beginning of the world's tone was icy cold. Chapter 49, Emperor Qin battles Holy Lord Taichu. That depends on whether the Taichu sacred land has the ability to do so. Qin Wendian responded with disinterest. Qin Wendian did not hesitate and struck again. This time he used the power of the dynasty's qi. Although Qin Wendian was the #1 heavenly pride of male cultivators in the eastern continent, which of the ones who might have made it to Holy Lord was not the pride of the heavens? Not to mention the fact that the Holy Lord of Taichu was still at the half-step refined void realm. The golden dragon of Qi hissed and transformed into a streak of golden flowing light that wrapped around Qin Wendian's body. The Qi luck-enhanced Qin Wendian's aura filled the air, and his pressure was not inferior to the half-step refined void Taichu's Saint Lord. The golden dragon probes its claws. A Qin emperor with a boost of Qi is no better than the Holy Lord of the Taichu. The vast majority of the besieging cultivators, it was the first time they had seen the power of the Qi luck golden dragon. The Qi luck-enhanced Qin Wendian needed the Taichu sacred lord to go all out, and he didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the Taichu sacred land's sacred artifact of Jin Xian sword appeared in his hand, followed by a sword slash towards Qin Wendian's attack. Wherever the terrifyingly powerful sword Qi passed through, the air produced a cut, as if space had been split open. The Holy Lord of the Taichu was worthy of being at the half-step refined void realm. A single strike created even a cut in space. Not only is the Holy Lord of the Taichu a half-step refined void, but he's also blessed with a holy weapon. So I'm afraid that Emperor Qin isn't his opponent. Emperor Qin was powerful, but it was obvious that the Holy Lord of Taichu was even better. Moreover, this was the Holy Land of Taichu, and the Holy Lord of Taichu had yet to use the clan's reserves. The rest of the Taichu sacred land and the heavenly feather divine dynasty didn't intervene. As one would expect, the golden dragon claws were crushed by the sword Qi. The weakened golden dragon of Qi enchantment gave Qin Wendian quite a boost though, but with a saint artifact, the Holy Lord of Taichu was even stronger. The immortal beheading sword emitted a brilliant white light, and the holy weapon had long since given birth to an artifact spirit. The district is at the peak of the transformation god. A disdainful voice came out from the immortal beheading sword. The artifact spirit was wildly incomparable, and as a Jinzong sacred artifact, his opponents were often half-step refined void supreme powerhouses. How dare a dead thing be arrogant? Tang Ling said with a corner of his mouth. Who are you calling a dead thing? The artifact spirit was furious. A spirit was born from the artifact, but in the end, it only existed by relying on the holy artifact. There is no life force and it is considered dead in the eyes of the world. As an artifact spirit, it was most taboo for others to say that. The immortal beheading sword vibrated. Don't worry, this seat will vent your anger. Saint Primordial Lord glanced at Tang Ling. A peak transformation god could be destroyed with the lift of a hand. The Supreme Primordial Saint Lord, who had the upper hand, rode out the victory. Smoke and mirrors. The Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth coldly laughed as he slashed out with his sword. The sword's aura revealed softness in its harshness. It's like a light rain in early spring. Qin Wendian's face turned pale as the golden aura on his body surface crumbled. Half-step refined void was more than 1 star more powerful than the transformation god realm. But today is for the child to stand up. If a father cannot even son is bullied, then in the waste how different. The victory has been decided. Tianyu's Qi Luck Golden Dragon is too weak, giving a limited boost. A powerful golden dragon of Qi could even allow a divine dynasty lord to ascend a great realm. But Tianyu's Qi Luck Golden Dragon had only raised Qin Wendian by but half a realm. Empress Yunmeng looked grave. As the lord of a divine dynasty, he's actually so impulsive. It's really unlucky to have this ally. Empress Cloud Dream waited for an opportunity to move. Once Qin Wendian fell, Tianyu would immediately be attacked by other countries. She couldn't let this situation come to pass. It would be hard to stop the war when it was ignited, and by then Cloud Dream would be dragged into the war quagmire as well. The holy martial god emperor was overjoyed, and the smile on his face was no longer concealed. Your Majesty, once Qin Wendian is seriously injured or even falls by the Taichu sacred lord, then the holy martial god dynasty will have its chance. Get on with it. After today Tianyu, too, shall cease to exist. One didn't know what kind of madness Qin Wendian had gone through. that he would actually go to war with the top 3 ranked Taichu sacred lords of the eastern continent for the sake of a son. Even the holy martial god dynasty would have to weigh in. Under equal rankings, the overall strength of the divine dynasty was above that of the Holy Lands. The Holy Land was strong in high-end combat power, while the divine dynasty had more cultivators at the bottom. The golden dragon flings its tail. Qin Wentian's lips trembled as a golden dragon of thousands of feet appeared. The huge dragon's tail flung. Wherever the dragon's tail passed, a deafening airburst was produced. Out of your depth. Wind and thunder divine strike. At the same time, on top of the Taichu sacred lord's immortal beheading sword, an arc of electricity was wrapped around it, and it flashed. Go! Electricity arcs swept and silver light flashed. The moment the golden dragon gargoyle met the arc of electricity, the gargoyle began to collapse. The remaining arcs of electricity struck Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian's body felt paralyzed. Your Majesty! Prime Minister Tang Ling and Minister of War Li Bing roared, and both of them moved at the same time. With you guys you dare to interfere. With a movement of the immortal beheading sword of the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning, arcs of electricity swept through once again. The electric arcs in the sky were like tumbling silver snakes, illuminating the sky. Snort! An electric shock went off. Li Bing and Tang Ling hurriedly dodged. These two are peak god transformation stage powerhouses second only to Emperor Qin. But I can't imagine that they wouldn't dare to take a Taichu Sacred Lord's attack head-on. The Taichu Sacred Lord's cultivation level is right above theirs, and there's also a holy weapon to add to it. So it's normal that they don't dare to take the move. The disciple of the Taichu Sacred laughed out loud when he saw this scene. A mere transformation spirit realm dares to provoke the Sacred Lord. He really doesn't know how to die. Still thought how powerful, and dared to beat the door. In the middle of the day, they came to send death. The disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land teasingly looked at the crowd of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty as if they were looking at clowns. This is the male cultivator's #1 heavenly pride. It really doesn't live up to its name. It was defeated in a few moves. The Divine Emperor of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty appeared from the void with a sneer on his face. At first, he had been crushed head over heels by Qin Wentian, but he could not imagine that Qin Wentian was in such a sorry state now. Qin Wentian's paralyzed body returned to normal with a jolt of spiritual energy. Sui Yuanbai, Qin Wentian said coldly. Shui Yuanbai smiled and said, it seems that what happened back then has caused the #1 heavenly pride of male cultivation to regress in cultivation instead of advancing. What does the Water Moon Divine Emperor mean by that? An uninformed cultivator asked. Back then, the Holy Maiden of the Eastern Wasteland, whose talent crowned the Eastern continent, caused the hearts of countless young talents to flutter. The Water Moon Divine Emperor is one of them, known as the second day of pride for male cultivators, but it's a pity that he's been suppressed head over heels from the beginning to the end. Even the Eastern Wasteland Sacred Maiden has chosen Qin Wentian. Even if this emperor hasn't progressed in his cultivation for many years, you're still no match for this emperor, Qin Wentian disdainfully said. Big talk, this isn't back then. Shui Yuanbai, who was blessed with national fortune, was not afraid of Qin Wentian in the slightest. The national fortune of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty was quite a bit more powerful than even the peak Heavenly Feather, let alone the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty that was only a mere 20 to 30 zhang of qi today. Defeating Qin Wentian and snowing the shame of that year was something he had been looking forward to for a long time, but it was a pity that he had never had the chance. After leaving the Heavenly Feather Land, Qin Wentians would have even less national fortune to utilize, nor can they draw on the power of the people. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning smiled and asked, fellow Taoist Yuanbai, you want to move your body as well? Exactly, Shui Yuanbai returned frankly. Then I'll let you have this opportunity. The Holy Lord of the Beginning wouldn't mind letting the others do it. It wasn't difficult to defeat Qin Wentian, but if he wanted to kill Qin Wentian, he would have to be seriously injured. Brother Qin, please enlighten me. Chapter 50 National Fortune soars again. On Shui Yuanbai's body, there was a Qi golden dragon that was 200 feet in size, glowing with energy, and constantly fluttering around him. The 30 zhang golden dragon on Qin Wentian's body was like a mudskipper meeting a real dragon when compared to it. The difference is visible to the naked eye. Ha ha, this emperor also wants to have a fight with fellow Taoist Qin. The holy martial god emperor laughed out. How could he miss such an opportunity? This seat also has a technical itch. A black gas appeared, and a languid voice emanated from the black gas. The faces of the onlookers' powerhouses changed drastically. The demon sect's demon lord actually participated in the roundup. Although the demon sect was not included in the top 10 holy places, its strength was not weaker than that of the holy places. Make a move against the imperial dynasty. Aren't you afraid of the backlash of your qi? Tang Ling didn't believe that the demon lord dared to make a move. It's just 30 zhang of qi. So what if it backfires? There are many people who have struck out today. So how much more backfiring can there be when it's spread out? The demon lord responded disdainfully. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he could sacrifice the tens of billions of human races of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, it might be able to take him further. But he needed to resolve Qin Wentian before that. As long as he dies, the already weakened Qi will fall apart. Emperor Qin is in danger today. Once he is injured in the engagement, he will definitely be surrounded. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning, the Demon Lord of the Demon Sect, as well as the Water Moon Divine Emperor and the Holy Martial Divine Emperor. There's no telling how many people are watching from the shadows. Emperor Qin is also too reckless, actually running to the southern mountains and making a move against the Taichu Sacred Land. The Taichu Sacred Land had stood for tens of thousands of years and was in its prime, so it was not something that the Heavenly Feather Sacred Land could deal with. Now it was also being targeted by the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The Sacred Martial God Emperor, who had a long-standing grudge against Tianyu, was also watching from the sidelines. The Demon Lord didn't mind making the situation even more chaotic. Although Qin Wentian was not good at politics, he knew the situation at hand. I'm really not fit to be an emperor, Qin Wentian chided himself. Your Majesty, why do you say that? The old dog Taichu knows no shame. He made a move on the third prince. If he doesn't find the Taichu Holy Land to ask for a statement, won't he be poked in the backbone? Although Tianyu is weak, his backbone is still alive. The recovered Tangling said righteously. What the Prime Minister said is reasonable. The Tianyu people have a backbone and are not afraid of fighting, not to mention death. Dozens of God Transformation Realm, and hundreds of Yuan-ing realm powerhouses had erupted their chi. Heavenly Feathered Man, why hesitate to fight? Hundreds of terrifying auras filled the air. Stay away. Once a great battle breaks out, it's likely to be affected. The Heavenly Feathers are so ironclad that none of them are actually greedy for death. Many of the onlookers were also in awe when they saw this scene. Although Tianyu is in decline, the hearts of the people are still there. Qin Wentian, although this emperor would love to overthrow your country, he has come today only to fight you. As for the battle of the Divine Dynasty, this emperor will let the army, step by step, eat away at your territory, so that you can see the country's demise with your own eyes. It's better to keep your vassals. This emperor is here to find old dog Taichu today, and is not in the mood to fight with you. You, Shui Yuan Yu was exasperated. This asshole was still just as unpleasant as he was back then. All of you, listen to my orders and attack the Taichu Holy Land without fail. Since it had come to this, it would be a fight to the death. Dragging people down, Qin Wentian no longer paid attention to the others, and the most suitable one to pull down. The Holy Land of Taichu was the most suitable. Yes, Emperor Qin is determined to attack the Taichu Sacred Land today, even if it means plunging the Divine Dynasty into the abyss. You really have to be like this. The Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth was also anxious. Didn't this bastard know that his major powers were staring at him? Once both sides went to war, a large number of strong people would fall. The Holy Land of the beginning would also suffer heavy losses. When the time came, these bystanders would not give up this piece of fat meat from the Taichu Holy Land. Immortality. Qin Wentian's tone was resolute. The current Tianyu couldn't show weakness. He had to let everyone know that as long as they made a move against Tianyu, they were prepared to have a piece of flesh torn off. Kill. Qin Wen gave an order. Hundreds of strong people, instantly deployed without paying attention to the others, attacked the Taichu sacred ground. Crazy, really crazy. The Taichu disciples, who had just been high and mighty, were instantly thrown into panic. A battle at the God Transformation Realm was enough to break down mountains and rivers, and if they were caught in the waves, life and death would depend on their luck. Really do it. It's just a matter of injuring a scion. Actually going so far as to start a national war. Rumble. Far away, the densely packed cultivators came with their swords, almost covering half of the sky. Every single one of them was wearing the uniform clothing of the Skyfeather Army. Just looking at it stops one from trembling. The power of the outburst will increase exponentially when the great legions are assembled together. Qin Wentian, what do you want? The primordial Saint Lord opened his mouth. He doesn't want to go to war. Qin Wentian disregarded the rise and fall of the Divine Dynasty, but he still wanted to make Tianyu go further. Apologize to my son in front of the world. The Holy Lord of the Beginning's face twisted. You're asking this seat to apologize to a junior? You're being foolish. Then it's war. This is all that's left of your national fortune. Once the war starts, your national fortune will be dispersed, and when the chi backfires, countless people will die because of you. Qin Wentian was silent. Poof. The Holy Lord of the Beginning coldly snorted. And indeed, he still couldn't give up. Boom. The golden dragon of Qi on Qin Wentian's body soared. The golden dragon kept hissing. In the next moment, the golden scales of the golden dragon, which was less than 30 feet, began to expand. Aang. The golden dragon let out a joyful keening sound. Qin Wentian felt his body soothe. His strength increased by a few more points, and the sense of urgency pressing down on him dissipated quite a bit. Tian Yu's courtiers also kept stretching their bodies. Ha ha, the country's luck has gotten stronger. Now you can fight without worry. I'd like to see what exactly is the difference between the Holy Land and the Divine Dynasty. There are strong people who jump at the chance. The constant decline of the nation's fortunes in the past few years was like a suspension over the head of every minister of the Divine Dynasty. I've been wanting to release some pressure for a long time. What's going on? Why did Tian Yu's national fortune suddenly skyrocket? The Holy Lord of Taichu was dumbfounded. The last second he was saying that there was just a little bit of Heavenly Feather's national fortune left. And in the blink of an eye the 30-foot golden dragon of Chi fortune became 100 feet in size. At this moment, not only was the Taichu Saint Lord confused, even Qin Wendian had a questioning face. Why has the country's fortune risen again? Could it be that what was done today is helping the Divine Dynasty? It was also the Heavenly Feather Dynasty that had been oppressed and constantly backed down, but instead allowed the rest of the Divine Dynasties to get the better of them. It seems that only a Divine Dynasty that doesn't fear casualties and dares to show its sword can preserve its national fortune. Qin Wendian's eyes brightened as if he had found the direction of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. The Water Moon Divine Emperor was confused. Unable to figure out what was happening, Qin Wendian merely didn't want the same. Preparing to launch a suicidal attack against the Taichou Holy Land. Shouldn't Tian Yu's fortunes be faltering in this situation? Why the sudden spike? This caused Shui Yuanyua's perception to be shocked. Shouldn't the national fortune be enhanced only by strengthening the strength of the Divine Dynasty? Tian Yu's national fortune has gotten stronger. From 30 zhang to 100 zhang, more than tripling. The onlooker powerhouses looked at this bizarre scene inexplicably. When the Sky Feather spirit vein was not depleted, it was just like that. What happened to Tian Yu? Holy Martial God Emperor's brilliant smile came to an abrupt end. He couldn't snap his head out of it and figure out how the scene had come about. Chapter 51 Uncle sends wedding letter. Mother's news. Look out north. King Gon's residence. After the sacrifice, Qin Yu then returned to the mansion. As for the recruited soldiers, naturally, the people underneath would handle it. And along with them back in the royal residence were Qianlonghu and his 3 children. Uncle please. Qin Yu let Qianlonghu take the top seat. Regardless of status or seniority, Qianlonghu was above Qin Yu. Not to mention that today it was also thanks to Qianlonghu that he was able to repel the Taichu Holy Lord. You sit down too. Qianlonghu had a bright personality and didn't like to stick to small details, but the understanding Qin Yu put him in a pretty good mood. This time this marshal has come, mainly for the sake of your grandfather, to send resources over to you. Qianlonghu took out a red post and said, it just happened to be known by the Eastern Wasteland Alliance when I came here. This is what the Eastern Wasteland Alliance master asked me to bring to you. The Eastern Wasteland Alliance? Qin Yu didn't seem to have had this power in his memory. It was still the East Wasteland Alliance's ally who had sent him something. Qin Yu took a look at it. Marriage book. Qin Yu's eyes instantly lit up. As a traveler having a withdrawal episode. Is this normal? He was even vaguely looking forward to it. Is uncle here to withdraw from the marriage? Qin Yu asked with an expectant face. No less than 10 face-punching scenarios had come to his mind. What nonsense is the bastard child talking about? The East Wasteland Alliance master is deeply in love with your mother. Would he not withdraw your marriage contract? Oh, Qin Yu was slightly lost, so it wasn't a withdrawal. Bastard thing, what the hell are you thinking? Qianlonghu said angrily. This bastard kid so heard that it was not a withdrawal, but also lost it. Half a year from now the daughter of the Eastern Wasteland Alliance Lord will hold her coming-of-age ceremony. At that time you will be able to set a date for your marriage. Originally this marriage certificate should have been given to Qin Wendian, but this marshal doesn't want to see him, so I will give it to you. Qianlonghu said bluntly, not euphemizing a bit because Qin Wendian was Qin Yu's father. Uncle, what kind of power is the Eastern Wasteland Alliance you speak of? This I have never heard of. It's normal that you're still young and haven't heard of it. The location we're in now is called the Eastern Continent by the major divine dynasties, but outside of the Eastern Continent it's called as the Eastern Wasteland. And besides the Eastern Wasteland, there are also the Demon race in the Northern Domain, the Beastman race in the Western Domain, the 10,000 races in the Southern Domain, and the Sea race in the Endless Sea. The various domains were constantly attacking each other, all wanting to expand their territories, and the Eastern Wasteland Alliance was a combination of all the major forces in the Eastern State. All the major divine dynasties sects, every year, send strong men to where the domains meet in order to defend against the invasion of several other domains. Qin Yu exclaimed. Then wouldn't the Eastern Wasteland Alliance be the biggest power in the Eastern Continent? How huge would a joint force consisting of the entire Eastern Continent's forces have to be? Qianlonghu nodded. However, the Alliance has a rule that the Alliance is not allowed to interfere in the internal matters of the Eastern Continent forces. Nice guy. What a big backer you've got for yourself. This old mother you've never met. Yu silently put away the marriage certificate, and too uneducated to even know about the Eastern Wasteland Alliance. Qianlonghu's eldest son belabored. Just the thought of the unseen mother sent an instinctive feeling of anticipation through his body. Yu knows that this may be an obsession left over from his previous life, and there is no such thing as a child who doesn't want to see his mother. Yu's voice became a little low under the influence. Uncle, is my mother still alive? I don't know. Back then I had low strength and didn't participate in the events of that year. There are rumors that your mother has entered the Middle Kingdom. Qianlonghu didn't really believe the news, but hoped it was true. At least it proved that his sister was still alive. Middle Domain. Yu secretly made a note that he would definitely visit the central region one day. The Eastern Wasteland and the rest of the domains belonged to the outer regions, and on the inner perimeter of the outer domain, there was a transparent barrier that separated heaven and earth. It has existed since ancient times, since the beginning of recorded history, and no one knows whether it was formed innately or artificially. This is something that is well known in the Eastern continent. I've already delivered the things. I hope that in half a year you will be able to take on the identity of Heaven's Pride. Qianlonghu paused for a moment. This nephew of his had low talent. The identity of Heaven's Pride seemed a bit unrealistic. That's just it. Just don't be late for the Eastern Wasteland Fest in half a year. Uncle is busy with military affairs and still needs to rush back to the border. Qianlonghu got up and was ready to leave. Uncle, wait a moment. My younger siblings and I are meeting for the first time. Would it make sense to be a cousin and let them return empty-handed? I have prepared a small gift for them. During the gap between chatting with Qianlonghu, Yu had already ordered people to prepare gifts. Qianlonghu was ready to refuse with a frown. Don't word it, Uncle. After all, my siblings and I haven't seen each other for years, and this is my nephew's way of enhancing my friendship with my siblings. Qianlonghu sniffed and his brows stretched. He and Yu's mother's siblings were in harmony, and of course he wanted the next generation to be in harmony as well. Qianlonghu children did not take it seriously. A small gift to bring the relationship closer is just a small gift. Bring up all the presents. 3 models of true dragons that were more than a dozen feet long and snow white in color were carried out. It's a dragon model made of top-grade spirit stones. Qianlonghu's eldest son's jaw dropped. This would require at least 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones to make it, and they had a full 3 in front of them. A few people were imperial princes and princesses of the imperial dynasty, all of whom had seen the world. But a model built with 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Is this just a small gift? Brother and sister are not to blame. Cousin, this place you have seen, all yellow and bare gobi. Nothing good. But cousin has a slight bit of spirit stone, and I heard that Daqian's totem is a dragon, so cousin specially had it made. Qianlonghu opened his mouth and said, Cousin, you are too polite. We are all family. You send such a precious gift. Forgive my brother for not being able to accept it. 3 dragon models, worth 1.5 million upper-grade spirit stones, not to mention the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Even some small and medium-sized domains of the Great Qian Divine Dynasty didn't have this much tax revenue in a year. Cousin Longyu, this is because you don't want to recognize me as your cousin, Yu said with feigned dissatisfaction. Take it. Although Qianlonghu did not know where Yu earned so many spirit stones from, judging from the generosity of Yu's sacrifice, these 1 million or so top-grade spirit stones were only nothing. Thanks, cousin. The 3 men spoke in unison. All 3 voices softened considerably from the moment they took the gifts. Take care, uncle. See you in 6 months. With a wave of his hand, Qianlonghu brought up the 3 of them and disappeared into the royal residence. After witnessing the departure of the flying boat, Yu suddenly remembered. The Eastern Wasteland Fest is something. Yu, Yu shouted loudly. Your Highness is talking about the Eastern Wasteland Fest? Chapter 52 Red Fae joins. Rune Paper Printing Project? The Eastern Wasteland Extravaganza, which is organized by the Eastern Wasteland Alliance, aims to select heavenly prides and test the preaching abilities of the various divine pilgrims, divided into 2 groups. One group is the Heaven's Pride group, which is the Heaven's Pride cultivated from childhood by the major forces, and the other group is the Evangelization group, which needs to find a group of geniuses who have never cultivated before, and cultivate them for half a year to finally compete on the same stage, to see which force achieves a higher ranking. The winner gets a seat at the table of decision-making for the League. The Eastern Wasteland Alliance was an alliance composed of the 10 great sacred lands of the Eastern Prefecture, the 10 great divine dynasties, and countless forces of all sizes. Because the personnel were so mixed, there would be scenes of mutual disaffection, and for this reason the fight for the decision-making seats, which also represented the command of the Alliance's army, was spawned. The Union had a total of 21 million troops, divided into 21, with each seat representing the command of a 1,000,000-man army. While the Heaven's Pride group represented the level of the new generation of this power, The evangelism group represented the power and whether it had the ability to educate more talents for the Eastern Wasteland. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty has several decision-making seats. Qianyu knew nothing about this. Yuzhu was a bit embarrassed. Your Highness, Tianyu doesn't have a single seat. What? Qianyu said unconvincingly. My Heavenly Feather Hall Divine Dynasty actually doesn't have a single seat. There are 21 decision-making seats. There can be divine dynasties that occupy multiple seats. Quickly give this Highness the rules, Qianyu urged. He still didn't believe that the Heavenly Feather Dynasty couldn't get a seat. Tamagotchi lives up to its encyclopedic name. He knew the rules of the Eastern Wasteland Fest like the back of his hand. And each major divine dynasty, the Holy Land, will have an internal personnel selection. The internal selection of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty is responsible for providing personnel by the city lord of each domain, and these personnel need to go to the imperial city of the Divine Dynasty to participate in the internal selection to take the winners. In order to represent the Divine Dynasty to participate in the East Wasteland event, the evangelism team also needs to develop a roster to submit to the Eastern Wasteland Alliance to confirm that it is someone who has never practiced before. Doesn't that mean there's a chance to return to the Imperial City? Go tell Shan Yuqing that he should stay out of this, and that the royal family is out. Qianyu is worried that there is no excuse to go back. This excuse does not come. Half a year will be the development of North Hope City, and then return to the Imperial City. Tell the 100 officials I Qianyu cannot brag. Qianyu immediately finalized the direction. Who's going to do this? These days Chui Tang, Guangbo, and Emozwo were busy. Tens of thousands of people were registered and housed. And just the food, clothing and shelter kept them busy. Forget it. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. It's better to wait until after the celebration. Qianyu promised the personal guards that he would give them a celebration after the sacrifice. Half Summer, give this Highness a shoulder press. Your Highness, you said that Red Fae will come, Half Summer said skeptically while skillfully massaging Qianyu. In Half Summer's opinion, it was just a game lost, and losing was no big deal. It will come, Qianyu smiled faintly. People with a gambler's mindset don't stop easily unless there's a bigger thrill. Qianyu's game is a gamble, or a big gamble. Hundreds of meters away from the Gone Palace, the disciple wearing the Red Star Sex costume looked left and right. The frown would tighten one moment, relax the next, and on the cycle would go. This person was none other than Red Star Sex Red Fae. Chiffy always felt uncomfortable inside since the game. It caused him to be unable to meditate even when he cultivated, and he repeatedly made mistakes when drawing talismans. Winning once was fast becoming a demon in his mind, and he knew that if he couldn't win once, he was afraid that in the future his cultivation would not progress any further, and his talisman drawing would also stop. But the only way to participate is to join the Gone Palace. As Shifuyu thought and walked, he ghosted to the entrance of King Gon's mansion. It's just that it seems like it's meant to be. Joining the Gone Wangfu, he was still a Red Star sect disciple. There were quite a few Eastern Continent clan disciples that had joined the Divine Dynasty. Shifuyu made a mental note to himself. Red Star Sex Red Fae seeks to see His Majesty. Red Fae arched his hand and bowed towards the guards at the entrance. You're a coffee eye? The guard at the entrance saw that Red Fae was wearing Red Star sect attire and then opened his mouth to ask. Exactly. Red Fae was puzzled. His reputation had already reached the point where even the royal guards knew about him. Although he had a small talent in drawing talismans, his cultivation was not very strong, and his fame was far inferior to that of his eldest senior brother, Red Spirit. But even if it was the eldest brother, the popularity wasn't this great. The king is waiting for you inside. Go in. The guard opened the door and pointed to the backyard. Shifuyu was even more confused. Why would the king wait for him? And it looked like he knew he would come. Bewildered, Chiffy headed for the backyard. Qianyu was lying on the eunuch chair, enjoying Half Summer's massage with a peaceful face. It's a real joy to watch. Qianyu stretched his waist and looked up to see a bewildered Red Fae. Your Highness, you're so powerful. People come. Half Summer opens her mouth wide and looks at Qianyu adoringly. Yuzhu said with admiration, Your Highness' grasp of the human heart is even better than the ministers in the court. From the moment Qianyu played the game, she felt that His Highness had something up his sleeve. Recruiting soldiers, collecting generals, and gathering people can be said to be a three-pronged approach. What's more, it has left countless people with the impression that it is fair and just, and that it is rich and generous. The corner of Qianyu's mouth lifted slightly. The research on talisman paper he had been conducting for some time, but it was always one step short. The talisman had been able to be printed off in its entirety, but it didn't have the power of a talisman. It's just a scrap of paper with runes drawn on it, so that the spirit stone machine can only solve the people's cultivation needs, but the cultivation is not improved overnight. With talisman paper, a chi refining stage could also fight hard against a protagonist Jindan powerhouse, as long as the quality of the talisman in hand is high enough. It's like adding a gun to a man with no hands. Talismans can increase the power of a nation faster than spirit stones, which are more useful and can take more time. In fact, Chinyu could have spent spirit stones to hire a talisman master, but he preferred to have his own talisman master. Akafi, come to my highness. Chinyu warmly greeted Red Fei. Red Fei's heart warmed. Unexpectedly, His Highness Chinyu actually remembered him. Chinyu wore a smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze, as if they were meeting an old friend of many years. I can't believe that your highness actually remembers Qifei. Qifei smiled in embarrassment. Of course I remember. I'm hosting the games this time and you're in every one of them. It always comes up short, but my highness always believes you will win. Qifei has failed your highness. Red Fei was mortified, unable to imagine that his highness had always had high hopes for him, but he was always second. That has made Akafi even more desperate for a takedown. Red Fei suddenly knelt down on one knee and arched his hand. Your highness, Red Fei has come here with a request this time. Quickly get up. There's no need to salute when there's something to talk about. Chinyu hurriedly assisted Red Fei to get up. What is the matter, tell me? You are a person from Northwatch City. There is a claim as long as it is within reason. This highness will help you solve it. Qifei said with a sincere face. I want to join the royal family to serve your highness. I hope your highness will give me a chance. But the royal soldiers are already fully recruited, Chinyu said with a frown. Shifuyu's face instantly fell. If he couldn't join the royal family, wouldn't he even have a chance to win? Your highness, I have a small talent in the art of talismans, and as far as I know there is no talisman master in the current royal palace, so I can do the work of a talisman master. Talisman paper. Just go out and buy it. There's plenty of it in the stores. The quality ranges from high to low. I don't lack spirit stones anyway. Shifuyu was desperate. Yeah, those who could spend 10 million top-grade spirit stones on rituals would not lack talisman paper. Although he had a small amount of talent, the talismans that he could draw now were not of a high grade, and he could only draw spirit-level talismans. As for the treasure weapon level, or even the higher god level, he was not strong enough to do so yet, but even if it was a spirit-level talisman, it was still worth a lot. It is the most frequently used talisman at the Foundation Establishment Jindan stage. This highness has more spirit stones than he can spend. There are countless people who want to join me, but I know that they are all here for the spirit stones. This highness doesn't value ability and talent. What I like are loyal people. Chinyu said to himself as if he was speaking to himself. The speaker has no intention of listening. When his highness, Chinyu, was unwilling to accept the city guards, in the end, the city guards swore an oath of allegiance to the heavenly Tao. So Chinyu accepted them. I am willing to take the heavenly Tao oath of allegiance to your highness, Red Fei said hurriedly. Chinyu had a cold expression and did not reply. Seeing Chinyu's lack of response, Red Fei directly issued a heavenly Tao oath. Ugh. There is no need to be so. There is no need to be so. Since you are adamant on joining the royal family, then this highness has allowed it. Chinyu was all smiles, a far cry from the blandness he had just shown. You said you're a talisman master. It just so happens that I have a project here about talismans, so come and help me along. Chapter 53 Runic paper can still be printed? Since they took the heavenly oath, they are their own people. It was a project he had been working on for some time, and it was just a matter of getting it right. It's enough to make the talisman as powerful as it should be. Once the talisman realized large-scale printing, it would be able to rapidly increase the strength of the royal family. Looking at Chinyu's smile, Qifei had the feeling of being pitted, but he was the one who wanted to join from the beginning and had nowhere to go. Nope. Didn't they say that the royal family doesn't need talisman masters? Now what is the situation with this talisman program? Reacting to the situation, Shifuyu's feeling of being punked became more and more obvious, but the bitterness was self-inflicted, having sworn the heavenly vow on his own. I don't know your highness, the said project is. Instead, he had already joined, and it was useless to think too much. Shifuyu decided to first look at the project Chinyu was talking about. There was not a single talisman master in the royal palace, and the odds of it being related to talismans would not be very high-end. It's not a big project. It's about trying to simplify the process of making talismans. Your highness, the talisman's runes have been improved by successive generations of talisman masters, and they are now extremely simple. It's not of the runes. It's a simplification of the process of drawing the runes, Chinyu explained. The process of drawing charms simplified? Aren't all talismans drawn by masters who work hard to make them? How can this process be simplified? Redfire looked puzzled. Half-Summer snickered. If he let Shifuyu know exactly what his highness was studying, he was afraid that Shifuyu's eyes would explode. Make a template of the runes, and print them onto the rune paper as you go. Once this method was successful, it was bound to alarm the entire eastern continent. Yuju didn't make a sound. Whether it was the spirit stone machine or relying on the game to collect people's hearts, each of them was astonishing. Even after the precious talismans could be printed in bulk, he didn't find it strange. Let's go. Just go and take a look. Shinyu led Red Faye towards the research room. Just inside the research room, a coffee eye was attracted to a copy machine. The impact of the light-filled tech-filled machine is still quite a bit of a shock to those who have never seen a tech product before, but only on the outside. However, it lacked strong spiritual power fluctuations, and Shi Fei knew that it was just a lower-grade magic weapon. The few runes on the top of the machine emphasized the cheapness. Shinyu gently stroked the copier. This thing looks simple, but there's quite a bit involved. Shinyu also tossed around for a long time before developing this one. The photocopier is screwed up and typed out in the style of the talismanic runes. But the talisman paper can't stimulate the power, and it's no different from waste paper. Your Highness, being so in love with this magic weapon, I wonder what is so special about it? Red Faye asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen a magic weapon of this shape. Now Chinyu's cherubic appearance aroused his curiosity even more. It's this absolute treasure. It's also a pity that the last step is missing. A printer that can't make copies of talismans is a piece of junk. But once the copied talisman could be used successfully, then he was an absolute treasure. Your Highness means that this inferior magic weapon is an absolute treasure? Red Faye faced disbelief. This thing is just to see a rare. To say on the actual value cannot be much. Most of the people in the immortal cultivation world were pragmatic, and not being able to raise their cultivation and improve their battle power was uniformly not looked upon favorably. This copier is obviously not compatible with enhancing cultivation and boosting battle power. You don't believe he's an absolute gem? Unbelievable. Shifuyu replied without hesitation. As a genius disciple of the Red Star sect, he had also seen a lot of the world. The judgment of the value of treasures would not be wrong, and this thing in front of him could not be seen as a rare treasure in any way. This object is roughly crafted and has a strange appearance. It's not even a lower-grade magic weapon in my opinion. Shifuyu Tuan said contemptuously after taking a look around. This thing was indeed roughly made, and the parts were all manufactured by Chinyu one after another. It doesn't even have a casing, and it really doesn't look very sophisticated. It was a far cry from his former life when there were beautifully cased photocopiers on the street. Shinyu took a stack, enough for 100 printed talisman papers to appear. The runes on top of the runic paper were beautifully done in one piece, without the slightest pause. Look at these runes. Shinyu handed over the talisman paper in his hand. Shifuyu took the talisman paper. Eyes lit up like they had seen something extraordinary. 100 pieces of talisman paper in his hand, with the exact same runes outlined on them. Even a talisman master who had specialized in one type of talisman paper for a long time couldn't sketch every single one exactly the same. Nope. These are lower grade talisman paper of the law grade. Fireball talismans. The runes were beautifully engraved, but something was missing. Red Faye waved his hand and a piece of talisman paper ignited. The talisman paper burned out, and the fireball that should have appeared did not appear. How come? Redfire exclaimed. The runes were outlined perfectly, but they did not contain the power of the rune paper. There was sweat seeping out of Red Faye's forehead, and he knew that this was the test that His Highness, Shinyu, had given him. He had just boasted of his small talent. If he couldn't even pass the first hurdle, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Shifuyu's brain spun, trying to figure out how it worked. I know, Redfire screamed. The hardest point of the rune paper is just that, outlining the runes. Runes can bridge heaven and earth, as if they were formations, through various arrangements in order to stimulate a strong power. The 100 pieces of talisman paper in front of him though, outlined with runes, were still using extremely high-quality spirit ink. But one thing is missing. Spirituality. Rune Master's mental powers. Spiritual energy is a medium to stimulate the runes and communicate the aura of heaven and earth. Without this medium, even if the runes are perfectly outlined, it's like a car being perfect and not being able to fire. If the guess was right, when drawing the talisman paper, this talisman master didn't use his spiritual power. The result is that this talisman paper is only superficially shiny, but is actually useless scrap paper. Your Highness, I've learned that this talisman paper can't be excited because it lacks a spiritual medium, Shifuyu said confidently. Shinyu smiled. How should these talisman paper without spiritual power be made to re-energize him? Not bad for a genius. Spotting a problem just as fast. But the important thing about genius is to solve the problem, and just identifying the problem doesn't cut it. The rune paper was copied from a photocopier, so naturally there was no spiritual energy present. How to solve it? This is simple, Shifuyu said confidently. A spiritual force was embedded into the talisman paper by him. The talisman paper in his hand suddenly brightened up a few points. Phew! The runes burned and a fireball appeared out of nowhere. It was extinguished by a slap from Red Faye. It was only the lowest level of fireball. But it still worked. Your Highness. Fortunately, it worked. A smile appeared on Red Fei's face. Fortunately, he succeeded in the entrance examination. If he didn't even pass the entrance examination, he definitely wouldn't be reused in the mansion in the future. His Highness Qin Yu was rich and powerful and had more spirit stones than he could spend. Getting reused and getting more spirit stones for sure. Snap. Applause. Qin Yu couldn't help but applaud. Worthy of being a genius talisman master. The problem that has been troubling me for a long time has been solved just like this. Your Highness is too kind. This is just the basic principles of talisman making. What was difficult to draw was the runes, which contained the true meaning of the great Tao and were difficult to inscribe. Spiritual power was present in every cultivator, and very few might become talisman masters. Your Highness, there is one thing that my subordinate does not understand. Red Fei opened his mouth. What is it? Normally it's impossible to outline runes without using spiritual power, but these rune papers given by Your Highness are real again. Redfire was a little excited. It was important to know that the process of outlining runes required a high degree of concentration and was extremely taxing on mental energy. A talismanist tends to draw a few before he is mentally deprived. Without using spiritual power to outline, one could outline a large amount of talisman paper in a day. As for the spiritual energy injected afterwards, it was insignificant compared to sketching the runes. Less than 1%. That is, once it was realized that one could communicate runes without using spiritual power, the production of rune paper could be increased by 100 times. By then, the status of talisman masters would surpass that of weapon makers and alchemists. Although the status of a talisman master was not low, there was still a gap compared to an alchemist refiner. Your Highness, I don't know who has sketched out the runes without using spiritual power. Shifuyu's expression was excited with anticipation. Could it be that the history of runesmiths is about to be rewritten? The one who sketched the runes is not human. Qin Yu opened his mouth. Not a human being? It was also true that it had never been heard of in the history of mankind that there was anyone who was able to outline runes without using spiritual power. If one didn't need to use spiritual energy to outline runes, rune masters wouldn't be so precious. But the other races, they haven't heard of anyone who can do it. The limitations of the heavenly Tao were not limited to the human race, but other races as well. The northern region demon race has a wide variety of species, but it never came up either. The more I thought about it, the more confused he became. And he really couldn't think of just what race could do it. Chapter 54 Runic Paper Printer Successfully Developed. Hoo-hoo. Holding his face red, Shifuyu gasped for air. Inferior magic weapons could draw talisman paper. If this news were to spread, the Red Star sect would have to go bankrupt in no time. Relying on talisman paper to earn spirit stones of the East Continent's major merchant houses, strong as the Mirror Moon Chamber of Commerce, such top will likewise go bankrupt. Runemasters who make their living off of talisman paper will also lose their jobs en masse. The Eastern Continent would be seismic, especially the forces associated with rune paper. The cost of the talisman paper was reduced 100-fold, and the price would be low after the time. Doesn't it mean that in future fights, the competition will be all about the amount of talisman paper? Your Highness's whimsical ideas. My subordinate is astonished. The Eastern Continent has never appeared in countless years. Such a divine weapon. Red Fei's eyes changed and he looked at the copier as if it were an absolute treasure. The value of this item is not even comparable to a holy artifact, nay a divine artifact. This was a magic weapon that could change the pattern of the world. It's not comparable to a regional artifact. Red Fei's expression kept changing. The palm of your hand gently strokes the copier. The Rui pen, which hung at his waist and had been his companion for many years, had not even been so compassionate. Shifuyu walked around the copier. The magecraft was complex enough to have hundreds of parts, pieced together. Although he did not know how to refine weapons, he knew that this kind of magic weapon, the refining process must be tedious. I'm afraid it's only costly. They all knew that the refiner's time was precious, and that the first strike was a high amount of spirit stones. Hey! Looking at the back and forth contrast of Shifuyu, Hafsia didn't hold back her laughter. Like this magic weapon? Qin Yu smiled. Love it too much. Now even if someone exchanges a divine artifact with me, I won't exchange it. Then the copier will be in your hands for future production. Qin Yu originally wanted to produce the copier and give it to Zhang Sanli Si, but the two of them were in charge of the spirit stone machine, and they were already at their limit. Qin Yu is not a boss who likes to squeeze people. Leave it to me. Your Highness, this kind of divine weapon can be given to me. My subordinate is very happy and touched. But my subordinate can only draw talismans and can't refine weapons. If you don't know how, you can find someone who does. You just need to manage the production, Qin Yu explained. Qin Yu of course knew that Red Fei did not know how to refine weapons and gave it to him simply because of the fanatical fondness he showed. It's, Red Fei, two eyes with tears. This is how important. He is only the first day into the house just. It took on such an important task. The copier was bound to stir up the world, and he now became the one in control of it. It was the Red Star Sex headmaster who would have to nod his head to him in the future. He was the one who was about to hold the lifeblood of the world's talisman masters. Since you've joined the royal family to work for me, I won't treat you poorly. Chinyu opened his mouth and asked, I have plenty of spirit stones. You can mention them without worry. Shifuyu remembered that he had joined the royal family so that he could win the game once, but now he had a new goal. Your Highness, I joined the royal family for no other reason than to serve your Highness. Chinyu smiled without pointing it out. He was the one who guided Barifai's journey throughout. Do a good job. This Highness will not treat you poorly. The royal family has nothing else but plenty of spirit stones. Chinyu patted Red Fei's shoulder in encouragement. Don't worry, Your Highness. My subordinate guarantees to complete the task. Red Fei was full of energy. I believe that with your ability, you can fulfill the job. The logistics are being handled by Yuju. You can ask her to mention it if you need it. Yuju nodded. I'm the one to call for the needs of the Akatsuki factory's production process. Nowadays, almost all of the purchases for the royal palace were done by Yuju, and you don't have to worry about being embezzled. Chinyu took the half-summer jade bamboo away after explaining the drawings and some matters. Redfire had just experienced a shock and still needed to digest it. After Chinyu's few people left, Shifuyu stood still for a long time. What is this plant manager's position? Redfire forgot to ask. I only remember that His Highness put him in charge of the production of photocopiers, and when he left, he explained that it was confidential and could not be known to outsiders. He swore a heavenly oath in a daze. Barifai held the drawing in his hand, thinking about what he should do next. A lot of the parts of the copier are mortal weapons, but there are also some that are mana parts. This requires a refiner to accomplish. His Highness explained that a part of the parts already had a supply chain, and I heard that it was a basic industry that His Highness had started to create when he was still in the Imperial City. He didn't know what industry meant. All that is known is that His Highness, it seems, has been planning this for a long time. All he had to deal with was the part inside the copier that needed to be completed by the refiner. Most of the parts were mortal artifacts, with only a handful of them remaining as magical artifacts, and all of them were low-ranked magic weapons. That doesn't seem to cost much. Mortal artifacts are only worth how many spirit stones? A lower-grade spirit stone is worth 10 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver. This hires folk to work for a whole year, but only 10 taels of silver. In a world dominated by cultivators, ordinary people's incomes are just barely enough to make ends meet. The more Red Fei looked at the talisman paper, the more shocked he felt, originally thinking that the cost of construction would definitely be very high, but a closer look revealed that, excluding a few spell parts, a copier cost only 5 taels of silver. One inferior spirit stone can build 20 units. The few remaining magic weapon parts only added up to 50 or 60 lower grade spirit stones. You can't tell outsiders. Do you go inside the barracks to find someone? Right now, although there were 30,000 people in the royal military camp, there could be a few who knew how to refine weapons. That's something people can't satisfy. What mass production requires. There's no harm in turning outsiders into your own. Red Fei thought of a few of his old friends, and this kind of chance should of course be offered to his friends and family first. Shifuyu memorized the drawings and gave them a clean burn. Then he turned around and walked towards the outside of the royal residence. The moment the rune paper succeeded, Qin Wentian's golden dragon of qi swelled several times. Once the talisman paper was refined, it could be immediately put into battle, and the speed of the strength increase was extremely fast. The original spirit stone machine acts on top of the photocopier, but the spirit stone machine produces spirit stones, and the transformation of spirit stones into strength still needs a process. It's a slow growth process. From the moment the Qi Luck golden dragon appeared, Qin Wentian's aura from hiding but not revealing gradually became sharp. It was a moment of epiphany for him. To be a king, you should be overbearing and submissive to all directions. Repeated concessions will only give the rest of the countries an inch. From today onwards, we will walk the path of the king. The same primordial lord was closest to Qin Wentian, and the current Qin Wentian gave him a feeling as if he had become zapped. Good. Empress Yunmeng didn't know what had happened, but the fact that Tianyu's national fortune had become stronger proved that something had definitely happened to Tianyu. The stronger Tianyu was, the safer Yunmeng would be as an ally. Old dog Tai Chu. This emperor will say it one last time. Whether or not to apologize to my son. Never mind. Kill. The 100-foot Qi Luck golden dragon was all roaring. The Qi backlash that had caused the Heavenly Feather 100 officials to suppress their Qi for a long time disappeared. Haven't felt that way in years. We must kill today. Chapter 55 Compensation from the Holy Land of the Beginning. Numb nuts, combined with a divine dynasty are not all crazy. The primordial Saint Lord was helpless. Boom boom. Hundreds of divine abilities attacked on top of the mountain protection formation, making rumbling sounds. Rocks tumbled down from the immortal mountains of the Holy Land and houses collapsed. Kill! The Heavenly Feather Army Marshal, Shin Ankon, gave an order, and the millions of Heavenly Feather Army, spiritual energy gathered in front of their bodies. Millions of strands of spiritual energy converged together. Streams converged into rivers, and the air rippled, undulating like water ripples. The tumbling of the terrifying spiritual energy was constant, like the water of a river that was about to break its banks. A common strike from a million armies. The Taicho Holy Land's mountain protection formation. Can it withstand it? I'll make amends and apologize. The Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth had a helpless look on his face. It doesn't matter if you run into one crazy person. How can a group of people be crazy? The entire divine dynasty actually did not have a single person who held an opposing view. Once both sides fought, it's bound to be a lose-lose situation. Bunch of crazies. No. Today they fought their way to the mountain gate. How can they admit defeat? Where will the face of the Taichu sacred go? Grand Elder Xiong Jianmu retorted. Qin Wentian had affected his seclusion, causing the fruits of his seclusion to be undone. So how could it be revealed? Elder Xiong, calm down. It's not good for the Holy Land to start a war now. Qin Wentian forced his way onto the mountain gate, forcing me to come out of seclusion, causing the results of my seat's decades of seclusion to be undone. How can I just let it go? Qin Wentian had an indifferent face. If you want to blame it on the old dog Taichu. If it wasn't for him bullying the small with the big, this emperor wouldn't have wanted to come to this chaotic and unsettling place in the Taichu Holy Land. Xiong Jianmu's eyes were icy cold. He had a bit of an opinion in his heart towards the Taichu sacred lord, but after all, they were in the same gang. So how could they blame the Taichu sacred lord? And the chaos in the holy land of Taichu, wasn't it all caused by you? Elder Xiong, this seat promises you a 5th grade top grade healing elixir. So let's forget about this matter. It took him 1,000 years of operating the Taichu sacred land to develop from the end to among the top 3 now. It's a shame that the holy land of the beginning, to bloodshed, but not to fight people to the death over such trivial matters. Elder Xiong wasn't heartbroken, but he was. The Holy Lord of Taichu is too much of a wimp to admit defeat. Apologizing to a junior will become the laughingstock of the Eastern continent. Empress Cloud Dream was glad that this situation was for the best. There were no casualties on either side. She could have done without the hands, too. What a wimp. The Holy Martial Courtier said contemptuously. The Holy Martial God Emperor on the side had already had a gloomy face. Not only was Tianyu not hit hard, the country's fortunes had risen several times. That's exactly what this is about. Shui Yuan snorted coldly and walked away unwillingly. He had wanted to compete with Qin Wentian, but now it seemed that there was no chance. With all of Skyfeather's top-end combatants present, there was no way he could have this opportunity. It seemed that the price of the talisman paper sold to Tianyu needed to be raised a few more levels. The Sacred Martial God Dynasty was good at practicing weapons, and the Water Moon God Dynasty was good at drawing talismans. Many divine dynasties have staple programs. Even Yun Meng was good at growing exotic flowers and various herbs. It was the #1 supplier of the Purple Flame Divine Dynasty, which ranked second in the Eastern continent. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was an exception. The territory was neither rich in ores like the sacred martial arts and abounded in refiners. It was also unlike the Violet Flame Divine Dynasty's territory where the Earth's flames were exuberant and produced alchemists in abundance. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was balanced on all sides, with no strengths, well, no particular shortcomings either. Although there were quite a few rare veins in Saint Martial, there was a lack of medicinal herbs and a scarcity of alchemists within the territory. Cloud Dream, which was rich in medicinal herbs and elixirs, didn't have minerals again. Skyfeather lacked nothing and everything. An increase in the price of talisman paper could exacerbate the scarcity of spirit stones in Skyfeather. Although he didn't know why Tianyu's national fortune had skyrocketed, it was an indisputable fact that Tianyu's spiritual veins had dried up. Stop the attack for a moment. The Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth opened his mouth and said, the spiritual energy rolling over the heads of the million-strong army was too appalling. Even if he was at the half-step refined void realm, he couldn't resist the attack of an army of millions. Not to mention there was also a late-stage Yuaning Qin Ankon. Apologize first, and compensation. Qin Wentian refused. Apologizing is simple, but compensation is not given by this seat. Although this seat has struck out, it was blocked by Qian Longhu and did not injure your son. So why do you want compensation? Although you have not injured my son, but Qian Longhu made a move. This emperor owes a favor. Do not you have to return it? The body recovered Exceltang Ling pinched his nose. He felt as if his sire had suddenly changed. 1 million extreme spirit stones. This matter is understood. Qin Wentian, you are poor and crazy. 1 million extreme spirit stones. Tianyu now has 1 million income a year. Well, 100,000 extreme. Don't want it or go to war. 1 million extreme spirit stones. He would rather go to war than give it. Good deal. Qin Wendian didn't bargain and agreed in one bite. Hemp's asshole, deliberately Leonizing him. Here, the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning threw out a storage ring. And apologize. A Holy Lord apologizing to a royal prince. He was the first in the Eastern continent. However, the Taicho Holy Lord never cared about this. As long as he retained his strength, sooner or later, the Taicho Holy Land would have the chance to retaliate back. Let's see how long the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty can still bounce around. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. He doesn't mind waiting. This seat apologizes to Qin Wenyu. As a senior, I shouldn't have made a move against him. It's okay. Stop. Qin Wendian was only brave, but not crazy. At Qin Wentian's command, hundreds of powerful people stopped to attack. One size. It's a pity that the Holy Lord of Taichu also wimped out. The million-strong army also stopped. The converging spiritual energy blasted out to the side, and several hills were flattened. Bastard! Can't you just dissipate your spiritual energy? The Holy Lord of the beginning of the earth was exasperated. Sound the retreat. The Tianyu crowd slowly retreated. A group of onlookers were left behind, looking at each other in disbelief. It seemed to have become abnormal since the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty's national fortune skyrocketed. Qin Wentian, who had always been introverted, actually became sharp. 100,000 extreme spirit stones was also a considerable fortune for the current Tianyu. Although the compensation was demanded in Qin Yu's name, Qin Wendian was not prepared to give it to Qin Yu. Divine dynasties ask for money everywhere, and they can barely subsidize the needs of a divine dynasty. Your Highness, is the plan still going ahead? Suspend your actions against Tianyu, and first figure out the reason for the rise in Tianyu's national fortune. The Holy Martial God Emperor was worried, inexplicably uneasy about the changes in Tianyu. This battle is known throughout the world. It came and went quickly and there was no big fight between the two sides. Secretly, many divine dynasties lamented that they had missed a good opportunity. Also secretly, the Holy Lord of Taichu is a wimp. Inside the Holy Land of the Beginning. Sacred Lord, why did you admit defeat today? Even if the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is bursting with national fortunes, the Taichu Sacred Land has a protective array, and the clan still has its reserves yet to come out. If we go to war today, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, there is absolutely no chance of victory. Of course this seat knows. Elder Xiongyu feel that the aura now, when compared to 10 years ago, is not much thinner. Bear Kenwood nodded. The current aura was at least 1/3 thinner compared to 10 years ago, and even the spirit veins of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had directly dried up. But that's relevant to what's going on today. The world is going to change. The resources are becoming less, but the people are not decreasing, and strife will rise. We must preserve our strength at this time. Once we fight with Tianyu to the point of defeat, once there is a change, the Taichu Sacred Land will exit the stage of history. The Holy Lord of Taichu had been in charge of the Holy Land of Taichu for 1,000 years, so was he not a weak person? Qin Wendian wasn't very old, and was still an idiot who couldn't understand politics, so he can be reckless, but he, the Holy Lord of the Beginning, couldn't. Xiong Jianmu walked out of the cave. Is the world really changing? But today, he suffered the most, and his decades of seclusion were undone. Red Fei took out his summoning jade pendant. Brothers, come out and have a chat. The best restaurant in Northwatch City. My treat. Chapter 56. The Southmu people's sense of superiority. Shifuyu couldn't hide his excitement, and with a smile on his face, he left the royal residence. Your Highness is so generous that you paid your salary for the month at the beginning of the month. It used to be that in the middle of the next month, the previous month's salary was paid out, and it was the first time they had been paid at the beginning of the month. Let's go. Go to the 7-star restaurant to consume a wave. Let's also taste the flavor of that Jindan demonic beast. The city guards were incredibly bold, and Xinyu gave them their salaries from the previous years, as well as the 350 top-quality spirit stones of the guards. They are now comparable to a mob. 350 top-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum to them. This was a 30-year salary for the early stage of foundation establishment, and they had only acted as guards for a month. 3 fellow officers. Red Fei heard that a few people were also going to the 7-star restaurant. Hurriedly, he called out to a few people. Millennial Dick. A couple of city guards took off. No, why is Dukakara in the royal residence and calling us fellow officers? Red Fei's was not a lowly name now, and his reputation as a 1,000-year-old was widely spread. They, the city guards who escorted him, were more than happy to witness the source of his title throughout. Akafei's face darkened, his good mood becoming flawed. He hated the nickname. I joined the royal family and am now out on an errand for His Highness. I heard that a few of you are going to the 7-star restaurant, and it just so happens that I'm planning to head there as well. but let's travel in pairs. Of course, Mr. Red, please. A few of the city guards didn't push back. Now that they were fellow officers, they deserved to talk to each other. What's more, Red Fei was a genius talisman master, so there was no guarantee that he would have something to ask for in the future. Several people were happy to make friends. I wonder what the three of you call yourselves. Yun Han, Blue Moon, Black Earth. The three men introduced themselves archly. Yun Han glanced at Chi Fei and deliberately looked for a topic and said, I'm sure Brother Chi Gong often goes to the 7-star restaurant. Brother Yun thinks highly of me. The 7-star restaurant is one of the top 10 restaurants in the Eastern continent, spreading across all regions of the Eastern continent and consuming exorbitant amounts of money. The guests are also basically the top echelons of forces from all over the world, or the direct descendants of the family. How could I be this strong? Red Fei said truthfully. Brother Chi is too modest. The name of a genius talisman master is not something to be taken lightly, not to mention the fact that talisman masters have always earned a good income. Red Fei shook his head. The Red Star sect was having financial difficulties right now. The people are poor. How can they afford to buy talisman paper? Because there were no spirit stones to buy talisman paper. The casualties of the cultivators who were exploring and hunting were all a few % greater. The poorer you are, the harder it is to explore and hunt without talismans, and the casualties become higher and the income lower. It becomes a dead cycle. The demonic beasts within the Yun Mountain Range, the Dragon Mountain Range within the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty's territory, lacked human hunting to become more and more prolific. Once there were too many demonic beasts, squeezing the living space, and a large number of demonic beasts were driven away. A beast tide would be triggered, but when he thought of the copier, he felt that it was nothing more than a wave of beasts in the district. Once the rune paper is available in bulk, the price will plummet. The wave of beasts will not be solved. 7 Stars Restaurant. The restaurant is decorated with gold and blue, gold brick paving the ground, beads point lamps, all exudes luxury. Walk into the hall of 10,000 years old tree as a pillar, valuable ancient trees for the beam, 2 golden cranes standing in the eye on top of the rockery, the immortal atmosphere, such as the earthly picture. The woman wearing a long white dress with superior materials came slowly. Several guests. Are they staying or dining out? The 7-star restaurant, with all sorts of precious delicacies and rare ingredients. Immortal cultivators could do without eating and just absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But powerful demonic beasts or rare ingredients could also enhance their cultivation, just at a high price and not very cost-effective. Ingredients that could have an uplifting effect on cultivators were extremely expensive, and resources for strong cultivators were already precious, so using spirit stones for direct cultivation was often the most cost-effective. Only a small number of second-generation immortals, or disciples of large sects, would eat these valuable ingredients, and the 7 Stars Restaurant. It's for these people. Yun Han gulped as he looked at the exquisite 7-star restaurant. Where in the past would he have dared to come to this kind of place to spend money? The yearly salary for cultivation would not leave a few pieces of spirit stones. North Hope City is barren, but where it is barren, there is also a group of people on top, sitting firmly on a high platform, enjoying the wealth of the world. Dining. A few guests please. The appearance of a few people attracted the attention of the diners, and the clothing of Yun Han's 3 city guards was too conspicuous. When did the city gate guards, too, get to come and dine at the 7 Stars Restaurant? That's right, you can afford to pay after eating. Don't eat it later and not be able to pay for it. The person who spoke was the South Mu City Jinyang merchant banker. In his opinion, the 7-star restaurant is the place of elegance, is not these low-status poor people can patronize. Dog's eyes. It's not only people from South Mu City who have spirit stones. Chi Fei sneered. Could it be that North Hope City has more spirit stones than South Mu City? Look at the restaurant inside dining. Most of them are South Mu City people, but not many are from North Hope City. Ask the 7-star restaurant's manager if they're willing to receive people from South Mu City or people from North Watch. Anyone who comes is a guest, and 7-star Tavern is willing to receive them all. 7-star Tavern hemmed and hawed. The vast majority of the store's business depended on Nan Mucheng to take care of it, but they opened in North Watch, after all, and there's no such thing as offending the locals. Poof. Boss Jin Yang flung his chopsticks and said coldly, what Boss 7 Stars means is that the people of North Watch City will be treated the same as South Mu City. All honored guests. Same thing, same thing. If we don't kick these few out today, then people from Nanmu City won't be coming back to the 7 drinking house in the future. Same as the poor North Watch people. How to show off the superiority of the South Mu people. Red Fei Yunhan looked at the restaurant owner. Wanted to see how the tavern keeper reacted. The head of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was clearly stepping on the people of North Watch City, showing off their superiority. The feud between the 2 dynasties has been building for a long time and has gone deep into the hearts of the people. The people hate each other. And Northwatch City is even more of a source of superiority for the people of South Mu City. The biggest source of superiority. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce boss had a smug look on his face, wanting to see how the 7-star restaurant boss would choose. Without the patronage of the people of South Mu City, the 7-star restaurant would be on the verge of closing down in no time. The 7-star restaurant had a difficult face. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was a top 10 chamber of commerce in the sacred martial god dynasty, and had a pivotal position in Nanmu. Boss Jean, those who come to 7-star house are all honored guests. How can they be driven away? I'm sorry, I can't follow your order. The 7-star tavern boss still refused the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce boss. The 7-star restaurant was spread all over the eastern continent, so it could not do such a thing that would ruin its reputation. Not to mention the city gate guards, even beggars begging. As long as there are spirit stones to give, the 7-stars restaurant will receive as usual. Well, don't you regret it? Notify the major chambers of commerce in South Mu City that they are not allowed to enter the 7-star restaurant in the future. The vast majority of those from South Mu City who came to Northwatch City were merchants' chambers. Once they didn't come, the 7-star restaurant's income plummeted by at least 50%. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Boss Jean Yang led a group of people to leave the 7-stars restaurant. The 7-stars restaurant, which had been inundated with people, was instantly empty, with only a few people left. Don't worry, shopkeeper. The brothers of the city guards will take care of your business from now on, Yun Han said, patting his chest. Ugh. The 7-star restaurant boss sighed and didn't take it seriously. How much spending power can the city guards have? Chapter 57. Yun Han laughed lightly without answering. The city guards now are not the same people who were poor and owed wages for several years. Junior. A few of them, wearing the uniforms of the city guards, shouted at the entrance of the restaurant. For the first time in my life, I'm so rich. I don't have to live a hard life after all. In the future, we'll have a bright future if we follow His Highness. With the spirit stones, each one of them had a much louder voice. The 7-star restaurant, which didn't even dare to enter in the beginning, dared to come in and yell. Although the 7-star tavern in Northwatch City was rated no more than 4 stars among the 7-star taverns, it was still out of their reach. The price of the dishes inside that could easily cost tens or hundreds of lower-grade spirit stones was not something they could afford to consume. Most of the city guards were at the early stage of foundation establishment, and their monthly salary was only 100 lower-grade spirit stones. One dish can top their salary for a month. Even the Jindan stage can't come and spend money often, but it's different now. 350 top-grade spirit stones. It's still okay to be extravagant. Please, sir, inside. The woman with the long white dress warmly entertained several people. So tired. Refining the spirit stone machine these past few months has almost made me vomit. Li Si stretched his waist pole and complained. What's the harm in working a little harder to serve His Highness? Zhang San spoke up. His Highness said that we've worked hard on refining weapons these past few months, and that we'll take a day off to spend all of our spending paid for by the royal family. Zhang San said to the 400 or so personal guards behind him. During this period of time, several hundred of them had been refining spirit stone machines day and night, and none of them had rested properly. His Highness said that now that the royal household is full of people, they will be able to pull out when they find someone to replace them. You can pick someone from within the city guard. Zhang San knew that these people, who had also taken the heavenly Tao oath, would not betray His Highness, so he was going to talk to the city guards today after he took everyone to relax. Looking at the 7-star restaurant in front of him, Zhang San walked in without the slightest hesitation. Spirit stones? It's just a number. The royal mansion's weekly income from spirit stones amounts to tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, and it's still rising by more than 1 million per month. It was also the limited space in the royal palace, as well as their restricted number of people. Otherwise it would be a snap of the fingers to break the $1 billion of income per week. The construction of the warehouse in the backyard of the royal residence has already begun, and in time it can be used as both a warehouse and a factory. 8,000 city guards, more than 10 times their number, meant that the production capacity of the spirit stone machine, too, could be increased by more than 10 times. Zhang San shook his head, not daring to think about how much income he would have down the road. Just between Zhang San's thoughts, he had already walked inside the restaurant. Where's the palindromic land? Zhang San had been the factory manager for a few months and had inculcated a leadership temperament. What is the guest's order? The 7-star restaurant's headmaster walked over. Although Zhang San's cultivation was not high, he had an extraordinary aura. The royal family is hosting a banquet, and I've chartered the restaurant. No one else is allowed in. The 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper had a difficult look on his face. These guests had already arrived first. It's His Highness's own guard. Yun Han recognized Zhang San at a glance, although he had never seen him before. He was in the same costume as Cui Tang and the others. Yun Han has met the lords. You are? Zhang San had been in the plant for a long time and was not impressed with the city guards. My lord, we are from the city guards. Oh, from the city guards. Then take your seats all together. Zhang San laughed lightly. These were future workers. Be kind to them. Yun Han couldn't help but sigh. The inside of the royal residence was kind to people. From His Highness down to his personal guards, all of them gave people the feeling of being in the spring breeze. Then I thank you, Lord Protector, and I don't know how to address you. Zhang San, this is my assistant Li Si. Zhang San pointed to the side and explained. This is next to you. Zhang San looked at Red Fei and opened his mouth to ask. My name, Shi Fei, is new to the royal household and was fortunate enough to be honored by His Highness, allowing Ask to serve as the director of the Rune Paper Factory. Plant manager. Zhang San knew what this meant. Could it be that His Highness had pounded something else? The current Zhang San would not dare to underestimate Qin Yu. To be able to become a factory department, I am afraid that it is not ordinary goods. Brother Akira joined us at the table. Please. Red Fei is also not polite. In the future are colleagues, but also pro-guards. He also intends to make friends. The shopkeeper will have to bring up all the specialties of your store. Guests please. The 7-star tavern boss piled on the smiles. His Highness Qin Yu was rich as a nation. And now the entire Northwatch city knew that today was the royal residence holding a banquet. So naturally they wouldn't be missing out on their spirit stones. The turnover of the restaurant was a matter of whether or not he could go further and serve as a 5-star restaurant master. The owner was incredibly enthusiastic and personally admitted the crowd. Call the brothers over. Zhang San commanded. Nearly 500 of the city king's palace's personal guards kept moving inside the restaurant. The shopkeeper froze. He didn't expect so many people. It looked densely packed with people. At least 400 or 500. That's a lot of ingredients to consume. Quickly have the kitchen prepare all the ingredients. The shopkeeper hurriedly ordered. That's a big order. Fortunately did not offend the city guards because of the near Jinyang Chamber of Commerce boss. Otherwise where is this big business today? Has the news been communicated yet? The face of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce's treasurer was gloomy, actually daring to offend him because of a few guards. There are times when the 7 Stars Tavern regrets it. The shopkeeper has already ordered it down. And all the major chambers of commerce have received the news, saying that they all listen to you, the shopkeeper. Aha, Boss Jin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Go and keep an eye on the 7 Stars restaurant. Let him know that without our sacred martial man patronizing him, his restaurant would have collapsed long ago. It's the paw. Boss Jin Yang's gloomy expression eased a bit, a slight teasing look on his face. He was the head of the South Mu City chapter. His power was not small, and many chambers of commerce were dependent on the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce. As long as it's not a cutie, neither would offend him for a tavern. Prepare all the good wine and food in the store. Our Highness will come over later. Zhang San said seriously. Don't worry, guest. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Qin Yu led a group of people out of the royal residence. The brothers' treat party is still something you need to attend as a boss to encourage them a few times. Third brother, let's go there. Little Shikaru asked softly, with the 8th prince beside him. The 8th prince muttered. I've been in Northwatch for a few days now. But I've never had the ice cream I've been longing for. Go to the table. What does it mean to eat a seat? Seven's head was full of questions. The minister of the household did not make a sound from the side, but just followed silently. These days he had been observing the changes in the royal residence and the source of the large amount of spirit stones. But there was a formation blocking the backyard, and he couldn't get in. He had the feeling in the dark that there might be a hidden reason for the inexplicable appearance of a large number of spirit stones inside. His Highness had not informed him, so he would have to explore on his own. Hundreds of personal guards inside, appearing from inside today. To say that it is fine inside, killing him would not believe it. Your Highness, the carriage is ready, Kong Zhou said respectfully. After the sacrifice was completed, he was out of business again, and as a personal guard, he followed Qin Yu as a matter of course. The cultivator sent out by Boss Jin Yang sneered. The 7-star restaurant boss is a real idiot, actually offending the boss for a few guards. The cultivator looked towards the 7-star restaurant. A blush. Chapter 58 Brainwashing Session to celebrate the success. The 7 Stars restaurant was filled with people, and people were constantly walking inside. There were still people outside who hadn't been able to get in and were waiting at the door. Where did these people come from? The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator had a bewildered look on his face as Northwatch City was without the patronage of the major chambers of commerce in South Mu City. How could there be so many people in Northwatch City? Who could spend money at the 7-star restaurant? We have to report this to the shopkeeper quickly. Business is booming at the 7 Stars restaurant, and customers are increasing rather than decreasing? How is this possible? Boss Jin Yang stood up and said discontentedly, I'd like to see which people don't give me face. Even if the restaurant didn't give her face, the others dared to not give her face. Where would he lose face if he let it go? Even the Chamber of Commerce in Northwatch City and some clan family powers had to give him face. Northwatch City was short of supplies and relied on him to supply the vast majority of them. It was no exaggeration to say that he practically controlled the economy of Northwatch City and South Mu City. It's up to him whether the price goes up or not. This time when the South Mu City Lord lowered the tariff, he backhandedly raised the price, not giving the Tian people a chance to take up a single spirit stone. The South Mu City Lord didn't have a problem with it. Anyway, the tariffs were indeed lowered. And as for the price increase, that wasn't his concern. It was useless even if Shan Yucheng came to the door. Third brother, the streets here are small and narrow, far worse than the Imperial City. Seven propped her chin up and looked out the carriage window. Girls are visual animals. From the prosperous Imperial City, to the poor and backward place, the first concern is the local scenery. Little Seven, third brother will make this place will become more prosperous than the Imperial City in the future. Xinyu said with a raised eyebrow. You're bragging again. Sango. Before that you were just always bragging in line to Uncle Locke. He was jailed for it. Lockney's old face flushed. Ahem. One can only cough twice to hide the embarrassment. Since the beginning of Locke's arrival in Northwatch, he had thought that maybe His Highness wasn't lying to him. Third brother that's expecting a bright future. Not cheating, Xinyu said rightfully. Your Highness, it's here. Kong Zhou whispered at the car curtain. Have Chen Wen and the others arrived yet? Your Highness, sure Chang Chen, and the three sisters of Mu Zhou Tong have all arrived. Today was the Spirit Stone Machine Team street banquet. So naturally, Chen Wen and the three sisters couldn't be absent. His Highness has arrived. Xinyu had just gotten out of the car when one of his personal guards, who had not yet squeezed into the restaurant, shouted, Your Highness. The eyes of the guards were wild. The shock brought to them by the Spirit Stone Machine was too great, and now Xinyu was like a god in their eyes. Brothers have been working hard lately. Let's talk inside first. Xinyu pacified. Your Highness, please. The crowded crowd automatically made way. Chen Wen, Zhou Tongyu have also worked hard. It's not hard. Why would it be hard to serve your Highness? Chen Wen's gaze was sincere. It's fine. I like spending time with spirit stones, Arctong said with a big grin. With the array shrouded, they actually had nothing to do, and there were quite a few barren places in Gonlong. After the spirit stone machine was put in place, very few people bothered it, cultivating in a large pile of spirit stones. Their cultivation distances had refined quite a bit. Xinyu was at the forefront, and a group of people followed into the interior of the restaurant. The restaurant shopkeeper has long been waiting for a long time. After seeing Xinyu jogged forward and arched his hand. Greetings, King Gon. There is no need to be polite. This Highness does not like red tape. Prepare all the best wine and food in your store. Don't worry, Your Highness. I definitely won't let everyone down. Aha. Xinyu nodded. This group of people had followed him from the Imperial City to Gonlong, and now they were even bored as a few production employees. They didn't owe Xinyu. Xinyu owed them. Prepare to serve the food and bring out all the treasured immortal brews. The shopkeeper hurriedly ordered. Who in Northwatch City didn't know about Xinyu's reputation for being rich and generous? You can clear out all the inventory in the store today. The sand sculpture Jin Yang boss almost made him offend the big money man. Being a one-domain prefecture, his store was only a mere 4 stars. Other prefectures can be 5-star at the very least, and isn't Northwatch City because it can't keep up with the level of consumption. As long as she could get a ride on Xinyu, she wouldn't have to worry in the future. Xinyu had spirit stones and was generous. So would the people below not have money? The crowd took their seats. Gotta paint the cake, Xinyu murmured. What kind of pie is third brother drawing? Xiao Qi heard Xinyu mutter and asked curiously. Nothing. I mean it's time to console the brothers. Brothers, Xinyu said in a loud voice. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. The pro-guard looked at Xinyu with fire. Thank you, brothers, for accompanying me all the way, from the Imperial City at the beginning, to Gonlong now. It's been a long journey here, and my brothers have been uprooted from their homes, so here's a toast to you. The following personal guards had reddened their eyes. Their efforts were remembered by His Highness. They had not paid in vain. Who doesn't want their giving and faithfulness to be reciprocated? It was a moment when they felt that they were not with the wrong people and that it was worth uprooting themselves from their homes. Give and you shall receive. I never treat my own people poorly, and you are more than ever as if you were my family. Everyone's salary will be doubled tenfold across the board, plus a bonus of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per person. Wine 7-star restaurant boss stumbled. He knew that Xinyu was bold, but he did not expect to be so bold. That's 500. Wouldn't it cost 5 million top-grade spirit stones? That's an astronomical amount. Your Highness, will this be too much? Zhang San spoke up. They knew that they had paid a lot, but it wasn't as much as 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Xinyu's hand spread out. this is just where it's at. Your efforts are completely worth it on. Your Highness. Your Highness. The pro-guard fell into a frenzy. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. How much can this do? Even the Yuaning stage has to earn 10 years. They were only at the foundation stage. Quiet. Xin Yu's expression was serious, revealing dissatisfaction. The proctors panicked, wondering if they had said the wrong thing. The royal family's personal guards. A mere 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Why can't they hold their emotions? This is just the beginning. In the future, our products will spread all over the eastern continent, and you will be the dominant ones. The proctors were breathing heavily. His Highness actually plans to push the spirit stone machine to go to the entire eastern continent. Each of them is responsible for a domain. That is all a sum of what a huge amount of spirit stone are. The current laying of the spirit stone machine occupies but a single place in Northwatch City, not to mention the entire Gonlong domain, and the entire divine dynasty. As for the eastern continent being too big, they could no longer imagine it. That's at least hundreds of billions of spirit stone machines that must be laid down, right? How many spirit stones must be earned in this year? How do you produce so many spirit stone machines though? The brothers of the city guards have joined the royal household, and from now on you will leave the business of your manufacturing to them. As for you guys, there is only one thing, and that is to cultivate. One must be strong enough to keep him, and you guys don't want to end up being snatched away, do you? Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll fight anyone who dares to come. For our common cause. Cheers. Xin Yu raised his glass. For a common cause. The proctors raised their cups. Xin Yu's speech was cloudy and ambiguous from start to finish. Lonnie was listening to the clouds. As for the 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper and service staff, they were even more completely oblivious. One could only know that under Xin Yu's few words, the group of people went from starting to be tired to becoming as if they were pumped with chicken blood. From being a part-timer to a partner. Who can resist this temptation? There had never been a time in the eastern continent when the higher-ups were willing to share their benefits with those below them. We're finally here. Brother Fei said that the 7 Stars restaurant is treating us tonight, so a few of you should eat more. Don't worry about it, I've been taking a couple of months of the Pasuvian pill and my stomach is completely empty inside. Ha ha, you're trying to eat Fei into poverty. Chapter 59, Boss Jin Yang's Dilemma. 3 men and 2 women were talking and laughing. All 5 were family descendants from other cities in Gonlong. He and Shifuyu knew each other from childhood, and the few were considered to be family friends. The 3 men were Tan Fei, Lan Bin, and Chang Wu. The 2 women are Li Yao, Lan Ji. However, Red Fei pursued the way of talismans and joined the Red Star sect, while they stayed in their respective clans. 7 Star House is a high-class restaurant, exclusively for cultivators. Dining at the 7 Star House was also something to brag about for them. 7 Stars also only had Northwatch City, the only one in Gonlong. The rest of the small towns did not open. Even if they did, they all opened up and collapsed. The economic level of a regional capital city is poor, not to mention the small cities below it, most of which are small, unimpressive third-tier cities. Alright, let's go in first. Brother Fei must be waiting impatiently. One of the sweet-looking girls, who looked like a girl next door, spoke up. Little sister knows that you want to see your brother Fei, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Ha ha, the man laughed and snickered. Big brother, what are you babbling about? A scarlet blush surfaced on the girl's cheeks. Since Brother Fei joined the Red Star sect, they hadn't seen each other for several years, and I wasn't the little girl who was always following her back then. Let's go. We're going in first. Don't make Sister Lan wait. A few people had just arrived at the entrance when they were shocked by the lavish decor of the tavern. Surely this is the place for immortalists to dine, with a fairy atmosphere and cranes in the hall. The concentration of aura was also quite a bit higher than outside, and there was even a faint smell of vegetables coming out. Gourmet food they'd eaten quite a bit, but just the aroma inside made them feel like what they had eaten before was pig food. How far has Fei grown? Although several people are hair small, but too big status also let them heart apprehension. Several people can still be as good as when they were children. Several guests. This store has been chartered by the king today and is unable to provide a meal. The woman in the long white dress said politely. It was wrapped up by the king, but Fei sent a message that he was at the restaurant. Could it be that we misheard that it wasn't at the 7 Stars restaurant? Lan Bin asked suspiciously. I heard it clearly. It's the 7-star restaurant that Fei was talking about inside his summons, Lanji said with certainty. Even though Shifuyu was sending a message to Lan Bin, she listened attentively from the sidelines. That ask. We have a friend in there. His name is... Poof. Before Lan Bin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a cold snort. The 7 Stars Tavern is really failing. What with all the cats and dogs starting to come in? The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce boss said in a cold voice. These guys look like they're from a small place, and they have a rustic air about them. Since when is the 7 Stars restaurant for these people to come in? One must know that although the 7-star restaurant was opened in Northwatch City, it had always been patronized by their South Mu City Chamber of Commerce. Without them patronizing it, has the tavern now degenerated to this state? How much can a bunch of poor people consume? They can't even afford to pay the wages of a store assistant. Dead old man, who are you calling our cats and dogs? Lanji was instantly annoyed. Today for Faye, she had deliberately dressed up, and now before seeing anyone, she was taunted ah cat ah dog. Bitch, you dare to insult the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce's boss. Do you want to die? Cultivator Jin Yang was eager to realize himself and roared ferociously. How can I, the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce shopkeeper, not be able to say that you are our cats and dogs? The Golden Sun Chamberlain had his hands behind his back, although his cultivation was only at the Jindan stage. Even Yuaning wouldn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of them. A bunch of country boys who don't know who he is, don't know reverence. Now that he knew his body identity, he was only afraid that he would immediately fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Master of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce. Ranji's face was white with fear. Who doesn't know about the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce's North Hope City? After the decline of Tianyu, there was no spare capacity to support the barren long, and many supplies were purchased from the sacred martial god dynasty. The neighboring city of Nanmu became an important route for commerce. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was precisely the top chamber of commerce that held South Mu City. These third-rate small clans of theirs were like ants in the eyes of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce. Senior, much obliged. Lanbin pulled away from Lanji and apologized archly. No one would say anything if a character like Boss Jin Yang slapped them to death. Boss Jin Yang was in a rage. These rash guys are kind of banging their heads against the wall, not knowing the inferiority or superiority of a man. He broke both of his own arms and the old man took it as if the incident didn't happen. Boss Jean and the few of them are young. Please don't see eye to eye with them. The long-skirted, white-clothed woman begged for mercy and opened her mouth to plead. Get lost. But a receptionist lady, how dare you plead for someone? Boss Jin Yang rebuked. He was here to find trouble with the restaurant. How could he give face to the people of the restaurant? The long-skirted white woman let out a bitter laugh. She had done her best, and the only thing left to do was to ask the shopkeeper to step in. But now that the shopkeeper was accompanying Prince Qingyu inside the box, it was inconvenient for her to disturb. The long-skirted white woman shook and clenched her teeth. Even if she was chastised by the shopkeeper, she couldn't let it go and turned around to walk upstairs. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, and when I make my move, whether or not you can stay alive will depend on the will of heaven. Boss Jin Yang intimidated. A few people had long since been in 6s and 7s, they just came to the banquet, but they never thought that they would get into trouble with an existence that they couldn't afford to mess with. Lanbin forced himself to stay calm. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to his little sister. Lanbin did not report the name of his family. They were only a third-rate family. Even if they reported their fame, it would be useless and instead cause trouble for the family. Elder, my little sister is young and had a momentary slip of the tongue. Please be kind enough to let us off the hook. 2 breaths. Boss Jin Yang didn't respond and just said faintly. Lanbin was in a cold sweat. Senior, can you use the late generation's hands to make amends on my behalf? Lanbin knew that if he couldn't make Boss Jin Yang lose his temper today, he was only afraid that it would be difficult to make amends. The immortal cultivation world has always been like this. The weak are the strong. The laws of the divine dynasty are unable to regulate the strong. Northwatch is cluttered with people, and even more so with a weak sense of the law, many of whom have no sense of the law at all. Think of it only as a means of disciplining mortals. 1 breath. The light tone sounded like a death wish to Lan Bin's few people. Brother Bin wouldn't let Sister Lan cut off her own hands. The big deal is to fight to the death, and die with dignity. Bouncing Fei opened his mouth. The remaining 2 nodded. They could die but not be humiliated. How could Tianyu be so insulted by the sacred martial man? I break. Ranji doesn't want to see Big Brother and the others because he's in danger. Lanji glanced in through the doorway of the tavern. She wasn't afraid of breaking her hand. She just wanted the person her heart desired, to see her perfect. No, Big Brother is still around, definitely won't let break both arms. Time's up. Throw it in the street before you do it. Boss Jin Yang said indifferently. A few small family descendants. In his opinion, killing them was like stepping on a few ants. As you wish. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 60, I'm the only one I can bully in the royal family. Lan Bin was like an enemy. Several people were only at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, and the strongest was his peak foundation establishment strength. However, the cultivator of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was a Jindan stage powerhouse, and was by no means an enemy of theirs. What to do? Boss Jin Yang made it clear that he wouldn't let them go. Ranji. Red Fly covered his hands on the second floor of the tavern, counting the time. A few old friends should have arrived as well. And just after coming out from inside the treasure chest, he saw a few people at the door. Faye, Ranji subconsciously exclaimed, a long-lost smile on his face. Do it, Boss Jin Yang said impatiently. Although Red Faye was wearing the clothes of the Red Star sect, a Red Star sect disciple was still a mole in his eyes. Even the Red Star sect had to give him face. And he was providing most of the talisman paper, talisman pens, and spirit ink used by the Red Star sect. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator's feet moved, and his figure was like a ghost, which Lan Bin couldn't even capture with his naked eyes. The next moment Lan Bin's few people only felt a sharp pain in their arms, and their bodies had risen up in the air and were thrown up. By the time a few people reacted, they had already been thrown out the door. Stop! Red Faye roared and leapt down from the second floor. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator, after throwing a few people out, directly struck out, ready to take the lives of a few people. Ranji glanced at Shifuyu, a smile radiating from his eyes. Before he died, he was able to see the people he had remembered for years, and it was not in vain to come out this trip. It's just that her big brother and a few others, Tan Fei, lost their lives because of her impulsiveness, and she blames herself. I told you to stop. Red Fei's eyes burst up with blood. A bunch of talisman paper in his hand was directly thrown out by him, which was just given by His Highness Chinyu, and was all added to his spiritual power. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator, startled by the hundreds of talismans, dodged to avoid them. If you get hit, you'll be hurt if you don't die. Boom! Hundreds of talisman paper boomed and burned. Although it was only lower grade talisman paper, but after 100 stacked up, the power was much greater. Asterisk 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 dot. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator cursed indignantly. He was at the peak of the Jindan stage, but he was actually scared off by the lowest level of talisman paper. Even if this power hit him, it just couldn't injure him in the slightest. Feeling the afterglow of the palmist, it was a loss of face. Damned fellow, cultivator Jin Yang cursed angrily and directly attacked Red Fei. Red Fei's cultivation isn't high, but it's just at the early stage of Jindan. He knew he was no match, but for Lanji's sake, he didn't back down and gritted his teeth to meet him. Boss Jin Yang did not make a sound to stop it. This was nothing more than killing one more ant in his opinion. Inside the box Qinyu Xiaoqi, the 8th prince, and the old Shangshu, as well as Ma Haoshuan, the captain of the city guards, and Chen Wen, the head of the guards. The tavern boss accompanied the 2 cups and then wisely retreated. What's that sound? Qinyu opened his mouth. It's the call from a Red Star sect disciple that His Highness just took in. A friend who was injured. Red Fly. Qinyu stood up violently. Asshole. Red Fei was a talent he had just taken in. Not only had he solved the difficulty of the talisman paper, but he was also the factory director of his talisman paper printing factory. Isn't hurting his friend a slap in the face? Qinyu walked out of the door of the box and saw the Golden Sun cultivator killing Red Fei. Damn. Kill. Qinyu's face instantly fell, his tone icy cold. Phew. Ma Haoshuan moved at the sound. The old Shangshu Yuaning peak powerhouse, dealing with a Jindan was too much of a face drop. There's no one better to take a shot at here than him. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivators, their bodies were chilled as if they were being watched by fierce beasts. The next moment the crisis of death shrouded the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator. A turn back in the moment of contact with Ma Haoshuan's eyes, the head instantly flew up. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivator looked on in horror. The familiar headless corpse, his consciousness gradually blurring. Ma Haoshuan, you dare to kill my people. Boss Jin Yang looked at the image in front of him incredulously. Blood was still spraying from the Golden Sun cultivator's neck. Lan Bin's few people looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. The great Jindan cultivator who was just about to take their lives had turned into a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. Northwatch is too dangerous. They want to go back to the countryside. So what if I kill it? Ma Haoshuan said disdainfully. Now he was not the Ma Haoshuan of the city lord's mansion, but of the Gan Wangfu. As long as His Highness gives the order, he'll kill Boss Jin Yang just the same. Boss Jin Yang laughed back in anger. Well, you'll have to pay for what you did today. Northwatch City won't be able to buy a single spirit stone of supplies from me in the future. Cut. Ma Haoshuan disdained it. In the beginning, it was because Northwatch City was barren and many big chambers of commerce were unwilling to come. But now that His Highness Chinyu was here, it wouldn't take long for the big chambers of commerce to catch wind of the situation. Expelling interests is a businessman's instinct, and in the current Northwatch City, just a slightly more discerning chamber of commerce would have noticed the change. This disdainful cold cut, it made Boss Jin Yang's breath catch in his throat. Even City Lord Shan Yuqing had to give him 3 points. A district city guard lieutenant actually dared to belittle him. It was worse than killing his man. Haoshuan, why are they still alive? Qinyu's icy voice came from the doorway. Qin Yu stood in the doorway and was slightly dissatisfied when he saw Boss Jin Yang, who was still gasping for air. Boss Jin Yang's eyes widened and his body began to tremble. The long-experienced shopping mall owner naturally heard what these words represented. The one who came to patronize the 7-star restaurant today was actually the third prince. Boss Jin Yang trembled with fear, his body shaking like a sieve. This was a ruthless person who dared to angrily dislike the Holy Lord of Taichu in public. Although the power of their Chamber of Commerce was not small, it was insignificant compared to the Taichu Holy Land. Your Highness, I have eyes but do not recognize in the Taishan. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Boss Jin Yang flung himself on his knees. Boss Jin Yang kneeled down. Lan Bin felt that the world had become unfamiliar, and the Jin Yang boss, who had been arrogant and domineering in the last moment, trembled as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Interrupting my meal is a small matter, but you actually dared to let your men strike and injure my men, which is a capital offense. Boss Jin Yang looked at Red Fei. This man had just appeared with the city guards and he thought he was a Red Star sect disciple. Your Highness, I didn't know he was from the royal family, or else I wouldn't have dared to make a move on him even if I had 100 guts. Qin Yu was unmoved. Wait a minute. Your Highness, little man Jin Yang Chamber of Commerce shopkeeper. Most of the supplies in Northwatch City are supplied by me. You kill me, Northwatch City will have no one to provide supplies. Jin Yang shopkeeper, see Qin Yu Ironheart want to kill him. Soft can not only come hard. Kill. Qin Yu waved his hand. You can't threaten him with that. There's no shortage of chambers of commerce in the eastern continent. Machi. Blood spattered. Even to his death. Boss Jin Yang did not expect that he would die here today. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce will retaliate against Northwatch City. The Golden Sun boss temporarily transmitted his last divine sense. Red Fei arched his hand up and said, Red Fei, thanks your highness. No one in the royal family can be bullied by anyone but me. Qin Yu twisted his head and returned to the restaurant after he finished speaking, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lan Bin several people. The food was almost gone. You can start to arrange about the East State Fest. It is good to find people who have not practiced, but this Tianjiu is not easy to find. Qin Yu looked towards the old Shengshu Luo and I. Although this guy was old, his cultivation was a solid peak yuaning stage, and he has nothing to do all day. It's the right thing to do. It's not like it's a secret anyway. Oh old Shengshu, I want to discuss something with you. Chapter 61, Spirit Stone Machine Leaks. Qin Yu's anger. After Qin Yu left, Chi Fei looked at Lan Bin and the others and said guiltily, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for letting you guys come here and almost letting you have an accident. If he had appeared a few seconds later today, several people would have been poisoned by the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Red Fei, who had been in Northwatch City for many years, knew the truth that weak flesh was strong and human life was like grass. If it were not for his highness here, I am afraid that his life is also accounted for here. He also backed by the Red Star sect can be in the eyes of some people still rampant. Brother Fei, was that his highness Qin Yu just now? Lan Bin had already forgotten about the life and death crisis just now. Instead, he looked towards Qin Yu, who had become so famous over the past month or so that he treated spirit stones as dirt. It's his highness Qin Yu. Red Fei recognized Qin Yu from the bottom of his heart after that scene just now. A top-tier Chamber of Commerce treasurer was decapitated by his highness simply for striking out at him. The people of the royal family can't be bullied by anyone but his highness. But how could the easygoing his highness bully them anymore? Chen Wen patted Red Fei on the shoulder. Since you've come to the royal residence, you'll be family from now on, and you can trust his highness at all times. Chen Wen finished his speech and turned around to enter the restaurant, his highness pampering his own people as always. Brother Fei, have you joined the royal family? Tan Fei said excitedly. They had heard too much about Qin Yu, and had heard that countless people wanted to join the royal family, but the royal family only accepted 30,000 people. Quite a number of people failed to join the royal family. Red Fei was able to get Qin Yu to show up, and was obviously not a junior soldier who joined the barracks either. Chi Fei nodded and said, I also just joined the royal family today. Brother Fei is awesome. Only the first day you joined and you managed to get his highness Qin Yu to stand up for you. Shifuyu blushed slightly, his chin lifting slightly, still a little flustered by the flattery of his childhood playmate. Go in first. I'm looking for you guys this time because his highness gave me a mission. Red Fei greeted the few people and walked towards the restaurant. Ranji changed direction instantly as he met Shifuyu's eyes. Lanji, you've grown so big, Shifuyu said as he looked at Lanji with a surprised look on his face. Fei, I'm 20 years old, Lanji said delicately. Also, I'm in my 20s and you're not the same little girl you were. A few people entered the restaurant with a smile and a laugh. And as for the headless body spewing blood outside the door, someone from the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce would take care of it. Brother Fei, what mission are you talking about? As long as we can do it, we will definitely go all out. Lan Bin spoke up. Tan Fei was also shaking his head frantically. Serving his highness Qin Yu, This kind of opportunity would be gone if he missed it. Lanji's eyes began to flutter as she sat down, drifting from time to time, her eyes constantly skimming over Chiffy. This matter is too important. Forgive me for not being able to say it outright. I need you all to take the heavenly Tao oath that you shall not spread this matter outwardly for anyone to know before I will tell you. Red Fei kept in mind what Qin Yu had said about secrecy. Even if Qin Yu didn't say anything, he knew that this was an absolute secret that should not be shown easily. A few people stared, thought Red Fei was joking. The heavenly oath which has been issued indiscriminately, violated but will be liquidated by the heavenly way. But Shifuyu had a serious face and showed no sign of joking. Several people were suddenly in deep thought. They all wanted to join the royal family, but needing to swear first before even joining was too abrupt for them. Brother Fei, I believe in you. I'm willing to take the heavenly Tao vow. Lanji spoke up. As long as you join the royal family, you'll always have the chance to see Fei in the future. Since my sister is willing to take the oath, so am I. I'm willing too. Tan Fei and the two girls spoke one after the other. It's just a vow not to go out. It's not a vow of allegiance or having to fulfill a mission. Red Fei began divine sense transmission. You mean the talisman paper can be mass-produced? A few people Sea of Consciousness set off monstrous waves, and in just one day's time, they experienced multiple ups and downs, feeling like their hearts were reaching their limits. His Highness ordered me to be in charge of production, but it involves refining weapons, and although magic weapons are simple, but it still requires a refiner with a certain amount of experience to do it. And I know that your families are all slightly versed in refining weapons. Production is a very labor-intensive job, and he wanted to give that opportunity to his hairdresser, enhance their family strength. Unfortunately, his own family was a family of talisman smiths, and when photocopiers began to be manufactured in mass quantities, the family's proud survival skills would be obsolete. A few people hesitated for a moment and then they were ecstatic. This quest would completely allow their entire clan to earn a large amount of spirit stones, and working for His Highness, you don't have to worry about being bullied. Like today, when you accidentally mess with a strong person, and life or death is all about luck. What do you think? Sure, Brother Fei, this is a renewed favor to our family. 5 people in 4 clans, although not many people, could provide a group of low-ranked refiners. Red Fei couldn't contact more familiar and reliable refiner resources for a while. There were quite a few clans and sects that refined weapons in Northwatch City, but with so much at stake, reliability was the first priority. When His Highness finishes his meal, go and report to His Highness. Your Highness, as long as you don't snub the old minister, if there's anything you want to do, you can just say it. Old Shonin, I never fooled around. I just gave you visions of the future, and those things are not without their day of realization. But can the old minister see that day? Don't worry about it. I'll take the time to buy you some life-extending elixirs. You'll see that day. Qin Yu patted his chest and said, his spirit stones were increasing with each passing day, so he could buy whatever he wanted. Your Highness is joking. Medicines to prolong longevity are expensive, especially the ones that are effective for old ministers are even more sky-high. It's something you don't have to worry about. The old Shangshu laughed, only thinking that Qin Yu was fooling him. When many clan elders were at the end of their lifespan, they couldn't buy a single longevity-enhancing medicine even if they poured all their money into it. Your Highness, what is there to discuss with the old minister? He didn't have a few years left to live, and now he was merely living out the rest of his life in Northwatch City. If Qin Yu needed it, he wouldn't mind playing a little bit of his residual heat. His whole life had been dedicated to Tianyu, so how would he care about these last few years? The Eastern Continent Fest. Does the old Shangshu know about it? The old Shangshu nodded. Of course he knew this. He had participated in it when he was younger, led the team when I was older. I want to pull 2 teams to participate in the Eastern Continent Fest in the name of Northwatch City. The old Shangshu shook his head and said, there aren't many heavens pride in Northwatch City, let alone pulling together a team of 500 people. As for the 500 people who had not practiced, it was easy to put together, but it would be a mistake to think that countries are so simple. There was no divine dynasty or holy land that would honestly look for 1,000 people who hadn't cultivated. Every few years during the Eastern State Festival, all the major powers would scavenge for talented, low-aged heavens pride children and constantly nourish their bodies. After starting to cultivate, the cultivation level rose by leaps and bounds in a single day, aided by a large amount of resources. Even the heavenly feather divine dynasty had secretly searched for many geniuses. How insidious! Qin Yu was speechless. He had thought of the countries too innocently. Where there's a will there's a way. Don't try so no. Qin Yu did not die after knowing the inside story. Really want to try? Think. Then the old minister accompanies your highness to try. The old Shangshu rightly regarded it as boredom-seeking and did not hold much hope. Yu Zhu, make an announcement for his highness. Your highness, it's no good, the spirit stone machine has leaked. Chen Wen didn't even knock on the door and came straight in. What? Qin was shocked. Chapter 62 Visitor from the Central Region. Invitation to join. How was it leaked? Qin questioned. Your Highness, there are more and more spirit stone machines, so we purchased a large number of isolation array discs. One of the discs developed a crack, causing the isolation space to shrink and the 10 spirit stone machines on the outside to be exposed. Have these 10 spirit stone machines been discovered? Shan Wen nodded. And more than that, he found that they were all being dragged to the bazaar to be sold. Show me. The strength of the royal family was still weak, and the spirit stone machine could not be leaked at this time. In front of a yuaning stage cultivator holding a gourd and constantly pouring wine into his mouth on North Watch Street, a spirit stone machine was placed. Christine, a few more sips of fine wine. A magic weapon that can produce spirit stones now. Don't miss it if you walk by. 1,000 extreme spirit stones per unit. The gourd yuaning muttered to himself. I can't imagine that there are actually such wonders in the outer regions. And what the clan seniors said isn't quite true. However, the aura of the outer domain was indeed thin, with roughly 1% of the aura concentration of the middle domain. The shouts of the cultivators attracted a large group of shoppers, and the already bustling Beiwang Street. After Qin Yu organized the small game, the crowd even reached its peak, with many people coming in name. Senior, are you saying that this magic weapon can produce spirit stones? The Violet Light sect disciple asked skeptically. Yes, boy and girl. This is treating people as if they were. If a lower grade magic weapon can produce spirit stones, unless the sun comes out of the west, some onlookers sneered. Buy or get out. The gourd genie waved his hand and didn't pay attention to these people who hadn't seen any knowledge. He had observed the production capacity of this magic weapon. Half an hour is a top grade spirit stone. A year can produce 87 extreme grade spirit stones. The magic weapon used for 100 years is not much of a problem. He sells it for only 1,000 extreme grade spirit stones. This is a great benefit. A bunch of uneducated guys. The gourd yuaning also saw that this magic weapon was not popularized in the outer regions, and it seemed that the cost of refining it was very high. Many people didn't know that it was only a magic weapon secretly developed by a large power. Unfortunately, he did not know how to refine weapons and could not see the principle of this magic weapon. After selling 2 units for so long, it was only 1,000 extreme spirit stones, and there were very few people who could take them out. That's just it. I'll open your eyes. The gourd genie was ready to activate the spell and let these people rise. The royal family is on business. Everyone move aside. Shen Wen roared, and hundreds of his personal guards began to clear the field. The 3 Fang Zhou Tong sisters walked at the front. It was their duty to guard the spirit stone machine, and they couldn't imagine that there was actually a leak. Arc Tong, who had always been a big-hearted person, was now blaming herself and trying to block the leakage of the spirit stone machine. The gourd genie looked at the crowd that surrounded him and didn't take it seriously as he continued to pour wine into his mouth. It's just selling a magic weapon. Is it still against the law? Your Highness, it's a peak yuaning stage powerhouse. The old Shingshu opened his mouth and warned. Qin Yu was surprised. Although this person was unkempt, his face was not old. He should be less than 50 years old, and actually had a peak yuaning stage cultivation. A 50-year-old at the peak of the yuaning stage could also be said to be a rare existence when looking at the entire eastern state. Late generation Qin Yu. Meet senior, Qin Yu said as he arched his hand. The gourd genie glanced at the old Shingshu and took another sip, as if the wine inside the gourd could not be finished. Want to buy a magic weapon? 1,000 extreme spirit stones. Not even 1 piece less will be sold. Latecomers don't have extreme spirit stones. How about purchasing them with top-grade spirit stones? Don't. The gourd genie refused without even thinking about it. Top-grade spirit stones are useless to me. I never use top-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Top-grade spirit stones will slow down my cultivation progress. The grade of a spirit stone was mainly determined by the purity of the spirit stone, and the higher the purity, the more helpful the spirit stone was to cultivation. The increase in cultivation speed of an extreme-grade spirit stone was almost 10 times that of a top-grade spirit stone as well. Above the extremely high-grade spirit stones, there were also holy-grade spirit stones, which were generally rare things born only in the core area of spirit stone veins, and were also known as spirit marrow. The exchange ratio is well over 10 to 1. Sacred spirit stones were no longer limited to cultivation, but could even be added to alchemy to act as materials and increase the success rate of alchemy. Your Highness, the old minister still has a little bit of extreme spirit stones here. The old Sham opened his mouth and said, his cultivation had reached the peak of yuaning for a long period of time, but unfortunately, he was slow to break through to the spirit transformation realm, and he kept his annual spirit stone salary. His annual salary was almost 1,000 extreme spirit stones. I'll take the spirit stone machine. Senior should have a few more spirit stone machines in his hands. Qin Yu's eyes gazed at the gourd yuaning. Don't look at me like that. I picked this up on the desert. I didn't steal or rob it. As soon as Qinyu said that, the Gord Yuaning knew that the person in front of him was the lost owner. Picked up a total of 10 units, but sold 2 of them halfway. Now there are 8 units left. 8,000 extreme spirit stones, you take them all. Gord Yuaning did not refuse to accept the spirit stones just because Qinyu was the owner of the lost. Okay, I'll take them all. The old Shinshu took out his storage ring and expressionlessly handed the spirit stone to Qinyu. At this moment, the old Shinshu's eyes kept gazing at the spell in front of him. All the doubts in his heart were solved. Why His Highness Qinyu could have so many spirit stones? The spirit stone manufacturing research and development was successful. In the beginning, Qinyu had said more than once in order to cheat away the spirit stones from him. Something about the liquefaction of the air aura. And it was unexpected that His Highness Qinyu had really done it. The calm face of the old Shinshu has long been inwardly set off waves of shock. It seems that I am not old and blind, but a very visionary person. The old Shinshu now can't wait to go back to the Imperial City and tell those old guys that I'm not an old fool. Especially this asshole Wei Zhang. Spraying him with nothing. But he had been given an imperial decree and was not allowed to return to the imperial dynasty without a call. By the way, Eastern States Fest. This is an official return. Unintentionally, I couldn't imagine that what the old Shangshu idly promised would give him the opportunity to return to the imperial city. The Gord Yuaning received the spirit stone, and without hesitation the 7 spirit stone machines of the storage ring were also taken out. Here, 8 units total. After giving the spirit stone machine, the Gord Primordial was ready to leave in the air. Senior, wait a moment. I don't know where Elder came from and where he's going. Gord Genesis look into contemplation. Yes, where is he going to go? He is just fleeing from the central domain to the outer domain. The middle kingdom where you can't go back. The outer kingdom where there's no place to go. Come from nowhere. Go to nowhere. Wander the world. Live and die. If Senior doesn't mind. Senior here is willing to provide Senior with a place to stay. Qin Yu, as the farthest foreigner in the eastern continent, found the same emotions as him in the eyes of the Gord Yuaning the moment he saw it. I won't give my allegiance to anyone. You shall not stop me when I wish to leave. The Gord Yuaning did not push back. He also wanted to see how a magic weapon that could create spirit stones was made. If it could be implemented in the central region as well, then he would have a chance to return to the central region as well. Of course you can. I always respect the wishes of the individual and never force myself on anyone. I don't know to whom the other 2 magic weapons of Senior have been sold. Qinyu opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 63, Leakage of the Spirit Stone Machine, Holy Martial God Dynasty. I don't know either. But he invited me to join the Holy Martial God Dynasty when he was leaving. So I guess he must be from the Holy Martial God Dynasty. Where is this Holy Martial God Dynasty? The Gord Genie had a puzzled look on its face. Bought away by the Holy Martial God Dynasty. The 3 of them, Fong Zhoutong, were as if they were dead. They were responsible for secrecy and security. And now the Spirit Stone Machine had not only leaked, but had also flowed to the Holy Martial God Dynasty. One must know that the Sacred Martial God Dynasty was Tian Yu's nemesis. Your Highness, Zhoutong has failed in his work. Please punish him. The 3 men half-kneeled. Get up. I said there is no need to kneel within the royal residence. It's just 2 Spirit Stone Machines. If you lose them, you lose them. This is also my negligence. So many Spirit Stone Machines. Let the 3 of you take care of them. You go inside the barracks and pick 3,000 people to assist the 3 of you. Qin Yu did not blame the 3 sisters. After all, the 3 people in the district were responsible for such a large number of Spirit Stone Machines. And this time it was caused by the failure of the array disk. Although His Highness did not blame, the 3 of them, Fong Zhoutong, still blamed themselves, taking an income that was dozens of times higher than before, but making a big mistake. Alright, all of you get up, you guys go back to take care of the Spirit Stone Machine first and take the time to go inside the barracks to ask for people. Yes, Your Highness. Senior, please. As long as he went with him, Qin Yu would have a way to make the Gord Yuaning stay in the royal residence. People in the immortal cultivation world were simple and had a single goal. Raising their cultivation level was their biggest goal. You spent 1,000 extreme spirit stones on a lower grade magic weapon? Are you? The 5th prince was speechless to the extreme. He hadn't had much spirit stones to begin with after his spirit stone book had been pitted by Qin Yu. Now this brain-deficient royal sister of his own had spent another 1,000 extreme spirit stones on a lower grade magic weapon. 5th brother, this magic weapon can produce spirit stones. I'm picking up a bargain. Nonsense. If lower grade magic weapons could produce spirit stones wouldn't be so precious. Spirit stones were both a resource and a currency, and without them it was difficult to circulate items amongst immortal cultivators. The charming palace dress woman said in a delicate voice, 5th brother, will my sister still lie to you? This magic weapon can really produce spirit stones. The 6th princess Shang Xianxiao pressed the button, and the spirit stone machine rumbled, the air intake constantly sucking in the surrounding air. Oof. Sacred Heart Yen did not believe it, just secretly looked at his sixth sister. In addition to having a set of natural charming bones, it seems to be really useless, now indeed not a virgin. A few years ago, he was taken down. It's just a matter of taking this 1,000 extreme spirit stones as Hannah's whoring money. Thinking like this, Sacred Heart Yen was much more comfortable, and even wanted to have another go with Sacred Ham Xiao. Forget it, I have to review the troops later in broad daylight. Save some energy. Sacred Heart Yen chose to meditate in place. Fifth brother, look. A white spirit stone fell out from behind the ass of the spirit stone machine. Shang Xianxiao ran over joyfully, picking up the spirit stone and looking at him excitedly. What is it? Sacred Heart Yen impatiently opened his mouth and asked. The spirit stones for spell production are out, Shang Xianxiao said as she held up the spirit stone. Aha! Sacred Heart Yen rubbed up, his eyes looking towards the extremely high-grade spirit stone in Sacred Harmony Qiao's hand. He had just meditated for just half an hour. Phew! Sacred Heart Yen instantly appeared beside Sacred Ham Qiao. Imperial sister, are you saying that this spirit stone was just created by this lower-grade magic weapon? Saint Han Yu nodded, but with confusion in her eyes. Didn't that gourd cultivator say one top-grade spirit stone every half hour? How is it that half an hour now is actually an extremely high-quality spirit stone? Idiot, that's not good enough. That stupid cultivator only doesn't even know that this magic weapon can produce extreme spirit stones. A piece in half an hour. A day is 24 pieces. Doesn't it mean that it can produce 8,760 extreme spirit stones in a year? And that's only a year's production capacity. Or did he buy it back for only 1,000 extreme spirit stones? Imperial sister, you are truly a blessing to fifth brother. Oof. Shang Hanyao hummed arrogantly. Didn't you just say if I was? Fifth brother was joking with you. Don't mind it. Can fifth sister contact the gourd cultivator you mentioned? Sacred Heart Yen was trembling with excitement. A single magic weapon could provide so many spirit stones. If he bought dozens or hundreds of them, it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to pull together an army of his own. I don't have a contact to leave his jade pendant transmission number. I only know that he seems to be heading in the direction of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, Shang Xianxiao muttered. At that time, he also wanted to buy a few more pieces, but he didn't have that many spirit stones on him. And he was also worried that this magic weapon would not be effective. Immediately send someone to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Do it secretly, and be bound to find this person. If he could obtain this person and make him hand over the method of artifact refining, he, Sacred Heart Yen, would become the person who surpassed his distant ancestor in the Sacred Martial God Dynasty. Or a few refiners. See if you can find out the refining method of the Spirit Stone Machine. Although a lower-grade magic weapon was skillfully constructed, in the eyes of a high-level refiner, there were no secrets to be found in a lower-grade magic weapon. Fifth brother, aren't we going to report this matter to father? Shang Xianxiao said doubtfully. I'm sure father will love this kind of wonder. No, once father knows, what else does it have to do with us? Sacred Heart Yen refused. Things can only play the greatest value in their own hands, even if they are reported. It is just a merit. If he can batch refine magic weapons, the next emperor will not choose him. The following people will not agree. Okay, then listen to fifth brother. Fifth brother, if I give this treasure, do you have any reward? Saint Hanky Panky's eyes contained spring water, and her body was parched. The Sacred Heart Yen, who was already on fire with his chi and blood, gulped. It just so happens that the fire is too much and needs to be lowered. So what if it's in the hall on a clear day? Sacred Heart Yen's big hands started exploring upwards from the waist and soon found a soft and tender peak. What a sound! The guards at the door felt puzzled when they heard gasps coming from the house. This hall was just the fifth prince and the sixth princess inside, so how could there be this kind of sound anymore? The guard shook his head, thinking he was hallucinating, but the sounds kept coming like waves. It finally stopped after 3 minutes. The guard's heart set off shock waves, but on the surface, he remained calm. This is too much. It's only been 3 minutes. The guards straightened their backs, a surge of confidence coming over them. Fifth brother, I hate having you massage me. It's hurting me. Shang Xianxiao intentionally mentioned it when he went out, so that the guards could hear it. Inform the others and set off for the barracks. Sacred Heart Yen commanded. Yes, the guards trotted out, still thinking in their hearts that they were originally massaging, but the sound from the massage was too weird. Sacred Heart Yen, who had just arrived at the military camp, immediately commanded, have the accompanying army refiner come see me immediately. A few refiners were beside the Spirit Stone Machine and turned around a few times. Your Highness is saying that this lower-grade magic weapon can produce spirit stones. Ha ha, no way, absolutely no way. Several refiners laughed as if they had heard some kind of joke. Chapter 64, Breaking Through the Heavenly Dao Yuan Ing. A bunch of uneducated fools. What you haven't seen doesn't exist. Sacred Heart Yen raised his eyebrows in mockery. The usual bossy refiner could not imagine that he would have the opportunity to mock. Although these people are accompanying the army refiner, but the status of respectability, traveling outside the army, often listen to the tune not to declare. The faces of several refiners instantly turned gloomy. They were spirit weapon level refiners. And not only did Sacred Heart Yen trick them with an inferior magic weapon, he actually mocked them. The fifth prince doesn't know how to refine weapons. Does he not even have basic common sense? Spirit stones can only be mined from spirit stone mines, or strong people refining aura to converge into spirit stones. But no strong person would have nothing to do and would come to absorb aura to gather spirit stones. Unless it's some poor, impoverished casual cultivator who might do so. Human refining of spirit stones is very inefficient. Outside the starry sky domain, there were large numbers of scattered cultivators all year round, who had to pay a fee for the teleportation array in order to refine the spirit stones artificially. The eastern continent has been inherited for countless years. The major forces have long been formed. The known resources are occupied by the major forces. To obtain resources can only join the major forces, or risk their lives by exploring mountain ranges infested with demonic beasts. But not every cultivator is not afraid of death. And those who are afraid of death will have to go to the extraterrestrial stars to refine spirit stones for cultivation and buy the resources they need. How about if this magic weapon can produce spirit stones? Sacred Heart Yen sneered. He was deliberately stimulating these refiners. If this magic weapon can produce spirit stones, from now on, several of us will only be the head of the fifth prince. But if we can't, what does the fifth prince say? If it really could produce spirit stones, the value of this item would no longer be inferior spirit stones. And if they could batch refine magic weapons, they would no longer lack spirit stones in the future. The position of the crown prince was not the fifth prince's, so why wouldn't they be happy to serve the prince? Good. Sacred Heart Yen let out a laugh. He was waiting for these words. If this object fails to produce spirit stones, this highness will give each of you 1,000 extreme spirit stones to compensate. Then let's do as the fifth prince says. A few people were also happy. No matter what, they did not lose out. 1,000 extreme spirit stones. This was a horrible amount. I did not expect the fifth prince to be so atmospheric. Royal sister, open it up for them. Shang Xianxiao muttered. Didn't fifth brother not believe it at first, too? As a result, when he entered the door, he said that a few refiners had no insight, and now he was even making a pact. Fifth brother is trying to pit people against each other. Saint Hanxiao pressed the switch and the spirit stone machine roared. A few refiners sneered. If this lower grade magic weapon could really refine spirit stones, it would be the richest person in the world. The scattered cultivators who worked hard to refine spirit stones in the extraterrestrial starry sky would flock to him in droves. At that time, even if the holy martial god emperor didn't want to back out of passing the throne, he would have to pass it on. The people's heart is in the right place, and the general trend is in the right direction. For the holy martial god emperor to dare not pass on the throne to the fifth prince was to go against the heavens and stand against the people. It's been half an hour. Where is this spirit stone? The fifth prince must be willing to bet. Slippery. A spirit stone slid down the back of the spirit stone machine's ass. The sudden sound caused several refiners to look towards the end. The alchemist picked up the white concretion and his eyes suddenly widened. It's an extreme spirit stone. The refiner's voice carried a tremor. Give it to me. A few other refiners grabbed it with one hand. It's really a spirit stone, or an extremely high purity, extremely high grade spirit stone. How is this possible? Inferior grade magic weapon refined with extreme spirit stones. Has this world become so crazy? That refiner had refined such amazing divine objects. This was a magic weapon that could change the pattern of the world. A few refiners' bodies shook. As refiners, they knew just how valuable this item was. Even if they took a divine artifact, they would not be willing to exchange it. With this magic weapon, it would be just a snap of the fingers in establishing a divine dynasty. Your Highness Sinyan, this magic weapon. Which refiner senior refined it? Several people changed their address from the fifth prince to Your Highness Sinyan. Sacred Heart Yan's eyes glared warmly and angrily. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Your Highness, forgive me. Several people knew the value of this item, and it was indeed inappropriate for a few of them to ask about it. What are you still waiting for? Knowing the existence of the magic weapon, is the agreement alone proof of your loyalty? Swear allegiance to His Highness Sacred Heartitis. Without hesitation, several people raised their hands and issued the heavenly Tao oath. Now that he was the first batch of followers, once Sacred Heart Yen took the throne, they could have the credit of being subordinate to the dragon, with a magic weapon for refining spirit stones. As long as the holy martial god emperor wasn't an idiot, then the next successor would definitely be His Highness Sacred Heart Yen. A few of you study how exactly this magic weapon extracts the spirit stones. An inferior magic weapon must not be too difficult for a few of you. Don't worry, Your Highness, the way of refining weapons has the same path, not to mention the fact that it's only a mere lower-grade magic weapon. We only need to observe it and we'll know how it's made. A few refiners were full of confidence. If they couldn't parse a lower-grade magic weapon, then wouldn't this spirit-level refiner be a waste of time? Good. After this is accomplished, His Highness will be heavily rewarded. Hearing the words of several people, Sacred Heart Yen lowered his heart. When this item succeeded, he immediately sent his troops to Ganlong. Arrest Qin Yu and torture him severely. Qin Yu's hands are still pinching his handle. Qin Yu does not die, he cannot rest in peace. Once word of his affair with his imperial sister got out, the world would surely spit on him. Ah, cut! Who is scolding His Highness? Qin Yu, a great cultivator of the Jindan stage, sneezed for good reason. Someone must be scolding him. Qin Yu was now in a secret room. This time, the successful development of the rune paper printer could have given him a huge increase in his fortune value. He did not study hard just to improve his cultivation. Who doesn't want to live a long life and live with heaven and earth? Panel. Name Qin Yu. Cultivation, Early Heavenly Dao Jindan 545/1000. Dynasty Luck Value, 150,000 points. Technological achievements, bicycles, looms, phonographs, spirit stone machines, rune paper printers. Tip, the dynasty's chi luck value can be converted into cultivation. Hint, the identity of a prince can transform 10% of the value of chi, and the identity of a feudal king can transform 50%. Prince identity can be transformed by 80%. The emperor's identity is transformed by 100%. The talisman paper is worthy of being a treasure that can rapidly increase battle power. Just the success of the research and development has yielded 70,000 imperial dynasty chi luck values. After converting 50%, wouldn't that mean a full 75,000 chi luck values? Ha ha! Qin Yu let out a loud laugh. Breakthrough! Breakthrough for me! Cultivation, Early Heavenly Dao Jindan 1000 of 1000. Middle Jindan 2000/2000. Late Jindan 4000 of 4000. Golden Dan Perfection 8000/8000. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and felt the strength of his body increasing as wave after wave of mysterious energy poured into his body. There were still a full 60,000 left, and breaking through to the late stage of the Yuaning stage would not be a problem. Whether or not to spend 60,000 points to upgrade into a Heaven's Path Yuaning. A line of prompts appears on the panel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yuaning also has a grade well, so expensive cannot be cheaper. Qin Yu spat out. Once this 60,000 was spent, there was still a breakthrough in the late Yuaning stage. Hint, you can spend 30,000 points to upgrade into a Geomantic Yuaning. Hint, you can spend 20,000 points to upgrade into a Xian Dao Yuaning. Hint, you can spend 10,000 points to upgrade into a Zodiacal Yuaning. As if in response to Qin Yu's tirade, a line of prompts appeared on the panel once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yu cursed. How far the path of immortal cultivation can go lies in whether the roots are deep or not. Who would choose the poor ones when there are good ones? Choose Heavenly Dao Yuaning, Qin Yu said breathlessly. This could only break through to the early Yuaning stage. Early Heavenly Dao Yuaning 545/10,000. Breaking the boundary would now cost 10,000 chi value. 18-year-old Yuaning stage. Nope, he'll be 19 in no time. A 19-year-old Yuaning? Looking at the entire eastern continent, except for some reincarnation recultivation, and special physique heavenly prides, it had almost never appeared. Qin Yu's Yuaning was 990 feet long and he did not release it. Once released, his cultivation couldn't be hidden. Yuaning, like Jindan, is divided into heaven and earth, Xian Yan, but the firstborn is distinguished by size. It ranges from 9 to 990 feet. The smallest 9 zhang, however, had never appeared, and the smallest Yuaning recorded so far was 49 zhang. Qin Yu hit his cultivation level and superficially displayed it as early Jindan stage. A 19-year-old at the early stage of Jindan was considered a minor genius. It was a rare existence when placed in the various divine pilgrimage sanctuaries. Qin Yu opened the summoning jade pendant. Inside is a message from the old Shangri-La. Your Highness, a letter has come from the Imperial City. The East Continent Fest has begun. Chapter 65 Recruitment of Heaven's Pride, Luring with Profit. Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Dynasty Meeting. After the Taichu Holy Land softened and compensated, the people of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty returned to the Imperial City. Your Majesty, the once-in-a-decade event in the Eastern State is about to begin, and our dynasty has been ranked at the bottom several times, without even a single decision-making seat. A seat in the Eastern Wasteland Alliance also corresponds to military power. The proceeds of the battle with the other 3 states, although the surface distribution of equalization, but the army in power. no means of moving who do not believe. A seat also represents military power and resources. The courtiers in the courtroom are in a low mood. And the previous festivals were at the bottom of the list when Tianya's national luck was still alive and the spiritual veins were still there. How can you win seats in this straightened field now? Although the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had made some preparations in the past few years, the Divine Dynasty was too poor to cultivate it. Use the 100,000 extreme goods given by the Taichur Sacred Land this time to fund this event. Although 100,000 extreme spirit stones was quite a lot, it was clearly not enough for cultivating 500 celestial pride, and 500 celestial pride who had not cultivated. Cultivation is extremely resource intensive, especially since the heavenly pride cost more, or 1,000 heavenly prides. If your majesty wants to take the seat, 100,000 extreme spirit stones are only not enough. Tang Ling opened his mouth. Qin Wintian looked hesitant. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty's voice in the alliance was getting weaker and weaker, so if they didn't obtain a decision-making seat again, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty would be truly disreputable in the Eastern Wasteland Alliance. Qin Wintian was in deep thought. Why is it so difficult for me to earn some spirit stones? Earning spirit stones is nothing more than collecting taxes and mining spirit stone mines, but the current Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty can't do either of these two things. Qin Wintian thought for a moment. Do we have to go to mountain ranges and forbidden areas to find treasures like the casual cultivators? Qin Wintian thought about it and seemed to realize that he didn't have any other way. I haven't been to the major mountain ranges, the forbidden areas for many years. Do you all think we should organize a royal hunt? The courtiers stared in disbelief. This is reaching out to the demonic beasts of the major mountain ranges? There were quite a few mountain ranges within the Tianyu territory, and they were all deserted and infested with demonic beasts. It nurtured a large number of rare medicinal herbs and spirit beasts. It was a natural treasure trove, but the demonic beasts inside were not good either. I think it's possible, Li Bing said with a smile. Ordinary cultivators could go to the mountain range to search for treasures. Wouldn't they be able to do the same for their divine dynasty? But this will inevitably make grudges with the demonic beasts in the several mountain ranges, which is not favorable to the divine dynasty, Tang Lin said worriedly. Qin Wintian waved his hand and said domineeringly, now that the divine dynasty is too poor to uncover, so what if it's a grudge? If it doesn't work, we'll just bulldoze the mountain range and plunder its resources. Tang Ling was speechless. After the trip to the holy land of Taichou, it seemed like his own majesty had begun to push for violence. According to your majesty, now the divine dynasty is so poor that there's nothing left but a bunch of wailing ministers. Being poor is more unacceptable than fighting. Notify the domains and prepare the pageant personnel. According to the usual practice, there needed to be an internal selection within the imperial dynasty first, and of course no one was expecting anyone from the various domains. How many geniuses could come out of a single domain, let alone a team of 1,000? It would be good to be able to pick a few top-notch geniuses from each domain. Some domains can't even pick one, especially like the Gonlong domain. It hadn't excelled and played steadily for hundreds of years, and not a single heavenly pride had been provided. Everyone knew about Gainan's situation, but they still sent a token message to Gainan. Gord seniors can stay accustomed. Gord Yuaning seemed reluctant to give his real name, and when Qin Yu asked for his name, he only said that he could just address Gord Taoist. Qin Yu did not pursue the matter either. It's barely adequate. It's just that the aura is too thin. Senior Gord does not know. My dynasty's spiritual veins dried up 5 years ago, and now the concentration of aura is deteriorating. Can a spiritual vein still be depleted? The Gord Yuaning had a puzzled look on his face. He had never heard of spirit veins still drying up. He had heard of spirit mines drying up quite often. It's already dried up. The 9 spirit veins haven't overflowed with aura for several years. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. The Gord Yuaning did not continue to ask questions. Perhaps the spirit veins of the outer domain were structured differently from the inner domain, which could not be depleted. Mr. Locke, what did the letter from the Imperial City say? Just now City Lord Shan Yuqing sent someone to say that the Imperial City has sent a letter that the Eastern Continent Fest is about to begin, and that the various domains can start preparing their personnel. Shan Yuqing also said that His Highness is willing to take on this mission, and he begged for it. Now Shan Yuqing has become a bare-knuckle commander, allowing him to prepare his staff and still have no way to start. Now that Qin Yu himself was willing to take over, it simply solved a big problem for him. Gonlong all times are accompanied by running just. Mountain Jade become do not believe that Qin Yu can take any good name, can be selected a few even good. Don't care about him, Qin Yu said as he waved his hand. Since the sacrifice Qin Yu did not go looking for trouble with Shan Yucheng, although the bastard did not give her face. However, when the Holy Lord of the Taichu made a move against him, he still made a move without any hesitation. Sort of offsets what happened before. Has the Yuzhu announcement gone out yet? And how many geniuses are coming? Your Highness's announcement has been sent out, and not many have come, but none of them can be considered heavenly pride. Quite a few people had come here for the royal residence, and as for what Eastern Continent Fest, quite a few people had never heard of it. The celestial pride were the treasures of all the major powers, and a little spirit stone couldn't attract them. Just like Shifuyu wasn't attracted by the spirit stones, but rather the goodwill. That's hard to do, the old Shangshu spoke up. Without a heavenly pride to sign up, how could one participate in the event? Pulling a group of people with low talent to participate, only to be defeated in a single round. Half a year later, the geniuses with strong talent had entered the foundation establishment stage with the cooperation of a large amount of resources, and the poor talent is still in the refining stage. The gap is like a chasm, even on the field is a stepping stone. Although the old Shangshu was also in the mindset of having a little fun, if he lost too badly, he would not be able to live up to his face. It's just recruiting. It's good. Shinyu clapped his hands together. Come on, I'll give you an idea. Geniuses are human beings, and as long as they are human beings, they have desires, and the desires of geniuses are just a little bit bigger. I heard that Northwatch City has issued a recruitment notice in preparation for the Eastern Wasteland event. How can this be unheard of? Tianyu's third prince has carved the stone tablet at the city gate. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is far away from our Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, so how can we recruit people to come here? The Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty was located at the southernmost tip of the eastern continent, and the two were separated by thousands of mountains. I don't know. I guess there are no geniuses in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. A large group of people from the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty spoke out as they looked at the stone tablet in front of them. Has joined the Heavenly Pride. Chan 1. Originating from the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Qin Huang Domain. Imperial City People. Age 25. Cultivation at the early Jindan stage. Approval, outstanding natural talent. The best in the ancient world. The best in the eastern state. Unrivaled within 30 years of age. What a joke. A 25-year-old Jindan is indeed considered a genius, but to be crowned as the best in the eastern prefecture, with no one being able to compete at 30 years old, is too much of an armchair observer. What a champion of the ancient world. Champion of the eastern prefecture. Unrivaled. I'd like to see what kind of person this Chenwen is, with such a big mouth. Many celestial pride became curious about this person. Chan 1. After seeing the standing stone monument, millions of mountains, several cultivators swept through the sky, and small cards continued to fall from the air. Heavenly Feather's prince recruited people and recruited them to the Million Mountains. Is he crazy? This place is full of demon race. Can't it be that he wants our demon race to go to the so-called grand event? Ha ha. Countless demonic beasts couldn't help but let out loud laughter when they saw this scene. Your Highness, I can understand this casting a wide net, by molding me to be so powerful. Won't I cause the eastern state's heavenly pride to be displeased? Chenwen was apprehensive and was blown so high that he didn't dare to go out and meet people. In particular, the words champion of the ancient world, champion of the eastern prefecture, and unrivaled. Each of these words would cause a large number of heavenly prides to become upset. His Highness has also spread the news to the entire eastern state. Where is Chenwen? For Elephant Sect Alpine Special has come to challenge. Outside the royal mansion, a young man with a clean-cut look holding a long sword called out at the door. Chapter 66, Low Visibility Doesn't Deserve a Challenge. Don't worry, my Highness is still here. You still have me if you can't beat me. Shinyu released his early Jindan aura. Your Highness, you broke through the Jindan stage? Chenwen exclaimed. 3 months ago was not only the middle stage of foundation building. How can you break through Jindan in less than 3 months? Moreover, he hadn't seen Shinyu cultivate for the past 3 months. I know your Highness must have hidden his cultivation. Chenwen suddenly figured it out. Congratulations, your Highness. Your Highness has an exceptional talent. It's not the ordinary talent they say you have. Seeing Chinyu's breakthrough, Half Summer was happier than Chinyu, and the whole person was shouting there. Nope. The old Shangshu frowned. Chinyu was definitely a middle stage foundation establishment before the seclusion, but after the seclusion he broke through to Jindan, and the breath was thick, not at all like he had just broken through. The Jindan was solid, with golden patterns looming. Unfortunately, the golden elixir was obscured by a mysterious power, and the old Shangshu was unable to peer into it. What exactly did His Highness do? His Highness is closed for only half a day. Even if he breaks through, it is not so fast. The gourd genie stopped drinking and looked at Chinyu thoughtfully. The first time he and Chinyu met, he could see Chinyu's strength in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but a day had passed and he was in the early stage of Jindan. Although it is impossible to see the Jindan, looking at the gourd Yuaning knows that the quality of the Jindan is definitely not low. This man has a big secret. The gourd genie instantly became curious about Chinyu, far more so than the spirit stone machine. Chinyu knew that it would attract attention. but he had broken through too quickly and hid too much. What about the back? Your Highness, there is someone outside the door calling for a challenge to Shifter Chen, Kong Zhou said with a helpless face. From the day the announcement was sent out, Kong Zhou knew that there would definitely be young talents who would come to challenge him, but he never thought that it would come so fast. Good coming. Qin Yu laughed happily. The only way to keep people is if they come, and if they don't come, forget about recruiting. Ask that heavenly pride would endure. What about the guy who was barely considered a genius and whose fame was even greater than his own? Geniuses may not love money, but they love fame. Young and vigorous Heaven's Pride, who didn't want to be famous in the world. And now Qin Yu's stone tablet had given them this opportunity. Being able to spread the stone tablet all over the world in just a few days was thanks to Qin Yu's costless publicity. Various transdomain, transnational teleportation arrays, not caring in the slightest about the spread of consumption. Go out and meet him. How happy Qin Yu laughed. How hard it was for Chenlun. After all, he's the one involved. What kind of a thing are you to challenge Servant Chen? The moment Qin Yu saw Gao Shan, he uttered a taunt. The third disciple of the Four Elephant Sect, Takayama. Gao Shan arched his hand. The Four Elephant Sect was a transcendent power second only to the Holy Land. Although the popularity was not as good as the 10 holy places, it was also a resounding presence in the Eastern continent. Never heard of it. Roll. Qin Yu waved his hand to drive away Takayama, his face full of impatience. It's really true that any cat or dog can come and challenge Chen Tianjia. Gao Shan's face was green with rage. He was the pride of the younger generation of the Four Elephant Sect, and he was renowned in the Four Elephant Sect. Now being called cats and dogs is even more like driving away beggars. Your Highness isn't trying to recruit people. Why are you driving them away? Hafsia shook her head and looked at Qin Yu in confusion. After the incident of the last game, Yuzhu also knew that His Highness must have a deeper meaning in what he did. She just couldn't see what His Highness was up to for a moment. Could it be that Chen Tianjiao, who is the champion of the ancient world and the champion of the Eastern continent, doesn't dare to answer the battle? The elegant-looking Takayama opened his mouth and sneered. Chen Tianjiao is very happy that the Eastern continent's pride has come to challenge him and welcomes it, Qin Yu said with a smile. But well, Qin Yu painted a twist. East State boasts of heavenly pride, not 10,000, also have 8,000. If every person comes, Chen Tianjiao all one by one to answer the battle, which he cultivates not to cultivate. Simply set up a ring, a daylight to accept the challenge. Forget. If you want to challenge Chen Tianjiao, in addition to having cultivation, you must also be a person of renown. I've been known as a heavenly pride in the Four Elephant Sect. Isn't that enough? Qin Yu shook his head. Famous within the Four Elephant Sect. It's just a corner. Do you know that the stone tablets documenting Chen Tianjiao are spread all over Eastern Zhou? Even the Demon Beast Mountain Range, the major forbidden zones have already spread, and are even about to be spread to the other 3 continents, as well as the Endless Sea. Now, do you still think you're famous enough? Takayama froze in place. Is this tablet spreading so widely? The Demon Beast Mountain Range, the Endless Sea, and even the other 3 continents. Doesn't it mean that once it is on the tablet, its name will spread all over the world? Takayama trembled with excitement. This was exactly what he was after. Men of my generation, who do not want to become known as the world. The world is known as the proud man of heaven. Know the gap. Get lost and come back when you've made a name for yourself. Qin Yu turned around after saying that and let the people close the gate of the royal residence, leaving only a high mountain in place. Your Highness, you have great talent and a deep understanding of people's hearts. The old minister admires you. The old Shangshu, who had lived for almost 800 years, knew a little about Qin Yu's methods. Uncle Luo, you know what third brother thinks? Shao Qi looked straight at the old Shangshu with big eyes and asked with a dumbfounded face. 7th princess. The old minister can't say yet. Once you say it, the plan won't work. Poof. Shao Qi gave a petulant grunt. Don't say never mind, I'll ask third brother. Takayama stared for a moment before snapping out of his ecstasy, turned around and found a hotel in Northwatch and stayed there. If there were no surprises, there were countless celestial pride rushing on the road to Northwatch City right now. 100 Beasts Mountain Range. A young man wearing animal skin looked at the card in his hand. A strange light flowed from his eyes. He grew up in the mountains with its godfather. It was the first time he had seen the outside world, but its godfather had taught him to recognize the words. Recruitment. Outcast. You want to go outside the mountain to have a look. The voice rang out behind the beast-skinned youth. Abandoner doesn't want to go out. He just wants to stay with godfather. Ha ha, go if you want. Your belonging is not in this great mountain. The beast-skinned youth turned his body to look at a giant ape that looked like a small mountain. The giant ape held a tobacco pouch in his hand, tapping a few puffs from time to time, like an old man of the human race smoking a dry cigarette in front of his house. You are a human, not a demonic beast. Your world is out there. You need to integrate into your own pack. The old great ape said softly. But Abandoner doesn't want to leave his godfather and friends. The beast-skinned youth looked toward the demonic beasts in the mountains. Go ahead. It's not like you can't come back. It is to seek your loved ones. The beast-skinned boy kowtowed 3 times towards the giant ape. And he didn't make a sound. Silently, he left. The old ape smiled and threw out a storage ring. It's dangerous out there. Come back alive. The old ape's eyes reddened when he first picked them up. They weren't as big as his fingers. In a flash you've grown up and are leaving home. The 100 beasts watched the departure of the beast-skinned youth, who, shortly after the beast-skinned youth left, the old ape let out a violent cry, completely losing the kindness he had just shown. A terrifying aura appeared from the old ape. The sky was filled with a golden dragon's chi that filled the mountain range. Chin Windian, what is your intention? The old ape questioned. Chapter 67, Wealthy and Powerful. Heaven's Pride Gathering. Your Highness, these past few days of publicity have cost more and more spirit stones. Yuzu looked at the spirit stones that were being cut out of his hand every day, and a heartache ran through him. These could be His Highness's small treasury. Some small cards didn't cost many spirit stones, but in order to hurry, they all took the teleportation array. This cost takes up 80%. How much did it cost? Shin Yu asked carelessly. With the spirit stone machine in place, he wasn't worried about spirit stones. The daily spending is close to 2 million upper-grade spirit stones, Jade Bamboo replied. 2 million a day? Shin Yu knows to spend money, but did not want to spend so much, to know that he is just doing publicity and advertising. It's a big area to cover though. Your Highness, the Eastern continent's rich sources are vast. The smallest Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty has 99 domains, and the rest of the Divine Dynasties are even larger. In addition to the capital city in each domain, there were countless smaller cities below. The 30,000 soldiers recruited were sent out without even fixing their barracks. 2 million is 2 million. Shin Yu didn't care. The city guards have taken over the production, and the capacity has now skyrocketed 16-fold. At the time of the sacrifice, the spirit stone production capacity for 1 week was as high as 8.5 million top-grade spirit stones, and every week, it was approaching 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stone production capacity going up. With 8,000 city guards, now the weekly production capacity could be increased by 16 times, which meant a rise of 19 million top-quality spirit stones a week. $2 million a day to spend. That's only $14 million a week. There's still some left. The role of the stone tablet is not limited to this time, but will have other roles in the future. Spending 2 million top-grade spirit stones a day would make any divine dynasty in the eastern wastelands heart tremble with pain. Chin Yu was not heartbroken, but Jade Bamboo was heartbroken. But she still obeyed Chin Yu's instructions and kept expanding the tablet's territory. 7-star restaurant. The shopkeeper was overjoyed by the young powerhouses that kept appearing from time to time. Although the 7-star restaurant consumed a lot of money, in the eyes of these geniuses, it was no different from having a home-cooked meal. A woman with a delicate figure, wearing a green dress, white pointed chin, under the eyebrow as quiet as autumn waves of the eyes, soft ponytail. A closer look at this person is the city and the country. As soon as the woman appeared, she attracted the Heaven's Pride who had arrived at the store early. It's the Acacia sect's main sex saint daughter, Zhou Xiaoyan, a white-clothed youth on the second floor, holding a Confucian fan, spoke. Zhou Xiaoyan, age 21, late Jin Dan stage, with the ability to refine the void. A group of male celestials gulped. In the entire eastern continent, who didn't know about the Acacia sect's dual cultivation technique? You can harmonize the yin and yang and progress with each other. It can also harvest yin and replenish yang to rapidly increase cultivation. Zhou Xiaoyan had already gotten used to these gazes and sat down as if no one else was there. The East States Acacia was a top 3 existence amongst the transcendent forces, with several branches under its umbrella, and the Acacia sect in Northwatch City was merely a branch that also ranked amongst the transcendent forces. In the Acacia sect in Northwatch City, the sect's grand formation had been activated and outsiders were unable to enter. Even when she used the unique communication call of the Acacia sect, no one responded, just like an unoccupied ghost sect. After Zhou Xia, there was a succession of others. The white-clothed youth who had just pointed out Zhou Xiaoyan's age and strength spoke again. Yu Hitong, 24 years old, peak of Jindan realm, the capital of refining void, disciple of the Nanming Lihua sect. Huangfu Shandai, 22 years old, late Jindan realm, with a talent for refining emptiness. Huangfu family. Dongfang Mengman, peak Jindan realm, 20 years old, Dongfang family. Lu Mingyu, 19 years old, early Jindan stage, with a talent for refining emptiness. Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty. Every time one came, the white-clothed youth would point out the material of the outsider. Fellow Taoist seems to know everything about the bottom line of these heavenly prides. The man in Taoist robes next to the white-clothed youth spoke. I haven't yet asked for the name of fellow Taoist. Tianji Lu. By Xiao Shang. So it's a fellow Daoist from the Tianji building. Long time no see. I'm Tao Minghan from the Imperial Beast sect. Tianji Lu was an intelligence organization in the Eastern continent, doing the business of selling information, and it was not surprising that Bai Xiao Shang knew the information about the visitor. Many people in the restaurant, hearing that Bai Xiao Shang was from the Tianji building, opened their mouths. Does Brother 100 know who this Chen Wen is that he dares to boast that he is invincible in the Eastern continent? Slightly, Bai Xiao Shang was not modest. This person's place of origin and name are already known to all of you, and his other identity is that of Chief of Guards of the Prince Gon's personal guards. Bai Xiao Shang continued. This time, the news has been widely transmitted, and according to the news coming from the Tianji building, there are stone monuments present in several nearby divine dynasties. Tianji Lu was a business. Naturally it wouldn't use a teleportation array at any cost, and the news hadn't been able to cover the Eastern continent. Even people from the Vermilion Bird divine dynasty have come. Could it be that the news has already spread to the southern part of the Eastern continent? Not only the southern part of the Eastern continent, Takayama spoke. Even the Demon Beast Mountain Range, the major forbidden zones, and the Jedi have sent messages. I heard that this stone tablet is still being passed to the other 3 states. Gaoshan told what Qinyu had said truthfully. How is this possible? Even the Demon Beast Mountain Range has passed on the news. Well, Lu Mingyu said skeptically. The words of the 4 Elephants sect fellow Taoist are indeed too much. The Eastern continent is so vast. To spread the news throughout the Eastern continent in just a few days is not something that an ordinary person can do. It's impossible for a regional royal family to have this kind of strength. Dongfang Mengman concurred. A royal family is just a royal family, but also control a region of land. In the Eastern continent can only be considered not to be in the top. Boss. The youth in animal skins shouted from the doorway. The beast-skinned youth walked along, curious about the human city. Several times he had gotten lost, and if it wasn't for his friend, Cracked Sky Eagle, who had sent him to Northwatch City, he would only be on the road now. Who is this man? 2 meters tall, dressed in a beast skin, muscular, but with a simple look and a ready smile. The crowd did not belittle the beast-skinned youth because of his appearance, as the youth exuded the strength of a peak Jindan. Brother 100 this person is? The Imperial Beast Sect's Tao Minghan opened his mouth and asked. Bai Xiao Shang shook his head. I don't know. Where did the Taoist friend come from? Lu Mingyu asked directly. The youth scratched his head shyly and said, I came out from the 100 Beasts Mountain Range. 100 Beasts Mountain Range. The news had already reached the 100 Beasts Mountain Range. Wouldn't that mean that the Forbidden Zone and the Endless Seas, too, could be real? The fact that it was in front of them did not allow them to disbelieve it. I haven't yet asked for your name, fellow Daoist, Lu Mingyu said as he arched his hand. Just call me Martial Abandonment. The beast-skinned youth felt uncomfortable by the gaze of the crowd. Even the Taoists of the 100 Beast Mountain Range have received the news. The other mountain ranges are bound to be no fake either. Doesn't it mean that once the name is revealed on top of the stone tablet, its name will spread all over the world? Even the 3 continents and 4 seas? A group of heavenly prides, originally angered by Chen Wen's arrogance, wanted to come and teach him a lesson, letting him know that there was a heaven beyond the heavens, and there were people beyond the people. Chen Wen's name had already spread throughout the world, and defeating him now would be a shortcut on the path to spreading his fame. Lu Mingyu stood up violently. I'm going to challenge him now. He is only 19 years old and is already in the early Jindan stage, the same realm as Chen Wen. Once he defeats him, Lu Mingyu didn't dare to imagine how big his fame would be. Ha ha, Gaoshan laughed softly. I'm only afraid that you are not qualified to challenge. Chapter 68, The Temptation of Fame, Joining the Royal Household. I'm not qualified? Lu Mingyu's face darkened then. A 19-year-old early-stage Jindan, looking at the Eastern Prefecture is also a phoenix-like existence. Challenging a 25-year-old early-stage Jindan is not enough qualification? You can't. Takayama was elegant looking, but his speech was direct. What makes me not qualified enough? Lu Mingyu stormed out then. Cultivation is naturally enough for you, but your popularity is too low, Gaoshan said with a smile. What does the challenge have to do with popularity? Does fame measure a person's strength? Lu Mingyu said disdainfully. It's useless if you're unconvinced. This is what the people of the royal family said. There are 8,000 not 10,000 but 8,000 self-proclaimed heavenly prides in the Eastern continent, saying that it's impossible for Chen Tianjia to accept each and every one of them, and that it has to be a heavenly pride that has both strength and fame that will accept the challenge. I've been blown away for going to challenges, Takayama said indignantly. Not enough fame? The 4 Elephant Sect's alpine fame wasn't much different from theirs. They were all famous in a corner of the world. Wouldn't that mean they weren't up to par either? What a joke. I've never heard of a hero based on fame. We'll go with you. I don't believe that if we all go together, the Gone Wangfu will still be able to turn us all away. The angry Lu Mingyu suggested. I think it's feasible. Bai Xiaoshang shook his fan in agreement. Bai Xiaoshang had received a lot of news about the royal family. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. This Prince Gone Qinyu. From the moment he arrived at Northwatch City, everything he did was so unbelievable. In particular, the countless spirit stones just seemed to appear out of nowhere. And no matter how much the Tianji house probed, they could not get a single bit of news. This time he came, he also wanted to find out the source of the spirit stones of the royal family. Ditto. The rest of the Celestial Pride also chimed in. 20 to 30 Celestial Pride from all over the world traveled together to the Gone King's mansion. Beast Skin Youth Wu abandoned. Heard them say to go to the king's residence. Remembered the card on the recruitment advertisement. Also followed along. Your Highness, Northwatch City has seen quite a few young talents come in the last few days. And unsurprisingly all of them are rushing towards your subordinates. Shenwen couldn't even be quiet in his cultivation lately. Being watched by millions of people and coveted by countless heavenly prides with the intent to challenge, calling no one's peace of mind. Xinyu ignored Shenwen and muttered to himself, the first batch of celestial pride has already arrived, and should be coming to call for battle without any surprises. Lu Mingyu of the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty has come to challenge. The Imperial Beast Sex Tao Minghan has come to challenge. The Southern Brightness and Departure Fire Sex Yu Hutong. Huangpu Family Huangfu Shandai. Acacia Sect Zhou Xia Smoke. Acacia Sect. When Xinyu heard the voice, he directly stood up and hurriedly rushed towards the door. The group hurried to follow. Everyone wants to know, Your Highness, what the plan is. Only Chen was upset. Xinyu opened the gate of the royal residence, only to see a woman with a stunningly beautiful appearance. Tall figure, front convex and rear curvature, hot and incomparable. Chest reveals a piece of snow-white skin, typical white skin and long legs. The temperament was charming and attractive, and with her alluring figure, she was extremely capable of arousing a man's cocky desires. Xinyu's eyes were not dazzled, as if he wanted to look at the legendary demoness of the Acacia sect. Hey! Lu Mingyu was at the front of the crowd, but Xinyu actually didn't even look at him. Just stare straight at the Acacia sect's Zhou Xia Smoke. Pervert, don't look. The royal house is actually full of lustful and horny people. Lu Mingyu despised. Xinyu disliked back. Eating color is also sex. This is a man's nature. To see a stunning beauty to pay attention. This is to show respect. Don't you like women? Rather, you like men. Bah, I don't like men. Cut the crap. Mr. Lu came here today to challenge Chen, to see if the Chen heavenly pride that crowns the ancient world is the real deal. Who are you? Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty Lu Mingyu, 19 this year. Early Jindan stage. Lu Mingyu's chin lifted. He believed that in a place like Northwatch City, he definitely couldn't find a second 19-year-old early stage Jindan. Xinyu looked at Lu Mingyu and nodded in satisfaction. This is what a heavenly pride is. What are the bunch of chi refining and foundation building ones that came a while ago? Lu Mingyu was still unaware that Xinyu had set his sights on him. The strength is barely there. But so what? Look at the one who came today who isn't a gifted heaven's pride. Could it be that if one comes, Chen Tianjiu will have to take one? A nameless celestial pride. I'm sure his strength is limited. If he wants to challenge Chen Tianjiu, not to mention fame in the eastern continent, but at least fame in 2 or 3 divine dynasties, other than the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, do the other divine dynasties and holy lands know your name? Xinyu said with slight disdain. Lu Mingyu's face was green with iron. A vast area, with no fixed communications. It would take months for a message to get out. How could his name recognition spread to other divine dynasties? Even the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, there were quite a few domains that hadn't heard of him. By the looks of you, you're not a dignified heavenly pride either. Get lost. You're also worthy of challenging Chen Tianjiu. Who are you? It should be Chen Tianjiu himself who decides whether or not he should fight. What right do you have to make decisions for him? I am Chen Tianjiu's sword-wielding assistant, Shan Yu. Shan Wen, who had just reached the door, stumbled, and His Highness Qin Yu became his sword-wielding assistant. What can he do? A district assistant with a big mouth. Asterisk 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 off. A not famous Akata dog, also wants to challenge Chen Tianjiu. Xinyu Yu waved his hand with an extremely impatient look. A group of heavenly pride face black as charcoal. Where they go is not the guest of honor, but to this small north lookout city, actually by a hand-down disdain to drive away. Shenwen was not also unknown before, but it was only by relying on the stone tablet that his name spread throughout the world. If you can use the stone tablet to spread your name to the world, I'll count you in. Lu Mingyu's lungs were about to explode. This asshole underling, oil and salt, obviously just an underling, but also looks like he's so high and mighty that he can't look at anyone. Lu Mingyu was so angry that he wanted to chop this asshole with his sword. There is a natural way to get on the tablet. The royal palace had also issued a recruitment announcement, but he was from the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, so how could he join the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? No, if he didn't get this bad breath out, he couldn't sleep or eat. The big deal is just to quit when the time comes. Lu Mingyu made up his mind. Go and tell your king that Lu Mingyu of the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty has responded to the recruitment and has come to join the royal family. The group of celestial pride looked at Lu Mingyu, who was the son of the Lu family, a transcendent family of the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, now joining the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. This isn't slapping the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty in the face. Lu Mingyu smiled and said, just quit after the challenge. It doesn't say you can't leave? Makes sense. First use the stone tablet to gain fame. Before withdrawing, that's it. It's still Taoist Lu who has an active mind. Tao Minghan laughed out loud. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth rose as he took the bait. Quit. Just in case you don't want to. The king said that if you want to join the royal family, you must defeat me first. Lu Mingyu laughed hideously. That's great. Just want to teach you a lesson. Chapter 69, Qin Yu Strikes. The power of the heavenly Dao Jindan. Other than this nameless person, there are other people who want to participate in the examination well. The people of the royal family saw that Qin Yu was actually going to personally take action and were ready to dissuade him. His Highness hasn't fought anyone since. What if he gets hurt here? Half-Summer was just about to make an exit to dissuade him when he saw Qin Yu make a look. Don't worry, the old man is still around and won't watch your highness get hurt. The old Shangshu wanted to see Qin Yu's strength, an early-stage Jindan. He actually could not spy on his Jindan grade. He hadn't seen it in his half-life. So perhaps if his highness Qin Yu made a move, the mysterious power that was obscuring the Jindan would disappear. Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders in the manner of a street punk warming up. We all want to try. Tao Minghan spoke up. Alright then, one by one. To the martial arts arena behind the royal residence. Qin Yu led a group of people towards the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena had just been constructed not long ago, and was located right behind the royal mansion, which could be reached by walking through the royal mansion. The drill hall and the warehouse are adjacent to each other. The gateway to the warehouse was now wide open, and people were constantly carrying spirit stones from inside on their carriages. Qin Yu saw that the hallowed royal residence actually used horse-drawn carriages for transportation. So it seems that he took the time to purchase a batch of storage rings. The price of the storage ring was not low, but he happened to have more spirit stones than he could spend. Lu Mingyu had just arrived at the martial arts arena when he saw the entrance to the warehouse. A busy crowd. The warehouse portal was wide open at this point. A quick glance at the contents of the warehouse. The piles of spirit stones were densely arranged, just like the bricks of a mortal's earthen wall. Each spirit stone was 10 times larger than a normal spirit stone. Lu Mingyu froze in place at that moment, completely forgetting the purpose of coming to the martial arts arena. This was not a spirit stone, it was clearly a brick. Tao Minghan and the others also froze in place, looking like they hadn't seen the world before, looking straight at the warehouse. When Bai Xiaoshang saw this scene, he knew that he was getting closer to the secret of the source of the spirit stones. I was right to come to the royal residence. There were already quite a few forces in the eastern continent that were curious about the source of Qin Yu's spirit stones, and after arguing from all sides, it shouldn't have been taken out by the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. The source of the spirit stone was still a mystery, and in the end, Bai Xiaoshang locked onto Qin Yu. It was only because of the bold words that Qin Yu had released in the courtroom. It may have started out as a load of crap, but now it's been proven. Don't look. A bunch of country bumpkins. What's there to see with just this amount of spirit stones? Qin Yu continued to taunt. Lu Mingyu was so angry that her teeth itched. This underling was also too uneducated. Who would not be shocked to see mountains of spirit stones piled up? It's as if a mortal rich kid would have his jaw dropped at the sight of mountains of gold bars. The royal family is so rich. This was the thought of all the celestial pride. Just the spirit stones piled up in the warehouse alone were only more than the total income of their clan family for several years. One must know that they were transcendent families, transcendent clans, and the families could easily be hundreds of thousands of people, and the derived collateral and climbed on the body are countless. Just like this can have a million extreme spirit stones, even if this year's income is not bad, but there were piles and piles of top-grade spirit stones here, only in the tens of millions. Since everyone wants to participate in the recruitment of the royal family, let me tell you about the benefits in advance. There were more and more people in the royal family, and Qin Yu had spent time for this reason, perfecting the royal family's payroll. But you guys don't have a high probability of passing. Guess it doesn't matter to you guys even if you say it. What a joke. I am the #1 heavenly pride of the Lu family. Would I not even be able to enter a small royal residence? The rest of the celestial pride was also angered by Qin Yu's repeated contemptuous rudeness. This is the first time I've seen a district's royal family that can also have no one in sight. Tao Minghan said in a cold voice. If you didn't know, you'd think it was the divine dynasty recruiting. Even if it was a divine dynasty, if they wanted to join, the divine dynasty would sweep their couch to welcome them, not to mention a royal family. Okay, I'll just follow the process for you guys. After passing the examination, you will be intern employees of the Wang Fu, with a probationary period of 1 year, and the transfer will be based on your performance during the internship year. Cut. A group of Celestial Pride disdainfully joined and challenged Shenwen before immediately leaving. Internship for a year, not necessarily transferable yet. A group of Celestial Pride smiled and didn't say anything. No one in the press wants to convert. Who would be short of spirit stones if that one wasn't the proud son of a great family clan? Only the beast-skinned youth, martial abandonment, listened intently. It was the first thing he did when he stepped out of the mountains, and he wished to join the royal family. There are so many stronger than him inside the mountains. Some of his siblings, just demonic beasts, were born at the Jindan stage. While it took him a full 20 years to be at the peak of Jindan under the tutelage of his godfather as well as his uncles in the mountain range, he knew that his peak Jindan strength was not strong, but as long as he had the chance, he would go all out. This time the recruitment is a heavenly pride. The treatment well naturally can't be the same as the cultivators in the same realm. Lu Yuming sneered. You also know that the one who came is a heavenly pride. Lu's monthly supply from his family is not much more than 500 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Mingyue seemed to be smiling, to know that he was only in the early stage of Jindan, but 500 top-grade spirit stones per month, which was higher than the monthly salary of a mid-yuaning powerhouse in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, which was 100 top-grade spirit stones higher. 500 top-grade spirit stones? Xin Yu nodded. Then you'll be paid at 500 top-grade spirit stones per month for your internship period. Lu Mingyu smiled. 500 a month for a year can be 6,000. I've heard that the royal family wants to recruit 1,000 people, which is 6 million top-grade spirit stones a year. This was only the salary, and it was important to realize that after recruitment, one would also need to provide magic weapons, as well as all sorts of supporting cultivation. These expenses can be several times the salary. It was true that there were quite a few spirit stones inside the warehouse, but if they wanted to satisfy so many celestial pride, sorry, it wasn't enough. Lu Mingyu looked at the crowd and smiled smugly, a sense of satisfaction that he has done everyone a favor. The family's cultivation model was different from the sects. The heavenly pride of the royal beast sect, Acacia sect, as well as other sects, had a monthly salary of only 200 upper-grade spirit stones, and this was still because it was a heavenly pride. It was important to realize that a clan had a large number of people and needed to be fair. If it was completely tilted to one person, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the rest. After the rest of you pass the examination, 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones per month for the internship period, 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones per month after regularization. What? Lu Mingyu exclaimed. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones are enough for a month's salary at the spirit transformation realm. Are you sure you're not wrong? There is only a base salary and no other benefits during the internship. After the transfer, in addition to the fixed 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones per month, there is also a performance allowance of 10% per month, quarterly rewards every 3 months, 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones, as well as a year-end bonus of 2 months' salary, a 4,000 upper-grade spirit stone reward, and a red packet for holidays. Of course, when on a mission, there is a mission bonus, as well as a 10 to 50% post allowance for special positions, which depends on how dangerous the position is, as well as disability benefits. If you are injured on the way to your mission at the royal household, the royal household will cover the full cost of your medical expenses, as well as your subsequent pension costs. In the event of death on the mission, a one-time financial compensation of 50 years will be awarded, which will be forwarded by the royal household to the relatives of the person in question. By the way, there is another one that is the most crucial. Each breakthrough of a minor realm rewards 2 months of basic benefits, and breakthrough of a major realm rewards 1 year of current realm salary. Coo. Swallowing sounds rang out. Chapter 70, Qingyu strikes. One slap at a time. Lu Mingyu thought he was hallucinating. Is everything you say true? Of course it's true. After you pass the test, you have to sign an entry contract. This salary package, which is also the rule Qingyu is prepared to pursue in the royal residence, took the time to hand over to Yuju for him to send down. How many spirit stones does it take a year? A group of celestial pride secretly settled scores. A base salary of 2,000 is 24,000. 10% performance, that's 2,004. There was also a 10 to 50% job subsidy, and even if you calculated it at 20%, that would still be 4,800 spirit stones. Quarterly incentives once every 3 months. That's 8 grand 4 times a year. There's still 4,000 at the end of whatever year-end bonus. Holiday allowance. There is no definite figure for this. I'm sure a few $100s is available, especially after injuries and deaths, and actually being responsible for recuperating from them. It was common to fight with others in the immortal cultivation world, and injuries were inevitable, and everyone wanted to be protected. There is also a 50-year salary allowance that is compensated to the family after death. That's even if you die. You don't have to worry about the family declining over it. There is also a breakthrough bonus for breakthroughs. Not counting breakthroughs and injuries, which were unforeseen circumstances, there were a whopping 43,200 top-grade spirit stones a year. This was enough to pay the salary of a late-stage god transformation powerhouse. Once you join the royal family, you won't have to worry about any resources in the future. There will also be a rapid increase in strength due to the availability of sufficient resources. Cultivation is about wealth and couple dharma land. Wealth is the most important. Without talent and with enough resources, a waste with 5 spirit roots could become a Jindan stage powerhouse. But if there were no resources, the chi refining stage wouldn't even be able to break through. Don't get too happy. I told you you'd have to beat me first. The group of Celestial Pride did not think it was anything more than a mere subordinate. Who's first? Shinyu hadn't fought anyone yet, and only had the memorized experience from his predecessor, who didn't have much experience, but that didn't stop him from doing it. The Heaven's Path golden pill that cost a few thousand chi values shouldn't disappoint him. Moreover, his real strength was at the Yuaning stage, and honestly it was a bit too bullying to deal with these Jindan stage guys. Shinyu had a headache. He only knew one Haoran Zhengqi skill and did not know any other techniques. Once he used the Haoran Zhengqi skill, he would definitely reveal his identity. It's just a matter of breaking force with force. It would be too humiliating for him, a Heaven's Path Yuaning, to deal with a few Jindan stages and still need to use feats. I'll go first, Lu Mingyu spoke up. A few tens of thousands of spirit stones a year, and he was moved. Although he was the Lu family's #1 heavenly pride, he wouldn't give him just over 40,000 top-grade spirit stones a year alone. This spirit stone would allow him to make rapid progress. You make your move. Shinyu waved his hand, looking as if he did not take Lu Mingyu seriously. Arrogant. Lu Mingyu didn't hold back, directly executing the Lu family's heaven stage advanced technique, the Moonzen Purple Jade Xiangong, Tianmu Zhouwei. A great sun emerged behind Lu Mingyu's head, and a golden radiance poured down from above the great sun. Lu Mingyu, who was reflected by the great sun, was like a god who ruled over the divine realm. Brother Lu is worthy of being a celestial pride, a great sun across the sky, with an unparalleled talent. I'm afraid there are only few enemies within the same rank. Shinyu also no longer hid, his early Jindan stage aura emanating. This sword-wielding assistant is actually at the early Jindan stage as well? Bai Shaoshang froze for a moment, not having heard that the royal family still had this kind of heavenly pride. Shinyu was even a bit younger than Lu Mingyu. You are qualified to be my opponent. Hair flying, divine light appearing, as if an immortal was on earth. Lu Mingyu stood proudly. Go! The gentle great sun was thrown out by Lu Mingyu, but the great sun contained a terrifying energy that no one dared to take lightly. Shinyu clenched his fist with one hand and tried to catalyze his Yuaning, but the Yuaning trembled and retracted. It seems like it doesn't care to make a move. Bastard, this Yuaning is still arrogant. Retreat! Shinyu could only use the power of his Jindan. The Yuaning did not move, and the Jindan could only be forced to contribute its power. A vastness that seemed boundless instantly poured into Chinyu's limbs and bones. Not good. His Highness will be injured. Half-Summer's heart raced. Lord Shangshu, quickly make a move to save His Highness. The old Shangshu didn't move a muscle. What grade is your Highness's Jindan? The gourd Yuaning also had a torch-like gaze, staring straight at Chinyu, who actually felt palpitations from the wisp of aura he emitted when he exited the gate. A Jindan made him throb. He had lived for 40 or 50 years and had never seen one. The great sun was only an arm's length away from Chinyu, but Chinyu remained unmoved. Kid, are you scared silly not? Lu Mingyu also panicked. This asshole does not resist even avoid will not be well. He just came to challenge Chen Wen and wanted to be famous. Don't want to make a scene. Boom. Just as Big Sun was only a punch away from him, Shinyu casually slapped his hand. The great sun was instantly sent flying out, exploding in the air as a terrifying power instantly swept through the surroundings. Ha! Lu Mingyu looked as if he had seen a ghost. The strike he was so proud of had actually been slapped away by Chinyu like a leather ball. Chinyu was not prepared to waste any time. His feet generated wind. His body was close to Lu Mingyu, and he once again swung out a slap. This time he collected a lot of power. A 19-year-old Jindan stage is a treasure that can't be broken. Lu Mingyu looked at Chinyu, who had almost instantly moved to his side, and his body trembled in fear as he tried to back away to vacate a safe distance. His feet haven't moved. Pop! A clear voice rang out. Brush! Lu Mingyu was knocked over and his head hit the ground hard. Both eyes glazed over and fainted. Alas! Is this considered a heavenly pride? Chinyu sighed with an unsatisfactory look. Too weak. The royal family doesn't accept this kind of weakling. As for challenging Chen Tianzhou, it's even more nonsense. I'm afraid I can't even resist Chen Tianzhou's breath. Your Highness is so powerful. Half-Summer, who had tears in her eyes, suddenly smiled like a flower and said excitedly. Yuju clenched his fists. Although he believed in His Highness, he was still worried in his heart. Sango is awesome. Seven waved her hand. The old Shinshu looked at a couple of guys who had no qualms about making noise, and helplessly isolated their voices. Since His Highness Qinyu chose to hide his name, he naturally has a plan, and you are either called His Highness or Third Brother, so the ghosts know. The old Shinshu had just looked at Qinyu with unblinking eyes, but he could only feel that the golden Dan in Qinyu's dantian was emitting terrifying energies, but the golden Dan was still covered by mysterious powers. Next, a group of celestial pride was shocked by this scene. They hadn't expected it in their dreams. Lu Mingyu, the #1 heavenly pride of the Lu family, was actually knocked out with a slap on the wrist. No one would believe it if they said it, but the truth just happened in front of their eyes. Oriental Dreamman and the other early Jindan, and mid-Jindan celestials, looked at each other and retreated backwards. At the same early Jindan stage, Lu Mingyu was only stronger than them, and they were only afraid that they wouldn't even be able to carry a slap, and the mid-Jindan ones weren't confident that they could, with one strike, defeat Lu Mingyu. The difference between the high and the low. The middle Jindan stage also knew that he was not an opponent. A bunch of losers. This is also considered a heavenly pride. Don't even have the courage to fight against each other? Can I try? Wookie raised his hand. Chapter 71 Heavenly Dao Golden Pill Leaks. Of course, Qinyu showed a smile. He liked this kind of simple young man. The animal skin dresses. The eyes are pure, and at first glance, they have not experienced the filth of the world. The probability is that it's an heir trained by a hidden old monster. This kind of pure background. Qinyu liked it, and even wanted to find the person behind it to talk about what he thought about joining the force. Introduce yourself. My name is Wu Abandon, from the 100 Beasts mountain range. Because I saw the card released by the royal family, I have come here specifically in hopes of joining the royal family. Qinyu suddenly had a sense of vestigial vision of a young man being tricked into a pyramid scheme by a small card. Wu abandoned growing up in the mountains. His heart has always longed for the outside world, but do not know where to go. This card gave him the reason. Go all out. You can't pass the test if you don't pass the test. I will. The old Shangshu transmitted. Your Highness, this celestial pride is already at the peak of Jindan. Why don't we let the old minister do the assessment, so as not to injure your Highness by mistake? His Highness is only at the early stage of Jindan, and the gap between him and the peak of Jindan is vast. Although the old Shangshu wanted to see Qin use Jindan, he couldn't risk Qin Yu getting injured. No need. I'll come personally. Qin Yu rejected with a voice transmission. Uncle Luo, this guy is a peak Jindan. Third brother is definitely no match for him, Shao Qi worriedly said. His Highness, the 7th Princess Qin Yu, just transmitted a voice saying that he wants to come by himself. The old Shangshu had a helpless look on his face. Shenwen worried that when he faced the peak Jindan Fong Jiutong at the early stage of Jindan, he had a complete sense of powerlessness. In the realm of cultivation, one realm and one heaven, there were very few battles that crossed the realm, unless one carries a special bloodline, or a rare physique. Crossing the border to kill the enemy is nothing more than a fool's dream. Shenwen had followed Qin Yu when he was still a prince, and he couldn't be clearer about Qin Yu's talent. If it wasn't for being from the royal family, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to practice. Your Highness is not as simple as he appears. Peak Jindan may not be his match. The gourd Yuaning rarely spoke up. The half-summer Yuzu was originally worried, but after hearing the words of the gourd genie, she was slightly relieved. But third brother is only at the early Jindan stage. Shao Qi still didn't believe that third brother could defeat martial abandonment. When he was in the imperial city, third brother was still in the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he have broken through so quickly in the past few months? Chen Tianjiao's sword-wielding assistant couldn't have imagined that it would be as terrifying as this. If an assistant is so terrifying, how strong should Chen Tianjiao be? This was the inner thought of all the celestial pride at this time. Not bad for someone who dares to claim that he is the champion of the ancient world and invincible. The test begins. Qin Yu's words just fell. With a silly smile on his face, martial abandonment's eyes instantly shifted. A terrifyingly pure killing intent emanated from his pupils, and Qin Yu instantly felt like he was being stared at by a hungry beast. It was as if what was in front of him was not a man, but a real beast. Qin Yu's Jindan shook, and the sense of shock from the martial abandonment was immediately removed. Being watched by a tiger would be fearful, but Wu Wei was nothing more than a kitten in Qin Yu's eyes. Such pure killing intent, just like a wild beast hunting its prey. Bai Shaoshang exclaimed in shock. This kind of killing intent he had only seen in beasts. Where did this teenager come from and who nurtured him? At only 20 years of age, at the peak of Jindan, this kind of talent is also a rare existence when looking at the eastern state. There was no such style among the forces recorded in the Tianji building. Could it be the Divine Power Sect? Bai Xiao Sheng shook his head again. The Divine Power Sect was not this style even though they were all a bunch of reckless people. He's like my royal beast, Tao Minghan blurted out. Often in the company of demonic beasts, Tao Minghan was all too familiar with this feeling. How could anyone look so much like a demonic beast? The muscles of Wu Abandon's entire body bulged and his veins burst as his icy cold eyes stared Qinyu dead in the face. Broken all over. At this moment, Qinyu was like a lamb to be slaughtered in the eyes of martial abandonment. He could capture it with a single strike. Even a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. That's what Godfather taught me growing up. The wind sweeps the plum blossoms. Martial abandonment's legs stomped, and his body instantly popped out like a cannonball. Looking at the mound of earth under Wu Jue's feet, Tao Minghan lamented. This guy's body strength is so strong, and his speed is ridiculously fast. The martial abandonment that rose off the ground transformed into a streak of residual shadow, and the rest of the celestial pride only saw a flash of black shadow. As Wu Wei approached Qinyu, he saw the unresponsive Qinyu and violently swept out a whip kick. Good speed and okay strength. The whip leg, which was like a heavenly pillar pressing down on the world, was choked by Qinyu at the neck of the calf. Martial abandonment's eyes glared. He was so fast and lightning fast that even the wind-chasing leopard clan complimented him on his speed. It was unthinkable that he was actually caught by a human, who caught his attack and tackled his calf. Wu Chou tried to retract his calf, but it wouldn't budge, as if it was caught in a vice. A group of celestial pride was nearly petrified. If Lu Mingyu was defeated by a single blow, it could be said that Qinyu's strength was powerful and invincible at the same level. But a peak Jindan martial abandonment, being captured in one move would be too outrageous. And that's just an assistant. The celestial pride had already despaired. Challenging Chen-Wen, this was not hitting a stone with an egg. Third brother, your highness is so powerful. 7.5 Summer spoke up at the same time. The old Shangshu and the gourd genie were frowning. The moment Qinyu received the attack, a terrifying Jindan force stirred within Qinyu's dantian. Even though it was only for a moment, the old Shangshu captured it. A golden dan covered in golden veins. At least 12 courses or more. At least it was of the heavenly order. As to which specific grade of the heavenly order, the old Shangshu failed to see it clearly. Heavenly Dao Golden Pill? This barren land of aura can actually give birth to a heavenly Dao Golden Pill. Hulu Yuaning looks like he has seen a ghost. Did not say that the outside world aura is thin. The pride of the sky is scarce it? Qinyu let go of martial abandonment. Martial abandonment had a sad face. It was unthinkable that with his peak Jindan strength, he couldn't even defeat the early Jindan stage. Godfather was right. The outside world really does have hidden tigers and dragons. Now that he failed the test, where does he go next? Wookie knows nothing about the outside world and doesn't know where to go from here. Qinyu secretly sighed that this guy's body strength could be really big. Actually shocked his arm numb. The heavenly Dao Golden Dan had just used almost 50% of his strength. Qinyu put his hands behind his back and said in a cloudy voice, "You have good strength, although you failed to defeat me. But I think the king's conditions were too harsh. I'll report to the king and modify the rules. After all, the pride of the outside world is definitely not comparable to the pride of the royal family." Qinyu's tone was flat, like he was saying something that was a matter of course. You are considered to have barely passed. You can enter the royal residence for internship, but whether you can be transferred or not depends on your performance during the internship period. The bleary-eyed martial abandonment was instantly energized upon hearing this. Don't worry, senior. I will definitely work hard. Martial abandonment hurriedly answered. Although it was barely a pass, he still passed the test, and Wu Xia believed that he could definitely turn it around if he worked hard. Here's your first assignment. Qinyu glanced at Tianjia with a disappointed expression. I'm afraid that I'll make a move only one passes the test. The following by you to act as the examiner. Anyone who can catch your 10 moves are considered to pass the test. Ugh. Qinyu shook his head again. The outside world's heavenly pride is so trashy. Well, it seems that the royal family's cultivation method is still better. None of the celestial pride chimed in because what Qinyu said was the truth. The group fell into self-doubt. Were they really that bad? The royal family's method of cultivation? They had keenly heard Qinyu's tirade. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty wants to use this tactic to absorb heavenly pride? What a joke! It seems like the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is really at the end of its rope. That heavenly pride would go just because of a card. Who wouldn't be able to withstand such a test? Fifth Prince Sacred Heart Yen sneered as he looked at the card. Chapter 72, Small cards attract people and draw ridicule from various countries. Memorable stones. Skyfall cards. After a few days of fermentation, it had already made a lot of noise in the eastern state. Young people who thought they had outstanding talent traveled to the eastern prefecture in droves to meet this early-stage Jindan who had bested the ancient and modern worlds. As for the various great divine dynasties, the top echelons of the Holy Land, they all satirized that the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was at its wits' end and desperately wished to obtain a decision-making seat in the Eastern State Alliance. Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Shui Yuanyue's resentment towards Qin Wendian grew when she failed to get what she wanted that day at the Taichu Sacred Land. This group of idiots from the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty would actually come up with this kind of solution. Which heavenly pride would go to the already decaying Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? The celestial pride are all the palms of the major powers. Spirit stones, magic weapons, pills, not to mention taking what they want. At least there will be no shortage. Can the Heavenly Feather God Dynasty afford it? Even if they are recruited, they just don't have the resources to train them. Companion Li. Has the price of talisman paper gone up yet? The Water Moon Divine Emperor asked. Your Majesty, the order has been issued to export talisman paper to Tianyu, and the price of all of them has increased by more than 2 times, up to 3 times. Now that the sky feather spirit veins were drying up, the materials for talisman paper were scarce, and if you wanted to refine it yourself, the cost would not be low. The talisman paper of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty had always been economical, and the price was far cheaper than the internal prices of the major divine dynasties, and was welcomed by all of them. Even if it went up twice as much, it would still be more cost-effective for the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty to purchase their talisman paper. Now that the sky feather spirit vein had dried up and materials were scarce, the cost would rise further. They'd have to hold their noses and buy it even if it was triple. There were quite a few explorers in the Divine Dynasty, and the consumption of talisman paper was a huge amount every day. It's fine if you don't buy it. It's your bad luck if you get killed by a demonic beast. The Holy Martial God Emperor didn't take this news seriously when he heard it, and with this he also wanted to recruit a heavenly pride, especially a 25 Jindan who also dared to boast that he was the best in the ancient world. It seems that Tianyu really has no one. The top brass of the major powers didn't care. However, the name Chanwen had reached their ears. The Holy Land of the Beginning. Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. The Golden Crow Divine Dynasty didn't even bother with this. The Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty even scoffed. Who in the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty would travel all the way to Tianyu? Tianji House. Bai Shaosheng has gone to Northwatch City to explore the source of the change. The stone tablet spread all over the eastern state in just a few days, and Chen Wen's name is even more unknown. I'm afraid that his fame is even greater than that of some divine dynasties and the Lord of the Holy Land. Tianjilu was famous for its intelligence, and had long wanted to set up a list that was known to the world. For example, the Heavenly Pride list. The Beauty List. Unfortunately, the eastern state was too big, and it was extremely difficult to make it known to the world. This is a significant expense. Although Tianjilu's income was considered not expensive among the transcendent powers, the overhead of exploring intelligence was not low. Feeding a large number of intelligence agents down there is also a huge expense. We've roughly calculated that the Gon Wangfu's daily expenses for the daily teleportation arrays, as well as inviting cultivators to spread the cards in order to promote the stone tablets, is no less than 1 million upper-grade spirit stones per day, if not more. 1 million a day. The crowd of Tianji House sucked in a breath of cool air. It translates to 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Tianji lose income for a year. Do nothing. Personnel salaries are not paid. Even a month cannot carry. If you throw out the overhead of the Tianji building, you can't carry it for 10 days. A group of people are helpless, full of ambition in their hearts. Suffering from limited funds cannot be realized. We can only pin our hopes on Shaosheng. I hope he finds out, as soon as possible, the secret about the source of the Gon Wangfu's spirit stones. The folk have been buzzing for a long time. Every day, people came to watch underneath the stone monument to see if there was any new heavenly pride on the list. Cultivators in the major cities, mortals, who for most of their lives, would just hang out in their own acreage. When did they ever receive information from the outside world? And even if they did, it was just word of mouth, and it had long since been tarnished in their ears. A day has passed and no one is still on the list. Is there no one willing to join the royal family? Shouldn't be. Not to mention how the treatment is, just by going on this stone tablet alone. There are quite a few heavenly prides who can't withstand such a temptation. Yes, once it's on the monolith the whole world knows about it. Even my town of a few thousand people in the countryside has erected a monolith. More than a small town. According to the person who erected the stone monument, it will be spread throughout the entire eastern prefecture. And when the establishment of the eastern prefecture is completed, it will be expanded to the other 3 prefectures and the islands in the sea. Geez, once you're on the monolith, death is not regrettable. Countless cultivators traveled in all directions to make a name for themselves, and many died on the way. But now all you need to do is go on the tablet, and within a few days, The whole world will know that you exist. The people watching had almost a small card in hand. They wanted to go to the heavenly feather divine dynasty, but not everyone was a heavenly pride. One can only keep that thought in the back of one's mind. Nowadays, in the eastern state, the people of the lower level cultivators, for every 3 sentences discussed, one of them could not be separated from the stone monument and the card recruiting. The Tianjiao, who was still on the road, firming up his thoughts, wanted to be famous. This might be the biggest shortcut. Those who hadn't set off yet decided to do so as well, and many of those with lesser talent took to the road one after another. A torrent formed by heaven's pride was converging towards Northwatch City. There will be more and more people coming, and the test will become heavier and heavier. Can you complete the task? Don't worry, assistant. I guarantee to complete the mission. Martial Abandonment's gaze was firm. Good. You're definitely turning a corner. Qin Yu patted his shoulder in encouragement. Exhausted. Find a chair and rest for a while. Fellow Taoists, do any of you want to come? Martial Abandonment arched his hand and asked. Don't worry, I definitely won't keep my hands off, and I will definitely let you enter the royal residence based on your true abilities. Wu Zhuwei said firmly. Qin Yu's face twitched. Did he say that to the wrong person? Southern Brightness and Flame Sect. Yuan Tong, please teach me. The Nanmingli Fire Sect Transcendence Sect is a sect that makes good use of foreign flames. A different kind of fire? Qin Yu remembered a certain deceased person. Yu Hutong is from the Southern Brightness Fire Separation Sect, the second elder's personal disciple. At the age of 24, he is already at the peak of Jindan. As always, Yu Ju was there to explain. Yu Hutong's face was serious, and he was not careless just because of martial abandonment, being defeated by Qin Yu in one move. A head-sized, bizarre flame appeared. The flame appeared reddish-yellow, with a greenish-colored flame present in the center of the flame. It's the 49th ranked exotic flame Heavenly Dipper Dragon. Amazing. The old Shangshu picked up the conversation. Legend had it that 49 types of foreign fire existed above the continent, each of which was a unique existence. Only when one perishes does the other appear. Although the Big Dipper Dragon Amazement ranked at the bottom of the list, it had infinite wonderful uses and was known as Pure Yang Yen, the nemesis of evil cultivators. It was even able to enhance the fire attribute Spirit Root, 30% of the cultivation speed. Good baby. Qin Yu marveled. Nope. It seems like I don't need to cultivate and I won't be able to cultivate. Qin Yu laughed at himself twice. It was a dull moment. Yu and Tong were already accustomed to seeing this kind of scene. The appearance of foreign flames always aroused people's greed. After all, who could resist the temptation of a 30% acceleration in cultivation enhancement? Yu and Tong glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was found to have a silent face, as if what he was holding was not a foreign fire, but firewood. Phew. Martial Abandonment took the lead. He had to do his job as an examiner well, and he couldn't let some false celestial pride mix in. Chapter 73, Information Shock, Eye-Opener for the People. Although Wu Abandonment has a strong physical body and a lot of experience in fighting, the Yu and Tong, who have the foreign fire enhancement, easily lasted through 10 moves and passed the test. Dongfang Mengman was 20 years old, at the peak of Jindan, and came from the transcendent family Dongfang clan. 20 years old at the peak of Jindan. Another gem. Qin Yu suddenly felt that the 19-year-old early Jindan stage Lu Mingyu seemed to be less valuable. Huangfu Shan Dai, 22 years old, late Jindan realm, from the Huangfu family, resisted 10 moves and passed. One by one, people came through. The difficulty set by Qin Yu was not high, just carrying through 10 moves. Peak Jindan and late probability are fine. Some of the middle Jindan stage can also pass. Most of those who didn't pass were early Jindan stage Heavenly Pride. The Imperial Beast Sect's Tao Minghan spoke up. Isn't Brother 100 going to make a move? There's no rush. Bai Xiaosheng shook his fan and said without any haste. This was a good opportunity to observe the battles of the various Heavenly Prides. Then I'll go ahead. Tao Minghan arched his hand. Brother Wu, please also be gentle later. Mild? Wu Abandoned did not understand. The fight can still be gentle. Tao Minghan waved his hand, and a one-horned golden bull that was 3 feet long and 1.5 feet tall, with golden fur all over its body and a golden unicorn horn, bigger than an elephant, appeared out of thin air. It's a peak Jindan one-horned golden bull. The old Shangshu spoke. People from the Imperial Beast sect can have more than one Imperial Beast. Every time you ascend a great realm, you will be able to have one more Imperial Beast. The current Tao Minghan was at the Jindan stage, which meant that he should have 3 Imperial Beasts. Wookiee smiled. Against the human race, his combat experience was rusty, but against demonic beasts, the one-horned golden bull was just about to ask why he had suddenly summoned him out when martial abandonment had already rushed over. District human. The one-horned golden bull didn't put martial abandonment in his eyes. Among the same rank, the strength of demonic beasts was far above that of the human race. The one-horned golden bull's defense was powerful. How could it be broken by a human race? And the key martial abandonment was actually still bare-handed. Rainbow light gathered on the horn of the one-horned golden ox and was violently offered. The light was like lightning. Wu Wei flexed his body to dodge the rainbow light, directly approaching the head of the one-horned golden bull. The one-horned golden bull sneered. Mao, foolish fellow, actually daring to face off head-on. It stomped its legs, preparing to utilize its unicorn horn to penetrate martial abandonment. Wu Xie's body lurched and his palm passed through the bull's snout. No good. Tao Minghan was alarmed that the nose was the weakness of the one-horned golden bull. Ha! Wu Qiu's hand exerted force. The one-horned golden ox ate the pain and its body softened. Being directly lifted off by Wu Qiu, Tao Minghan hurriedly summoned 2 other demonic beasts. A snow-white serpent thicker than a bucket and a golden-eyed black wolf. Tao Minghan qualified. Martial abandonment said with a simple smile. Tao Minghan had a helpless look on his face. His 3 demonic beasts, all of which were now knocked to the ground. He only managed to carry through 10 moves after he as a beast master had even taken the field himself. The 3 demonic beasts were actually defeated one by one move, but instead, they were slightly rusty when they fought him. Bai Xiao Sheng folded his fan, and he was left alone at the scene. Jade Bamboo opened her mouth to introduce herself. Tianji Lu Bai Xiao Sheng, Peak Jindan, Sister Yuzhu, how come you seem to know everything? Half-Summer snapped with big watery eyes. Jade Bamboo explained. From the moment His Highness said that he wanted to recruit Heaven's Pride, I bought a copy of the intelligence on Heaven's Pride from all over the world. And this information is exactly from the person in front of us, the power of Tianji House. Unsurprisingly, Bai Xiaoxing easily resisted the 10 moves and passed the test. Qin Yu was quite satisfied that Yu Zhu had the potential to be a secretary. Yu Jiu, post the people who are qualified today, and post them everywhere. It's your highness. Congratulations. Congratulations. Qin Yu applauded as he walked towards the team of qualified Celestial Pride. 28 came and 20 passed. The pass rate is not bad. Below, report your names and places of origin and other information, and someone will follow up by sending your information to various places for the publication of the stone tablets. Hear that? The group of Celestial Pride breathed in sharply. They are also going to be famous in the eastern state, although they are famous everywhere, but they are limited to one area. Now that it's on the tablet, it's kind of really famous. Don't get too happy. Once you don't make the transition, or if you leave in the middle of the process, your names will be cancelled. Qin Yu had a grim smile on his face. Don't worry, we'll thoughtfully label the reasons for cancelling the name, such as failing the internship and being unable to meet the requirements of the royal family in terms of ability. Ha! A group of people at that time faced green. This is not in the world announced that this person's strength is not good. Is not the pride of heaven? The Celestial Pride who had initially made up his mind to leave after ascending the stone monument was hesitant. Once boarded and cancelled, it would be really infamous. And it's not up to the royal family to say how the labeling is written. The knocked-out Lu Mingyu awoke in a daze. The proud son of heaven, burdened with visions, was knocked out by a slap on the wrist, and he would become the joke of the eastern state. Someone will set you up down there. The old Shinshu took the initiative to walk over. Gentlemen, you will be under my charge from now on. Honestly, your talent is barely there, but the royal family is in desperate need of manpower right now, so this is considered your chance. If the old Shangshu dared to say the word chance at the beginning, a group of heavenly pride would have already begun to spray wildly. However, after seeing Qin Yu, the group of people did not say anything. After all, they were defeated by a sword-wielding assistant. Sword-wielding assistant, also known as sword-wielding child. Only Qin Yu felt bad and changed the name himself. The old Shangshu let Ma Haoshuan take a group of heavenly pride away. The old Shangshu has limited energy alone, so Qin Yu specially gave Ma Haoshuan to him as an assistant. After Tianjiao left, the old Shangshu spoke. With the current view, the recruitment of Tianjiao shouldn't be a problem. But what about the Tianjiao who haven't practiced? Celestial Pride that had already been at the Jindan stage had the ability to cross over to the Divine Dynasty, but some Celestial Pride that hadn't practiced cultivation was a group of mortals. They didn't have the ability to come to Northwatch City in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Qin Yu smiled. There's no rush. It should be here soon. Updated. Updated. Someone under the stone monument said in a loud voice. 100 Beast Mountain Range Martial Abandonment. Age 20. Peak Jindan Stage. Exempt. An exclamation of shock appeared under the stone monument. 20 years old has already broken through the Jindan stage. Gosh, is there such a genius in this world? In their town, breaking through foundation establishment at the age of 20 was already a rare genius. Now that a 20-year-old peak Jindan stage had come out, the impact on them could be imagined. The information on the Heaven's Pride included in the Tianji building was expensive, not something that some ordinary cultivators or even the people could access. Information shock. Where does someone who has lived in a small town all their life and never traveled far see this? Dongfang Mangman is 20 years old. At the peak of Jindan. From the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty. The transcendent family Dongfang clan. Oh my god, another one. Or a female fairy. The young talents of the town who boasted of their heavenly pride were struck beyond words at this moment. I also learned that there are people beyond the sky. The Oriental family's heavenly pride has run away to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? The Vermilion Bird God Emperor was furious. Chapter 74, recommending a heaven's pride for 40,000 spirit stones? Old man Dongfang. Did the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty treat the Dongfang family poorly? Why did Mangman girl run to the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty? The Vermilion Bird God Emperor questioned. At the peak of Jindan at the age of 20, even in the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, it was a top-tier heavenly pride. Moreover, Dongfang Mangman, but awakened the Vermilion Bird bloodline, strengthened the same class, but also the top of the existence. This, Your Majesty's minister doesn't know either. Mangman only said that she was going out, but she didn't say that she wanted to join the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Old man Dongfang had a helpless face. He was truly unaware. Immediately give orders to order all forces to restrain their own heavenly pride. Your Highness, it's already too late. Old man Dongfang added. A large number of heavenly prides from the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty have already departed, all leaving the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty territory. Assholes, call them back at once. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor was furious, even though his candidates to participate in the event were already prepared. But you can't let your own heavenly pride go and serve someone else. The rest of the Divine Dynasties also found out about this and ordered a ban on going out. But that's the way it is with young people. The more you control it, the more he's going to run. In the meantime, all over the eastern continent, how's it going, Family Master Wang? A man in black opened his mouth and asked. The Wang clan does not want the family heir to go to a foreign land. The Wang clan mother looked at her 8-year-old son with dismay. How foolish. The Wang family is nothing but a small third-rate family, and to produce a genius with a single attribute spirit root is a blessing from your ancestors. Staying in the family, with your little third-rate family, what resources will you take to cultivate him? This will only bury his talent. The top sect in the next domain, Xianyu Hall. My son can also go there. So why bother running to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Mother Wang said confidently. The masked man in black didn't retort, but guided. Xianyu Hall entry disciple, monthly salary of 5 lower grade spirit stones. Your son has outstanding talent. Counting his entry to the elder's income and the personal lineage. Enjoying the benefits of the early stage of Jindan. Monthly salary of 500 lower grade spirit stones. Northwatch Academy. Single spirit root genius. Do you know how much the salary is? The man in black asked the question. How much? Mother Wang was also curious as to how many spirit stones this so-called academy gave. There had never been an immortal cultivation academy in the eastern state. Only divine dynasties, kingdoms, and large and small sects. It is said to be a school of learning, not belonging to a power, but simply preaching and teaching and calling it a student. Mortals can read and write, and still need to pay for a gentleman. Not to mention immortal cultivation. Cultivating a disciple consumed precious immortal cultivation resources. It's all like your schoolhouse. Learn and leave. Just a student. Who would be foolish enough to waste spirit stone resources to teach others? Even if you're a genius. No one wants to give it all for nothing and just get called a teacher. Single attribute spiritual roots. From the time you enter the academy will provide a monthly cultivation subsidy of 100 top grade spirit stones. $100. Mother Wang almost forgot to breathe when she heard it. 100 top grade spirit stones, but a full 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, 20 times that of the Xianyu Hall. You didn't think it was just 100 of top grade spirit stone allowance, did you? The man in black laughed lightly. That's just the basic benefits. Students with excellent performance also have bonuses of thousands, tens of thousands of top grade spirit stones at every turn. Think of a single attribute spirit root. Would the prize be any less? Go. The Wang family head, who had been silent, spoke up. We can't be a roadblock and hinder the children's development. But the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Clan Mother Wang wanted to speak. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was too far away. For a third-rate family, it was an unreachable distance. A place that could not be reached in a lifetime. There's another one I forgot to mention. The family or clan that provided the Heaven's Pride is compensated anywhere from 5,000 to 50,000 upper spirit stones. In your family's case, 40,000 top-grade spirit stones should not be a problem. Go. Children are too old for their mothers, and eagles will eventually soar. Wang's mother's eyes were firm. The man in black froze for a moment. The good guy changed his face so quickly. Get ready. I'll pick him up in 3 hours, and we'll arrange for someone to drive him to his destination. The man in black couldn't hide his joy and led 2 of his men out of the Wang mansion. Just out of the Wang house, black man. The body cannot stop trembling. Sent. The man in black took out the small card and looked at the small line on the back. Genius Star Scout. Can be rewarded with the same spirit stones as getting a provider. A single attribute spirit root meant that he could also obtain 40,000 top-grade spirit stones. 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones could buy them all out of the Black Clothes Society. The Black Council. The members were no more than a few hundred, made up of casual practitioners. With these 40,000 top-grade spirit stones, their Black Clothes Society would usher in a period of rapid development. Son, you can't become a dragon at home. You have to go out to learn and experience if you want to go far. Mother Wang admonished her 8-year-old son. Small cards were released along with the tablet. But most of the Heavenly Pride's cultivation is not weak, and they can travel in all directions. And traveling to Tianyu is naturally not a problem. But there is no cultivation of Heavenly Pride. But there is no ability to act independently. The pride of the great powers had been cultivated by the powers from a young age. Only those small clans, or ordinary mortals, they waited until they were 8 years old before a major power would come to test their talent for them. In the eastern state now, countless loose cultivators took talent stones and gave a teenager a test when they saw him. It made the various forces quite upset, and it was robbing them of their student population. The man in black took the 8-year-old and ran up the road to Northwatch. In the past, he couldn't afford to take a teleportation array. Now excuse me, he's not upset at all. Because those who escorted Heaven's Pride would be reimbursed by the royal family for travel expenses to and from, and lodging, in addition to a sum of money. After registering at the teleportation array, the black-clothed man boarded the teleportation array without giving a single spirit stone. According to the card, the royal palace had a contract with the major teleportation array forces, and the cost would be paid by the royal palace. Too sweet, too perfect. Chairman, this Northwatch city, not at all like the strength of a royal residence. The world is so big that there is nothing strange. Many forces are ordinary on the surface, but in reality, they are not inferior to transcendent sects, or even sacred grounds, the man in black explained. To be able to spread the stone tablets all over the world, one would not be a small little prince. All over the world, a steady stream of young celestial pride was sent to Northwatch City. Your Highness, a black-robed man claiming to be from the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty has brought uncultivated heavenly pride. Kong Zhou hurriedly rushed inside. He had nothing to do right now, and because he knew the etiquette, he was being used as a butler by Qin for the time being. Almost. It's about time. By the time the card was released, 3 or 4 days had passed. The speed wasn't slow without limiting the teleportation array. Except that the teleportation array was expensive and 100 people couldn't afford to sit on it. But the last thing he lacked was spirit stones. Go and see what the quality of the heavenly pride that was sent is. This time the seed is his for the taking. This kind of person, raised from childhood, has the highest level of loyalty. Qin still liked these uncultivated ones. Even if he spent more spirit stones, it didn't matter. Single attribute spirit root. Yuju exclaimed. Chapter 75 Heavenly Feather Academy. The first principle. The test stone for testing talent lit up with a bright white glow. The light that the test stone can reveal corresponds to the tester's talent. If all 5 colors lit up at the same time, it wasn't a genius, but a waste with 5 spirit roots. The 5 elements correspond to each other. Gold to gold, wood to green, water to blue, fire to purple, and earth to yellow. Qin nodded to the man in black. It's a genius. Single attribute spiritual roots. Not common. The degree of rarity is not comparable to a special physique, but it can still be considered 1 in 10,000. Give the spirit stones. Qin waved his big hand. A carriage pulling spirit stones appeared. Although the man in black believed that Qin would not renege on his debt, he did not expect such bravado. The man just arrived without even asking for his name, and then gave the spirit stone. Thank you, Your Majesty, the man in black said respectfully. Not bad. Keep up the good work. As long as you find a genius, this highness won't lose a single spirit stone. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will do my best to search for the world's most talented people for Your Highness. The man in black had wondered on the road about specializing in the business of genius scavenging. Now that he saw Qin bravado, he knew that this business could be done as there was no delinquency of spirit stones. The man in black took the spirit stone and left happily. This spirit stone was enough for a few years of their Black Clothes Association's earnings, and the cost is simply finding a genius. I've decided that from now on, the Black Clothes Society will change its name to Stars of Tomorrow, specializing in netting the world's most talented people. The Eastern Prefecture was vast, and there were countless buried celestial talents, some of whom had never had the chance to test their talents in their entire lives, and in some cases, they missed the age and are no longer up to par when measured later. The man in black had decided that these 40,000 top-grade spirit stones would be his starting capital. The people who had brought their heavenly pride to watch, seeing that the man in black had taken the spirit stones with alacrity, no longer hesitated and appeared with their children. One by one, Kong Zhou looked at the sudden crowd and hurriedly maintained order. 3 spirit roots fail. Double spirit root qualified. One after another began the test. Double spirit root is the minimum standard. The 3 spirit roots were already considered a good talent, but they had already been rejected. This was the recruitment of heavenly pride, and 3 spirit roots could not be considered heavenly pride. A double spirit root could barely enter his eyes, although he wasn't even a triple spirit root. Your Highness, hundreds of people were recruited in one day today, and there are many more behind them, on their way. What about the heavenly pride coming behind them? Although Yu Zhu knew that His Highness could definitely recruit people, such a large number of heavenly pride was something she never expected. Your Highness is too good, Hafsia said excitedly. Chen was astonished to know that even if you use spirit stones to smash, but Chen can think of nothing more than to send out an announcement to give how many salaries. I'm sure I'll be able to recruit a bunch of people in the end as well, but it can set off such a drastic reaction from the entire eastern states. Chen tried to ask him if he couldn't do it. Smaller cards, in particular, cost less, not to mention have a larger diffusion area, as well as the stone tablet that recorded the name. This was even more of a fatal temptation for the pride who wanted to be famous in the world. The group of people from the royal family did not expect Qin Yu's plan to be so successful, including hundreds of celestial pride in just one day. The old Shanghai smiled, seeing the plan as it was being implemented. He could see it, but he couldn't come up with a plan like that. Spirit stone machine he also already knew. Really want to key open His Highness' head to see how to produce these whimsical ideas. The previous game was also millions of people's hearts and minds. Just a month or so, directly from everyone's scorn to everyone's praise. It's all collected. The Heavenly Feather School is widely recruiting heavenly pride from all directions. As long as they meet the standard, they will all be put away. Qin Yu smiled. The information network covering the entire eastern continent meant that the spread was guaranteed. The first step was to use Chen as bait to lure the heavenly pride to come. After all, as long as this general genius, he would be able to gain endless fame. The second step was naturally the assistant Qin Yu. Those who come for fame and fortune will naturally withdraw when they get it. Qin Yu's purpose of pretending to be an assistant was to establish the power of Chen strength and prove the teaching ability of the royal family. A sword-wielding child whose strength was beyond their reach could naturally inspire their curiosity, as well as the expectation that they too could become stronger one day. After all, strength has always been the #1 ranked pursuit of the people of the eastern states. The last step of the lucrative spirit stones is a great way to earn a lot of spirit stones while keeping your curiosity alive. Fame and fortune, and becoming stronger. As long as one was normal, one could not resist this temptation. As for people who don't want fame or fortune and don't care if they get stronger, I'm sorry, this kind of person is not accepted. It's not good to control. Northwatch City had tens of thousands more personnel in just a few days. The Jindan stage powerhouses that were rare in the beginning could now be found everywhere. There were even more foundation establishment heavenly pride in their teens and early 20s. A stone tablet that attracted countless young talents from the eastern state. The 7-star tavern boss's face was all smiles. In the beginning, except for the patronage of the next-door South Mu City, North Hope City patronized few customers. But now the ones who came were all heavenly prides, and the level of consumption was not low. Even quite a few heavenly prides still looked down on them. The 7-star restaurant's headmaster had already reported to the top and was ready to upgrade the restaurant to 5 stars. By then the dishes will be on a higher level and the ingredients will be of a much better grade. The supply of meat from demonic beasts at the Yuaning stage would also be much larger. Boss, give me an upper room. Damn it, Northwatch City's restaurant. How come there are so many people? Guest, I'm sorry, the rooms are full. The 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper said apologetically. There were so many heavenly prides coming that the rooms were overwhelmed with supply. The 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper lamented that he did not expect that His Highness Qin Yu, a stone tablet, had attracted so many people. I heard that a lot of people are running to join the king's house. Wouldn't that mean that there will be a lot of stable customers in the future? Most of the geniuses were young and had unsatisfied appetites, unlike some of the older ones who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years and were already uninterested in mundane things. It was fortunate that the royal family had not been offended by Boss Jin Yang in the first place. Otherwise, where would the 7-stars restaurant get its turn? The grass should be starting to sprout in the Jin Young Pal's grave. However, the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, recently on a lot of raw materials, have raised prices significantly. If not because of good business, he really cannot carry. Your Highness, it's only the 3rd day and already 500 people have been recruited, and the numbers continue to go up. But there are no teachers in the royal palace right now. let the old Shanghai drag along and teach. Qin Yu had promised to make the old Shangshu the first principal, and now it was considered an internship. But the old Shankar was a deputy and the deputy principal was also the principal, so he was not considered to have broken his word. Your Highness, wouldn't this be too that? Jade Bamboo muttered. It's all right. Although the old Shangshu is 790 years old, he is old and energetic. Isn't there still Mahashwan to give him a hand? The poor Lord Shangshu, with only 10 years of life expectancy, had to be used as a cow or horse. The royal house was hastily created, and everything still needed to be formed step by step. Qin Yu also thought about recruiting strong people, but after thinking about it, he decided not to try to train his own people first. The Sky Feather Academy, before it was even built, had students applying for enrollment. The old Shangshu's face was ugly. Hundreds of Heaven's Pride, and a group of 8 or 9, 11 or 12-year-old, uncultivated dolls surrounded him, and it's still recruiting. Careless, shouldn't have taken this mission. This is not treating me like a human being. Can Captain Ma go to the city guards and draw a little manpower? Lord Shangshu, the city guards have been transferred by His Highness, and I heard that they are on a secret mission, so I can't spare them. So the barracks, there's always someone at the barracks, right? Lord Shangshu, you're forgetting that all 30,000 soldiers have been dispatched to various parts of the eastern state. Ugh. Of course the old Shangshu knew that he was just aggrieved in his heart. His Highness said that Lord Shangshu was the principal, and in the future, the Tianyu Academy will be famous all over the world, and Lord Shangshu will be considered a peach and plum. Ma Haoxuan comforted. In the past, if there were a few single attribute spirit roots and double spirit roots for the old Shangshu to be disciples, he is going to lament a successor. But now that there were more celestial pride, he became bitter instead. These are all geniuses, each of them costing huge amounts of spirit stones, the equivalent of buying them back. As long as they are taught well in the future, they will all be dragons and phoenixes among men. Locke, have my day. So let's be tired. Although the old Shangshu's mouth is dissatisfied, but his heart is still beautiful, teaching so many heavenly pride at the same time. He is the only one in the world. First principal. The old shogun laughed out loud. Ma Haoxuan didn't make a sound on the side. What His Highness Qin Yu said was vice versa, only that he couldn't say it now. It would be bad if the old Shangshu gave up and quit. He wasn't capable of teaching so many celestials. The gourd primordial was looking on from the sidelines. Apprentice, just a white wolf. He hated the word apprentice. Every move made by the people of Northwatch City had already spread throughout the entire eastern state through various scouts. In just 5 or 6 days, Qin Yu had actually recruited so many heavenly prides. What they didn't expect was that there were so many geniuses under the sky. In the subjective perception of the eastern state, cultivating immortality is about immortal fate, even if you are gifted. But there's no fairy fate. Sorry, count yourself unlucky. Qin Yu this led to all over the place and started the active test. Even children as young as 3 or 4 years old are already testing, in a big way, for a treasure hunt. Has the source of the spirit stones of the heavenly feather divine dynasty been investigated clearly? Holy Martial God Emperor questioned. Your Majesty, there has been a rough indication that the source of their spirit stone seems to be a stretch of yellow sand bordering our dynasty. Chapter 76 Spirit Stone Machine Location Exposed. Yellow sandy ground? Is it possible that a spirit stone mine has been discovered? The Holy Martial God Emperor laughed coldly. Bordering on the Holy Martial, then it is not a spirit mine in the country of Tianyu. Continue probing, and if necessary, use force. The Holy Martial God Emperor couldn't wait any longer. At this rate, it would be farther and farther away from the time to attack Tianyu. At this moment, it wasn't just the Holy Martial God dynasty that was confused. Even the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was confused because the stone tablets were found in all the other domains except for the Heavenly Feather Imperial City. There were also small rumors circulating inside the Imperial City now, but because of the precedent of Qin Yu's corruption, the people of the Imperial City didn't believe in the contents of the stone tablets and cards. A prince who would embezzle the Imperial Dynasty's spirit stones, beating them to death, would not believe that what was written on the card was true. However, the Tianyu hierarchy knew that it was all true. It was because it was true that they were confused as to where the spirit stones came from. From the information that the scouts had checked, the spirit stones that Qin Yu was currently spending every day was a terrifying figure. Where exactly is the Imperial City? Qin Wenyan now regretted that a great fortune was sealed to Northwatch City by him. Wei Zheng didn't say a word when he learned the news. The spell that makes spirit stones is going to explode. After a few refiners screamed, they watched as the internal parts of the spirit stone machine directly exploded. The few refiners from the Holy Martial God Dynasty's military camp looked at the lower-grade magic weapon in front of them in horror. They're just removing a shell. But the inside of the spirit stone machine suddenly exploded. The current spirit stone machine was a pile of scrap metal. not to mention complete parts. Even complete pieces of iron could not be put together. Several people looked terrified. The value of the spirit stone machine was countless times greater than their lives. In order to study the refining techniques of spirit stones, as well as the principles of refining spirit stones, a few people carefully studied it for a few days, and only after making sure that everything was in order did they decide to remove the shell and study the inner composition of the spells. I can't imagine that just after disassembling the casing, a couple of parts exploded. What should we do? If we let the fifth prince know that the spirit stone machine has exploded, will he kill us in a fit of rage? Alchemists have a respected status, but that was without making a mistake. Not only did they fail to research the refining method of the spirit stone machine, they also blew up the spirit stone machine. Fifth brother, it's been 5 or 6 days. The magic weapon for refining spirit stones should have been researched. It's just a lower grade magic weapon. Although it's skillfully crafted, it doesn't have any secrets in the eyes of a spirit weapon level refiner. Sacred Heart Inferno didn't understand weapon refining, but if a spirit weapon level refiner couldn't even see the inferior magic weapon, then this spirit weapon level refiner was too stupid. The fifth prince is here. The 3 refiners were already terrified when they heard the voice. Sacred Heart Yen lifted the barrack screen, only to see the magic weapon that he had given high hopes to help him ascend to the throne become a pile of dark and scattered scrap metal. A couple of dogs. What have you done? Sacred Heart Yen broke into a rage. His eyes red. It's over. It's over. Without the spirit stone machine, how would he ascend to the throne? Sacred Heart Yen didn't question their loyalty, and several of them took the heavenly Dao oath. But these few losers, researching a lower grade magic weapon can also research until it explodes. If he didn't study it and kept it to refine the spirit stones, it would still be 8,700 extreme spirit stones per year. Forgive me, Fifth Highness. The 3 of them instantly fell to their knees. They didn't want to. Who knew that the bastard who refined the spirit stone machine would be idle and bored and add a self-destruct device? This was nothing more than a lower grade magic weapon. Your Highness, although the magic weapon is blown up, we have already drawn drawings. If we invite a more powerful refiner to take action, we may be able to will see the wonders of it. Don't take it out yet. Sacred Heart Inferno was murderous. If it wasn't for the fact that these bastards had already sworn their allegiance, he would have cut them down long ago. Your Highness. Several people handed over the drawings with trepidation. Hooray for research and drawings before disassembly. The internal structure of the spirit stone machine was not complicated, and a few people quickly mapped out the internal parts under their divine sense probing. Figuring out the parts is easy. The principle of operation, and how to refine it is a difficult problem. Still not completely stupid. Sacred Heart Yen cursed after receiving the drawings. These few people he no longer counted on. Researching inferior magic weapons until they exploded. Refining them was tantamount to a fool's errand. If he was the only one who knew about this spell, it was perfectly fine to study it slowly. But he wasn't the only one who knew about the spirit stone machine. Someone was selling it around. It must be refined and publicized as soon as possible, and it must be made famous even if it cannot be profitable. Imperial Sister. Let's go to the Imperial City to report to Father. When the Holy Martial God Dynasty was developed, the power of the nation would skyrocket, and those who were blessed along the way were tainted with his favor. After all, he was the one who invented the spells. He was just as much the strongest candidate to sit on the throne, and it was still a thriving divine dynasty. Sacred Heart Yen gave the several refiners a disgusted look. Help yourselves and pray that the drawings work, or I can't guarantee that Father will spare you. Sacred Heart Yen sat on the teleportation array and went straight to Sacred Martial Imperial City. Your Majesty, His Highness Sin Yen has something important to report. Let him in. Sacred Heart Yen's ability was mediocre, and Sacred Martial God Emperor was not impressed with this son. He was not impressed. Fifth brother isn't in Divine Sword City. What is he doing back in the Imperial City? Could it be that he has military intelligence to report? The great prince of the Holy Martial God Dynasty, Sacred Heart Ao, spoke up. What kind of military intelligence can Divine Sword City have? It hasn't been a year or two since Heavenly Feather City let Divine Sword City exist. Second Prince Sacred Heart Sky said disdainfully. The great prince of the Holy Martial God Dynasty was already over 300 years old, at the early stage of the God transformation realm, and had deep roots in the imperial court. It was a strong candidate for the next throne. As for the second prince, Sacred Heart Sky, he was over 200 years old, but his talent was so powerful that he was now in the late stage of God transformation. Adding to that, the state master at the peak of the transformation spirit was his master. The second prince also had a strong group of classmates to separate him from the first prince. Fifth Prince Sacred Heart Titus? But it is just his own wishful thinking. Whether it is among the princes, or above the court, no one thinks he has a chance to sit on the throne. Sin Yan has met father, and has met elder brother and second brother. How come the big brother and second brother were also there? A flash of gloom flashed across the bottom of Sacred Heart Yan's eyes. It said that the throne would be decided based on military merit, but he was in Divine Sword City. Divine Sword City was deep within the territory of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, and in the event of a war, it would inevitably be the first place to be caught in the crossfire. As for the elder brother and second brother, they were in the Imperial City, but they still had a large group of followers who went to conquer the city for them. It's just a matter of being born a little earlier, and we don't know who's going to die. As long as the reported spirit stones were successful, big brother and second brother were not enough to worry about. Fifth brother came back from Divine Sword City in a hurry. But is there a military matter of importance? Sacred Heart AO joked. Big brother Divine Sword City can have any military matters of importance. I think fifth brother is missing his father. Big brother. Second brother is right. Fifth brother indeed misses father. This time he came back to see father. And secondly, to report to father that my son has discovered a magic weapon that can make the Sacred Martial Divine Dynasty the strongest divine dynasty in the Eastern State. Ha ha. Second Imperial Prince Sacred Heart Sky didn't hold back his laughter. Tell me, the Holy Martial God Emperor said indifferently. He was already old and his long-cherished wish now was to be able to surpass the successive God Emperors. As for the explicit fights of a few people, he didn't pay attention to them. He had come through the same way back then. Competing with each other and jockeying for the strongest heir to the throne is his goal. Chapter 77, Spirit Stone Machine? Holy Martial God Emperor shocked. Father, look. Sacred Heart Titus handed over the drawings. Why is the construction so strange? An inferior magic weapon? The Holy Martial God Emperor's face immediately collapsed. When did a lower-grade magic artifact also boost the country's power? Although he didn't have any expectations for Sacred Heart Yen, it was too unbridled to tease him like this. Phew! The Holy Martial God Emperor threw the drawings out with one hand. Is this the magic weapon that you said would make Saint Martial the strongest in the Eastern State? Stupid! Get out! The Holy Martial God Emperor was furious, and it had always been his long-cherished wish to improve his political performance. How dare anyone tease him with this? Father, don't be angry. Fifth brother is young. He just wants to express himself and lacks judgment on things, Sacred Heart Ao said with a smile. Yes, father. After all, fifth brother's ability is limited, and it's understandable that he can't see that his subordinates are deluded. Sacred Heart Yen sneered. Let's see if you guys can continue to yin and yang later. Father believed it when he saw what I held in my hand. Sacred Heart Yen had long anticipated that the drawings alone would certainly not convince father. It's too unbelievable after all. No one in the entire Eastern State would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Sacred Heart Yen pulled out a shadow retaining crystal, which belonged to the special magic weapon category, and although it was categorized as a magic weapon, its price was comparable to that of a spiritual weapon. It was used by several refiners to record spirit stone machines during their research. Father, please look. After the Sacred Heart inflammation injected a surge of spiritual energy, the staying shadow crystal lit up. An image appeared. It was the process of several refiners working on the spirit stone machine. The furious Holy Martial God Emperor instantly quieted down, his eyes flashing with golden light. At this moment, the aged Holy Martial Saint Emperor stood up, his palms trembling slightly. This item can make the Holy Martial God Dynasty the strongest in the Eastern State. Artifacts. It's more powerful than the artifacts. The Holy Martial God Emperor's body trembled with excitement. He hadn't been this emotionally agitated in many years. Yenner, you should be credited with a great merit. You are the first to be credited for the Sacred Martial God Dynasty's progress towards glory. The Holy Martial God Emperor did not mince words in his praise. With this magic weapon, Sacred Martial would become the richest divine dynasty in the Eastern State, and would be able to train countless people on the path of cultivation. The Sacred Martial God Dynasty would become the holy land that cultivators in the Eastern Prefecture would rush to, and even unification of the Eastern Prefecture would not be impossible. Ha ha! The Holy Martial God Emperor let out a loud laugh. This was the greatest joy he had encountered in over 1,000 years. With a wave of his hand, the drawings that he had thrown away once again appeared in his hand, and the drawings that he had just discarded as if they were his own were now regarded as treasures by him. The Holy Martial God Emperor carefully surveyed the drawings. He wanted to know how the district magic weapon managed to refine spirit stones. The great Imperial Prince Sacred Heart Ao, and the second Imperial Prince Sacred Heart Sky were pale. Once this item was promoted, Sacred Heart Yen would become the most popular prince of the Sacred Martial God Dynasty, and countless people would benefit. This fifth brother, whom they had neglected, might even become the final recipient of the throne. Damn this kind of divine object. Why would it be obtained by his own stupid fifth brother? The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing deep scorn in the other's eyes. No, this drawing is just a generalization. There is no specific refining method, not to mention, even the principle is not annotated. The The holy martial god emperor flipped through the drawings in a panic. Yener, why isn't the refining method recorded on this drawing? Holding a treasure chest in his hand but not having a key made the holy martial god emperor scratch his head in 100 claws. Father, this magic weapon was not refined by my son's refiner, but was accidentally obtained by my son, who has not yet been able to study the method of refining it. It's just a lower grade magic weapon. You hand over the magic weapon in the shadow retaining crystals, and father will arrange for the best refiner in the divine dynasty to study it. Although the holy martial god emperor had lost a bit, as long as there were samples of the spells in place, and it was still a lower grade magic weapon, so he would have a way to research the method of refining it. The sacred martial god dynasty was good at refining weapons, and it was well known in the eastern state. The strongest refiner in the eastern state, and the only sacred weapon level refiner in the eastern state, was someone from the sacred martial god dynasty. Sacred Heart Yen looked embarrassed. My son wanted to report to father after researching the method, but who knew that the refiner in the army? During the research process, the magic weapon exploded on its own. What? The holy martial god emperor's eyes were round. Such artifacts exploded. A bunch of losers, deserve to be killed. Wouldn't it be that the divine dynasty's hope of becoming the eastern state would be cut off? How could he accept this? 1,000-meter-long golden dragon of chi rolled over the sacred martial imperial city. Thunder rumbled. The dragon's eyes emitted a horrifying killing aura, as if it wanted to kill all living beings in the world. In the holy martial god dynasty, countless people were startled. Your Majesty, why the shock? Ministers of the divine dynasty rushed to the palace to find out what was going on. The eldest prince, the second prince, saw the furious father, not angry, but happy. This time the fifth brother will not be able to compete with them for the throne. Father, although the magic weapon has exploded, the army's refiner is familiar with the structure of the weapon and has the drawings in hand. My sacred martial god dynasty was founded on refining, so as long as we gather powerful refiners, we may not be unable to reproduce it. Sacred Heartitus had already prepared a speech. The magic weapon was exploded, but the military refiner had developed it for a few days and had a certain understanding of the spirit stone machine. Together with the divine dynasty refiner, it might not be impossible to research it. There was also the Gord Yuaning who had sold the magic artifacts in the first place and entered the heavenly feather divine dynasty. Although he had dispatched a large number of people, it was after all the territory of the heavenly feather divine dynasty, and there were many inconveniences. After hearing Sacred Heart Yan's words, the holy martial god emperor calmed down. However, his heart was still angry and wanted to thwart those few refiners. But right now, only these few refiners knew the structure of the magic weapon, so they could only suppress their anger. Quickly recruit them into the palace. This emperor will notify the top refiners of the divine dynasty. The holy martial god emperor couldn't wait and wanted to immediately devote himself to research. Father man I have brought, as well as the remains of the spell. Sacred Heart Yen had thought of all this long ago. He believed that with the level of artifact refining in the holy martial god dynasty, replicating an inferior artifact would definitely not be a problem. He will still be a great success when the time comes. If he could find the gourd cultivator ahead of time, his credit would be even greater. A holy decree from the holy martial god emperor. Within the imperial dynasty, treasure artifact level refiners rushed to the imperial city. Even Elder Chen, the national treasure alchemist, had begun to take off. The Qin emperor himself had sent a message that a magic weapon that could change the pattern of the world had been released. Elder Chen was unimpressed at first. As the only sacred weapon level refiner in the eastern state, there weren't many magic weapons left in this world that could get into his eyes. It must be ancient artifacts found from inside the ruins, the forbidden zone. However, the ancient artifacts were mysterious and the refining methods were arcane, and he was unable to comprehend them. Treasures that could be preserved to this day were at least holy items, or else their spirituality would have long been worn away in the passage of years. Sacred martial dynasty. Hundreds of refiners gathered together. Every one of them, in the outside world, is a respected guest of honor on all sides. A refiner's strike was expensive once, and at their level, it wasn't even just spirit stones anymore, but valuable and rare materials that were exchanged for his chance to strike a refiner's strike. His Majesty said that there is a magic weapon comparable to a divine artifact that we need to study together, and he doesn't know exactly what it is. A group of refiners were excited beyond belief, calling on so many refiners at once. It must not be an ordinary magic weapon. Gentlemen, I have called you here because I want you to see together if this magic weapon can be reproduced. Holy Martial God Emperor took out the drawings and handed them to the crowd. That's it? Chapter 78, Attacking the Spirit Stone Machine Technology for the Sacred Martial Arts. Your Majesty, a mere inferior artifact. Is this the artifact that you said is comparable to a divine weapon? There were refiners who had a look of displeasure. They came all the way here to show this? Originally, I thought that a magic weapon was a generalized term, but I never imagined that it was really a magic weapon. Oof. Some refiners threw the drawings away directly and prepared to leave with a cold snort. Those who could come here were all treasure weapon level refiners. Which one of them was not honored beyond measure? Teasing them, even if the emperor's face they wouldn't give it. The rest of the refiners also coldly prepared to leave the field. Lord Dharma, they are not qualified to be studied. Seniors, please wait a moment. Would father not call you over because of an inferior magic weapon? All of you are strong members of the side that protect the side and contribute greatly to the holy martial arts. And father also knows that the time of all seniors is precious. But this time the spells are not just spells. A group of very disgruntled refiners felt slightly better when they heard Sacred Heart Yan's words. Fifth Highness, although your words are nice, we are all a bunch of big old men who like things that are a bit more practical. And since you said that this magic weapon has something special, you might as well take it out and take a look at it. The National Treasure Refiner, the only sacred refiner, Li Chenlao, originally had some dissatisfaction in his heart, but with so many refiners on the scene, there was naturally no need for him to step forward to express his dissatisfaction. Now that he heard Sacred Heart Yan's words, he also became curious. Sacred Heart Yan was inwardly thrilled. This group of refiners were almost all of the top refiners of the sacred martial god dynasty. Once they relied on the spirit stone machine and made their hearts happy, the help in the future would be unimaginable. The more Sacred Heart Yan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't wait to pull out the shadow retention crystal. The image recorded by the shadow retaining crystals began to play. The refiners were also attracted by the images. The spirit stone machine in the image was exactly what was depicted in the drawings. Sacred Heart Yan did not explain. Seeing it with his own eyes was more convincing. Spirit stones coming out of your ass? The moment the spirit stone slipped, it was captured by the refiner. This magic weapon is refining spirit stones, or extremely high quality spirit stones? Oh my god, is this for real? Refining spirit stones? From ancient times, only cultivators can refine aura and gather it into spirit stones. This is the consensus of the eastern states, and arguably the consensus of the world. Even in the other 3 states, it has never happened before. If such wonders had truly appeared, the eastern state would have fallen long ago. Utilizing magic weapons to refine spirit stones. This idea had never occurred to anyone. Of course, even if you think of it, you can't always develop it. The only way to make a magic weapon have an autonomous consciousness like a human being is to give birth to a sacred weapon with an artifact spirit. The rest of them, whether they were spiritual weapons or treasure weapons, couldn't do it. Not to mention the lawn makers. It was also the formation masters who could rely on formations and gather aura. But it was also just a matter of gathering aura and directly refining spirit stones. Unheard of. Opened my eyes. Refining weapons all my life. Today I realize the size of the world. Even the only sacred refiner, Elder Chen, was attracted by the spirit stone machine in the picture. It's subtle. It's amazing. How on earth did it happen? Chen Lao felt that his worldview of refining weapons was collapsing. The spells were combined with the array, and the spells operated on their own. With just the first glance, Elder Chen could see the subtlety of the spirit stone machine. Your Majesty, where is this object now? Chen Lao was in an excited mood, having refined weapons for a lifetime. He was even known as a national treasure refiner, the #1 refiner in the eastern state. At this moment, he also gave up his master's demeanor and directly opened his mouth to inquire. He couldn't wait and wanted to see this magic weapon. This, Elder Chen, the magic weapon is broken, Sacred Heart Yan said awkwardly. Bad. A group of refiners spoke out at the same time. A treasure that is more valuable than a divine weapon. And you say it's broken? A group of refiners looked menacingly at Sacred Heart Yan. Sacred Heart Yan had no choice but to speak out, and in the process of researching it, the magic weapon self-destructed. The few refiners in the barracks looked at a group of people looking at the 3 of them with unfavorable expressions. Unspeakable trepidation in his eyes. The hundreds of refiners in front of them, each and every one of them was a titan of the refining world. And the 3 of them didn't even have the qualifications to see them on a normal day. It was these 3 little bastards who blew it up. Chen Ajing's aura of the god realm pushed straight toward the 3. Elder Chen. Right now it's just the 3 of them who know the internal structure. So you mustn't get angry, Sacred Heart Yan admonished. When Chen Lao heard this, he also knew that he couldn't move a few people yet, but he still couldn't help but be angry in his heart. Sacred Heart Yan took out the remains of the spirit stone machine. Elder Chen recognized at first glance that this was the magic weapon in the shadow retaining crystals. It's not enough to make it. It's not enough to make it. This kind of national artifact actually blew itself up. Why didn't you inform old man earlier? Elder Chen asked in exasperation. Sacred Heart Yan didn't pick up. If it wasn't for the spirit stone machine blowing itself up, you wouldn't have had the chance to see it. Come over here. You few. Old man has something to ask you. Elder Chen suppressed his temper that wanted to explode. They're all that's left at the moment. The spell was so broken that even he couldn't surmise it. Greetings to Elder Chen. Tell us all the knowledge you know about magic weapons. Not a single word is to be left out. If you dare to leave out a single word, old man will have you practiced. Chen Lao threatened. Don't worry, Elder Chen. We will definitely know everything. Nope. Chen Lao slapped his head. Since there was a magic weapon, it proved that someone had refined it out. And this magic weapon obviously hadn't been molded for a long time. Fifth Prince, do you know who made this magic weapon? Elder Chen asked. Sacred Heart Titus shook his head. Back to Elder Chen. This was obtained by Sun Yan from a Yuaning stage cultivator with a gourd in his hand. Then do you know where this person is? Right now? Elder Chen asked hurriedly. Compared to their research, it was significantly more efficient to find the refiner directly. I don't know. All Sun Yan knows is that the Taoist went in the direction of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Not good. Once the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty gets it, even if the spirit veins dry up, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty won't decline just like that. The Holy Martial God Emperor stood up, his golden dragon aura spreading. If the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty doesn't decline, when will Sacred Martial have the chance to take over Heavenly Feather? His goal of going down in history was defeated. This was something he could never accept. Immediately send people out to search for this gourd Taoist. In the meantime, I still hope that Elder Chen will develop, early on, a magic weapon that can be refined out. As long as the Sacred Martial God Dynasty developed it, then this Taoist would have to die. The refining method for refining spirit stone spells could only be known to the Sacred Martial God Dynasty. If the world knows about it, what's the difference between that and nothing? Your Majesty, rest assured, Elder Chen said confidently, I only need to know the principle of the magic weapon for me to be able to refine it. This is the confidence from the number one man in the Eastern States. The Heavenly East State Refinery was honored by him, and if he couldn't do it, it would be even more impossible for others. Soon, the news of Saint Martial refiners, gathering together to refine mysterious magic weapons, spread. Could it be that Saint Martial wants to refine saint weapons? At this moment, all of the major divine dynasties in the Eastern State had their gazes on the Sacred Martial Divine Dynasty. After all, gathering hundreds of top refiners, no one would believe it if there wasn't a plot. But the Holy Martial God Dynasty kept its mouth shut. For this reason all walks of life have sent out a large number of spies to try to figure out the purpose of the Holy Wu. Chapter 79 Holy Martial God Dynasty Spirit Stone Machine Research Successful. It worked. Chen Lao was excited. A group of refiners from the Sacred Martial God Dynasty excitedly looked before them. The shape is exactly like the appearance of the Spirit Stone Machine. A one-to-one replica of the Spirit Stone Machine. After learning about the functions through the Army's refiner, they spent 3 days to perfectly replicate one. A sacred weapon level refiner and hundreds of treasure weapon level refiners took 3 days to develop a lower grade magic weapon. No one would believe this story. A refrigeration array disc that functions to lower the temperature, as you said, and an auxiliary spell that can be created, as well as a digital display. Elder Chen was confident beyond measure. He had made the spirit machine based on the description alone, and the internal functions had been covered perfectly. Driving the array disc, the refrigeration spells, as for this box, are devoid of technology. This kind of magic weapon could be refined with the snap of his fingers, but in order to be more thorough, he studied it for 3 days, constantly dissecting the efficacy of the Spirit Stone Machine. That video he had watched hundreds of times over and over again and finally came to a conclusion. By drawing the aura into the box and then refining it with the low temperature generated by the array disc, Elder Chen felt that his point of view was absolutely correct. The only thing he didn't get was this digital display. But with his speculation, it should be a counter for the production of spirit stones, and according to the Army's refiner, this display serves no purpose other than displaying numbers. With this item, the Eastern State in the future will be the world of the Holy Martial God Dynasty. We will all be the founders of the Sacred Martial God Dynasty's journey to glory. The joy between the brows of a group of refiners was already overflowing, their eyes revealing pride. Although we have contributed, the real credit goes to His Highness Sun Yan. Elder Chen spoke up. Without Sacred Heart Yen obtaining this spirit stone machine that was comparable to a divine artifact, they would never be able to figure out in their entire lives that spirit stones could actually be refined. It's all due to you seniors. Masters, without all of you, even if you get the spirit stone machine, what's the point? Sacred Heart Yen said modestly. A group of refiners nodded their heads in succession. Your Highness Sun Yan is not arrogant. The Holy Martial God Dynasty is truly fortunate to have you in the Divine Dynasty. Developing the Spirit Stone Machine, their names will surely go down in history and become famous. And this opportunity was given by Sacred Heart Yen, a group of refiners, treating Sacred Heart Yen with a much milder tone. Alright, don't get too happy yet. Let's see how effective the magic weapon is. Chen Lao was confident. The district's lower-grade magic weapon was not a handful for him to strike. The rest of the refiners didn't question it. After all, who in the eastern state didn't know about Elder Chen's name? The refiner industry. A well-deserved titan. Elder Chen activated the array disk. Button activation. Although Chen Lao was certain of refining it, the function of refining the spirit stone was the top priority. The array disk was still spinning, and a powerful suction force appeared at the head of the spirit stone machine. The suction force was incomparably strong, several times stronger than the original version. Increase the suction in the inlet as per Chan's idea. The more aura that passes through from within the spell, the more capacity it naturally has. The group watched the head-sucking bout with joy on their faces. Worthy of being Elder Chen, even if it's just an imitation, the effect is already far beyond the original. Sacred Heart Titus tapped a rainbow fart. This group of refiners would now all be labeled as his Sacred Heart Yen. Big brother, second brother, what are you going to fight me with? Sacred Heart Yen turned towards Sacred Heart Ao and Sacred Heart Sky and scowled. The two were furious at Sacred Heart Yen's provocation. However, Sacred Heart Yen was in full swing at the moment, and they didn't dare to clash with Sacred Heart Yen at this time. A group of people looked at the imitation spirit stone machine with anticipation. Half an hour later, Elder Chen's expression gradually became grave. Under the sweep of his divine sense, inside the spirit stone machine, not to mention spirit stone blocks, not even spirit stone particles appeared. The spirit stone machine can produce a spirit stone in half an hour. I think the spirit stone should have been refined successfully, the army refiner suddenly said. Elder Chen glanced at a few of the refiners, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people on the scene, he would have had to shoot a few of them with a slap. Nope. Although the aura passed through the interior of the magic weapon, it was lost again, and no aura was refined out at all. Sacred Martial Ranking Number 2. Top Treasure Weapon Refiner Tang Lao frowned. In wait, I trust Elder Chen, Sacred Heart Yen said with a smile. The Spirit Stone machine had already been reported, and now his biggest objective was this group of refiners, and the most important of them was naturally Elder Chen. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? Sacred Heart Yen, who had just smiled at this moment, couldn't smile anymore. No spirit stones were produced for 3 hours, proving that the spirit stone machine had failed. However, due to Elder Chen's face, none of the group opened their mouths. How? Chen Lao murmured. How could such a simple refining method fail? How could he fail in refining a mere inferior magic weapon? Chen Lao's face was low, a stark contrast to the joyful color he had just seen. Failed? How it fails? The description alone was too vague, and there must be points in it that he hadn't picked up on. Chen Lao self-soothed. At the same time, he became more and more curious about the refiner who made this item. Holy Martial God Dynasty 7-star restaurant. I heard about it. The court has failed to refine a holy weapon. The folklore news is not going anywhere. Although they didn't know what was refined, hundreds of refiners appeared, each with a gloomy expression, and everyone knew that they had failed. It's not surprising that the sacred weapon refining failed. Elder Chen's disciple grandson explained. Sacred weapons are extremely difficult to refine, and one of them can become the treasure of the major powers. Although Elder Ancestor Chen is a sacred refiner, he is only in the early stages and failure is inevitable. Nope, I heard through the grapevine that it's a lower grade magic weapon. An inferior magic weapon? Foolish, you don't know how to refine weapons. Do you not even know common sense anymore? Elder Apprentice Grandson Chen immediately disliked angrily. The disliked person was not a small person. Being a disciple of the transcendent sect Qingyun sect, the Qingyun sect disciple snorted coldly. Who knows? In case this news is true. This news was indeed false, but after being disliked, the disciples of the Qingyun sect also went to their heads. Stupid man, failing to refine a lower grade magic weapon. Why don't you say that it's the refining of a farmer's hoe that failed? In Elder Chen's eyes, there was only not much difference between refining an inferior magic weapon and a farmer's hoe. Your Highness, the spirit stone machine has been leaked for so long. What if other forces take it and imitate it? Hafsia asked worriedly. This thing was simple to refine, and Hafsummer felt that anyone who was a refiner should be able to make a spirit stone machine. It can't be imitated. No one in this world can imitate it yet. Qin Yu was confident. Inside the parts, as long as the refiner has seen it, the probability is that they can follow the refining. Knowing is easy and doing is hard. Spirit stone machines can be more than just smithing. They also involve knowledge of physics. With the level of refining in the eastern state, it was simple to replicate a spirit stone machine. Can be physical knowledge. Sorry, the entire eastern state is a bunch of elementary school kids. Your Highness, the latest welfare system has been issued. Yu Zhu walked into the backyard and whispered beside Qin Yu. What's the reaction? The system has just emerged and there will inevitably be discomfort. Your Highness, Do you want to go and see for yourself? Yuju played dumb. Okay. Shin Yu didn't push back. He also wanted to go and ask the person in question what he thought. Chapter 80 Welfare Security System. At this time in front of the notice wall of the martial arts arena, 500 personal guards, 8,000 city guards, and a portion of the soldiers who had just recently returned. Soldier Chinyu of course will not be used only for advertising. Just set up a stone monument on the place and get a few people to manage it. The soldiers must be recalled. The crowd packed the front of the notice wall. Just now, Yuju said that this is the latest salary system formulated by His Highness. This standard will be followed in the future. The salaries are closely related to them, so naturally they have attracted a lot of attention. 30,000 soldiers had just joined the royal family and were sent out on missions. Farther away, even to the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, the border of the eastern state. Many people had quite a few words in their hearts, although the spirit stones given were quite a lot. The city guards had the same salary as them in Northwatch City. This made them slightly dissatisfied in their hearts. For the same salary, they need to run all over the world, which is both hard work and delayed cultivation. Don't even squeeze. Let me read to you. Shanwen called out to the motley crowd. The basic salary of the city guards is 100 lower grade spirit stones for the early stage of chi cultivation, 1,000 for the foundation stage, 10,000 for the Jindan stage, 100,000 for the Yuanin stage, and 1 million for the God realization stage. For each minor realm advancement in the greater realm, the salary is doubled. This is the base salary of the city guards. Below is the soldiers. Losing who can't lose the generals. The generals are the most lovable people in the world, because of their victories in countless wars, highlighting the outstanding strength of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. They used their blood and lives to win the honor for the Divine Dynasty, and brought peace to the people. Generals are the guardians of the people, and they guard every inch of the Divine Dynasty with selfless devotion and fearless sacrifice. They are the backbone of Tianyu, and they have forged Tianyu's splendor and glory with their loyalty and bravery. No amount of words can speak to the contributions of the generals. The basic salary of a soldier is 110 lower grade spirit stones for the chi refining stage, with the same rate of increase as that of the city guards. Chen just finished reading, silencing the bombardment crowd. These words were like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears. Disinterested, spine, brave, dedication. Yeah, enlisting in the army. When there's a foreign invasion, they're going to be the first to go. The sacrifice is also the greatest. But the only thing that folked out and circulate is General so-and-so. What does it have to do with them? The pawns. No one ever said they were selfless or praised their dedication. Some of them are just silent and horse-drawn. Some have long since burst into tears. His Highness understands them and knows the dedication of their soldiers. Soldiers are not afraid to die for what they ask for. They are afraid that no one will remember them. No one will know of their dedication. For most people, life on earth is nothing more than seeking one Lord. At this moment in the hearts of the generals, all of them rose up with a heroic spirit of a soldier dying for his friend. Because the discontent of being sent around the world is gone. Although your salaries are higher than ours, we are convinced. The city guard's brother patted the shoulder of the general next to him. Yes, you are the loveliest of people when there is an enemy invasion. You are the ones who fight and you are the ones who sacrifice. The following is said to be the system of pay for the pro-guard. I have been spurned by 100 officials and spurned by the people, and it is you who have accompanied me all the way. Thank you for what you do. Shanwen had just finished reading, and the corners of his eyes were already moist. His Highness has, on more than one occasion, spoken of it, but every time he talks about it, Shanwen still can't hide the feeling in his heart. In the eastern state, subordinates' allegiance is taken for granted, smacking of the fact that few people would praise their subordinates. But your Highness, you always talk about it. Go through fire for your Highness. The proctors couldn't help but shout slogans. Soldiers and city guards responded. Deafening sounds resounded over the royal residence. Stop! Stop! Shanwen hurriedly stopped the crowd. It's noon. His Highness should be taking a siesta. Don't wake His Highness up. Shanwen continued to read. The salary of the personal guards is 1,000 lower grade spirit stones at the early stage of chi cultivation. Phew! 1,000. The normal salary of a chi refining stage soldier is only $10. That's a whole 100 times. Whose salary increases are in accordance with this multiplier. The personal guards were all clear of the foundation establishment stage. Even if you calculate it according to the early stage of foundation establishment, it's 100 top-grade spirit stones every month. 100 top-grade spirit stones per month at the early stage of foundation establishment. No one would believe it if they said it. They're not some kind of heavenly beings. And that's just the base salary. Okay, after the base salary, here are the benefits that His Highness has set for everyone. 10% monthly performance bonus, quarterly bonus, year-end bonus, job allowance, mission bonus, disability allowance. Death benefit. Chenwen said, his mouth is dry. I did not expect this salary, but also can be divided into such a fine. And the people below listened in awe. Doesn't that mean that on top of the base salary, it's nearly doubled? Taking the example of a personal guard at the early stage of foundation establishment, $100 per month. A year is $12,000. Counting 10% performance, that's $1,320 per year. Plus 4 quarterly bonuses, that's $1,720. With 2 months of year-end bonus, that's $1,920. As well as 10 to 50%. Counting the 20% rate, that's $240. 1,920 plus 240. A year is 2,160 top-grade spirit stones. An early-stage foundation establishment, 2,100 top-grade spirit stones per year. It was important to know that the foundation establishment soldiers of the Divine Dynasty were only 200 lower-grade spirit stones per year, which translated to 12 upper-grade spirit stones, a difference of 180 times. Just by doing the math in their hearts, many people's breaths became short. That's a quick rise in income. And that's just the early stages of foundation establishment. Inside the ProGuard, but most of them are mid to late season. The medium-term ones were more than 4,000 top-grade spirit stones per year. One must know that a normal mid-yuaning is only 2,400 top-grade spirit stones per year. There are also disability benefits. And after the injury there are also divided into what disability level. The royal family will also be issued in accordance with the corresponding compensation. And death benefits. This was a solution to their worries. And they could fight without fear on the battlefield. Each one of them showed their teeth, itching to get injured now and then verify to see how many spirit stones they could lose. Your Highness has arrived, Hafsia called out, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Your Highness, the crowd was once again buzzing. After hearing the benefits given by Qinyu, each and every one of them were in high spirits and could not wait for the enemy to appear now so that they could earn a performance. Since coming to the royal residence, they have yet to show their worth. This kept them guilty in their hearts. After all, the spirit stones given were just too much, and they didn't feel at ease going on like this. It's the price of being able to sell your life, not the price of doing nothing. Qinyu had just arrived at the martial arts arena. The face that was still smiling instantly became gloomy. The crowd, which had just been excited, instantly quieted down and looked at Qinyu apprehensively. Qinyu was disappointed. Your performance has left me dissatisfied. Your Highness, but what have we done wrong? Someone asked cautiously. Chapter 81. A soldier should be good at what he does. Qinyu snapped. What are the basic requirements of a soldier? Obey orders and dare to fight. Someone replied in a loud voice. And, when a soldier fights a war, obeying orders is a vocation. This everyone knows. And then there's the courage to fight and kill. Is there anything else besides this? A group of people looked at each other. Name one and be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for just talking about it. Who can resist this temptation? Be united and friendly. Comrades in arms help each other. Amid foundation establishment's city guard opened his mouth and said, this is his mom's dying wish to him. When you go out, don't make trouble. Be united. Help each other, and don't get into conflict with others. But where does mom know that the path of cultivation is not about love? The city guard, too, was just saying it to try his luck. Right. Respect for cadres and solidarity. What's your name? Your Highness. Subordinate Xiao Hua. The city guard was thrilled beyond belief. Old mother had indeed left him a fortune. Anyone else who has anything to add? Just name one and 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones will be given immediately. Jade Bamboo fetched 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and handed them over to city guard Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Xiu knew that Qinyu was true to his word, he still couldn't help but tremble when he really got his hands on the spirit stone. Seeing Xiao Xiu get the spirit stone, the others couldn't help but scramble to open their mouths. Stick to your posts and do your duty. Voices rang out from the personal guards. As a soldier, one should be able to strictly adhere to one's post and do one's duty. This one is right, Qinyu affirmed. Jade Bamboo once again offered 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The group watched with red eyes and frantic minds. Brave and fearless, daring to sacrifice. That's a good one. Being a soldier requires bravery and fearlessness and sacrifice. And it doesn't fall under the category of discipline. The soldier who opened his mouth looked lost. I'm very relieved that you can say this. 10,000 spirit stones are not available, but 1,000 spirit stones can still be given. Finally, again, anything to add? The crowd falls silent. In their view of being a soldier, discipline is nothing more than obeying orders and forbidding them. The others have not been heard of. No one has added anything, so I'll add it for you guys. Remember, I said each one is worth 10,000 upper grade spirit stones. When you guys come across it in the future, think back to what made you miss out on these 10,000 top grade spirit stones. I. To follow the command and to enforce the order. 2. Strict adherence to duties and responsibilities. 3. Respect for cadres and love for soldiers, and solidarity. D. Behave in a dignified manner. V. Vigilance and confidentiality. 6. Care for weapons, equipment and public property. 7. Integrity and non-self-interest. 8. Supporting the government and protecting the interests of the people. 9. Observe social morality and be civilized. Shinyu finished 9 in one breath. Originally there was also a 10th article, to return captures to the public and not to mistreat prisoners. However, Shinyu considered that this was a cultivation world, and it was too impractical to confiscate the seizures and not mistreat the captives. Keep these 9 articles in mind. For each one of them, is a fortune you have missed out on, and in the future, if you violate them, you will be punished at the rate of 10,000 spirit stones. Take these 9 rules and memorize them inside your heads. And remember that I never say one thing without another, and I will never condone a violation. Now do you see why I was just upset? Tens of thousands of people went through the inside of their heads at breakneck speed. It was found that only the 4th article of military bearing and demeanor could be associated with them now. The reacting crowd moved quickly. In a few breaths, the originally disorganized crowd instantly became orderly. Shinyu, who was sulking, eased his face. Soldiers should always maintain a strict military appearance and behave properly. You represent the face of Tianyu. The people will be proud of you only if you fight for Tianyu. 2 in a row. 3 in a column. That's the basic requirement. The soldiers of the eastern state were scattered, and even the Skyfeather army usually had a hangdog look. 30,000 government soldiers is not his limit. The more people there are, the more military discipline is needed. And people who cultivate immortality are extremely lacking in this. Shinyu felt that he had to take the time to perfect the army rule system. There are also these people whose temperament needs to be sharpened. Today, through the stimulation of the spirit stones, the 9 disciplinary requirements should have penetrated into the hearts of the people. Take a 2-day vacation. You follow the latest salary rules and give the brothers their salaries for the month, so they can all go out and relax. It's your highness. Shinyu finished speaking and left. Many people couldn't contain their joy and subconsciously shouted at the top of their lungs. Seeing that the man next to him had stood perfectly still, he didn't make a sound. Immediately, he covered his mouth. He can't top 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones for violating the discipline. All to be collected in an orderly fashion and dismissed on the spot after collection, except for those on duty. As soon as Chen Wen finished speaking, the group of people scattered quite a bit. It still takes His Highness to rule this group. Without realizing it, His Highness's prestige is growing. This is the same Your Highness who was disliked a few months ago. One by one, with hundreds or thousands of top-grade spirit stones in their hands, they exited the gates of the royal residence. With spirit stones, the first thing, of course, was to spend them. Tens of thousands of people began sweeping through Northwatch. The streets, as few as 3 or 5, or as many as hundreds in groups. North Hope City's top 10 Chamber of Commerce Wanbao Pavilion. A large store. The store a customer are not. Only a few small 2-take fly swatters to beat mosquitoes. If this goes on, Wanbao Lu will collapse sooner or later. Why don't we find another way out? One of the store assistants spoke up. What started out as an enviable job is now fast becoming a struggle to even support a family and keep up with the demands of cultivation. 10,000 Treasures Building. This is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in Northwatch City. I've heard that there are quite a few exotic treasures and various types of magic weapons in there. Let's go and take a look. A group of 300 to 400 people walked towards the Wanbao building in great numbers. The store boy was taken aback. Xiao Air, bring out all the magic weapons and treasures you have at home. Many of them did not have storage rings. You can only find a rag on a spirit stone. Some of the cloths still had holes in them, and white spirit stones were leaking out. Junior froze for a few seconds at the sight. The next moment immediately piled up a smile. These were all valued guests with spirit stones. Ah, wait a moment, gentlemen. The magic weapon treasures will be brought up immediately. One of the junior staff, thud 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 thud, ran up to the second floor and went to inform the shopkeeper. The two of them, they couldn't receive so many VIPs at once. A group of people looked around the exhibits in the hall. They couldn't afford to come here to buy magic weapon treasures in the first place. Now well, they even some do not see on the treasure house. Inside the things on the side of the small point. Although the first floor has swords, guns, swords and halberds, all kinds of weapons, but the number of placement is less. You know that their line is 300 to 400 people. Not enough for one of them to pick one. There are thousands more in the ranks behind us. That is, they run fast. Your honored guests, the hall is only holding some exhibits. There are still a lot of magic weapon treasures inside the treasury. Please don't worry. We will definitely choose the right treasures for you. The Wanbao Lu shopkeeper's nose and eyes smiled into a pile. Brothers, I remembered something. Back when His Highness Qin Yu first arrived in Northwatch City, Wan Baolu, as the local Grand Chamber of Commerce, actually didn't pay His Highness a visit. "We can't buy it here. It would displease His Highness." The group of people nodded their heads and quickly exited. Turning to the small store next door, they could fail to buy a suitable magic weapon treasure, but they definitely couldn't cause displeasure to His Highness. The small store next door, where have they ever seen such a battle? Junior was so scared by the group of people that he crouched on the ground. Chapter 82, Sweeping Northwatch City. Chamber of Commerce price increase. What's the point of sitting on the floor? Get up. We are the royal government soldiers. We can still rob you. The head government soldier hurriedly assisted the shopkeeper. Support the government and protect the people. That's a disciplinary request that His Highness just said. The house soldier had a smile on his face. We're here to buy magic weapons. There's no need to be nervous about treasures. The store assistant looked at the smiling and amiable government soldiers, and his worries lightened considerably. After all, the majority of those who serve in the military are unqualified military ruffians, and taking is the norm. In particular, the soldiers of Northwatch are nothing more than organized hooligans. Gentlemen of the army, please wait, I'll get it for you right away. The shopkeeper will be skeptical, wondering if it's true that being a soldier has become a quality, but he didn't dare to disobey, in case he was killed. With their small stores, they didn't dare to go to the trouble of the military camp. The store was small and could only fit dozens of people. Most of those outside couldn't get in. The shopkeeper took out dozens of magic weapons. The government soldiers collectively frowned. In the past they would have thought it was not bad, but now it was honestly a bit of a turnoff. Not to mention that they were all magic weapons. They were all of lower and middle grade, and there were not many upper grade or top grade ones. There are no higher grades. It's all a disgrace to the royal family to take this out. The store assistant was inwardly apprehensive. He was worried that these guys would take it and not pay for it. Of course there is. Several guests, please go to the backyard. The shopkeeper walked down from the second floor. He recognized these as people from the royal family at a glance. His Highness Qin Yu had countless spirit stones, and the people under his hand he believed were just as good. With a lot of spirit stones, Pawpaw has to want to take a gamble. Northwatch City had been experiencing a consumption slump for the past few years, and fewer people were purchasing magic weapon treasures. The store is already running out of money. Squeezed a lot of cargo. He believed in His Highness Qin Yu's character, so he wanted to bet that these soldiers under his hands could also have His Highness's character. The government soldiers who were ready to leave followed the shopkeeper to the backyard. There were 24 lower-grade spirit weapons. Take it. The leader of the government soldiers waved his hand. Brothers, come and see if there is any suitable for you. A few days ago they were still a group of poor scattered cultivators, or small clans. When had they ever thought of using spirit weapons? But now they were even beginning to resent the grade being a bit low. A few thousand upper-grade spirit stones per year. Not to mention lower-grade spirit weapons, even upper-grade and top-grade they could afford to use. Unfortunately, Northwatch City is materially scarce. The people are poor, and the Chamber of Commerce will not transport too many high-grade magic weapon treasures to Northwatch City. You can't sell it even if you send it over. And it's a losing proposition for the Chamber of Commerce. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he heard this. The store's funds were all squeezed into these dozens of spirit weapons. There were no funds left to acquire new spells, and if they weren't selling, the store might go out of business with no active capital. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones for each lower-grade spirit weapon. 23,000 upper-grade spirit stones in total. The shopkeeper did the math, and frankly he was apprehensive. Can do artifacts treasure business? Said the small store. That is only compared to the top 10 Chamber of Commerce, but in the North Lookout City cannot be counted under. These 24 spirit weapons took up a large portion of their store's total assets. Once these soldiers forced credit, the store would immediately have to close down. The family behind the store, too, would immediately decline. The government soldiers cheerfully opened the bag and started counting the spirit stones. It's just 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. It's also just half a year's income at the early stage of foundation establishment. Half a year's income for a spiritual weapon, who dares to think? As for the middle stage of foundation establishment, it only takes 3 months. The purchase of spirit weapons were basically late-stage foundation establishment, and they were even more so with only a month and a half's income. A full 10 spirit stone bricks that were synthesized into one were stacked in front of the shopkeeper. The corner of the shopkeeper's mouth couldn't stop rising. The hand made a series of gestures, thanking the government soldiers for their patronage. The house soldiers who had gotten the right spiritual weapons showed joyful faces. Gone to the next house. The next door. Wan Baolu's eyes were red when they saw this scene. This monstrous wealth and fortune was lost to them. When Qin Yu had a bad reputation, the local families and chambers of commerce all wanted to give Qin Yu a hard time. The dismounting didn't work, and the Li family is still inside the prison. Although Qin Yu hadn't exacted revenge on them, But how could it not be a kind of revenge now? The major chambers of commerce now regret it. Thinking about the white flowers of spirit stones that had nothing to do with them made them feel how stupid their decision had been in the first place. Blame it on the 4 families. A group sweeps along the street. Stores selling magic weapon treasures were snapped up. Wherever they came across the properties of the 10 Chamber of Commerce and the 4 great families, a group of people selectively avoided them. This made the Chamber of Commerce and the great families heartbroken. It was really the spirit stones that a group of people were carrying that were too tempting. It's too envious. They just joined the royal family not long ago and they've been handed out so many spirit stones. Tens of thousands of people roamed the streets, causing a lot of commotion. Almost the entire city of Northwatch knew that the royal government soldiers had been paid their salaries and were on a spending spree. Go to South Mu City. Supplies were scarce in Northwatch City, and many people didn't get the right mana. Decided to shop across the street at Southmore. South Mu City was economically prosperous and carried an innate sense of superiority over North Hope City. In that case, the ones in Northwatch are the poor ones. But the scene of a large number of government soldiers today, carrying spirit stones down the streets, gave them a great shock. Northwatch is really poor? At this moment the residents of Nanmu City felt like they were the poor ones. You said this talisman paper costs 30 lower grade spirit stones? Yes, guessed. This power storage talisman is priced at 30 lower grade spirit stones. Put your mother's ass on the line. The government soldiers were furious then. I'm just rich. I'm not an idiot. I only asked about this talisman paper half a month ago. The selling price was only 10 lower grade spirit stones. How dare you bluff me? Guessed. The price of this talisman paper changes every day. If it's too expensive for you, you cannot buy it. The store assistant didn't pay attention to the anger of the government soldiers and responded calmly. A large group of government soldiers gathered at the entrance of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, ready to find the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce to ask for a statement. Not only the power storage talisman, but all other types of talisman paper went up by about 3 times. The roll of talisman paper is not small, and it can save lives at critical moments. And with the Spirit Stone government soldiers, they all want to keep a few cards for themselves. But now the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce increased the price 3 times. This is clearly want to pit them. The shopkeeper was relaxed and did not pay any attention to the angry government soldiers. He had gotten the message. It was a message from above. To make the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty pay a high price for the talisman paper. The purchase price has tripled? Has the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce gone crazy? After the store's supplies were bought out by the government soldiers, shopkeepers of all sizes came to the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce to purchase goods. But the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was so generous that it actually raised the wholesale price by 2 times. That's the price now. Take it or leave it. The new head of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce waved his hand and did not give this group of small stores a good look. The previous owner was killed by Qin Yu. Qin Yu was an imperial prince. And the fact that Qin Wendian had made a scene at the Taichu Sacred Land had already spread throughout the Eastern Prefecture. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce did not dare to make a move against Qin Yu either. But if we don't use force, then we have to use commercial means. South Mu and North Hope City, the vast majority of supplies, came from the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce. They don't provide goods. And the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty can't buy what they want even if they have spirit stones. Your Highness, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce and the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, sitting on their hands, are trying to embarrass the royal family, Halfsummer said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 83 Northwatch Commercial Development Plan. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce is fine. But what the hell is this Water Moon Chamber of Commerce? Your Highness, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is a royal merchant of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, specializing in talisman paper. There's also His Majesty, Emperor Qin, who has a gap with the Water Moon Divine Emperor. Jade Bamboo spoke up about the matter of the Taichu Sacred Land. The matter of the Holy Lord of the Taichu had long been known to Jade Bamboo, only that there had been no suitable time to say it. My father loves me, despite being blind and a bit of a political idiot. If the 100 officials hadn't forced him to do so, I'm afraid father wouldn't have relegated him to a place like Gonlong. Specializing in talismans? This is a good solution. As for the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, it was not enough to worry about. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, a sacred martial imperial merchant, was also ranked as one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the eastern state. But the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce wasn't the only one in the eastern state, and the major chambers of commerce didn't get along with each other. Usually contact the other chambers of commerce and say that Northwatch City wants to attract investment other major chambers of commerce to move in. It's Your Highness. Although Yuju didn't understand what attracting investment meant, she still immediately carried out Qin Yu's request. Start contacting the major chambers of commerce. The royal family now had some strength, and it was time to develop Northwatch City. Qin Yu had set a goal to make Northwatch City a prosperous city that surpassed the imperial city. Let's start with attracting investment. Business is the lifeblood of the economy. People chased after profit. And now Northwatch had something they needed. Chinyu's purpose of distributing spirit stones in a big way to create the idea that people were stupid and had a lot of money was also to let people know that Northwatch City had plenty of spirit stones. After all, who wouldn't want to earn this kind of unjustly large amount of spirit stones? Your Highness. Shifuyu ran to the backyard with a look of joy on his face. The first batch of talisman paper has been produced. Shifuyu was a man who couldn't hide his excitement, and it was written all over his face. The whole thing was hyper, like he was high on drugs. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. Chinyu calmed Red Fei's emotions. This guy is grinning from the corners of his mouth to the back of his head. The corners of his eyes are frying. He's so happy. Your Highness, the talisman paper machine has already produced 100 units. Do you know how much talisman paper one unit can produce every day? A full 1,000. You know, even I would run out of energy after 10 or 8 drawings a day. When an ordinary talisman master drew 2 or 3, it would be difficult to draw on. Shifuyu said while complimenting himself a few times. Hafsia snickered. This guy's moods were too volatile. Unfortunately, spiritual energy needs to be injected by humans, and a person can only inject 100 per day. Red Fei said with slight regret. Productivity has expanded dozens of times in ways that Akafi has never dreamed of. But when he thought of the talisman paper printer, which could produce 1,000 sheets a day, while one person could only finish 100 sheets a day, he felt a little hard. One must learn to be content. 100 talismans a day is not bad, one can gradually improve later. Hey, Shiffy giggled. Listen to your Highness. I was too hasty. Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. Count yourselves as having run into a gun. Since the talisman paper was successful, then this Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. What made him dare to sell it for 3 times the price? Sell the talisman paper produced at twice the market price. Out of the country. Shinyu was actually prepared to sell it at half the normal price. Since the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce wanted to play, let's play with them. Let the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce get a taste of the industrial explosion and the capacity shock that comes with it. It's your Highness. Red Fei did not ask why. Although twice the price is not low, but now the market price has been speculated to 3 times the normal. Twice that is already considered a conscientious price. Your Highness, what will the chamber be named? Since you want to sell talisman paper, you naturally need to open a store, and a store needs a name. Store name. Let's call it the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Your Highness, this isn't quite right. And how can the name of Yuju serve as the name of the Chamber of Commerce? There's nothing wrong with that. My Highness thinks your name is appropriate. With the first 100 machines, the daily talisman paper production capacity is 100,000, which is worth the production capacity of 20,000 talisman masters. 100,000 talisman paper, requiring 1,000 cultivators to infuse it with spiritual power. Luckily, the government soldiers had returned quite a bit, and Chi Fei had found them after reporting to Chinyu. Opposite the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, a store called the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce appeared overnight. The stores were simply decorated and only sold talisman paper, which happened to be exactly the same as the business operated by the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. The store was filled with clear drawings, and the first shopkeeper was none other than Lanji, Chi Fei's hairdresser. Lanji had been wearing a faint smile on her face ever since she arrived at Northwatch City. Several of their families had been pulled into the royal household by Chi Fei to refine talisman paper printers for the royal household. At first, when they saw the rune paper printer, they thought they hadn't woken up, but it took a long time to open my eyes to the fact that rune paper can actually be printed. And these artifacts were developed by His Highness Chinyu. Shifuyu spoke in high esteem of Chinyu, but Lanji felt that Fei was also very powerful. He was only from a small family, but now he had become able to share and manage such an important business for His Highness. Even though Lancel is from a small town, she knows the importance of rune paper printers. After learning that His Highness had asked Red Fei to open a chamber of commerce, Ranji volunteered to take the pressure off Chiffy. Fei is still managing the production of the rune paper printer. What if he's exhausted? Water Moon Chamber of Commerce boss saw the opposite side of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce coldly laughed. What cats and dogs also dare to take the name of the word Chamber of Commerce? As for the fact that the opposite side also sold talismans, Water Moon boss didn't take it seriously. How many talismans can a small store have? The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce was backed by the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The talisman paper required every day, which needed to be loaded on horse-drawn carts, was distributed not only throughout the country, but also throughout the entire eastern state. It's number 1 in the eastern states in both quality and quantity. It is also the largest wholesaler of talisman paper in the eastern states. The pricing right of the talisman paper is in the hands of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce will raise prices, and the entire eastern state will follow. And for just the right selling price, The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce even, in advance, bought back all the scattered, fragmented talisman paper. Rune paper is even rarer in the market these days. Does the shopkeeper want to find someone to teach them a lesson? The shopkeeper smiled grimly. No need. Just operate normally. Right now, Tianyu and Shuiyu, we're not on good terms. This store happens to be in Northwatch, so it's better not to keep a handle on it. We're going to the Swimming Fish Desert in a few days, so we must purchase a few pieces of talisman paper, or else we'll likely be buried in the Swimming Fish Desert once we encounter a school of sandfish. A young man of about 20 and a girl of 17 or 18 hovered in front of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. The youth's name is Yu Onping and the girl, Yu Kier. Brother must go to the Swimming Fish Desert. There is too dangerous. I heard that the death rate is as high as 50%. It has to go. The Dansha sect has already said that if they don't provide swimming fish within half a month, the family will lose the qualification to provide swimming fish to the Dansha sect. They were nothing more than a small family that provided raw materials for the Dansha sect's alchemy. Once they lost the acquisition of the Dansha sect, the family would lose the vast majority of their source of income. Yuanping walked out of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce with a grimace on his face. He hadn't bought any talisman paper for just a month, and the talisman paper had actually tripled through and through. In particular, the most frequently used storage charms have risen nearly fourfold, but he'd already asked a few talisman paper stores, and they all said that the talisman paper had been bought out. Brother also opened a charm paper store across the street. Chapter 84, Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce? Yuanping frowned. A month ago there was no this store. Is it a new opening? The name Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce had never been heard of. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's tripled price made him despair. What's even more desperate is that all the talisman paper on the market has been bought up. Check it out. Yuanping had no choice. Without the talisman paper, going to the Swimming Fish Desert could really be said to be a life of 9 deaths. Hello? Are you looking for talisman paper? Lanji asked with a smile. Yes, you have talisman paper here. Before Yuanping could finish his sentence, he saw that the shelves of the store were filled with all kinds of talisman paper, although most of them were low-ranked. What Yuanping needed was low-ranked talisman paper. It was enough to have a few foundation stage power storage talismans that could save his life in a critical time. How do you sell a power storage talisman? Yuanping asked apprehensively. Priced at 60 lower grade spirit stones. $60. Although it was cheaper than the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, it was still fully twice as expensive as a month ago. The guest is the first valued customer of the store's opening, and can enjoy a 10% discount. Limited to 10 yo. Lanji smiled. First client. 10% off. Really? Yuanping asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Business reputation comes first. Give me 10. No 20 storage charms will do. Add a discount. Each one was only 6 lower grade spirit stones, which was a full 5 times cheaper than the original 30 lower grade spirit stones. With 20 power storing talismans, he was completely certain that he would be able to return in one piece from his trip to the Swimming Fish Desert. Could be. Lanji took 20 power storing talismans and thoughtfully packed them in a small wooden box. Guessed your rune paper. Yuanping took 20 pieces of talisman paper and walked out of the store in a daze. It's true. My sister is actually true. With 120 lower grade spirit stones, she bought 20 power storage talismans. Before the price of talisman paper went up, you could only buy 4 of them. When the Water Moon boss saw that the Yu family siblings actually bought talisman paper, his face became gloomy. Go see what the asking price is across the street. It didn't take long for Xiao Er to return. Lanji had been instructed that there was no need to avoid the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, and that they even had to be made aware of their selling price. The selling price across the street from the shopkeeper is twice the normal price. We can't let it go. If they sell twice as many, no one will come to buy ours. Go and collect all the talisman paper inside their stores. Anyway, it's been collected quite a bit, so there's no shortage of stores. The Skyfeather Divine Dynasty, which was in desperate need of talisman paper, could only take out several times the amount of spirit stones to purchase talisman paper. Shopkeeper walked into the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Bring out all the talismans from your house. The store assistant walked into the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce in an imposing manner. It wasn't the first time he had done this. There were quite a few talisman papers that had been repurchased by him from the large and small stores in Northwatch City. This feeling of being rich and throwing away money was something he liked, and even somewhat intoxicated him. Guest, do you want a lot of talisman paper? Lanji asked in surprise. I want as much as you have, the shopkeeper said in a domineering manner. Lanji carried out the 100,000 pieces of talisman paper from the backyard. One box was 5,000 sheets. After moving 20 boxes, Lanji clapped her hands. The total number of guests is 99,000. 999,980 lower grade spirit stones. Don't bother with the change of 800. Just give a round number, Longi said with a sincere face. The ones that were refined in the beginning were all low-grade talisman paper, and the average price was only 10 lower-grade spirit stones. How much? The shopkeeper's eyes widened. 100,000 pieces of talisman paper. Even the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce branch in Northwatch City might not have that many. Unbelieving. The shopkeeper opened the box. Until after opening 20 boxes, it took a shopkeeper to believe it was all true. There's really 100,000 of them. No, there's 20 more to go. Wait, I don't have so many spirit stones on me. I'll go back and get them first. The shopkeeper forced himself to be calm. 100,000 pieces of talisman paper is not something he can decide. Boss Watermoon asked in a low voice. Have they all been bought back yet? Back to the shopkeeper. There's too much talisman paper. I didn't dare to take matters into my own hands. First I came back to ask the shopkeeper's opinion. Too much. How much can there be? Watermoon boss had a disdainful look on his face. Northwatch City stores. Can a few pieces of talisman paper? There are a few thousand even if it's not a big deal. 100,000 sheets. The store assistant said back. If he hadn't looked at the goods inside the box, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that a small store actually had 100,000 sheets. 100,000 sheets. You're not even counting the toilet paper, are you? The shopkeeper has to be very truthful, and I dare to vouch for it with my life. When the shopkeeper heard this, he dispelled his doubts. Xiao had been following him for almost 20 years. He shouldn't be able to lie to him in this regard. 100,000 sheets. 1 million lower grade spirit stones. Although they were all low ranked, the most consumed talisman paper was the low-ranked talisman paper. No, if we allow the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce to continue, when we spent the spirit stones to buy back the talisman paper in the first place, wouldn't we be doing someone else a favor? Go and buy them all, and I'll report the matter. The purchase of talisman paper was ordered from above, and in this situation, it was necessary to buy it even if it wasn't. If they didn't buy it they would have to lower the price or wait until the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce talisman paper was sold out. But 100,000 pieces of talisman paper, put into the entire eastern state is nothing. In the North Hope City will not be sold out for a while. 100,000 pieces of talisman paper. The Watermoon Chamber of Commerce Tianyu Divine Dynasty subpalm is rich and unimpressed. In the past few days throughout the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, more than 10 million sheets were recovered. 100,000 is a lot in North Hope City, but in the eyes of the shopkeeper, it's just rain. Reply on the spot. Whether it's 100,000 or a million through and through, millions is just an exaggeration. How could there be millions of talisman paper in the district Northwatch City? Got a letter back from the sub-proprietor. The Watermoon boss felt his back stiffen up a lot. The shopkeeper has bought them all back. The shopkeeper piled up the boxes filled with talisman paper. This time in Northwatch City, talisman paper is completely gone. Watermoon boss laughed a few times in triumph. Unfortunately it's a double recovery and a lot of losses. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, which closed its doors after one day of business. The business of talisman paper is not something that kittens and puppies can get their hands on. The Watermoon boss let out a loud laugh. The shopkeeper is right. Talisman paper can only be played by our Watermoon Chamber of Commerce. The store assistant flattered. Early the next morning, the shopkeeper, then, looked across the street to see if the opposite side was open. Hell, what's the point of opening the door when the talismans are sold out? The store assistant hurriedly rushed to the Jade Bamboo shop. Guest, you're here again. Are you in need of purchasing talisman paper? Longi asked enthusiastically. Do you have any more talisman paper in the store? Yes, there are quite a few more. Ranji's comment almost made the shopkeeper not stand still. It was only sold for 100,000 yesterday, and you actually have quite a bit left. Take it all out and take a look. The store assistant didn't believe that this little shabby store really had talisman paper. Okay, guests wait a moment. Longi replied back and headed to the backyard. Chapter 85 Endless Amulet Paper. Clueless Watermoon Chamber of Commerce. Guest, the talisman paper is all here. A total of 40 boxes, totaling 200,000 talisman paper, Longi said as she pointed at the boxes piled up on the ground. The store assistant's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Where did these runes come from? With so much talisman paper, how many talisman masters would be needed to refine it? Where did you guys get so much talisman paper? The store assistant subconsciously asked. These are all hoarded from before. It's not that the price of talisman paper is still good recently, so I took them out and sold them all. Hoarding. Adulterer. The shopkeeper couldn't help but spit inside. I'll take it all. The store assistant had been authorized by the shopkeeper to accept whatever was available. The shopkeeper gave 2 million lower grade spirit stones in a bold manner. After the store assistant left, Shinyu appeared from the backyard, followed by Yuju. Half summer. and a few of Red Fei's hairdressers. Your Highness, talisman paper can now increase its capacity by 100,000 sheets every day. What if the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce stops buying it? Qi Fei asked worriedly. Today's production capacity had already reached 300,000 sheets per day, and as Qi Fei looked at the piles of Indian talisman paper every day, he was also considering sales channels. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce can't stop recycling most of the talisman paper within the Tianyu territory. Qin Yu laughed softly. Why can't you stop? Red Fei looked puzzled. Just don't buy it. Lanji let out a laugh and explained. Brother Fei, if the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce stops now, the plan to spend money on recycling talisman paper in front of them and suppressing the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty will be a lost cause. Oh, Shifuyu scratched his head. He hadn't thought of that at all. In his opinion, if he wants to buy it, he can buy it. If he doesn't want to buy it, forget it. Well said, Qin Yu complimented. It wasn't a secret that the Water Moon Divine Dynasty had raised the price of talisman paper. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty knew all about it. There are only two ways to go now. Drop the price or keep buying. Lowering the price brings more losses as opposed to stopping the purchase. After all, tens of millions of pieces of talisman paper had been recovered, and a doubling of the profit difference could be equivalent to tens of millions of pieces of talisman paper. With a rune paper printer, it was as easy as a slap in the face to try to crush the Water Moon Divine Dynasty on rune paper, but earning some spirit stones before this is also fine. These years the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, through the Chamber of Commerce to harvest countless spirit stones from the Heavenly Feather. It is also time to collect some interest back. Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, Imperial City. How calm and relaxed Qin Yu was. How anxious the Qin Emperor and a group of ministers were. Zhang Wei, the new Minister of Revenue, said angrily, Your Majesty, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty is despicable and shameless, actually buying back all the talismanic paper within the Tianyu territory and increasing the price by another 3 times. Now that the people's grievances are boiling over in Tianyu territory, the casualty ratio of the exploring cultivators is a full 20% larger. With spirit veins drying up and spirit stones hard to earn, many cultivators could only take the risk of traveling to the Demon Beast Mountain Range, or the Forbidden Zone in search of resources, and that often means menace. Without the runes, security is lacking. Cultivators and demonic beasts, the slightest carelessness is the death of the Taoist. Talisman paper is a treasure that can play a role in the critical moment. But now, the high price made the cultivators, who were already not rich, only look at the talisman and sigh. Emperor Qin had a saddened look on his face. The feeling of joy from the battle with the Demon Beast Mountain Range just now, where he had harvested the resources, had disappeared. Talisman paper was Tianyu's shortcoming. Although there were talisman masters within Tianyu's territory, they were scarce and could not fulfill Tianyu's needs. And the talisman paper is a disposable consumable. The consumption is not low. Bought by the Water and Moon Divine Dynasty leaks. Do not buy casualties and very high. The 100 officials were also bitter. There was nothing they could do. The cultivation of a rune master is not something that happens overnight. 200,000 pieces of talisman paper? Water Moon Boss looked at the 40 boxes of talisman paper and fell into deep thought. Previously hoarded goods? But this thing looks like it was painted recently anyhow. Curious, the Water Moon Boss opened the box and examined the talisman papers one by one. Soon, Suigetsu Pocket's breathing became louder. All the runes are almost identical. Even if it's the same talisman master, it's impossible to do this. By the drawing style of the runes, you can deduce if they were drawn by the same rune master. It's not even necessary to speculate. It must have been painted by the same artist. The Water Moon Boss was even beginning to wonder if this was something that could be done by a human being. This must be reported. It's too weird. Water Moon Boss had dealt with talisman paper for his entire life, and it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's subpalm and the Skyfeather Divine Dynasty is rich and seized the newsletter impatiently. Collected another 200,000 pieces of talisman paper, and each talisman paper rune was almost exactly the same? Idiot. Northwatch City shopkeeper. Have your old eyes gone blind? Actually saying such ridiculous things. With 200,000 identical runes, a rune master's mental power is limited. Even if a high-ranked talisman master, refining low-ranked talisman paper, refining dozens of sheets a day was already considered mentally powerful, but that high-ranked talisman master would be idle and bored to practice low-ranked talisman paper? With no effort. It's just that there are boring high-level runesmiths, but 200,000 pieces of talisman paper need to be continuously refined for several years. The rich shopkeeper returned an idiotic comment and didn't pay any further attention to it. The Water Moon Boss was dumbfounded when he saw the return message. Is it too much for him to report even the smallest thing? Earlier, Lord Rich Boss, had already said to collect as much as you can. Who cares if it was made by the same person? Water Moon Boss doesn't believe it anymore. Let's see if you practice fast or I collect fast. 2 million lower grade spirit stones? For the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. It's not worth mentioning. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce was spread throughout the eastern state, and its tentacles had even extended to the other 3 states. Strength. The daily income is astronomical. 300,000 pieces of talisman paper on the 3rd day. Water Moon Boss was already getting apprehensive in his heart. Having collected 600,000 pieces of talisman paper, 400,000 pieces of talisman paper on the 4th day. Enough to collect 1 million pieces of talisman paper, reaching the goal that the rich shopkeeper had said he was aiming for. Where exactly did this jade bamboo chamber of commerce come from? And these runes? Millions of pieces of talisman paper with runes drawn almost exactly the same. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the Water Moon Boss would have thought he had seen a ghost. A full million talisman papers were collected, costing 10 million lower grade spirit stones. The Water Moon Boss didn't dare to continue making decisions. Mizuki Papa reported again. The rich shopkeeper of the only heavenly feather imperial city, knowing the news from the imperial court, couldn't mention how great it was. With a slight trick, it left the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty, one of the 10 great divine dynasties, at its wit's end. Recently, Zhang Wei, the secretary of the Ministry of Revenue of Tianyu, had come to him more than once. He, a sub-palmist, actually made the minister of the household of the divine dynasty take the initiative to seek an audience. This gave the rich palmist a great deal of satisfaction. Boss Fu, Mr. Zhang Shangshu is here again, saying he wants to discuss with you about the talisman paper. Tell him that I'm in seclusion. Boss Rich balked. Lord Shangshu, my family's shopkeeper is in seclusion. Why don't we come back in 2 days? Zhang Wei's face was ugly. He was a Shangshu, visiting a chamber of commerce boss, and actually ate the closed door. But now people are under the roof and have to bow down. He had served as the minister of households for a short while, but he wanted to do his part for the divine dynasty. Countless people of the divine dynasty were losing their lives because they could not afford to buy talisman paper. And as the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he could not just sit back and do nothing. As for face, how many spirit stones can it be worth? As long as he could get the price of talisman paper back to normal levels, he could do without his face. Boss Rich saw the communication jade pendant light up. Chapter 86, buy as much as you can. 1 million pieces of talisman paper. It's still exactly the same. Bao Wenba is suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Where to find 1 million talisman paper in a place like North Hope City? With the tiny Red Star sect? The top sect, the Red Star sect, was considered a big power in the Northern King's Hope City, but in the eyes of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, it was just a country bumpkin in a small place. Millions of talisman paper, exhausting the Red Star sect to death, could not be refined. Utilizing a fixed communication spell, Rich Boss quickly contacted Bao Wenba. Bao Wenba was already waiting well in advance in front of the communication spell. After all, there were millions of talismans at stake, so surely they would write back to him. Fixed communication spells were not cheap, and only the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, with its vast wealth, could be equipped with them. Bao Wenba, are you practicing to fix your head? 4 days to collect 1 million pieces of talisman paper. You tell me, North Hope City, where did you get so much talisman paper? Bao Wenba had just picked up the communication when he was scolded by Boss Fu's split face. Lord Fu, it's true, little man, how dare I deceive your honor? I'll immediately take the teleportation array and head to Northwatch City. If you dare to lie to me, you don't have to be a shopkeeper anymore. Boss Rich hung up the communication after saying that. The cost of the teleportation array was not low, but to him, it was nothing more than a hair's breadth. Selling millions of talisman paper in 4 days. He wanted to see which power actually dared to pull the wool over the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce at this time. Rich Palmers, winded up on Northwatch, not even going so far as to be alone and shell out the cost of a teleportation array. Northwatch City was remote, so few people would take the teleportation array. Every time the teleportation array was opened, the base cost wasn't low. More people could still share it. No one would have to pay for it alone. Boss Fu hurriedly rushed to the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the talisman paper piled up in front of him, Shopkeeper Fu was still unwilling to believe it. Northwatch City actually did have millions of talisman paper. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As soon as Boss Fu ripped open the box, he took out a stack of talisman paper. The moment he saw the talisman paper, Boss Rich's pupils shrank. Exactly the same. It's just like a mold. Is there such a talisman master under the sky? In the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, there were countless talisman masters and geniuses. What talisman master genius didn't have? But at this moment, he felt that it was all bull *******. The runes were written in a single stroke, absolutely in one stroke, and every single one after that. Nothing has changed. Can anyone really do that? Rich Palm feels his worldview has been shaken. Watch the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce closely and see where they get all their talisman paper from. With so many runes, it was absolutely impossible not to show traces. Talisman brush, spirit ink, yellow talisman paper. The consumption of these few materials must be great. Lord Fu, I have also checked, and I can only trace it back to a few months ago, when Qinyu, the third prince of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, had purchased materials in large quantities. At that time, Qinyu was still in the Imperial City, and no one had even arrived at Northwatch City yet. Boss Rich frowned. Qinyu, this man has been making quite a name for himself in the eastern states lately. Corruption, games, extravagant sacrifices, the battle of the beginning, and now the stone tablet, the little card. Each of these has created a storm in the eastern states. Keep an eye on them. Northwatch City, only Qinyu has this strength. Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, if there's still talisman paper, keep buying it. Recycling is not cheap, and giving up now would be a lost cause. Not only would he not be able to suppress the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, he would also lose a fortune in spirit stones. It would also bring shame to the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Lord God Emperor had ordered that Tianyu be left without talisman paper. As the head of the Chamber of Commerce of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, he was also prepared to rely on this opportunity to make a good impression in front of the Divine Emperor Lord, and it was not impossible for him to become the future Chamber of Commerce Zone President. This time, these uncertainties must be eliminated. Day 2. Boss Fu arrived early and surveyed the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce across the street. Yuju still opens the door on time. Pao and Bo, at the sign of the rich shopkeeper, took the store assistant with him, and then walked towards the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Ranji looked at the visitor, his face rippling, but inside, I've long wanted to jump up and down with excitement. The more spirit stones the talisman paper earned, the more credit Faye would get. Although Faye's status in the royal family was not low, she wanted Faye to go farther. Do you have any talisman paper? Boss Bao asked before he even entered the door. I hope that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, there is no more talisman paper. Bao Boss Heart want to expect. Ever since the appearance of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, he always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Yes, guest, what talisman paper do you need? Before Lanji had a chance to put the talisman paper on the shelves, Bao Boss came to the door with his men. Hearing this, Bao Bao's uneasiness increased. Out of 1,000,000 pieces of talisman paper there actually are. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce in Northwatch City was far inferior. Boss Bao squeezed out a smile and said, how much do you have? $400,000 or $500,000. Boss Bao almost stumbled on his feet when he heard that. Yesterday it was $400,000. Today it's $500,000. Your talisman master is spiritually infinite? Or do you not need to draw runes? Holy, what the hell? Boss Bao couldn't help but curse in his heart. With 100 boxes of talisman paper, Boss Bao returned to his Chamber of Commerce. The rich shopkeeper had boxes upon boxes of almost the same kind of talisman paper. As long as it was the same kind of talisman paper, Boss Rich gritted his teeth and said, this Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, where exactly did it come from? Keep acquiring, I still don't believe it. His talisman paper is endless. Boss Fu was furious. 500,000 pieces of talisman paper. This was not a small amount. All of them could sustain a medium domain of hundreds of millions of people and consume it for half a month. The sales cycle of rune paper. In about a month, a domain with millions of cultivators had to consume at least 1,000,000 talismans a month. On average, it's just one per person, per month. It's not that it's unloved, it's that most people can't afford to use it. Day 3, 600,000. Day 4, 700,000. Looking at 2,800,000 pieces of talisman paper, Rich Boss couldn't stand it anymore and called off the purchase. The store across the street is like having rune paper potpourri. Every day there are fully 100,000 more than the day before. There's something fishy about this matter. Could it be that other divine dynasties are deliberately targeting the Water Moon Divine Dynasty? Boss Rich murmured. Xinyu had been suspected before, but under the surveillance of the past few days, it was found that there was no movement in the royal residence. As for the rune master, he was nowhere to be seen. Shopkeeper Fu also reported the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce to the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The Emperor of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, Shui Yuanbai, laughed out loud when he heard this. Someone actually wants to compete with the Water Moon Divine Dynasty on talisman paper. Out of their depth. Rune paper is the foundation of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The number of talisman masters overshadowed the eastern state. Although now is not the time to fight a price war, The one who benefited from the lower price of talisman paper was the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. If this breath is not taken out, won't the Water Moon Divine Dynasty fall into disrepute? Especially when it was still on top of the talisman paper. It was actually being crushed with the price. But it's just a place to look north. Let's get back first. A small store with no sales channels and in the middle of nowhere. People from other domains of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty had to buy his triple overpriced talisman paper as usual. Pass on my order. Starting tomorrow, talisman paper will be sold at 1.8 times the normal price. Your Majesty, according to the news that has come back, chaos has already appeared in Tianyu, and because of the talisman paper, the casualty rate of cultivators has surged. As long as it continued, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was bound to throw in the towel, and at that time, the demands would have to be made by the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Tiny Northwatch Town. The Water Moon God laughed at the 100 officials, not to mention Northwatch City. Even if there were other divine dynasties, when it came to talisman paper, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty didn't put it in their eyes. Boss Bao has already let the wind out of the sails, and the price of the talisman paper has been reduced to 1.8 times the normal price. Boss Bao, Boss Fu, the two of them set off early and headed to the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's talisman paper store. They had already imagined the picture of a crowd of people clamoring for the store's doors. Chapter 87, the district's Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Triggering group mockery. Take it easy, one by one. There's plenty of rune paper. Hearing the crowd, Boss Bao and Boss Fu looked at each other and smiled. I can't believe they're trying to pick up the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's slack. They're trying to push up the price of talisman paper. The amount of rune paper recovered is measured in tens of millions. And the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce hadn't spent a single spirit stone, and had easily sold it, at twice the high price. Your rune paper. Lanji handed over the talisman paper with both hands, her tone gentle and a smile on her face. Thank you, Miss Ranch. 1.5 times the price. Although it wasn't exactly cheap, it was already quite a bit cheaper compared to the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. Many cultivators, originally, were attracted by the news sent out by the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. After all, a few days ago it was sold 3 times, and now it's 1.8 times. And a lot of cultivators in desperate need have come in fear of another price hike. But only after arriving did he realize that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce on the opposite side of the street was actually only 1.5 times the price. Hundreds of people scrambled to buy the talisman paper. After all, a small store could run out of stock at any time. In case you didn't get it, you'd have to buy the talisman paper from the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce across the street. What's the situation? Boss Bao and Boss Fu were dumbfounded. The source of the noisy crowd sounds was not the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, but actually the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. On the contrary, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce was cold and quiet in front of the door. Not a single person. These idiots. They don't take a 20% spread seriously anymore? Boss Rich walked towards the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. He would like to see. These guys, do they even care about spirit stones anymore? Ordinary cultivators. A piece of spirit stone can't wait to break into 2 pieces to spend. Not to mention the 20% price difference. Even 10% would make them rush for it. Your Highness, it's just as you expected. They stopped acquiring and started to press the price. Qin Yu smiled and explained. If you can't annex in business, you can only engage in a price war. Business wars, although Qin Yu has not been involved, but listened or heard a lot. Large corporations often opt for mergers, acquisitions in order to hold pricing power. If you can't annex it, use your huge capital and engage in a price war. What costs 50? Big business only sells for 50. No money earned. Just so small businesses don't make money either. Small businesses don't dare to do this because it can lead to losses. And small companies simply can't afford to lose money. It only needs to last for a while. Then small businesses will, naturally, go out of business due to losses and cash flow difficulties. Big business can regain pricing power again. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, right now, was selling ordinary talisman paper, which were not kept for very long. The mental and spiritual power within the talisman paper would dissipate over time and become a piece of waste paper. Hafsia listened in a daze. Your Highness is not only proficient in magic weapons, but your talent for business is also far beyond the ordinary. Halfsummer had a face of adoration. Your Highness is a great strategist and has insight into all things. Northwatch City will become the most prosperous city in the eastern state under Your Highness management. Yu Shu concurred. Lo and behold, Your Highness is more than that. In the eastern states, which only fights and kills and relies solely on force, commercial means are almost non-existent. This is a descending blow for him. Boss Rich snorted coldly. 1.5 times. Boss Rich waved his hand. Adjust the price to 1.3 times. I'd like to see how long a small Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce can hold out. The raw material for the talisman paper is not worth much. A little spirit ink and yellow paper doesn't cost much. A talisman paper of 10 spirit stones had a material cost of just 1/10 of a spirit stone. There is a 100-fold difference between the material and the selling price. The reason for this huge difference was from the rune master. Rune masters are difficult to train, the same as smiths, and those who possessed the talent of a rune master were few and far between. This was also the reason for the esteemed status of rune masters. A material that was worth no more than a dime of spirit stones could immediately multiply its price by 50 times after a rune master drew a rune on it. The selling price becomes 5 spirit stones. Of course, this price was limited to the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The raw materials from other divine dynasties had relatively higher prices. This was also because the raw materials needed for talisman paper were abundant within the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The one who decides on the biggest cost is, of course, the rune master. The success rate of talisman masters drawing talismans was, on average, only 10%, but the Water Moon Divine Dynasty talisman masters, on average, had a 20% success rate. The loss is as high as 8 or 9 layers, which undoubtedly also pulls up the price of talisman paper. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty had a huge number of talisman masters in the entire Eastern continent, as well as the most perfect talisman master system. Other divine dynasties not only have high material costs, but even higher labor costs. This successfully allowed the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce to utilize rune paper to become the strongest chamber of commerce in the eastern state to control rune paper. Comparing prices with the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is not self-serving, Boss Rich said disdainfully. The huge cost difference doomed the gap between the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce and other chambers. Your Highness, the other party has adjusted the price to 1.3 times. Qin Yu smiled. Come down to double it. Boss Fu, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce has dropped to 1x, down to 0.7x. Rich Boss was confident beyond belief. At this price, it was only the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce that could still maintain the profit of the microblog. The others will definitely not be able to make ends meet. In the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, the price of a single Talisman Master's refined talisman paper was twice as high. As long as the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce dared to continue dropping, then they had to be prepared to lose money. Get the word out. Boss Rich waved his hand. There hadn't been a Chamber of Commerce in many years that dared to provoke the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce over talisman paper. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is just the thing to use to make a statement. Crazy, crazy. The people of Northwatch City who have heard the news, watching the price war between the two sides, the heart snickers. Immortals fight, mortals profit. A few days ago it was triple, now it's straight down to 0.7x, and it was all due to the emergence of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. It's a pity. I'm afraid the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce won't be able to hold out for long. Who in the eastern state doesn't know that the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is strong? The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce had been established for countless years and was strong. It was moreover directly under the royal family of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. A Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce that had just shown its head was not looked upon favorably by everyone. Quick, buy a few more talisman papers. It won't be long before the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce closes its doors and the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is sure to raise prices again. There are no antitrust laws or consumer protection rights in the eastern states. What price to sell for depends on the seller's mood. Ha ha. The nationals of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty couldn't help but let out a loud laugh after receiving the news from the Chamber of Commerce. Up and down the Divine Dynasty, the nation uttered jeers. This was a joy for the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. What kind of nook and cranny Chamber of Commerce is this? The top 10 chambers of commerce in the eastern states? The 10 great chambers of commerce of the Divine Dynasties? Everyone said they had never heard of it. Chapter 88. It's just a small chamber of commerce. Why care? Mao Ming, the president of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty Rune Master Guild, spoke in a flat tone as if he was critiquing an ant. As the president of the Rune Master Guild, he knew how far the number of rune masters in Water Moon had swelled. The labor cost of talisman paper was getting lower and lower, and the other divine dynasties could no longer compete with Water Moon. The talisman masters of the Water Moon Alliance, the talisman paper they refined every day, was a huge number. Chairman Mao is right. A small chamber of commerce in the district can only serve as a chicken that honors the monkey. Shui Yushin nodded towards the minister of the household and said, Li Fengqing, the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, smiled. Although it's a mole cricket, if we ignore it, won't it make people have no respect for the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce? And it is His Majesty's will. In the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, the words of the 100 officials were all treating the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce as ants. The 100 officials of Tianyu, upon hearing the news, rose with a glimmer of hope, but when they thought that it was just a small chamber of commerce with no name, they lost their confidence. Compared to Qin Yu's calmness, the 100 officials of the Divine Dynasty were slightly more impetuous. More and more casualties are being reported from all over the world, and they desperately need solutions. Why don't we send someone to Northwatch City and take the opportunity to acquire a batch of talisman paper while they're in a price war to alleviate Tianyu's plight? It doesn't work. The new minister of the household spoke up. I've already contacted Northwatch, and the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce has indeed lowered the price to 0.7 times, and it can be sold in limited quantities, with a limited number of purchases per person. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is not limited, but a small chamber of commerce. How much talisman paper can it have? Maybe it can't even earn its way back. Ugh, not to mention the divine dynasty, even some transcendents, and top-tier powers, didn't put this matter in their eyes. Just think of it as a farce. Your Highness, Suigetsu has reduced its price to 0.7 times. Shinyu's expression was calm. It's almost time to harvest, now that the price has bottomed out. The capacity of Little Faye's talisman paper, how much can it reach per day now? Your Highness, the production of talisman paper printers has stabilized and can produce 1,000 units per day. And with the 800 units in front of it, it can produce 1,800,000 talisman papers per day, and it's rising by 1 million pieces of talisman paper a day. The new molds have also been produced, and the talisman paper has been transformed from low rank to middle rank talisman paper. The capacity of the rune paper is not low, after all. Once the machine is on, it can run 24 hours a day. But the brothers of the household soldiers, each of them can only produce 100 sheets a day, and 30,000 people will only produce 3 million sheets. The capacity of manpower is capped. 3 million pieces of talisman paper a day. This amount was nearly 10 times higher than the production capacity of the entire Watermoon Divine Dynasty. 3 million. Less. Recruit a group of temporary workers and have them assign spiritual power to the talisman paper. Northwatch City has seen an economic upturn though because of the spending of the royal family. But it doesn't radiate to everyone. More than 90% of the monks, the people's source of income remains meager. I'm sure they won't miss the chance to earn spirit stones. Everyone needs to sign a non-disclosure agreement before processing the rune paper. Also, this group needs to be kept secret and no one is allowed to leave until this economic war is over. Yes, Your Highness. The recruitment was done in the name of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the recruitment notification is issued, the cultivators of Northwatch City were all attracted over. Spiritual chi was thin, and cultivation relied more and more on spirit stones, leading to a scarcity of spirit stones even further. Many cultivators, in order to earn resources, could only take the risk of entering the deep forests of mountain ranges in search of treasure. Recruitment at the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Requirements are mid-chi cultivation, base spirit stone 5 lower grade spirit stones per month, plus a high commission. Expected salary of 50 to 100 lower grade spirit stones. During the work period, no outings will be allowed and full confinement will be required for an estimated period of 1 month. There is no limit to the number of persons. 50 to 100 lower grade spirit stones per month. The monthly salary of a mid-chi practicing soldier in the army is only 20 lower grade spirit stones. They were just doing labor, and they were able to get 50 lower grade spirit stones per month. As for the high commission, they didn't understand what it meant. I only know that the recruitment set a minimum of 50 lower grade spirit stones per month. On just the first day, hundreds of thousands of cultivators flocked to the city. Your Highness, the people have recruited over 100,000 people. It was Shifuyu who called a halt in time. Otherwise the number would have expanded further. Demand isn't much higher right now. Recruiting so many people to come here can be a waste of wasted spirit stones every day. It's okay, keep recruiting. Shinyu waved his big hand. It's just a few 100,000 people in the district, and it doesn't matter if he's raised for nothing. Redfire showed a worried look. After recruiting people for a day and producing another 1,000 talisman paper printers, the daily production of talisman paper is now up to 2,800,000 pieces of talisman paper. And these weren't all low-rank talisman paper. Most of them were low to medium rank, or even medium-rank talisman paper. The cost is low, but it's not no cost. Your Highness, what if so much talisman paper can't be sold? The talisman paper won't last more than a few years before it slowly loses its power and is reduced to waste paper. Don't worry, someone will pay for it. Shinyu patted Red Fei. This guy takes his game seriously, and he takes his work even more seriously. Worthy of being a rune master genius. 0.5 times. Ha ha, what an idiot. This is ready to sell at a loss. Boss Fu, do we have to keep lowering the price? And drop hell. Use your head. This is already our purchase price. In that case, why don't you go back to the Jade Bamboo and purchase it? Someone is selling it to you at a loss. Could it be that we can't take it? Rich Boss reported back. His Majesty said as much as you want. They have sales channels all over the eastern states. How much talisman paper can be sold? Big deal. Peddle it to a few other states. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's business map was not just limited to the eastern state. Boss Rich initially suspected that the power behind the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was Chinyu, but now he was lost. The royal family had only been established for a few months. It was absolutely impossible to have so many talisman papers. Anyone who could have so much talisman paper was bound to be a great chamber of commerce of some divine dynasty. Boss Rich thought hard and couldn't figure out exactly who it was. Boss Fu. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce has enough 2,800,000 pieces of talisman paper. Should we acquire it? Boss Bo was shocked. Another 2 million sheets. Where did the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce come from? Keep in mind that they've acquired over 2 million, which adds up to over 500 pieces of talisman paper. 2,800,000. Although Boss Fu knew that the Jade Foot Chamber of Commerce still had talisman paper, he didn't expect there to be this much. Collect. It's just the purchase price anyway, and what's not to like about saving labor in the acquisition process? After buying back all the talisman paper from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, pricing remains in their hands. The purchase price of the middle order talisman paper was also close to 50 spirit stones, and with the addition of some of the middle and lower order ones, the average price was also close to 2,800,000 sheets at an average price of 20 lower grade spirit stones, equivalent to 560,000 upper grade spirit stones. The rich shopkeeper's heart and liver were trembling. Chapter 89 Runic Paper Capacity Explosion. 2,800,000 pieces of talisman paper would be able to satisfy the consumption of 3 domains for a month. 2,800,000 talisman paper was acquired in one day. The news traveled back to the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. 2,800,000. Over 5 million pieces of talisman paper before and after. Rune Master Guild President Mao Ming speculated, there are definitely forces that have been planning this for a long time. Is there some resentment towards the status of talisman paper in the Suigetsugen dynasty? Keep collecting. A mere few million talisman paper. A divine dynasty that consumes talisman paper by the billions every month. The 10 great divine dynasties of the eastern state. The 10 great holy places. And the kingdoms and transcendent powers. The monthly consumption of talisman paper is as much as 1 to 2 billion. Millions of talismans? It's not even gross. 3,800,000. 4,800,000. 10 days later. 13,800,000. Total. 96,800,000 pieces of talisman paper. Together with the more than 2 million talisman papers scattered in the previous days, the total was approaching 100 million. The news was used as an after-dinner talking point by all the countries, large and small clans in the eastern state. As long as those who were a little more well-informed, they all knew the news of Northwatch City. Northwatch hasn't been showing up too often these past few months. It's a bit high, with all sorts of Northwatch news flying around. From the time the third prince of Tianyu was relegated to Northwatch City for his corruption, the news from Northwatch City had never stopped, and every single thing, it catches their attention. Acquiring 100 million talisman paper in less than 20 days? Where did this little Thai Chamber of Commerce get so much talisman paper from? Up and down the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, as long as they were in groups of 3 or 5. Something about the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce and the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was bound to come up in conversation. 100 million now. Shui Yuanbai listened to the report and frowned. In 10 days or so, hundreds of millions of talisman paper had been acquired. Hundreds of millions of talisman paper compared to the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's sales was not much. But the problem was that this unheard of small Chamber of Commerce had more talisman paper day by day, which was like a bottomless pit. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce had a fixed source of goods, and almost all of the nation's talisman paper transactions were acquired by the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. When Northwatch City collected too much, the internal sources of the Divine Dynasty would have to reduce their acquisitions, or else they would pile up the goods. Keep collecting. It's a matter of face. So we'll just have to suffer the people a little bit. Receiving 100 million less would have little impact on the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. 50% of the monthly consumption of 1 to 2 billion talisman paper in the eastern state came from the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. It's just 100 million. It's nothing. 100 million talismans. The heavily feathered Divine Dynasty was already in an uproar above the courtroom. This tiny Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce actually has 100 million talisman paper, and it was even taken away by the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce at a 50% discount. I hate it. Why didn't I travel to Northwatch City? The new minister of the household screamed his heart out. No, I need to rush to Northwatch City right away. 100 million talismans are able to alleviate the immediate needs of the Divine Dynasty, even make a profit. The treasury is empty. This Shangshu won the suffocation. He finally realized how difficult it was for the old Shangshu. A clever woman can't cook without rice, and the minister of the household is the steward of the money bag. Let him have great ambitions, but he can't carry them out. To save the country in times of danger, a great man should be like that. but this time brought him back to reality. It's too hard. I can't do it. No, I have to rush to Northwatch City immediately. The talisman paper from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce will definitely be gone before long. The new Shanshu finished and left. Lord Zhang, wait. Chancellor Tang Ling couldn't even call out. What are you going to buy with no spirit stones? Tang Ling shouted. But the new Shanshu, Zhang Wei, has disappeared. Ugh. Tang Ling sighed. He could have bought it a long time ago. The current divine dynasty was so poor that it couldn't afford to take any spirit stones to buy it. Even the cultivation of the Heaven's Pride who participated in the grand event went to rob demonic beasts in order to obtain the supplies. It also resulted in a feud with an old ape. 10 more days passed. It's about to be a full month until the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce opens its doors, and the production capacity of talisman paper had been raised to 23,800,000 per day. 193 million pieces of talisman paper were sold again in these 10 days. And the total number of talisman paper sold, the number came to 300 million pieces, based on an average price of 20 lower-grade spirit stones. The equivalent top-grade spirit stone was as high as 60 million, and the equivalent extreme spirit stone was also 6 million. This was already more than 1/10 of the tax revenue of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's income is partly like the national treasury and partly like the emperor's private treasury. The private coffers are used to raise royalty. The Suajetsugen dynasty relies on talisman paper to make a lot of money. The overall strength of the royal family far exceeded that of other divine dynasties' royal families, and it was the only country where the revenue of the divine dynasty's royal family exceeded that of the national treasury. Zhang Wei, the new Shanshu, has been wandering around Northwatch for a few days now. He hurried to the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, but when he arrived, he realized a problem. He didn't have any spirit stones. Zhang Shanshu was chagrined. I left in such a hurry that I actually forgot to bring my spirit stones. No, even if he remembers, he does not have spirit stones. The treasury has no spirit stones. He cannot know it. What can we do about this? Zhang Shangshu's old face was wrinkled into a pile of anxiety. It is good that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, beyond the unexpected firmness, actually out of 300 million talisman paper, has not stopped. Zhang Shangshu, who felt that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce's talisman paper was about to be sold out, was finally a little relieved in his heart. Purchasing from the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is considerably more expensive. And once the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce ran out of talisman paper, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty immediately raised the price. I heard that the third prince is rich and powerful. The sacrifice has spent tens of millions of spirit stones. I can't go to find him to borrow some. You didn't have to yin and yang him yourself in the first place. Can he borrow it? Regardless of the face of the district. Don't want it. Zhang Shangshu just simply went through his head for a moment and felt like going to Qinyu to borrow spirit stones, when the third prince had cheated 100,000 extreme spirit stones in the first place. The court didn't make him return them. Now that you have the spirit stones, it makes sense to return a little bit also of the court. Zhang Shangshu arrived at the gate of the Ganwangfu, the cultivation of the late stage of the transformation of the divine. The entire royal mansion except for Qinyu no one noticed. The usefulness of the heaven's path Yuan Ying was revealed, and his perception was different from normal. The moment Zhang Shangshu appeared, Qinyu's Yuaning then opened his eyes. On the path of immortal cultivation, one realm, one world, even the old Shangshu, who was at the peak of Yuaning, was unable to detect Zhang Shangshu's presence. Old Locke, a guest has arrived. Go and receive him. Luo and I had just finished practicing Tianjiao. His butt had just sat down, and he hadn't even had time to take a sip of water before he was called by Qinyu to pick up the guests. He's a former Shangshu in his hall, the current principal of the Sky Feather Academy. What kind of guest could he be asked to pick up? No go. The old Shangshu rebuffed directly. He wasn't a member of the royal family. He was just bored and helping out in the royal family. The old Shangshu said that he would not go, but he still released his divine sense. Sang Wei? The old Shangshu's figure flickered and disappeared into the hall. Greetings, Lord Shangshu. Zhang Wei arched his hand and took the initiative to pay his respects. With his Yuaning stage cultivation, Luo and I was not qualified to be the minister of the household by definition, but Locke was over 100 years old when he was promoted, by the previous emperor, to the position of minister of the household. By this time it was already in the seat of the shogun. Even though the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty didn't have any pillar industries, under Luo Ni's management, the Divine Dynasty was also economically prosperous and well organized. Zhang Wei sincerely admired the old Shangshu's contribution to Tianyu, for worrying about the country, with little time to cultivate. His cultivation has remained stagnant. God's dynasty owes the old Shangshu. It's just 100,000 spirit stones in the district. The old Shangshu's contribution to the divine dynasty was more than 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Wei Zhang, That dead squirt. Sang, what are you doing here? Sang Shangshu reddened slightly and quickly returned to normal. Come to borrow. Chapter 90, it's 100 million lower grade spirit stones, not upper grade spirit stones. Borrowing spirit stones? The old Shangshu froze when he heard it. A current minister of the household comes to the royal palace to borrow spirit stones? Recently, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, manipulating the price of talisman paper within the Skyfeather territory, has caused a great deal of trouble, and the casualties among the people have risen dramatically. I can't bear it in my heart. I heard that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, 50% off the sale of talisman paper, specially rushed over from the Imperial City, but you also know that the treasury is empty. Zhang Shangshu did not continue. The situation of the treasury, the old Shangshu knows better than him. Come in. The old Shangshu did not take matters into his own hands, and His Highness is the master of all matters of the royal household, both large and small. He's just serving as a principal. Tianyu Academy. It was also the principal of the first Immortal Cultivation Academy in the Eastern State. This month, he had collected many more Heaven's Pride, and although it was hard work, the old Shangshu was happy about it. Genius is comfortable to teach. A little goes a long way, and people break through the realm every day. Peach and plum, a term Mr. Mortal could not imagine describing him one day. Sang Shangshu, seeing the old Shangshu behind him, slightly upturned the corners of his mouth. I do not know what he is happy. Did coming to borrow spirit stones excite him? It was also true that the fact that a deposed prince and an exiled Shangshu had gotten help from the court did raise eyebrows. Your Highness, this is the new Minister of Household, Zhang Wei Zhang Shangshu. Greetings, King Gan. Zhang Wei arched his hand. Lord Shangshu wants to borrow spirit stones? Xin Yu asked as he opened the door. The old Shangshu had already transmitted his voice in advance to inform Xin Yu. Zhang Wei nodded. Late stage of transformation. It was also considered a top-tier battle force in the Eastern State. Zhang Wei, Xin Yu naturally knew. One of the Dragon Protector Pavilion's transformation god realm powerhouses. A powerful and incomparable strength. His age was only 300 years old, and he was a heavenly pride of Tianyu 300 years ago. I heard that I have always wanted to join the dynasty as an official and serve the imperial dynasty, but with the cultivation of the realm of the transfigured god, at least I have to arrange for a minister of the 6 ministries, or a commander of the border army. But the cultivator's life expectancy is long, and once in position, it is as little as a few decades, or as much as a few hundred years. There is no suitable position in this moment. Zhang Wei has been put on hold. The old Shangshu was implicated by Qin Yu, which is considered to allow Zhang Wei to advance to the throne. Zhang Wei, this asshole, sprayed himself in the courtroom in the beginning, spraying his own greed for spiritual stones, not for the sake of the 100 officials, but for the sake of the people of the world. He would also give spiritual stones. It's only a gentleman who doesn't report his hatred, so how can he not report this spray of vengeance? Let the new Shangshu serve as an escort for His Highness for a while. This was a late transformation god powerhouse delivered to his door. Northwatch caused more and more commotion and attracted more and more attention. There were already many strong people probing in the dark, and the old Shangshu's strength was no longer enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the Prince of Tianyu, he would have been pinched and asked about the spirit stones and where he got them from. Borrowing spirit stones is fine, but does the court have spirit stones to pay back? Qin Yu said with a raised eyebrow. Don't worry, Your Highness, when the court has the spirit stone, it will definitely return it to you the first time. Qin Yu shook his head. Minister Zhang, what is the current situation in the Divine Dynasty? You wouldn't think that His Highness would be unaware of it? With the extinction of the goods and the depletion of the spirit mines, it's good enough to keep up with the expenses. So what will we get to pay it back? The Divine Dynasty has been in arrears for a few years now, and if it wasn't for the tens of thousands of years of Heavenly Feather's inheritance where the hearts of the people are still alive, along with the fact that the Father is compassionate to the people of the world and has a good reputation, I'm afraid that this Divine Dynasty would have already begun to fall apart. These are truths that, in anyone else's case, might have made an old blush. But what kind of person is Zhang Wei? The Hall of Shangshu can pull down the face repeatedly to find a Chamber of Commerce sub-boss of the people. Your Highness is wrong. The Divine Dynasty treasury is indeed tense, but the Divine Dynasty, this endless territory, also contains rich resources, but also Your Highness, this point of the district spirit stone easily. Tianyu was a Divine Dynasty after all, with a vast area and all the mineral resources. The 9 spirit veins of the Divine Dynasty had continued for tens of thousands of years, giving birth to many spirit stone mines, but Tianyu was used to mining spirit stones and was not in the habit of utilizing mines and other resources. Although the various types of resources were not comparable to other Divine Dynasties, as long as they were operated, it should not be a problem to maintain the basic operation of the Divine Dynasty. since the spiritual veins of the divine dynasty had dried up. Although Shangshu Zhang had not yet joined the dynasty, he had already begun to think of ways on how to solve the dilemma of the divine dynasty. Mining all types of mineral deposits is one way. It was just that the mineral deposits alone were of little value, and needed to be transformed into magical artifacts, or talismanic paper, array discs, and so on, and the divine dynasty lacked a large number of refiners, talisman masters, and formation masters. After all, if you want to become a pillar industry, only with some clan refiner, divine dynasty directly under the formation master, talisman master, pressure is not a system, and these people also need to cultivate. There are not many people, will be everyday refining. Only by cultivating a large number of talisman masters and forming a perfect system like the Watermoon Divine Dynasty could they provide a large amount of talisman paper and provide the Divine Dynasty with a large amount of profit. The mineral deposits were underutilized, so it would be better to dig them up and sell them to other divine dynasties to save time and effort. Yes, then use the minerals as collateral. Shin Yu smiled. Spirit stone machines, talisman paper printers. These all require quite a bit of ore. Your Highness is His Majesty's third prince. We are all family. Why do we need to pledge? It's not appropriate, Zhang Shangshu said with a smile. If you don't want to, then forget it. Send the guests. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Shangshu was in a hurry. How could he chuck people out at the drop of a hat? Spirit stones must be borrowed. It can't be left alone any longer. The runes are causing more and more casualties. It's just a mineral deposit. Sooner or later, we'll have to sell a few seats. Besides, it's just a mortgage. There are spirit stones in the back to redeem it. Yes. There are mineral deposits right here in Gainan territory. Pledged him to your Highness. The mines of the divine dynasty were all recorded. Even if he was a vassal king, he had no right to excavate them. They were the assets of the divine dynasty. In the future, he can dig with honor, although he will do so just as well without a mortgage. Minister Zhang, how many spirit stones do I need to borrow? Shin Yu smiled. Let's borrow 100 million first. Zhang Shangshu said with a grin on his face. Based on the average price of 20 lower grade spirit stones, 100 million lower grade spirit stones would be able to purchase several million pieces of talisman paper. 100 million lower grade spirit stones, which converted to upper grade spirit stones was also a full million. It is equivalent to 1/10 of the annual income of the present divine dynasty. Zhang Shangshu was a little apprehensive. This was not a small amount and he did not know if Shin Yu would borrow it. 100 million top grade spirit stones? Shin Yu knocked on the table and chair. The new Shangshu's appetite is not small. It doesn't matter. Anyway, his interest is normally counted, and when the time comes, he will find his father to ask for spirit stones. No spirit stones? Then we'll have to seed minerals. Borrowing 100 million would be fine. At 30% annual interest. The interest rate on borrowing in the eastern states is not low. Starting at 30% at the very least. 9 out of 13 returns does not apply in the eastern states. Who knows if you can take it back after lending it out. Cultivators kill and seize treasures. Explore and find treasures. All of which are high-risk occupations. Lend it out today. The borrower dies tomorrow, and you can't even collect a dime. The interest rate for borrowing in the eastern states is commonly around 100%, or even double or triple. You also have to be trusting and close to be willing to lend. The eastern state is so vast that if you run away, you'll never be able to find it in your lifetime. Your Highness Shin Yu, the family still wants interest. 100 million spirit stones annual interest can be 30 million lower grade spirit stones. And his salary for a year at the late stage of transformation of the divine is only 9.6 million lower grade spirit stones. 30% is already the lowest interest rate in the eastern states. Could you go anywhere else and borrow less than 30%? Shin Yu smiled. It's fine if you don't pay interest, but there's a condition attached. Your Highness, please speak. If you can save 30 million lower grade spirit stone interest, you can agree to any conditions, and that interest is $30 million a year. And in the case of the divine dynasty, hell knows when they'll be able to pay it back. Zhang Shangshu, give this Highness, act as an escort for half a year. No, I am now the Minister of Household. How can I be an escort for His Highness? 30% interest then, otherwise forget it. Shin Yu's face turned cold as he immediately gave an expulsion order. Okay, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. It was just half a year in the district. It could save a large amount of spirit stones for the divine dynasty. I believe that His Majesty and the 100 officials would understand him. The corners of Shin Yu's mouth rose. Yu Zhu, take 100 million spirit stones and give them to Zhang Shangshu. Ever since the city guards started refining spirit stone machines, the production of spirit stones had exploded. The production capacity has increased by more than 10 times, producing 19 million top-grade spirit stones per week, and rising at a capacity of 19 million per week. It's been a month since the City Guard joined production, and capacity has quadrupled. It can produce 76 million top-grade spirit stones each week. On average, it was approaching 11 million top-grade spirit stones per day, and rising at a rate of 2,700,000 tomorrow. 100 million upper-grade spirit stones was no longer a big number to Qinyu. Zhang Shangshu's face looked bad, and there was no joy in borrowing the spirit stone at all. It's just a matter of it all being for the divine dynasty. Lord Shangshu, follow me to fetch the spirit stones, Jade Bamboo said and led the way in front. Chapter 91, Writing Qinyu's Name. 100,000 spirit stones is a district, the equivalent of the top-grade spirit stone. Not just a million, well, less than 200 square. Just take a storage ring to install it is not good. Need to follow to get it. However, these words did not come out of Zhang Shangshu's mouth. After all, he was here to borrow spirit stones. Yuju led Shangshu Zhang towards the warehouse. After the spirit stones were recovered, they were piled up in the open-air warehouse next to the martial arts training ground. Meet Sister Jade. The government soldiers all stopped and greeted Yuju when they saw him. Although Yuju was nominally a maid, everyone knew that Yuju was the king's housekeeper. All the matters, big and small, within the mansion are in the charge of Yuju. Even the issuance of spirit stones was also being handled by Yuju, as long as she gave a word, no matter how many spirit stones could be deployed. Lord Shangshu, we're here. Chief Jade, Meiho Xian at the warehouse door greeted respectfully. His Highness has decreed that 100 million spirit stones be allocated and loaned out to Lord Shangshu. Wait a moment, Chief Yu. I'll immediately have my brothers prepare the spirit stones. Without any hesitation, Ma Haoshuan immediately arranged the spirit stones. 100 million was a significant number, but Ma Haoshuan, who was used to seeing spirit stones, was already used to it. In their eyes, spirit stones were just a number. 100 million top-grade spirit stones, and a full 10 million harmonized spirit bricks. It occupies an area of up to 20,000 square feet. Luckily, the guards were all Jindan's strongest at the very least, and the 20,000 cubic meters of spirit stones, under the fluctuation of spiritual power, quickly flew towards the door. In the empty martial arts field, white piles of spirit stones rapidly took shape. When Shangshu Zhang saw it, a smile appeared on his face. Millions of upper-grade spirit stones were borrowed. After replacing all of them with talisman paper, it wouldn't play a big role in comparison to the entire Tianyu dynasty though, but at least some of the casualties can be reduced. 5 million pieces of talisman paper, apportioned to the 99 domains of the heavenly feather. There were only 50,000 pieces of talisman paper in one domain. I should have known to borrow more. Still too thin-skinned. The master repeatedly urged that people should have thick skin in order to eat enough. It does not matter anyway. Still have to stay in North Hope City for half a year, and then borrow again is. Having just borrowed 100 million spirit stones, it still wasn't appropriate to immediately ask for another. A few minutes later, the spirit stone pile is approaching 1 million. Miss Jade, the spirit stones are already enough. Thank you. After Zhang Shangshu finished speaking, he prepared his storage ring to stow the spirit stones. Lord Shangshu was joking. This is still far from 100 million spirit stones. Yuju responded with a smile. But this is a top-grade spirit stone. It's a top-grade spirit stone. Could it be that Lord Shangshu was talking about 100 million extreme spirit stones? Yuju was puzzled. 100 million extreme spirit stones. That would be 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. The current royal family didn't have that much. Although the daily spirit stone production capacity was now as high as 11 million top-grade spirit stones per day, and it was rising by 2,700,000 per day. 1 billion spirit stones. According to the current production capacity, it would take 1 or 2 months to accumulate 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. No, how can it be an extreme spirit stone? I'm just kidding. Miss Jade, don't mind. You continue. Zhang Shangshu subconsciously used honorifics. It turns out that His Highness, Qin Yu, actually thought that I was going to borrow 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. 100 million top-grade spirit stones, converted to extreme spirit stones, was a full $10 million. It was all comparable to a year's worth of tax revenue in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, when the spirit veins hadn't dried up. Just lend it to me? Zhang Shangshu felt like his mind was in a daze, and his body actually trembled a little. He was a great cultivator at the late stage of spirit transformation, so basically he wouldn't have a physiological reaction. But the 100 million top-grade spirit stones hit his brain, making him unable to calm down. Where did His Highness Qin Yu come up with so many spirit stones? Looking through the door of the warehouse, the white spirit stones inside continued to spread, and the warehouse, which was tens of meters high, was filled with spirit stones. It's just 100,000 extreme spirit stones in the district. Zhang Shangshu suddenly recalled when Qin Yu above the great hall, uttered the bold words, 100,000 top-quality spirit stones is not just a district. Blind. When this news was spread back to the Divine Dynasty, it was bound to cause the Divine Dynasty to shake, and no one would even believe it. This half-a-year escort win can be too worth it. The master is right. To be thick-skinned to eat enough. Just being an escort for 6 months waives the 30% interest. It was equivalent to 30 million top-grade spirit stones, which was enough for him to work for 300 years, and the cost was only half a year of escorting. There's no better job in the whole world. Lord Shangshu, what are you looking at? Yuzhu looked at the dazed Shangshu Zhang and opened his mouth to ask. Nothing. Sang Shangshu said with a snort. It's too dangerous to place such a large amount of spirit stones in an open-air warehouse. Wouldn't it provoke looting once it leaks? I suggest an underground warehouse. Sang Shangshu quickly brought himself into the role, thinking about the safety of the spirit stones. Lord Shangshu, don't worry. The royal residence has been shrouded by a holy level formation. No one can break through it unless a large army attacks. Sacred level grand formation. This was in existence on par with a holy weapon. Sacred weapons were known for attack and punishment, while sacred formations were known for defense. Unless multiple half-step refined void powerhouses made a simultaneous attack, no one could break through a saint-level formation. It's me who's overthinking it. With 100 million top-grade spirit stones, Tianyu's talisman paper crisis could be solved. The spirit stone crisis of the Divine Dynasty could also be alleviated, and the salaries that had been in arrears for several years could be paid out. Zhang Shangshu breathed a sigh of relief. He, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, is considered to be qualified, right? If His Highness, Qin Yu, hadn't been relegated to Gone Long in the first place, perhaps the spirit stone crisis would have been lifted a long time ago. Shangshu Zhang regretted it and wanted to apologize for what happened in the first place. All the 100 officials of the Divine Dynasty owed Qin Yu an apology for not being trusted. His Highness Qin Yu was spurned by all the officials in the beginning. Perhaps it broke his heart. Returning to the Divine Dynasty in half a year, it was imperative to write Qin Yu's name that what he had said in the first place was not a big lie. What exactly was the method that His Highness Qin Yu relied on to earn so many spirit stones? Piles of spirit stones, like small mountains, stood at the center of the drill into the center. Not to mention Mahouxuan, the guards had already seen it all. There was only one person who was excited. Zhang Wei, the Minister of Revenue. When Zhang Wei thought of the mountains of spirit stones that would soon be his, he couldn't find peace in his heart. The spirit stone crisis that had plagued the Divine Dynasty had been lifted just like that? Lord Shangshu, although His Highness didn't say so, I still have to remind Your Excellency that there are some things that should not be spread out easily. Qin Yu is usually lazy and doesn't care about details, but the spirit stones piled up in the warehouse were a heavenly temptation to anyone. Any power. Anyone who has seen the warehouse will be dinged by Yuju. She even demanded an oath from the heavens pride of some time ago, who failed to pass the examination. His Highness doesn't care, but Yuju knows that money moves the heart and everything needs to be careful. Don't worry, Miss Yu. I will never reveal half a word before receiving authorization from His Highness. Zhang Shangshu firmly returned. I hope the Shogun keeps that in mind. The Shangshu was in a high position and was a minister of the Divine Dynasty, and Yuju did not ask for an oath to be made. It's a pity, and I wanted to tell His Majesty and the civil and military officials to do His Highness justice. Since His Highness Qin Yu said to keep it a secret, let's wait until the time is right. First, we'll go by the talisman paper. Chapter 92 Zhang Shangshu, Pillar of the State. How much talisman paper do you need? As many as you want, Zhang Shangshu said with a rich and generous voice. Zhang Shangshu smiled and said, I'm purchasing for the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Can you prioritize the supply of talisman paper to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Lanji looked embarrassed. He was trying to give the talisman paper to Zhang Shangshu, but knowing the next inside story, now given to Zhang Shangshu, is not a pit of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Why can't you? The talisman paper can be sold to the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. Can't it be sold to the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Zhang Shangshu was aggressive. No, you've got it all wrong. Why don't you wait a few days? Lanji reminded in a small voice. No, in a few days later. Who knows if you still have any talisman paper? Zhang Shangshu was uneasy, now exchanging spirit stones for supplies. One day earlier, cultivators everywhere who needed talisman paper would be in 1 point less danger. Lanji couldn't argue with Zhang Shangshu and finally agreed to sell 5 million talisman papers. Zhang Shangshu had wanted to acquire all of today's 24,800,000 talisman paper, but the girl selling the talisman paper was dead set against it, causing him to only buy 1/5 of it, and the rest was all bought by the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. 10 days later, Zhang Shangshu, who had bought 5 million pieces of talisman paper every day and had bought enough for 50 million pieces of talisman paper, had a smile at the corner of his mouth that he could no longer hide. It's time to send the talisman paper back to the divine dynasty and distribute it everywhere. Zhang Shangshu looked at the piles of talisman paper and a sense of pride came over him. 50 million pieces of talisman paper was enough to sustain the heavenly feathered divine dynasty for a while. It's not enough for all needs, but at least it's not as stressful as it was before. I heard that the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce doesn't accept talisman paper anymore, and was actually forced by a Chamber of Commerce that just showed up and didn't dare to acquire it. Looks like the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is nothing more than that. It's normal. Although the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce appeared out of thin air, the amount of talisman paper that comes out every day now is as high as a few million sheets. Gosh, millions a day. The passerby's mouths dropped open. Uneducated fellow. I alone collected 5 million in one day. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce talisman paper is at least tens of millions per day. Zhang Shangshu belabored. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty doesn't accept talisman paper anymore? God help me. Zhang Shangshu, who spat with a crooked mouth, came back to his senses and hurriedly made his way to the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. The Water and Moon Chamber of Commerce doesn't accept it. He does. 0.5 folds of talisman paper. As much as he wants. When Tian Yu refined a piece of talisman paper, the cost was more than 0.5 fold. It's a below-cost acquisition, which is a bargain not to be taken advantage of. Lord Fu, is the talisman paper really off limits? Bao Boss inquired in a low voice. And collect. How much talisman paper would that be? It's been 40 days since we collected 550 million talismans. His Majesty has ordered that the acquisition be suspended, and that the details of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce be investigated first. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was limited to Northwatch City, and even if he sold it at a 0.5% discount, it wouldn't affect the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's operations. There were 99 domains in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty alone. There were even more other divine dynasties, and with the kingdoms, as well as some holy land forces, the eastern state was close to 2,000 domains. It's just one area, so what's the harm in giving it up? The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce talisman paper was like endless, although from a few days ago, the shipment stabilized at 30 million sheets. $30 million a day. The rich shopkeeper shuddered at the thought. Where on earth did a merchant from Northwatch City get so much talisman paper from? If he lost by relying on talismans to suppress the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, he wouldn't have a chance at the position of Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president. I thought I was getting a lot of credit for nothing, but I didn't expect to be crossed by this broken Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. A hint of gloom scattered across the bottom of the rich shopkeeper's eyes. Donjo was not a place that talked about business rules. Whoever dares to stop him from ascending to the throne is preventing him from becoming a Taoist. In Northwatch City, aside from City Lord Shan Yuchun, his cultivation at the peak of the Yuaning stage was unstoppable. By the way, there's an exiled Shanghaier. The great limit is approaching, and the dying Yuaning stage is not enough to be feared. The streets were filled with people eating. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce moved several thousand boxes of talisman paper from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce every day, and it had become a beautiful sight on Northwatch Street. The people who were eager to buy the talisman paper before also stopped. The talisman paper had gone from the talisman paper that they could not afford to buy 40 days ago. It's become the bargain it is today. For the price of one 40 days ago, you can buy 6 now. It's as if the person who goes down to the restaurant once a week becomes 6 times a week and gets tired of eating. This Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, where did it come from? And who exactly is working against Water Moon? Water Moon Divine Emperor Shui Yuanbai was furious. Terrifying aura permeated the hall, and the 100 officials below were silenced without uttering a word. The Chamber of Commerce president, who was full of confidence at the beginning, the president of the Rune Master Guild, lowered his head and did not dare to meet Shui Yuanbai's eyes. Tell us all what to do, Shui Yuanbai questioned, his tone cold. Your Majesty, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is just living in a corner, so let them have this North Hope City, with over 2,000 domains in the eastern state. What's the harm in letting them have a tiny Northwatch City? The president of the Rune Master Guild spoke. Not good. What if the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce expands outward and encroaches on the rune paper business of other domains? The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. It took thousands of years to cover all parts of the eastern prefecture. A Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Even if they've been saving up for a long time, it will still take a long time. Once the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce starts expanding its business, after spreading out its stall, there will be disputes of interest with all parties, and the forces behind it will not be able to hide. The reason why the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce delayed the use of force is that the forces behind this have not shown their heads. If it was any other divine dynasty, going to war would be impossible. But if it was a transcendent sect or a certain great family, as well as a certain kingdom, then, in a few days' time, it will disappear into the land of the eastern states. Transcendent powers or kingdoms are nominally inferior to divine dynasties, but the difference is like a chasm. The kingdom, the transcendent power, and the clan were no more than a few transformation god powerhouses, but the divine dynasties, even the weakest heavenly feather divine dynasty, could send out dozens of strong Hierophant realm warriors at any time. There was no lack of late and peak realm powerhouses among them. If this goes on, won't we become a joke? Who doesn't know in the eastern state right now that the Water Moon and Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce are in a business war? The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce proposed, "Your Majesty, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is now just one store. It's extremely difficult to deal with them, so it's better to divide and conquer," blatantly going against the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. The forces behind it may have been accumulating for decades, or even hundreds of years. In accordance with the Rune Master President's proposal, not only will it allow the forces behind it to show their heads, but it will also divide their strength. Accumulating dozens of animal talisman paper is really quite a lot in a domain, but look at the eastern states. Even if 1 billion talisman papers were put into each domain, it would only be a few tens of thousands of talisman papers, which would be consumed in a few days, and 0.5% discount sale. This is already a loss-making business. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce can still be 0.5% discount price. Sell the entire eastern state cannot. Shui Yuanbai nodded after hearing this. The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, who had held the Chamber of Commerce for thousands of years, had an understanding of business that had few rivals, not to mention the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, even in the entire eastern state. Rune paper has transportation costs in addition to materials and labor, delivering talisman paper to various places. This transportation cost is also a considerable expense, especially in some small remote cities. Transportation is even higher. "I'll take all 30 million pieces of talisman paper today," Zhang Shangshu roared with bravado at the entrance of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. "If the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce won't buy it, they can always sell it to me, right?" Chapter 93 Chamber of Commerce Gathering, Merchants Meeting. "That Shanshu-sama, do you want to buy it tomorrow?" Lanji said with a raised eyebrow. "No, I want it today," Zhang Shangshu said stubbornly. The guests come to the door. "Are you not selling?" Zhang Shangshu's eyes widened and his face turned red. "If you don't sell to him today, you'll lift the store." Lanji was dumbfounded and could only sell the talisman paper to Zhang Shangshu. After all, a strong person at the late stage of god transformation was not something she could afford to offend. She had already warned her kindly, and she could do nothing if Lord Shangshu didn't listen. It's hard to persuade a loser with good advice. Zhang Shangshu, who had bought the talisman paper, felt that the air was extraordinarily sweet-smelling, as if he was in the middle of a sea of flowers, which was incredibly pleasurable and free-flowing. It was time to send the supplies back to the Divine Dynasty, coming to Northwatch City for 20 days and buying 80 million pieces of talisman paper. Who could compare to such feats? Zhang Shangshu sent the rest of the spirit stones back to the Divine Dynasty along with them. Unfortunately, he couldn't go, so he had to delegate the delivery to someone else. After all, he had agreed to be an escort for 6 months in order to reduce the 30% interest. Zhang Shangshu had just sent away the talisman paper and spirit stones. A wave of guests came to the royal residence. Because the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce raised the prices of various materials, Qin Yu issued an investment promotion notice. The top 10 chambers of commerce in the eastern state had arrived at 3. The Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce of the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce of the Xuanwu Divine Dynasty, and the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce of the Qingyang Sacred Land. There's also the number 1 Chamber of Commerce in Yunmeng, the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce, as well as a dozen or so chambers of commerce that belong to various divine dynasties. A place like Northwatch City, put aside a few months ago, would not have been able to bring so many chambers of commerce together. But the recent Northwatch City, broken with a sense of the center of the storm clouds change, the major chambers of commerce have also noticed such a change, which is why so many chambers of commerce are willing to come. "Gentlemen, please." In the royal mansion's parlor, Qin Yu exalted his seat. The heads of the chambers of commerce were seated separately. The ones who came are just the small shopkeepers of the major chambers of commerce. And the level in the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce Bao Wenba is almost the same. A poor and backward domain can come to the small treasurer although it is not considered to be valued, but it is also more than enough. Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce. A youth-faced small shopkeeper rose. The youth looked at but 24 or 5. His actual age should be around 50. His cultivation was at the peak of Jindan. The young shopkeeper arched his hand. 3 years ago, I had come to Northwatch, and at that time, Northwatch City was in a state of depression. But your highness arrived here just a few short months ago, and Northwatch City is like the mountains in spring, with 100 flowers blooming. The treasurer of the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce, surnamed Zhu Yu, came up with a rainbow fart. He had already seen the prosperity of Northwatch City, and being able to set up a branch here would be of no small benefit to the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce. As for Chinyu, he was the prince of Northwatch City, so as long as he got his help, it would be a lot easier to set up a chapter in Northwatch City. Shopkeeper Zhu, you're so young, but you're a good ass kisser. The woman from the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce opened her mouth to sneer. The woman's appearance is extremely beautiful, glistening white moist skin as if it will blow, slender eyebrows and vermilion lips, exuding a strong female atmosphere. Chinyu secretly nodded. The workplace female strong. If you wear a package skirt is good. Your Highness Chinyu, Northwatch City is economically prosperous, and the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce is willing to establish a branch in Northwatch. What's the name? Chinyu couldn't help but ask when he saw the long-lost workplace temperament. Lapis Lay. Northwatch City also welcomes the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce. Chinyu lightly laughed. Compared to the vivaciousness of the half-summer and the stability of the jade bamboo, the mature and sensible green stone buds have a different flavor. All the major chambers of commerce had expressed their willingness to establish chapters in Northwatch City. In succession. North, look at the city. Prosperity is beginning to see the beginning. Chinyu, not over a few months just. According to this development, a few years later the economy will be more prosperous. Welcome, welcome. Chinyu laughed out loud. Northwatch City will surely flourish with the addition of all of you. The new head of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce said nothing from the sidelines. As Northwatch City, the only large chamber of commerce, he had the cheek to come today, not to celebrate Chinyu merchants, of course, but to know the enemy. Chinyu beheaded the head of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce in the street, causing the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce to lose its reputation. Northwatch City's supplies had been jacked up a few times by them, but they didn't expect Chinyu to come up with the idea of contacting the major chambers of commerce in the eastern state. Northwatch City was the center of a domain, and large chambers of commerce usually moved in, but unfortunately the place was remote and the transportation costs were high. Because of its proximity to the sacred martial god dynasty, the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was blessed with unique conditions, and over the years, it was also the one that had suppressed the other chambers of commerce away. Not realizing that Chinyu had actually made Northwatch City change drastically in just a few months, the other large chambers of commerce naturally would not give up this opportunity to return. Chinyu frowned in dissatisfaction. Why did you let the dog in as well? Quickly shoo it out. Chinyu looked disgusted to the core. Boss Jin Yang's face instantly became unsightly. One moment green and one moment white. Your Highness Chinyu, isn't it an invitation for chambers of commerce to move into Northwatch City? Could it be that I, the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, can't come? If I don't even have this measure, how could the chambers of commerce feel at ease to move in? The corners of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce's mouth rose slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his words. The worse attitude Chinyu showed, the happier he was. After all, no one likes doing business under a grumpy manager. Snap! Mahouchuan slapped Boss Jin Yang's face. Dog-like thing, even my highness, you dare to be shady. Boss Jin Yang was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Chinyu would actually indulge his men and commit a murder in public in today's situation. Throw it out. Chinyu waved his hand in disgust. With a wave of Mahouchuan's hand, Boss Jin Yang had been thrown out of the mansion, after smashing into several walls before stopping. Damn it! Damn it! Boss Jin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He did not expect that Chinyu, as a prince, would not speak of martial virtues, not even a little bit of spectacle. He threw him out in front of the many chamber of commerce palmers. Sorry guys, let's move on. All of you are willing to come and establish a chapter. This highness is very welcome, but you need to abide by the rules of Northwatch City. I wonder what rules your highness, Chinyu, is talking about. Qingshi Lei inquired, but the crowd already had it in their minds that it must be about taxes. The tax rate varies from country to country in the eastern state, and the more powerful the divine dynasty, the higher the tax rate. Skyfeather has always had the lowest tax profit, 30 tax 1, or 3.3%. For the rest of the divine dynasties, most of them were at 20 taxes apiece, and some were as high as 15 taxes apiece, 5% and 6.6%, respectively. I would like your selling price in Northwatch to be 80% off of what it would be elsewhere, plus the Northwatch tax rate is 10 to 1. You think we're cuties? No? Aoshi Rai snapped to her feet. Not to mention the 20% discount. But they actually charge a 10 to 1 tax. There has never been heard of such a high tax in the entire eastern states. Hear me out. Chinyu waved his hand, signaling the crowd. I'll be building a shopping mall, and I'll be giving everyone a reduced amount on the rent, and I'm already offering first choice on advertising space. And rent? Chapter 94, My Rules Are Rules. Aoshi Rai was all pissed off and laughed as the two lumps of white ferociousness kept shaking. Not to mention their green sun, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. Even a small chamber of commerce wouldn't rent someone else's store. As for what the ad space is, the top 10 chambers of commerce in the eastern states still have to rent a store. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Businesses in the eastern states are not concentrated and there are no well-known commercial centers, which is not conducive to spending. This Highness intends to create a super mall in Northwatch City to accommodate the four directions. A centralized commercial center will attract a lot of foot traffic. There were quite a few second-generation immortals in the eastern state, and these people were the big spenders in the eastern state. And these people, too, have the ability to come across the field business center, who has nothing to do with traveling thousands of miles to shop in nooks and crannies. Xingshi Lei is only in her early 20s, and can become the head of the Chamber of Commerce that controls a domain, and her talent above business. She thinks that no one among her peers can match. Just patted the horse's ass. Shu has opened his mouth. Xinyu, your highness, tax high and low for the time being, but this 20% discount will let the major chambers of commerce reduce a lot of profits. Can we discuss it? Some products don't even have a 20% profit. Xinyu raised his eyebrows and said angrily, if you can accept it, stay. If you can't, there is no shortage of a chamber of commerce in Northwatch City. In Northwatch City his rules are rules. If you are not willing to abide by them, leave. Humph. The Qingyang Chamber of Commerce wasn't short of a Northwatch City either. Although North Hope City had developed economically, it was still poor and backward, and was still at the bottom of the list among the more than 2,000 domains in the eastern state. It was also that they valued the potential of Northwatch City, or else this wilderness of the Gobi wouldn't have been worth their trip. It seems that His Highness, Qin Yu, knows nothing about doing business. Would a person come all the way to Northwatch City to spend money without a need? Xingshi Lei's way of doing business is that there is a demand for business, no demand for places. He will never get involved. Only blood money. If there is no demand, can't we create it? Your Highness Qin Yu, being stubborn, then we won't accompany you. Xingshi Lei got up and headed outside without hesitation. Creating demand? Ganlong lack of water, which is the needs of the people of Northwatch, but a place where there is plenty of water. That water is not a need. The Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce will not accompany you either. The Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce bids farewell. The rest of the small chambers of commerce, one after another, left. Only a girl of 16 or 17 years old stayed where she was with big watery eyes. The girl's white skin was crystal clear like jade. A pair of big round eyes were clear like water. Her nose was small and delicate, and the corners of her mouth were hooked up with two shallow dimples, making her look delicate, charming and lively. Why aren't you leaving? Qin Yu asked curiously, looking at the girl's appearance. She didn't look like a businessman at all, but more like a simple college student who hadn't yet left society. Is it true what you said about that mall? The girl's eyes were full of curiosity. Of course it's true. Qin Yu smiled. Which chamber of commerce are you from? I'm from the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce. Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. Qin Yu remembered the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce from the list of chambers of commerce. It was from Tian Yu's only ally, the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. I heard that the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty is the only one inside the 10 divine dynasties of the eastern state where a woman is in power. Queen of Cloud Dreams. In the eastern state it was famous for its stunning beauty, but unfortunately no one dared to covet it. 20% off merchandise and a 10-point tax rate is fine with you? 80% off is 80% off. The big deal is that I don't earn any spirit stones, but I like what you said about them all. Woman, it's true that you are born with a natural desire to shop. You're not afraid that after you lose money, the position of the shopkeeper won't be guaranteed? Qin Yu smiled. Not afraid of I don't like doing business, and I'm not that material. It just so happens that I can stop doing business after I lose money. The girl had a sincere face. This was the rich kid's face he hated the most in his previous life, but now he loved it. Okay, as the first chamber of commerce to move in, you can enjoy a 50% discount on rent, and first choice of advertising space. The girl waved her hand carelessly. How many spirit stones could the rent be? As for the ad space, he didn't get it. What to call it? Just call me Ying Ying, the girl replied crisply. After negotiating the details, Ying Ying happily left. In fact, it is only Yuju unilateral speech. The girl was thinking about the shopping center, so she did not listen to a few sentences. Miss, aren't you thinking about it? With a 20% discount and having to pay rent, the Chamber of Commerce might not be able to make a profit. An old man persuaded. No profit. That's not a good thing. Ying Ying finished and left happily. He couldn't afford to be some kind of Chamber of Commerce head honcho, just in time to replace her after losing money. Ugh, the old man's face was helpless. How can he go back and explain to the family head? The selfsame young lady had absolutely no idea of doing business. Doing business was all about losing spirit stones. Jade, Tell us about the Chamber of Commerce. Your Highness, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce has stopped acquiring. Is it time to start the next step? It's almost time. After making the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce happy for so long, it's time to put them to sleep. In addition, let Zhang Shangshu be vigilant. Some people will not be able to resist making a move. You should not go out of the house lately if you are fine. Yes, Your Highness, the talisman paper that was regarded by the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. No, I should say the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, as a national treasure. Once it became a pile of waste paper, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty would probably go crazy. Xinyu suddenly felt that saint-level formations were not even very safe anymore. It's time to get ready, and you can't rely on Zhang Shangshu alone. At the foot of the Qingyang Holy Land, there was a large city built on the mountain called Qingyang City, with a population of hundreds of millions. The city covers a wide and lush area, spreading along the foothills of the mountains. The streets were crowded and prosperous. A stone monument that stood in the square of Qingyang City. The stone monument was more than 10 meters high and filled with densely written names. The monolith was cleared of a blank spot and 3 words were written on it. Add space. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is now releasing the recruitment of talisman paper dealers to the eastern state. Any force can approach the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce to wholesale talisman paper at a discounted price. Requirements: each divine dynasty is limited to 10 general distributors. Each domain is limited to 10 sub-distributors, and cities with less than 10 million people are limited to 2 distributors. Places are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Address: Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, Northwatch City, number 66, Northwatch Street. A folded wholesale rune paper. The crowd below the monolith stirred. Didn't even bother with what the ad space meant anymore. Just a dead giveaway. Any power could approach the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce and wholesale talisman paper at a 10% discount. The rune paper folds off. I bought one before, but now I can buy 10. The roll of talisman paper is, needless to say, a must-have for exploring and fighting. One more sheet is one more safeguard. Hair, if we go wholesale a batch of talisman paper and come back, won't we make a fortune? Someone said it subconsciously. At least a few times the profit. A discount wholesale, even if you only sell a 30 to 40% discount, that's still 3 or 4 times the profit. Some people were breathing heavily, as if they had seen a conduit to riches. There is also becoming a dealer. Although I don't understand it, but I know from probably that only dealers should be able to wholesale talisman paper. Someone looked at it and quickly ran back toward the family. Stone tablets spread throughout the eastern states, meaning the others must have known about it too. By seizing this time gap and wholesaling a batch of talisman paper, you can earn a considerable spread. What kind of place is this Northwatch City? Chapter 95, A Folded Talisman Explodes Eastern Zhou. Within the territory of Tianyu, deep within a barbaric mountain, 7 or 8 young men and women gathered together, with one of them having his left arm hanging down. The youth was so worried that he saw a small card floating down in the air and picked it up with his hand. This is the 3rd prince of Northwatch City. Messing around with a small card, a woman on crutches said. It should be the 3rd prince's little card. I heard it's already spread all over the eastern state. To actually send the card to the barbaric mountains, the 3rd prince is truly a wonderful person. Look what it says. The woman on crutches spoke up. Several times before, cards were sent out that documented what people had joined the Skyfeather Academy. East State cultivators have always been family or power. Cultivators run schools, who are willing to spend resources to train a few so-called students. Spirit stones were getting harder and harder to earn, so a few people agreed to come to the barbaric mountains together and collect spirit herbs in exchange for spirit stones. But because talisman paper is so expensive, none of them can afford it. It also resulted in 700 of them, almost everyone with injuries. One of her legs, broken. As for one of the young cultivator's arms, it was also bitten by the blizzard wolf, and if it wasn't for his companion's timely intervention, his arm would have been bitten off alive. It was only after taking the elixir that the arm was barely saved. Alas, if the price of talisman paper hadn't risen, I wouldn't have been bitten by the blizzard wolf. The youth sighed. However, if there was a power storage talisman, it would also be able to block the blast wind's blow. The youth picked up the small card. Rune paper 1-fold wholesale. The youth roared out directly. Rune paper 1-fold wholesale? Brother Shang, are you looking at it wrong? The woman on crutches said. That's right, Brother Shang. Don't be blinded. The talisman paper has tripled now. How can a discount be possible? Another youth chimed in. I read it right. The card says it's a folded wholesale rune paper. Shang wiped his eyes and looked at it a few times before affirming. Show me. The woman on crutches took the card and shivered. Yes, it's true. It's the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce in Northwatch City. Several people had heard about the business war between the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce and the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce. But Northwatch City was so far away that they didn't even have the travel expenses to go there. The woman on crutches bristled with tears. The talisman paper is finally coming down in price. It won't be long before the price of talisman paper will change back to its original price, or even lower than it was at the beginning. We can be safer as we gather spirit herbs. In order to earn spirit stones for cultivation, they risked their lives to enter the savage forest. They didn't want to lick blood from the knife's mouth, but they had to cultivate without resources. Their progress in cultivation was slow, and they couldn't see the hope of longevity in their lives. I hope the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce will always exist. The news spread across the eastern states along with the stone tablets and cards. In the various regions of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, underneath the stone monument, the people were agitated. Ha ha, one-fold wholesale. This is the Watermoon Divine Dynasty. Lifting a stone to hit its own feet, it actually increased the price of talisman paper by 3 times. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce wholesales talisman paper at a discount, and the Watermoon Divine Dynasty's talisman paper will be reduced to waste paper. The people of Tianyu wantonly vented their dissatisfaction. Crowds of people stood in front of the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce chapters in various places. Idiots. A bunch of crooks. You're not going to sell it for triple. Now you can't even sell it for 30% off, come on. You keep it for wiping your asses. Get in the paper. Stores all over the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce hadn't sold a single piece of talisman paper in a day. This was because everyone knew that once the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce's talisman paper flowed everywhere, the price of talisman paper would plummet. The Watermoon Chamber of Commerce didn't need to report it. They had received the news. Because steals and cards are everywhere. The head of the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce hurried to meet with the Watermoon Divine Emperor, the president of the Rune Masters Guild, and the 100 officials of the Watermoon Divine Dynasty were all startled. A group of ministers hurried to the palace. When Shui Yuanbai thought of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, it would be made unbearable for the people by the talismanic paper, and Qin Wendian could do nothing about it. Shui Yuanbai just couldn't help the joy in his heart. Men, bring wine. I will drink 300 cups of pain. This bastard Qin Wendian would come begging for him sooner or later. Is His Majesty in? The president of the Chamber of Commerce and the president of the Rune Master, Lianti, arrived and saw the maid who had just gone out open her mouth to ask. The maids still had smiles on their faces. It was rare for His Majesty to be happy, and they were happy when His Majesty was happy. His Majesty is inside. He is happy today and has ordered me to go and get him some wine. Still drinking. It's all on fire. The president of the Rune Master Guild pushed the door straight in. A fold of talisman paper for sale in the eastern state would be devastating to the Rune Master Guild. The countless talisman masters of the Talisman Masters Guild, the means of survival that they relied on, would be wiped out. A fold of talisman paper, not to mention the remuneration of the talisman master, was not even enough to cover the cost of materials and transportation of the talisman paper. Damn Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. This is trying to cut off the Watermoon Divine Dynasty's way of life. It's a life and death feud. Whoever the forces behind it are, they all have to be taken out. The president of the Rune Master Guild had already imagined the sight of countless rune masters going mad. It's like the doctors in the stick countries who can even disregard the lives of their patients because of the expansion of medical students, and a fold of rune paper. More than that, the president of the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce was even more anxious. Without the talisman paper, the huge Watermoon Chamber of Commerce would instantly fall apart. The Watermoon Chamber of Commerce was different from other chambers in that it was a chamber of commerce that specialized in talisman paper. Once the rune paper is faulty, there is no second way to go. Your Majesty, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce wants to cut off our way of life. I suggest using forceful means to eliminate the roots. The president of the Rune Master Guild pushed open the door. The Watermoon Divine Emperor, who was on the rise, saw that someone suddenly came in, and his complexion became furious. How dare you? Who allowed you to come in without being informed? Your Majesty, the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce is finished. The chamber's president despaired. The Chamber of Commerce is finished? Shui Yuanbai's eyes sank. The Chamber of Commerce is in its prime, and you say it's finished. Are you cursing the Chamber of Commerce? I see that sitting in this position for a long time has made you forgetful. The Watermoon Chamber of Commerce. But it was the money bag of the Divine Dynasty and the source of spirit stones for the royal family. It's a curse on the royal family. Your Majesty, you don't know, but something big happened today. The president of the Chamber of Commerce spoke up, one by one, about the little one-fold card that the tablet had spread. A fold of talisman paper. Shui Yuanbai stood up violently, his eyes like a man-slaying tiger. Is this true? It hasn't been confirmed yet, but judging by the current situation at the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, it's possible that it's true. Go and confirm it right away. In addition to knocking down all these stone monuments, Shui Yuanbai hurriedly ordered. The news on this stone tablet was spreading too quickly, causing Shui Yuanbai to feel a deep fear. The people are more interested in the news of the monument than in the national policy. This is extremely unfavorable to the rule of the divine dynasty. According to their conception, if the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce wanted to disperse the talisman paper to the countries in the eastern state, it would take at least hundreds of years, and even if it was fast, it would take decades. But once the stone tablet was out, in just a day's time, all of eastern state knew about it. There's also this way of recruiting dealers that can bring in businessmen from all over. It wouldn't be long before the talisman paper would be all over the eastern state, a time that might not even take a year. The stone tablet belongs to the third prince of Tianyu. Could it be that the talisman paper also belongs to him? The president of the Rune Master Chamber of Commerce wondered. No way. The head of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce vetoed. Heavenly Feather doesn't have the ability to do that. And the people within their territory have suffered a huge increase in casualties due to the lack of talisman paper. Moreover, their minister of the household has even begged to meet with Heavenly Feather's sub-proprietor several times. The head of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, who had analyzed Sky Feather's intelligence. Damn Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Is this preparing to lose both? Who is behind this? The president of the Rune Master Guild cursed angrily. Sell talisman paper at a discount. Sell one and lose one. Could it be that their talisman refining techniques surpassed the Water Moon Divine Dynasty and knocked down the cost? No way. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty's talisman refining was recognized as number 1 in the eastern state. Shui Yuanbai sent a large number of strong men straight to Northwatch City. And among them, there was no shortage of strong men at the God Transformation Realm. They've all been given orders to take out the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. It was different from the panic of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The Grand Elder of the Qingyang Holy Land was so happy that he finally didn't have to be restricted by the Water Moon Divine Dynasty because of the talisman paper. And now the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce had arrived at Northwatch City. Chapter 96, The Disobedient Ingrate. Notify Shirley immediately and take the wholesale rights to the talisman paper. The Grand Elder in charge of the Chamber of Commerce in the Qingyang Sacred Land immediately issued an order when he heard about this news. What's the difference between a folded rune paper and picking it up? Water Moon Divine Dynasty. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep now. The Grand Elder knew the importance of talisman paper to the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Just what forces were targeting the Water Moon Divine Dynasty? The Grand Elder couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, but Heavenly Feather was the first to be ruled out by him. Heaven's Feather was absolutely impossible, both from the perspective of a talisman master and from the perspective of financial resources. The forces behind the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce, the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, and other large and small chambers of commerce were excited beyond measure, because their people had arrived at Northwatch City ahead of time. This wholesale right, they could take it. The major chambers of commerce began to contact the palms that were already in Northwatch City. The news of the one-fold talisman paper began to spread in the eastern state. A large number of cultivators brought small cards and began to distribute them around. One-fold runes, limited to dealers. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce? After receiving the news, Qing Shirley immediately traveled to the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce to seek confirmation of the truth. Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce, Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce's even arrived before her. The rest of the chambers of commerce, large and small, also arrived. In front of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, there were more people than usual, and came either rich or noble, each dressed in damask and silk, wearing a spiritual weapon. After all, the wholesale rights to one-fold talisman paper was too tempting, and no one could resist that temptation. It's a few times the profit when it changes hands. So much for killing people and setting them on fire. Gentlemen, in half a month's time, an investment meeting will be held, and at that time, candidates for distributors from all over the world will be selected. Wasn't it agreed that it would be first come, first served? How did it become half a month later? Zhu had the shopkeeper questioned. Lanji explained, the first to arrive, under equal conditions, will be granted the right to distribute the talisman paper. Your Excellency doesn't think that the benefits of this discount can be easily obtained, but your cards don't say first come, they just say first choice. After 15 days, those who don't arrive are automatically eliminated. So comparing those who arrive first isn't first come, first served? Lanji's head tilted as if the interpretation was in her hands. It's an advertisement. Like your highness said, the ads are true, and it's excusable to exaggerate the facts. Otherwise how can you call them ads, while it's being widely publicized? Of course you have to exaggerate it a bit to get the crowd's attention. Those who arrive first will also be able to register first and enter with their number when the time comes. Each area is limited to 10 people, and the 11th person will not be authorized to compete for the dealership. That's not bad. Zhu nodded a bit. If a large group of people came and fought for the wholesale rights of a place, it would be a big deal. Can I ask about the dealer's requirements? Qin Shilei knew that once a fold of talisman paper was obtained, it was a huge profit. Instead, he was a little more comfortable with the conditions. Pies don't fall from the sky, and such a great benefit is not something that can be obtained easily. She was concerned about the terms of becoming a dealer. Once she took down the distributor, her position in the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce would become higher and higher. The higher the status, the more resources you get. If you want to cultivate, resources are the pursuit of every cultivator. It's not convenient to tell you yet, and you're all here so early, so I'd like to encourage you and give you a little hint. Sheesh. Surrender? What does this mean? A group of people looked at each other, unable to figure out the meaning of this. Well, that's all there is to say. Too much talk and my boss won't be able to deliver. After sending the spirit stones, Shangshu Zhang walked to the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Every day these days he headed here, and it had become a habit. If the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce didn't acquire it, he could, again, buy the talisman paper at a 50% discount tomorrow. Why are there so many people? Zhang Shangshu smiled faintly. Sorry, the talisman paper has already been bought out by me. Zhang Shangshu was complacent, a hint of smugness on his face. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce didn't want it, but he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Tianyu urgent shortage of talisman paper. A year down the gap of talisman paper up to a few 100 million. If he can meet this gap, this Ministry of Household Secretary is also considered qualified. Loss. Just a few days ago I bought 10 sheets of talisman paper at 50% off, but it actually dropped to 10% off. This can buy 50 sheets. A middle-aged cultivator on the outskirts of the crowd pounded his chest, having thought that fivefold had already reached the bottom of the mountain, but never imagined that he was still halfway up the mountain. A folded talisman paper? Zhang Shangshu's cultivation at the God transformation stage. The middle-aged cultivator's words were easily captured by him. Zhang Shangshu panicked for a moment in his heart and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. The talisman paper went from triple to 50% off. The price declined from the top of the mountain to the bottom, and 50% off was as far as he had projected it would go. Anything less than 50% off would be a loss, and 10% off was something he couldn't even dream of. No way. No way. Zhang Shangshu's breath was released and the crowd immediately made way. What is the selling price of talisman paper now? Zhang Shangshu's eyes were fierce, like he wanted to eat Lanji. Lord Shangshu, the wholesale price of talisman paper is 10% off. Lanji held up a finger. Ah! Zhang Shangshu's head instantly filled with blood and he was almost infuriated. He's bought 80 million pieces of talisman paper. Now that it had become a 10% discount, didn't it mean that the spirit stones that had originally purchased 80 million talisman paper could now buy 400 million? Lanji eyed Zhang Shangshu with a look that said, I did warn you. Snap. Zhang Shangshu slapped himself violently across the face. Blame me, for not listening to people. This scene made the crowd inside, the forces of the other divine dynasties, even more convinced that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was not of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. If you don't see the minister of the household of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, he was so angry that he slapped himself because he bought overpriced talisman paper. Ah, walking down the road, Zhang Shangshu was getting angrier and angrier, but it was good to take a dealer's number. Tianyu's distributor rights must be taken so that the price of Tianyu's talisman paper can be in his own hands. The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty has been persecuted by high-priced talisman paper for a long time. Even for the previous talisman paper, Tianyu's price was lower than the other divine dynasties. If you take the authority of the distributor, in the future, the people of Tianyu will not have to buy high-priced talisman paper. The divine dynasty could still earn a little bit of spirit stones to subsidize the treasury. Ugh! Still owe 100 million spirit stones. It was also unknown where His Highness Qinyu had gotten so many spirit stones from, and I've never heard of him doing anything. All I've heard of is spending spirit stones, game raffle, extravagant sacrifices, a throw of the dice to recruit the sky, a large amount of spirit stones to build a stone monument. The amount of spirit stones spent was increasing, but His Highness Qinyu's spirit stones were like a constant stream. If it wasn't for the fact that Qinyu was the imperial son of Tianyu, he would have already made a move to search his soul. Just as Zhang Shangshu was depressed, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty's correspondent rushed to the Qin Emperor to report the news after receiving the news that Zhang Shangshu had sent back. With 80 million pieces of talisman paper, the Divine Dynasty wouldn't have to be affected by talisman paper for the next month or two. Zhang Shangshu also said it was acquired at a 50% discount. Geez, 50% off. The talisman paper in the imperial city was speculated to triple, and Zhang Shangshu actually bought it at a 50% discount. There were no stone tablets or cards in the Qinhuan domain, and the news about the one-fold talisman paper hadn't reached the imperial city yet. We admire Shangshu Zhang's single-mindedness in serving the people. When the 100 officials found out, they rushed to the court. Chapter 97, Losing money to the point of chest pain. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones shocked Tianyu, the 100 officials of the heavenly feather divine dynasty. Everyone had a smile on their faces. The long-dormant rune paper crisis had finally eased up a bit. Not only is Lord Zhang's cultivation outstanding, even his ability to govern is admirable. Li Bing, the Minister of War, praised. It's a blessing for Tianyu to have Lord Zhang in the divine dynasty. A difficult problem that could not be solved by 100 officials had been solved by Lord Zhang, who had only been in office for a few months. Hundreds of officials were happy and smiling. Even Wei Zhang, who always liked to spray people, was also arching his hand and praising at this moment. Your Majesty, Lord Zhang has served the country and the people. He should be credited with a great merit. What Aiqing said is reasonable. When Aiqing Zhang returns, reward him for his achievements. Qin Wendian stretched his facial muscles back. This month or so, because of the talisman paper problem, it made him worry every day. Governing was not his strong suit, and suddenly he was somewhat reminiscent of fighting demonic beasts. That painful and carefree feeling. The Qiluk golden dragon was getting stronger and stronger. It had already reached 150 feet, but so far no reason had been discovered for the Qiluk to become stronger. Qin Wendian had always suspected that it was Northwatch City that caused the changes. However, Northwatch City was only a single domain, and there was no place found to enhance the national fortune. Compared to the joy of the crowd, Prime Minister Tangling was puzzled as to where Shangshu Zhang had gotten so many spirit stones from. Report. The herald came up to the Great Hall. Speak. Qin Wendian was in a good mood now. Your Majesty, scouts from all over the world report that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce advertises the world that talisman paper is being wholesaled at a discounted price, and that everyone from all over the world can go to Northwatch to purchase talisman paper. What? Li Bing, the Minister of the Household, had his muscles suddenly bulge and his court dress was disintegrated. The 100 officials were collectively petrified, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Qin Wendian, who had just stretched his brows, frowned again. The joy of acquiring 80 million talisman paper hadn't lasted a quarter of an hour before it turned into bad news. Ah! Zheng Wei the idiot, Li Bing, the Secretary of the Ministry of War, yelled as his court dress exploded. A discounted talisman paper, and he actually paid 50% off for it. 80 million pieces of talisman paper. No matter how you say it, it can be considered wholesale, right? Zhang Shangshu is still too young and incapable. He actually paid 5 times the price for 80 million pieces of talisman paper. 80 million pieces of talisman paper. How many spirit stones must be spent? Calculating at an average price of 20, a 50% discount would be a full 850 million lower grade spirit stones. It's equivalent to 850,000 extreme spirit stones. Skyfeather Divine Dynasty's annual tax is only $1 million a year. Wei Zhang's eyes were wide, and after secretly calculating in his heart, he was shocked big. A 50% discount would require 850,000 extreme spirit stones, while a 10% discount would only require less than 170,000 extreme spirit stones. This was a difference of a full 600,000 extreme spirit stones. The traitor of the nation. That's the real deal. The third prince was nothing compared to one of them. Your Majesty, Zhang Wei is greedy for spirit stones, and for a one-fold talisman paper, he actually quoted a 50-fold discount, which is a difference of a full 680,000 extreme spirit stones. The treasury is empty, and at this time of year, there are actually thieves. I thought that he should be swiftly recalled, stripped of his official position, and sent to prison, to be dealt with when he is found out. I second the motion. A 50% discount on a folded rune paper report is a great offense. Many ministers seconded the motion. Corruption is widespread, but 5 times that is too much. The Divine Dynasty's tax revenue was only $1 million a year, and the treasury was as empty as a field. So it was also true that Zhang Shangshu's purchase of 850,000 extreme spirit stones of talisman paper was suspicious. Qin Wendian's face was so gloomy that it sent shivers down one's spine. Immediately summon him to return to the capital quickly. The Divine Dynasty was so poor that they still dared to misrepresent the price, and they even quintupled the price at once. Report. The talisman paper sent by Shangshu Zhang has already arrived through the teleportation gate array, along with a large amount of spirit stones. Please have a look at it. Your Majesty. The herald handed over the list and a letter. Spirit stones? Isn't it talisman paper? Why is there a spirit stone? Prime Minister Tangling was puzzled. The 100 officials also looked at each other in dismay. Having just been convicted of embezzlement, you tell me that the person in question even sent back spirit stones? Companion Li, read out the contents of the letter and the list. Qin Wendian was also curious as to what was going on with the spirit stones. General Manager Li opened the letter and read it above the court. Your Majesty's great kindness, I can't bear the suffering of the people. I heard that the price of talisman paper is low in Baiwang City, so I went to Baiwang City to buy talisman paper. However, I was in too much of a hurry and did not bring any spirit stones with me. Fortunately, I was able to borrow spirit stones from a mysterious person, and I was able to purchase 80 million pieces of talisman paper to meet the people's urgent needs. I have left 10% of the spirit stones for the continued acquisition of talisman paper, and the rest have been sent back in full to relieve the spirit stones of the divine dynasty. The mysterious person requested that the microcosmic minister escort him for half a year in order to waive the 30% interest on the loan, which I agreed to after thinking about it, in order to alleviate the burden on the divine dynasty. After listening to the epistle, Wei Zhang's face immediately turned red. This word is a good shineshu for the country and the people, just impeached by him as a corrupt official. Many of the ministers who concurred blushed slightly and could not follow Wei Zhang's admonition next time. What kind of person would lend the heavenly feathered divine dynasty spirit stones at this time? Tang Ling said subconsciously. Yes, if you can still borrow spirit stones at this time, he will be my friend from now on, Li Bing said with a big grin. Tianyu is in decline. All countries are waiting to fall in the well, and none of the ones borrowing spirit stones. Moreover, 80 million pieces of talisman paper. Even if it was folded in half, that was quite a lot of spirit stones. According to the letter, there are still spirit stones left, meaning at least 2 to 300,000 extreme spirit stones, to be able to borrow 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones at this point in time. Even if the divine dynasty's only ally, the Cloud Dream divine dynasty, would have to weigh the situation again and again. The minister of the household department of the divine dynasty, to stoop to give someone a job as an escort for the sake of a little bit of interest, isn't that disgracing the face of the divine dynasty? The redness on Wei Zhang's face hadn't faded yet as he spoke again. Dr. Wei is right. A minister of the divine dynasty, the head of a department, running off to serve as a guard for someone. If the other divine dynasties know about this, wouldn't it be a slap in Tianyu's face? Lord Wei, don't focus all your energy on your peers. Right now, how to change the current situation of Tianyu is more important, the always gentle Tang Ling said with dissatisfaction. At this time, no matter what means, if you can get a spirit stone, it is considered capable. Wei Zhang is still tangled in the issue of face. My duty is to wind up talking about things. This move by Lord Zhang is indeed inappropriate. Can't I say something? Wei Zhang returned as a matter of course. Lord Wei, stop bickering. Companion Li continue reading. Qin Wendian stopped the two from arguing. 80 million pieces of talisman paper. 81,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. How much? Li Bing, the secretary of the Ministry of War, was the first to react and asked offhandedly. Li Bing's mouth was now open and round, like a fish that was sucking in water. The 100 officials present were also all wide-eyed. Wei was dumbstruck, his ears buzzing. 81.2 million top-grade spirit stones. This echoed in his ears constantly. Tang Ling stood still as if he had been cast in a stasis. 81,200,000 top-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 8,120,000 extreme spirit stones. 5 years ago, the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty's annual tax revenue was only a mere 10 million extreme spirit stones. Was Zhang Wei borrowing the treasury of another divine dynasty? Boom! Under Qin Wentian's surprise, the armrests of the dragon chair made of wind thunder iron were crushed and burst by him. The list was only 2 lines long, but it left everyone as if they were thunderstruck for a long time. Where are the spirit stones? Qin Wendian hurriedly asked as he returned to his senses. It should still be at the teleportation array, the messenger said shivering. He also heard the contents of the list read out by the chief eunuch. 81,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's a lot of money. Chapter 98, The First Minister of Merit, Mr. Zhang Shangshu. The teleportation array was located on the outskirts of the imperial city. A huge square the size of 10 soccer fields stood on the outskirts of the imperial city. The plaza is wide and flat. There were mysterious runes built from golden lines on the ground. The Skyfeather Imperial City's teleportation array had over 2,000 domains in the eastern continent, and it had the coordinates of almost all of the teleportation arrays. Every day, a large number of cultivators would pass through the teleportation array and arrive at the Skyfeather Imperial City. The teleportation array covered a huge area and could teleport tens of thousands of cultivators as well as a large amount of supplies at a time. The teleportation array required a large amount of spirit stones to be spent each time it was opened, and it often needed to be activated only after thousands of people had been gathered. Qin Wendian and the 100 officials appeared at the location where the transmission array was located in just an instant. The center of the transmission array was filled with small mountainous piles covered by black gauze, while the outside of the transmission array was filled with a sea of people. A large number of cultivators were preparing to board the transmission array to travel to various places. The cacophonous crowd was suddenly silenced upon seeing Qin Wendian come out. See your majesty. The reacting cultivators arched their hands in obeisance. Why is his majesty here? And with all the civil and military officials following. Could it be that they are preparing to attack the Demon Beast mountain range again? Or the Forbidden Area? The Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, which had previously not moved for many years, had recently carried out 2 large-scale battles, once in the Tai Chu Holy Land, once in the Demon Beast mountain range. Is this still the peaceful and gentle Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Now the 100 officials are moving in unison, each with a grave face, so it may be that they are going to war again. Could it be that the spirit veins are drying up and the pressure on His Majesty and the civil and military officials is too great, so they are deliberately attacking other forces to release the pressure? Someone muttered in a low voice. Were these goods sent from Northwatch City? Qin Wendian suddenly asked. The transmission array staff froze for a moment and hurriedly replied, "Back to your majesty. It was precisely sent from Northwatch City." The staff didn't know what the cargo was, but the teleportation coordinates showed Northwatch City. Open all the gauze. Yes, your majesty. The staff didn't ask questions, they just carried out the orders. There weren't many teleportation arrays established in Tianyu, but the teleportation array in Tianyu Imperial City was still built by the Tianyu court itself. In the various regions of the eastern continent, larger cities had teleportation arrays, and the vast majority of them were attributed to a single power, the Fuxi Holy Land. Fuxi Sacred Ground is proficient in Shimen Bagua formations, and enjoys a reputation in the eastern continent. And most formations in the eastern state are from Fuxi Sacred Ground. The Fuxi Sacred Land was even allied with the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty, which produced formation stones, to maximize their benefits. Someone whispered, "What goods are they that His Majesty is so attached to them that he brought 100 officials to pick them up in person? It should be a very important treasure or something, right? I'll do it." Li Bing, the Secretary of the Ministry of War, couldn't wait to ask for proof of authenticity. With a wave of Li Bing's hand, the gauze covering the top of the spirit stone was untied. A mound of snow-white hills stood out in the sunlight. The crowd collectively froze in place. One by one, their eyes glazed over, seemingly unable to believe what they saw in front of them. Their lips trembled slightly, their throats tightened, swallowing half a day without being able to make a sound. Oh my god, it's all spirit stones, piled up as much as a mountain. The crowd let out an earth-shattering hiss after the silence. How had a group of ordinary cultivators ever seen this scene? Piles of top-grade spirit stones. It was like a mountain of gold standing in front of a mortal. As long as one gouged a little bit down, one would be able to live a lifetime without worry. Wei Zhang was stunned when he saw this scene, and his entire body turned into a stone statue, frozen in place. Qin Wendian seemed to be struck by lightning as he murmured, "It's true. Ichingzhang actually did send it back. More than 80 million top-grade spirit stones, as well as 80 million talisman papers." The reaction of the 100 officials was not much better than that of the ordinary cultivator people. The Divine Dynasty's income for a year was 10 million extreme spirit stones, but these spirit stones needed to be used on the livelihood of the entire Divine Dynasty. Moreover, the tax is an intermittent income, tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones at once. This is the first time they have seen such a scene. Lord Zhang, truly an outstanding talent. Tianyu having him is a blessing for the Divine Dynasty. Li Bing swallowed his saliva and said sincerely, "Zhang Iching outstanding merit, help the building will fall." When the first meritorious minister, to be Iching back to the day of the dynasty, for its merits and rewards. "Your Majesty is wise," Tang Ling echoed. After Tang Ling finished speaking, he glanced at Wei Zhang. "Lord Wei, do you think it's still necessary to summon Lord Zhang back to the capital?" A touch of shame appeared on Wei Zhang's face, as if he was shrouded in embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. Lord Zhang has merited a lot for borrowing spirit stones for the Divine Dynasty. But it's also a fact that a Shangshu, who works as an escort for someone else, disgraces the Divine Dynasty, Wei Zhang said with a stiff upper lip. Wait a minute. Lord Zhang's letter said that he only needed to be a guard for half a year, and the 30% interest was waived. Lord Zhang has borrowed 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't it be that by being an escort for half a year, you can save a full 30 million top-grade spirit stones? The Dragon Protector Pavilion's God Transformation Realm Powerhouse suddenly asked a question. This word out of the 100 officials real petrified. Wouldn't that mean that Lord Zhang, the actual income for this half year was 30 million top-grade spirit stones, which translates to 60 million top-grade spirit stones in a year? I'm afraid this is the highest salary in the Eastern State. It's enough to go down in the annals of Eastern State history. No one is saying whether 30% interest is reasonable or not. It's the lowest interest rate in the Eastern States, and there's nothing lower than that. Oh my god. 30 million upper-grade spirit stones in half a year. This is not to mention being a guard. It's fine for me to be a pet for him. The equivalent of extreme spirit stone is a full 3 million Is the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty spirit vein is still in the time? 30% of the tax. Don't say pet. Let me lick his toes. Li Bingham and Hod. These words contrasting with his tough guy image. Ha! Hearing this, the civil and military officials couldn't help but shrink their heads. Wei Zhang did not speak anymore, but his face was still arrogant. $30 million as a guard he was willing, but at this time he would not say it. Who exactly is the person, or force, that lent it to Lord Zhang? Tang Ling muttered. No matter who it is, this person is a great benefactor of Tianyu, Qin Wentian affirmed. To lend 100 million top-grade spirit stones without interest at this time was a monstrous favor. The 100 officials nodded. This person had benefited from Tianyu. Qin Wentian waved his hand and tens of millions of spirit stones were collected by him. The spirit stones were also accompanied by a large number of wooden boxes, and Qin Wentian knew that they were all filled with talisman paper with just a single sweep. Zhang Wei went out for a trip, and in just 20 days, he solved 2 difficult problems in the Divine Dynasty. Go back first and confer on how these spirit stones should be used. The first order of business is to make up for the years of salary arrears. The border generals, the 100 officials have not received their salaries for several years. The 100 officials were a little excited that they were finally being paid their salaries. Qin Wentian and the 100 officials disappeared, leaving behind a field of dumbfounded people. They could have heard what Qin Wentian and the 100 officials said. Chapter 99, Destruction of the Yuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Lanji arrested. Lord Zhang is shrewd and capable. For the sake of the country and the people, borrowing hundreds of millions of spirit stones to support Tianyu is truly a blessing for Tianyu. The people who heard the conversation praised it. I've heard that Zhang Wei Zhang Shangshu was a heavenly pride 300 years ago, and has always wanted to enter the court to serve the country. If Lord Zhang had entered the imperial court a few years earlier, Heavenly Feather wouldn't have been stuck for so long. I'm from the Sky Feather Chamber of Commerce. As far as I know, some time ago, in order to be able to get the price of talisman paper lowered, Lord Zhang, the Hall Shangshu, disregarded his face and repeatedly begged to meet with one of the shopkeepers of the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce. Lord Zhang is dedicated to the people and has never cared about his face. Now it's even more so that in order to save spirit stones, a top-level powerhouse at the late stage of god transformation goes to work as a guard for someone. That's a good official doing real work. Some of the people had long since burst into tears, proud that Tianyu had such an official. Former household secretary Lok Ne is a dog's as compared to that. That bastard Shangshu colluded with the third prince. How can he be comparable to Lord Zhang in his greed for the spirit stones of the Divine Dynasty? Hundreds of people are excited. Zhang Shangshu capable officials, a heart for the people's reputation, began to spread in the imperial city. Ha ha, Lord Shangshu's discerning eyes have actually discovered your Highness Qin Yu's unusual ability to earn spirit stones. I was so blind in the beginning that I didn't actually trust your highness. The god transformation stage Zhang Shangshu said with a smile. The old Shangshu blushed slightly. When Qin Yu was impeached, he also felt that he was old and confused. While the Minister of Households doesn't need to be as good at recognizing and employing people as the Ministry of Appointments, he has to need a certain keen business acumen. The Ministry of the Household is the money bag of the Imperial Court, and to keep the money bag full, an eye for discovering how to earn spirit stones is indispensable. What Lord Shangshu said is true. The latecomer still has a lot to learn. Zhang Wei was incredibly humble, not at all like a minister of the household. It's a pity. If it wasn't for Wei Zhang, this asshole, impeaching and letting his highness develop for a while, all of this could be the courts now. Old me wouldn't have been exiled to Northwatch City. In a few months, the Eastern State Fest Divine Dynasty's selection tournament, he would report to His Majesty to let everyone know that his vision was not wrong, and that his highness was not talking big. That bastard Wei Zhang. I'll go back and beat him up. The dog with no eyes. Zhang Shangshu gritted his teeth, even more angry than the old Shangshu. If his highness had stayed in the imperial city, why would he need to come and borrow spirit stones? He had seen the spirit stones in the warehouse in the back, and these 100 million top-grade spirit stones only accounted for a small portion. Spirit stone crisis? That's not a snap of the fingers to solve. Boom! What a guy! Zhang Shangshu, who was cursing Wei Zhang, heard a loud noise rise into the air. Looking north on Main Street, a ruin appeared on the prosperous Northwatch Street, and the ruin was the previous Yuzhou Chamber of Commerce. There were still many cultivators at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, blown over by the airwaves, dare to come to Northwatch City to spread wildness, looking for death. Zhang Shangshu's eyes glared. Miss Lanji of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce had reminded him many times, and although he hadn't listened, he still kept it in mind. Now that he had seen the Chamber of Commerce in ruins, he was afraid that the people inside would be in grave danger as well. With a sweep of his divine sense, Shangshu Zhang spotted a powerful person at the early stage of incarnation wearing a grey Dao robe, who was grabbing Lanji and quickly leaving Beiwang City. so fast that he ran dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Dare to capture my Tianyu nationals. Mighty and berserk spiritual energy. Sweeping out from the sky, Zhang Shangshu transformed into a stream of light, as fast as lightning, exploding towards the enemy. The pressure of a late incarnation stage filled the entire Northwatch city in an instant. What a terrifying aura, 100 times stronger than the city lord. It had been hundreds of years since the people of Northwatch City had seen a transformation god realm powerhouse rage. The air fluctuated wherever Zhang Shangshu passed. The god transformation stage powerhouse who had taken Lanji was flustered, not realizing that there was actually a late god transformation stage powerhouse in this Thai place. Northwatch City. Boom! A warning sign sprang up in the heart of the grey-robed early-stage god transformation powerhouse, and as soon as he turned around, he saw a pair of golden palms that covered half of the sky. The palms were wrapped in vast spiritual energy and were grabbing towards him. Left brother, stop him, the grey-robed powerhouse roared. Don't think that you can succeed. A mid-transformation god and a late transformation god arrived instantly, striking out to crush the golden palm and stopping in front of Zhang Shangshu. The talisman paper was related to the national fortune of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, so it would not be possible to send out only one early-stage transformation god powerhouse. Lanji's eyes were horrified. She knew that the lower the price of the talisman paper, the more dangerous she would be, but she didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Lanji smiled miserably. For Fei to be valued more by His Highness, there is no harm in sacrificing. Seeing the large golden palm, Lanji realized that it was actually Lord Shangshu. A glimmer of hope rose in Lanji, but there were enough 3 strong men to capture her. Did she have a chance of surviving? Your Highness! Shi Fei hurriedly ran to the royal residence. Lanji has been taken captive. Please save Lanji. Your Highness! Shi Fei flung himself to his knees. Along with him came Lanji's brother, who followed suit and knelt down. Please, Your Highness, save my sister. Although Qin Yu expected this day, his face was still gloomy and scary. Send orders to Mountain Jade City to send out the Heavenly Feather Army. Your Highness, the Heavenly Feather Army is not under your jurisdiction, and since it's not an enemy invasion, the city lord doesn't have the right to mobilize it. Ma Haoxuan said helplessly. Immediately, go! Qin Yu's tone was resolute. Yes, Ma Haoxuan didn't know if it was useful, but he still carried out Qin Yu's request. Yamatama Castle hesitated for a moment after learning the news. Assemble the Sky Feather Army. Although he had a gap with Qin Yu, someone within Tianyu's territory had been taken captive, or he was a national of Tianyu, he rightfully needed to step in. As for the reason for the transfer, the enemy takes nationals captive, and this is war. Tens of thousands of Heaven's Feather Army rose into the air. Where do you want to run away? Zhang Shangshu bellowed. Golden light flashed in the sky, and a small ancient bronze clock appeared out of nowhere, which steeply turned into hundreds of feet suspended in the air. Go! Zhang Shangshu offered a small bell, which instantly enveloped the grey-robed powerhouse's head. A drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring of water. Lanji, the little girl, had reminded him many times that if he still let him be taken, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Fellow Daoist, this person is not related to you, so why waste your energy? The Water Moon Late Transformation God Powerhouse spoke. Hiding your heads. You're from the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, aren't you? Zhang Shangshu didn't hesitate to dismantle a few people. Although the several God Transformation stage powerhouses were wearing masks, there was no one else who would make a move against the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce right now other than the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Ha ha, Lord Zhang guessed correctly. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty cultivator let out a laugh and unmasked. Since it had already been guessed, there wasn't much point in hiding it. The battle over the talisman paper was common knowledge in the eastern state. Left sun, right wind. Zhang Shangshu called out the names of the 2 men. Lord Zhang, how about you let us leave and the Water Moon Divine Dynasty let the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty talisman paper return to its original price? Zuori spoke up. This little girl, she has no relationship with the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Dream on. This little girl has benefited me. There's no way this official will let you guys take her away today. Zhang Shangshu's tone was resolute. Rumble. Tens of thousands of cultivators arrived with their swords. Formation. At Shan Yuqing's command, tens of thousands of cultivators erupted with magnificent spiritual energy. His Highness has ordered that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is a legitimate tax-paying chamber of commerce in Northwatch City, and no one is allowed to harm it. Chapter 100 Eastern State Rune Paper General Agent. Zuori's face changed slightly. The military formation formed by tens of thousands of people was so powerful that it could already fight against the Transformation God realm. For the sake of a chamber of commerce, Tianyu wants to start a war with Watermoon no more. Even the army had been mobilized. Could it be that the power behind the scenes was really the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Qin Yu, Luo and Gord Yuaning all arrived at the same time. confronting left sun and right wind across the sky. The gourd genie roamed about, drinking to itself. Lanji is a member of my royal family, and the Water Moon Divine Dynasty wants to make an enemy of this highness? Qin Yu questioned. The people of the royal family. As soon as Qin Yu's words left his mouth, several of Water Moon's transformation god powerhouses had round eyes. Was the power behind the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce really the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? The various forces in Northwatch City were also startled by the transformation god battle and were shocked when they heard Qin Yu's words. Behind the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? The number of talisman masters in the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty is scarce. And with spirit veins drying up and material scarce, how could it be the forces behind the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce? Unbelievable as it may be, it can be seen as what it is now. And it is. The army was actually deployed because a female shopkeeper was taken. When an army was mobilized, it meant war. Even if there was strife in the countries of the eastern state, they normally wouldn't easily send out their armies. Cheng Yang Chamber of Commerce Qing Shi. His face was ugly. The power behind the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was actually the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Will he still get the rights to that rune paper distributor? They didn't have a good exchange at the meeting a few days ago. A fold of rune paper, which represents several times the profit. Once this news was spread, all the countries would boil over. That spirit vein depleted in shaky Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was actually the boss behind the talisman paper. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is owned by the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Impossible. That's impossible. Zuori hissed in response. It's impossible for you, the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, to have this much talisman paper. I only said that the person was His Highness, but I never said that the talisman paper was mine. This Highness is the Eastern State General Distributor of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, responsible for the talisman paper business in the entire Eastern State. Qin Yu's voice was high-pitched. You mean the runes aren't yours and you're a dealer? Who was it that gave you the talisman paper? Left Day's mood swings. Luo and I hurriedly protected in front of Qin Yu. Although he was not Zuori's opponent, he still did not hesitate to protect Qin Yu. No comment. Now return the Lanji immediately, in addition to compensating for the damage to my stores, or else we'll go to war. The General Distributor of the Eastern State. The real power behind this Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce might not be in the Eastern State. Otherwise, why would there be a need for the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty to step in? Since he was unwilling to speak, it would be better to force Qin Yu to ask. Zuori's heart crossed and he instantly struck out, ready to grab Qin Yu. How dare you? Zhang Shangshu roared and appeared in front of Qin Yu in a single breath. You dare to touch His Highness Qin Yu? Do you want to start an all-out war between the two countries? It was still fresh in his mind that Emperor Qin had stood up for Qin Yu and fought on the Taichu sacred land, and now someone else dared to make a move against His Highness. Zuori's heart trembled, almost forgetting about it. But the talisman paper was in the hands of the Skyfeather Divine Dynasty, and not finding out the forces behind it would have too great an impact on the Watermoon Divine Dynasty. Without the huge profits brought by talisman paper, it wouldn't be many years before the Watermoon Divine Dynasty would not be able to maintain its current status. Your Highness Qin Yu can also return this girl if you want her back. As long as you tell who provided you with the talisman paper, this seat will immediately return her to you. Is that true? A gentleman's word is a promise. A team of horses can never follow up. I'm a late-stage transformation spirit, and I'm a top-tier powerhouse with a reputation in the Eastern Prefecture, so I wouldn't go back on my word. It's the Jojo Immortal Dynasty. Qin Yu casually said a power. The Immortal Dynasty of the Ninth State? Zuori was puzzled. He knew about the large forces in the other three states, but he had never heard of this Jojo Immortal Dynasty. With the name of the 9 states and the name of the Immortal Dynasty, it was definitely a huge power to be right. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu, for informing me. I'll take this girl away first. Don't worry, this seat won't harm her. You can't take her away today. Qin Yu's tone was icy cold. Ha ha, Zuori laughed out loud. With just the late stage of God transformation, Daoist sang, and an army formation of tens of thousands of people, it won't be able to stop the three of us. At the God transformation stage, among the same rank, as long as one wanted to go, it was almost impossible to stop them, not to mention the fact that their side was much stronger. Although the military formation was powerful, it was slow to move and he did not put it in his eyes. This Highness declares that from today, anyone who kills a cultivator of the Watermoon Divine Dynasty, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for the refining stage. Reward 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for the Jindan stage. The Yuaning stage rewards 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. The transformation stage rewards 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones. With his scalp, he may come to the king's house to claim his reward. Qin Yu's voice echoed in Northwatch City. You're crazy. Do you want the two countries to go to complete war? Zuori was terrified. Once the bounty was released, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty cultivators would instantly be adult targets to be hunted. Zuori didn't doubt Qin Yu's financial strength. After all, Qin Yu, who had mastered the talisman paper, didn't lack spirit stones at all. From the moment you took my highness's people captive, it was already war. Whoever has the most scalps, the talisman paper dealer will be the one. Qin Yu added again. The major chambers of commerce that have made it to Sky Feather jumped at the chance. The path of cultivation is inherently full of killing. Rune paper was a bigger market than magic weapons, array discs, and the spirit stones involved, second only to pills in terms of market size. Once they got a fold of the talisman paper, the clan would grow rapidly, which was an irresistible temptation. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty was powerful, but once all the powers in the world had struck out for the talisman paper, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty also had no time to care. You, give the man back, Zuori said grimly. For the sake of spirit stones, all the cultivators in the eastern state would make a move towards the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Qin Wintian is crazy, and the little one is also crazy, moving the axis to start a national war. Without the talisman paper, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty could still hold out for a while. If it went to war with the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, it was highly likely that it would fall out of the Divine Dynasty sequence. Transcendent powers dreamed of becoming a Divine Dynasty, and once they declined, the transcendent powers from all over the world would inevitably rise up and attack. Let's check what the hell is the Kyushu Immortal Dynasty first. Ranji was thrown back by the Grey Cannon Transformation God. Zhang Shangshu took over Ranji. Zhang Shangshu now knew why little Miss Lanji had reminded him so many times. Combined, this spirit stone of his was Qin Yu's, and the talisman paper was also Qin Yu's. Zhang Shangshu felt like such a fool. Take your time to find out, as long as you can find out. The gourd genie was confused. The existence of the Jojo Immortal Dynasty that Qin Yu knows so much about has been tens of thousands of years since anyone stepped out of the central region and came to the outer region. Could it be that he's from the central region just like me? The gourd genie secretly thought. That's impossible. Leaving the central domain costs a high price, and those who enter and exit are recorded. The central domain has never had this record. The Yuaning cultivator with the gourd in his hand. The Holy Martial God Dynasty's scouts silently memorized it and quickly sent the message back. Wait a minute. You destroyed my merchant store. Are you just going to let it go? Seeing that several humanized god cultivators were preparing to leave, Qin Yu was also in a hurry to stop them. Worthy of being His Highness Qin Yu, he dared to stand up to the Taichu Sacred Lord on the spot. And now that he's facing 3 transformation god realm powerhouses, he's also not the least bit weak. When the people of Northwatch City saw it, a sense of pride came over them. Look at our Heavenly Feather's royal son. His guts are unmatched, facing a transformation god powerhouse head-on without fear. As for the greed of 100,000 extremely high-quality spirit stones, has long been the people thrown to the back of their minds. The folk even appear to Qin Yu as wrongly accused of the wind. His Highness Qin Yu, who spends his spirit stones as stones, would not covet that area of 100,000 extreme spirit stones, a single sacrifice costing 10 to 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Zuori's face was blue, actually being aggressive to this extent by a Divine Dynasty prince, wanting compensation. That depends on whether you have the ability to ask for it. Zuori clasped his 2 hands on his chest, with a look of you come and get it. No compensation? Qin Yu smiled bashfully. Chapter 101, The Dealer Conference begins. Of course you can. It's just that people from the Water Moon Divine Dynasty won't be able to get access to the rune paper dealers. I wouldn't mind if the Water Moon Divine Dynasty sold talisman paper to the forces of other divine dynasties. Poof. Zuobai gritted his teeth. If he didn't have any regard for Qin Wintian, he really wanted to slap this asshole to death. He was a late-stage transformation god powerhouse. It belonged to the existence of a phoenix in the eastern state. Even in the Divine Dynasty, it's just a handful. But he was actually forced to disorganize his Dao by a Jindan stage child. Today's matter, Mr. Zua has made a note of it. Zuori dropped a storage ring and disappeared with the 3 of them. In addition to being afraid of Qin Wintian, this Jojo Immortal Dynasty that Qin Yu was talking about also made him extremely afraid. To be able to take out so much talisman paper, the power behind this should not be underestimated. And with a wholesale price of 10% off, it was very likely that the power behind it had mastered the method of refining talisman paper at a much lower cost. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty had been franchising talisman paper for so many years, and the cost was maintained at just 50% off. The gourd-wielding Yuaning cultivator was reported by the Sacred Martial God Dynasty's scouts at the first opportunity after discovering the gourd Yuaning. It had been 2 months, and for the first time, the gourd metamorphosis had appeared, which caused the Sacred Martial scouts who had been checking for a long time to be ecstatic. When the Holy Martial God Emperor received the news, he immediately ordered, "The Sacred Martial Pavilion will immediately move out and capture him." "Your Majesty, Zhang Wei is in Northwatch City, and if he wants to take a peek Yuaning cultivator captive, I'm afraid that he'll scare the snakes, the Prime Minister reminded. Arresting someone with great fanfare. Isn't this clearly telling the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty that there is something wrong with this person? In addition to catching him, secrecy is very important. First, find someone to approach him and see if he has divulged the method of refining spirit stone magic weapons, and if he hasn't divulged it, immediately invite him again to be a guest of the Holy Martial God Dynasty. This kind of artifact loses its meaning when more people know about it. No one has what they need to build an advantage. Everyone has it, and that's the same as not having it. As you wish. 15 days later. Your Highness, there are more and more forces coming from Northwatch City, and almost all of the dignified forces in the eastern state have arrived. As for the forces trying to fish in troubled waters, there are even more. Everyone wants a bite of this cake of rune paper. Taking the distributorship of a region's land would create a top-tier power, or even a transcendent power. Separate genealogies are opened, even claiming ancestry. Even if the crisis was so great that they would lose their lives at any time, there were countless cultivators who flocked to the city. Big sister, there are so many Jindan, Yuaniing great cultivators. A 14 or 15-year-old teenager jumped for joy, and just after stepping out of the teleportation array, he began to look around. 1, 2, 3, 4, with just one sweep, for Yuaning stage powerhouses were actually needed. The teenager's eyes glowed with gold. Is this the big city? Shut up. Forget what I said. The woman called Big Sister chided with a voice transmission. The woman's appearance looked at the early 20s. Her figure was straight. Her height was 1 meter 8 taller than most men. And her cultivation was at the early stage of Jindan. Dressed in a light green dress. A pair of snow-white legs. Tantalizing. The eyes were azure blue in color. Just like the stars of the deep night. It was as if nothing in the world could make it fluctuate. Oh. The boy gave a small oh. The boy was endowed with heaven's eyes. And with only the early stage of foundation establishment, he could easily see through the cultivation of others, even if they were a few great realms higher than him. Heaven's Eye was born in the Divine Dynasty, the Holy Land, and that was a blessing. But inside a first-class family, that's a curse. Once discovered by a Divine Dynasty or Holy Land, those old monsters wouldn't mind making a move to dig out the Heaven's Eye and transplant it onto their own heirs or disciples. Spying on cultivation was just one of the many wonderful uses of the Heavenly Eye. That's why the woman was so nervous. The talisman paper attracts too many forces. A voice rang out not far from the two siblings. It's not just a talisman paper, and they're all low-ranked talisman papers. Is it necessary to let our 8 hidden families come together? Our 8 great families' talisman paper is completely self-sufficient. Why do we need to come to this what's-his-name dealer conference? A dozen handsome men and women, appearing together. This group of people especially came from the 8 major hidden families in the eastern state, which were Dongfang, Xianyuan, Duanmu, Nangong, Taisher, Dugu, Sima, and Yuan. The one who had just opened his mouth was the first son of the Dongfang family from the top of the 8 families, Dongfang Shai. The hidden families were located between the transcendent forces and the Divine Dynasty. No better than the Divine Dynasty but far stronger than the transcendent forces. Each one of them was wearing valuable treasure clothes. Taking off one of them could make the Yuaning stage dry for decades. The matriarch said that the third prince isn't just as simple as talisman paper, and that his spirit stones seem to be endless, so he asked us to come and check it out. A prince with endless spirit stones? Sister Nangong Shirlan, you're the only one who believes that. Even the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty doesn't have a few spirit stones. How many can you have for a royal prince? The Dongfang clan didn't have much else, just a lot of spirit stones. Oriental Tree Leaf was confident beyond belief. The hidden families were sitting on 10 extremely high-quality spirit stone veins, and the East had 5 of them all to themselves. In terms of strength Tian Yu to be slightly stronger, but in terms of financial strength Tian Yu cannot compare to the East family. I agree with Big Brother's words. Isn't it just a prince? How many spirit stones can he have? I guess it's just relying on talisman paper to earn a little bit of spirit stones. Duanmu family Duanmu Zimming disdainfully said. Let's go. The dealer meeting is this afternoon. Your Highness. Northwatch City is now a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Yuaning powerhouses can be found everywhere, and there are even a few transformation god powerhouses. Ma Haoxuan had a worried look on his face. All 30,000 soldiers have been put out to keep the peace, but most of the soldiers were foundation builders, and there were only a handful of Jindan even. Right now, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 Yuaning cultivators in Northwatch City. With so many people converging together, it was enough to give any Divine Dynasty sleepless nights. Don't worry. Just have Lord Zheng teach a few troublemakers a lesson. A few thousand Yuaning gathered together was indeed terrifying, but it was nothing more than a scattered sand. Not enough to worry about. Let's go to the venue. This time, In order to cope with the dealer conference, Xinyu had specially ordered the construction of a large venue, repaired according to the specifications of a gymnasium. It was enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was good that the difficulty of the cultivators wanting to build a structure was not high, and it was built in a few days using a few hundred cultivators, but a place that only gives out 10 admission tickets, so we didn't come for nothing. The card advertisement states clearly that it is first come first served. Your Excellency naturally doesn't have it if you come late. Although the one who was angry was an early Yuaning stage, Kong Zhou still replied forcefully, "Why are you so tough? There's no way to learn from Qinyu. Now, not to mention the royal family's personal guards, even the royal family's subordinates, when they go out, they are also strong and incomparable. Having a tough and a tribute-loving highness is the source of their toughness. Roll aside. Coming late is coming late. Do you still want Lord Kong to give you a backdoor? What the are you?" A bald mid-Yuaning cultivator chided with a fierce face. "Lord Kong, this is my entrance number ranking number 10. The bald Yuaning handed over the number plate with both hands and a fawning face. "Well, get in there." The early Yuaning stage powerhouse suddenly sweated as several hundred meters up in the air. Zhang Shangshu was looking at him with a murderous look on his face. "I'm sorry, Lord Kong, it's me being abrupt. Do others not stand a chance besides the top 10? We got the news late, so we arrived late. So please make it easy. There's no hurry. Your Highness has taken all this into account, and the least here is the right to distribute in a region. After selecting the distribution rights for each domain, His Highness will also pick out 50% of the distribution rights for the small and medium-sized cities in each domain." "Why 50%? The other 50% will be determined by the general distributors of each domain." Upon hearing this, the bald Yuaning instantly strengthened his resolve to take the distribution rights. With hundreds of millions of people in a domain, there were quite a few cities in the millions, and even more in the hundreds of thousands. In addition to the prefectural cities, they have the right to choose the 5 levels on their own. Doesn't that mean they can still cultivate their own forces? Admission ticket? The young men from the 8 clans looked at each other in disbelief. Where did they have this? Chapter 102 Prosperity. Countless powerful people. What should we do? We don't have a number plate. Nangong Shirlan said despondently. Simple. Eastern Tree Leaf smiled confidently, then disappeared into the crowd. They recognized number plates and not people. Half a bell later, Oriental Leaf appeared with a number plate with the number 6 on it. "Come on, let's go inside." "Who? What bastard stole my number plate?" The first-rate clan patriarch of a certain domain of the Holy Martial God dynasty broke down and shouted. This was a number plate that concerned the future of the clan, and it was actually lost. "God damned! Stealing my number plate, you shall not die." The first-class sect patriarch, sitting paralyzed on the ground running and crying, made people feel a little pitiful. Patriarch. The first-class sect disciples hurriedly helped him up, and the already gray-haired patriarch seemed to have become an old man on the verge of decay. "I don't know which villain is actually stealing other people's number plates. You guys have to take care of your number plates. Don't get them stolen." Seeing this, the rest of the forces also cautiously checked their number plates. After all, without a number plate, it's kind of a no-go with the charm paper distribution rights. So many people, and the fact that this venue looks like a bird's nest. Nangong Shirlan let out her surprise after entering the rear venue. At a glance, the number of Yuaning stage people only exceeded 10,000, and Jin Dan was even up to tens of thousands. Almost all of them were top clans and families from various domains, and most of them were led by patriarchs or matriarchs. As for the patriarchs of these forces, the matriarchs were almost all Yuaning, and those who could follow them into the venue were also the top echelons of the clan families. The venue was filled with people, and some forces could only stand in the aisles. A venue of tens of thousands of people, nearly 20,000 forces, and over 100,000 people. Outside the venue was even more crowded, and the entourages brought by the major powers almost filled the streets. There are more than 2,000 domains in the eastern state. Even if there are 10 forces in one domain, there are still more than 20,000 forces. Duanmu Ziming explained. This third prince does have some tricks up his sleeve, both fighting back against the Watermoon Divine Dynasty's rune paper suppression, and also allowing cultivators from all over the world to gather at Northwatch City. The person who opened his mouth was the Dugu family. Dugu-e Yun. The Doctor family was ranked as the second of the 8 great families and was a sword cultivator family. Dugu Chiyun held the extreme spiritual weapon Lady Sword. Her temperament was as cold as frost. Her long hair was like silver frost flickering with a cold light, and her eyes were as deep as the starry sky. A long silver dress was as pure and flawless as frost and snow, dressed up like a frost hua goddess. The cold temperament and absolutely beautiful face caused many male cultivators of the power to look sideways frequently. The Grand Elder has already passed down the order to make sure to take the distribution rights of talisman paper from the Taichou Holy Land. Xing Shirlei had a worried look on her face. She couldn't imagine, even if she thought about it, that it was actually Qin Yu behind the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. When the investment meeting offended Qin Yu, this charm paper distribution rights can still get? There is no need for Miss Qing to worry. Since Qin Yu dares to openly attract merchants, he naturally won't bend the law. Zhu Yu, the treasurer of the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce, comforted. Xu has a calm surface, but in reality, he regrets it in his heart. Obviously the horse SS is padding well. Why not continue to hold back a little? Qin Yu is also too much. Actually want them to sell 20% discount. Not only so, the tax benefit is as high as 10 points. Let him did not restrain the anger in his heart. The injuries inflicted by Ma Haoshuan on the new head of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce had already healed, and he was still present today. Jin Yang's new boss's face was so gloomy that it was scary. However, the head of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce has changed today. Jin Lu, the general president of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, personally arrived at came to Northwatch City. Jin Lu's face was equally bad. As one of the top 10 merchants associations in the holy martial arts, the boss was beheaded in the street. Even if they didn't dare to use military force, even the economic warfare was like a joke. The royal family didn't take them seriously at all. The tens of thousands of large and small chambers of commerce in the eastern state were now eagerly waiting to cooperate with Qin Yu, and the current Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce was like a clown. Is the royal family still not receiving the invitation? Jin Lu inquired. No. The guards at the entrance threw away the invitation to worship as soon as they heard it was our Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce. The new shopkeeper said in exasperation. Let's let the Golden Star Chamber of Commerce step in for the talisman paper distribution rights this time. The Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce definitely couldn't get it, but there were quite a few chambers under the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce. As long as they changed the chamber, the spirit stones they earned would be theirs just as much by then. Yes, President. That's a lot of people. Lonnie exclaimed. His Highness Qin Yu is truly very human. All of the top 100 chambers of commerce in the eastern state had arrived, and all the major divine dynasties and holy lands had sent their representatives. This kind of spectacle could not be encountered once in 1,000 years in the eastern state. After today, the name of Northwatch City is considered to have truly resounded through the eastern state. These dealers alone could push Northwatch into unprecedented prosperity. Let the 100 officials of Tianyu know. How would they react? Luo and I was followed by 500 young celestials and 700 to 800 teenagers. The 500 youth celestial pride were for the Eastern State Fest, while the 700 to 800 junior celestial pride, in the words of His Highness, these were the class of the future. This time is only the first year, and there will be one more intake per year in the future. Luoni's mouth was tinged with a smile, and he was followed by the gourd genie at his side. The gourd genie had nothing to do but follow him around all day and watch him teach his students. I wish I could see all these heavenly prides grow up with my own eyes. Luo and I was dumbfounded. He only had 10 years to live, and his body was decaying. Breaking through was just looking for death. A space had long been set aside in the center of the venue. Luo and I was simply bringing Tianjiao out to see the world, as well as letting Tianjiao see the appeal of the royal family and increasing their sense of honor. Father, mother. The 8-year-old Wang family boy saw a familiar figure in the crowd and waved his hand desperately. It's the son. Mother Wang squeezed the Wang family head's arm and said excitedly. They are just a branch of the Wang family. Just following the main family to have a long look today. Is that your family's boy? The main family head of the Wang family said in confusion. Father Wang nodded. Wang family main family head secretly happy in his heart. His own juniors in the royal family run by the college inside. Does not mean that the opportunity to get the distribution right is quite a lot bigger. The Wang family's main family is nothing more than a first-class family head. And in today's scene is not even a dog's ass. The main family head of the Wang family, following Father Wang, made his way through the crowd to the Heaven's Pride area. Greetings, Principal. May I see my son? Mother Wang arched her hand and asked Locke for permission. It's only natural for a mother to see her son. Lockney smiled. He was impressed by that kid from the Wang family, the first little heavenly pride to be sent. Greetings to Senior Luo, the main family head of the Wang family, respectfully greeted. Aha! Locke nodded with a smile. The main family head of the Wang family, seeing Locke nodding at him, was ecstatic in his heart. Looks like it's time for the wolf branch to return to the main house. The future of the Wang family kid is unlimited. All go. Locke knew a lot of people's families had arrived when he saw the students stirring inside. There was no shortage of large and small forces from all over the world within the Heaven's Pride. The runes naturally attracted them as well. Thanks, Principal. A group of lively teenage girls, dispersed in all directions. Ha ha, what a vibrant age. Mr. Locke Shangshu dealt with a group of teenagers and 20-somethings every day and felt younger. Your Highness has arrived. With Chen Wen's high roar, the clamor of the meeting place fell into silence. Chapter 103. Ahem. Xinyu coughed lightly. Welcome to all of you who have traveled a long way. I think we're all here for the talisman paper. So let's get straight to the point without any nonsense. This is third Prince Xinyu? Xinyu's name could be said to be a household name in the eastern state, but it was the first time he had seen it in real life. The man is quite handsome, Nangong Shilan muttered. What's the use of being light and handsome? This world relies on strength, Dongfang Shai said with a cold face after hearing this. Dongfang Shai was only 22 or 22 years old, and his strength had already reached the peak of Jindan. Looking at the entire eastern state, there were very few that could be compared to him. This is the capital of his pride. But the third prince, being able to come up with small cards to spread information, and also becoming the general distributor of talisman paper in eastern state, is also very impressive. Nangong Shilan had a florid face as she looked at Xinyu and smiled dully. Stop it, Sister Shilan. Looking at the flamboyant Nangong Xia, Duanmu Ziming hurriedly said, if we keep talking, Big Brother Dongfang is going to get angry. Nangong Shilan is a pure appearance association. 3 views follow the 5 senses to run. Everyone knows, but now the eastern tree leaf is obviously just born out of the desire to win. The more he praised Xinyu, the more unhappy Dongfang Shai became. The price for dealers to take talisman paper from His Highness is, as advertised, a discount of 1% across the board, in order to ensure the rights of the dealers, so there can only be 1 dealer per region. Oh, so that's how it is. I told you that Your Highness Xinyu. Why did you set up this kind of rule? Isn't it true that the more people who buy talisman paper, the better? It turns out that it's in order to protect the rights and interests of the dealers. There's no such thing as entitlement in the eastern states. It's always been every man for himself. Wouldn't that mean that when you become a dealer, your profits are guaranteed as well? The major powers became even more desperate. Quite an attitude of fighting for the talisman paper. Sixth sister. Is he the Yuaning cultivator who sold you the spirit stone machine? Sacred Heart Yen pointed at the gourd Yuaning and said. The gourd genie sat next to Lakni, slumped in his chair, and kept drinking. Fifth brother, that's him. I don't know if this bastard Xinyu knows about the existence of spirit stone machines. Your Highness Heartitis, our men have been unable to get close to that drunkard. Not only is that asshole an alcoholic, he's also a nerd who doesn't like to go out. These 10 days didn't even take a step out of the Skyfeather Academy. There's no rush. Let's take the talisman paper distribution rights first. Sacred Heart Yen said calmly. The sacred martial god dynasty was famous for refining weapons, and even Tian Yu couldn't compare to him in the method of refining talismans. Taking the talisman paper would do no harm to the holy martial god dynasty. All dealers of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce need to comply with the following requirements. The first point, no cross-domain business. For example, both the North Hope City dealer, the charm paper may not be sold to the South Mu City. Point 2, the reputation of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce shall not be tarnished. Point 3, all dealers, stores selling Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce talisman paper need to be named after the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who violates or fails to comply has the right to be stripped of his or her distributorship by headquarters. Any objections? After Xinyu finished speaking, he swept his eyes across the room. The rules have to be set. When they became dealers, these people would still be at Xinyu's mercy. I understand the cross-domain one. Just like what His Highness Xinyu said about protecting the rights of dealers. I don't have no problem with maintaining the reputation of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. After all, our talisman paper comes from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. And the better the reputation of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, the better it is for the dealers. But this naming issue, can it be cancelled out? The chambers of commerce under the major powers were all old chambers that had operated for hundreds, thousands of years. Now the name is going to be changed because of the runes, and most people are not going to want it. The name of the Chamber of Commerce, which has been in operation for thousands of years, has a long heritage and most people are now resistant to changing the name. No way. Xinyu's words were resolute. The title rights are crucial. Otherwise, in the future, who knows if the talisman paper is from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Those who are unwilling can leave the field now. Xinyu didn't give the crowd time to think about it and directly gave an expulsion order. It's just a Chamber of Commerce name. That's right. Compared to the profits brought in by the talisman paper, it's fine for me to change my name. No one left the entire meeting. Even the 10 great divine dynasties didn't leave. Selling talisman paper takes the name of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Big deal. Just set up a new Chamber of Commerce that specializes in selling talisman paper. Sacred Heart Yen said with full concern. Large chambers of commerce are not above thinking about this. Starting a new Chamber of Commerce from scratch is just a snap of the fingers for them. Since there are no objections, the following selection will begin. There are a lot of forces coming from all the domains, but there's only one dealer per domain. And how to become a dealer. I think you're interested in that. Please ask your Highness Chinyu for clarification. Then this Highness will tell us how to become a dealer. The moment Chinyu's words came out, the venue was silent, and all the major powers listened attentively. Many people were even more apprehensive in their hearts. This was an important moment to determine the future rise and fall of the family. The wholesale price of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is 10% off. If you become a distributor, the retail price of the talisman paper, how much would you sell it for? Write your prices on a note, and whoever's price is closest to my psychological price gets the distribution rights. Hafsia led the way with a sign. That's my mental price on this sign, so all of you can start bidding. What? Isn't this too much child's play? Many of the big chambers of commerce that were bound to win were dumbfounded, originally thinking that they would pay quite a lot of spirit stones or look at the strength of each party. But you tell me I only need to write a price, and those close to the psychological price point get the distribution rights. This way they lose the chances of a sure win. Aoshi Rai's face changed drastically. Originally thought that with the strength of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, this distribution right, easy to get their hands on, but guessing the price, full of unknowns, no one can pinpoint. Those smaller forces cheered. As expected of His Highness Chinyu, who can spend hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones just by playing games. He really doesn't follow the norm. Now we have a chance too. Quite a few small forces were combative. His Highness Chinyu has always been known for his fairness. It was like this with the game in the beginning, and it's the same with the charm paper distribution rights now. A number of people who knew Chinyu's habits said loudly, "There is no difference in strength here at His Highness Chinyu. It all depends on luck." The daughter of the woman who swept the floor was given a spirit stone that was enough to change her life just by making a casual remark. And they have a chance, today, to change the fate of their family. Some of the smaller forces almost saw Chinyu as a hope. Although they were small forces, the lesser ones that could enter the venue today were also first-class forces. There are second and third-rate ones, but very few. Although it is not the top in each domain, it is still a powerful force with a face. The top transcendent powers are also countless. For the top powers, this was an opportunity to become a transcendent power. For transcendent forces, it was an opportunity to consolidate their strength and even go further. The great divine dynasties, on the other hand, saw it as an opportunity to make profits and fill up their treasuries. You may now write down your prices. Chinyu's voice echoed in the venue. Chapter 104, Benefiting the Eastern State. Psychic price. How's that for a guess? Tens of thousands of people in the conference hall were in deep thought. It's really sick. Whoever has more spirit stones will be given the right to distribute them. Sacred Heart Yen shouted and scolded. Now the 10 great divine dynasties and all the forces were on the same starting line. Whoever guesses the price gets the chance to get rich. This to the various families, clans only, are the opportunity to establish the sky to change the fate? Actually let Chinyu play so rashly. It was entirely possible to use this to pin down various forces and increase one's influence in the eastern state. In one fell swoop, it became the number one chamber of commerce in the eastern state. This third prince's thought process is really interesting, actually deciding the dealers by such means. Zhu Yu of the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. Chinyu set a wholesale price of 10% off. This price will definitely go up in the future. This is trying to break through the market with a low price first and break the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce's dominance. Zhu Yu continued to speculate. That means we can't set the retail price too high. Xing Shilei spoke after a moment of silence. If it was someone else, I think your guess might be right. But this person has always been unconventional. It's not for the sane to raise taxes instead of lowering them to attract business. There's also this dealer's selection as well, which normal brain circuits wouldn't be able to do. Just write 30% off. Xing Shilei thought for a moment. There are too many people writing at 70% or 80% off. By common sense Qin you should not be so normal. I'll write 40% off then. Zhu had recalled that in front of the door of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce back then, that female shopkeeper had said to elevate the shedding. And if he said to set a high price, it would go against the word shedding. Guess the price to choose someone. Dongfang Shai also froze for a moment. He had thought of countless possibilities. The only one he had never dreamed of was this one. This person was too strange, acting in a way that differed greatly from the people of the eastern state. Could it be that he was not from the eastern state? The eastern tree leaves all thought about Chinyu not being from the eastern state and couldn't figure out what the purpose of this approach was. Your Highness, why did you settle on a candidate by guessing the price? Yuzhu asked curiously. Unable to figure out His Highness's intentions, the eastern state has a long history, and the forces of all sides have solidified that by being selected by strength, they will only feel that they relied on their strength to obtain it. The transcendent powers inside a domain often existed for thousands and thousands of years, holding the land of a domain. What your Highness is trying to do is break down the solidified classes and enliven the eastern states. Give the new powers, the lesser powers, A chance to raise their heads for the benefit of the eastern states. This concerned Qin Yu's future layout. Your Highness's ambition. Yuer admires it. The eastern prefecture will definitely change drastically with your Highness in it, becoming an eastern prefecture that everyone would never expect. Yuju felt that Qin Yu was like a variable in the eastern state, leading it to a different path. Yuju wondered what the future of the eastern state would be like. Ms. Ying, wouldn't 20% off be too low? After shipping and labor costs, wouldn't it be like giving it away for nothing? The old man from the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce felt his scalp tingle as he looked at his lady. The price of 20% off is not to mention whether or not you can take the distribution rights. Even if you do, it's still a waste of time. Fully double the profit. Can this still earn spirit stones? Elderly can't be too greedy. The girl hemmed and hawed. This is definitely not going to get the distribution rights, and even if it does by accident, it will definitely be a losing business. I don't think Big Sis would still let her go into business, would she? Ying Ying's mouth grinned a smile, secretly praising herself for her wit. Told you I don't talk about business material, and forced me to do it. It's Big Sister's responsibility if I lose money. What a stupid girl. With an IQ like that I really don't know how you got the number. It's actually still the number 1 of the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. The Eastern Tree Leaf on the side sneered. None of your business. Childish. The price of 10% off is obviously a loss. Qin Yu will inevitably increase the price down the road. And the probability is that this psychological price is to test the various chambers of commerce. But in order to continue suppressing the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, this price shouldn't be more than 70% off. 70% off is the baseline for the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's profitability, and the price range is roughly around 70% off as well. Dongfang Shai finished with a very proud glance at Ying Ying. Although the hidden family didn't walk in the outside world, they would still obtain news from the outside world on a regular basis. Oriental Tree Leaf thought to himself that he was analyzing in the right direction, worthy of Big Brother Dongfang's analysis. The talisman paper is also for earning spirit stones. A discounted price can only result in a loss of money, and Qin Yu definitely won't be able to hold out in the long run. The remaining sons of the 8 great families also nodded their heads. We write 70% off. Oriental Tree Leaf was confident. Duanmu Ziming quickly wrote the price on the paper. Although Dongfang Shuai reasoned reasonably, Daku Yun always felt that something was not right. There are few who can project a 70% discount. Even if they write 70% off, they don't have much of a chance of winning. Write 3 folds. Dakuro Ayun suddenly spoke. 3 folds? Where are you basing this on? Yun, Dongfang Shai said with dissatisfaction after hearing this. No basis. Intuition. Dakuro Ayun responded bluntly. Nonsense. This is a task arranged by the patriarch of the 8 clans. If we can't get the distribution rights, how are we going to go back and deliver? How can we act on our intuition? Duanmu Ziming wrote down 70% off. 5th brother, how much is the price written? Once they wrote the wrong one they could lose the right to distribute talisman paper. With the right to distribute talisman paper, this bastard Qin Yu and them already had a grudge, and once they guessed wrong, they would never have a second chance. But if they guessed right, Qin Yu can't go back on his word in front of tens of thousands of people. So many forces in the eastern state, which is why Sacred Heart Yen, today, dared to appear in a dignified manner. Don't rush. Wait for me to think about it. This bastard Qin Yu was insatiable, having extorted 8,000 extreme spirit stones from him in Divine Sword City in the first place. With Qin Yu's insatiable character, he definitely wouldn't do business at a loss. Write 20% off. 80% discount is the limit of Qin Yu's profit. Water Moon Divine Dynasty can also do this price, but the profit is meager. Certainly can't compete with Qin Yu, especially some remote areas. 80% discount is even more, can only save money. The heads of the major divine dynasties and holy places were worried, and once they guessed wrongly, the distribution rights would fall by the wayside. This was unacceptable to the major divine dynasties, with the industry in the hands of other powers and the pricing power in the hands of others. But this bastard Qin Yu did not follow the rules, causing them to have no choice. After all, the source of goods was in Qin Yu's hands, unless they could contact this so-called Jojo Immortal Dynasty. Gentlemen, turn in all your prices. Soldiers maintaining order began to collect small notes from the major powers. Each and every one of them was inwardly apprehensive. This was the first time they had encountered this kind of selection method, and the huge forces behind them were useless, especially some of the forces. The person who came was even a strong person of the god transformation stage. In terms of strength they were unrivaled, but guessing the price wouldn't be able to do much. Your Highness, it's all been collected, Chen Wen reported. Chapter 105, Luck of the Draw. Brother, is it really a discount? The tall woman with blue pupils asked incredulously. Don't worry, big sister, my celestial eyes can see through. The blue pupil woman's heart was greatly determined. unexpectedly just bringing her brother out to see the world. There were unexpected gains. They came from a first-class family within the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land, the Ning family. The elder sister's name is Ning Qianing, and her younger brother Ning Tian. The Heavenly Vault Sacred Land is located in the southwest direction of the eastern state, occupying 3 hanging mountains in the eastern state. The Holy Land is covered by clouds all year round, and the tops of the mountains even reside above the 9 heavens, towering into the firmament, which is how the founder of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land established the name of Heavenly Vault. Ning Qianing secretly rejoiced. Once we get the distribution rights for the talisman paper, we'll be able to stop the Sky Diffusion sect from annexing the Ning family. The old generation of talisman masters within the Ning clan were aging, their spiritual power was weakening, and they were refining less and less talisman paper, and the new generation had failed to emerge a few talisman refining geniuses. This led to the Ning family's industries contracting and a drastic decrease in spirit stone income. The top sect, the Tianyan sect, began to fall on its sword, constantly suppressing the Ning family in an attempt to make the Ning family subservient to the Tianyan sect. The entire Ning family was unwilling. Once they submitted to the Heavenly Diffusion sect, the Ning family would lose their autonomy. Not only would they have to surrender their profits, but they would also have to be held hostage, which was something Ning Qianing couldn't accept. Ning Tian was even endowed with heavenly eyes, and once discovered by the Heavenly Diffusion sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Qianing's azure-colored eyes, which were like stars in the dark night, changed their calmness and rose with a ray of hope. Sister, it's time to unveil the sealing paper. Ning Tian was excited. Even though he had long seen it through his celestial eyes, he was still happy that the family had obtained the right to distribute talisman paper. Yuju ripped open the sealing paper with one hand. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing was clear to the ears. 10% off. It's actually 10% off? Isn't this a joke? 10% off wholesale. Still 10% off retail? Everyone stared wide-eyed, thinking that Qin Yu was joking. A 10% discount on the retail price, which was impossible. A 10% discount on wholesale prices is a blood loss business in the eyes of the vast majority of people. Ha ha. Qin Yu waved his hand and laughed. The psychological price will be different from the final retail price. You do not have to take it seriously. The retail price is not based on this as a reference target. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oriental Tree Leaf was angry. This asshole by mood to do he wrote 70% off. This and a discount price difference of more than half a star, which also means that the charm paper distribution in is no chance. What a ing dog. Sacred Heartitis cursed angrily. The psychological price is just written off the top of his head, combined with the fact that he's analyzing it half the time like a clown. It's not as good as someone else casually masking a price closer to 10% off. This young lady wrote 20% off. Wouldn't I have one? Ying has a desperate look on her face, getting the distribution right even if. The Qi Qin Yu also said that the retail price is not using this as a reference target. The people next to her saw Ying's desperate and emotional face, and thought that the price she had written was far from a discount. Listen carefully. Damn. I can't believe I wrote a twofold. I'm worried I won. The family head really didn't misjudge the person. Is this a case of the young lady having seen through everything long ago? Elderly said excitedly. With this talisman paper distribution right, the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce could go to the next level. Miss, it's Old Lee who was abrupt. I can't imagine that Miss has already guessed a higher layer. In the future, Mrs. Decision Old Lee will never say more than a few words. Old Lee had a guilty face. Dongfang Shai's face turned blue. He felt that this girl was deliberately mocking him. And Dugu Yun snorted coldly. Now you go back and explain to the patriarch of the 8 clans yourself. If you listen to his 30% discount, the odds are that the distribution rights will be theirs. Dongfang Shai black without retort. Duanmu Zimming chagrin. I should have known to listen to Dugu big sister. Hey, I should have known to listen to you and write 70% off the math. Ying said with a lifeless tone. Those words made it even harder for the Eastern Tree Leaf. Fifth brother, the distribution rights are no longer with us, Shang Xianxiao said dejectedly. This dog, Qin Yu, is deliberately playing tricks on people. Countless forces revealed their despair, and most of what they wrote was a 70% to 80% discount. Those who wrote 50% off were very few. After all, in the eyes of the major powers in the eastern state, 50% off was already the limit of talisman paper. Xingshi Lei was overjoyed. He wrote a triple fold. So it is no surprise that within the Qingyan Holy Land, there is no power that can be lower than what he wrote. Zhu has both joy and sorrow in his heart. He guessed the tip, but the price of 40% off is not very secure. In case someone has a brain cramp and writes a 30% off, he can lose touch with the distribution rights. Zhu had chagrin. I can't believe I picked a 40% discount when I clearly guessed the direction of the prompt. There's actually someone who writes 10% off? Chinyu was a little surprised to see a note of 1% off. After all, a wholesale price of 1% off and a retail price of 1% off. Is a person who believes that this is impossible? The following is the announcement of the powers that have been granted distribution rights in various places. The meeting place was quiet again. While most people have lost hope, just in case someone else is even more headstrong than he is, they only need to be closer than the other 9 powers in each domain to gain distribution rights. Heavenly Vault Sacred Land, Tianqin Domain First Class Family Ning Family. Retail price at 10% off to obtain the distribution rights in Tianqin Domain. Big Sister, the Skyheart Domain distribution rights are ours, Ning Tian happily exclaimed. And the Heavenly Diffusion Sect Patriarch, who was also from the Heavenly Heart Domain and had coveted the Ning family for a long time, felt worse than if he had eaten. What about the Sovereign? The distribution rights were actually obtained by the Ning family. What's the harm in getting it? Whether it can be run or not is still one thing. The Eastern Prefecture has to rely on strength, the Heavenly Diffusion Sect Patriarch said disdainfully. Without the corresponding strength, what if there are goods? Can they be sold? And does anyone dare to buy them? I can't believe someone wrote it was a onefold. Did they know the answer? Yeah, 10% off wholesale. How dare they write 10% off retail? Tianqin Domain Ning family, a first-class family. As long as they can successfully start the business of talisman paper, sooner or later they will become a top family in Tianqin. If the family disciples are strong, a transcendent family is possible. I've heard that this generation's eldest daughter of the Ning family, Ning Qianing, has good natural talent and has the posture of a transformation god. And now with enough resources, transformation god can be expected. Part of the forces of the Heavenly Heart Domain began to express their goodwill, while the other part kept their mouths shut and just looked coldly at the Ning Qianing sibling duo. Great Qian Divine Dynasty's Double Dragon Domain. Second-rate sect Bijin sect discounts 20% and obtains distribution rights. A second-rate clan? A domain's distribution rights were obtained by a second-rate clan? Today 20,000 forces. Second-rate forces not more than 10. But in this area of 10, there are actually forces in. Haha, Patriarch we won. The distribution rights of the Double Dragon Domain are ours in the Aqua Crystal sect. The Beijing Patriarch froze for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he directly knelt on the ground. Thank you, Your Highness Chinyu. The Patriarch of the Beijing sect was in tears. He didn't think that one day, the Beijing sect would still have a chance to move towards glory. And this opportunity was given by Chinyu. To him Chinyu had a renewed gratitude to the Beijing sect. Get up, get up. I don't believe in kneeling here. Thank you, Your Highness. There really is a power against the odds. This scene caused the other first and second-rate forces to be excited. His Highness Chinyu was indeed fair and just. Patriarch Bai, how did you guess this price? The neighboring power Patriarch was curious. Patriarch fished his head shyly and said, I didn't think about getting the distribution rights. The 20% discount was just something I wrote off the top of my head. Mud horses. Inquiring about that Patriarch was regretted at that moment. I should have known not to ask. Chapter 106 Confusion Pusher. Xuanwu Divine Dynasty. Paradise Domain Oriental Chamber of Commerce. First Class Chamber of Commerce 30% discount to obtain distribution rights. Green Dragon Divine Dynasty. White Horse Chamber of Commerce. White Horse Domain. Top Chamber of Commerce 40% off to obtain distribution rights. Golden Crow Divine Dynasty. Lufeng Domain Mirror Moon Chamber of Commerce. Top Chamber of Commerce 40% off to obtain distribution rights. Sacred Martial God Dynasty. Jinling Domain Xianyu Chamber of Commerce. Top Chamber of Commerce 40% off to obtain distribution rights. Fiery Sun Kingdom. Beast King Domain Golden Lion Family. Transcendent Power 30% discount to obtain distribution rights. Return to One Kingdom. Opal Domain Wuji Sect. Top sects 30 to 40% off to obtain distribution rights. Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty. Peony Domain 7 Colored Sect. And Transcendent Forces obtain distribution rights at 40% off. As Yu Zhu read out each name, the forces whose names were read out, each one jumped 3 feet high. There was a complete lack of the majesty of the head of a clan, or the head of a family. After reading a few of them, Chinyu let Yu Zhu do the reading. There was no way. Chinyu felt too tired. Many of them were top-tier forces. Instead there weren't many transcendent forces. A domain tends to have one or more transcendent powers, and several top-tier powers. Now that the distribution rights have been taken away by the top powers, the domains will no longer be calm. Your Highness Chinyu is really fair. Most of the ones who got the distribution rights are top-tier powers, and there are very few transcendent powers. When it comes to the name of fairness and justice in the Eastern State, no one can match Your Highness, the soldier on the side maintaining order said proudly. The faces of the transcendent powers of the various domains were ugly, but they could not help but write the prices and had no way to vent. A mere top-tier power wants to hold the distribution rights as well. Many transcendent powers secretly hated it. Your Highness, why is it that most of the ones in the majority are top-tier and first-class forces? Hafsia was curious. Although proportionally there were more top-tier forces, but the ones among the transcendent forces were also too few. Because the human heart is greedy, the transcendent powers are the bosses in all the domains, and it's only natural that the selling price won't be low when they get the distribution rights. Top-tier forces and first-class forces are different. They also want to earn spirit stones, but because they've been suppressed for a long time, they don't dare to ask for exorbitant profits. Your Highness's purpose is Tianyu? Yuju believed that Qin could not simply want to change the so-called class. It's still you or who's smart. Qin pinched Yuju's cheeks. Yuju, the real power housekeeper of the royal family and the one who controlled spirit stones in billions of dollars, had his face reddened at once. Why would your Highness suddenly pinch someone? Yuju muttered. The resources of the eastern state are limited, and the great divine dynasties have already developed to their limits. The eastern prefecture is also surging with dark currents, and although the actions of the major divine dynasties are hidden, there is no impermeable wall in the world. The chaos in the eastern state has emerged, and the source is, unsurprisingly, Tianyu. One solid divine dynasty after another. Tianyu couldn't handle it. The runes were merely meant to make the major divine dynasties slightly more chaotic. Your Highness is bent on doing this for the sake of Tianyu, yet you cannot gain the understanding of the people's 100 officials. Yuju was indignant on Qinyu's behalf. There are obscurantists everywhere. The heavenly feather divine dynasty's treasury was empty and in arrears, and everyone from the top down was restless and in need of a vent. Qinyu just ran into a gun. Although Qinyu had grudges in his heart, he did not hate. Qinyu waved his big hand. Next is the distribution rights of talisman paper for the 10 great divine dynasties, and the 10 great holy lands. Although the holy land was on par with the divine dynasty, it didn't cover a large area and was often the size of just a few domains. The value of the holy land's rune paper distribution rights was far less than that of the divine dynasty. Xingshi Lei was slightly nervous, but the great elder had given orders to make sure to get back the distribution rights of the Qingyang Holy Land. The great elder has promised to take the distribution rights. Let her be the vice president of the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce. If the distribution within the territory of the Qingyang Sacred Land, the right to stray to other forces, this would be a slap in the face of the Qingyang Sacred Land. Future runes will still be subject to the same. How can a hallowed hall be subjected to others all the time? It was fine to be necked by the Water Moon Divine Dynasty in the first place, but wouldn't it be a shame to be necked by a top or first-class power? The distribution rights of the talisman paper was also a matter of her future, and the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce meant a vast amount of resources that could support him to go farther. Miss Qing needn't be nervous. With a 30% discount, no surprises, the right to distribute talisman paper in the Qingyang Holy Land will be yours. Xu had comforted at the same time. He himself was also nervous for a batch. The successful ones are now basically 30 to 40% off, with a very few 50% off. His 40% discount is also full of unknowns. In case a Chamber of Commerce writes a 30% discount, he's not pulling the plug. The Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce was affiliated with the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty. But the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty wasn't just the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce. There were many large chambers of commerce, major transcendent sects, and transcendent families. Once the distribution rights were taken away by other forces, the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty would not even be in a good position to step in. After all, the Divine Dynasty making a move on its own country's power would cause the major powers to recoil, which would not be good for the stability of the Divine Dynasty. I hope the other Divine Dynasties have higher prices than me, the Sacred Heart thought to itself, and at this point, it could only hope that the other Divine Dynasties were even more foolish. Read out the prices of each Divine Dynasty power. If the transcendent forces of each domain were the bosses of each domain, the Divine Dynasties would be the deserved bosses. Their prices will only get higher. It's your Highness. By reading out the prices of the major powers in a dignified manner. By that time, if the major Divine Dynasties wanted to take it by trickery, they would also need to consider whether or not they would offend the major powers. However, if it was not taken and occupied by other forces, the great Divine Dynasties would not tolerate it. It was both face and interest. Such a huge profit could not be grasped by other forces, and the Divine Dynasty would surely take action. However, once the action is taken, the power that got the talisman paper is also the talisman paper distribution right that was obtained by the hall, which is bound to trigger dissatisfaction. Mess it up. It's all messed up. Only when all of the eastern states were in chaos could Heavenly Feather win the time to develop. There were more and more large armies on the border between the Sacred Martial God Dynasty and the Heavenly Feather God Dynasty. National armies are also gathering. Qinyu didn't want to become a dead king. The conversion of his Qi luck value required a minimum of royal status. With the death of his country, isn't his path to immortality broken, both for the sake of the divine dynasty as well as for his own sake? He couldn't let Tianyu be annexed by the countries just like that. Green Dragon Divine Dynasty. Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce 60% off. Top 10 Chambers of Commerce in the Qinglong Divine Dynasty. 30% off at the Star Chamber of Commerce. Top 10 Chambers of Commerce Windjammer 50% off. 30% off for the Transcendental family. The Shaho family. Transcendent Sect Starfall Pavilion 20% off. Transcendental Sect War Sect 30% off. 60% off on the Transcendental Powers Hall of Dragons. 60% off on the Transcendental Family Martial King's House. Transcendent Clan Bloodhand Clan 10% off. Transcendent Sect Joyful Temple 1.1x. Congratulations to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce for obtaining the right to distribute talisman paper in the Qinglong Divine Dynasty. Feng Wuhan, the president of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, had a smile on his face. The Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce that was a combination of several top-tier forces and a few transcendent forces. The president is also elected from the major powers. Feng Wuhan was none other than the head of the Transcendent Clan's Feng family. The size of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce was second only to the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty. Feng Wuhan was so powerful in the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty that few people could match him. I'm relieved that the Chamber of Commerce has the Wind family in its grip. The head of the Yun family, one of the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Appreciated. That's natural. Sooner or later, I'll make the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce the top 10 Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern State. Feng Wuhan heard the bragging. His face was full of light, his smugness undisguised. When you go back, restrain the people underneath you and don't leave the Divine Dynasty with a handle. Feng Wuhan laughed out loud on the surface, but in reality, he kept transmitting his voice privately with the members of the Chamber of Commerce. To be able to run the Chamber of Commerce to the second in the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty, Feng Wuhan knows that the shopping mall is not milder than the battlefield. Not good. The president of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce let out a dark sigh. How could it be gotten by the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce? This is trouble. Chapter 107 Runic Paper Certificate Level 1 to 30. Ha ha, there's actually a clan pricing 1.1 times. What kind of brain circuit is this? None of the previous 2,000 or so domains have exceeded 1.1x. The first time that's happened, right? After all, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce had to compete with the Watermoon Divine Dynasty, and the price would definitely not exceed the original price. It is impossible to compete with the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce if it exceeds the original price. After all, the Watermoon Chamber of Commerce was spread across the eastern state and had a perfect transportation route and industry chain. The cultivators from all over the venue were not surprised that the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce had obtained the distribution rights. Instead, the price of 1.1% off drew the attention of the crowd. The four monks reddened as they heard the jeers of the crowd. The four of them followed the three sisters of Mu Zhoutong to Northwatch City through the special tracking techniques of the Huanqi Temple. But these three sisters never appeared, and even if they did, they would quickly disappear, as if they were isolated by a formation. As for the rune paper distribution rights, it was purely to try my luck. So take a number. This Qin, you can be such an idiot, making good talisman paper so cheap. Eldest senior brother Huikon transmitted his voice. Even at 50% off wholesale price, there are people who would rush for it. A few of them wrote exactly the price they wanted. The more expensive you sell, the higher the profit. Hui Ming thought to himself, where did these three sisters run off to? 1 peak Jin Dan. Too late Jin Dan. This was good Yuan Yin. Once absorbed, their cultivation would be further advanced. Second senior brother Hui Jing transmitted. Don't worry, eldest brother. They'll show up sooner or later. We'll just wait in Northwatch City. The three of them won't be able to run away. Having been infected with the Huanqi Temple's Zimu compulsion, they can be tracked down by us even if they go to the ends of the earth. And they can't possibly spend their entire lives hiding under a concealment formation. The spirit stones of the Temple of Joy are not so easy to get. Looking at the strange eyes around him, a murderous intent rose in Huikong's heart, and he memorized a few faces that laughed particularly merrily. You can have a good time tonight. The other three monks also licked their tongues. If a woman's Yuanin could increase her power, a man's Yuan Yang could naturally do the same. Jubilee Temple is open to both men and women. Holy Martial God Dynasty Holy Martial Chamber of Commerce. 20% off. 20% off. The Chamber of Commerce directly under the Sacred Martial God Dynasty. I'm afraid it's just not going to happen again. Your Highness Qinyu is really fair. Even the God Dynasty didn't give the slightest bit of face. It seems that strength aside, these Divine Dynasty executives are no smarter than people. The forces that were not on good terms with the Sacred Martial God Dynasty competed in mockery. Sacred Heart Yan's face, which was already twisted after hearing this, became even more twisted. Transcendent Sect Broken Soul Alliance. 10% off. Transcendent Sect Huangji Sect, 60% off. Asterisk 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 dot. Hearing soul-breaking alliances 90% discount. Sacred Heart Yan was originally happy in his heart for a bit, but he couldn't imagine that the third one appeared to have a 60% discount. The Imperial Extremity Sect was the strongest transcendent sect within the sacred martial god dynasty, and there were quite a few powerful people at the god transformation realm within the sect. There were even several top-tier powers attached below. Qin Yu smiled. Actually, he's not exactly fair and impartial, and they move their hands when necessary. Multiple forces behind the offer. We're not able to be 70% or 80% discount, the only 160% discount because the number plate in the back of the Royal Extreme Sect also painfully lost the right to distribute the Holy Land of the Beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Taichou Holy Land didn't get the right to distribute the talisman paper either, but instead, it was gotten by a transcendent sect within the territory of the Taichou Holy Land. Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty. Shu has a calm surface, but his heartbeat has already broken 200. Once he took the distribution rights, it would be considered unique among the great divine dynasties. After all, the Holy Land divine dynasties in front of them, without exception, were all without distribution rights. Once taken, it would be the first divine dynasty to successfully take the distribution rights. Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce. 40% discount to obtain distribution rights. Yu Zhu's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Bingo! Zhu has excited beyond words. This time to see Big Brother they no longer can say that business is a small way right. This would bring a large amount of spirit stones to the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty, filling up the treasury. The Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty got the distribution rights. Will this be detrimental to your highness's plans? Yu Zhu thought that the 10 major divine dynasties were not entitled to the distribution rights, but never imagined that there was a Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty. Far away, near and far, the Vermilion Bird and Skyfeather territories were far apart and had no conflicts with each other. A stable divine dynasty would also serve as a deterrent to their neighboring countries. Zhu Yu had wanted to restrain the joy, but the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. Brother Zhu, please also restrain your emotions. Xing Shilei's heart became even more agitated when she saw that Zhu Yu had obtained the distribution rights. This also brought the worry in her heart to the ground. Through the prices in front of her, almost all of the top powers in the various domains had obtained the distribution rights. There are very few transcendent forces. She was worried that it was a deliberate act by Qin Yu. In the unlikely event that the Qingyang Sacred Land was also like this, then this talisman paper distribution right would, unsurprisingly, also be obtained by the transcendent forces within the Qingyang Sacred Land. After seeing the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty get it, she was slightly relieved, proving her suspicions wrong. Qingyang Holy Land. The Qingyang Chamber of Commerce has obtained the right to distribute talisman paper at a 30% discount. Ashiri was thrilled that the tip was useful in the first place, and she owed the shopgirl a favor. It also proved that her suspicions were indeed wrong. A divine dynasty in the front and a holy land in the back were granted distribution rights. Soon she would be the vice president of the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Vermilion Bird and Green Sun Chamber of Commerce in the middle of it, the faces of the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty, the Holy Land of the Beginning, and the Holy Martial Divine Dynasty instantly changed. Originally, they thought that Qin Yu wouldn't let the divine dynasties in so that when the time came, they could bring up the fact that Qin Yu was deliberately making it impossible for the various divine dynasties' holy lands to get it. But now one divine dynasty and one holy land in succession, leaving them with no way to speak. The Cloud Dream God Dynasty 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce has obtained distribution rights at a 20% discount. Ugh. Sure enough, I still won. How depressing. The last expectations in Ying Ying's heart disappeared. Now her big sister would surely praise her and say she was a genius in business. But she didn't want to go into business. She preferred to cultivate exotic flowers. This was the industry that the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty was proud of. It's even if a male cultivator likes to act like a pussy. A little girl actually acts like a pussy as well. Ying Ying did not hide her voice, and the venue was again filled with almost all Jindan Yuaning powerhouses. The words were heard clearly by everyone in the arena. Damn it, where did this girl come from to be so arrogant? The other losing forces of the Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty were even more furious and wanted to tear her apart alive. Not sure. Never seen this person before. This girl represents the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce. Could it be someone from the Cloud Dream Imperial family? The distribution rights of a god's dynasty. This is heavenly profit. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was enough to make an unknown power grow into a transcendent power. As long as it's not suppressed by force by another power midway through the process, it's basically impossible to suppress it commercially. At 10% off wholesale price, no power can compete. The 8 hidden family sons who are closest to each other, all of them have ugly faces. Originally thought that with the strength of the 8 families, they would easily take the distribution rights, but now the goal is far away. Since the 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce, none of the forces in the rest of the Divine Dynasty's Holy Lands had been granted distribution. Almost all of them had been taken by powerful transcendent forces within the Divine Dynasty. After all, there were no weak forces that could compete at the Divine Dynasty level. Congratulations to the powers that got the distribution rights. Those who cultivate the way fight against the sky and the earth. In order to prevent an empty window in the distribution rights, the forces that got the distribution rights today, if they don't want to continue operating the talisman paper, they can propose it to the General Assembly. The distribution rights will be deferred according to today's psychological highs and lows. This is the kind of business that lays golden eggs that no one who isn't an idiot is willing to give up. Many of the forces that were second and third in line had already developed new ideas. Here are the rules for dealer pickup. Wholesaling talisman paper from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce requires a corresponding talisman paper certificate. Rune paper certificates are graded 1 to 30. Chapter 108 Runic Certificate Upgrade? A rune card? Levels 1 to 30? The powers that already have the distribution rights are wide-eyed. Didn't even figure out what the rune card meant. I've never heard of selling talisman paper with a license in the eastern states. This stuff has historically been a bestseller. Only the ones you can't afford. Not the ones you can't sell. Let's not talk about the adventure. Fighting with people would consume a lot of rune paper, and the friction of private wars between countries would use up a huge amount of rune paper every time. In particular, the Eastern State Alliance, fighting with the other states, consumed huge quantities of talisman paper. Your Highness Chinyu, what do you mean by the rune paper certificate? Juyu subconsciously used honorifics when he asked the question. Rune paper distribution rights will open up new horizons for him. Good question, Chinyu explained. The grade of the rune paper certificate means different supply. 30 grades of rune paper certificates have the highest supply, and 1 grade of rune paper certificates have the lowest supply. The wholesale volume and wholesale amount will also vary. The wholesale volume and wholesale amount of the rune paper certificate are related to the grade of the rune paper certificate. The higher the grade, the more rune paper will be wholesaled and the more favorable the wholesale amount will be. In addition, the quality and price of the talismanic paper that can be ordered from different grades of talismanic paper certificates will also vary. The low-grade rune paper license only allows you to order cheap, low-end, lagging rune paper, and it's only with the high-grade bit of the rune paper license that you can order some of the expensive, high-grade, best-selling rune paper. So complicated. Shu had listened in awe. I originally thought that if I took the talisman paper license, I could buy as much talisman paper as I wanted, but it turned out that there was a limit. At a discounted price of talisman paper, it was entirely possible to buy it in large quantities, giving the Vermilion Bird Divine Dynasty a substantial advantage in wars with neighboring countries. Your Highness Chinyu, why are you limiting the supply of talisman paper? Could it be that the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce has no way to fulfill the demand from all over the world? Qing Shirlei suspected that this was the method taken by the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce's limited supply of talisman paper. Limited quantity is good. Limited quantity is good. So you won't be able to earn many spirit stones. Ying was happy instead of worried. Now the value of the distribution rights would be greatly reduced. Sacred Heart Yin thought, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is really nothing more than an external powerhouse, and the talisman paper still needs to be supplied in limited quantities, so that it's good to go back and deliver. The limited distribution right is a big discount. Many of the forces that didn't get the distribution rights felt a lot better in their hearts. Do you really think that pie will fall from the sky, and let you guys take away such a lucrative spirit stone business for nothing? The corner of Dongfang Shai's lowered eyes instantly arched up. A limited amount of talisman paper distribution rights, like chicken ribs. Fortunately this young man didn't get it. The forces that didn't get the distribution rights sneered as if they had found psychological comfort in this moment. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce's rune paper, which is endless, is not limited because of this. The grade of the rune paper license, which can be upgraded, is also to avoid some of the forces wholesaling large quantities of talisman paper for the sake of spirit stones and secretly reselling it to other regions. This is to protect the rights and interests of the dealers. Yu thought to himself. In fact, this highness is for the control to control the dealers around the world, so that you have to come to flatter this highness in order to move up the gears. There is also the fact that the countries of the eastern state are now eyeing Tianyu. The more you have more talisman paper, the more dangerous Tianyu will be. Of course, we have to ration the wholesale to you, as long as it could fulfill the needs of the domains. Any more rune paper Yu was not prepared to sell. Moreover, supplying a large amount of talisman paper would cause the already cheap talisman paper to become even cheaper. This is not what Yu wants. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce is oriented towards the eastern state and takes the high-end route. Your Highness Yu has really thought of everything, thinking of us in every way. The Beijing sect would like to follow your highness. The patriarch of the second-rate sect, Beijing sect, hurriedly stated his attitude. I wonder, your highness, what are the requirements for upgrading the grade of this talisman paper certificate? There were many disciples in the Qingyang Holy Land, and the consumption of talisman paper was huge. Qin Shilei was worried that if the grade was too low, but quantity and grade might not be able to fulfill it. I would also like to ask your highness Qinyu to inform me of the method of upgrading the rune paper certificate. Rune paper certificates are issued on a regional basis and can be transferred if the power that owns them does not wish to continue operating. The starting level of the Divine Dynasty rune paper certificate is 15, and the starting level of each domain is 10, while cities with a population of 10 million under each domain start at level 5, and those with a population of less than 10 million start at level 1. Even the initial level is barely enough to operate in your areas. As for upgrading, there are 2 KPI assessment requirements. First, sales everywhere. Second, the grade of the store. Because of the vastness of the Eastern Prefecture everywhere, and the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce's inability to monitor it, a commercial district will be set up in Northwatch City. It will be rated by the size of the stores of the major powers in Northwatch City. His Highness Qinyu is considerate. Not only does he sell talisman paper at a discount, but he is also dedicated to the dealers. With such a cooperative partner, it seems that the future is bright for cooperation with the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Sales, this naturally need not be said. Sell more than the purchase of goods is also more. His Highness Qinyu actually also thoughtful to let the major forces in Northwatch City to establish stores for the assessment. Your Highness Qinyu is wise. This also avoids the major forces, with the sky being so high and the emperor so far away, from making false claims. Zhu had to listen. His Highness Qinyu still did not give up merchants. Your Highness Qinyu, the Vermilion Bird Chamber of Commerce, is willing to set up a store in Northwatch City and sell its products at a 20% discount. All the rules are done with reference to your highness requirements. The district is just a store, and at most, it doesn't earn spirit stones, but once the grade of talisman paper rises, the profit can't be compared to a store. Moreover, taking the initiative to speak now would also bring the relationship with Qinyu closer. He actually had a verbal argument with Qinyu over tax rates and discounts at the investment meeting. This makes Xu have a deep uneasiness in his heart. What if he is given small shoes in the back? Whether there are goods or not is still not up to Qinyu. The Qingyang Chamber of Commerce is also selling it at a 20% discount as a way to give back to the people of Northwatch for His Highness Qinyu. Qin Shilei hurriedly stated her position. The 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce is also willing. Elderly hurriedly expressed. Anyway, they had reached an agreement a long time ago, so it was just saying it once. It was not bad to win Qinyu's favor. Ying looked desperate. Now even selling goods at 20% off and high taxes were no longer proof that her business was failing. Ying thought to herself, why is it so hard to do business and want to lose spirit stones? Seeing that 2 divine dynasties in a holy land had taken a stand, the other dealers had also set their stage. We and others are willing. Sacred Heart Yan's face despised and belabored. Asshole, Qinyu, this bastard means can be really dirty. Actually use the rune paper certificate to control the major forces to grow Northwatch City. Moreover, this runic paper certificate, which still needed to be upgraded, meant that the power that possessed the runic paper certificate would have to continue to curry favor with Qinyu. More than 2,000 forces. What a huge number. If it is truly grasped by Qinyu, it will be extremely unfavorable to the sacred martial god dynasty. The forces that didn't get the right to distribute, one by one, their lungs exploded with anger, and they thought that the limited amount could make the forces that got the right to distribute unable to sell talisman paper with impunity. Half the time you can even upshift. The other remaining 50% of the distribution rights for each domain will also be selected through the size of the stores. Forces that have ideas for distribution rights. This highness will also provide business locations for all of you. In 15 days, there will be a unified store for all of you. On Northwatch Street, Qinyu thought to himself, a few thousand chambers of commerce is enough to create the #1 business district in Eastern State. It wouldn't be much longer before Northwatch City's prosperity surpassed that of Skyfeather Imperial City. Chapter 109. As long as you set up a store, you'll have the chance to get the right to distribute talisman paper in each domain's immortal city. Really? Many of the powers that hadn't obtained the distribution rights were dumbfounded, and there was no lack of top and transcendent powers. A number of forces from various domains had not been able to enter the venue because they had arrived too late. When they heard how to get distribution rights, one jumped at the chance. Centralized stores. Could it be that His Highness Qinyu still provides stores? Yes. His Highness Qinyu will provide everyone with a unified store. At that time, everyone can move in. Those who have an idea can go to the Royal Merchants Association to pick up a number. Kong Zhou reminded. Go, this is a chance to get rich. The domains varied in size. Some were vast, and there were several immortal cities with 10 million populations down there, and even more immortal cities with a few million. As long as one owned the distribution rights of an immortal city, it was a heavenly profit. A bunch of idiots. The population of Northwatch City is just 10 million. Thousands and thousands of chambers of commerce, all established in Northwatch City. Are there still people patronizing them? Eastern Tree Leaf sneered. Yes, with so many people setting up stores, can there still be business? Many forces suddenly hesitated. And it's not just a matter of putting up a front door. It needs to be rated. And if there's no product in the store, you're obviously going to lose money. Let's wait and see what the other chambers do. Many forces hesitated when they heard the words of the Eastern Tree Leaves. The cost of opening a store is not low, and the samples in the store can't be bad. Otherwise, if you can't meet the requirements, it's just a good look for nothing. Although the economy of Northwatch City was now much better than before, but several thousand chambers of commerce had moved in at the same time. And with this level of consumption in Northwatch City, it could not support the operation of so many chambers of commerce. Patriarch, are we going to set up stores? A first-rate sect. The elder of the Strong Yang sect hesitated. His aphrodisiac sect was an alchemy sect, and the main business of the sect was aphrodisiac pills. This kind of pill, the aphrodisiac pill, belonged to the pills that could not be on the stage. So the aphrodisiac sect had always shipped on a small scale, and it was all familiar business. Go and try. Although there are many chambers of commerce, this patriarch hasn't found any peers. There might be a sale. The patriarch of the aphrodisiac sect also held the mentality of trying. As for the right to distribute talisman paper, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, an aphrodisiac elixir store that couldn't rise to the occasion would definitely not be able to reach the quality that His Highness Qin Yu demanded. Over and out. The four great families of Northwatch City, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, were ashen. As for the four great families, the Li family, they were still in the city lord's palace prison. Thousands of merchants have moved in, and they are all large chambers of commerce, and their families are nothing more than ants in front of these chambers of commerce. It turns out that the reason Qin Yu didn't trouble us is because we simply didn't catch his eye. The Zhao family lord despaired. At first, in order to give Qin Yu a warning, several families had joined forces with the big and small forces of Northwatch City, all of which had ostracized Qin Yu. But Qin Yu had never looked for trouble from them except for giving the Bai family a head start and arresting the Li family. They thought it was because Qin Yu didn't dare to move them. This time they realized that Qin Yu didn't dare. He just didn't care. Relationships for the Li family activities are also sinking into the sea. The direction of the imperial city from the beginning to the end of no news came. The Li family is still inside the prison. Zhao, Qian, and Sun family heads immediately had pale hair. Sure enough, the imperial prince was not something they could move. Thousands of chambers of commerce have moved in, where there is still room for a few of them to survive. After pondering, the Zhao family lord suddenly said, "Why don't we go to His Highness Qin Yu and apologize? We are at least a local force in Northwatch City. He definitely won't disregard it." Qian, the two Sun clans nodded. It was they who were out of their depth. Your Highness, with so many chambers of commerce stationed in Northwatch City, although Northwatch City is no longer lacking in supplies, it doesn't seem to be beneficial to the development of these chambers. The Chamber of Commerce was operating miserably, and when the time came, all the other forces would drastically withdraw except for those who had obtained the right to distribute talisman paper, which would be detrimental to the development of Northwatch City instead. Yu Jiu, have you ever heard of a business center? Yu Jiu shook her head. Let me give you an example. If you need to buy furniture, right now there is a furniture store on the street in front of your house, but there's a limited variety in there. And when you learn that a few blocks down, there's a row of them all selling furniture. Would you be willing to check them out? Of course I do, but take a few steps to have more options. In 15 days, push off Northwatch Street, and I'll build a majestic structure in Northwatch City. What about the original merchants? Northwatch Street was the most prosperous street in Northwatch City, and there were hundreds of other merchants on it. Spirit stones and new stores. Let them choose one or the other. Those who are willing to choose the stores will have lifetime ownership of the stores after the mall is completed. Northwatch Street were all local chambers of commerce in Northwatch City, and Qin Yu cared that they took advantage of him. Your Highness, the heads of the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families seek an audience. Who? Your Highness, it's the four great families that incited the people to isolate you when you first arrived in Northwatch City. Drive out. Qin Yu waved his hand. He hadn't been prepared to take care of these people from the beginning, and he certainly knew that a prince coming out of nowhere would have quite an impact on the profits of the original local forces. But the goal is to make Northwatch City, the first city in Tianyu, will not care about these maggots. Under Yu Zhu's arrangement, the staff of the royal palace began to convey Qin Yu's request to the stores on Beiwang Street. Choose between spirit stones or stores. the Jade Spring sect, which had visited Qin despite the suppression of all the major powers, and had even sent furniture, and the White Family store were both on Northwatch Street. The Jade Spring sect patriarch, after learning that Qin was going to demolish Northwatch Street and build a large shopping mall. Don't worry, Butler Jade, my Jade Spring sect will unconditionally cooperate. We won't need this spirit stone. Because of the reason why he had sent furniture to Qin in the first place. A large number of soldiers from the royal family had spent money inside his store in the past few months. Sales have skyrocketed, with one day's sales catching up to a month before. No, would His Highness want your things for nothing? The spirit stone and the store must be one or the other, Yu Zhu said firmly. Then the store is fine. The Jade Spring sect patriarch, Yu Yongping, wouldn't dare to accept Qin Yu's spirit stones. The next door Wan Baolu shopkeeper heard scoffed, really stupid. Next, all the chambers of commerce from all over the eastern state will be stationed. You want a store to come to a dime a dozen, or else it would be more reliable to exchange it for a spirit stone. Because they didn't visit Qin in the first place, the people from the royal family never patronized Wan Baolu, causing Wan Baolu's business to be dismal. A while back, it was even more so when they came into the store and all ran away. Wan Baolu boss harbor a grudge against this, but the strength of the disparity can only be ruthless in the heart. I still don't want the spirit stone. Is it convenient to ask the amount of compensation for the spirit stone? Nothing else? I am simply curious. Yu Yongping was afraid that Yu Zhu would misunderstand that he wanted the spirit stones of the royal family. Compensation at 10 times the market price. How many? 10 times. Yu Yongping could not help but roar out. The stores in Beiwang Street is the most expensive place in Beiwang. According to 10 times the compensation, this is not a small amount of money. You still have a chance to choose a spirit stone. 110, Universal Business Center. No, I'll go with the stores, Yu Yongping hurriedly replied back. 10 times the amount of spirit stones was indeed very moving. But the soldiers of the royal family, the city guards, take care of a lot of his stores, will not be able to earn the spirit stone of His Highness Qin. What an idiot. 10 times the price and actually not even selling. The treasury shopkeeper sneered. This open store where not open. Stay in thousands of big chambers of commerce to compete. That is not asking for trouble. If you have spirit stones, are you afraid you won't be able to start a store? Stores were not the core to the major powers. The major powers' industries were the core. Whether it was talisman smithing, or weapon smithing, or array discs, growing spiritual grasses, spiritual rice, and captive breeding of spiritual beasts. These were the foundations that the major powers relied on for their survival. With these industries, one could earn spirit stones no matter where they were. After completing the Yu Yangping registration, without hesitation, the Wan Baolu shopkeeper said, I choose the spirit stone. Sign it. With a wave of jade bamboo's hand, white spirit stones were piled up at the entrance of the Wan Bao building. Yu Zhu didn't care what they chose. She just needed to fulfill the task that Her Highness had commanded her to do. Now you know you chose wrong. The Wan Baolu's boss looked at Yu Yongping with a smug expression. Under the attack of the spirit stones, the acquisition was quickly completed. Have the personnel of the stores move out within today, and then start construction immediately according to His Highness's orders. The architectural drawings given by His Highness were on a large scale, and it was necessary to hurry up. There were only 15 days left. Yes, Sister Jade, Kong Zhou promised. With nothing to do, he was brought in by Qin Yuan to do workplace monitoring. His Highness also changed her name. Program Manager. It sounded and felt quite high, and Kong Zhou liked it. Gong Chao, take the men and bulldoze Beiwang Street tonight, so that the laborer brothers, ready to start tomorrow. Mo Zhua, get the contacted material dealers ready to move in. They must use the best materials. Okay, boat. The bird farm venue was built by the two of them by organizing manpower, and although the size of the mall given by His Highness was not small, the two of them were confident that it would be completed within 15 days. Recruiting again. King's House builds mega mall. Many people saw the announcement and immediately contacted their familiar Taoists. Jobs like building repair are generally built by mortals in the eastern states, but Qin Yu high requirements need to be repaired within 15 days. Let mortals only 10 years are not good. The point is to give too much. It makes many cultivators feel that repairing buildings, in fact, is not a bad thing. Cultivators who were high up in the mountains and built houses were unique to Northwatch City in the eastern state. Your Highness, the communication of the merchants has been completed, and almost everyone has chosen spirit stones. There are still people choosing stores? At 10 times the price. Anyone who wasn't stupid would choose spirit stones. And the local chamber of commerce in Northwatch City couldn't compete with the big foreign chambers. The White family, and the two Jade Spring sect families chose the stores. The White family, Jade Spring sect? Qin Yu thought about it. This wasn't the first power that came to visit him. Since arriving at Northwatch City, I've been so busy gathering people, holding rituals, and so on, I've almost forgotten about these two families. The spirit stones owed to the White family. Have they come to pick them up yet? Your Highness, the remaining 11,200 extreme spirit stones have not been taken by the Bai family to date. Qin Yu had initially spent 19,000 extreme spirit stones to buy away the materials that the Bai family had been saving up for years. I can't imagine that after almost half a year has passed, the Bai family actually hasn't come to pick up the spirit stones yet. Qin Yu thought to himself, the White family and the Jade Spring sect can be cultivated. Tell them to come and find it, and say that His Highness has something for them. The mall was still missing a few managers now that it was established. The White family and the Jade Spring sect were the first to defect to him. Moreover, the Jade Spring sect even sent charcoal in the snow and added furniture to the royal mansion. And Qin Yu is still using the furniture sent by Yu Yongping until now. Qin Yu never treats every one of his own people poorly, and this kind of defection to him is certainly no exception. The Bai family head and Yu Yongping hurriedly arrived at the royal residence. The two greeted each other. The two were apprehensive in their hearts, not knowing why Qin Yu would suddenly call them. Could it be that taking over the store has displeased His Highness? The two couldn't think of any other reason. After all, in the entire Northwatch Street, they were the only two families who chose to ask for stores and not spirit stones. Greetings, Third Highness. The two men arched their hands. Your Highness, the Jade Yang sect is willing to give up its stores. Yu Yongping took the initiative to speak. When the furniture was sent, Yu Yongping did not forget, but got the patronage of the royal family, has long been 10 times 100 times to recover. Yu Yongping didn't even think that Qin Yu called him because of the furniture in the first place, and thought that he had angered Qin Yu by taking the stores. The White family is also willing to give up their stores. Give up? Qin Yu was dumbfounded, looking at the two men's terrified appearance. Together you two thought that His Highness could not afford to give up 2 stores? Don't think too much. His Highness called you all here, not to talk about the matter of the stores. Qin Yu interrupted the rambling thoughts of the two. Does the Bai family still have more than 10,000 extreme spirit stones that they haven't come to the royal residence to take away? Your Highness, 8,000 extreme spirit stones are already enough to pay for it. The rest is not necessary. Would this Highness be short of your spirit stones? Take them away when you leave later, Qin Yu said in an irrefutable manner. And when the Jade Spring sect sent this Highness furniture, it seems that this Highness has not been able to return the favor. Your Highness, it's just a little bit of furniture. It's not worth a few spirit stones. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring, and this Highness makes a clear distinction between grudges. This time, I called you two here because there is something that I am going to arrange for you to do. Your Highness, please speak. The two of us will do our best. I'm not preparing to build a shopping mall. There will be thousands of chambers of commerce moving in by then. It's chaotic when there are too many people, and I need someone under the store to help manage it and help collect the rent. It's not that the two don't want to take it, but they don't feel they deserve it. Chambers of commerce, top-tier forces, and transcendent forces from all over the eastern state abounded, including 2 divine dynasties and a holy land. What are they? They don't even rank in Northwatch City. To manage such a group of people, they know they are not competent enough. Your Highness, the two of us are afraid that it will be difficult for us to take on the big job. The Bai family lord wanted to seize this opportunity, but his strength was low, and he would be ashamed of Qin Yu if he botched the job instead. Yes, Your Highness, the two of us are humble in strength. How can we manage thousands of chambers of commerce? Yu Yongping didn't dare to pick it up at all. He, the Jade Spring sect, was just a first-class sect, and the strongest was him, the Jindan stage. Facing thousands of great powers, he didn't dare to speak up at all. Abilities can be honed, and besides, you represent His Highness, and managing a shopping mall can have the authority to rate stores to major chambers of commerce. Who dares to mess with you? Unless he doesn't want the right to distribute talisman paper anymore. Thank you, Your Highness. The Bai family is willing to serve. The Bai family master immediately agreed. He didn't make it into the meeting, but the story has been out for a long time. The grade of the store could determine whether they could move up in grade, as well as the distribution rights of the small immortal city. If they were still being bullied with such power in their hands, then the Bai family should have disappeared into the eastern state. The Jade Spring sect is also willing. Please rest assured, Your Highness. If we fail to complete the task, we will bring our heads. The furniture that was not worth a few spirit stones in the beginning was actually exchanged for today's riches. After letting the other forces of Northwatch City know, they would only regret their intestines. You may go now, and don't forget that in 15 days, the mall will be filled with merchants, so prepare in advance. The two men excused themselves. Darkness falls and the silver moon hangs high. Qin Yu was sitting inside the courtyard, looking at the night color on the gobi thinking, unsurprisingly, The news of Northwatch City today will soon spread throughout the eastern state. 7 and 8. Where have they been all this time? Chinyu remembered that these two little guys, after coming to Northwatch City, rarely appeared in front of him. Chapter 111, Thousands of Chambers of Commerce move in. 15 days later. The original Northwatch Street was shrouded by a formation that the outside world could not peer into. And at the entrance to Northwatch Street, a huge crowd of people blocked the street. These were the major powers that had obtained the distribution rights. And there were also some powers that had stayed behind for the Immortal City's distribution rights. There were people in the streets and in the sky. Jindan and Yuaning powerhouses. Mixed among them, Yuaning, who was already a big shot on one side everywhere, was in the crowd at the moment and no one bothered to deliberately measure it. Jinyu walked through Northwatch Street, and all the major forces along the way gave way. That's a lot of people. Why don't we just fly there? Hafsia looked at the crowded crowd. To be close to the people. Flying directly there is less of a chance to be face to face with everyone. Jinyu thought to himself. Flying directly over. This pussy isn't pretending to be rounded enough. Being eagerly awaited by all the major powers in the eastern state is what reveals the leadership temperament of his pussy king. Really able to make a splash. Dongfang Shai originally thought that he was already capable of pretending enough, but he never imagined that this asshole, Jinyu, was even more capable of pretending than him. Sacred Heart Yen felt even worse than killing Jinyu as he watched him make a splash. Jinyu walked up to the erected stage, cleared his throat. Welcome, everyone, to the topping out ceremony of the mall today. After today, you will be able to move in. Official business will begin within 10 days. That means the time left for everyone to prepare is only 10 days. And those who can't open on time will be deemed to have failed the store assessment. Here, let's take a look at the number 1 business center in the eastern states. The Universal Business Center. Showing off. It's just a shopping mall. Could it be more grand than the 10,000 Things Pavilion in Sacred Martial God City? Sacred Heart Yen disdained. The 10,000 Things Pavilion in the imperial city of the Holy Martial God Dynasty was the most famous shopping mecca in the eastern state at the moment. 10 floors high, it contains all kinds of strange and exotic treasures in the eastern state, which can be said to be a search for all kinds of things. Inside the 10-story building, there are hundreds of businesses. Tens of thousands of customers patronize it every day. Universal Business Center? That's a good name for it. But there are no customers to patronize, and when the time comes, there is only an empty street. It will be a laughingstock. With Chinyu's command, the formation that enveloped Northwatch Street disappeared. A massive one-piece building that came out with a bang. The exterior of the building, covered by large pieces of glaze, shimmered in the sunlight as if it were a huge jewel. A shopping mall covering an area of more than 10 million square meters, with 7 floors and more than 5,000 stores to be housed soon, appeared in people's sight in a flash. Asterisk. Is that a glazed poured wall out here? A building whose entire body was covered in glaze was the first time that even this group of immortal cultivation cultivators had seen it. And this building, molded in one piece, could it be a large magic weapon that was refined? Many people scared and wondered, having never seen such a strange building. The next step is for the major powers to move in, a process that will last a few days. The forces that had the idea to move in had already begun their preparations 15 days ago, and after the mall appeared, they arranged for their personnel to begin moving in. Northwatch City's one-piece glazed shopping mall made countless forces curious as to how it was refined. This kind of mall looked high-end and atmospheric on the outside, and was very suitable to exist as a store. Chinyu left after messing with the opening ceremony. Everything is ready to go. All that's left is the final step, attracting the second generation of immortals in the eastern states, the shopaholics, and that takes something iconic. Day 2. Chinyu appeared in the middle of the mall. Many of the businesses have already moved in, and most of them are just left with store decorations. Hearing that Chinyu had arrived, the Bai family master and Yu Yangping hurried over. Your Highness, it won't take 10 days for the mall to operate normally. Because of the examination involved, the major chambers of commerce worked exceptionally hard, preparing their stores day and night. The people in charge of the major stores were all cultivators, and they organized themselves very quickly, almost completing it in a day's time. And in just one day, 6,000 stores, all of them have been rented out. And there are still quite a few forces that want to, but have not been able to grab a store. In the past 2 days, quite a number of late Yuaning and peak Yuaning powerhouses came to the two of them to beg for a berth, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by the two of them. Each of them had prepared a thin gift, and they were all excused by the two. If you do something for His Highness and ask for something, you are not slapping His Highness in the face. The Yuaning stage that made the two unattainable in the beginning. Now when they saw the two of them, they had to respectfully address them as Patriarch Yu and by family master. How had they ever imagined this day? The two felt like they were dreaming. Greetings to His Highness Chinyu. by family master and patriarch Yu. The strong Yang sect patriarch hurriedly arched his hand and saluted when he saw the visitor. Every one of these people was in existence he couldn't afford to mess with. The aphrodisiac sect was just a small first-class chamber of commerce, not even counting grossly inside the shopping mall. It was just the existence of the bottom tier. As for this store, it was still his quick strike. Otherwise, where would it be his turn as a small first-class clan? There is no need to be courteous. This highness is preparing to promote for the global center, and may want to find a few products to use as business cards for the promotion. I wonder what products your family sells. It's... The face of the strong Yang sect patriarch blushed. He had never said this stuff to his face before. One sentence, all understood. And there are male practitioners willing to place orders. Your Highness, the aphrodisiac sect sells aphrodisiacs, Yu Yongping whispered from the side. In order to better manage them all, the two of them worked day and night to learn about the situation, one by one, to figure out the origin of the major stores and the products they sell. After the forces learned that the duo was the person in charge of the shopping mall that Qin Yu had sent to manage the mall, they were more than happy to explain to the two of them in an attempt to gain a favorable impression. Aphrodisiacs? Cultivators still needed to use this? He had thought that cultivators were strong and healthy, so they shouldn't have the hidden diseases of mortals. I can't imagine that this aspect is actually insurmountable even for those who cultivate the way. Qin Yu's heart flickered. Isn't this a good business card? With 6,000 stores, there were too many exotic treasures, and Qin Yu felt that there was nothing rare. This aphrodisiac, it's a bit interesting. It can attract attention and also attract many cultivators with special needs. Not bad. Aphrodisiacs are a good thing. Qin Yu appreciated. This highness is prepared to promote your aphrodisiac as a mall specialty business card all over the eastern state. Ah, what does your highness mean? The strong Yang sect patriarch certainly knew the meaning of the promotion. The small card unique to the royal family. The stone tablet had almost spread throughout the eastern state. This time, the Rune Paper Dealers Conference was a small card that allowed all the big and small forces in the eastern state to receive the news in a short period of time. Aphrodisiacs were very rare in the eastern state, and the place where the aphrodisiac sect was located happened to be rich in raw materials for aphrodisiacs. It was only after the ancestors of the aphrodisiac sect kept trying that the aphrodisiac pill was successfully developed. The elixir melts in your mouth, takes effect within 3 minutes, lasts for 3 hours, and has few side effects and no sense of dependence. This makes the cultivators who have used it like it very much, and most of the aphrodisiac sect are repeat customers. It means what you think it means. Qin Yu smiled. Your Highness, this aphrodisiac, would it be a little hard to get into the Hall of Honor? Of course not. It's human nature to eat. Qin Yu thought to himself, it seems that the folk style of the eastern state is still very rustic. It's just you. Don't worry, you won't be charged for advertising this time. Chapter 112 Longevity Pill. Write out the characteristics of your family's product. His Highness needs to make an advertising slogan. Under Qin Yu's strong request, the aphrodisiac sect patriarch wrote out the characteristics of the aphrodisiac pill that had no side effects and was highly effective and long-lasting. The gimmick is there, but the crowd that can be attracted is limited. Qin Yu thought about it and always felt that something was missing. Being the first shopping festival, it had to be done beautifully. There, Patriarch Jade, can there be stores inside the mall that specialize in selling ladies' precious clothes? Your Highness, this one doesn't. There was one before, but my subordinates think that the global center is a high-end mall. Selling clothes and apparel as well as coming in will lower the mall's compulsion. These precious clothes are, however, a powerful tool to attract female cultivators. Go and contact him at once and set him up with the largest stores, but require them to be filled with all kinds of costumes. Yes, Your Highness. The two men went to work on it right away, even though they didn't know why. The only stores still left are their two. Old Jade. My Bai family doesn't have anything to sell, so just take my Bai family's stores and rent them out. The Bai family's materials had all been sold to Qin Yu, and the family did not need to sell anything for a while. Alright, listen to old Bai. Yu Yongping nodded in agreement. Yuju was ready to draw up a small card to update the contents of the stone tablet. That would cover, for the most part, the population. The contents of the tablet have been updated. In all the major immortal cities, the monoliths were filled with cultivators standing underneath them. As soon as the content of the stone tablet is updated, it immediately attracts the attention of the crowd. After all, it's the only source of information for those who can't walk an acre in their lives. Other rumors were either tarnished or outdated by the time they reached the ears of casual cultivators in some remote cities. Shocking! Eastern State's largest shopping mecca, the Global Mall, shocks with its opening in 10 days for a shopping spree. Over 6,000 chambers of commerce are stationed in the center. Only you can't think of it. No, you can't buy it. Still worrying about not having the right magic weapon? Come to North Hope City Global Center. Attention! Attention! Universal Mall. 20% off site-wide during Mardi Gras. There are even 50% off and 30% off extreme discount products. All spiritual power pills and Peiyuan pills are 50% off. Enjoy a 30% discount on all power storage charms, wind chasing charms, and protection charms. The carnival is limited to 7 days, November 11th through November 18th. You think it's over? No. There are even mysterious treasure pills, aphrodisiac pills. Are you still suffering from the white eyes of the Taoist friends and the time is too fast? Aphrodisiac Dan 3 minutes to see the effect. Ultra long lasting 3 hours, no dependent side effects. You deserve to have. As well as the mysterious treasure medicine that can increase longevity, the Heavenly Fate Chi benefiting pill, shockingly came out. Wait, that's it? No. If you spend over 100 spirit stones, you can enjoy a free sermon from a powerful person who is a Yuaning or a god of transformation, as well as tickets to the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Note, age 30 or less. All can participate in the Tenjiao qualifying tournament. Qualifying tournament prize money. More honorary medals. Each win will receive 100 top-grade spirit stones, and the spirit stones will be doubled for consecutive wins. The huge stone monument was carved with an unusually striking script. 20% off site-wide. The power storage charm, wind chaser charm, and protection charm are actually only 30% off. The spiritual strength pill and the Peiyuan pill are also only 50% off. It's going to lose money, isn't it? It is important to realize that these talisman papers are currently the best sellers with the highest usage rates. Almost all stores won't sell at a discount on the best money. If we buy more, won't we make all our traveling money back? A single activation of the teleportation array was expensive. But if the number of people writing at once was in the thousands and tens of thousands, the price would be spread out into thousands. And it wouldn't be so hard to accept. Quickly, go contact the Taoists who are going shopping. Many cultivators ran around, ready to pull together like-minded Taoists who all wanted to go shopping. As long as there are 10,000 people in a domain, then the price of this teleportation array won't be cheaper. Your Highness, the advertisement has been sent out. Will anyone come? Although Yuju believed in Chinyu, she still felt that there were very few people in the eastern state who were willing to cross the domain for the sake of shopping. Even if there were, it would be the strongest of the various domains, and there weren't many of those. Jade, you can't underestimate people's desire to shop. It's a little card from the Gone Palace. No, this is bigger than a book. Book-sized sheets of paper fell from the sky. Several young female cultivators, dressed in youthful beauty, picked up the newspaper. Enter the first line of the eye. In a few bolded letters, the King's East State Express. Issue 1. It's King Gon's house, but it's gone from cards to this kind of paper? The third prince of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. What's inside his head? How can he have so many whimsical thoughts? Eastern States Express. They simply thought about it and realized the role. It should be something similar to the royal list, except that Chinyu expanded him to, well, all over the world. But the Eastern State has been passed down for countless years, and no one has ever thought of it. Look at what's written on it. Another female cultivator wearing a light green, knee-length skirt said hurriedly. Shopping spree. Wow. There are so many beautiful treasure clothes up there, and the prices are cheap. This one is exactly the same as the one I was looking at before, and the price is actually half as cheap. One of the female cultivators marveled. Women love beauty by nature, and female cultivators are no exception. As for the aphrodisiacs on top of the express, as well as other things, the few female cultivators didn't pay attention. A young man, on top of an island in the East China Sea, picked up a newspaper. The Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Passing reward. Interesting. The youth rose up with his sword and headed towards the land. Qualifying? Above the heavenly Dao mountain, a cool woman, seeing the papers floating in the sky, waved her hand and the papers flew into her hands. The woman wore a white dress and was about 1.7 meters tall, with long, curved eyebrows and bright, soulful eyes that exuded a sense of charm. The Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament? The woman twisted her head in obeisance. Master, disciple is making a trip down the mountain. May, the woman who got the response, rode a white crane and headed down the mountain. Old ancestor. The Jiang family head held a newspaper in his hand, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with a hopeful light. Heaven's Destiny Beneficial Chi Dan. You can increase your lifespan by 50 years. Once the old ancestor obtained it, not only would he be able to extend his lifespan by 50 years, he would also have the chance to break through the God transformation realm and change his fate against the heavens by virtue of this opportunity. Even if he couldn't break through, it would be enough to shelter the family for 50 years, giving the family's descendants more time to develop. The Yuan family was eyeing the Jiang family. Once the old ancestor sailed away, he would definitely be retaliated against by the Yuan family. And at that time, It would become the end of the Zheng family. In 50 years' time, I will also have the opportunity to impact Yuaning, and even my son has already achieved Yuaning. By then, with a pair of Yuaning, the Yuan family would also be afraid. It's all the fault of the younger generation's sons and daughters. When the Zheng family's old ancestor learned of the news, he directly stepped out of the gate and led the family to Northwatch City with the intention of seeking that one life-renewing precious pill. Longevity-extending pills were rare, and the appearance of each one could attract a large group of people. Old Locke, you don't need the Heavenly Fate Chi benefiting pill. Within 10 years, this highness will allow the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty's Chi Golden Dragon to grow to 1,000 feet and help you break through to Transformation Spirit. The old man believes in your highness. If it were before, the old Shangshu would still be skeptical, but he had seen the development of Northwatch in the past few days. The old Shangshu felt that his highness was still too conservative. He felt that 5 years should be enough. Chapter 113, Shopping Carnival. It's been a few days since Big Brother Dongfang opened, and there are very few people inside this mall. Duanmu Ziming walked around the mall and realized that every merchant was cold and quiet. This young man has long said that this mall will lose money. It's a pity that quite a few people don't believe this young man. The sound of oriental leaves carries through the mall. This fellow Taoist is right. It's just a bunch of idiots. In a poor countryside like Northwatch City, opening this kind of shopping mall, can there be a second way other than losing money? Sacred Heart Yen spoke even more solidly than the eastern tree leaves. Many forces heard this and ran out in anger ready to teach them a lesson. But it was Sacred Heartitis that was seen and backed away again. The prince's status was honorable, not something they could afford to mess with. The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, seeing the mall in a state of depression, had a great joy in his heart. Damn Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Damnable Qinyu. During this period of time, the sales of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's talisman paper had plummeted by 90%. This is still the reason why the distribution rights have not yet started selling. Once they start selling, it will still plummet by 90%. The president of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty Rune Master Guild was also on the sidelines. These days he couldn't even meditate. As long as he closed his eyes, it was Qin Yu's figure. Water Moon Divine Dynasty. Millions of talisman masters up and down the country. Because of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, they were on the verge of losing their livelihood. Only high-ranking rune masters, for the time being, were not affected much. No one was buying the talisman paper made by the lower-ranked talisman masters, and the talisman masters who had lost their source of income were on the verge of becoming a source of danger. Without the talisman paper that everyone needed, the status of talisman masters fell to pieces, and along with him, the guild president. His status also became declining. The president of the Rune Makers Guild was already trying his best to restrain himself from slapping them all into ruins, but now that several thousand forces were inside, he wouldn't dare to shoot even if he wanted to. Seeing that the mall was cold, the president of the Rune Master Guild felt slightly better in his heart. Old Locke, how are things at the academy these days? The corners of the old Shangshu's mouth rose as he said, Your Highness, under the cultivation of a large amount of resources, each and every one of them is progressing extremely fast. Only to think that at the current level, not to mention getting a seat at the Eastern State event, even the hurdle of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was quickly passed. These geniuses were not even the top batch. The truly best batch of Heavenly Pride had long been pocketed by all parties. That's good. Xinyu had been busy perfecting the rules of the mall lately and hadn't had much time to worry about the academy. Speaking of which, he, the proper principal, had never once been to the academy. When this matter was finished and he went to the academy to take a look, there were only 3 months before the selection for the Divine Dynasty. This could be a matter of Tian Yu's voice in the alliance, and it would be best to hold this seat in the hands of Northwatch City. Go to the mall. Xinyu brought the royal family and his group to the mall. Xinyu looked at the imposing mall, and in his previous life, he always felt like a hyena when he walked to a busy mall. Now have a mall of my own. To maintain the mall in the long run, there must be entertainment programs, and the Strongman Sermon and the Heavens Pride qualifying tournament are the products that came into being. There are a lot of proud people in the eastern states, and they all think they are invincible, but most of them have never fought with each other. Most of them are just talking to each other. Seeing Qin Yu coming, Sacred Heart Yen sneered. It's a pity that such a good shopping mall doesn't even have anyone. After coming to Northwatch City for a few days, he hadn't been able to come into contact with Qin Yu, which made Sacred Heart Yen unhappy in his heart. This asshole has not been able to see the guests and think of a wording. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. Qin Yu pretended to be surprised. Not even a human? Could it be that you're not a person? The hallowed prince also likes to show off his tongue. Dongfang Shai shook his folding fan, and with his sellable appearance, he had quite a bit of a fluttering gentleman's temperament. And this cat and dog is? Oof. Being called a cat or a dog by Qin Yu made Dongfang Shai instantly annoyed. Hidden family. Eastern leaf. Your Highness. The hidden families are some mysterious families in the eastern state that are hidden from the outside world. There are a total of 8 hidden families in the eastern state, second only to the divine dynasty and the Holy Land in terms of strength, and the eastern family is the head of the 8 families. The hidden family? Wouldn't it be like a turtle, hiding inside its shell and not seeing anyone? Yuju's face twitched when she heard this explanation. The hidden family was hidden in a small thousand world where no outside forces could find the entrance, and to the people of the eastern state, it was indeed like a turtle with a shrunken head. You dare to insult my 8 great families. Dongfang Shai heard Qin Yu's analogy and became furious. Qin Yu was not amused that this asshole had just appeared and dared to choke him with his words. He was a man who had lived through the internet explosion. What swear words had he not heard? Thinking of the network, Qin Yu was thinking that the eastern state should also be able to carry out it. After all, the physical knowledge is connected. Turtles and auspiciousness, symbols of longevity. How can you be said to be insulted? The Xuanwu divine dynasty has a turtle as its totem. Do you mean that the Xuanwu divine dynasty's totem is an insulting totem now? Half-Summer snickered. Since His Highness disliked people can be really powerful. Xuanwu divine dynasty, that Xuanwu. What does it have to do with turtles? Dongfang Shai refuted. Isn't a turtle a basilisk? The Xuanwu was a divine beast, and the tortoise was not an ordinary demonic beast or even an animal. On the contrary, the tortoise's ancestors evolved from the Xuanwu. The turtle clan also call themselves Genpu. Alas! Why should brother Dongfang try to show off his tongue with him? The shopping mall that Prince Gon took the trouble to build, and even more so, he said outright that it was the #1 shopping center in the eastern state. Now the door is open. A little emotion is normal. Why let Prince Gon add another worry? Sacred Heart Yen heard that the eastern tree leaf was from a hidden family, and also rose to befriend. The hidden families were powerful, and the 8 clans united were even more capable of rivaling the divine pilgrimage Holy Land. What the sacred prince said is reasonable. It was indeed a bit unkind to quarrel with King Gon today. This young man is here to apologize to the king. Qin Yu's words turned. Why not see the 6th princess today? You are not always inseparable? Sacred Heart Yan's face changed drastically, forgetting the news about him and his imperial sister. This bastard Qin Yu actually knew. You bastard. This Highness has already given you 8,000 spirit stones. Don't worry, I'm not going to go around talking about it. This Highness is a man of honor. But it's not like there's no one in this Highness's mall. It's just that the people haven't arrived yet. Qin Yu laughed, estimating the time. It should be almost 12 o'clock. For the sake of convenience, Qin Yu had specially set the start time at 12 noon. There's no online shopping in the eastern states where you can keep watch on your cell phone for the wee hours of the morning. The golden runes on the teleportation array flashed continuously. The golden light dispersed, and in the center of the teleportation array, there were people standing all over the place. Ha ha. Is this Northwatch City? That's the Universal Center? The majestic building that stood in the center of the city, even at the location of the teleportation array, could be directly reflected in the eyes. Such a huge monolithic building was still covered in glaze, and the thousands of people on the teleportation array had never seen it before. Get out of the teleportation array. There's someone coming up behind us, the teleportation array staff urged. The teleportation array flickered again. This was a reaction to the fact that there were other teleportation formations that were transmitting to Northwatch City's teleportation formation. Chapter 114, The Villager. Thousands of people were escorted by the teleportation array and rushed down. Boom! It didn't take long for the teleportation array to light up again, and after the golden light dispersed, tens of thousands of people appeared in the center of the teleportation array. Charge! Treasure coat, here I come. In the past, when a few pieces of precious clothes appeared, it caused a scramble, but this time, on the Royal Express, there were pieces of beautiful clothes. A group of female cultivators quickly ran towards the building in view, which was exactly the same as the one in the snapshot. The others were also driven by the female cultivators' atmosphere and quickened their pace. Thousands of people trooped to the Universal Center Mall. Your Highness is too powerful, Ma Haoshuan sighed. How did His Highness's brain grow, actually coming up with this kind of solution? Now, it would be difficult for Northwatch City not to prosper. When it was hard to earn spirit stones, it was also hard for cultivators to find a livelihood. But now there was actually a labor shortage in Northwatch City. Refining talisman paper enlisted a full 300,000 cultivators. This had already siphoned off a large number of cultivators from Northwatch City. Coupled with the construction of the shopping mall, it had also levied a large number of construction teams. It further exacerbated the scarcity of cultivators. With 6,000 chambers of commerce moving in, there was also a need to recruit a large amount of manpower. And by now there were still many chambers of commerce that hadn't recruited anyone. Although the shopkeepers were all staffed by people sent out by the major powers themselves, there was still a need to recruit locals for the waiters and some of the miscellaneous ones. Sacred Heart Yen despised. Joke. Where do people come from? Do they rely on the poor people of Northwatch City? Or people from other domains of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty? Northwatch City was remote, and it took quite a bit of time to come by Imperial Sword. As for the teleportation array, how many cultivators in Tian you could afford to make a teleportation array? Oriental Tree Leaf shook his feather fan and laughed. Ha ha, maybe in the other divine dynasties, someone will be too full to come to Northwatch City to shop. Maybe. Seeing the Oriental Tree Leaves of the flat white hosts, Duo Chi Yun couldn't help but transmit his voice. When we went out, the patriarch of the 8 clans had instructed that when we go out, we should be good to others and not fight for power. Oriental leaves have long been on the head, where there is still any regard for what Ting. The Hall 8 families appear together. Yu district to prince. Should not be polite. However, after coming to Northwatch City for a full 10 days, Yu actually did not show any indication at all, and the Eastern Tree Leaves felt that Yu was overly arrogant, which also caused the Eastern Tree Leaves to be dissatisfied. The first time he stepped out of the small thousand world, he was actually not taken seriously, which made the Eastern Tree Leaf have no sense of fulfillment. Previously, the young generation of the 8 great families came out, which time is not stirring the wind and clouds, becoming the hot figure in the Eastern state. To him actually sitting on the bench. This made Dongfang Shai resent Yu. 4 people from other domains to come to Northwatch City to shop. Isn't that delusional? I believe that not many people will be idle and come to Northwatch City, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president said disdainfully. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce had the most to lose from this rune paper dealers conference. As soon as he thought about the talisman paper that he had previously collected from the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, his chest ached with hatred and he wanted to kill Yu handily on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Wei was still on the sidelines, I'm afraid he would have already made his move. Several 100 million pieces of talisman paper had emptied the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's cash flow of spirit stones, and now the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce was almost depleted of spirit stones, except for a large pile of talisman paper. Yu, however, at this time, set the wholesale price of talisman paper at a discount of 10%, which meant that the value of the talisman paper in the hands of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty had shrunk several times. Zhang Wei was always on guard against the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president and the Rune Paper Guild president, both of whom were strong at the god transformation stage. If the two of them couldn't take the excitement and suddenly struck out to injure His Highness, then he would be unable to atone for his sins with 1,000 deaths. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president had never hated someone so much in his life. This was to break his foundation. Boom boom. Trampling sounds rose and fell, coming in from outside the mall. The people inside were flabbergasted. The various powerhouses released their divine senses, wanting to take a look at what was happening outside. Divine sense was externalized, and only when a strong person faced a weak person would they probe with their divine sense recklessly. However, once he released his divine sense and probed the strongest person, he was bound to attract trouble. Therefore, the cultivators of the Eastern State usually did not externalize their divine sense in non-essential situations, but the trampling sounds coming from them were too dense, and they didn't care so much. Tens of thousands of people swarmed in. There aren't many opportunities to get 30%, 50% off, and everyone wants to grab the first chance to buy. Wow, so many stores. Are there really as many as a few thousand? The cultivators who had just entered the mall had their mouths wide open one by one. It was only the first floor, and as far as the eye could see, there were densely packed stores, one next to the other. And how many exotic treasures are there? These can be forces from all the eastern states, from all over the world. 6,000 stores, or large forces from all over the world. And the customers stood one by one at the door, not knowing where to start looking. My father gave me 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. It should be enough to buy a cool. This young master will patronize every one of them. A magnificently dressed second-generation immortal said loudly from the doorway. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was the income of an early-stage Yuaning powerhouse for more than a year. His father was a great cultivator of the late Yuaning stage, who got a son in his later years, and had no further possibility in his cultivation. He was incredibly generous to him, his only son, and could be said to respond to any request. Young master, 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. It doesn't look like it's quite enough. Just the first floor alone. There are close to 1,000 stores, and they all sell relatively rare treasures, selling for hundreds of lower-grade spirit stones to start. How can it not be enough? The youth disdained. 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones, converted into lower-grade a full 200,000. Wherever he went he was not a rich and powerful master. The youth followed his followers' line of sight, only to see densely packed stores that could not be seen at a glance. It seems like it's really not enough. The youth's words revealed excitement. I thought the publicity was exaggerated, but I didn't realize there were really thousands of chambers of commerce. Cultivators from all over the world do not know that Chinyu used to open a store and bundled the right to distribute talisman paper. Charge. Let my old man give spirit stones if it's not enough. How is it possible? Sacred Heart Yen was dumbfounded. Looking at the style of dress of these people, it was obvious that they were not cultivators of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. It was more like a cultivator from the Xuanwu Divine Dynasty. Dongfang Shai was also turning blue. Just now he had said that unless the cultivators of the other divine dynasties had their fill, they would not come. But this scene in front of him, this slapped him in the face. Why? The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president was dumbfounded. He had lived for thousands of years and this was the first time he had seen such a fiery scene. Even the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's talisman paper, which was on sale, was far less hot. Chinyu said indifferently, a bunch of unseen country bumpkins. That's how many people. Hillbilly, Sacred Heart Yen, Oriental Tree Leaf, and the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president's eyes widened, and for the first time in their lives, they heard someone call them country bumpkins. Many of the onlookers' Chamber of Commerce shopkeepers, one by one, did not believe their ears. A young lord of the head of the 8 clans, a royal son of the Divine Dynasty, and the president of the Eastern State's top 10 Chamber of Commerce. He was actually mocked for being a country bumpkin. Not to mention meeting them, he had never even heard of them. How many people is that? Less than 1 in 1,000. And that makes you guys surprised? Chinyu's bravado was sky high. The district of over 10,000 people was not the limit of today. It was just the beginning. Chapter 115, the teleportation array is dry and smoking. Big words. There are more than 10,000 people here. Less than 1 in 1,000. Can you say that you can still attract 10 million cultivators to come? Sacred Heart Yen was scolded for being a country bumpkin. And when he heard Chinyu speak out of turn, he couldn't wait to speak out in anger. Just over 10,000 people. More than 6,000 stores. And the average patronage is just a mere 2 people. That's it? Dongfang Shai mocked. As for Chinyu's big words, he didn't pay attention to his ears. 10 million level of foot traffic, which is impossible. This means that for each domain, an average of 5,000 people come to Northwatch. 5,000 people were insignificant to a domain, but those 5,000 were all people who came across the domain to shop. Oriental Tree Leaf beat him to death and he didn't believe it. I've lived for 1,000 years, but I've never heard that there would be 10 million people that would come out at the same time for the sake of shopping. I would like to see where these 10 million people come from today. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president tilted his head and waited to see Chinyu's joke. How pathetic. Living for 1,000 years and still being a country bumpkin. Chinyu shook his head in a sympathetic manner. You, the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. The old man is not going to fight with you over words. Your Highness. Don't irritate people. What if they go crazy later? Zhang Shangshu kept muttering in his heart. Although he was in the late stage of transformation spirit. In front of him, the president of the Rune Paper Chamber of Commerce was in the late stage of transformation spirit. And the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce was in the middle stage of transformation spirit. So he wasn't sure about moving. Not good. Turn off the automatic reception mode of the teleportation array. The staff of the teleportation array had a moment of hindsight. Just now the teleportation array lit up with dozens of rays at the same time, which were dozens of targets connecting to the coordinates of the Northwatch City teleportation array. The teleportation array in Northwatch City will explode from too much power. Crazy this is. Why do so many people suddenly want to come to Northwatch City? Thinking back, it was only some time ago that the dealer conference came to have more forces. But that was arriving one after another. Not so centralized. It's almost always 12 noon this time. Not good. Northwatch City's teleportation array. There are actually dozens of teleportation arrays ready to teleport. It's fortunate that the other party closed the interface, or else we'd all be lost in space. The old monster of the Jiang clan who was preparing to go to Northwatch City to purchase the Heavenly Fate beneficial cheap pill had a moment of hindsight. Almost buried myself on the road. Old ancestor. What happened? The Jiang family had asked. It seems that there are quite a lot of people heading to Northwatch City. The Jiang clan's old ancestor was worried. He already had less than 5 years of lifespan. Once he couldn't get the elixir, then his Jiang clan was in danger. But the old monsters who coveted the elixir must be quite a few. And before that, they could only look at their fate. The Jiang clan's oldest ancestor sighed as he looked at the crowded teleportation array. Alas, after living for almost 800 years, this is the first time I've encountered. Within a few days, tens of thousands of people gathered in traveling to one place at the same time. He had been faking his death for many years in order to stay alive, and had just come out of the gate when he heard that there were pills in Northwatch City. He had never heard of the name of Northwatch. After all, there were more than 2 000 domains in the eastern state. So who would remember so much about it? Except for the capitals of the great divine dynasties, and some special regions. After several long hours of waiting, the other party finally agreed to transmit. Golden light flashed. The runes on the array plate erupted with mysterious power. A large amount of spirit stones were drained of their aura and turned into powder, and tens of thousands of people disappeared into the center of the square. Come down quickly. Don't stand on the teleportation array. The Jiang clan's oldest ancestor had just landed on the ground when he heard rough urging sounds. He just wanted to get angry. He was a great cultivator at the peak of Yuaning. Wherever he went was not an existence that everyone respected. But now he actually had the courage to heckle him. The Jiang clan's oldest ancestor had just raised his hand when he was shocked by the scene before him. There was a huge crowd outside the teleportation array. Jin Dan? Zhen Yang? Abound. Yuaning walking all over the place. Jin Dan is not as good as a dog, should be the description of this scene. The Jiang clan's old ancestor felt as if his worldview had been shocked. He's only been faking his death for 10 years. And Dong Zhou has already turned into this? Don't froth. Quickly leave the transmission array. The teleportation array staff, seeing the reaction of the Jiang clan's ancestor, looked accustomed to it and quickly urged him to go down. The Jiang clan's oldest ancestor walked out of the teleportation formation in a daze. Just as he stepped off the teleportation array, the runes on the array flashed violently. The Jiang family's old ancestor looked like he had seen a ghost. Is the teleportation array working so intensely now? The teleportation array staff wiped their foreheads. Numb nuts. It's drying out my sweat. Move over. TM. There are too many people in this mall. Just how many people have come? Someone passed by Sacred Heartitis with curses on their lips. The aisles of the mall were packed. Sacred Heartitis gets shoved from time to time. Oriental leaves are no exception. Those who came here today were either rich or noble, and most of them were the second generation of various domains. One by one, they also had no one in sight, and when they saw Dongfang Shai and Sacred Heartyan, they also pushed the two away without hesitation. No one dared to move the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce and the president of the Rune Paper Guild. After all, the aura emanating from the duo was too terrifying. Now you know you're a hick, Xinyu said with a smile. Xinyu's tone was flat, but in the ears of several people, it was so harsh. The spectacle of 10 million people shopping at the same time didn't even attract the attention of a few people. It was really because Xinyu was too angry. Let's go. What's there to say to a few country bumpkins? Xinyu waved his hand and left with the people of the royal family. The city of Northwatch began to take off. In the current Northwatch city, Jin Dan and Yuaning could be said to fill the streets. The imperial city of the heavenly feathered divine dynasty couldn't have this kind of pomp and circumstance. It's a good thing I didn't listen to that idiot, or else I would have missed this opportunity for riches. Many forces spat. These reached the ears of the eastern tree leaf and shamed him. After all, he swore up and down that he was bound to lose money by joining the Chamber of Commerce. Numb nuts. It's all because of that asshole who said something about it being bound to be a loss. And my stores sold out. The 8 hidden families were indeed powerful, but the thousands of chambers of commerce inside the mall were no slouches. No one gave Oriental Tree Leaf any face. Damn Qinyu. Dongfang Shai added all these insults to Qinyu. If it wasn't for Qinyu, would he have been so abused? 10 million people shopped at the same time. The shopping atmosphere was high. Some people were deeply afraid of not being able to buy anymore and started to loot. In front of the Strong Yang Sect's gate, many cultivators wearing veils were walking around inside the store. The Stout Sun Sect Patriarch was startled by this scene. His Highness Qinyu had really promoted him? He found so many cultivators, with a clear goal in mind, heading straight for the Strong Yang Sect store. It was a good thing that he had listened to Qinyu and prepared a large amount of goods in advance. Zhuanyang Sect Patriarch fast smiled. The clan's many years of inventory actually in just one day sold out. This was the first time in his life that the Strong Yang Sect Patriarch had ever seen such a spectacle. Elder Ancestor Jiang didn't have time to dilly-dally and quickly headed to the mall, wanting to get his hands on the heavenly fate benefiting chi pill. That was the purpose of his trip. Chapter 116, Drawing a 5th grade Dan? Pills aren't for sale and points are raffled off? Old Ancestor Jiang subconsciously roared out. Heavenly fate benefiting chi pill. Ah, a supreme treasure pill that can increase life expectancy by 50 years. And you're telling me about a points lottery? Old Ancestor Jiang roared in his heart, seeing the first two arrive. You ended up telling me that I couldn't buy it, and for the sake of this elixir, the Jiang family was emptied by him. Yes, by spending 100,000 points, you can participate in the Heavenly Fate benefiting Chi Pill lottery. The Beijing Sect Patriarch responded with a smile. This Heavenly Fate Chi benefiting pill was accidentally obtained by the Beijing Sect Patriarch at a small relic. But a piker is not a piker, and a piker is not a piker. The Beijing Sect's Patriarch, who didn't dare to take it out at all, didn't even dare to go to the black market. This Dan was worth more than the lives of his entire clan. Although the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi Dan was only a 5th grade lower order elixir, its value was comparable to the 5th grade upper order. And even some 5th grade top order treasure elixirs were not worth as much as the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi Dan that could increase one's longevity. How do the points work? Spend 1 lower grade spirit stone and you will receive 1 point, Patriarch Beijing explained. 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Isn't that 1,000 upper grade spirit stones? For a mere 1,000 upper grade spirit stones, there was a chance to obtain the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi pill. How could one miss out on such a heavenly beauty? Give me 1,000 top grade spirit stones for what you have in your store. The Jiang family's oldest ancestor didn't hesitate. The Heavenly Fate Chi benefiting pill was related to the future of the Jiang family. Okay, the Bicrystal sect patriarch had a smile on his face at all times. Originally, this pill was prepared to honor Qinyu. After all, he was a second-rate clan. Even if he possessed the right to distribute talisman paper, he would encounter a lot of resistance if he wanted to develop, but His Highness Qinyu actually refused to accept it, saying that I should take it out and sell it to grow the patriarch. His Highness Qinyu was worthy of being called a fair and just man, and was simply a breath of fresh air in the eastern state. In the class-solidified eastern states, the large powers have remained unchanged for years. As for going against the grain and allowing the clan to make a class leap, it didn't exist. The heavenly prides were all absorbed by powerful forces that were getting stronger and stronger, while the weaker clans could only take in heavenly prides with even weaker talent. Coupled with the fact that the existing resources in the eastern state had been divided cleanly long ago, small forces that lacked resources would find it even harder to cultivate talents. Although there was no lack of people who were endowed with good fortune and changed their destiny in various adventures and relics, this number of people was insignificant compared to the entire eastern state and could not create too many waves. Your Highness Qinyu, this wave of talisman paper distribution rights has already caused changes in the forces that have been firmly established for hundreds, if not thousands of years everywhere. The Beijing sect patriarch felt as if the waves of the eastern state era were about to change, and His Highness Qinyu was that wave, which was why he had gone out of his way to take out the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi pill to flatter Qinyu. The main patriarch of the Beijing sect handed over the treasure with a smile. 1,000 upper grade spirit stones was quite a lot of treasure. He is only a second-rate clan, and the clan does not have any pillar industry. As long as it makes money and sells everything, it is like a grocery store. The method of the lottery is also given by His Highness Qinyu. He said that this time, if you spend money in the mall, anyone who goes to him for a lucky draw will give him 5 points from the tax revenue. Patriarch Beijing knew that this must have been a loss of even his pants. The Heavenly Fate Chi benefiting pill was worth a lot of money. The starting price on the auction house was 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the final price was at least 1 million top-grade spirit stones, 5% of the raffle winners, and one raffle winner was only 50 top-grade spirit stones, requiring a full 10,000 people to participate in the raffle in order for him to keep his money. Spending 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to fill 10,000 people? The Beijing sect patriarch shook his head, stating that it was impossible to get. Found it. Heaven's Destiny Chi benefiting pill. Boss, I'll pay 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Give me the pill. A peak Yuaning cultivator, who exuded an aura of decay, hurriedly ran over. Not for sale. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, the rotten Yuaning said hideously. The Heavenly Fate beneficial pill is not for sale, only for raffle. Sweepstakes? The rotten genie was confused. It was only after the Jiang family's ancestor explained that a full 100,000 points were drawn. Take the treasures in your store and give me a share of 100,000 lower grade spirit stones as it is. The corrupted Yuaning did not hesitate. After the corrupted Yuaning, more and more came, and in no time at all, there were as many as 1,000 of them. Young lord, I heard that those who make purchases of 100,000 lower grade spirit stones at the mall can participate in the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi pill raffle. An early Yuaning cultivator spoke up. 100,000 spirit stones for a chance to obtain the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi pill? Xian Yuan Tian, the grandson of the third elder of the Fuxi Holy Land, was surprised. This was a 5th grade elixir, worth 1 million top grade spirit stones. Uncle Chen, how many spirit stones have we spent now? Xian Yuan Tian was incredibly excited, a smile on his face. In case if I win the lottery, if I go back and give it to Grandpa will definitely praise me. Uncle Chen looked at the list in his hands and sighed. Young master, we've already spent 30,000 top grade spirit stones. The mall is very considerate, and gives a list of how much you have spent. The third elder had a single lineage, and was loved by Elder Xian Yuan, with almost no restrictions on his resources. No, just by coming to the mall, he spent 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. which was the income of the early yuaning stage for 20 years. The distribution of resources in the immortal cultivation world is extremely unbalanced, and the strong have too much, but no one has a problem with it. The path of cultivation is inherently strong. Of course I wouldn't dare say it even if I did. After all, it's true that it would kill me. Xian Yuan Tian raised his head like a victorious rooster. The number one consumer in the mall should be this young man. Go and check out that lottery. In front of the Beijing sex store, it had already been crowded with people. It was a good thing that in the center of the mall, an empty space was purposely left out. The patriarch of the Aqua Crystal sect had the disciples under his hand, registering customers who had spent over $100,000, and in front of him was placed a, covered by a hood, heavenly fate benefiting chi pill. Next to the elixir is the giant raffle box. Here, this young man wants to draw a prize. Xian Yuan Tian pushed through the crowd and handed the consumption slip to the registered disciple, his face filled with pride. Heavens, a full 3 million points were spent. The registered disciple couldn't help but utter a sound. It's just a mere 3 million points. Why publicize it? Xian Yuan Tian's tone was flat, but his raised head showed that he was enjoying this moment. Regulus thought to himself, the amount of spending was really number one. Your Excellency, please, the lottery is ready to open at 6 in the afternoon. The registration disciple said respectfully, having long since placed a stool in the center position. Xian Etian collected his head and walked in. It was found that 20 or 30 people were actually already seated on the 100 stools set up in the center, and in front of the stool, there was a vertical sign, million points VIP area. 3 million points. Should be able to rank in the top 10. How can 3 million points make it into the top 10? It's already considered good to make it into the top 20. There are so many rich people, spending 3 million lower grade spirit stones at a time, and actually not even the top 20, can necessarily enter. The aisles of the 7-story building were filled with people, all wanting to see where this heavenly fate beneficial Qi Dan belonged, and one after another, the consumer points that appeared refreshed their knowledge of this world. You don't even get into the top 20? Xian Yuan Tian turned around violently when he heard this. Chapter 117 Consumption Ranking. Idiot, you're saying that this young man can't enter the top 20 with 3 million points? Xian Yuan Tian had already thought that he was number one, but now a person came and said that he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 20, which instantly made him annoyed. A frog in the bottom of the well. A mere 3 million points. Do you still want to enter the top 20? The person who had just opened his mouth also spoke out in dislike. The people inside the mall came from all over the 5 lakes in the eastern state. Xian Yuan Tian didn't know many people, so naturally, he couldn't say that they gave him face. The frog at the bottom of the well. Xian Yuan Tian's lungs were about to explode with anger. The only grandson of the third elder of the Fuxi Holy Land was actually said to be a frog in the bottom of the well. You find me a few out there that have more points than this young man. Those several God transformation stage seniors each have more than 5 million points. And there are also several Yuaning stage seniors with 3 to 4 million points. 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce's Pavilion Yinging has 20 million points. That 12 or 13-year-old girl has an even higher 50 million points. The person who exited was from the Qingshu Sacred Ground, the 4th generation disciple, senior brother Qingfeng. He was the 3rd person to arrive after corrupted Yuaning. He also came here for the elixir, and when he learned that he only needed to spend 100,000 points to draw the prize, he didn't spend impulsively. Instead, he waited quietly on the side. 20 million points. 50 million points. Xian Yuan Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. 50 million points was a full 50,000 extreme spirit stones, more than 10 times more than him. Although he was the only grandson of the third elder of the Fuxi Holy Land, he couldn't take out a full 50,000 extreme spirit stones. Spending 3,000 extreme spirit stones today was already the highest he had ever spent. Xian Yuan Tian grunted and found a stool to sit down. Not continuing to argue with Qingfeng, the 12 or 13-year-old girl, who was spoken to by Qingfeng, subconsciously straightened the hat on her head. The cultivators who appeared behind them were also surprised by the figure of 50 million. A 12 or 13-year-old girl consuming 50 million spirit stones. Many people were curious about his identity and who he was. Humans have so many rules. There's a VIP section for buying something, the young girl muttered. But this lottery is quite interesting. The young girl also wanted to try her luck to see if she could win, but she always felt in her heart that she could win. The young girl's name is Bessie, and she comes from the Light Elf clan of the Forest of Spectral Dreams. The Yung Forest was the largest forest in the Eastern Prefecture, and the area covered by its forest was even larger than the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. There were countless races inside, but very few beings would go out of the forest and come to the human world. It was basically the human races that went to explore the Forest of Spectral Dreams and plundered the strange and exotic treasures of the Forest of Spectral Dreams. The clan lands of the Light Elf clan were occupied by a horde of demonic beasts. The Elf clan was a master forger and was very good at making weapons, but in the battle against the demonic beasts, there was too much attrition. Without the clan lands, there is no way to forge for the short term, and without weapons there is no way to drive the beasts away. At exactly this time, Bessie picked up a newspaper. For this reason, he had come to Northwatch City to buy weapons from the human race. After buying the weapons, she learned that she could also enter the raffle. Elves live a long time, and the Heaven's Destiny beneficial chi pill would not be of much use to her, but she wanted to try her hand at it. Who said the human race is materially scarce? There are countless strange and exotic treasures in here. A man with gills in his ears, similar in appearance to a humanoid, leads a group of fishmen, shouting recklessly through the mall. The sea people. Some of the clan cultivators recognized the visitor. The sea race actually ran to the goby, not afraid of being dried out by the sun. Some human cultivators scoffed. The relationship between the human race and the sea race is not amicable. The sea race is spread all over the 4 seas, has a living space far beyond the human race. The sea is pregnant with countless exotic treasures, but the sea race and many races have always wanted to invade the continent, invade the territory of the human race. The sea clan already has methods that can survive on land, so I'm afraid I've disappointed you. The moment this statement came out of the mouth, it caused the human race's breath to stutter. Don't blow it off. It's just something that can stay for a short period of time. From what I know, the cost is not expensive, right? The cultivator from the Xuanwu Divine Dynasty directly unraveled the sea tribe's big talk. The Xuanwu Divine Dynasty was adjacent to the sea and had the most dealings with the sea race, so it naturally knew the secrets of the sea race. Humph. It will work sooner or later. The cunning man snorted coldly and did not continue to make a sound. Cunning aquamarine. 60 million points. The Beijing sect patriarch's face was all smiles. It had to be His Highness Qinyu, who actually came up with the points lottery. These dozens of million-point customers alone would make him a fortune. 20 million, 50 million, 60 million. These 3 will draw 5.5 million spirit stones. Developed. Time passed by, and more people participated in the lottery. Many people did not buy 100,000 points, but they chose to gather 100,000 points for the lottery. The Heaven's Destiny Chi benefiting pill worth 1 million upper-grade spirit stones was enough to attract everyone. Even a god transformation stage powerhouse would want to obtain a heavenly fate beneficial chi pill. The 10 million point customers, 6 or 7 of which appeared one after another, were already a full 10. Poverty limits our imagination. I've long heard that the Eastern state is vast and has countless powerful people, but I didn't realize that there are countless rich people as well. It was only a shopping trip, spending 10 million spirit stones at every turn, and there were already a full 10 such people. The million points VIP area is even more filled with people. Those with 1 million points or so can only stand on the sidelines, and the periphery is even more crowded. Many people do not even have a place to land. There was no lack of Jin Dan and Yuaning bigwigs among them. The Yuaning big brother, who could only be viewed from afar in the beginning, was huddling with them. Don't trample. The already depressed Eastern tree leaf, by the crowded crowd, was unable to move. Damn it, haven't these people ever bought anything? What are they all crowding in for? The Eastern tree leaf, who had been slapped in the face by Qinyu, was already upset, but now he was even more upset. The entire mall was crowded, especially the center of the mall where the Heavenly Fate beneficial chi pill was located, and it was impossible to squeeze in without some strength. And the teleportation array at this time, the golden array pattern had become dull. The staff was also nearly exhausted, and the teleportation array had been going on at all times since 12 o'clock. It's gotten to the point where we're picking up one a minute, but there was still a steady stream of people teleporting to Northwatch City. Has received transmissions from over 300 domains. How many more people are coming in the treadmill? The staff was on the verge of breaking down. Go on. This is just where it's at. It's rumored that this time around, people from over 2,000 domains in the eastern state are coming. A fellow officer next to him advised. 2,000 domains? Geez. Numb nuts. What the hell is going on? 6 hours have passed. Why is the teleportation array still not activated? There were old monsters who were furious. They were running towards the Heavenly Fate beneficial Chi Dan. As a result, 6 hours have passed and still haven't gone out. Wait until the North Hope City is afraid that the yellow flowers are cold. The time came to 6 o'clock. Everyone, the lottery for the Heaven's Destiny beneficial Chi pill will now begin. Chapter 118 Opened Heavenly Eyes. Your Highness, would it be too fast to open the lottery today? The vast majority of people in the eastern state haven't even arrived yet. Yuju had a puzzled look on her face. Less than 1/5 had arrived now, and the popularity had yet to reach its climax. Shopping should be about not finishing. These old monsters are the ones with the most spirit stones. Without buying pills, there's naturally a chance to convert them into other spending. The elixir was just a gimmick. There was only one in total, destined to be nothing for all but one lucky winner. Or your highness is sinister, Hafsia blurted out. No, it's still your highness who is smart, Hafsia hurriedly corrected. Syar, the guts are getting bigger and bigger, daring to spit on your highness. Snap. Qin Yu's strong palm slapped on the soft and tender buttocks. The soft touch was immediately transmitted to Qin Yu's mind through his palm. Char's developing pretty fast. Your highness, Syar is wrong. Half-Summer hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Consumption of more than 10 million points of more than 10 peoples. Million points of more than 100 people. As for the 100,000 points of showing a geometric increase, there were tens of thousands of people. Today's customers all came across the region by teleportation array, belonging to the elite class of the eastern state with strong spending power. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. For these people, it was just buying a few magic weapons. Sovereign, the total points of those who participated in the raffle exceeded 2 billion. Beijing sect patriarch heard, secretly calculated, 2 billion points, equivalent to the top-grade spirit stone 20 million. They can mention 5%, which means a full million top-grade spirit stone. Knowing that the value of this elixir was just 1 million upper-grade spirit stones, the commission from the raffle alone was now back. You know that the goods in his store were also swept away, and it also gave the clan visibility. 3 in 1. Spirit stones, fame are all there, and the inventory is emptied. And the shopping malls also saw a huge increase in sales and more taxes for His Highness because of the diversion of the elixir. And the points effect. The Beijing sect patriarch was curious as to how exactly His Highness Qin Yu's brain had grown to be able to come up with such a brilliant plan. According to the number of people, the Beijing sect patriarch placed corresponding cards inside the raffle box, one of which had the words Heavenly Fate benefiting Chi Pill written on it in large letters. Big sister. I saw the card with the writing on it. Ning Tian transmitted his voice. It was as if Ning Tian had opened up a new world, and he realized that Northwatch City was his paradise, and the people here loved to play raffle, and with heavenly eyes, he was even more at home in it. Ning Qianing's azure-colored eyes appeared to be ancient, but in reality, her heart had already begun to beat. The Heaven's Destiny Chi benefiting pill worth 1 million upper-grade spirit stones was a decade's worth of total earnings for one of his Ning clan's families. Once it was in hand, coupled with the rights to distribute talisman paper that the Ning family had obtained, the Ning family would take off. Ning Qianing's eyes were constantly flickering with blue light. The trip to Northwatch City had truly changed the fate of the Ning family, and this was just His Highness Qin Yu, casually doing so. There were not a few forces like her. Below, the customer with over 10 million points will be the first to draw the prize. The Bicrystal sect patriarch signaled as the dozen or so people with the highest spending inside the VIP area prepared for the raffle. Ning Tian and Ning Qianning were apprehensive in their hearts, fearing that they would be drawn out by the person in front of them. The two of them weren't spending much, and with at least 1,000 people ahead of them, they could only pray that no one in front of them would win the lottery. The 60 million point crippler was the first to go on one. Ha ha, this grand prize is definitely mine. The pretty man had a smug look on his face, as if he was the son of that heavenly destiny. The slasher pulls out the card. Thank you for your patronage. What is the meaning of this? The cretin looked confused. It means you thank you for patronizing, but the prize is not for you. Ha ha. There were cultivators who knew the inside story of thank you patronage and laughed out loud. Spending tens of millions of dollars resulted in drawing thank you patronage. Oof. They threw the card away with one hand and said angrily, no one is allowed to give those 4 words in the future. Bessie the elf nervously picked a card. She wanted the feeling of winning the lottery, not the elixir. Thanks for the patronage. Bessie's face was depressed. Her delicate features crumpled into a pile. She already knew what those 4 words meant. Ying was full of happiness. How could you guys draw it? The elixir is mine. Thanks for the patronage. A dozen or so multi-million point VIPs, without exception, thanked for their patronage. Didn't hit it good. The front one didn't hit. The back one had a chance. The people in the front one didn't win, but the people in the back were happy and shouting instead, which made the people who drew first not have the joy of drawing first. A bunch of unlucky people. How could they win the lottery? This elixir is mine. Dongfang Shai thought to himself that his own chi was powerful, and this elixir was bound to be his. Asterisk Nima. Eastern Tree Leaf was so angry that he lost his feather fan. After coming out of the small thousand world, the self-proclaimed elegant Eastern Tree Leaf had broken his defense many times. Big brother Dongfang, pay attention to the temperament. This probability of winning the lottery is already low. It's understandable if you don't win. Duanmu Ziming comforted. This is not comforting, okay? Once comforted, the Oriental Tree leaves even more angry. A flash of disdain flashed through Dekuro Ayun's eyes as she looked at Dongfang Shuai, who didn't have the slightest bit of the temperament of a hermit family heir. Sure enough, my father was right. The children of the hidden family have been isolated from the outside world for too long. Without experiencing setbacks, the moral heart of the generation is not as good as the generation. One by one, they went up to the stage, each hoping to be one of the lucky winners, but thousands of people went by in a row thanking them for their patronage. Finally arrived at the Ning family. Ning Tian walked straight over, and in the eyes of the others, Ning Tian was nothing more than a passerby, and that prize was waiting for them. Ning Tian looked at the box dead on, his eyes having long since penetrated the box. 5 fingers rummaged inside, quickly locking onto the card with the script. Look at the words on the card. The 5 black letters were so conspicuous that everyone present saw them. Asterisk 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 dot. The heavenly fate benefiting chi pill was drawn by a child. Countless people despaired how they hadn't even been drawn yet. It's not the Ning family who got the distribution rights at a discount. The life of the Ning family's dog is also too good to have been given the chance twice. The Jiang family's old ancestors' eyes were even more red. This elixir was about the future of the Jiang family. Countless hot gazes stared at the Ning family siblings. Second-rate clans couldn't keep it, and first-rate clans were similarly unable to withstand the consequences of this elixir. The Ning family is willing to pay filial tribute to His Highness Qinyu with this dan. Ning Qianing quickly came to her senses after being gazed at by countless icy eyes. It wasn't something that the Ning family could have, and the 2 siblings could sneak away. But not the Ning family. Someone wants to honor me with the heavenly fate beneficial Qi Dan? Qinyu was confused, but he quickly reacted that this was a small power that did not have the confidence to keep the precious dan and had no choice but to resort to this. Isn't the Ning family the one that wrote a 10% discount in the first place? Qinyu had an impression of the Ning family. After all, there was only one power in the entire field that overlapped with his price. The first time he guessed the price, Qinyu could still say that the Ning family was lucky. And this time the treasure dan also won. That would not be mere luck. Tell her that I'll take the precious elixir. And in addition, this elixir is priced at 1 million upper-grade spirit stones, and the Ning family can make further deductions when they purchase goods in the future. Qinyu did not lack spirit stones. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones of pills was not worth mentioning in looking at his eyes. Naturally, there was no need to take this small advantage. The news traveled through the Bai family lord and reached Ning Qianing's ears. Chapter 119, taking it reluctantly. The potion was accepted, but it was priced at 1 million top-grade spirit stones, which could be deducted from the payment for the goods. Ning Qianing stood there, her throat squirming up and down, trying to suppress the joy that was about to rush out of her throat. With this offsetting payment for goods, the Ning family would be able to save several years of development time, allowing the Ning family to take off faster. But Ning Qianing knew that the precious dan was not something she could hold, and it would only bring woe to the family. Now that His Highness had accepted the elixir, he was telling the outside world that he accepted the Ning family. But secretly, he did not accept the favor. The good guy he did. The favor was even. What kind of person was this? Ning Qianing rummaged through her memories, and it seemed that no such person had ever appeared. Lord Bai. Would it be possible for the Ning family to pay a visit to His Highness Qinyu and express their gratitude in person? Although Ning Tian was still underage, he knew what this operation by Qinyu meant to the Ning family. The Bai family lord had a difficult face. He was just passing on a message. I can ask for a favor, and it's up to your highness whether or not you want to see me. Regardless of the outcome, the Ning family remembers Lord Bai's kindness. Ning Qianing pulled out a spirit weapon from and handed it to the Bai family lord. May not, without even thinking about it, the Bai family master righteously refused, then turned around and left. Wait for my message. There's been more and more trying to bribe him lately. Sin, it's hard not to forget your heart. The Bai family lord who walked to the corner kept asking his heart. Do not act recklessly. Everything today is given by His Highness. Tell them to come to the royal residence to find me. Qinyu was also curious as to whether these 2 siblings were lucky or had other means. If it was luck, then these 2 people's fortune must be extraordinary. If they had means, then the royal mansion would naturally welcome capable people as well. Ning Qianing brought Ning Tian and then headed to the royal residence. Ning Qianing was inwardly apprehensive. Qinyu's fame was too great. Almost no one in the eastern state knew about it, and the things he did were even more unbelievable and amazing. Counting that Qinyu was still younger than her, but Ning Qianing had the feeling of facing a 1,000-year-old monster. Ning Tian was inwardly apprehensive, as his big sister had given him some words before he left. Qinyu's small courtyard was quiet and peaceful, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of Northwatch City. Qinyu's eyes lit up as soon as Ning Qianing appeared. On that day of the dealer conference, there were too many people, and Qinyu did not look closely. A closer look today. A height of 1 meter 8, longer than life long legs, plus a pair of azure-colored eye pupils. An exotic, swinging supremacy hit Qin Yu's brain. Ning Qianing, Ning Tian, meet your highness Qin Yu. Qin Yu retrieved his thoughts. He was not a LSP, nor was he the kind of traveler who couldn't walk when he saw a woman. There's no need to be polite. In fact, this highness has one thing he wants to ask you all. Qin Yu opened the door. Qin Yu's status and the Ning family siblings could be said to be worlds apart, and there was no longer a need for polite conversation. Your highness, but do you want to know about our sister and brother? How we guessed the price and drew the longevity pill? Ning Qianning was also straightforward. Before she came, she had already thought of what Qin Yu was about. Since Ning Qianning had dared to visit, she naturally had planned ahead. Ning Tian was burdened with Heaven's Eye, but he was always hiding, so Heaven's Eye would be obliterated at this rate. Ning Qianning didn't want her own brother, who clearly had a heavenly talent, to be an ordinary person. Although the heavenly Fei Qi benefiting pill could not be compared to the heavenly eye, it was enough to prove Qin Yu's character, or Ning Qianning had no other choice. Ning Tian was already not too young and would be wasted if he dragged on for a few more years. Tell me, Qin Yu didn't beat around the bush. Your highness, I have heavenly eyes. Ning Tian took the initiative to speak. Your heir Langshen? Qin Yu blurted out. Ning Qianning and Ning Tian were dumbfounded, not knowing what heir Langshen meant. It's fine. It's fine. I just remembered a deceased person. Qin Yu snorted. What is the Heaven's Eye? Qin Yu's eyes revealed sincerity. It was true that he didn't know about Heaven's Eye, although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor. But the predecessor was uneducated and knew very little. He was a waste of time. Your highness, the heavenly eye is an innate pupil art, similar to the heavy pupil, three-blossom pupil, and golden pupil, with mysterious might, and is said to be born with the ability to see through. Jade Bamboo explained from the side. Perspective. Qin Yu glanced at himself, and then at the Jade Bamboo half-summer. Perspective won't do. Don't worry, your highness. Ning Tian did not activate the heavenly eyes. Ning Tian hurriedly explained, fearing that Qin Yu would misunderstand. That's good. It didn't matter if he was being looked at, as long as Ning Tian didn't feel inferior. Yujuan half-summer can still be a yellow blossom girl. Dare to look at Qin Yu today to dig up his eyes. Not bad. Gifted. Being burdened with a strange pupil. But Qin Yu is torn again. The royal family needs strange abilities, but a see-through eye is always uncomfortable. Alright, this highness knows. You may leave. Qin Yu thought about it and still wasn't ready to open his mouth to receive this perspective eye. Ning Qianning froze for a moment, and Ning Tian also looked at his big sister. It's not like he and the girls talked about the script beforehand, learned that he was burdened with the eyes of heaven. Even if he did not have the idea of taking it for himself, he should also have the heart to leave the talent. Qin Yu is trying to stay, but this thing is inconvenient. Ning Qianning didn't hesitate and pulled Ning Tian to one knee. Your highness, my brother's strength is low, but it's only because he doesn't dare to cultivate for fear of exposing his heavenly eyes. As long as your highness is willing to accept Ning Tian, he will definitely not let your highness down in the future. A royal prince who has no greed for the eye of heaven. After this village, there will be no more stores. This is also the best chance in Ning Tian's life. Being a sister must think about her brother's future. Your highness, the heavenly eye is marvelous, and amongst these many divine pupils, it is amongst the top of the list. Once cultivated, amongst the same rank, it can be called invincible. Jade Bamboo reminded in a low voice from the side. Invincible at the same level. Qin Yu's heart was moved. It just so happens that the Eastern State Festival is in need of geniuses, so let's accept it reluctantly. Just throw it inside the academy and don't appear in front of him. Yes, you can. Go to the Heavenly Feather Academy and look for Principal Luo, and say that you are specially recruited for enrollment. The academy had already set the rule to enroll once a year, and it wasn't time for enrollment yet. Thank you, your highness. The Ning family is willing to go through fire and water for your highness from now on. Get up. Thank you, your highness. Ning Qianning's icy face revealed a bright smile, paired with blue eyes, looking at Qin Yu for a while. After briefly settling down Ning Tian, Qin Yu turned his head and asked, have the preachers arrived yet? Qin Yu also implemented the strongman sermon this time, but the royal family doesn't have many strong people right now, so it can only be hired externally. There are very few strong people in the eastern state who preach publicly. After all, the law should not be passed on lightly, and on the path of cultivation, the more competitors there are, the fewer resources there are, and all the major powers are almost always shabby. Your highness, there are a total of 7 Yuaning, and 7 god transformation powerhouses have arrived. Chapter 120, Sermon by a Strong Man. In the internal area of the bird's nest, 7 peak Yuaning powerhouses, as well as 5 early-stage god transformation, and 2 mid-stage god transformation were gathered together. 14 strong men, some casual cultivators, some kingdom powerhouses, transcendent powerhouses. Inside the room were 14 people, none of whom spoke, all looking at each other. Public preaching, which was against the unspoken rules of the Eastern state, would also be ostracized by cultivators from all walks of life. Even if you are gifted, you still have to talk about an immortal fate. If you preach publicly, this is spreading the immortal fate in a big way, and many strong people will emerge. If you preach, and I preach, and everyone in the world can cultivate immortality, then the resources of the Eastern state would have been depleted long ago. If it isn't the self-appointed Old Devil Han, how come he's also interested in bending over for 5 buckets of rice? Old Devil Han was the most resistant to someone preaching in public. A sermon often attracts thousands of people, even hundreds of thousands of people, and even if the probability of an epiphany is low, it is inevitable that there will be buried talent. What the old man does is none of your business. Old Devil Han was precisely one of the 2 middle transformation god stages, and as for the one who choked him with his words, it was the other middle transformation god stage. Gu Yang Yun. Old Devil Han was a loose cultivator, and his philosophy was that because there were too many cultivators, he did not have enough resources. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have already broken through refined void and entered the central domain. There shouldn't be so many cultivators in this world, which would lead to fewer and fewer strong people appearing and more mediocre people. The old devil is going against his own philosophy? Gu Yang Yun continued to fire, being provoked by Gu Yun Yang. Old Devil Han's face did not turn red and his heart did not jump. Idea is important, but Qin Yu gave too much. Of course, idea face both can be thrown away. The 7 peak Yuaning and 5 early stage of God transformation did not participate in the conversation. After all, Old Devil Han was not a good person, and the consequences of being grudged by him would be very serious. Being destroyed the whole clan. Even the floor of the clan will be taken by Han. Old Devil. A bandit passes like a comb, a soldier passes like a grate, and Old Devil Han passes without leaving an inch of grass behind. Qin Yu pushed the door open. The crowd rose. This was their golden master. Thank you, seniors, for coming to Northwatch City to preach. The Eastern Prefecture is not peaceful. The other 3 states are eyeing it with the intention of annexing my human race. The late generation thinks it's right to preach to the world and strengthen my Eastern Prefecture. Public sermons, unsurprisingly, are sure to be opposed by some, but it's good to pull up the banner so that these people have nowhere to argue against it. It is not uncommon in all generations for the first to hinder the later. Those doctors in the stick country who have no medical ethics are even willing to sacrifice the health and lives of their patients in order to protect their own interests, including the first rich to lead the rich in China. Did the first rich lead? No, not only do they not, they even build barriers that make it harder for those behind them to succeed. Profit is the eternal topic. He can crush all the crowns and hit the human nature. Northwatch City's immortal Tao was weak, and there were very few strong people. So naturally, with resources, they still needed someone to preach and teach. Developing commerce only allows for a faster flow of resources, and prosperity does not mean power. Qin Yu also wanted everyone in Northwatch City to be like dragons, and everyone to be strong in the immortal Tao. However, the path of cultivation is not overnight. Prosperity can be achieved in a short period of time, while being powerful requires a long period of accumulation. Qin Yu did not lack resources. What he lacked was strong people. Right now in the royal residence, the only one in the late stage of goddess of transformation was still a temporary worker. The only others were the old Shangshu, who was at the peak of Yuaning, and the gourd Yuaning had not joined, but was just temporarily living in the royal residence. There is also a middle Yuaning Mahaoxian. LOL. Qin Yu is in dire need of a group of competent men, and if he has no choice but to recruit a group of gatekeepers, there's no need to say big words. The old man just came here for the spirit stones, and since he's here, he naturally doesn't care about what other people say. Old Devil Han was outspoken. The ostracism and opposition of others had no meaning to him. It wasn't like he would listen. Cool, then this highness will not beat around the bush. This sermon, all of you must do your best. If there are any jerks who go through the motions, don't blame this highness for not settling the final payment. Strong men preach, both to attract patronage and to grow Northwatch City. The price Qin Yu gave this time was 10 times the normal price. In fact, offer a double, a triple, and you'll find quite a few of them. But Qin Yu wants to let them try to make some fast money. The back is not back. It is unknown. Don't worry, Mr. Han never fakes anything. Old Devil Han said with certainty. 10 times the amount of spirit stones, not to mention just preaching. Even if he was allowed to inseminate, there would be no problem. A few other people, cultivators who were prepared to casually speak and run away after taking the spirit stones, also put away their minds at this moment. Only Old Devil Han is a casual cultivator within the God transformation stage? Yes, Your Highness, There are two other Yuaning stage casual cultivators. On the contrary. Aha, Qin Yu nodded. It's not good to dig up the powerful ones, and he has no plans to do so for the time being, but the casuals can still keep an eye out. Qin Yu muttered. Looks like we'll have to find an excuse. Qin Yu divided the speaking into 2 sessions. It all takes place in the evening and is divided into a first half and a second half. There are 7 of them in total, which is exactly the right number of cycles. And everyone is good at something different. There are those who specialize in refining weapons, alchemy, sword arts, and imperial beasts. In order to develop Northwatch City, Qin Yu had really worked his ass off. The scene of being questioned by the 100 officials at the beginning, Qin Yu is still vivid in his mind. And when they know that the degree of prosperity of Northwatch City has surpassed the Tianyu Imperial City, I wonder how the 100 officials and the people who threw rotten eggs feel. The monolith and the small card, which could avoid the Imperial City for the same reason. He was still waiting to surprise those bastards. Big time. Darkness falls. Lotne appeared in the bird's nest with the students of the Skyfeather School. The venue was so crowded that even the aisles were filled with people, and the crowd was loud and boisterous as they talked and talked. Your Highness Qin Yu is so nice. People from Northwatch City are exempt from admission. Northwatch City has simply changed day by day since Palace Qin Yu came down. When supplies were scarce and spirit stones were hard to earn, now there's a labor shortage. Cultivators from Ganlong's other cities have all been rushing towards Northwatch City recently. A group of locals, clamoring with each other, felt grateful that His Highness Qin Yu had come to Northwatch City. Also at the same time, they were also feeling grateful that they were from Northwatch City as well. There's a strong wind blowing through the venue. A long silver sword, falling from the sky, plunged straight above the podium in the center of the bird's nest. A silhouette fell from the sky. The visitor's white clothes were snowy. His features were angular, middle-aged face, as if he was an immortal dropping down to earth. The noisy venue suddenly fell into silence as the crowd silently looked at the white-clothed sword immortal in the middle of the field. Poor Taoist Feng Jiutian, invited by His Highness Qin Yu, has come to Northwatch City to give a lecture on the sword Dao insights. Feng Jiutian's voice was low, causing many young girls to be unable to resist their hearts. It's true that sword practitioners are all pretenders. Qin Yu ventriloquized. Feng Jiutian is a casual cultivator from the Green Dragon Divine Dynasty, relying on a secret book of the sword Dao that he obtained in a relic when he was young. He has traveled across the eastern prefecture and has comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. Jade Bamboo explained. Feng Jiutian had a handsome face and a low voice, matched with a focused explanation. Many people in the venue were mesmerized by Feng Jiutian's daily sermon. The first style of the sword Dao, confident and proud, fearless, unstoppable and invincible. A wave of sword intent continued to pass around Feng Jiutian. This was truly going all out, explaining his understanding of the sword Dao, and even his sword intent appeared. Jade Bamboo was also attracted by the true meaning of the pure sword Dao. What sword or not? Qin Yu understood every word, but did not understand the meaning at all. He felt bored, and originally came here on purpose to see if he could learn swordplay to facilitate his pretenses, but he really overthought it. Chapter 121, Snubbing Talent. The cultivators of Northwatch City. Where had they ever seen a Yuaning powerhouse give a sermon? And each of them listened as if they were mesmerized, especially the sword-practicing cultivators. It was as if a new world had opened up. 3 hours later, Feng Jiutian stopped preaching. All that has been said today is the realization of the poor Taoist's life, and I hope that all of you, fellow Taoists, will have smooth sailing on the path of the sword and ride the wind. Thank you, Mr. Wind. Thunderous voices rang out in the arena. Good. Tamagotchi give out bonuses. More of them. Although Qin Yu did not understand the way of the sword, the reaction of the audience in the arena was enough to show that this Feng Jiutian, indeed, was sincere in explaining the way of the sword. Bonus. Feng Jiutian froze for a moment. I thought we agreed on a reward. What's this bonus? Enough 10 times the remuneration. This is already Feng Jiutian. This life to take the most and most relaxed once the spirit stone. In the past, if you wanted huge rewards, you would risk your life and do quests for other forces, or go to mountain ranges and explore ruins. Encountering demonic beasts was a common occurrence, and the slightest mishap was a fall. This sermon today is just moving the lips. Feng Jiutian was a loose cultivator. He did not resent public preaching, and even hoped that some more people could preach publicly. Let the unsupported loose cultivators. One more chance. Elder Wind, selfless without any hiding, both his work ethic and quality are admirable. In the king's mansion, there are extra rewards for those who overachieve, and naturally, Elder Wind is no exception. Qin Yu called Senior Wind with every mouthful, calling him extremely affectionately. Your Highness Qin Yu is too kind, but I just don't want to let down a good learner. Feng Jiutian saw Qin Yu's enthusiasm and responded in kind. Qin Yu was now a hot figure in the eastern state. Many loose cultivators wanted to join the royal mansion. After all, the welfare benefits of the royal mansion was a unique existence in the entire eastern state. It made countless people envious. But it was a pity that the royal mansion did not recruit people. Although Feng Jiutian was also envious, he yearned for freedom and did not want to join any of the forces. Otherwise, with him being at the peak of yuaning, and still being a powerful sword cultivator among his class, both the Holy Land and the Divine Dynasty would have welcomed him to join. Mr.'s character is truly rare in the world. If anyone can get Mr.'s teaching, their sword comprehension will surely skyrocket. The little ones in the academy are all saying today that they have benefited greatly from listening to Mr.'s words. It's a pity that I heard that you are a freedom-loving person. Or else I really want to keep you at the academy to satisfy the admiration of those little ones. The academy's heavenly pride. Does it really say that? Feng Jiutian of course knew about Qin Yu's Heavenly Feather Academy, which was a heavenly pride from all over the eastern state. With his talent in the academy, he was only ranked at the bottom of the list. If he hadn't accidentally gotten the sword script, would he have gotten to where he was today? Has Senior ever heard that the late generation has ever spoken nonsense? Feng Jiutian nodded. Qin Yu was true to his word and already had a small amount of credibility in the eastern state. Yu Jiu settled the final payment and bonus. Feng Jiutian took the storage ring and swept his divine sense. His pupils shrank. A person who practiced swords had a resolute will, but at this moment, he was also not calm. Inside, a full 15,000 top-grade spirit stones were piled up in the storage ring. For this tenfold payment, a deposit of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones had already been collected in advance, leaving 50,000 left. This has already made Feng Jiutian like a dream. A district of 3 hours to earn 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He lived for 200 or 300 years for the first time, but now it's actually giving another 10,000. The name of the rich and powerful really lives up to its name. Your Highness Qin Yu, the poor Taoist has actually had a desire since childhood to preach and teach. Today, I heard that the young people of the academy are so esteemed by poor Tao. If it is possible, poor Tao would like to enter the academy and show what he has learned. I can't wait. The late generation has brought the students to thank Mr. Feng. Qin Yu's eyes were sincere and his voice still had a tremor in it. Mr. Feng's salary, according to the treatment of the royal family, is feasible. Poor Taoist, according to your highness, the royal salary was the most famous amongst the scattered cultivators, and Feng Jiutian naturally knew about it. Hafsia's eyes widened. How his own highness could tell a lie without blushing a bit. There were quite a few geniuses from the major powers inside the academy, and there were quite a few people who had come into contact with the Transfiguration Realm's preaching. Wen Jiutian sword Dao does have unique features, but not so much so that students all respected the poor casual sword immortal Feng Jiutian. The Hall of Casual Pride was crippled by his highness in this way. Qin Yu didn't go to the latter few sermons, and couldn't understand them even if he did. There were more and more customers coming from all regions of the eastern state, and the streets of Northwatch City were crowded with people. It took 3 days of successive transmissions before the transmission array finished receiving. Finally, I can take a break. 3 days of work in a row had caused the teleportation array staff to nearly vomit from exhaustion. What a moment! This is the first time in my life that I've encountered such a thing, and I'm afraid that not many people would believe me if I told them. The mall's foot traffic has also reached its peak and is open 20 hours a day. The brightly lit Universal Shopping Center has become a special sight in Northwatch. Nuts! Not even a place to stay. Many cultivators shouted and cursed. The inns and hotels were full, and many cultivators were staying in the people's homes. Customers arriving on the second or third day also had to look for people's homes to stay in. A middle-aged late Jindan cultivator, with a few young men, knocked on the people's door. Sorry, the house is already occupied. An old mortal woman in her 70s or 80s said guiltily. Recently, there were too many people who wanted to live in the house, and they were all Foundation Establishment and Jindan cultivators. 3 of the 4 rooms in his house were already rented out, and her family was crammed into one room. Even the last room, they wanted to rent it out. These immortal lords, out of the blue, were spirit stones. A random piece of inferior spirit stone would be able to let their family live for a few months. This heaven-breaking riches could never have imagined that it would come to a mortal like him, and it's all because of his highness, Qin Yu. Above their ancestral hall, instead of the portrait of their ancestor, there was a portrait of Qin Yu hanging. The tens of millions of cultivators who came to shop brought Northwatch City into unprecedented prosperity. The locals, not to mention the cultivators, even a mortal who showed people the way, earned quite a few spirit stones. This skybreaking richness covered almost the entire Northwatch City. The people are busy, but their happiness has skyrocketed. So tired. Sure enough, none of the high-paying jobs are easy. Zhang Shangshu had to maintain law and order in Northwatch City, patrolling the skies almost non-stop for a moment. 30,000 soldiers' pressure cannot run over. tens of millions of people outside the mix, including a lack of strong people. Disturbing conflicts occur from time to time, must by the head of the constant patrols. In order to suppress the disturbing people, Northwatch City needs to set up a professional patrol team now, and the cultivation level can't be lower than Yuaning, or else it won't be able to suppress the strong people that can be found everywhere. Yuaning seemed so ordinary in Northwatch City. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Shan Yucheng took a sip of wine. Chapter 122, The contrast between North Hope City and South Mu City. The City Lord's Mansion was silent. It looks out of place in the bustling city of Northwatch. Apart from a few underlings who frequented from time to time, the large City Lord's Mansion was almost deserted. Mountain Jade City had a feeling of being a world away. In just half a year's time, Northwatch City was changing day by day. Compared to the depression half a year ago, the current Northwatch City was prosperous and bustling with people. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, beating him to death, he wouldn't have believed that Northwatch City would have prospered to this extent in just half a year. The imperial city of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was almost incomparable to it. It was important to know that the Heavenly Feather Imperial City was the political center of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, where all the powerful people of a divine dynasty converged. Northwatch City was nothing more than a region, or a remote Gobi city. Shan Yucheng didn't want to admit that he had looked away, but the truth was in front of him. That corrupt prince that he disliked and disdained had really made Northwatch prosperous, and it had only taken half a year. I can't believe what Northwatch City will look like in 3, 5, 10 years. Guest, I'm really sorry, there are already 50 tables in line today. Why don't you come back tomorrow? The 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper said with an apologetic face. It's so difficult to have a meal. The cultivator who was rejected had a displeased look on his face. He had already gone to a few restaurants, and there was a long line at the door. If he wanted to eat, he would only have to wait until the latter part of the night. It's just a matter of taking a Pepto-Bismol to hold you over. The 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper wiped his sweat. He hadn't closed his eyes for a few days, and the restaurant was open 24 hours a day, but it was still too busy. The store had never been empty. There were too many cultivators eating and staying, not to mention in Northwatch City. It was the first time he had seen it in the entire eastern state. In the last few days, the 7 Stars restaurant could be said to be making money day in and day out, selling more in one day than in the previous month. Although the 7-star restaurant's shopkeeper was busy, there was a smile on his face. There was no other reason. The restaurant was rising to the stars right away, and it was highly likely that it would rise 2 stars at a time. Wait for the next Master Cabinet assembly. The few Master Cabinets who flaunted their power in the first place, saying that the North Hope City Tavern would close down sooner or later, will also be able to shut their stinking mouths. Fortunately, it was not because of the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce in the beginning, offended the people of the North City, or else the 7-star restaurant would not be where it is today. Northwatch City was still lit up in the early hours of the morning, with countless people walking on the streets, and the shopping malls were even more crowded. 6,000 chambers of commerce, a wide array of magic treasures, elixirs, and exotic treasures dazzled people. In an instant, the shopping desire in people's hearts was aroused. Compared to the brightly lit Northwatch City, South Mu City was somewhat depressed. Yo, if this isn't the high and mighty people of South Mu City, why did you come to North Hope City? North Hope City is poor and remote. How can you be allowed to condescend to descend? The long-suppressed people of Northwatch City couldn't help but yin and yang a few times whenever they saw a South Mu City person. At the beginning of the South Mu City, people are all nostrils look at people. A sense of North Lookout City is a poor countryside vestiges, even if they come to despise disdain. The wind and the water are turning, and it's finally their turn to stand up. The people of South Mu City had a hard look on their faces, not realizing that in just half a year's time, Northwatch City had actually developed to the point where South Mu City couldn't catch up even if they beat their horses. Ha ha. It's cool to see these snot-nosed guys get their asses handed to them. All of this is also thanks to His Highness Chinyu, or else how would there be a chance to see these defeated looks? It was a moment of great satisfaction for the people of Northwatch. Chinyu's fame was almost at its peak, improving their lives as well as making them raise their eyebrows. Ah cut. Someone must be thinking of His Highness. All Yuaning stage still sneezing. Chinyu can only attribute it to a beautiful woman thinking of him. Your Highness, after this shopping feast, will so many people still come? Yuju worried. The current Northwatch City was incomparably prosperous, but it was built on the first novelty, plus there were tons of offers, so it attracted countless people. But once the offer is gone, will so many people still show up then? No, Chinyu did not refute that the decrease in foot traffic was inevitable after the shopping spree, but maintaining a certain amount of traffic, Chinyu is still confident. Powerful people preaching is just one of them. The real killer is the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Chinyu was prepared to make it a well-known tournament in the eastern state. and the Heaven's Pride tournament could attract countless spectators, both shopping and entertainment. Entertainment and shopping in one is what makes it enticing enough. Your Highness is far-sighted. Is impressed. Jade Bamboo also knew how strong the attraction of the Heaven's Pride battle was in the eastern state. Once the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament became famous, there would be no shortage of tourists and the mall would be able to continue to maintain itself. Northwatch can continue to prosper and grow too. Day 7 of the shopping festival. Today was the day that Old Devil Han gave his sermon. And the middle stage of the transformation spirit was a numbered existence in the entire eastern state. With no more than 500 people in the entire eastern state. The population of the eastern state was as much as 200 or 300 billion. And according to the ratio it would take 500 or 600 million to produce a mid-spirit transformation practitioner, which was enough to see the reverence of a mid-spirit transformation practitioner. Your Highness, any ideas? Jade Bamboo inquired in a low voice. Qin Yu nodded. It was impossible to say that Qin Yu had no thoughts about a loose cultivator in the middle stage of God transformation. Yu does have a plan. Jade Bamboo muttered a few words in Qin Yu's ear. Yu is so smart. Qin Yu complimented. Thank you, Your Highness, for the compliment. Sister Yu, what did you say to His Highness? Half-Summer had a dumbfounded look on her face. Sister Xia, you'll find out later. Yuju played a dumb question. Old Devil Han took the spirit stone, although not so much as to touch the fish, but also cannot be considered to be doing their best. The sermon spoken can only be said to be moderate, but for some Jindan, Yuaning cultivators, it is also considered to be of great benefit. After Old Devil Han finished his speech, he couldn't wait to find Qin Yu, ready to collect the rest of the spirit stones and leave. Walking up to Qin Yu's door, Old Devil Han realized that Qin Yu had actually left the door open. Yu Zhu, has Principal Luo's salary of 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones been paid out this month? Back to Your Highness. It has been sent, but instead of the 100,000 sent, it is 300,000. Shangshu Luo has been in the royal residence this month, and has just completed 3 months of work, so a 1-month quarterly award of 80,000 was issued, as well as the principal's post allowance of 40,000, and a bonus of 80,000, along with a salary of 100,000, for a total of 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, which have been issued in full. That's good. Less is less, but after all, Luo Shangshu has not been here for a long time. Wait for some time and the salary increase. Han Old Devil Han shivered. The salary of the royal family inside the circle of scattered cultivators has long been rumored, but Han Old Devil did not know that it was so much. A mere yuaning, actually 300,000 top-grade spirit stones a month? Knowing that for this sermon, the royal family had given 10 times the price. He had only gotten 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. This tenfold was still given according to the standards of the Divine Dynasty's cultivators, and the standards of the casual cultivators were much lower. But Luo and I, that district yuaning stage, 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones a month, immediately let feel that this time 20,000 spirit stones do not smell good. Originally, earning 20,000 top-grade spirit stones a day was already enviable. Elder Han is here. Please come in. Please come in. Qin Yu feigned surprise and warmly invited Old Devil Han inside. Chapter 123, Ranking Match Segment. Black Iron to King. Senior Han is here for the final payment, right? Yuju settled Senior's final payment, Qin Yu said enthusiastically. Oh, thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu, because he had just been shocked by a monthly salary of 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones. He no longer had the initial joy, and even developed a feeling of a district of 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Luo and I, he knew, in terms of cultivation strength, was far inferior to him, but the two of them have a sky-high income. Old Devil Han took the spirit stone and walked outside with an expressionless face. Senpai. Qin Yu was overjoyed when he saw the disoriented Old Devil Han. It is not a matter of scarcity but of unevenness. A person whose strength was far inferior to his own and whose income was dozens of times that of his. It was difficult for anyone to accept the discrepancy, and people who cultivated immortals were no exception. Old Devil Han was secretly happy in his heart. The royal family lacked strong men, while he, a loose cultivator, was a ready-made one. As for the love of freedom and not wanting to be restrained, this was compared to 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The district's freedom could be discarded at any time. Old Devil Han thought to himself, as long as Qin Yu opens his mouth he'll immediately agree. Senior Han is renowned in the Eastern Prefecture for his prowess within the scattered cultivators, so I have an unkind request. Here it comes, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in salary, and he's coming toward me. Old Devil Han was ecstatic within his heart, but on the surface, he still had a cloudy look. Your Highness Qin Yu, please speak, as long as the old Taoist can do it. he will naturally do his best. Elder Han is the person who carries the throne among the scattered cultivators, but as you can see, although the Wang Fu has a little bit of small spirit stones, the strong people who may be able to take the stage can be too few. Old Devil Han's word of agreement almost came out of his mouth. Alas! In the future, it is also considered to join the forces, although it is only a district royal family, but behind it is the Tianyu divine dynasty. It is not a disgrace to the old road. Can Senior Han introduce some reliable and strong people to Senior? Don't worry, Senior, you'll be able to receive a corresponding reward for each person you introduce, which will be considered as a labor fee from Senior to you. What? Old Devil Han didn't react for a moment. He thought that he had misheard. Your Highness Chinyu, letting the old Taoist introduce you to a strong person? Precisely. I wonder if Senior has a suitable candidate. Chinyu had a sincere face. Han Old Devil face sank. More difficult than eating. Pants are off, you give me this? Could it be that a job with a monthly salary of hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones had nothing to do with him? But for him to say in his own words that he had joined the royal family, it was contrary to the freedom and liberty that he had always advocated. Originally, my Senior wanted Senior Han to join the royal family, but I heard that Senior likes to be uninhibited and hates joining forces more, so my Senior is deeply sorry. Shinyu said it all. A power needs high obedience, otherwise it is a scattered sand. It's easy to recruit people with high salaries, but unruly people, on the contrary, tend to become unstable. Nonsense. The old road has never said this. The old road has also been looking for a place to settle down, just not a clear master. Well, old Taoist Chinyu, your Highness, is very intelligent, and in just half a year, he has made Northwatch a barren city, a thriving city. I have a feeling in my heart that your Highness is the bright master that I have been searching for many years. Go step on the horse's face. For the sake of a well-paying job, Old Devil Han also felt like taking the initiative. Then welcome, Senior. Your Highness, call me Old Han is. The word Senior should not be mentioned again, otherwise your Highness is discounting your subordinate. Old Devil Han had brought into character. Old Han, since you've joined the royal family, it just so happens that this Highness has a task for you. Your Highness, please speak. Old Devil Han's fighting spirit was high. There are cultivators from all regions of the eastern state who have come to Northwatch City. And now that Northwatch City is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, I would like you to form a group of manpower in order to maintain law and order in Northwatch City. You are free to make your own decisions on this staff, and His Highness will not interfere, but the salary will be paid by the royal family. Giving people plenty of trust will allow newcomers to integrate into the team more quickly. Old Devil Han's breath clustered, but he had just joined and was given such great authority. Free to form a staff, paid for by the royal family. Don't worry, your Highness. My subordinate guarantees to complete the task. Old Devil Han patted his chest in assurance. He had lived for thousands of years and knew quite a few fellow Taoists, and even more juniors in the Griffin realm. The city of Northwatch is now considered a real mixed bag of fish and dragons, with thousands of forces infesting Northwatch, as well as even more cluttered with people coming to shop. To maintain law and order in such a chaotic situation, one would need at least the strength of the Yuaning stage. Old Devil Han took out his summoning jade pendant and contacted dozens of people. The salary and welfare of the royal family is the envy of every loose cultivator, but it is a matter of the royal family's delay in recruiting, and the various loose cultivators do not have the opportunity to do so. Now that Old Devil Han had stepped forward to recruit people, his prestige within the circle of casual cultivators would be furthered. Jade Bamboo made another announcement to recruit a group of guest secretaries, starting at the Yuaning stage. Their own people to train up to slow line. Shinyu decided to recruit a group of people first, and then just screen from them. Competence can be cultivated, and loyalty can naturally be cultivated. Northwatch City had recently become a mess, relying on Zhang Shangshu to maintain it. This made Qin Yu realize his shortcomings. The 30,000 soldiers, most of them at the foundation establishment stage, were not even qualified to intervene when faced with the strife of the Jindan stage or even the Yuanying stage. Too slow. The rate of financial growth is increasing at a geometric rate, but its own strength, however, is progressing slowly. 30,000 soldiers cultivated at a speed that was far faster than before, but it would still take a few years or even decades to become a powerful legion. Your Highness, tomorrow is the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Do we need to have the Academy's students participate? Of course, this qualifying tournament will be open to the entire Eastern State in the future, and anyone who wins the corresponding medal will have the corresponding benefits. Gentlemen, welcome to the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Ma Haoxuan's voice echoed in the bird's nest. The bird's nest has long been, well, packed, even above the sky. There were countless people hovering with their swords. If you want to say what's the most appealing thing about the eastern states, it's the battles. Of course, the battles between the Heaven's Pride could even attract the attention of countless people. Quite a few listened to the sermon, and were ready to return home of the various strong, but also have stayed. Want to see what this Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament actually is? And it was still from Qin Yu's handwriting. Qin Yu in the eastern state, fast becoming a signboard. As long as it comes from his hands, there is nothing that does not attract people. Next, let me tell you about the rules of ranking. The rankings are divided into 7 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, masonry, master, and king. Each rank under the master is further divided into 5 orders, from low to high, both black iron 5th order to black iron 1st order. As for masters and kings, the top 100 in the eastern state rankings would receive the king's medal, and the top 200 would receive the master's medal. Those who have earned the medallion can use the medallion rank to receive monthly rewards of spirit stones at the various offices of the royal government. Chapter 124, The Heaven's Pride Qualifying Tournament begins. Big deal. Holding tournaments and giving out prizes? It's good to get used to it. Your Highness Qin Yu has always been like this, spending spirit stones more generously than we do with grass paper. I really envy you for having a prince like His Highness Qin Yu. Many people exuded envy. How many spirit stones had Qin Yu handed out when he came to Northwatch City? Other princes? Not raising taxes is a good prince, but Qin Yu is raining spirit stones like crazy, making the entire Northwatch City rich. Please enter the registered players. Ma Haoshuan called out in a loud voice. There were 3 passages below the bird's nest, and hundreds of people came out of one of them. Now entering are the contestants of the refining stage. This time, we will compete for the Heavenly Pride rankings of the 3 realms of Qi refining, Foundation Establishment, and Jindan. Let's look forward to the performance of the refinement stage geniuses first. Who will be the first to obtain the king's medal and become the one with the title of king? Let's wait and see. The more Ma Haoshuan talked, the more energized he felt that he was born to be a host material. An 11-year-old boy walked out from the passageway. His small face was childish and incomparable, but he had resolute eyes. Born into the royal family from a young age, he understood things earlier than his peers. It's the Liang Kingdom, the 7th Prince Lai Yuan Ming. At the age of 11, it's said that he's already practiced Qi to perfection and is about to break through the Foundation Establishment stage. 11 years old with perfect Qi practicing. That's really damn impressive. I'm only at the 7th level of Qi practicing even when I'm 20 years old. Don't mention it. I'm only at the consummation of Qi refining even at the age of 30. Mud. The gap between man and man is wider than man and animal. The teenager walked over to the players' table and sat down. I heard that the number of applicants in the Qi refining stage had exceeded 2,000 for this visit to the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. The number of students from the Heavenly Feather Academy alone, who had enrolled, was as high as more than 300, taking up 1/7 of the number of people. Humph. 2 untimely cold grunts sounded. The Eastern Tree Leaf, who had suffered a defeat at the shopping mall, and Sacred Heart Yin coldly grunted at the same time. But an academy that was established 3 months ago is nothing more than that. There is neither a strong heritage nor outstandingly strong people to teach them. So this is also the emergence of heavenly pride? Dongfang Shai sneered. The cultivation of a celestial pride did not only lie in the celestial pride itself. An outstanding master could tap into the talent of the genius to a greater extent. There is only one peak Yuaning principle in an academy, and the rest are nothing more than dirt, not worth mentioning. What Dongfang said is reasonable. The Heavenly Feather Academy is just a disgrace and a waste of genius. Sacred Heart Yin concurred. The reason that the two had grown closer since they were and had been slapped in the face by Qin Yu was that they had a common enemy in Qin Yu. It's you two idiots again. You two are quite thick-skinned. You still have the nerve to stay in Northwatch City. Being slapped in the face last time wasn't enough. Qin Yu unmercifully exposes the scars of the two. But it's just relying on small bargains and attracting some people. Eastern Tree Leaf said disdainfully. The qualifying rounds are really good, but Tianyu Academy is. Don't be embarrassed if you don't win a single match and get punched in the face. Eastern Tree Leaf and Sacred Heart Yen laughed out loud. Your Highness, should we blast them out? Old Devil Han's face stared. These two bastards actually dared to taunt His Highness. This wasn't slapping him in the face. His first day at work today, right? It's just a dog barking. Don't pay attention to it. Qin Yu not waved his hand. Not that he didn't want to lose it, but the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce and the president of the Rune and Paper Guild were both there, and Old Devil Han was not an opponent. The two were so angry that their faces turned red when they heard Qin Yu's words. Some of the spectators could only bitterly hold back their laughter. After all, they could not afford to mess with either Qin Yu or Sacred Heart Yen. In the meantime, another 11 or 12-year-old appeared in the passageway. It's a young sword cultivator from the Wuji sect. It's said that he cultivated at the age of 6. Drawing his sword 10,000 times a day and practicing only the sword drawing style, he has long been able to break through the foundation establishment, but he has always been polishing his foundation. Trying to complete the Earth Road Foundation establishment, Geode Tsukiji? Terrifying as hell. Foundation building is divided into heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and is further divided into the lower, middle, upper and extreme 4 stages. Earth Road Foundation establishment. Transformation of God is already on the table, and even refining void is extremely possible. Earth Road Foundation building, even if it was only the lower grade, was a phoenix-like existence, drawing the sword 10,000 times a day. How persistent. Xin Yu sighed. He admired these talented and hard-working people. It was a pity that he could directly raise his cultivation level, or else he would want to experience the feeling of hard work and advancement as well. The various heavenly prides continued to appear, and every time one appeared, there were cultivators from the local forces, letting out exclamations. Quite a few people even began to secretly compete against which region's heavenly pride was stronger. Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty 7 Colors Sect, Bu Jiajiu, age 12, Chi Refining Perfection. The heavenly pride of my Cloud Dream Divine Dynasty is not only outstanding for male cultivators, but female cultivators are no less impressive, a Jindan stage female cultivator proudly said. Compared to other Divine Dynasty powers, the proportion of female cultivators in Cloud Dream is indeed higher. The following is the Heavenly Pride team group from the Sky Feather Academy, a full 100 people, in unison. This was drawn from within the academy. Xin Yu had wanted to have everyone on the field, but considering it was the first time, it would be unfair to have too many people come out when we are already the hosts. At the head of the group was none other than the 8-year-old little heavenly pride of the Wang family, Wang Xicheng, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining. The Heavenly Feather Academy. How does it cultivate heavenly pride? To actually progress so quickly. The Tianyu Academy was established only 3 months ago, and there were already children whose cultivation had grown to the 9th level of Qi practicing, just one step away from Qi practicing perfection. It's not perverted anymore. It's unbelievable. Son, go for it. The Wang family head didn't leave, but stayed behind to observe his son's match. The Wang family, the main family head, also managed to take the right to the talisman paper scripture. Looking at Wang Xicheng, a few people's faces were overflowing with joy. This is what happens when one person wins. Ah, 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 ah. Hearing the crowd murmur, Locke was partially satisfied. The method of cultivating students in the Heavenly Feather Academy is actually very simple. It's just that the concentration of spiritual chi in the cultivation environment has been increased by dozens of times. This facilitates better absorption by the students. And after the aura is depleted, after soaking in spiritual liquid, rapidly recovering spiritual energy and continuing cultivation, the concentration of aura is increased by dozens of times, and the bath is made with spiritual liquid. Damn! How rich! Soaking in a bath with spiritual liquid. What a luxury! Many people's eyes drifted towards the eastern tree leaves and sacred heart yen from time to time. After all, these two had just kept mocking, saying that the Heavenly Feather Academy couldn't produce any talents. But turn your back and get hit in the face. At 8 years old, or at the 9th level of Qi refining with only 3 months of cultivation, he definitely deserved the name of Heaven's Pride. And behind Wang Xicheng, there was a large group of slightly older, small heavenly pride whose strength was at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refining. It's just relying on resources. This kind of heavenly pride that relies on resources lacks the refinement of battle. The true level remains to be considered. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president thought of the large amount of spirit stones that Qin Yu had earned by relying on talisman paper, and these spirit stones originally belonged to the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. He was furious. They are from the hands of Qin Yu received a full 500 million talisman paper, and now these talisman paper, selling expensive pressure no one wants, can only waste cut shipment? Not right, is to cut the next shipment. Since you guys are so unimpressed with the academy students, how about we make a bet? Qin Yu lightly laughed. Chapter 125 Not your match. Use talisman paper if you can't beat them? Bet? The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce snorted. Ha ha. I really don't know whether to say that you don't know what you're talking about, or that you're headstrong and overconfident in your students. Cultivation could indeed skyrocket under a large amount of resource cultivation, but the level of combat could not. Combat awareness had to be accumulated in countless battles in order to develop a keen combat response, which was why there were battles that went beyond the ranks. In addition to one's own strength, it was battle consciousness. There is a huge difference in the level that each person can play it with the same strength. Boss is not young. Don't just laugh like an idiot. Just ask if you dare to bet. If you don't, shut your stinking mouth like a catfish. Catfish like stink mouth. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president's teeth rattled in anger. What do you want to bet? Just bet that you are not allowed to talk in the future. Your mouth is so stinky that this highness can smell it from a long distance. Hey, Hafsia didn't hold back her laughter. Damnable little bastard. Daring to insult old man, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president. His eyes were glaring round. His anger was like a volcano that was about to erupt, rolling over and over. Yes, if you lose I want the distribution rights of the talisman paper of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. Shinyu had distributed all the talisman paper distribution rights in the eastern state except for the Sky Feather, only leaving behind the distribution rights of the Sky Feather Divine Dynasty. As long as he got it, he could just as easily force Qin Wendian when the time came. You old piker. Not much ability to think quite a lot. Even your life is not worth the Divine Dynasty's talisman paper distribution rights. Actually want to exchange it with you without speaking. Are you an idiot? Qin Yu sneered unmercifully. Forget it if you don't dare. Old man doesn't force it. I can only say that the Sky Feather Academy is nothing more than that. Even the founder has no confidence. Old piker, you don't need to provoke this highness. Don't you Water Moon Chamber of Commerce have the Vermilion Sand Mine and Peachwood Mountain for making talisman paper? How about using them as a betting condition? Although Peachwood Mountain is valuable, the Vermilion Mine has been mined for many years and there is not much left. The distribution rights for talisman paper from the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty were worth far less than Peach Mountain. The old man bet you. Who wants your Cinnabar Mine? My Highness wants Peachwood Mountain. The most important raw materials for talisman paper are Vermilion Sand and Peachwood. There were also quite a few Cinnabar mines within the Tianyu territory, but the Peachwood Mountain was not large enough to satisfy the production of the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Even if Qin Yu cultivated peach trees now, but peach trees grow slowly, and there are requirements for the vintage. The Peach Tree Mountain of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce is readily available. Qin Yu responded with a smile. Then we will determine the winner by the number of matches won or lost by the Sky Feather Academy. Students. May. The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce thought the same thing. To determine the winner by the overall level. For the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament, the principle of randomization is adopted. And there are 2 cards for each number inside the box, and those who draw the same number are each other's opponents. Start choosing your opponents. Ma Haoshuan waved his hand and a red wooden box flew out from his storage ring. Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Each win, you can get 10 victory points. Those who cross the ranks, each hire a small realm can get 10 victory points alone. The loser is the same reason. 100 victory points will automatically raise 1 rank. Please take each game seriously, as it is a matter of whether or not you will receive the King's Medal. Now there is only 1v1. In the future, a 5v5. Qin Yu's bad taste is up. Scene 1. Sacred Martial God Dynasty Soul Breaking Alliance's Lu Huang versus Tianyu Academy's Niu Gue. The first game is stable. A smile appeared on Sacred Heart Yan's face. The Soul Severing Alliance was a top-tier existence even among the same transcendent forces, and its disciples were not mediocre. Moreover, this Lu Huang. Moreover, with the realm of Qi refining perfection, and the early stage of Foundation establishment fought a 50-50 battle, not only across the border or across a large realm. On the contrary, that Niu Gue, looking coy, looked like he came out from a small place and just happened to be accepted by the Tianyu Academy. Qin Yu has a bit of an impression of Niu Gue, purely grassroots born, parents are mortals, visiting the Tianyu Academy, or because of the Black Clothes Association. The Black Clothes Association for the intermediary fee, everywhere to give people to measure the talent. Niu Gue as that time was found. Perhaps because of his humble origins, Niu Gue has always been rather introverted. Rarely did he get along with people. Niu Gue's age and Lu Huang's were both 11 years old, but there was a half-head difference in height. Kid, you're only at the 8th level of Qi refining. Admit defeat. You'll get hurt once I strike, Lu Huang said with a disdainful face as he looked at people through his nostrils. He was a man who could go 50-50 with Foundation establishment, yet he went to fight at the 8th level of Qi refining. Instead, he was losing his face, and his opponents had long since not been of the same rank. No longer was he a genius among the same rank. I won't admit defeat. Niu Gue's gaze was firm. From a cattle herder to today, Niu Gue had never dreamed of it, and it was all because of His Highness, and since His Highness was going to win, he wouldn't lose. His parents had taught him from a young age to know how to repay kindness, and now was the time to repay His Highness. Then I will fight until you admit defeat. Emperor Lu sneered and fiercely struck out. The soul-breaking alliance speaks of the weak and the strong. From the beginning of the entrance, you need to fight with others. Moving the axis is life and death. Bagua fist walking, palm walking. The pale pines welcome visitors. Within Lu Huang's tiny body, terrifying aura instantly converged into the center of his fist. Amazing power gushed out, creating a circle of airwaves from around his body. Emperor Lu's fist that contained enough power to kill a brute bull struck straight towards Niu Gui's head. Niu Gui, who was only at the 8th level of Qi refining, was undaunted and met Emperor Lu's attack head-on. 18 styles of Taiji Qigong. The dragon leaps. Niu Gui didn't have a mouthful of words. His body leapt up. Niu Gui, who grew up among the mountains and fields, had an unusually flexible body. The body leaned back, and that lightning-fast punch was bizarrely avoided. While Niu Gui's body was tilted back, one leg supported his body and the other kicked out quickly. Lu Huang was so scared that he wanted to step back. He didn't expect that in this position, Niu Gui could actually attack. Bang! Lu Huang, whose body was under inertia, was unable to retreat at all and was kicked in the chest by Niu Gui. The body stormed backward. This little guy is really powerful. He actually managed to dodge the strike from Emperor Lu. Not bad indeed. The fighting form is a bit rusty, but I have to say that the fighting talent is good, and it dares to fight. I couldn't dodge this punch when I was at the 8th level of Qi refining. This is actually the result of 3 months of cultivation. Many of the spectators couldn't help but marvel at the fact that they were clearly rusty in combat, but their reactions were better than some who had been fighting for years. The reaction is good and your body is flexible, but your strength is still not enough. Emperor Lu patted his chest. Niu Gui's leg didn't cause any injuries to him, and his physical fitness and spiritual power were far above Niu Gui's. This side is the advantage of the strong. Even if you have superb feats, I can break all laws with one force. Emperor Lu clenched his fists, preparing to directly rely on absolute force to suppress Niu Gui. Chapter 126, Throwing Talismans If You Can't Beat Them. Emperor Lu's two fists kept punching out. Niu Gui's disadvantage of being rusty in combat quickly became apparent, and he was hit with several consecutive rounds. The perfect Qi practicing Lu Huang's punches were several times heavier than Niu Gui's, and each punch caused Niu Gui's Qi and blood to roll over. Bang! Niu Gui couldn't dodge and was punched in the cheek. His body flew out. Put! Niu Gui, who had long been boiling with blood, spat out a mouthful of blood. This teenager is obviously fighting for the first time, and to be able to hold out for so long in the hands of a Qi refining perfection Lu Huang is indeed not bad. In this one, the Heavenly Feather School has lost. Although many spectators appreciated Niu Gui, they didn't think highly of him. After all, no matter whether it was combat experience or strength, there was a huge gap. Ha ha, I'm so sorry. I won the first game. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president laughed out loud. From the first match his judgment was indeed correct. The Heavenly Feather School was indeed a group of little white men with little combat experience. Having just cultivated for 3 months, his cultivation had already risen to the 8th or 9th level of Qi practicing. How could he possibly have the time to polish his combat experience and the secrets of his gongfu? The Sky Feather God Dynasty distribution rights are now mine. Sacred Heart Yan and Oriental Tree Leaf. Their faces were also filled with smiles. Seeing Qinyu suffer defeat was happier than picking up money, though the stakes are irrelevant to them. Niu Gui didn't care about his injuries and rolled over. Even though there was severe pain coming from his body, he didn't say a word. I'm just a cheap bastard. Even if I'm injured, I must win today, Niu Gui murmured. Alas, young people are stubborn. Have you forgotten what this highness said? Qinyu rebuked. Hearing Qinyu's words, Niu Gui lowered his head then. Sure enough, I still let your highness down. Niu Gui reached out and pulled out a stack of talisman paper. It looked like there were hundreds of them, and in the next second hundreds of talisman paper covered his entire body. Even the soles of his feet were plastered with one. No, you have to play like that? Lu Huang's face collapsed. Hundreds of protective talismans. Standing and letting him fight cannot be beaten. Just as Lu Huang's jaw dropped, Niu Gui once again pulled out a stack of talisman paper. It's a power storage charm. Niu Gui's spell was pinched, and a power storage talisman instantly shot out as a rainbow light. It's a power storage talisman for refining Qi perfection. Tramp, are you being reasonable? This is a duel. Do you still call it a duel when you use talisman paper? Emperor Lu's face turned green with anger. The scene froze the audience as well, not totally expecting this scene. Talisman paper had always been a luxury item, used when saving lives. No one had yet been so extravagant as to use hundreds of protective talismans at once. It really is worthy of being the academy founded by His Highness Qinyu. This style is as good as it gets. 100 pieces of talisman paper. Quite a few cultivators have explored several times, and they can't use this much combined. This is a foul. The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce snapped to his feet and questioned, using talisman paper to win. Is this considered a heavenly pride? Qinyu spread his two hands. 11 years old, cultivating to the 8th level of Qi refining in 3 months. Isn't that considered heavenly pride? And the rules don't restrict the use of talisman paper. Talisman paper is only used to aid in battle, just like a magic weapon. Is it against the rules to use a magic weapon? Who doesn't know that you have a lot of talisman paper? If everyone from the Skyfeather Academy is like this, then what's the point of this tournament? Combat is unlimited. Do you have to say something about how you can't use runes when you're ambushed in the field? This is the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament, which is to screen out the truly strong. In the immortal cultivation realm, strong heirs and children of great powers are born with strong resources. Could it be that when fighting them, you still have to say that your weapon is better than mine and you can't kill me? Everyone is unfair from birth. I was born as a prince. Even if I coveted 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, I can still mix a prince, but others, countless people have never seen 100,000 extreme spirit stones in their entire lives. Remember, there are no rules in qualifying. You can use any means as long as you don't kill anyone, as long as you can achieve victory. We live in the real world. There aren't that many rules. The room was silent. Some people are born with things that others who have struggled all their lives can hardly reach. We agree with His Highness Qin Yu's words. Since we've stepped into the ring, it doesn't matter who owns what on the opposite side. Just do your best to defeat the other party. And if you can't, just admit defeat and get lost. Many of the contestants spoke out in unison. The path of cultivation fights with the sky, fights with the earth, and naturally, fights with the powerful. If they were in the ring, what rules would they have to talk about? This can be related to his bet. Water Moon Chamber of Commerce President also know this reason, but now is not the situation is different. If there is no bet, and he has a ball relationship, let's continue the match. If the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce President cannot afford to lose the bet, stop. Qin Yu did not intend to let the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce President continue with his nonsense. Qin Yu thought, then the financial strength, who and you than pure physical force. What kind of students in his own academy? Qin Yu still knew. Busy with raising his cultivation, he was indeed negligent about fighting. Water Moon Chamber of Commerce President, held back half a day, also did not say out. Really, if you say out, is not to say that the Water Moon is afraid of Qin Yu not. Don't think you're the only one with runes. Take the talisman paper to those contestants. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce President sneered. The mysterious woman on the island murmured, it's a bit interesting, not restricting the rules of combat, as long as you get the victory. This is the kind of spirit that the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament should have. The word king is supposed to sweep everything and defeat everyone to get the title. Nyo Gue, once again, activated the 10 talisman papers, and 10 rainbow lights exploded. 50-50 Lu Huang, after struggling to avoid 7, was still hit by 2 rainbow lights and had no choice but to admit defeat. After Nyo Gue took the victory, it was as if a new world had opened up. It was true that battles could be varied. Nyo Gue wins, crossing 2 steps to gain 30 victory points. The game continues. The matches went on one by one, and the Heavenly Feather School, which only occupied 1/7 of the number of people, was not drawn. Some are happy and some are sad. The battles at the Qi refining stage were not particularly attractive to the various powerhouses. Qin Yu was also lacking in interest. Tian Yu Academy Wang Xicheng versus Water Moon Divine Dynasty Xian Yu Family Xian Hao. Wang Xicheng's appearance caused countless spectators to get pumped up. After all, an 8-year-old at the 9th level of Qi cultivation was too rare, let alone fighting. Wang Xicheng is 1 m. His face is obviously not fat, but his body is round like a ball. This should be safe now. Wang Xicheng stroked his big belly with a hefty smile. The Xian Yu family contestant was a 14-year-old boy. The boy was already 1 m in height, a stark contrast to Wang Xicheng, who was only 1 m. Little brat, this young man doesn't want to bully you. Get off by yourself. Wang Xicheng was a brat in Xian Yu's eyes, and winning was not honorable. The key is to save a bunch of talisman paper. Xian Hao looked at the storage ring, and his heart was secretly happy. It was unexpected that there was a windfall. Sandpiper. And he was the fisherman. Game on. Chapter 127, The Little Guy Who's Afraid of Death. Go son, go! Wang's father, seeing his own son out in battle, was incomparable. Who would have thought that I, Mr. Wang, would be able to fight on the field with my 8-year-old son, and so on. Now that the main family of the Wang clan kept inviting their branch to return. Returning to the main family was his greatest expectation before, but now Father Wang was in no hurry. Instead, his own son is a single attribute spirit root genius, and in the future, he may not be able to break through the Yuaning, or even the God transformation stage. It is entirely possible to become a new powerful family on his own, allowing the main family to return to the branch lineage. Son, be careful. Admit defeat if you can't beat them. Mother Wang didn't care if her son could achieve victory, only worried if her 8-year-old son would get hurt. Xian Hao stomped his feet, so fast that only a residual shadow remained. At the same time, the talisman paper in the storage ring was always ready to be sacrificed. The students of the Sky Feather Academy must have talisman paper in their possession, so it was best to be the first to strike, so that they would fall before they could use the talisman paper. Boom! Xianhao didn't show any mercy, and a horrible leg strike attacked Wang Xiqing's face. Ka-ching! The sound of broken bones. Ah! A heartbreaking scream rang out. Xianhao covered his already broken leg bone and sat down on the ground with a pained expression. Outside of Wang Xiqing's body surface, a bronze-colored bell enveloped him. Extreme spiritual artifact bright bell. There was no shortage of knowledgeable people in the audience. Chao Nimas, you're amazingly rich. A chi refining stage using an extreme spiritual artifact brightness bell. Xianhao couldn't help but curse. He had never dreamed that this little brat would have an extreme spirit weapon. Extreme spirit weapons, not to mention the chi refining stage. Even if it was a great cultivator of the Jindan stage, very few people possessed them, and it was only the strongest of the Yuaning stage that were equipped with extreme spirit weapons. After all, treasure weapons were expensive, and many people at the Yuaning stage could not afford them. Be shameless. Using an extremely high-grade spirit weapon at the chi refining stage. Qi knew you're cheating, the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president said angrily. He tolerated the talisman paper, but the extremely high-grade spirit weapon, he really couldn't tolerate it. It's none of my business. I pressed on. I could have sworn. It's true that I've given out quite a few spirit stones to the students of the academy, and I didn't think that they would take them to buy extreme spirit weapons, Xinyu said with a sincere face. I also want to join the Sky Feather Academy. Don't think about it for now. Later I'll go ask my untalented son if he can join the Heavenly Feather Academy. I had heard that the welfare of the Tianyu Academy was good, but I didn't expect it to be good to this extent. The refining stage is using an extreme spiritual artifact. Son is awesome. Wang's father didn't say how excited he was. He, the old man, hadn't used the extreme spirit weapon yet, but his own 8-year-old son had used it first. The main family head of the Wang family on the side, is also envious, thinking about whether they can find a way to let their own son also join the Tianyu Academy. If you really can't make it to the Wang family to seek an errand can also be Xianhao was furious, and it was the first time he had broken his leg since his debut. A handful of talisman paper appeared out of nowhere. Hundreds of them. Boom! Hundreds of talismans exploded at the same time, and a horrifying wave of air swept through. A small mushroom cloud rising from the center of the bird's nest. Go to hell. The little thing actually dares to shade this young. A hint of gloom flashed in Xianhao's eyes. The little guy from the Xianyu clan is really ruthless. Hundreds of talisman papers in one shot. When was the Xianyu clan so generous? The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although he gave a few hundred talisman paper. But this is just a drop in the bucket for him. The value of the distribution rights of rune paper from the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty was not something that could be compared to a little bit of rune paper. Son! Mrs. Wang broke down and exclaimed. Phew! The center of the smoke flickered with pale golden light, and the bright bell shook as the smoke was instantly dispersed. The little guy in the field was even more unharmed. Wang Xiqing hemmed and hawed. It's a good thing I was well prepared, or else I would have gotten hurt. I can't believe it's okay? Xianhao once again took out hundreds of talisman papers and kept offering them. Boom boom. Explosions continued in the field. Xianhao stopped after throwing thousands of talismans one after another. That's all he's got. Has the picture of the match changed now? How come it's turned into a frenzy of throwing talismans? The talisman paper is cheap, but it's not spoiled like this. The audience looked on in pain and couldn't help but let out a whoop. Thousands of talismans. My turn. When Cecil's voice came out of the smoke. Look at me. Hundreds of talismans were thrown out of the smoke. Xianhao was scared out of his wits. He didn't have the magic weapon to resist the power of hundreds of talismans. I concede. Ma Haoshuan waved his hand and the talisman paper was thrown into the air by him. This time, the winner is Wang Xichang. Hey, win. Wu Xing celebrated himself, dragging his muddy body down slowly. Just walking towards the ring, Wang Xisher began to undress. The heat is killing me. The scene attracted countless spectators, and the crowd wondered how this little guy was so mellow and still managed to come out of the explosion unscathed. Wang Xicheng took off his outside regular clothes, revealing a mysterious armored treasured garment that shimmered with silver light. I see. It's actually the Xian armor treasure cloth. With the bright bell resisting the vast majority of the impact, the Xian armor treasure cloth can indeed keep him safe and sound. Wang Xicheng unclasped the Xian armor treasure cloth again, revealing the golden armor-colored treasure clothes inside. Good guy. There's actually a golden armor coat. Wang Xicheng took off his golden armor coat again, and there was another layer of golden armor coat inside. How afraid of death is this little guy? Actually putting on 3 layers of precious clothes. Finally finished taking off. After Wang Xicheng finished, he took off the last piece, revealing the inner armor inside. The audience. The two woofers. Qin Yu. Interesting, interesting, Qin Yu applauded. Life is the most important thing. To have such insights at a young age. This Highness is very pleased. Wang's father looked embarrassed. Was his son so afraid of death? The president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's face was green. The people of the Sky Feather Academy were truly more shameless than one another. Ha ha, this little guy is also too afraid of death. There is actually a layer of inner armor inside. Half-Summer laughed out loud. It was the first time he had seen such a scene, and the target was an 8-year-old child. One by one, the Sky Feather Academies came on, and without exception, they were either holding a large amount of talisman paper or carrying high-grade spiritual weapons. 30 fights in a row and only one loss. This made the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce more and more anxious. Tianyu Academy has a total of 100 people, and some of the teams are opponents of each other, or even their own people. This can certainly not be counted, but if the Heavenly Feather School wins 20 more games, he will be considered a loser. Today is kind of an insight. So it turns out that rich people's fights are different from ours. The students of the Sky Feather Academy had sort of shown them a different kind of battle. Master, why is it that the students of the Sky Feather Academy have strong and numerous magic weapons? Many teenage girls were envious, watching their peers each holding their coveted spirit weapons, as well as an endless supply of talisman paper. Many 12 and 13-year-old celestials were envious and couldn't help but send out soul tortures to their own elders. Elders, I want it too. I can't go on like this. I'm sure I'll lose. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president's eyes rolled. There. Chapter 128. I'll run away if I lose. Or you'll come to me. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president said disdainfully. You have the means. Does the old man not? The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president who had finished speaking did not forget to instruct the Rune Master Guild president. Keep an eye on them. I'll be back as soon as I go. The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president disappeared into a stream of light. Your Highness, that old bastard won't see that he's going to lose and run away. Halfsia muttered. The more he looked, the more he thought that old bastard might run. The old Shineshu shook his head and said, I don't think so. Strong people care about their skin. They won't do something so spineless out. The matches went on one by one, and the Heavenly Feather School had already won close to 50 of them. But the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president, from the beginning to the end, did not show up. Where did this old piker think of a solution? It looks like the Sky Feather School is about to win. The president of the Rune Master Guild, in his heart, was so anxious that he hurriedly contacted the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce. But there was never a response. What can the old man do? The bet was made on the spur of the moment, and the contestants were not recognized by the old man. Gave a large amount of talisman paper. Tianyu Academy talisman paper is more. Then still play a ball. As for the bet, let's wait until Qinyu finds him. The Peach Mountain was worth a lot of money, so it could not be handed over to Qinyu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing the delayed reply, the president of the Rune Master Guild's face turned green. This asshole wouldn't have run away. They were in the same Water Moon Divine Dynasty, so this wasn't roasting him on the fire. This old bastard seems to have really run away. Qinyu also did not expect that a Chamber of Commerce president of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty, a powerful person in the middle stage of God transformation, would be so shameless as to directly run away. The monk can't run away, but the temple can't run away. The means of debt collection. Qinyu can hear a lot. Besides, isn't there another person from the Water Moon Divine Dynasty here? The old Shineshu blushed. He was the one who had just said that it was impossible to run away, but he couldn't imagine that he had really run away. The victory has been decided. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty has disappointed His Highness too much. Without the bones of a strong man, they actually chose to run away. Xinyu's voice was loud. Can't afford to lose and run away? Hundreds of thousands of people in the venue looked in the direction of the Rune Master Guild president at the same time. Really running away? The Water Moon Chamber of Commerce president is gone, leaving only a Rune Master Guild president. The hallowed Divine Dynasty really has no backbone. Running away when they can't afford to lose. The president of the Water Moon Divine Dynasty Rune Master Guild who heard these words didn't look too good, because as far as he was concerned, he was from the Water Moon Divine Dynasty. The president of the Rune Master Guild, feeling the countless gazes, felt uncomfortable. No, the old man has to run as well. The Rune Master Guild president made up his mind. It wasn't his bet. Why should he be made to suffer? Nonsense. The Water Moon Divine Dynasty wouldn't be able to afford to lose. The winners and losers are out. The Heavenly Feather School has won 50 matches. How is the Water Moon Divine Dynasty going to honor the bet? Wait for me to go back and discuss. Anyway, the Water Moon Divine Dynasty won't break the contract. After the Rune Master Guild president finished speaking, he rose up in the air and disappeared from sight in an instant. Your Highness, That bastard ran away as well, Half-Summer said as he pointed at the president of the Runesmith Guild who ran away. No harm done. Continue the match. Shin-Yu looked calm. After some time, the chi practicing stage ended, and after winning 50 matches, the students of the Tianyu Academy stopped using talisman paper and magic weapons. In the end, you lose more than you win. It's too short a time and lacks experience. Senior Shoji. Sigh. Although the talent wasn't bad, the foundation was too poor, and the difference was too great compared to the contestants selected by the Divine Dynasty. There was a very big gap between the Divine Dynasty, which had been cultivating its personnel from the very beginning of locking them up, and these improvised, composed contestants. Is there any way to quickly improve their real-world experience? In this state now, it was indeed difficult to take it down. The heavenly pride cultivated by the Divine Dynasty was also not lacking in resources, and was almost always cultivated according to a fixed pattern. The old Shinshu said helplessly, "There's no way. The time is too short. If they were to train them for battle half a year in advance, and after utilizing the half a year after the start of the process, they enter into cultivation enhancement, they might have a chance to win." Shin-Yu was in deep thought. He was financially powerful and had always thought that as long as he had the resources and talent, strength would skyrocket. Forget about the fact that the Eastern State doesn't just compare cultivation, but also combat prowess now. Shortening the time. I do have an idea, the gourd genie said drunkenly. The gourd genie was drinking at all times even when he was watching the game at the venue. Senior, is there any way to quickly increase combat experience? Shin-Yu hurriedly asked. The gourd genie responded. There's no way to quickly increase battle experience, but you can speed up the flow of time. Speed up the flow of time? How is this possible? When old Devil Han heard this, he immediately retorted. The way of time is mysterious and unpredictable. Even the God transformation stage can't grasp the skin of it. It's true that the God transformation stage can't master the way of time, but it's possible to utilize formations. Can Senior set up this formation that speeds up time? Shin-Yu said excitedly. He's also read a lot of novels, people, quite familiar with the passage of time. A day had passed outside and a year had passed in the array. Isn't that how Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball practiced? Slightly. Could Senior be willing to set up the formation? And I am willing to pay a high amount of compensation. May. Thank you, Senpai. The chi refining stage is over. And the following is the foundation establishment stage's ranking. The venue's audience was instantly abuzz. Compared to chi refining, the foundation establishment stage battles were obviously more appealing. The geniuses who had built their foundations were all attracted by Shin-Yu through his reputation. And these people were not lacking in combat experience. Even without the use of talisman paper and high-level magic weapons, there were many people who could easily win. Shin-Yu was disinterested and was preoccupied with the formation that slowed down the passage of time. The base-building ones also ended quickly. The rest are even at the Jindan stage. Martial abandonment took the lead. Wu abandonment had just become the strongest person inside the Heavenly Pride team, and almost all of the Heavenly Pride of the Heavenly Feather Academy had come in through his examination. Followed by Xiao Shang, Tao Ming Han, Yu He Ton, Huangfu Shan Dai, Zhou Xiaoyan, even Lu Mingyu, who had been knocked out by Shin-Yu's slap, had come. Lu Mingyu was the only celestial pride to pass the examination by resisting martial abandonment for 10 moves at the early Jindan stage. Lu Mingyu's expression still revealed arrogance. Since that day passed, the original sword-wielding assistant had not been seen. However, Lu Mingyu always felt that the sword-wielding assistant at the time resembled Shin-Yu. The temperament and demeanor were similar, only the face was different. Shin-Yu looked at the Heavenly Pride team and sighed that it was fortunate that he had changed his appearance in the first place, or else the sword-wielding assistant's persona would have collapsed. During this time, Shin-Yu also never went to the schoolhouse, and the sword-wielding assistant became more and more mysterious in the hearts of the students. As for Chen Wen, the students inside the academy had never seen him until now. The real Chen Wen stood in front of them, fearing that no one would recognize him. Shin-Yu, in order to avoid these people, accidentally learned that he had restrained them in the academy since enrollment, rarely letting them go out. It was inappropriate to expose their identities before the event. Lu Mingyu drew the first of the Jindan stage. Lu Mingyu stood on the stage, his face revealing a proud look. Who's number one? Come on up. Chapter 129, a badge worth so many spirit stones? Lu Mingyu forced his breath to overflow. It was as if the game had already been taken. Number one is me. Bai Xiaoshang looked helpless. Would it hurt his pride too much to defeat Xiao Lu now? Bai Xiaoshang looked at Shin-Yu. 3 months ago, he started investigating the source of the spirit stones of the royal family. At first he realized that the spirit stones had been transported here, and the source seemed to be in the Gobi of the desert. But soon the runes appeared. At first, he thought that spirit stones should be derived from selling talisman paper. However, before that time, Large quantities of talisman paper had not appeared in the eastern state, which meant that the source of spirit stones was not talisman paper. In the end, Bai Shaoshang still targeted the barren desert. However, there were a large number of formation stones there, and various formations were intertwined, so he never dared to go deeper. Bai Shaoshang retrieved his thoughts and walked up to the ring. Brother Lu, please teach me. Ah! Lu Mingyu's face changed in an instant. He was no match for Bai Shaoshang. I admit defeat. Lu Mingyu, who had looked like he was taking the world by storm in the last second, said helplessly. The battle at the Jindan stage was a magnificent scene, with various techniques constantly intertwining. The ring in the center of the venue had collapsed, and if it wasn't for the presence of the formation, the bird's nest would have been destroyed. Is this a Jindan stage Heaven's Pride? It's really powerful. Only now do I realize how short-sighted I was back then. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu's Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament, for allowing me the opportunity to observe such battles. Many people benefited from observing hundreds of battles and let out exclamations. This trip to Northwatch was a no-brainer. Both saw the spectacle of thousands of chambers of commerce converging at the same time, and listened to powerful sermons, as well as the battles of the heavenly pride. Ma Haoxuan appeared in the center of the field and said in a loud voice, "This tournament has come to a successful conclusion, and the contestants who win one game today will receive a medal of Black Iron 5. Starting daily, the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament, Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and Jindan Realms will each hold 10 matches per day. You may enroll on your own. Now distribute the Black Iron medal." A row of coolly dressed female cultivators appeared with plates, each with a pitch-black colored medallion on top. The medallion is Burgundy Mountain Xian Iron. The Burgundy Mountain Xian Iron was worth its weight in gold, a special material for refining treasure weapons, sold in grams. Just such a token was worth at least 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Trenchant, trenchant, trenchant. And that's just the Black Iron medal. What are the silver, gold, and even king's medals above it made of? Hundreds of thousands of viewers were, once again, shocked by Qin Yu's largesse. Ma Haoxuan began to give medals to the victorious contestants. To award them, behind each medal, there is only the number 5, Black Iron 5. The lowest segment can be obtained with a single victory. If you wish to obtain a higher realm medal, you may continue to sign up for the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Additionally, the Royal House offers a credit loan interest to those who receive the medal, a spirit stone loan of only 5%. Black Iron medal quota of 10,000 top quality spirit stones. Requires qualifying medal level Black Iron 3. Silver medallion 50,000 top quality spirit stones. Silver 3. Gold medallion 100,000 top quality spirit stones. Gold 3. Double the amount for each day you move up a segment. A credit loan? Wouldn't it be that the one who gets the King's Medallion will be able to borrow 1,600,000 top-grade spirit stones? As for the 5 points of interest, this interest is no different from borrowing for nothing in the eastern states. Quickly, go sign up. If I can only get the bronze medallion, I'll be able to borrow 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's enough for me to cultivate to the Jindan stage. No, I'm over 30. Damn it, why didn't I come across this good thing back in the day? Many cultivators, tearing their hearts out and yelling, realized that they had already exceeded 30 years of age and had lost their eligibility to enroll. This is the Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament. Were you guys Heaven's Pride when you were young? To advance to Black Iron 3 means that you need to win 10 matches. Can you guys win 10 matches? A young cultivator sneered. Some people think that just because they are young, they must be very capable, not realizing that what doesn't work in old age, the odds are that it didn't work when they were young. Senior, I wonder what materials are needed for this formation that speeds up the passage of time. I will immediately send someone to prepare them. Qin Yu's mind was on the time formation. The materials are very common. You should be able to buy them when you go inside the mall. But the time formation is extremely consuming of spirit stones, requiring a large amount of spirit stones to be spent every moment. Time formations were extremely common in the middle domain, but not many could use them because the benefit ratio was too low. It's a good thing that spirit stones are greatly consumed. Was worried that there was no place to spend the spirit stones. The corners of his mouth twitched as he heard these pretentious words, and his wine sobered up quite a bit. Forgetting that Qin Yu did not lack spirit stones, Qin Yu is the one who has a magical spirit stone machine, building a tenfold flow rate array. Qin Yu's financial strength should be able to resist it. Time flow arrays. I'll only be 10 and 100 times that. 10 times the flow rate array, consuming 10,000 extreme spirit stones per day. 100 times the flow rate array, consuming 1 million extreme spirit stones per day. 1 million extreme spirit stones per day. Even Qin Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. That's a full $10 million when converted to top-grade spirit stones. consuming 10 million top-grade spirit stones a day. If other forces knew about this, they would only be afraid that their hearts and livers would jump out. 10 million top-grade spirit stones just to make the time 100 times faster was indeed more than worth it. Even the original Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty could only last for a mere 10 days. Exhausting the power of the Divine Dynasty would only last for 10 days. And no power would choose the time flow array. Yu, how much is the spirit stone production capacity now? Xinyu had been busy with talisman paper lately and rarely asked about the spirit stone production capacity. Your Highness, since the city guards joined, the production capacity has increased to 19 million top-grade spirit stones every Sunday. 3 months have passed, and with the original production capacity, it now produces 2.5 billion top-grade spirit stones every week. 2.5 billion. That's 35 million a day on average. That's more than enough. Xinyu didn't even think it was much. I'm grateful to Senior. Please set up 200-fold formations for the royal residence. How much? Gord Yuaning. Dusty's heart suddenly moved. Xinyu had spirit stones he knew, but wasn't this spirit stone too much? 200-fold flow rate arrays. How many spirit stone machines does Xinyu have? The Gord genie became more and more curious. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything about refining and couldn't see the wonders of the spirit stone machine. Senior, 2 flow arrays will do. Xinyu thought that the Gord Yuaning hadn't heard him. After all, this guy had been drinking and it was possible that he hadn't sobered up yet. 1 for the Heavenly Feather School, and 1 for the personal guards and the Grand Army. That would be a quick way to boost the royal family's strength. The royal family was now extremely short of, well, strong men that they had cultivated themselves. Xinyu has even started recruiting gatekeepers. With this formation, the gatekeepers can also be recruited without having to. However, the recruitment had already been sent out, so if someone came, Xinyu wouldn't mind taking it. After all, the dirty work, too, needs to be done. Isn't that what gatekeepers do? The Gord genie casually wrote down the list of materials. Yu immediately arranged for someone to acquire the materials. Xinyu immediately arranged after receiving the list. Chapter 130 Time Flow Array. In the Royal Palace's martial arts arena, a huge formation gradually took shape. Formations used are common materials, but the number is huge. The entire martial arts field is densely packed. Done. The Gord genie took a sip of wine and looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. Senior, could you let us open our eyes? Xinyu said excitedly, changing the flow of time. The value of this formation was not low. May. The Gord Yuaning clenched his hand and a curtain of light rose around the formation, quickly enveloping the martial arts arena. The formation has been activated, and the time flow inside has reached a 1:100 difference from the outside world. Xinyu took out the hourglasses, 1 inside the formation and 1 outside. The hourglass inside the formation passed quickly, while the hourglass outside the formation barely changed. A group of people from the royal residence looked dumbfounded. There's actually a real-time flow formation in this world. Old Devil Han had the expression of a country bumpkin entering a city for the first time. This formation is actually very common in my old home, only that very few people use it. The Gord genie casually pulled an old home. It's also true that this formation consumes a huge amount of money, so it's difficult for ordinary forces to maintain it, and it's like chicken ribs to the major forces. It's useless to eat it, and it's a shame to discard it. It was also His Highness Xinyu who had developed the spirit stone machine. Otherwise this formation would be useless to them. There would be no forces in the eastern states that could use it, and using it wouldn't last more than a few days. Boom! The formation operated with a rumbling sound, and heaps of spirit stones were swallowed by the formation and used to maintain it. Even if it was the great formation of the Skyfeather Divine Dynasty's imperial city, the speed at which it gulped in spiritual chi was far from adequate. 1,000,000 piles of top-grade spirit stones. The array transformed into a pile of aura with a single suck and entered the array. Damn! What a gold-swallowing beast! Xinyu was also shocked by the formation's ability to swallow gold. Chen 1. Immediately notify the personal guards and barracks to come to the martial arts field immediately. These were the people who had sworn to follow him, so of course they should be prioritized for the experience. It's Your Highness. Chen 1 hurriedly informed the pro-guard that with this overwhelming formation, the pro-guard would grow rapidly. This was equivalent to 100-fold cultivation acceleration, and 1 day was equivalent to more than 3 months. The pro-guards were not considered top-notch in talent, but they were still middle of the road. With this formation and the huge resources of the royal family, it would only take a year for all 300 people to advance to the Yuaning stage. A significant portion of them would even be able to break through to God transformation. Chen Wen's body trembled slightly. Following His Highness is the greatest chance in this life. If he hadn't chosen to come to Northwatch City in the first place, all of this would have passed him by. It was a pity that there was still a group of brothers in the pro-guard who did not come along with him. Among them was his second-in-command, Li Wenhao. The personal guards were also maintaining order at the bird's nest during this time. And after hearing Chen Wen's contact, they quickly rushed back. Brother Chen sent a message saying it's 100,000 times more urgent to hurry back to the royal residence. Could it be that the royal residence has been attacked? So anxious. It was the first time that the personal guards received such an anxious notice. Inevitably, it made them uneasy in their hearts. When did the martial arts arena have an additional formation? Don't care so much about rushing in. Chen Wen treats him well. And here in the king's mansion, if his highness is also in danger inside, then they can't resign from their sins. Rushed the proctors, desperately rushing inside the formation. Your highness. The personal guards who rushed in froze then. In addition to his highness, there's also Yuju, the old half-summer Shinshu, and they're all there. There's no danger of that either. All come over. Qin Yu couldn't wait. He wanted his personal guards to start resting and practicing. It wouldn't be long before these 500 people would become his most powerful helpers. The time difference between this large formation and the outside is 100 times. From today all of you will cultivate here and return to Skyfeather Imperial City in 3 months. Anyone who hasn't even reached the Jindan stage will be disqualified from going back. 100 times the time difference in cultivation? The proctors, for a moment, hadn't reacted. After a few moments of hesitation, Your Highness, do you mean that there is 100 times the difference in time between inside the formation and outside? The personal guards could not believe their ears one by one. Following Qin Yu was close to not having seen a ghost before. 100 times in 3 months is equivalent to 25 years. And under the cultivation of Your Highness's resources, if we still can't rise to Jindan, we'll have no face to go back. Don't worry, Your Highness. If you can't break through the Jindan within 3 months, you can do whatever you want. The personal guards are full of confidence. The resources are there. The time is there. If they still can't share for Your Highness, or die, Your Highness, the range of the formation is limited. I'm just afraid that the soldiers won't be able to enter in full force. Jade Bamboo reminded. Have the soldiers split into 3 groups and each group come in and practice for a month. These soldiers had all taken an oath, and their loyalty did not need to be considered. The most important thing to Qin Yu was loyalty. After all, he had too many secrets on him. Talent was important, but to Qin Yu, who possessed a spirit stone machine, as long as he was loyal enough, a pig he could cultivate to the transformation god stage. Where is the other formation set up? The gourd genie smothered a large mouthful of wine. This formation wasn't worth much. It was just that Qin Yu happened to have spirit stones, so it seemed to be worth a lot. As in the king's residence freeloading honorarium. In the king's residence a few months he did not do anything. This Qin Yu still gave him a salary. He is not a person who likes to take advantage of people. Tian Yu Academy. The Heavenly Feather Academy. Set up in a location not far from the royal residence. The academy was built according to the university in Qin Yu's previous life. There are 7 buildings. They were the Alchemy Building, the Artifact Refining Building, the Talisman Practicing Building, the 100 Herbs Building, the Royal Beasts Building, the Sword Practicing Building, and the Comprehensive Building. Outside the complex was a gathering place for various small schools, while the remaining 6 were the mainstream cultivation directions of the eastern state. The aura inside the schoolhouse was dense, dozens of times denser than the outside world. And the schoolhouse was shrouded by a large number of formations, so that the aura could not leak out. In the center of the schoolhouse was a playground large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. Qin Yu and his group entered the academy with great vigor, causing quite a reaction. It was the first time Qin Yu had come to the academy, and many of the students had only seen him from afar at the dealers' conference. This is the first time it's been this close together. After the little guy Nyogue saw Qin Yu arrive, he hurriedly ran over. Qin Yu was the one who had changed his fate, and he wanted to express his gratitude in person, but unfortunately he never had the chance. Greetings, Your Highness. Nyogue's 2 small hands arched with a pure expression. Qin Yu said in a gentle tone. What? Nyogue, you're looking for me for something. Qin Yu was impressed with Nyogue. Puff. The not-so-young Nyogue suddenly dropped to both knees. Quickly help him up. Qin Yu was also confused by Nyogue's sudden scene. Why did he suddenly kneel down when he was talking properly? He was a well-educated man, and he hated kneeling the most. Shenwen pulled a hand and realized that Nyogue was actually still kneeling on the ground in death. The student is just a cheap bastard. It's fine to kneel for a while. My mother said that the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. The student has today all because of Your Highness. But the student has been here for so long and has never seen Your Highness. So today I've come to kowtow and thank Rongyen. Simple. Too simple. Qin Yu likes these from the bottom of his heart. The more children come out of the poor land, the more they know how to be grateful. Qin Yu stretched out his hands and helped Nyogue up. As long as you cultivate well and become an upright and kind person who is useful to the world, that will be the greatest reward for me. Nyogue's eyes grew more and more adoring as he listened. Nyogue will definitely work hard to cultivate and become useful to the world. Chinyu secretly thought. A young man, where can he resist such magnificent words? Go on, cultivate hard. Chinyu continued to walk towards the playground after dismissing Nyogue. Chapter 131 Students' Choices. The size of the playground was quite a bit larger than the Royal Palace's martial arts field. The appearance of the group quickly drew the attention of the students. First, use the isolation formation to isolate the playground. The students contained celestials from the various domains of the eastern state, and there was no guarantee of loyalty. The time flow array couldn't be spread out. Once other forces knew about it, it would definitely cause trouble across the board. Boom! The 4 isolation array discs activated, and 4 golden canopies descended as the playground was completely enveloped by a golden curtain of light. What the hell? A group of celestial pride looked at each other. The young Tianjiu, who had just cultivated not long ago and was still young in age, looked at the formation with a sudden sense of novelty. For them, this level of formation was the first of its kind, and as for what Chinyu was going to do, they were only mildly curious. Bai Xiaoshang looked at the rising curtain of light and became more and more curious in his heart. What exactly was it that actually made Chinyu raise the isolation array? Could it have something to do with the source of the spirit stones? Lu Mingyu muttered. What is His Highness Chinyu doing? Chinyu was about the same age as him, but Chinyu was now a hot figure in the eastern state. The Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce that had been established would, unsurprisingly, inevitably be the strongest chamber of commerce in the eastern state in the future. It even started the largest shopping mall in the eastern state, as well as the first academy and the first qualifying arena. And rich as hell. Lu Mingyu has already vaguely regarded Chinyu as an idol in his heart. And the men of my generation should be like that, stirring up the world's wind and clouds. He came to Northwatch City, not just for the sake of fame, but Chinyu's name is already known to no one in the eastern state. Martial abandonment, Yu Haton, Dongfang Mengmen, Xia Ruyan, Tao Minghan, and the others were all on the outskirts of the playground, wanting to see what Chinyu was up to. 3 hours later, the time flow array was established. Senior has worked hard. This is 5 million top-grade spirit stones, to be considered as Senior's reward. Yuchu took out his storage ring and handed it to the gourd genie with both hands. The royal mansion had also recently acquired a batch of storage rings, so there was no need to use a carriage to pull spirit stones. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Even though Gourd Yuaning had seen the world, he was still surprised by Qin Yu's hand. It was in millions, and 5 million top-grade spirit stones was not a small amount even in the central domain. The Gourd Yuaning waved his hand and said, "No need. Consider it as a reward for eating and drinking for free for a few months in the royal residence." He only needed money for the wine. More spirit stones would not benefit him. Please be sure to accept it. Senior, this formation is worth a lot to Senior. 5 million spirit stones is a little less. However, if Senior needs to cultivate in the future, Senior will bear the full amount. The Gourd Yuaning's gaze flashed a hint of gloom. What use is cultivation to me? That's just it. Since you insist on giving it, I'll take it. He wasn't one to squirm. Your Highness, is it a good idea to notify the students and let them enter the formation to cultivate? The old Shangshu opened his mouth and inquired. He couldn't wait for his students to enter the formation and then defeat the heavenly feathered divine dynasty to show those old guys, whose vision was more poisonous. The time flux array. It's a matter of great importance. You must choose reliable people. Qin Yu admonished. Yes, Your Highness. Old Shangshu naturally also know. And students spend 3 months together. The old Shangshu student's character, but also roughly understand. He already had a plan in his mind of those who were suitable and those who were not. All students are to assemble at the schoolhouse assembly hall immediately. The principal is calling assembly. Could it have something to do with what happened inside the playground? Bai Xiaoxing's mind kept turning, trying to connect the various pieces of information and speculate on the royal family's intelligence. It was impossible for the spirit stones of the royal palace to be created out of thin air. And the secrets of the spirit stones might be hidden within the isolation formation on the desert. And the formation in the playground today might have something to do with it. The 8,000 city guards from the beginning had disappeared for a long time and rarely appeared. Finding these people might unlock the secrets of the desert. Early childhood, elementary, and middle school classes each take role. In the center of the assembly hall, the old Shangshu's body was trembling. On the other hand, Feng Jiutian, who had just joined, was confused and didn't know why he suddenly requested to gather. With 100x acceleration, it always feels a bit too bullying. But when he thought about it, when he was imprisoned in the big prison, countless people said that he was old and dim-eyed. He had a breath in his heart, and now there was finally a chance to take out that breath. Reporting to the headmaster, the infant class is here. Reporting to the principal, the elementary class is here. Reporting to the principal, the middle school class is here. According to Qin Yu's arrangement, The academy divided chi cultivation into toddler classes, foundation building into elementary school classes, and jindan into middle school classes. There are higher high school classes, but none yet. There were several peak jindan students, but jindan and yuanying were like a moat, and some could not break through even in their lifetime. No one from the academy's heavenly pride had broken through to the yuanying realm even in a few months. This time, I've summoned everyone here to make an important announcement. The royal mansion has discovered a secret cultivation realm in which the speed of cultivation and improvement will be drastically increased. The old man went to His Highness specifically to beg for a portion of the quota for our academy as well. The secret realm is at stake, so it can only be limited to a select group of people, and now we'll give everyone an hour to think about it. Luo and I felt that he had made it clear that this was the secret realm of the royal family, not the academy. The prerequisite for wanting to enter the secret realm was to become a member of the royal family. Headmaster, I would like to go. Niu Gui hastily raised his hand. He wasn't stupid and knew what the principal had said. However, he did not have an opinion. I'm willing to. 8-year-old Winsome raised her hand as well. The little ones in the toddler class, one by one, scrambled to make a statement. For them, they had been cultivating in the academy from the very beginning, and the academy was their home. And as the academy was founded by Qinyu, they also belonged to the royal family. The elementary school classes were almost all peak foundation establishment, taken in after Qinyu's expansion, and were mostly around 16 or 17 years old, already having a division in power. Their sense of belonging to the academy had yet to be fully established. As for the middle school's heavenly pride, all of them are the palms of various forces, coming to the academy because of the fame, and staying in the academy because Qinyu gives so much. This group of people could leave at any time, and the rules that Qinyu had set in the first place were such that they could leave at any time. The middle school has little sense of belonging. Many even still come with a different idea. One by one, the 500 celestial pride of the middle school fell into deep thought. Lu Mingyu said tornly, once I choose to enter the secret realm, it will be difficult to leave in the future. I just want to be famous in the eastern state. Tao Minghan picked up. Indeed, according to what the principal said, this is the secret realm of the royal family, and it is a matter of great importance. So once you enter it means that you must first join the royal family before you can do so. He was the royal beast sect's eldest senior brother, and if he joined the royal family, would he be able to return to the royal beast sect in the future? The royal family was developing rapidly, and it might be better to stay in the royal family. But he grew up in the royal beast sect. That was the place he couldn't let go of. Bai Xiaoshang was worried. This secret realm definitely had a secret about the source of the spirit stones. That's just it. A secret realm is just a secret realm. It's not enough to abandon the clan and join the royal family. 500 heavenly prides, with very few choosing to join. Chapter 132 100-fold speed cultivation initiated. The early childhood class is 700 strong and fully staffed. 100 students in the primary class and 30 participating. The middle school class has 500 students and 50 participants. The participation rate of the 500 Jindan Celestial Pride in the middle school class was less than 0.1%. The old Shangshu did not find it strange. Just these 50 people, or some of the first and second-rate forces of the heavenly pride, for them to enter the royal family development prospects better. Those who are willing to participate stay. The rest of you can go back and continue practicing. By Xiaoshang, Dongfang Mengman, Lu Mingyu and the others retreated one after another. Wu Qiu's gaze was firm. The academy was his new home, and he wouldn't leave even if he was driven away now, whether it's his classmates, or the principal he loves. The academy also gave him a large amount of spirit stones. Simple in nature, Wookie feels that he has become a family with his fellow principals. Most of the 500 in the junior class dropped out, and if it had been before, it would have definitely had an impact on the Eastern States Fest. But now that there is time to accelerate the formation, His Highness Qinyu's 500 personal guards will be able to act as replacements. And there are still 50 people inside the Heaven's Pride. That's enough. The old Shangshu laughed softly. Congratulations to you all, for taking the fast track to immortal cultivation, and you'll be thankful for today's decision when you're at the top. Next, take an oath to keep the secret. The students who stayed didn't hesitate, they already knew what to do the moment they chose to stay. Headmaster, can I go in? Feng Jiutian suddenly asked. He was a teacher at least, but he was confused the whole time and had no idea what was going on. Sure, you're a school teacher, but, Feng Jiutian, swear that if I reveal the secret, I will be killed by 5 thunderbolts. Feng Jiutian, who had already advanced a month's salary in spirit stones, was now unwilling to leave even if he was driven away. Too much. No, it smells too good. What a hard life it was in the beginning. Take the students and we'll go to the playground. The old Shangshu took 780 men and rushed to the playground in great numbers. The man who had just left looked at the crowd and subconsciously followed. Principal, they're rushing to the playground? Bai Xiaosheng followed. Inside is the teleportation array to the secret realm. Bai Xiaosheng heard the old Shangshu's words and guessed. Inside is a teleportation array. Could it be to the desert? Just what kind of secret realm is it that makes the principal so excited? Lu Mingyu muttered. From the moment the headmaster appeared, the excitement was hard to contain. Not only Lu Mingyu, quite a few other people could feel it as well. Xiao Ruoyan secretly thought, with the financial power of the royal family nowadays, is a secret realm as exciting as this? There are still quite a few secret realms in the eastern state, and there are also secret realms in all the major divine dynasties. The old Shangshu opened the isolation formation and led the students into the playground. Headmaster, didn't you say that it's a teleportation array inside? Feng Jotian said doubtfully, walking into the center of the formation. There was no change except for the aura being thicker. Yeah, principal, this doesn't look like a teleportation array either. The group of students were also full of doubts, not knowing what kind of drugs the principal was selling. The old Shangshu slowly said, it's not a teleportation array, but a time acceleration array. Time acceleration array? Not to mention the students. Even Feng Jotian didn't understand it. He had traveled in the eastern state for many years and had never heard of this formation. The time inside the formation has been accelerated 100 times. 1 year outside, 100 years inside. What? Feng Jotian froze for a moment. Lord Headmaster, are you telling the truth? Would the old man still lie to you? How many spirit stones His Highness spent for this formation you guys can't even imagine. The students were also shocked. Embarking on the path of cultivation, they knew that the way of time was mysterious and unpredictable, accelerating time by 100 times. What a magical array. Headmaster, how many spirit stones did His Highness spend? Niu Gui will earn them back for His Highness after he has achieved success in his cultivation. It's fine if you have this heart. You guys just cultivate well. The royal family has plenty of spirit stones. The old Shangshu did not tell them about the consumption of the formation. This number was too large, and these little guys might not be able to withstand it. Instead affecting their cultivation mind, the old Shangshu instructed, next you can only go out once a month. The rest of the time you must cultivate within the formation. 10 million top-grade spirit stones a day. The old Shankar felt it was a sin to waste a second. Begin! The old Shangshu exited the formation at the end of his words. His strength had already reached the peak of Yuaning, and he didn't need to cultivate anymore if he wanted to break through. Unless he had the divine dynasty's Qi golden dragon protecting his body and preserving his decaying body, he would surely be reduced to flying dust under the heavenly calamity. If there were exotic treasures that restored life force, it might be possible to not use the Qi Lut golden dragon. Exotic treasures that can restore vitality are too rare to be left to fate. When the old Shanghaier had withdrawn, hundreds of people immediately meditated and practiced 100-fold acceleration. A month has passed outside and 8 years have passed inside. When they emerged from the gate in a month, all of their rivals from the beginning would be left behind. Principal out so soon? The middle school class, the pride of heaven, felt strange when they saw the principal appear. The academy seems to have been suddenly cut into two factions, the royal faction and the academy faction. The old principal came out without making a sound and left after glancing at the remaining Tianjia. Now that there was a reserve candidate for the Eastern State Fest, these guys weren't that important to him anymore, but at least they were their own students, and the old Shangshu liked them and wanted them to become people of the royal family. But, a twisted melon is not sweet. Everything is voluntary. Old Devil Han was now so agitated that he couldn't settle down. The royal mansion was even more terrifying than he had imagined. A formation of 10 million top-grade spirit stones a day, opening 2 of them in one breath. To hell with the casual cultivator. Old me is a member of the royal family from now on. Counting the time, those old buddies who contacted him should have arrived at Northwatch City as well. His Highness Qin Yu's command to form a guard of honor was not forgotten by Old Devil Han. It just takes time for those old boys to get here. Old Devil Han's communication jade pendant lit up. Finally, Old Devil Han, who had received the news, flew out from within the royal residence. 7-star restaurant, 1 medium god of transformation, 3 early god of transformation, and also 7 peak Yuaning and 10 late Yuaning cultivators arrived at the entrance of the 7 stars restaurant at the same time. The 7-star tavern boss was startled. The 21 people who had come, each of them exuded a terrifying aura. This made the 7-star restaurant's boss, who was used to seeing strong people because of the rune paper merchants meeting, couldn't help but breathe heavily. After all, this was a simultaneous appearance, and his little restaurant couldn't carry it. The crowd took their seats. The old Taoist in the middle stage of God transformation was the first to speak. Old Man Han said that he has a heavenly chance to share with us. Could it be that he has discovered some secret realm? Or relic? I haven't heard of any relics and secret realms coming out of Northwatch City. One of the early stage transformation spirits chimed in. Don't even guess. Old Ghost Han will be here soon. Just wait for him to come and ask him face to face. The only female cultivator among the 3 early stage god transformation practitioners spoke up. Old Devil Han arrived at the 7 Stars restaurant in a few breaths. These could be the contacts he had accumulated for 1,000 years. Chapter 133, Who can resist the temptation of pretending? Fellow Taoists, goodbye. Old man Han, you bastard have met a good thing recently. Your face is full of spring. Jiao Yu, a female cultivator at the early stage of god transformation, flirted. More than a good thing, it's simply a heavenly good thing. It's not too much to say that it's flying high. Old Devil Han raised his head, triumphant. Just by seeing the tip of the iceberg of the royal residence, Old Devil Han felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Will there be a lack of resources after backing up the royal palace? That was impossible, and meant that one of the most important problems that plagued cultivators was solved. The 21st was also attracted to Old Devil Han's attention. Old Devil Han was in the middle stage of god transformation. There weren't many that he could call a chance in the eastern state. Don't sell yourself short, Old man Han. Mid-transformation god powerhouse Ding Yangqiu urged. They had all been friends for many years and didn't want to pick up Old Devil Han's display. Seeing that the group of people weren't picking up on him, Old Devil Han could only say, I've joined the Gan Wangfu. Is this the chance you were talking about? A hallowed middle stage of the god transformation realm. Even if you join a divine dynasty, you'll be a guest on the throne. What kind of chance is this? Ding Yangqiu said disdainfully. The royal family had recently been in the eastern state, and had gained a lot of fame, but it was just a royal family. For the god transformation realm powerhouses, no matter if it was a divine dynasty or a holy land, as long as they were willing to join, the elders of the Holy Land and the feudal officials of the divine dynasty were all at their disposal. Shallow. The royal residence is not as simple as you see it. The royal mansion is indeed powerful, grasping the source of talisman paper, and after decades of development, the Jade Bamboo Chamber of Commerce under its banner will most likely become the #1 chamber of commerce in the eastern state. But so what? The royal mansion lacks strong people. If it wasn't for the fact that it's the 3rd prince of Tianyu, do you think that they can hold on to this heaven-breaking wealth? Ding Yangqiu said with disdain. Old Devil Han really wanted to say that with the time flow array. The strongest people in the royal family would appear like a rainbow. Now that the royal family was scarce in terms of strong people, it was a good opportunity to flatter them. And if they missed this opportunity, it would be gone in the future. Han Laoma projected that the royal family would become a truly great power in 2 or 3 more years at most. Old Devil Han belabored. These idiots. They still don't know the inner workings of the royal family. But he can't say anything. It's just that there's really no point in talking to these idiots. Let's get real. Do you guys know how much my monthly salary is? Old Devil Han said as he sat on his chair with his butt and raised an eyebrow at the crowd. How much? Ding Yangqiu and Diaoyu asked at the same time. The rest of the cultivators were also curious. Rumor had it that the royal salary was ridiculously high, but they didn't know the exact amount. The corner of Old Devil Han's mouth curled up. Not much. I just paid out my first month's salary, which is only 260,000 spirit stones. 260,000, which translates to 2,600 top-grade spirit stones, is indeed a full 30% more than the Eastern State's middle transformation spirit, which averages 2,000 top-grade spirit stones per month. However, for this to make Old Devil Han so excited, and to see it as a heavenly opportunity, this going to a slightly richer divine dynasty and taking 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones is also extremely easy. Ding Yangqiu shook his head, acting as if Old Devil Han had never seen the world. Alright. Don't call me for this kind of thing next time. Jiao Yu got up and prepared to leave. She didn't come all the way here to look at Old Man Han and show off his 2006 salary. Wait. Old Devil Han said lightly. What a rat's eye. You don't even dare to think about it. Is 260,000 necessarily lower grade spirit stones? It's not a lower grade spirit stone. Could it be a middle grade spirit stone? Jiao Yu, who was ready to leave, stopped. If it was 260,000 medium grade spirit stones per month, it was indeed considered an extremely generous salary. This was already 13 times the average salary of a person in the middle stage of transformation in the eastern state, and a month was equivalent to a year for others. With so many spirit stones, in addition to what was needed for cultivation, one could also save up spirit stones to purchase pills, magic weapons. It only takes 10 years to pull out a huge gap with fellow Taoists of the same realm. It's 260,000 top-grade spirit stones. Your Highness doesn't have the habit of using lower and middle grade spirit stones as units. Old Devil Han spoke with his voice a few degrees higher. With a monthly salary of 260,000 upper grade spirit stones, looking at the eastern state, besides the few from the royal family, who has a higher salary than him, he is also considered to be at the peak of the laborers. 21 of Old Devil Han's best friends stood up in a mischievous manner. A monthly salary of 260,000 upper-grade spirit stones? Diao Yu looked at Old Demon Han incredulously. Old man Han, are you sure you're right that it's not an annual salary? Ding Yangqiu had lived for so many years. This was the first time he had heard of a month being offered 260,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Old man Ding, we've known each other for so long, could it be that I would still lie to you? Old Devil Han said arrogantly. Elder brother Han, do you think we can enter the royal residence? Diao Yu instantly smiled like a flower. A stark contrast to her impatience just now. Right. Brother Han, we've known each other for so long. There's such a good path. You don't call old brother. Ding Yangqiu balked. Brother Han, you can't forget about your brothers. The remaining 2 early-stage god transformation powerhouses also hurriedly said. The remaining Yuaning echoed. Boss Han, you can't forget about your brothers. Ugh, how refreshing. Old Devil Han's heart snickered inwardly, and his heart, which had been silent for 1,000 years, came alive. Wealth does not return to the countryside, like a brocade coat at night. What, in heaven's name, is more soothing than pretending to be in front of an old friend? Old Devil Han waved his hand. Don't worry about it. When you're a big brother and you're rich, you won't forget about your brothers. This time calling you all over is for this matter. The royal family is growing too fast and lacks strong people. This is our chance. Please also ask elder brother Han for some introductions. Diao Yu also knew this. Sending charcoal in the snow was far better than adding flowers to the brocade. The status of the founding minister, even if he was mingling in the back, it was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. There's no rush. His Highness has plans for you. Really? The group of people were overjoyed. With this more than 100 times their salary, where else would they need to take the risk of breaking into the secret realm of relics? The income of casual cultivators was already low, so they could only go to jobs with high risk and low return. Your Highness, I have been specially sent to set up an escorting force to guard the safety of Northwatch City and the royal residence, and all of you can join my escorting force, with your salaries according to the standards of the city guards. I forgot to mention that the standard of the city guards is roughly a dozen times the average of the eastern state. It's definitely somewhat inferior to me, but as long as you perform well, surpassing me isn't out of the question. Elder brother Han is joking. A dozen times younger sister is already content. Diao Yu said hurriedly, afraid of missing this opportunity. Old Devil Han was much stronger and had joined the royal family much earlier, so they could only envy him. Diao's sister is right. More than a dozen times I am also satisfied. In the future is not still have the opportunity. Qin Yu's bravado is known to all. As long as the king's residence, get Qin Yu's appreciation. They have plenty of opportunities. The Yuaning cultivators also took a stance, saying that a dozen times was already very satisfying. Then let's say it's a good deal. I still have to go and report to His Highness. Old Devil Han was also happy in his heart that the first thing was finally done. Chapter 134, a formation with remarkable effects. Together with him, there were 2 middle-stage god transformation, 3 early-stage god transformation, and a dozen peak late-stage Yuaning powerhouses. If they couldn't even maintain the law and order of a city well, they shouldn't be in the business. Now he's jumped into the strongest department of the royal family. From now on, you can't call yourself Old Devil Han. You have to call yourself Captain Han. Old Devil Han knocked on the door of the backyard in a beautiful manner. Your Highness, the old devil has come to report on the mission. Captain Han is here. Just come in directly. There's no need to inform. Qin Yu was enthusiastic and rose to welcome him. Old Devil Han was touched by Qin Yu's enthusiasm. Your Highness is truly worthy of being called the best prince in Eastern State by the people, treating the people below you really too well. Yu Zhu, pour tea for Captain Han. This is the Western State Buddhist Enlightenment tea. Old Devil Han exclaimed in shock. This thing was worth a lot of money. Even the Holy Lord of the Holy Land would only take it out if he was entertaining an honored guest. I heard that it was sold by the slice, and one slice was thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Brewing one slice at a time would allow one to enter an epiphany and realize the great Tao. Captain Han likes this? Old Devil Han nodded. Ah, enlightenment tea. Who wouldn't like it? Captain Han likes to tell me earlier. My Highness is tired of drinking. Qin Yu casually picked up a bag from underneath the tea table, reached out and grabbed it. A large handful of tea leaves were grabbed in his hands, because he grabbed too much. He even dropped a few pieces on the ground. Here, take it. Old Devil Han's eyes went wide and he hurriedly took his hand to pick it up. This is enlightenment tea. Don't want it if you dropped it. Qin Yu took his foot and stomped on the tea leaves that had fallen to the ground. Han Lao, who had always been a casual cultivator, where had he seen this scene, felt his heart dripping blood. Waste ah. These few pieces of tea are worth a few thousand extreme spirit stones ah. Captain Han, how is the escort being built? Back to your Highness. Fortunately, old Devil Han told the whole story about his acceptance of a group of close friends. Not bad, not bad. Captain Han is worthy of being a great cultivator who has lived in the Eastern Prefecture for thousands of years, with a wide range of connections. He's gathered so many strong people in just a few days. It's all because His Highness gave them the chance, and they've admired the royal family for a long time. Yuju muttered, isn't old Devil Han rumored to be untamed in the Eastern state? Why is he still kissing ass? Old Devil Han, who had finished his report, exited the backyard, still grasping a handful of enlightenment tea in his hand. Old Devil Han sniffed the enlightenment tea. I can't imagine that my old devil still has a day to taste enlightenment tea. I have to go find my old buddies to pretend to share it. Your Highness, an operation has been launched against the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce's president, Reiku, as you instructed. There's no rush. Take your time. It's better to have a handle on it. Credibility was something very important, and the president of the Water Moon Chamber of Commerce, who had been doing business for thousands of years, actually didn't realize the importance of credibility. The long period of time in the seller's market has made him forget some of the virtues that a businessman should have. Recently, can anyone apply for the royal family storekeeper? Your Highness, it seems that one after another in the past few days, it is Shangshu Zhang who is in charge of this matter. There's no need to limit the number of gatekeepers. The left and right are just some spirit stones. The sacred martial god dynasty is staging more and more large armies at the border. It seems there are already people who can't wait. The Eastern State Provincial meeting might be the deadline. Qin Yu murmured. 1 month later. It's driving me crazy to hold it in. I need to go out and get some air. Wu Qiu stopped his cultivation, and he wanted to let out a long roar to the sky. However, he could only hold it in as there were still quite a few students cultivating in the surrounding area. A month outside. A full 8 more years had passed inside the formation. It meant that he had been continuously cultivating for 8 years, which made Martial Abandonment, who had grown up in the Demon Beast mountain range, almost go crazy from being suffocated. The old Shangshu had come outside the formation since only 10 days ago, ready to witness how far all the students' strength could grow after a month of cultivation. Wookie jumped out like an ape. Touch, little pushy brat, have you gone crazy? Without a hint of defense, the old Shangshu was bumped into by Wu Qiu. Ah, Principal, why are you outside the formation? Wu Ji saw the old Shangshu who was staggered by his bump and scratched his head in embarrassment. Mid-yuaning, the old Shangshu was no longer in the mood to pay attention to being bumped off. A month ago, the martial abandonment that was but a peak Jindan had reappeared to have become a mid-yuaning. Yuaning stage in the eastern state has been around the side of the big brother, when the North Lookout City Guards Lieutenant Ma Haoxian, but also only yuaning middle stage, and Wu Qiu was only in his 20s. Once the outside world knew that there was a mid-yuaning in his 20s, the entire eastern state would be staggered. If senior martial abandonment goes out, then I'll go out for a walk as well. Wang Xiqing smiled and walked out. Niu Gui looked away, unmoved. He had to seize every second of his cultivation. Hello, Principal. When Wang Xiqing saw the old Shangshu, he reached out his hand in greeting and ran off without stopping for a step. Middle Jindan. Phew. The old Shangshu felt like he was breathing a little too hard. An 8-year-old middle Jindan stage is only the first time it has appeared in the eastern state, right? Boom. Within the time acceleration array, a giant pupil appeared, as if it was an immortal in the sky looking down on the earth. The old Shangshu was also startled and took a step into the formation. Ning family Ning Tian. The 2 black eyes turned into vertical pupils as if they were eagle eyes, with pupils as deep as the abyss. It was as if everything in the world was under his gaze. The old Shangshu subconsciously developed a feeling of wanting to kneel and crouch. This was the heaven's eye, worthy of being in existence that could be ranked in the top 3 among the many pupil arts. The mighty power is manifested and can penetrate the mysteries of the world. Feeling the powerful power brought by the heaven's eye, Ning Tian was thrilled. This was the first time since he was born that he was unbridled and didn't need to worry about safety and security to cultivate at ease. Ning Tian's vertical pupil looked towards the outside world, and several isolation formations were seen through by him at a glance. Ning Tian got up, hot tears flowing from his eyes. I can finally cultivate without worrying about wreaking havoc on my family. Go on. The old Shangshu knew what the long-suppressed Ning Tian needed to do now. Take the worry out of worrying your family. Thanks, Principal. There is no need to thank me. All of this is due to your highness. Without the huge amount of spirit stones, this formation could never be activated. And this was all brought about by Qin Yu's spirit stone machine. The student will go and personally thank his highness Qin Yu in a moment. If I let big sister know that I have cultivated from early foundation establishment to early Jindan in a month, I don't know how happy big sister will be. Ning Tian couldn't wait and wanted to let Ning Xianing know the good news. The older sister, who has always been cold and arrogant and unconvincing, goes to the royal palace to beg Qin Yu to take him in for his sake. by Xiaoshang and the rest of his party, startled by the roar of the martial abandonment, appeared on the outskirts of the playground. Chapter 135, Jaw-dropping Heaven's Pride. What a blast! With a roar. After venting, martial abandonment had a satisfied look on his face. Cultivating continuously for so long was the first time in his life. Takeshi-san, you've broken through to Yuaning? Bai Xiaoshang realized that he could no longer see through Wu Jue's cultivation, and that was only for one reason, that Wu Jue's cultivation was already above his. You've broken through to Yuaning? Worthy of being a secret realm that the royal family regarded as a great treasure. Just 1 month had actually allowed martial abandonment to break through to Yuaning. Jindan and Yuaning seemed to be a step away, but in reality they were one heaven and one earth. Those who condensed their Yuaning could survive their Yuaning even if their physical body perished. The Yuaning powerhouse had undergone a qualitative change in both his spiritual power and his physical body. In the hands of a peak Jindan cultivator, the Yuaning stage is like a toddler. The breakthrough as a toddler grows into an adult overnight. Yes, by a fluke, I broke through to the mid-Yuaning stage. The simple martial abandonment blurted out. There was no such idea as hiding his strength within his mind. Middle Yuaning. How? At the Yuaning realm, every small realm is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. And to break 2 realms in a row in a month? Just what kind of secret realm was it that was so magical that it could actually allow one's strength to skyrocket in January? Momochi gulped. Lu Mingyu was even more envious with a hint of regret. Why did I not choose to enter the secret realm in the first place? Oriental dream full. Xiao Ruyan beautiful eyes in the body of Wu abandonment has not moved away. A mid-Yuaning in his early 20s. Once he grew up normally, he could definitely break through the realm above transformation spirit to enter the middle domain. It's not strange for a martial student with exceptional talent to break through the middle stage of the Yuaning, in conjunction with the secret realm to break through the middle stage of the Yuaning. Lu Mingyu reassured himself. So hungry. I have to go eat something delicious. Wang Xicheng walked out of the formation and the first thing he thought of was to go enjoy some food. But at the age of 8, he still maintained a love for food. Xiao Ruyan spoke up. It's school brother Wang. I wonder how school brother Wang's harvest is. Early Jindan. Xiao Ruyan stammered. Senior Wang broke through the Jindan stage? Looking at the Eastern Prefecture, one had never heard of an 8-year-old early stage Jindan. Even if one looked through the tens of thousands of years of ancient books in the Eastern Prefecture, one had never seen one. It was a pity that the history of the Eastern Prefecture was broken. I don't know if such geniuses could have appeared in the ancient times. Lu Mingyu heard the faces green. He is the early stage of Jindan has always boasted of genius, but now after seeing the 8-year-old Jindan early stage, his mentality collapsed. After Wang Xicheng, Ning Tian hurriedly walked out from inside the formation. Ning Tian smiled at the crowd and left in a hurry. He was going to find his big sister and share the great news with her. Another 14 or 15-year-old early Jindan stage. Tao Minghan felt his mouth and tongue dry, and the pride in his heart was gone. No, I'm going to the principal. If I can't grab this opportunity, my father will expel me from the family when I get back. Lu Mingyu came back to his senses. This was a heavenly opportunity. Once he missed it he would regret it for the rest of his life. He had already chosen wrongly once. He couldn't be obsessed anymore. Lu Mingyu started to summon the principal after his words and ran towards the principal's office. He couldn't stand it for a moment. Family power. Joining a clan was extremely commonplace in the eastern state, and he had no mental burden. Brother Lu, wait for me. I'll go with you to find the principal. I'll go too. A large group of middle school classes couldn't resist the temptation. With more than 400 people, in the blink of an eye, more than 200 people chose to do the same as Mingyu. Dongfang Mengman hesitated for a moment and followed suit. She was the jewel of the current generation of the Dongfang clan with amazing talent, which also gave Dongfang Mengman great psychological pressure. As long as she could go to the secret realm, she could also grow fast and fulfill the expectations of the family. Brother 100. What is your choice? Tao Minghan said tornly. He wanted to see how the always wise Bai Xiaoshang would choose. He was a great disciple of the Imperial Beast sect, and if he joined the royal family, he would carry a bad name in the future. But once he seized this opportunity, his future achievements would be even higher. Bai Xiaoshang let out a sigh. Originally he had only come to investigate the source of the spirit stones, but if this continued he would be tapped on himself. I don't know. Let me think about it. Bai Xiaoshang walked away. He needed to think about it. The immortal fate was something that no cultivator, no one, could resist. Bacchus is no exception. Many sect disciples were in deep thought, not knowing how to choose. Instead, the family's children, more sprightly, Nanming Li Huazong Yu Hitong, sighed, life requires trade-offs. The fish in the bear's paw can't have it both ways. I believe the clan and master will understand. Yu Hitong waved his hand and chased after him. Brother Lu, wait for me. Xiao Ruyan, who was left behind? hesitated for a moment before also chasing after her. Master, you will understand me. The old Shinshu's communication jade pendant lit up, and when he saw the message, he smiled slightly and his figure disappeared within the formation. Principal, the student was wrong. Lu Mingyu pushed open the door and flung herself on her knees, tears falling down her face. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? The old Shinshu assisted Lu Mingyu, pretending to be puzzled. Lord Headmaster. Mingyu was too young and didn't understand what Headmaster said at first. Now that he has changed his ways, he has come to ask the principal to criticize him. What's wrong with you and why don't I know? The old Shinshu had a look of incomprehension. The academy has done its best to cultivate us, and the principal has even disregarded his face and begged for us to come to the secret realm of the king's palace. I actually didn't know the principal's intention, so I'm really ashamed. Mingyu has come here to make amends to the principal. The principal didn't take it to heart. You go back. The old Shinshu waved his hand in an evicting manner. Turning back is not that easy. Of course the old Shinshu wanted to keep this group of heavenly pride, but the royal family needed their own people, not insiders from the major powers. His Highness Qin Yu initially gave the recruitment of Heavenly Pride to participate in the Eastern State event. As long as they passed the test they were all accepted. There are quite a few with second thoughts in here. Now that the need for skyjackets is not so high, there certainly has to be a consideration for loyalty. The first group of old Shanghas only made them swear not to reveal their secrets. This batch, at the very least, it's a pledge of loyalty to His Highness. You can also turn back a wave of spies. Even spies can't remain unmoved in the face of such great temptation, can they? Someone who could even resist the temptation of ascending 2 realms and 3 realms in a month. Once Lu Mingyu heard that the old Shangshu told him to go back, he also froze for a moment, not expecting the old Shangshu to react in this way, thought he'd be warmly invited to join. It was also with this secret realm that Heaven's Pride didn't seem to be so valuable. No way, can't miss this opportunity. Lord Headmaster, Mingyu is willing to join the royal family and serve His Highness. Chapter 136, Xiaoqi who fell in love with tree planting. Have you thought about it? You can leave at any time in the academy, but once you join the royal family, it won't be so easy to leave again, the old Shangshu said meaningfully. Mingyu has thought this through and will definitely not regret it. The Lu family did not lack him alone, but he, Lu Mingyu, needed the secret realm. Besides, he was still a member of the Lu family. He had only joined the royal family. He hadn't broken away from the family. The old Shangshu was serious on the surface, but in actuality, he was already smiling in his heart. Genius is rare. With the genius paired with the time acceleration array, the growth of the royal family is just around the corner. Headmaster, I've also thought it over. The royal family has treated us well. Ming Han is willing to serve His Highness. Tao Ming Han knelt on one knee with a serious expression. Principal, we'd like to. A large group of students knelt in the doorway, looking eagerly at the principal. The first time it was your choice. The second time the choice is in someone else's hands. Get up, the old Shangshu said heavily. The secret realm is a matter of great importance, and I can't make the decision. I still need to consult your highness. The old Shangshu was prepared to remind them and sharpen their temperament. Things that were too easily obtained were always not cherished. Receiving the words of the old Shangshu, a group of celestials exited the principal's office. Lu Mingyu worriedly said, Alas, I don't know if it will work. Although the principal said that he would consult His Highness, no one knew what the final outcome would be. A secret realm that could raise one's cultivation level for a short period of time was definitely not something that one could enter just because they wanted to, and they knew that without having to be told. It can't be helped. Who made us miss our chance? The Royal Palace Martial Arts Arena. The first batch of 10,000 soldiers, reluctantly, walked out of the formation. Your Highness, 300 of the 500 personal guards have already broken through to Jindan. Within the 10,000 soldiers, there are also more than 1,000 who have broken through to Jindan. The upturned corners of Chen Wen's mouth never fell when he reported back. The royal family is strong, and the personal guards are no longer a liability. More than 300 Jindan. In the next 2 months, the odds are that the rest will also break through Jindan. Inside the remaining 20,000 soldiers, the probability was that 2 to 3,000 Jindan stage could also be in out. By that time, the royal family would be 3 or 4,000 Jindan stage. And this battle force was already not to be underestimated. Not bad, keep it up. Qin Yu had already guessed this ending. 10 million top-grade spirit stones a day. A full 300 million a month. If this is used to recruit, not to mention 3,000 gold dan, 30,000 gold dan is also easy. The 3 sisters of Arctong can be liberated. Qin Yu remembered that these 3 sisters had been tending to the spirit stone machine with a few thousand people. Now that a large number of Jindan realms had grown up inside the soldiers as well, it was possible to switch them out as well. Chen Wen, You lead these 10,000 men who just left the gate and go replace the 3 Fong Jotongs. Going forward, the security of the Spirit Stone machine will be guarded by the 30,000 generals on a rotating basis. Yes, Your Highness. By the way, where did 7 and 8 run off to? Your Highness, the 7th princess is in the countryside. Yuju thought to herself. His Highness Qin Yu finally remembered the 7th princess and the 8th prince. These 2 little guys, ever since they arrived at Northwatch City, have been going out early and coming home late. Take me to see them. Qin Yu was not worried about the safety of the 2 of them. After all, Old Man Ice had been secretly protecting them. But he was a 3rd brother, and there was no reason for him to ignore it. Qin Yu quietly came to the outskirts of the countryside. He wanted to see what his 7th sister, who couldn't stay idle for even a moment, was doing during this period of time. According to the habits in the Imperial City, as long as Xiao Qi woke up from her sleep, the first thing she would do was to bring Xiao Bachi to him. Then at night, under Qin Yu's constant shooing, only then would he go back unfulfilled. 7th sister, can this sapling sprout? The 8th prince was gray. His clothes were covered in mud, and he stood with his bare little feet inside the thin mud, wearing the heavenly silkworm treasure clothes. The lively and cheerful Xiao Qi sat crouched on the ground and looked at a wilted, 2 palm high sapling with a deadpan expression. It's definitely possible. When has your 7th sister ever failed in anything? Xiao Qi said confidently, but a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. 4 months ago, riding in a flying boat with Shang Shuzang, what he saw along the way was that the whole of Ganlong was covered in yellow sand. 7 loves forest meadows, and this yellow sand all over the place is disturbing. The people who lived here must not have seen the scenic green hills and mountains. She wanted the people here to see it too, to bring green to this world of yellow sand everywhere. Like this, the sapling won't survive. Qin Yu spoke behind the duo. Qin Yu had already heard from Half Summer before he arrived that Xiao Qi wanted to make the gobi-strewn Beiwang city grow full of green water and flowers. 3rd brother, Xiao Qi exclaimed, not caring about the dirt on his body, and directly hung onto Qin Yu. Come down quickly, look at the dirt all over you. Qin Yu patted Xiao Qi's head and said dotingly, 3rd brother, I want a hug too. Little Hachi scampered over as well. Yuzu and Half Summer walked away in silence. I really envy the 7th princess, having a brother as good as your highness. Hafsia's eyes darkened. Sister Hafsia, if you want to, I think his highness would be willing to help you find your family. Forget it, it's good to follow your highness. So what if you don't have a family? Don't I still have sister Yuju? You and his highness are both my family. Half Summer's eyes reddened as she finished speaking. Yuju wanted to say something, but eventually turned into a sigh and held back the words hidden in his heart. 3rd brother, you said that the sapling won't survive like this. That's why. Xiao Qi looks at Qin Yu with an expectant face. Little thing, I haven't seen you so attentive when I let you cultivate. Qin Yu pinched her little face. Because this sapling doesn't fit in here. Every sapling has a suitable environment for his growth. Just like a tiger on a desert without water, he will die of thirst. And in the middle of a mountain stream with water, he will become the king of all beasts. 7 listened intently. Qin Yu spoke while Xiao Qi listened. And so it went on for almost 50 days. 3rd brother, I've found a tree suitable for next door. Xiao Qi gleefully finds Qin Yu with a sapling. Well, that's great, but we're going back to the Imperial City now. There were only 3 days left before the Eastern State event, and Qin Yu was ready to leave the Celestial Pride and head to the Celestial Feather Imperial City. The Eastern State Festival also required a screening within each divine dynasty. According to past practices, the pride of each domain was almost always just a chaperone. The heavenly pride cultivated by the divine dynasty was more than a step above the heavenly pride provided by the various domains in terms of strength, and had presented a crushing stance on all occasions. Going home. 7 was fond of the fact that she hadn't been able to plant her tree yet. There will be opportunities in the future. Qin Yu consoled. After all, after spending so much time, the lack of any results made Xiao Qi feel lost. Your Highness, the power selling the flying boats has been found and is ready to depart. Chapter 137, Purchasing a Flying Boat. Departure. When this scene of running out of the Imperial City in a carriage in ashes, Qin Yu could still remember it. Must buy a couple of luxury flying boats and return home in style. For Sea's Flying Boat, a consortium of forces specializing in flying boats, united by 4 transcendent forces, it is the largest producer of flying boats in the Eastern State, and nearly half of the flying boats in the Eastern State come from the 4 Seas Flying Boat. The 4 Seas Flying Boat, located on the outskirts of the Forest of Dreams. The Forest of Dreams was the largest forest in the Eastern State, and it contained endless treasures. The 4 Seas Flying Boat was established here to make it easier to collect the treasures needed to refine the flying boat. Your Highness, we're here. Qin Yu led his group out of the teleportation array. Wow, so many flying boats. Phantom City was worthy of being a flying boat production center, and small flying boats could be seen everywhere over the city. Is there no air ban restriction in Yumeng City? Hafsia looked at not only the flying boats flying around, but even the cultivators were flying across the sky with their swords. This is a city formed by the convergence of explorers and is not affiliated with a certain power, so there are no laws to bind it. And since explorers don't like constraints, naturally there's no air ban. A 14 or 15-year-old boy in patches picked up the conversation from the side. Are you adults here to purchase a flying boat? The young man greeted respectfully with an arch of his hand. Precisely, Yu did not resent these teenagers who acted as guides in order to make a living. Although the teenager had already guessed it, he was still happy to get a clear answer. There were only two types of people who came to Phantom City: explorers and strong people who came to buy flying boats. There weren't many cultivators who came to explore by teleportation array. Most of them were imperial swords, or took large airships. Only the strong people who came to buy the flying boat had enough financial resources to ride it. My lord, the kid grew up living in Phantom City and knows the prices of the Four Seas flying boats like the back of his hand, so he can let your lordship buy the flying boat of his choice at the most suitable price. What's your name? My lord. Kid Wang Yang. Lead the way. This kid Wang Yang is really lucky. He actually ran into the disciples of the great clans who purchased the flying boat. When the time comes, we'll be able to earn another commission from the Four Seas flying boat. A few teenage girls on the sidelines who were also wearing patched clothes were envious. Unfortunately, they didn't react as fast as Wang Yang. Wang Yang led Qin Yu and his group, walked to the entrance of the city to look at a huge stone monument and couldn't help but exclaim. This stone monument was erected by the third prince of the Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty. This third prince is really a powerful fellow. It's just a stone tablet that was erected. What's so great about it? Qin Yu had an expression of SOSO. Your Excellency is unaware. This stone tablet isn't just in Yumeng City. It's in every major city in the eastern state. According to the adults who come to buy flying boats and explore, this stone tablet is not in almost every city. Look at this. Wang Yang took a small card. The very same Heaven's Pride recruitment card that was initially released by the royal mansion. This card was picked up by the kid in the wilderness. And I heard that this card even touches within the forest of spectral dreams. I hope I can enter the Sky Feather Academy one day. Wang Yang's eyes were filled with admiration. This is the Four Seas flying boat. The Four Seas flying boat was located inside the city gate, 500 meters to the left. The Four Seas flying boat was one of the largest forces in the Forest of Dreams. Inside the Four Seas flying boat was a huge square, which was close to the mountain wall, and a large number of cultivators were transporting huge logs on the periphery. Continuing inside, a large number of carpenters were repairing the wood. Near the back of the mountain wall, dozens of ancient trees hundreds of meters long were stuck horizontally. At the center of the ancient trees stood 10 large flying boats under construction. The 10 flying boats were nearing completion, and external aesthetics had already begun, so it wouldn't be long before they could be put into service. One moment, my lord. Wang Yang hurriedly went to knock on the door of the Four Seas flying boat office after he finished speaking. What for? For Seas flying boat staff. A middle-aged woman opened the door and saw. It was actually a teenager in patches knocking on the door and frowned. These little punks middle-aged women know what they are doing. Nothing more than taking some freshly arrived cultivators to look at small flying boats. The real big shots, who had been contacted long ago, wouldn't have come to the humble reception at all. The middle-aged woman was disinterested. Danian. There's business coming. The woman called out and twisted her head back to her seat. Coming. The middle-aged man was in a good mood when he heard that there was business on the doorstep, and rushed over. It's little Young. Where did you get the guests from this time? Wang Yang had brought him guests many times, and Danian and Wang Yang had long been familiar with each other. Wang Yang glanced inside. Don't look. This is the mother of an elder of the Four Seas flying boat. Danian was afraid that Wang Yang would provoke the middle-aged woman. Uncle Danian. I am bringing a guest to buy a flying boat. Wang Yang also knew that what kind of goods he was. The elder's mother-in-law wasn't something a mudblood like him could mess with. It wasn't surprising that she couldn't look at small business. Go meet your guests. Danian was in a good mood. Even selling a single flying boat would give him a lot of commission. As for Wang Yang, anyone who brought guests to the Four Seas flying boat was always given a commission, only very little. But for this homeless outcast, it was a livelihood. Uncle Danian, this gentleman, is the guest who wants to buy a flying boat? The moment he saw Qin Yu, Danian's eyes lit up. Just from the way Qin Yu was dressed, he was not the son of an ordinary power. It was likely that he was a first-class family, or even a top-tier family perhaps. Danian's strength also has the early Jindan stage, but Qin Yu followed by several. In addition to the two maids of honor, it's other people's cultivation he cannot see through one. The strength should be above him. Danian secretly rejoiced in his heart. This might not be a single flying boat, but at least a small flying boat. Flying boats are divided into single flying boats, double flying boats, small flying boats, medium-sized flying boats, large flying boats, and giant flying boats. The single and double ones were usually purchased by small forces and explorers. Flying boats could be powered by spirit stones, which could save the cultivator's spirit stones, and the flying speed of a flying boat is far above that of a cultivator. So any power with a bit of strength will choose to buy a flying boat. The price of a single flying boat was between 10,000 and 100,000 lower grade spirit stones, $50,000 to $200,000 for a two-person flying boat. As for the small flying boat, it was already a small mobile home that was 10 meters long and more than 3 meters wide with a cabin that could take close to 10 people. The price was several times more expensive than single and double flying boats, and the starting price would require millions of spirit stones to start. No Jindan stage powerhouse could afford it. It was an existence that a second-rate power could treat as an heirloom. As for medium-sized, large, Danian had never sold it, and he didn't know the exact price. Guests, do you want to see a small flying boat? Danian asked archly. We don't buy small flying boats. Danian froze. It was hard not to look away.